In an old, cramped room, a young figure was panting heavily, wiping his sweat-soaked body, clearly having just finished exercising. Why is there still no change? His gaze was fixed on the information displayed on the panel in his mind. Name, Su Chao. In the process of merging with the source, awakening of supernatural abilities 99% complete. Su Chao is a third-year student at the Shanghai-based City Institute of Technology. Because he was unable to awaken his supernatural abilities, he was unable to enter a martial arts university in his senior year of high school and could only choose to apply to a liberal arts university. For an entire semester, his progress in awakening remained at 99%. Su Chao never dared to tell anyone about the panel that appeared in his mind. That thing appeared during his senior year winter break when he accompanied his parents and a caravan to a nearby base city to attend his sister Su Yufei's wedding. On their return journey, they encountered a psionic tide eruption, and the caravan was besieged by a horde of frenzied monsters. The accompanying warriors fought desperately to protect everyone and break through the encirclement, but suffered heavy casualties. The father, a third-tier martial artist, fought with all his might to protect his wife and son, but ultimately collapsed from severe injuries. At the critical moment, a top human expert happened to pass by and saved everyone, otherwise, no one would have survived. At that moment, Su Chao suddenly awakened his superpower, an SS-level endless devouring. As he was immersed in the joy of his newly awakened power, no one noticed a mysterious fragment flying from the psionic tide, striking Su Chao and rushing into his mind, causing him to fall into a coma. When Su Chao woke up a week later, he checked his awakened superpower and his expression changed drastically. His awakened SS-level devouring ability disappeared. All that remains is that panel in my mind and the words on it. Name, Su Chao. In the process of fusion with the source, awakening of supernatural abilities 1%. Misfortunes never come singly. To make matters worse, the genetic lock that was opened due to the awakening of superpowers has closed again. In other words, Su Chao has become an unawakened one again. 3 years ago, Su Jianya, the father, was seriously injured and hospitalized. The family spent all their savings and even sold their house to barely save his life. However, they could not afford the high costs of subsequent treatment and could only choose to go home and recuperate slowly. To save money, the family rented a place in District 25 of Shanghai-based city. It was close to the edge of the city, the rent was cheap, and most of the residents lived in poverty. 5 days ago, Su Chao, who was attending university, received a phone call from his mother, Wang Lihua. His father was critically ill, and he was told to come home immediately. After the hospital's all-out efforts to save him, my father has passed the critical period. After waking up, fearing that it would cost a lot of money again, the father insisted on going home to recuperate. His thoughts returned to reality, and he had to face the harsh reality before him. Let me check the time, it's 10 p.m. Just as he was about to open the door to go out and wash up, he suddenly heard his parents arguing loudly and quietly in the living room, and he stopped in his tracks. The two-bedroom apartment they rented was old, dilapidated, and had extremely poor sound insulation. Lihua, give up. I don't want to be a burden to you anymore. Su Jianya, what are you saying? You've persevered for so many years, how can you just give up like that? If you hadn't risked your life to protect my child and me, we wouldn't be so badly injured. The faint sound of a mother's sobs could be heard. I'm also reluctant to leave you all, but there's nothing I can do. What kind of life have we been living all these years in order to pay for medical treatment? Did you borrow money from Zhang Matzi again for this treatment? I know we really don't have any money at home. The brothers in the hunting team have helped us a lot over the years, but they're not rich either. That money is hard-earned. It's not easy for them. Besides your daughter Yufei, their family doesn't earn much. They've sent a lot of money to us over the years, and they're having a tough time. My body is a bottomless pit. Not only does it consume money, but it also burdens my family. Stop struggling, or I will drag this family down. Besides, if you go to Zhang Matzi to borrow money, what kind of people do they help? They're ruthless and exploitative. If our family gets involved with them, we'll be in big trouble. Lihua, give up. This way, you and Xiao Chao can both have a better life. Don't let Xiao Chao suffer with us. He can finish his university studies properly. Right now, we don't even have a place to pay for his tuition next semester. Give me a release, and give everyone a release. Su Chao heard his father's suppressed and low voice coming from outside the door. Although he couldn't see it, he could imagine that his father's resolute face must be full of tears at this moment. No, I don't want to. Then came the mother's low growl, as if afraid of disturbing Su Chao inside the house. Jianya, please don't give up. Hang in there a little longer. You'll get better, and we'll get through this together. I heard from your hunting team that the Hunters Association has something called Willow Heart that can cure you. I'll do my best to get it. Willow Wood Core? That stuff costs at least 50 million Chinese yuan. Where would our family get that much money? There will always be a way. There will definitely be a way. The mother's whispered voice came again, filled with unwavering determination. Clearly, this was yet another unpleasant conversation. Su Chao had heard countless such arguments between his parents over the years. He had intended to push the door open and leave, but then he withdrew his hand and sat back on the bed. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his handsome face. Awaken! I must awaken as soon as possible. Only by awakening and becoming a martial artist can I solve my family's predicament and save my father. Suchao clenched his fists, making a silent vow in his heart. He didn't leave the room, not wanting to disturb his parents at that moment. Lying in bed, he silently made plans. Now, 50 years after the Great Nirvana era, countless powerful monsters roam the wilderness outside the base city. Every so often, a wave of beasts attacks the human base city, and some monsters even infiltrate the base city to hunt innocent humans. Humanity's current situation is extremely dire. In this era where strength reigns supreme, only by becoming strong can one protect oneself and one's loved ones. After the Great Nirvana era, ordinary high school graduates on Earth have several paths to choose from. Awakened superpowered individuals unlock their genetic potential, allowing them to cultivate breathing techniques, continuously grow stronger, and eventually gain admission to a martial arts university. Those who remain unawakened can only rely on hard work to learn cultural knowledge and get into liberal arts universities. Most liberal arts college graduates can only find jobs that barely make ends meet, but graduates of Wuhan University of Science and Technology are different. The military and various forces are vying for them, and they can also become free warriors, join hunting teams, go out to hunt monsters, and live a pretty good life. Because his genetic lock was closed again, Su Chao could only apply to liberal arts universities, and eventually he was admitted to the second-rate liberal arts university he is currently attending, Shanghai Polytechnic College. Thanks to his past awakening and the transformation of his body by spiritual energy, his physical attributes have reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. So he found a part-time job as a sparring partner at a martial arts gym near the school. He would go every weekend. The 2 hours of work were enough to cover his living expenses during university and ease the burden on his family. Tomorrow is Sunday, and he will be working part-time as a sparring partner at the martial arts gym again. This job was hard to find. I absolutely can't lose it. My father has been discharged from the hospital and is being cared for at home by my mother. I have to go to the martial arts gym tomorrow morning, and I'll also go back to school to ask my teacher for leave. Thinking of this, he gradually drifted off to sleep. When he woke up the next day, he exercised for an hour as usual. The chances of an ordinary person awakening after graduating from high school are very low, but he could see the panel in his mind and firmly believed that he would definitely awaken, so he persisted in training. After washing up, I ate the breakfast my mother made and sat with my parents for a while. Su Chao packed his backpack and went outside. Go downstairs and leave the dilapidated neighborhood. He looked up at the gloomy sky and felt that it was about to rain. He would have to walk through several long streets and alleys to catch the bus. Shanghai Base City is one of the 8 major base cities in China. It covers a vast area with 31 districts and a total population of approximately 50 million. The 5 core districts are extremely valuable, and only the wealthy and powerful can afford to live there. In the more than 50 years since the Great Nirvana era, humanity on Earth has experienced its darkest hour. By the time a new order was established, the population had plummeted to less than 2 billion, and the 8 base cities in China combined had less than 400 million people. Su Chao's family lives in District 25, which is a suburban area. His school and the martial arts school where he works part-time are both in District 20, which takes more than 2 hours to get there by car. Su Chao skillfully navigated the streets and alleys. It had started to rain, and his shoes and trouser legs were wet. Occasionally, a clap of thunder would boom overhead. He gripped the umbrella tightly and quickened his pace involuntarily. The nearest bus stop to the school was still some distance away. He could get there by crossing an alley. To save time, Su Chao often takes shortcuts, with sparsely populated alleys being his preferred choice. As he turned the corner and prepared to enter the next alley, he heard a strange click, click sound. His heart tightened, and he felt a sudden, inexplicable palpitation. He could still faintly smell the stench of blood, though it had been diluted considerably by the rain, but as a quasi-martial artist, his sensitive nose still detected it. Should I turn back? He struggled with his conscience, feeling a little uneasy, but taking a detour would mean going a long way. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chao decided to go and take a look, silently telling himself that if he found anything unusual, he should run away immediately. He took a dagger from his backpack and held it in a reverse grip. It was a gift from his father for his 18th birthday. With the dagger in hand, Su Chao felt much bolder. He cautiously made his way forward, entered the alley, and the scene before him came into view. The alley was deserted. The sound was coming from behind a pile of garbage a dozen meters away, and a few meters away was a sewer drain with a manhole cover lying on the side. Since we're here, let's go take a look. He mustered his courage and reached forward, his heart pounding faster and faster. When he finally saw what was behind the pile of garbage, the hairs on his body stood on end, and cold sweat poured down his back. A monster over 2 meters long was rummaging through the garbage for food. Its gray-black fur gleamed with a faint sheen, and its 2 scarlet eyes were raised to stare at Su Chao with a fierce light. Its open mouth revealed sharp fangs. It had a horrific wound on its lower abdomen, still bleeding, and was supporting its body on 3 legs. Its left hind leg was twisted and deformed.
deformed, clearly broken. This is a severely injured rodent monster. Su Chao was stunned for a moment. Once he realized what was happening, he immediately threw away the umbrella in his left hand and ran back. Damn it! How did a monster get here? After running a distance, he realized something was wrong. The monster wasn't chasing him frantically anymore. Monsters will definitely attack humans immediately upon seeing them. How could they not chase after them? He stopped and looked back, where he could still hear a crunch, crunch sound coming from behind the pile of garbage. Su Chao quickly analyzed the situation and soon came to a conclusion. This monster must have been severely injured and escaped into the sewers. It was so hungry that it came out of the sewers and searched for food in the garbage dump. It wasn't chasing him, it was clearly too badly injured. After all, the smell of humans was much more tempting. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. My heart started racing. The monster is seriously injured right now, and if he can kill it, he'll definitely get a good reward. That way, my tuition for next semester is covered. Monster corpses are valuable, even the most common tier 1 monsters. He was a quasi-martial artist, and the dagger in his hand was an E-grade alloy weapon, exceptionally sharp, capable of inflicting fatal damage even on second-tier monsters. Let's take a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. Having made his decision, Su Chao began to think about how to deal with the monster. He first needed to verify his guess. He placed the backpack in the corner and used the dagger to chop off a fist-sized rock from the exposed stone wall next to him. Once he was ready, he carefully reached forward. When he got close to the garbage heap, he suddenly threw the stone hard and quickly retreated, observing the monster's reaction as he ran. The monster seemed to sense danger. It raised its head and met the rock head-on, shattering it instantly. Enraged, the monster opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth, and glared at Su Chao, its roar deafening. The roar seemed to have aggravated the wound in its abdomen, causing blood to gush out continuously. It's estimated that its leg was seriously injured, which is why it didn't chase after us. It's more like it was using intimidation to scare us away. Su Chao judged that the monster was seriously injured. It's time to give it a shot. He stepped forward again and casually grabbed a large bag of trash from the pile. He hurled the weapon at the monster's head and then charged toward it. Enraged by the annoying human, the monster stretched out its front paws and fiercely grabbed at the flying garbage bag. Instantly, the contents of the garbage bag scattered everywhere, and some of the items blocked the monster's view. Su Chao seized the opportunity, plunged his right-hand dagger into the monster's neck, and pulled it horizontally, causing a gush of blood to spurt out. The monster finally reacted, twisting its body violently and crashing into Su Chao. Su Chao felt as if he had been hit by a car and was thrown more than 3 meters away. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body ached so much that he clenched his teeth. But he dared not delay, immediately scrambled to his feet, rushed towards the monster, and thrust his dagger at its neck again, only to swiftly dodge. The monster was badly injured and only had 10% of its strength left. Even so, Su Chao's struggle against it remained extremely difficult. Once, he was unable to dodge in time, and his right arm was slashed several times by the monster's front claws, causing a burning pain. Just as he was about to exhaust himself, the monster finally collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Su Chao was still not satisfied, so he went forward and stabbed the victim a few more times. Only when the monster stopped moving completely did he slump down beside the corpse, panting heavily. Suddenly, Su Chao's whole body trembled. Countless strange energies surged into his body, which seemed to be constantly transforming, and an indescribable feeling of comfort permeated his entire being. It lasted for more than a dozen breaths. He felt a change finally appear on the panel in his mind, and he focused intently to examine it. Name, Su Chao. Level, 1st tier martial artist. Special ability, E-rank shadow escape. Constitution, 11, plus. Mental strength, 11. Source point, 45. Su Chao was so excited that his hands trembled, and he almost wanted to shout out loud. Finally awakened. He became a 1st tier martial artist. From this moment on, his life will be completely changed. When someone awakens their superpower, they undergo an energy infusion, which not only unlocks their genes, allowing them to begin cultivation, but also directly elevates them to the strength of a 1st tier martial artist. If you want to advance to the next level, you can only do so through gradual cultivation. The strength levels of martial artists range from the 1st to the 9th rank, and it is said that there are even stronger individuals who surpass the 9th rank. It is precisely because of the existence of these unparalleled powerhouses that humanity has been able to protect its remote homeland from the rampage of countless monsters. On September 18, 2031, according to the Blue Star calendar, a psionic tide swept across the globe, and humans, animals, and plants began to evolve wildly. Some humans and animals awakened supernatural abilities, gained special powers, and became increasingly powerful. This year was known as the first year of the Great Nirvana era. In the early days, animals evolved rapidly by absorbing spiritual energy. A few evolved beasts, once powerful, formed a beast tide and launched attacks on human cities. Humanity struggled to resist, relying on firearms and a small number of evolved individuals. As the number and strength of evolved beasts continue to increase, firearms are no longer effective
effective at killing them.
Numerous evolved beasts from the ocean also joined the invasion of the land, and human cities fell one by one.
Large numbers of humans were slaughtered by evolved beasts, the global population decreased sharply, and large areas of land were occupied by evolved beasts. Human leaders reached a consensus and had to abandon most regions and cities, concentrating humanity in super base cities. Each base city is equipped with a large number of advanced weapons, troops, and powerful evolved beings to guard it. During this period, some local base cities were captured, and the scene was simply hell on earth.
More than 50 years later, China still retains 8 super base cities.
After a while, Su Chao gradually calmed down. He stared intently at the panel, too excited to see the details clearly.
Then, a question arose in his mind. How did his superpower become E-level shadow escape? I clearly remember that I awakened the SS-level endless devouring skill before.
He stared at the mental panel again, wondering to himself, could it be? He had a guess in his mind. Perhaps it was the fusion of that mysterious and unknown fragment with his awakened SS-level endless devouring ability that created the current panel.
However, this is ultimately just speculation. Only when one becomes stronger can one gradually explore it. As for why he now possesses the E-level shadow cloak ability, he glanced at the rat-like monster beside him and suddenly remembered the information he had seen about monsters online.
The information mentions that a few monsters can awaken special talents and abilities, one of which is a rodent-like monster called Shadow Rat, which possesses the ability to hide in shadows.
Could the panel possibly reveal the innate abilities of mythical beasts?
If such an ability truly existed, it would be terrifying. However, the panel itself is already incredible, so it's reasonable for it to have some abnormal abilities. He decided to find another opportunity to kill a monster with superpowers and verify it himself. Realizing that this monster was the Shadow Rat, everything suddenly became clear.
No wonder it was able to infiltrate the base city and escape even after being severely injured. Unfortunately, it was too badly injured, and it took Su Chao a long time to kill it.
He was even injured by it. After figuring all this out, Su Chao looked at the control panel again.
What does the plus after constitution mean? Does it mean it can increase attributes? Try it and you'll see.
So he silently said plus in his mind, and immediately felt a surge of energy flowing into his body, which significantly improved his physical fitness.
He quickly checked the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, 1st tier martial artist. Special ability, E-rank shadow escape. Constitution, 12 plus. Mental strength, 11. Source point, 35.
The source points have been reduced by 10 points, which means that it takes 10 source points to increase 1 point of physical fitness. And this source point is very likely the one obtained from just killing the Shadow Rat. As for the absence of a plus after spiritual power, Su Chao speculated that it might be because he didn't have enough source points and didn't know how many source points were needed to increase his spiritual power by even 1 point. Su Chao glanced at the remaining source points and decided not to add any more to his physique, intending to keep them to study whether they had other uses. He clenched his fists, feeling a burst of power within his body, and thought that if he were to encounter the Shadow Rat again now, it would be much easier. He had a feeling that this Shadow Rat was no ordinary tier 1 monster, otherwise it would be so difficult to deal with even when it was so badly injured. It was probably already tier 2. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. He then grinned, feeling that the adventure had been worthwhile. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Thinking about the superpower he had just acquired, he tried using it and found that his speed had increased by nearly 50%. Su Chao was determined not to let anyone know about the existence of the panel. It was his biggest secret. After calming down, Su Chao wiped the rain off his face. He needed to pack up and leave quickly. Although this alley is usually deserted, even fewer people come here now that it's raining. But the commotion from his fight with the monster might attract attention, and he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He looked around at the mess, rummaged through the garbage and found a large, tattered bag, which he then put the monster's corpse inside. He then quickly cleaned up the surrounding traces of the battle and covered the manhole cover. Carrying the bag, he went back to pick up his backpack and umbrella, took out a spare set of clothes from the bag, and changed out of the old clothes he was wearing that had been torn. The wound has now scabbed over because the individual has recently advanced to the rank of martial artist and their physical abilities have improved. After handling the situation properly, he turned and left the alley. Su Chao had no idea that in another alley, just 2 streets away from the alley where he fought the monster. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men, around 35 years old, were holding something resembling a compass and searching for something along the sewer. Both men were carrying weapons, clearly indicating they were martial artists. He cursed inwardly. One of the men, who had a scar on his face, spat impatiently.
Damn it, that bastard got away really fast. We've been searching for 2 hours and still can't find it. The sewers are so complicated, how are we supposed to find it? Alright, stop complaining and hurry up and look for it.
It's not my fault, you couldn't stop it, that's why it escaped into the sewer. The man with the compass retorted without turning his head. We finally managed to severely injure it, but it still managed to escape.
If we can't find it, this loss will be huge. It's a 2nd tier Shadow Rat, worth a fortune. Stop it? How can we stop it? Who would have thought that it would use all its strength to rush into the sewers using shadow cloak? Stop talking, let's keep searching. It's so badly injured, it shouldn't be far from here.
If it hadn't suddenly started raining and diluted the scent, we would have found it long ago.
As a first-level martial artist, Su Chao could carry things weighing 1 or 200 kilograms without any problem.
After traveling for more than 30 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of a 5-story building in District 25. The building occupied a very large area. Looking up, the words Hunters Association were prominently displayed above the entrance. That's right, he came here to deal with the monster's corpse. The Hunters Association is a non-governmental organization founded by several top families of the Chinese people. It has its headquarters and multiple branch halls in every Chinese base city. Most areas of Starcy Base City have branch halls, while the headquarters is located in District 1, making it convenient for martial artists to conduct various transactions. This place naturally buys monster corpses and materials, while also providing various services to martial artists. For example, martial artists can stay and rest here, buy various weapons, and even purchase martial arts techniques. I heard that premium members can enjoy some special privileges. Su Chao walked into the hall and found that the space was extremely spacious and divided into several areas. There are leisure areas and trading areas. There weren't many people today, so Su Chao quickly walked to a counter in the trading area.
Sir, do you need any help?
A pretty female staff member, around 25 years old, smiled at him.
Can you help me figure out how much this is worth? Su Chao put the bag he was carrying on the table.
He had bought a new bag on the way to replace the old one. The staff opened the bag and examined it carefully for a while. Sir, this is a Tier 2 shadow rat. Because its body is in perfect condition, we can offer 180,000.
Is that acceptable? Su Chao had some prior knowledge of this.
A complete Tier 1 monster corpse is generally worth less than 100,000, Tier 2 no more than 200,000, and Tier 3 can sell for up to 500,000. This second tier shadow rat isn't the most valuable of the second tier monsters, but it's estimated to sell for 180,000 because it has awakened a special ability. After a series of operations by the staff, Su Chao's card balance increased by 180,000 yuan. He stared at the 180,552 yuan on the screen, feeling a surge of excitement. This was the first real money he had ever made in his life.
An ordinary person's monthly salary is only a few thousand yuan.
His mother is an unawakened person and a primary school teacher, whose monthly salary is only a little over 5,000 yuan. After the transaction was completed, Su Chao browsed around the other counters in the trading area, hoping to find something suitable for him. The more I shopped around, the more disheartened I felt. There were so many things I simply couldn't afford. The slightly better E-grade alloy weapons in the equipment section cost hundreds of thousands, and F-grade weapons seemed unnecessary, so he preferred to use his dagger. Roar, roar. These weapons and equipment are made by humans using alloys synthesized from monster body materials and metals.
They are classified into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS levels.
The higher the level, the stronger and sharper they are, and the less likely they are to be damaged. The martial arts skills sold in the martial arts section are even more expensive. He can't afford even a few decent beginner martial arts skills, which cost 7 or 800,000, let alone intermediate martial arts skills. As far as he knew, martial arts skills were divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top level, but the highest level sold here was only intermediate. After careful consideration, he bought a beginner-level martial arts manual called Shadow Assassin for 150,000. This martial art, combined with his supernatural ability Shadow Escape, allows him to maximize his strength. When he bought the martial arts technique, the staff reminded him that the technique could only be practiced by himself, was registered, and could not be resold or taught privately, otherwise the consequences would be serious.
Looking at the remaining 30,000 yuan in his card, Su Chao gritted his teeth and left. As he left the lobby, he glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 a.m.
Turning my head, I saw a building next door, the Superpower Management Bureau. There was still time, so he thought for a moment and headed in that direction. Every base city in China has regulations requiring newly awakened superhumans to register their information with the local Superhuman Ability Management Bureau. When he came out of the Superpowers Administration Bureau, he had an extra book on breathing techniques in his hand, which every registered Superpower Awakener could receive for free.
Of course, this is just a basic breathing technique.
It is said that there is an advanced version of the breathing technique with even better training results, but it requires merit points to exchange for. It was almost noon, and he needed to hurry to catch the bus to the martial arts school. The sparring session started at 3 p.m., although he has now awakened and no longer needs to be a sparring partner. But he still had to go over and say hello in person, since the martial arts school had helped him with his monthly living expenses over the past few years. At 2:30 p.m., Su Chao arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. In this era, everyone aspires to become a martial artist, so martial arts schools are thriving, and there are at least 3 martial arts schools on this street. Inside the martial arts gym, people were exercising next to many pieces of equipment, creating a lively and bustling scene. scene. Most of them are students, especially high school students. Today is the weekend, and there are no classes. Many people choose to come here to exercise, hoping to awaken their superpowers before the college entrance examination so that they can get into a martial arts university. However, only a minority can awaken their special abilities. Most people here are destined to be mere bystanders. In recent years, I've heard that gene-enhancing drugs have appeared on the market that can help humans unlock their genetic potential and embark on the path of martial arts. However, they are extremely rare and expensive, and many people cannot buy them even if they have the money. Moreover, martial artists who take gene serums are generally not as strong as awakened individuals of the same level, and they have to take gene serums of the corresponding level for each level they break through. Su Chao quickly found Wang Mang, the person in charge of the martial arts school, and handed him 2 packs of cigarettes he had bought on the way. Land is scarce in the city now, and much of it is used to grow grain. The cigarettes are made using a substitute for scented clover, a mutated plant common in the wilderness. The long-term collection and purchase have formed an industrial chain. This thing wasn't cheap. He spent 800 yuan on it. Brother Wang, I can't come as your sparring partner anymore. I came here specifically to let you know. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I also have to thank you for agreeing to let me stay and for helping me through that difficult time. Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. No way, what do you mean by this? You've struck it rich. Take it back, don't waste money. I know your family situation. He then pushed the cigarette back. Su Chao looked at him and said in a serious tone, Brother Wang, I've awakened, and I believe I can help my family solve their problems in the future. What did you say? You're not kidding me, are you? Wang Meng's face was filled with disbelief. After all, while there is a possibility of awakening before the age of 30, it becomes increasingly difficult to awaken as one gets older. He found it hard to believe that Su Chao had become such a lucky person. After a while, he gradually accepted this fact. So what are your plans next? I'm going to focus on training and improving my strength, so I won't have time to come to the martial arts school anymore. I came here specifically to say hello to you. I might go to the wilderness area in a while. Su Chao said sincerely. Okay, be careful in the wilderness. I know, Brother Wang. Since he was already there, Su Chao decided to have one last sparring session with his partner at the martial arts gym. For someone who was already a martial artist, this was a piece of cake. What made him both amused and exasperated was that Wang Meng told a group of students at the martial arts school about how he only realized this when he was over 30. The result drew gasps of amazement and envy. After hearing the news, everyone trained like crazy. After finishing his business, Su Chao returned to Shanghai Polytechnic Institute, located in District 20. Instead of going back to his dormitory, he ate something casually in the cafeteria and then took out the beginner-level martial arts manual Shadow Strike that he had bought for 150,000 yuan from a corner. He wanted to verify a hypothesis. As Su Chao carefully read through the entire martial arts manual, he glanced at the panel in his mind. Name, Su Chao. Level, 1st tier martial artist. Special ability, E-rank Shadow Escape. Constitution, 12+. Mental strength, 11. Source point, 35. Martial arts skill, beginner martial arts skill Shadow Strike not yet mastered. Plus. Sure enough, martial arts skills can also be improved on the panel. Su Chao chose to upgrade without hesitation, spending 10 source points to upgrade the basic martial skill Shadow Strike to the entry level. After that, he could not continue to upgrade, obviously because he did not have enough source points. He had no choice but to use all the remaining source points to improve his physique. Name, Su Chao. Level, 1st tier martial artist. Special ability, E-rank Shadow Escape. Physical constitution, 14. Mental strength, 11. Source point, 5. Martial arts, basic martial arts skill, Shadow Assassin, beginner level. Looking at the few remaining source points on the panel, Su Chao secretly made up his mind that he had to find a way to kill more monsters as soon as possible, because these source points were simply a bottomless pit. Seeing that Shadow Strike had been upgraded to the beginner level, he couldn't wait to try out its power. Shanghai Normal College covers a large area. Although it is a liberal arts university, it is equipped with an entire building dedicated to training. After all, this is an era where force reigns supreme. He arrived at the training hall, which was brightly lit. The lobby on the 1st floor was filled with various training equipment, and many students were exercising. Su Chao went straight up to the 2nd floor, where there was a separate room for testing his strength. He first went into the room where the strength was measured, and there was no one inside. After stretching his body, Su Chao threw a powerful punch at the target. The data on the machine's display screen jumped wildly, eventually settling at 1,480 kilograms. Upon seeing this number, Su Chao couldn't help but smile happily. Generally speaking, a first-level martial artist's explosive power is between 1,000 and 2,000 kilograms without using any martial arts techniques, while a second-level martial artist's is between 2,000 and 4,000 kilograms. His strength is considered quite good among first-tier martial artists, considering that his strength before awakening was only around 980 kilograms. Comparing the 14 points of physique attribute on the panel, he understood that each point of physique attribute was roughly equivalent to 100 kilograms of physical strength. He then prepared to test the attack power of the beginner-level martial arts Shadow Strike after it was upgraded to the entry level. After upgrading his Shadow Assassin to the beginner level, a flood of information rushed into his mind, filled with insights into cultivation. Once you start performing, it feels like you've been practicing for a long time. Your movements are exceptionally skilled and natural. The final test results showed that after mastering the basic martial arts techniques, his attack power increased by approximately 10%. It's important to understand that martial arts training requires a significant investment of time. Generally, it takes at least several months to enter the basics, years to reach a minor level of proficiency, and not only long hours of continuous practice but also considerable talent to reach a high level. As for cultivating to the point of perfection, very few people can achieve that. After leaving the room where strength was measured, Su Chao went to the room where speed was measured. His speed reached 32 meters per second, while a first-level martial artist's speed is usually between 25 and 40 meters per second. This speed is pretty good. If he uses his E-level ability Shadow Escape, his speed can be increased by 50%, which would allow him to reach the speed of a second-tier martial artist. This finally gave Su Chao a comprehensive and clear understanding of his own abilities. Among first-tier martial artists, he is not considered weak. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money to buy equipment, which was his biggest weakness. He set short-term goals for himself. We must kill monsters as soon as possible to obtain source points to increase our strength and at the same time earn money to buy equipment. After testing his abilities, Su Chao prepared to return to his dormitory. Although the battle with the monster this afternoon was short, a high-intensity output left him exhausted. Just as he stepped outside, he almost bumped into someone. The person, recognizing Su Chao, immediately smiled happily. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. So it's our quasi-martial artist Su Chao. You've been avoiding me for the past few days, but I caught you today." Su Chao frowned involuntarily when he saw the man, inwardly cursing his bad luck. This person's name is Zhou Peng, and he is a classmate in the same year at the college. Su Chao offended him because of something that happened when he first entered university. That time, they had a dorm gathering and ate late-night snacks at a night market stall near the school gate. My roommate Hanyu got drunk and started live streaming, but when he vomited, some of his vomit splashed onto Zhou Peng's shoes. They apologized promptly, offered to compensate him, and even offered to pay for Zhou Peng to have his shoes washed. Unexpectedly, this guy started by cursing and attacked without saying a word. Zhou Peng's side has 5 people, while they only have 4. However, they had Su Chao, a near martial artist, on their side, and as a result, the other side ended up getting beaten up. From then on, the two sides became enemies. Zhou Peng had always harbored resentment towards Su Chao, but Su Chao was a quasi-martial artist before, and he was no match for him. Until last week, Zhou Peng suddenly awakened. Although he awakened an F-level ability, he was already a true first-tier martial artist. He was thinking of taking the opportunity to get revenge on Su Chao, but Su Chao was intentionally or unintentionally avoiding him and never gave him a chance. "I never expected to run into you here today." Su Chao is not afraid of him now, but he doesn't want to make a big fuss. "Zhou Peng, this is the training hall, don't cause trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to turn away, not wanting to pay any attention to this annoying bug. Just as the two brushed past each other, Zhou Peng suddenly grabbed at him, but Su Chao seemed to have anticipated it and nimbly dodged. Zhou Peng was clearly stunned, not expecting Su Chao to be able to dodge his grab. His face immediately darkened. "Are you ever going to shut up? Are you determined to never let this go? Alright, let's settle this today. There are security cameras here. Let's go to the room and have the match." After saying that, he walked straight into the large room where he had just tested his speed. Su Chao had no intention of letting him off the hook either. The room was spacious, making it easy to make his move. Zhou Peng stared at Su Chao's back for a while. This guy had been avoiding him before. Why is he acting so strangely today? He thought to himself, I am already a formal first-level martial artist. Why should I be afraid of a quasi-martial artist? He turned around and followed him inside. When Su Chao saw him come in, he closed the door behind him. Actually, he had just become a first-level martial artist today and wanted to take this opportunity to test the gap between himself and other martial artists of the same level. Zhou Peng has only recently awakened his powers, making him a formidable opponent. "You make the move." Su Chao stared intently at Zhou Peng, eagerly anticipating the upcoming match. Zhou Peng didn't waste any words. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time and needed to vent. He charged forward and threw a punch, the wind whistling through the air. Su Chao struck at the same time, and the two fists collided. A muffled thud exploded between their fists. Zhou Peng took 2 steps back to steady himself, while Su Chao remained motionless and calm. Clearly, Su Chao had the upper hand in this first encounter. He estimated that Zhou Peng's punching power was around 1100 kilograms, which was clearly less than his own. After Zhou Peng regained his footing, his eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. He originally thought that he could easily suppress Su Chao after becoming a first-level martial artist, but he did not expect to suffer a loss as soon as they started fighting.
When did you awaken? He finally found the key, the only way to explain the current gap. If even you can awaken, why can't I? Su Chao sneered. What are you trying to prove? Zhou Peng was utterly speechless. This time he got serious and was ready to go all out. With a flick of his hands, countless tiny, curved wind blades shot towards Su Chao at incredible speed. His body followed the trajectory of the wind blades, waiting for the right moment to strike. Seeing the wind blades flying towards him, Su Chao sensed a faint threat and knew that he couldn't take them head-on, so he immediately activated Shadow Escape to dodge. What? You actually dodged my wind blade? You've awakened a speed-type ability?
The wind blades struck the surrounding walls, making crisp sounds and leaving shallow marks on the walls. The wall then twitched slightly and returned to its original state, clearly indicating that the house was made of memory metal.
Su Chao's pupils contracted. If he hadn't dodged, he probably would have suffered some minor injuries.
Unexpectedly, Zhou Peng awakened the F-level Superpower wind blade, which is quite powerful. He secretly warned himself that he must not underestimate any superpower, not even the lowest level, F rank. After probing Zhou Peng's background, he decided not to waste any more time. He immediately activated his supernatural ability, Shadow Escape, and launched a full-scale attack.
Immediately afterwards, a scream rang out from the room.
The door was pushed open, and Zhou Peng was lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, staring at Su Chao with a resentful look.
Now that you've awakened, why are you still avoiding me? Ignoring Zhou Peng's many questions, Su Chao stared at him coldly and said, Shut up, I'm telling you, you're listening. Don't meddle in my business. Can't we just move on from what happened between us?
Zhou Peng struggled to roll over and sit up, gritting his teeth in pain.
This guy is ruthless. He never expected Su Chao to be so well hidden. Okay, I give up. He felt that if he didn't agree, he would probably get beaten up again by this guy. A wise man doesn't suffer a loss he can avoid.
Regardless of whether he was sincere or not, as long as his strength continued to improve rapidly, if this guy came to cause trouble again, Su Chao would still deal with him.
After leaving the training hall, Su Chao felt much more relaxed and headed towards his dormitory. Today is a wonderful day.
I pushed open the dormitory door and saw that my roommates were all there. They shared a dormitory room with 4 other people.
The parents, Tan Jun, are sitting in front of the computer, engrossed in playing a game and constantly making friendly jokes about their teammates.
A man lying in bed scrolling through his phone, occasionally chuckling to himself, is named Hanyu. There was another person named Yu Zhongqi who was engrossed in reading. He occasionally turned around and glared at Tan Jun, clearly
finding the other person too noisy.
Seeing that Tan Jun didn't react, he could only helplessly turn back to continue reading. As soon as the dormitory door opened, everyone looked up. Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi exchanged a glance, then continued with their own business.
Hanyu put down his phone and greeted him with a smile. Chaozi's back. Went to the training hall to work out again? Su Chao nodded. Yeah, I practiced for a while. You're really going all out, but you're not as lucky as Zhou Peng. He awakened last week. I really don't understand how that bastard could be so lucky to actually awaken. He's so arrogant now, talking about getting back at you behind your back. You'd better be careful when you go out. Su Chao and Hanyu were the closest of friends.
Seeing that Hanyu was worried about him, Su Chao said seriously, It's okay, I'm not afraid of him. Seeing that he was a bit stubborn, Hanyu advised, You should avoid him. I heard that he has now joined our school's martial arts class. If you have a conflict with him, the school will definitely side with him. You know that the students in the martial arts class are the principal's favorites, and there are only a few dozen of them in the whole school.
Okay, I got it. Maybe I can join the martial arts class someday. Hanyu rolled his eyes.
Everyone in his dormitory knew that Su Chao was very hardworking, insisted on exercising every day, and never gave up hope of awakening.
They secretly admired him.
Although theoretically there is a possibility of awakening before the age of 30, considering the extremely small probability, everyone felt that Su Chao might not be the lucky one.
Every year, a very small number of lucky students in various liberal arts universities do awaken supernatural abilities.
Therefore, every school has a martial arts class, which is a special group of students who awaken later in life and are trained separately.
Su Chao did indeed intend to join the martial arts class and had no intention of hiding his identity and secretly developing his skills.
The treatment after joining the martial arts class will definitely be different from what I am now, and it will reduce my burden. They can also receive guidance from professional teachers and learn from each other with classmates, instead of figuring things out on their own. He had a magical day and was exhausted, so he didn't talk much to his roommates. After washing up, I lay in bed to rest, preparing to go to school first thing tomorrow morning to report on my awakening. The next morning, Su Chao woke up and, as usual, exercised for an hour before returning to his dormitory.
My roommates also got up one after another.
After washing up, Su Chao went to the cafeteria with Hanyu for breakfast. I saw groups of students hurrying along the road. Today is June 29th, and there are still about 2 weeks until school breaks.
Final exams are just around the corner, and many students who usually skip class or getting up early to go to class. During this period, many professors will highlight key points for the exam in class, since students don't usually like to listen in class, but they don't want to fail. There was a long queue in the cafeteria, and Su Chao and Han Yu joined the crowd. Just when there was only one person left in the line, 4 people suddenly walked into the cafeteria. The 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, were wearing matching black tight-fitting training outfits. The leader was a tall girl with a hot figure, but an ordinary appearance. As they walked, it was as if an invisible wall of energy formed around them, and the students all made way for them. The group walked towards Su Chao and his companions, immediately sparking a discussion. They're from the martial arts class, and the one leading them looks like Senior Sister Mu Zian. That's right, it's Senior Mu. The one following behind her is Senior Jiang Hao. I heard he's been pursuing Senior Mu. I heard that Senior Sister Mu has already advanced to the 3rd level martial artist, and she has awakened a B-level superpower. She is also among the top in the martial arts class. That's right, she awakened her powers in her freshman year and is now a junior. At this rate of cultivation, she'll definitely reach the 4th level of martial artist by graduation. Senior Jiang Hao is also very powerful. He also awakened in his freshman year and has now reached the peak of the 2nd level martial artist, not much different from Senior Mu. The group walked to the front of Su Chao's group and naturally joined the line to get their food. The students at the front of the line quickly stepped back to make room for them, and Su Chao and Han Yu were also pushed back. Han Yu remarked with admiration, "The students in the martial arts class are indeed impressive. They enjoy many privileges at school, they don't have to queue in the cafeteria, and they can even choose elective academic courses. If I could awaken my powers, I would join the martial arts class and wouldn't have to get scolded by my dad when I go home." Looking at the scene before him, Su Chao's resolve hardened. He had to join the martial arts class as soon as possible. After breakfast, he and Han Yu parted ways. He went to the administration building to talk to the homeroom teacher, while Han Yu went to the public teaching building for class. Meanwhile, in an office in the administration building of Shanghai Polytechnic, several teachers were chatting. "Teacher Huang, is the student in your class 3 who had an awakening last week named Zhou Peng?" "Yes, he has now transferred to the martial arts class." "Congratulations, Teacher Huang. The school must have given you a hefty bonus this time, right? Don't forget to treat us." "No problem, we'll make arrangements once we get our bonuses at the beginning of the month. We'll invite Lao Jiang and a few of us from the office to get together then. Our School of Mechanical Engineering only has 3 classes in the 3rd year, and so far only Zhou Peng has awakened. The difficulty of awakening is really increasing as you get older." "Teacher Jiang, I remember one of your students already had the strength of a quasi-martial artist in his freshman year, but he hasn't awakened it yet, right?" "Yes, his name is Su Chao. It's a pity about this kid, he's always been persistent in exercising." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Teacher Jiang stopped talking and called towards the door, "Come in." A student pushed open the door and entered, respectfully greeting the teachers. "Hello, teachers." "Hey, Su Chao, what's up?" Teacher Jiang asked with a smile. "Teacher Jiang, I'd like to talk to you about something. Do you have some time now?" "Yes, what is it? Tell me." Su Chao glanced at the other teachers in the office, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Teacher Jiang, I want to transfer to the martial arts class." Teacher Jiang paused for a moment, then said in a serious and solemn tone, "Su Chao, I know you are a prospective martial artist, but you don't yet meet the standards for the martial arts class. The principal won't make an exception for you. I really can't help with this." "Okay, please wait." Seeing that the teacher had misunderstood, Su Chao quickly explained, "Teacher Jiang, I may not have explained it clearly. I have already awakened, and according to school regulations, I can transfer to the martial arts class." "What? You've awakened? Su Chao, this is no joke. The school will have tests." Teacher Jiang looked serious. "Teacher, I have truly awakened. I wouldn't dare joke about something like this. I only realized it when I went home these past few days." Su Chao said helplessly, "It's normal for teachers to have doubts, since the older you are, the more difficult it is to awaken your powers. Most students in the martial arts class awakened their powers during their freshman year." After a while, Teacher Jiang gradually accepted the fact that Su Chao had awakened, and the other teachers were also surprised. "Su Chao, what level of superpower have you awakened?" "Level E," Su Chao replied. "E-class is pretty good." Teacher Jiang was happy for Su Chao's awakening, knowing how much effort the child had put in. Afterwards, Teacher Jiang took Su Chao to the principal to complete the procedures for transferring to the martial arts class. After all, he has only awakened now, which is several years later than other martial arts students, and time cannot be wasted any longer. After Teacher Jiang and Su Chao left, the remaining teachers in the office looked at Teacher Huang and sighed, "Well, that's great. Both of your classes have awakened students, but our class hasn't." Su Chao and Teacher Jiang arrived at the principal's office, where the principal happened to be. The principal's name was Hua Gang. He was a man under 40 years old, refined and with an extraordinary demeanor. However, it is said that he is a powerful martial artist who was transferred from the first district to serve as the principal for some reason. Principal Hua asked Su Chao a few simple questions, including the level and process of his awakened superpower, which Su Chao
Chao answered half-truthfully. After asking the question, the principal made a phone call, and soon someone came in.
The principal wanted to see me?
Su Chao's eyes lit up when he saw the person who came in. She was a woman who was hard to ignore. She was around 30 years old, tall and slender, and her tight-fitting martial arts outfit made her look even more alluring. Her delicate face, paired with a pair of indifferent eyes, exuded a unique charm. Su Chao was stunned for a moment, then quickly composed himself. When Principal Hua saw her arrive, he greeted her with a slight headache. "Teacher Chu, you've come. This is Su Chao. He has just awakened his superpower and is now transferring to your martial arts class.
Please take him to complete the formalities." Teacher Chu then turned to look at Su Chao and asked casually, "What year are you in? What level of superpower have you awakened?"
"Teacher Chu, I am a third-year student and I have awakened an E-level superpower."
Su Chao felt nervous when he was with Teacher Chu, even more so than when he was with Principal Hua, a junior, just like Zhou Peng.
He's only awakened now, and he might not be able to break through to the second-tier martial artist before graduation. She seemed to be talking to herself, but Su Chao heard her clearly. After saying that, she turned and left without saying much to the principal. The principal was obviously used to it and shook his head with a wry smile. Su Chao had no choice but to say goodbye to Principal Hua and Teacher Jiang, and quickly followed them. After more than an hour of procedures, Su Chao officially became a member of the martial arts class at Shanghai Polytechnic College. He also learned that Teacher Chu's name was Chu Xian, and that she was the head teacher of the martial arts class. It's clear she's a powerful martial artist, putting considerable pressure on Su Chao. During the meeting, Teacher Chu also explained some important points and benefits of the martial arts class. After learning about it, Su Chao exclaimed that the treatment in the martial arts class was so much better than before, a world of difference. Students in the martial arts class do not need to pay tuition fees and receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan upon enrollment. This is a reward specifically designed for newly awakened students. The school assesses students' cultivation progress each semester and distributes corresponding resources based on the progress. Those who fail to meet the assessment standards may even have their cultivation resources cancelled. In addition, martial arts students live in separate dormitories, each with their own room. Teacher Chu only covered the key points. He told him to ask the senior students in the martial arts class for the rest later. Finally, they arrived at a standalone teaching building. The entire building is dedicated to martial arts students for classes and training, and is used by fewer than 50 students. Today, the martial arts class was having a practical combat lesson. Su Chao followed Teacher Chu and pushed open the door to the combat classroom, where he immediately heard a commotion. Dozens of students were gathered in a circle, watching two students spar, while a middle-aged man in his 40s explained the moves to them. When Teacher Chu entered, everyone immediately stopped and turned their attention to them. Teacher Chu greeted the middle-aged man, then clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. "Classmates, we have a new student in our martial arts class.
Let me introduce him.
This is Su Chao, who has just awakened his superpower.
From today onwards, he will become one of you. I hope everyone will help each other in the future. Welcome, new classmate."
After a few scattered claps, Teacher Chu continued, "Su Chao, come and meet Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen is the practical combat instructor for the martial arts class."
"Hello Professor Chen, hello senior students, please give me your guidance." Su Chao quickly stepped forward and humbly bowed to everyone.
The martial arts class emphasizes strength above all else, and as newcomers, everyone addresses each other as senior students. In the crowd, he saw Zhou Peng, who was expressionless and whose inner thoughts were hard to discern. There was also Senior Mu, whom I had met in the cafeteria. She was standing at the very front of the crowd. After Teacher Chu finished her introduction, she greeted Teacher Chen and then turned to leave.
Teacher Chen stopped Su Chao. "You've just awakened, so for today's practical lesson, observe everyone's matches from the sidelines and learn carefully. See more, listen more, and think more."
Su Chao replied with a smile, "Okay, Teacher Chen." The practical training continued, and Su Chao watched each match intently from the crowd, occasionally hearing Teacher Chen's comments and guidance. After one class, it was almost lunchtime. Although he didn't participate in the match this class, he felt he gained a lot from observing and listening to Teacher Chen's explanations. Just when he thought Teacher Chen would call for the end of class, the teacher suddenly waved to him. "Su Chao, you've been watching for almost a whole lesson. You should have some thoughts on it by now. How about it? Do you want to go up and give it a try?"
"I want to give it a try, Teacher Chen," Su Chao answered without hesitation.
Only by continuously demonstrating his abilities could he attract the school's attention and secure more resources. Indeed, a martial artist should have a courageous and diligent spirit.
Teacher Chen nodded in agreement.
"Zhang Dali, come up and spar with Su Chao." From the crowd, a slightly chubby boy stepped out and stood opposite Su Chao.
He smiled and said to Su Chao, "Junior Su, don't be nervous, I'll know what to do."
As soon as he finished speaking, he beckoned, "Junior, you go first, or you might not have a chance later." Su Chao clasped his hands in response. "Please give me your guidance, Senior." Before he finished speaking, he charged at his opponent and threw a punch with all his might.
Zhang Dali met Su Chao's attack head-on with a palm strike, without dodging, wanting to test Su Chao's strength.
With a loud bang, he took a step back, while Su Chao only swung
swayed slightly. Ha! Zhang Dali is actually weaker than Su Chao? Didn't he just awaken? How come he's so powerful? I guess he awakened an enhanced ability and must have used it.
The students on the sidelines immediately began to discuss the matter. Zhang Dali blushed, clearly having underestimated his opponent.
He put away his smile and said seriously, Junior Su, I'm going to go all out this time, so be careful.
With a low shout of rise, his entire body was instantly enveloped in a yellow light, as if he were wearing a layer of armor. Oh, Zhang Dali is getting serious now. He's using his superpower directly. His ability seems to be D-level mountain armor, which can increase defense and strength. Su Chao will probably have a hard time breaking through his defenses now. Seeing that the other party was using superpowers, Su Chao also wanted to try to see if he could break through the defense without using superpowers and martial arts skills. Sure enough, his fist struck the opponent's defense, but he was instead knocked back several steps. Ha, Su Chao, if we don't use our superpowers, the battle will be over. As Zhang Dali spoke, he rushed toward Su Chao with hurried footsteps. Su Chao didn't dare to be careless. Taking a punch head-on would definitely put him at a disadvantage, so he quickly used his ability Shadow Escape to dodge to the side.
Su Chao is really fast.
This speed is not something a newly awakened martial artist could achieve.
It seems his ability is speed-based, but what about his strength?
Who knew?
Su Chao is really a bit strange.
There was much discussion around him, but Su Chao remained unmoved. After dodging the attack, he decided to finish the fight quickly and unleash his full power. He used the beginner-level martial arts Shadow Strike combined with the speed of Shadow Escape to strike his opponent's right shoulder before he could react, using his fingers as a sword. However, after being hit, Su Chao found that his defenses had not been breached and his fingers were throbbing slightly. He thought to himself, this guy's defense is really tough. However, thanks to his agile movements, he kept dodging, and Zhang Dali, being slower than him, was unable to attack him.
Su Chao continued his attack, focusing his attacks on the right shoulder multiple times.
After more than 10 consecutive attacks, a muffled thud was heard, followed by a cry of pain. Everyone saw Zhang Dali quickly retreating while clutching his right hand.
How is this possible? They actually broke through Zhang Dali's defenses. Everyone was filled with surprise and doubt. At this moment, Teacher Chen walked over, looked at Su Chao with a serious expression, and asked, have you learned martial arts?
Yes, I learned a basic martial arts technique.
So you've already mastered the basics, right?
Yes, I'm just starting out.
How long did you study?
About a week.
A light shone in Teacher Chen's eyes.
The students around them listened to the two's exchange with complete bewilderment.
What's going on? He's already mastered basic martial arts in just 1 week? Can't we even live in peace?
Some of them hadn't even mastered the basics of martial arts, while those who had mostly spent at least several months learning.
Su Chao, who just arrived, has an exceptionally outstanding talent in martial arts, far from ordinary.
Teacher Chen then came to his senses and said to everyone, as you have all seen, the growth of martial artists is changing rapidly, while you senior students, who have been cultivating for a long time have not yet caught up completely. If you do not work hard, you will be surpassed by those who come later. Also, in the future, when you fight with others outside, never underestimate your opponent. Remember, some people like to play dumb to fool others. In this chaotic world, only by being sufficiently cautious can one survive in the long run.
Teacher Chen took this opportunity to give a final summary of the class. That concludes today's lesson. Get out of class dismissed.
As soon as he finished speaking, the students filed out.
Su Chao, you're really something, kid.
You kept it all hidden for so long. Su Chao turned around and saw Zhang Dali, who had just fought him, patting him on the shoulder.
Did you awaken your powers a long time ago, but have been secretly cultivating in secret, hoping to give everyone a big surprise at the end?
Su Chao looked at him helplessly. This guy really had a wild imagination.
Su Chao, don't be so smug. Beating me is nothing special.
My skills are only below average in the class, let me tell you. Zhang Dali was a nice guy and patiently introduced himself to Su Chao, who then gained a general understanding of the distribution of abilities among his classmates. The martial arts class now has 49 people, including him, of whom more than a dozen are still at the first level of martial arts.
The majority of the students were second-tier martial artists, numbering over 20.
I heard that a few senior students didn't come today. They are very strong, at least third-level martial artists, and went to the wilderness to hunt monsters.
Zhang Dali said that the management of the martial arts class was not very strict.
The school mainly focused on practical combat and martial arts skills. Students in the martial arts class can learn a basic martial arts technique for free, which is also a benefit. In addition, there are special monster knowledge courses, where teachers explain the habits, characteristics, and weaknesses of various known monsters, as well as which materials are valuable to facilitate the hunting of monsters and the collection of materials in the future.
With the teacher's approval, they can also go to the wilderness for training.
After lunch, Su Chao and Zhang Dali agreed to go to the monster knowledge class together in the morning and afternoon. In the cafeteria, Su Chao experienced the special treatment as a member of the martial arts class. While other students had to obediently line up for food, they could cut in line.
After parting ways with Zhang Dali, Su Chao headed towards the dormitory. He walked and pondered. There are still about 2 weeks until the school holidays. I'll spend a week training diligently at school and take all the courses in the martial arts class. After entering the martial arts class, the original academic courses all became electives. Students could choose to take courses they were interested in while practicing, or they could skip them. The final exam for the martial arts class mainly assesses the progress of martial arts training. As he approached the dormitory building, he walked to a quiet corner, took out his phone, and made a call. I haven't had a chance to tell my family about my awakening yet. I need to make my parents happy. After more than half an hour of explanation, his parents finally accepted the fact that he had awakened, and their joy and excitement could be felt from their voices on the phone. Finally, Su Chao transferred 10,000 yuan to them so they could use it in an emergency. At first, his parents refused to accept it, saying that he should keep it for himself because martial arts training is very expensive. After much persuasion, Su Chao finally convinced them to accept the money. He told his parents to take good care of themselves, assuring them that he would soon earn more money and everything would be alright at home. After hanging up the phone, Su Chao breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling that he could help his family. I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. I have to go to the wilderness area and kill monsters before the holiday. Besides obtaining source points, you can also sell materials to make some money. He still had more than 20,000 yuan on him, and the 50,000 yuan reward from the school would not arrive for several days. It wasn't that he didn't want to send more money to his parents, but he needed to prepare supplies and medicine for his trip to the wilderness. This money is very tight. It's far from enough. When I got back to the dorm, my roommates were all there. Su Chao coughed deliberately, paused, and then said, "Brothers, I have something to tell you all. I've awakened." Upon hearing Su Chao's words, his roommates all looked at him and rolled their eyes in unison. Han Yu was the first to speak. "Chaozi, you haven't even gone to bed yet, and you're already daydreaming." Tan Jun chimed in, "Yeah, why are you suddenly talking nonsense?" Yu Zhongqi speculated, could it be that Zhou Peng provoked him? He's been under a lot of pressure lately and seems a bit out of it. Su Chao was speechless. "That's enough for the three of you. This morning, Teacher Jiang took me to see Principal Hua, and I have officially entered the martial arts class. I also attended Teacher Chen's practical class this morning, believe it or not." The three of them were stunned as he spoke in such a serious and methodical manner. They looked at each other. Is this guy serious? Han Yu swallowed hard, then asked with a hint of disbelief, "Chaozi, are you sure you're not kidding us? I'm not that bored." Su Chao rolled his eyes. Now the three of them truly began to believe. Han Yu quickly pulled over a chair. "Brother Chao, sit down and tell us slowly." Seeing Han Yu steal the spotlight, Tan Jun secretly cursed him for being spineless and such a suck-up. However, he was quick and efficient, taking Su Chao's water glass and pouring water. "Brother Chao, are you thirsty? Have some water." Yu Zhongqi looked at the two men with disdain. He picked up the book in his hand and fanned the flames at Su Chao, saying, "Brother Chao, you're a little hot from walking, let me fan you." Seeing the three of them like this, Su Chao couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, stop joking around and sit down. I have something to say." The three of them sat down obediently. The martial arts class has a dedicated dormitory building. I will move there after school in the afternoon, which will be much more convenient. The four of us have lived together for almost 3 years. Even though I moved out, we are still good brothers. Besides, we're all in the same school, so you can come over to my place to hang out from time to time. And so, the four of them chatted until noon without taking a break. The conversation didn't end until just before afternoon classes. As they left the dormitory, the group was filled with mixed emotions. The roommates all knew that although they were still in the same school, from this moment on, their life trajectories were different. After graduating next year, they will have to travel around looking for jobs to support themselves and their families and become ordinary members of society. Su Chao, on the other hand, will have a unique and wonderful life. The bond between men truly reflects the old saying, they fear both that their brothers are suffering and that their brothers are driving Land Rovers. In the following days, after moving into the new dormitory, Su Chao attended every martial arts class diligently and gained a lot. In addition, he also learned a basic martial art called windbreaking / taught by the martial arts instructor in the martial arts class. Without a source point, he tried to comprehend it on his own, but his progress was slow, clearly indicating that his martial arts talent was average. During this period, he also tried to cultivate using breathing techniques, but could only increase his strength by a few kilograms each day. This made him even more eager to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters and obtain source points. However, the first-tier martial arts school would never allow him to go to the wilderness. Just as he was struggling to find an excuse to convince his teacher, the beast tide broke out. That day was July 7th, and Su Chao and his classmates were in class in the morning. Woo, woo. The urgent alarm sounded, echoing throughout the city. The teacher's expression changed drastically. A powerful voice blared over the loudspeaker. "Notice, a beast tide is approaching. All warriors, please immediately proceed to the nearest city wall to assist in the defense. All civilians, please do not linger outside. Return home immediately or find the nearest shelter." The broadcast was repeated 3 times, instantly escalating the tension throughout the city, and a massive defense system was quickly activated.
located. Every now and then, aircraft would fly from the city center toward the 4 city walls. Looking down at the city, you can see figures running and leaping between streets and buildings, and vehicles speeding along the roads, all heading towards the city walls. To defend against monster attacks, each base city will build high walls and equip itself with powerful weapons and an army. The school leaders and teachers of Su Chao's school quickly organized the students to go to the underground shelter for refuge. Because they had practiced drills before, the scene was not chaotic. Meanwhile, the students in the martial arts class, led by their teacher, were fully armed and ready to go. Shanghai Institute of Technology is located in District 20, adjacent to District 28. Both districts are situated in the southwestern defense zone of the base city. The school left behind necessary guards in case any monsters that slipped through the net suddenly attacked. The remaining people, led by Principal Hua Gang, boarded several vehicles. There were more than 50 teachers traveling together. Su Chao didn't recognize many of the teachers, which meant there were other martial artists in the school. The class teacher, Ms. Chu, the practical training teacher, Mr. Chen, and the martial arts teacher, Mr. Bai, were all in the group. About 100 people were divided into several vehicles and headed southwest of the city wall. Su Chao also got on the bus. He had volunteered to come alone, whereas the newly awakened students could have chosen to stay. On the bus, the students remained silent, and the atmosphere was heavy. The school teachers explained the precautions and shared some experience in killing monsters while in the car. At the same time, equipment was distributed to everyone, all allocated according to their level. Su Chao received a set of F-level armor and a knife. Resources are limited, so it's impossible to send out something better. After all, this isn't a professional martial arts university. Moreover, these equipment are only temporarily borrowed and will be retrieved after the battle. When the convoy was still a kilometer away from the city wall, the ground began to tremble slightly. The deafening roar of gunfire, the sounds of human combat, and the furious cries of monsters mingled together. Just then, the principal received a phone call and suddenly exclaimed, "What? A level 2 beast tide." After hanging up the phone, the principal immediately had someone notify everyone to get off the bus. "We've entered a restricted area. There are heavily armed soldiers everywhere. All vehicles must be parked here, and everyone will proceed on foot to the front lines." After everyone got off the bus, the principal gave instructions to the teachers around him. Then, turning to the group, he said, "Students, please follow the instructions of Teacher Chu and Teacher Chen and take good care of yourselves. I hope you all return safely, without a single one missing." As soon as he finished speaking, the principal took to the air and flew quickly toward the city wall. The principal can actually fly. So the principal is already a 7th level or higher expert. Yes, our principal is really too modest. The students exclaimed in surprise, because only those at the 7th rank or above could fly. Students with strength at level 2 or above, come with us to the city wall. Level 1 students, cooperate with the army to kill any monsters that escape from the city wall. Teacher Chu quickly assigned tasks and led the team to rush towards the city wall. Teacher Chen stayed behind to take care of the other students and led them forward. Su Chao followed the group forward, his palms slightly sweaty as he gripped the knife. They had an extra bracelet in their hands, which was given to them by an officer when they got off the vehicle, supposedly to record their battle achievements. "Chaozi, are you scared?" A trembling voice came from beside him. He and Su Chao usually communicated the most and had a good relationship. "Why would I be afraid? This is my first time fighting against a beast tide, but what's the use of being afraid? Dolly, let's be quick and look out for each other later." In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at a place not far from the city wall. Looking up, the towering city wall, dozens of meters high, made one feel somewhat safe. A couple hundred meters from the city wall, the army built simple defensive fortifications. Everyone waited here, witnessing the fierce battle on the city wall and the battle between the powerful and the monsters in the distance, feeling both tense and excited. Su Chao saw wounded soldiers being carried down from the city wall and quickly sent to the aid station. There are martial artists and soldiers. They were severely injured, some lost their hands and feet, some had their abdomens ripped open with their intestines protruding. The situation was extremely horrific. It is because so many people fought desperately and risked their lives that humanity has been able to continue. Perhaps the number of monsters attacking the city was too great, putting immense pressure on the city walls. Half an hour later, some first-tier and non-tiered monsters were released into the city. Iron-skinned pigs, rock-eating rats, rabid dogs, bloodthirsty wolves. As the monsters charged in, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The army below the city walls opened fire, and monsters fell one after another. However, there were too many monsters, and many of them still managed to break through the defenses. Soldiers began to be killed by the monsters. After all, many of them were not awakened beings and only had weapons to fight the monsters. They would be killed instantly when they got close. Su Chao and the other waiting warriors immediately rushed over and engaged in fierce combat with the monster. There were hundreds of warriors waiting outside the city, including students, hunting party members, merchants, and government officials. But at this moment, they all share a common identity: heroes and guardians of humanity. Su Chao rushed forward and was confronted by a rabid bloodhound. The strength of the rabid bloodhounds ranges from unranked to 3rd rank, and their size can roughly indicate their rank. Those less than 1 meter long are usually not ranked, those between 1 and 2 meters are ranked first, and adult rabid bloodhounds are usually 3 to 4 meters long, belonging to the 3rd rank. However, only a small number of low-level monsters can be roughly judged by their size.
To accurately determine a monster's strength, one must examine its spirit armor plates. All monsters possess spirit armor plates, but their locations differ between monsters.
Typically, the number of spirit runes on the armor plates indicates the monster's rank. Currently, only the official authorities are collecting this item, and martial artists can use it to exchange for battle merits.
It is said that a high-level beast, the Abyss Hound, evolved among canines and awakened supernatural abilities.
Humans typically refer to monsters that have awakened supernatural abilities as alien beasts because they are generally more powerful and evolve faster. Facing this low-ranking rabid bloodhound, Su Chao simply dodged and slashed, and the monster's head fell to the ground with a thud. He noticed the changes on the panel in his mind. The source points had increased by 5. He was secretly delighted that killing monsters would grant him source points. In this way, he can quickly improve his strength since he has wasted too much time and is far behind his peers. So he traversed the battlefield, targeting monsters that were not yet at the highest level, which was the most efficient way to kill them, almost always with a single blow.
Until he killed the 10th non-ranked rock-eating rat, he was targeted by a rank 1 berserker.
It's possible that among the non-ranked monsters he had killed before, the number of berserker hounds was the largest. Roar, the rabid bloodhound roared and pounced straight at him. Now that they had encountered each other, Su Chao was not afraid at all. There's no time to hold back now. Unleash your full power immediately.
The Superpower Shadow Cloak is activated. The martial arts Shadow Strike is activated.
The rabid bloodhound only felt a figure flash by, and a deep wound appeared on its neck, indicating it was seriously injured.
Su Chao will not let his advantage slip away and will continue to expand his winning streak.
He turned around and slashed out with his sword. The first-tier berserker hound fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The source points on his mental panel increased by 16.
Name, Su Chao. Level, first-tier martial artist. Special ability, E-rank shadow escape. Constitution, 15, plus. Mental strength, 11. Source point, 83.
Martial arts, beginner martial arts shadow strike, entry level, beginner martial arts wine slash, not yet entry level, plus. Looking at the 83 source points on the panel, Su Chao roughly understood. Previously, killing 10 non-ranked monsters yielded 62 source points, indicating that killing a single non-ranked monster yields no more than 10 source points.
Defeating a tier 1 monster will grant you 10 to 20 source points.
As for his physique improving to 15 points, it should be related to his practice of breathing techniques during this period. After all, his strength had already reached 1480 kilograms, so it wouldn't be difficult for his physique to improve to 15 points. Then I saw 2 points on the panel that could be improved, constitution and martial arts points. Su Chao chose to upgrade without hesitation, and he found Jiang Dali, who was fighting a monster. After helping him quickly kill the monster, he told Jiang Dali that he had some insights and was preparing to break through, and asked Jiang Dali to help protect him.
Jiang Dali was slightly surprised after hearing this. No, Chaozi, is it a good time for you to break through now? There are monsters everywhere here. Su Chao didn't say much. Listen to me, this is very important to me.
Let's each lead a monster to a corner, and make sure no one notices we're leaving the battlefield.
Without further ado, they each picked a first-tier monster and fought their way back to a corner. Su Chao made a powerful move, killing 2 monsters.
Although he felt that his physical strength was greatly depleted, and he also suffered some injury to his left shoulder due to his eagerness, he immediately sat down against the wall and began to lift the weights, while Jiang Dali stood guard to the side.
As he added points, countless energies surged into his body like a tidal wave.
But when his physique reached 19, he could no longer improve it. Su Chao originally planned to raise his physique to the 2nd level, guessing that this was related to his inability to break through in terms of mental strength. So he decisively spent 10 source points to upgrade his martial skill win slash to the beginner level. A total of 50 source points were consumed.
Name, Su Chao. Level, first-tier martial artist. Special ability, E-rank shadow escape. Physical constitution, 19. Mental strength, 11. Source point, 33.
Martial arts, beginner martial arts, shadow strike, introduction, win slash, introduction.
Feeling the sudden increase in power within his body, Su Chao felt even more confident in his ability to survive.
He slowly stood up, which actually only took a few minutes. Jiang Dali stared at Su Chao's standing figure, stunned.
You broke through so quickly? That's really unexpected. So the two quickly returned to the battlefield.
In such a short time, no one should have noticed anything amiss. With his strength greatly enhanced, Su Chao easily dealt with first-tier monsters, defeating them in no more than 5 moves with his basic techniques. With the help of the 10% strength bonus from the beginner-level martial skill win slash, his destructive power almost reached the standard of a second-tier martial artist. Even when encountering monsters that haven't reached a higher level, he can easily kill them, and the number of monsters he has killed is countless. countless. During this time, Jiang Dali was in danger several times, but Su Chao rescued him in time each time. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chao felt extremely exhausted, and even the hand holding the knife felt heavy. Looking around, he felt a sense of emptiness, and only then did he look up at the center of the battlefield. As he continued to slay monsters, the number of remaining monsters decreased significantly, and the pressure on everyone was noticeably reduced. Even so, many soldiers and warriors were still killed or seriously injured by the monsters. The wounded were quickly carried away to receive treatment. All eyes turned to the young man, whose black armor was stained with blood and whose blade was chipped and bleeding. At that moment, a strange chill swept over me, but at the same time, a deep sense of respect arose spontaneously. Su Chao felt a little tired, and while the monster was being cleared away, he gave Jiang Dali a wink. The two then found a quiet corner and sat cross-legged. In fact, not only Su Chao and his group, but most of the martial artists were also exhausted after this round of fierce battle, and they all took the opportunity to find a place to close their eyes and rest. Upon seeing this, an officer immediately ordered a squad of soldiers to surround the group. At this moment, Su Chao temporarily ignored the situation outside and immediately checked the panel after sitting down. Name, Su Chao. Level, 1st tier martial artist. Special ability, E-rank shadow escape plus. Physical constitution, 19. Mental strength, 11 plus. Source point, 1353. Martial arts, beginner martial arts, shadow strike, introduction, and wind/introduction. As his ability level and mental strength finally improved, reaching a source point count of 1353, his heart pounded and he almost jumped for joy. Unfortunately, the occasion wasn't right, and he still maintained a blank expression. I've won, he thought to himself with a secret cheer. This was the first time he had possessed so many source points, and he felt like a nouveau riche. Calming down, he began to think about how to use this source point. His primary goal was to improve his basic attributes and raise his strength to the 2nd tier. This will bring the most direct and significant boost to his combat effectiveness. He tried to increase his mental strength by 1 point first, and was secretly surprised to see that the source points decreased by 100 points. Gritting his teeth, he decisively spent 800 points to increase his mental strength to 20 points. Immediately afterwards, a sharp pain struck him, almost making him cry out. He understood that he had reached his limit. His mental strength had increased too quickly, and he needed a period of time to adapt before he could continue to improve. Seeing the source point decrease by 900 points, Su Chao couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Improving one's mental strength is extremely difficult and consumes a tremendous amount of energy. If someone else hears his complaints, he'll probably get a lot of flack. Improving one's mental strength is extremely difficult. Ordinary people need to cultivate and accumulate it over many years. Otherwise, why is it so difficult for martial artists to break through their levels, with many people stuck at a certain realm for a long time without making any progress? Or perhaps someone is lucky enough to obtain a treasure that can enhance their spiritual power, allowing them to improve rapidly, but such things are extremely rare and hard to come by. He then spent another 10 source points to raise his physique to 20 points. At this moment, he had truly become a 2nd tier martial artist in all his life, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It feels so good to have a cheat code." Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Special ability, E-rank shadow escape plus. Physical condition, 20 plus. Mental strength, 20. Source point, 443. Martial arts, beginner martial arts, shadow strike, introduction, and wind/introduction. Seeing that his ability level could still be improved on the panel, Su Chao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He decisively decided to upgrade his superpower first, and saw that his source points decreased by 100. The superpowers have also changed. Special ability, D-rank instantaneous flash. Although he had some suspicions beforehand, he was overjoyed when he actually saw his ability level advance. As long as you keep improving your superpower level, you will have the opportunity to catch up with or even surpass those top geniuses. However, as the level increases, the required source points will definitely be astronomical. He then continued to improve, raising both of his basic martial arts skills to the minor mastery level, spending 100 source points on each. Seeing that he had 143 source points left on the panel, he did not hesitate to raise his physique to the limit of 29 points. Instantly, countless energies surged in and poured into his body. The commotion was so great that it drew the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Everyone was surprised by how lucky this kid was, actually managing to break through on the battlefield. But then he felt relieved. After all, he was not an isolated case, and breakthroughs are easier to achieve in the heat of battle. Su Chao stopped when all attribute points could no longer be increased. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Special ability, D-rank instantaneous flash. Physical constitution, 29. Mental strength, 20. Source point, 53. Martial arts, basic martial arts skill shadow strike, minor mastery, basic martial arts skill wind/minor mastery. Looking at the newly upgraded panel attributes and the remaining 53 source points, Su Chao felt both pain and relief. The increase in strength is exhilarating, but these source points points are being used up far too quickly. The more than 1,000 source points I painstakingly accumulated were gone in the blink of an eye. This control panel feels like a bottomless pit. Looking around, most people were still sitting quietly recovering. He stood up, walked to the side, and saw the weapons left behind by the seriously injured or killed warriors. He picked up a long knife and began to familiarize himself with the surging power within his body. During the practice, Su Chao frowned slightly, noticing a problem. Perhaps because his mental strength was lower than his physical strength, he felt that he was not yet able to fully control the power of his body. In a short period of time, both physical strength and mental power increased dramatically, as if they had been given a divine intervention. We must gradually adapt to this surge in power. Make it truly under your control. Logically speaking, a second-tier martial artist's strength should be between 2,000 kilograms and 4,000 kilograms, and with his 29 points of physique, he could theoretically unleash a force of 2,900 kilograms. However, he felt that he could not perform at his full potential and could only unleash a maximum of about 2,800 kilograms. We must improve our mental strength as soon as possible. In addition, one must participate in more battles to gradually become familiar with the power within the body. After understanding the body's strength status, Su Chao began practicing the martial arts techniques he had just advanced to the minor mastery level. After mastering Shadow Strike and Wind Slash, he clearly felt that his understanding of the two moves had reached a new level. Shadow Assassin attacks are now faster and more unpredictable, with its attack power increased from 10% to 20%. The wind-breaking slash is even more intimidating, with a faint sonic boom echoing through the air, and its attack power is also increased from 10% to 20%. With his base physical strength and a 20% attack boost, his attack power directly reached over 3,000 kilograms. He is already quite powerful among second-tier martial artists. Su Chao was quite satisfied with his performance. According to his understanding, very few people in the martial arts class had reached the minor mastery level of martial arts skills. They were all top performers in the class. Most students are still at the beginner level in martial arts. Just as he was preparing to familiarize himself with his newly acquired superpower, Instant Flash, suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted. He looked up and saw another wave of monsters charging in. In fact, from the time Su Chao sat down to improve his strength to the time he just became familiar with his physical strength, it was less than 20 minutes. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged into the battlefield. More than half of the martial artists who were meditating to recover stood up again and rejoined the battle. A new round of battle has begun. With his strength greatly increased, Su Chao found it much easier to face first-tier monsters. He didn't need to go all out. Instead, he gradually learned how to use just the right amount of power to kill the monster. He understood that he had to learn to conserve his energy, since no one knew how long the battle would last. From above, a young man in black armor, wielding a sword, darted across the battlefield, and wherever he went, monsters fell to the ground. He specifically targeted first-tier monsters because they posed the greatest threat. He would often come to the rescue of martial artists or soldiers who were in danger, including his classmates from the martial arts class. The rescued classmates looked at him in astonishment. What's wrong with Su Chao? He only awakened his powers not long ago, yet he's so strong, killing a level 1 monster so easily. Su Chao didn't care what others thought at all. He was secretly overjoyed. Looking at the constantly fluctuating source point values on the panel, he felt a surge of accomplishment. Kill a tier 1 rock-eating rat to gain 14 source points. Kill a tier 1 berserker hound and gain 16 source points. Kill a tier 1 ironhide boar to gain 15 source points. Kill a tier 1 bloodthirsty demon wolf and gain 18 source points. When he saw that he had gained 18 source points from killing the bloodthirsty demon wolf, his eyes lit up involuntarily. So he began to consciously prioritize killing the bloodthirsty wolves, as this was the most cost-effective and also the most threatening. Su Chao was unaware that as he killed more and more bloodthirsty demon wolves, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were quietly watching him. Not far from Su Chao and his group's battlefield, two middle-aged figures were also moving through the beast tide. One brandished a knife, the other held a gun. They attacked casually, surrounded by fallen monsters, appearing completely at ease. Old Chen, your strength has improved again. You're almost at the late stage of the 5th rank, right? Don't talk about me, Lao Huang. We were about the same level back then, but you've surpassed me now. You should be in the late stage of the 5th rank, right? Old Huang was a middle-aged martial artist who used a gun, with a sly look on his face. He winked at Old Chen and chuckled, hee hee, I just managed to break through by sheer luck. These words made Old Chen feel a little sour. Manhwa Martial Arts University is indeed different. It's a specialized martial arts university, and it's well-resourced. Whose fault is it? I asked you to come with me, but you insisted on going to Shanghai Polytechnic. Wasn't I tricked by Hua Gang? I owed him a favor back then, and he asked me to go with him, so I couldn't refuse. Let's not talk about the past, Lao Huang. Don't you think there's something wrong with this beast tide? Yes, there is something unusual. Old Huang gazed at the monsters continuously pouring into the city from afar and said thoughtfully, in the past, most beast tides were level 3 or smaller. Level level 2 beast tides of this scale are rare. The last one was 10 years ago. Old Shen beheaded a tier 1 ironskin boar with a single stroke, surveyed the battlefield, and nodded solemnly. A level 2 beast tide of this scale is controlled by at least one level 9 beast, and there are several level 8 beasts on the surface. The number of beast tides is at least several million. Old Huan's lewd face showed regret. After this battle, we don't know how many people will die in Shanghai City, nor how many martial artists will be lost. The section of the city wall we are defending is close to the south gate, which is not the main direction of the beast tide's attack. I heard that the main attack on the west gate is much fiercer. It's not easy for humanity to produce even one more martial artist, while the rate at which monsters reproduce and evolve is astonishing. This will only make things more difficult. If it weren't for the emergence of a few top-tier experts among humanity. Old Chen promptly raised his hand to interrupt him. The battle on the city wall doesn't seem to have gained the upper hand yet. I reckon those of us who stayed behind to look after the students will soon have to go up and provide support. Old Huan was quite agitated at this point. I wonder if the big shots above have made a move. If we can find and kill the 9th tier beast that's secretly controlling us, the beast tide will soon dissipate, and we won't have to die anymore. We can't interfere in the affairs of important people. We just need to do our own job well. Old Shen, the students in your martial arts class at Shanghai Polytechnic University are pretty good. Stop praising us, Lao Huang. We still have a gap between ourselves and students from specialized martial arts universities like yours. We need to be more realistic. I'm not trying to flatter you, but look at that guy in black armor carrying a sword. Is he from your college? He is ruthless and extremely efficient at killing monsters. Moreover, he has been trying to conserve his energy, and his basic martial arts skills have already reached the minor mastery level. He looks like a promising talent. Old Shen nodded at the boy he was referring to. Yes, his name is Su Chao. He just awakened his martial arts skills not long ago. This kid has quite good talent. Just then, a deafening voice rang out throughout the entire area. Martial artists of rank 2 or above who are left to defend the city, please immediately go up to the city walls to provide support. The two stopped talking and looked at the students not far away. Those people seemed to be able to handle the remaining monsters, so they picked up their weapons and ran towards the city wall. Several other figures rushed out of the crowd with them. Su Chao watched as the monsters around him fell one by one. He had never felt so exhilarated, and his mood was exceptionally pleasant. 3 years ago, an accident occurred at home, causing his awakened superpowers to suddenly disappear, turning him into an unawakened one. Coupled with the family's financial difficulties and his father's illness, he has been feeling depressed and suffocated for the past 3 years. If this repression is not released in time, it will be like a volcano. The longer it accumulates, the more dangerous it will be when it erupts. This beast tide has come at just the right time. This exhilarating battle allowed him to completely release his pent-up emotions. His mind was completely clear. The mountain that had been weighing on his heart seemed to have disappeared, and now his mind was exceptionally clear. Just as he was stunned for a moment, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Chaozi, watch out. Su Chao felt a gust of foul wind sweeping towards him and instinctively blocked it with his sword. A loud crash. He felt as if he had been hit by a large vehicle, and his body was thrown back several meters. After landing, he rolled over to dissipate some of the force, but the skin on the web of his right hand was already broken and bleeding. My arm is aching slightly. I've sustained a minor injury. As soon as he turned over and stood up, he realized that the one who attacked him was a bloodthirsty demon wolf. But this wolf was unusual. It had scarlet eyes, brownish-red fur, and was about 2 meters long, with faint bony spikes protruding from its back. His strength had fully reached the 2nd tier level. He had been hiding among the beasts and successfully launched a sneak attack while Su Chao was distracted. After succeeding, it continued its charge, intending to kill Su Chao. Just as it charged toward Su Chao, a figure suddenly appeared from the side and crashed into the demon wolf. The wolf slashed at the figure with its claws, sending it flying more than 10 meters away with a miserable groan. Su Chao's eyes widened in anger as Zhang Dali was the one who flew out. Seeing that the monster was about to continue attacking him, he rushed over to help, blocking the monster and buying time for Su Chao. I never expected this demonic wolf to be so powerful. After Zhang Dali landed, he struggled to his feet and Su Chao breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw him vomit a mouthful of blood and see several bleeding scratches on his abdomen, his eyes turned gloomy. You damned beast, I'll tear you to pieces. Seeing Zhang Dali seriously injured while supporting him, Su Chao felt a surge of anger. He drew his sword and immediately activated his supernatural ability, Instant Flash. After advancing to the 2nd tier and engaging in numerous battles, he had a very clear understanding of the abilities of this D-level superpower. After use, his speed will surge for a short period of time, roughly doubling. His speed after becoming a 2nd tier martial artist is about 47 meters per second, and when he unleashes his power, he can surpass the vast majority of 3rd tier martial artists. Although the burst of energy cannot last, it is enough to save lives in critical moments. A typical 2nd tier martial artist's speed is between 40 and 60 meters per second, but his burst speed is far too fast for 1st or 2nd tier martial artists. Therefore, before the bloodthirsty wolf on the other side could react, it had a wound on its body.
Feeling the blood continuously flowing from its neck, the demon wolf was extremely enraged. That damned human brat killed many of its kind before, and now he's injured it. It's going to eat him.
It suddenly turned its head, staring angrily at Su Chao, revealing sharp teeth, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. With a powerful push from its forepaws, it pounced on Su Chao. Seeing the bloodthirsty demon wolf launch an attack, Su Chao immediately used instant flash again, nimbly dodging its attack. He stopped and stared grimly at the knife in his hand. He had picked it up on the battlefield. It was an F-grade alloy weapon. However, at this moment, a section of the blade had broken off, and the half-blade in his hand was covered with cracks.
This knife is completely ruined.
Clearly, the F-class alloy weapon was far too weak to deal with the second-tier monster, so he decisively discarded the knife in his hand.
Su Chao drew a dagger from his waist, but hesitated, reluctant to use it. Because this dagger is not just a simple E-grade alloy weapon, but also a precious gift from his father for his 18th birthday.
He always cherished it and was afraid of damaging it in battle. But he couldn't worry about that now. He had to kill this bloodthirsty wolf.
If an E-grade alloy weapon had been used, the damage would have been much greater, not just a minor injury.
What made him even uglier was the unusual and bizarre nature of this bloodthirsty wolf. Its strength is not only greater than that of an ordinary second-tier monster, but the neck wound that he had just slashed is also healing rapidly.
In just a short while, the blood stopped flowing. This wolf was strange in many ways.
Generally speaking, first and second-tier monsters have limited intelligence and act mostly on instinct. But it knew how to be patient, blending in with the beasts without being noticed by the strong, and its timing for ambushes was incredibly precise.
Su Chao secretly became more vigilant.
He had to end the battle as soon as possible because he couldn't keep using his powers. His speed alone was slightly slower than that of the bloodthirsty wolf. Therefore, he decided to go all out. He activated the beginner-level martial arts Shadow Strike. As the wolf leaped to attack, he swiftly dodged beneath it and thrust straight at its heart.
A look of joy appeared on his face. He hit the bullseye.
Relying on the superpower flash for extreme speed, coupled with the unexpectedness of Shadow Strike, the wolf let out a painful groan and fell heavily to the ground. Su Chao thought it was over, but to his surprise, the wolf quickly got up after falling to the ground. Although seriously injured, it is not fatal. The wounds continued to heal quickly, but his strength had been greatly reduced.
Su Chao's pupils contracted slightly as he continued his attack.
With a combination of his supernatural abilities and martial arts skills, he launched a full-scale attack and finally killed the bloodthirsty demon wolf a few minutes later.
He chopped off the wolf's head, refusing to believe it could regenerate. Another important sign confirming the death of the demon wolf is the addition of 49 source points to the mind panel. However, Su Chao was not happy after killing the demon wolf. This battle was a huge loss. Not only was the longsword damaged, but even the blade of the E-grade alloy dagger had a small chip.
He gritted his teeth, thinking that he must get a good weapon after this beast tide ends, otherwise the frequent damage of weapons would be a real hassle. In addition, he was extremely exhausted from constantly using his supernatural abilities and martial arts skills, feeling even more tired than if he had killed 20 first-tier monsters. The key point is that killing 20 Tier 1 monsters would yield several times more source points than killing the demon wolf this time.
What a huge loss. Wait, something's not right.
What disappointed him even more was that he had thought the bloodthirsty wolf would awaken a superpower, but the panel did not show that it had gained any new superpowers.
He fell into deep thought. Could it be that his previous guess was wrong? He couldn't gain superpowers by hunting alien beasts. Was it just a coincidence that he gained superpowers by killing the shadow rat, or was the bloodthirsty demon wolf's ability not a superpower at all?
After a moment, he sorted out his thoughts. The battle continued, and there were still strange beasts all around him. He had no time to be distracted. Although his mind was churning with all sorts of thoughts, to outsiders, he was just momentarily stunned after killing the monster.
Su Chao walked to the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon wolf and examined it.
Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. He could vaguely see writing on the skin near the wolf's belly and forelimbs.
Upon closer inspection, I confirmed that I wasn't mistaken.
It clearly reads, Experiment Subject 093. A storm raged in Su Chao's mind.
There are writings on the monster's body? What experimental subject? Number 093? Does this mean there are more experimental subjects than just this one dire wolf? We need to pay more attention to this matter in the future. Who is experimenting with monsters? What exactly are they researching?
Su Chao was filled with all sorts of questions, but unfortunately, no one could give him the answers.
You can only explore it slowly on your own. He felt he had stumbled upon an incredible secret.
He opened his mouth and spat several mouthfuls of saliva onto the monster's corpse, as if venting his anger, and immediately felt much better.
After venting his anger, Su Chao walked towards Zhang Dali.
The reason he was able to kill the bloodthirsty demon wolf so easily was that he saw that although Zhang Dali was knocked to the ground and injured, he had not lost his fighting ability. Instead, it quickly got up and wandered around the edge of the battlefield, killing some monsters that were not of high rank. Su Chao
Chao quickly crossed the battlefield and arrived at Zhang Dali's side. "Dali, are you alright?" "Don't worry, Chaozi. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. You'll be fine after a few days of rest." "I'm relieved you're alright. I was really startled when I saw you get knocked away." "Ha, Chaozi, you're really letting your concern cloud your judgment. Have you forgotten what my special ability is? With my mountain armor superpower protecting me, that beast thinks he can kill me in one hit? Dream on." Although Zhang Dali spoke lightly, Su Chao couldn't help but wince in pain when he saw him make a move. "Alright, Dali, stop pushing yourself. Go rest in the infirmary over there. Leave this to me, and I'll wipe out every last one of these beasts." Enraged, Su Chao swiftly dispatched the monsters from the area. Zhang Dali stopped trying to be brave. He knew that his internal organs were actually injured and he needed to take medicine and rest properly. Otherwise, continuing to fight might leave lasting effects. So Su Chao escorted him to the medical room, which was heavily guarded by the army. The two had only taken one step apart when Su Chao suddenly turned around and shouted, "Dali." Zhang Dali turned around and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Come with me." Su Chao stared intently at him and said seriously, "Get lost. Stop being so dramatic." After finishing his sentence, Zhang Dali walked towards the infirmary, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. After seeing Zhang Dali off, Su Chao also prepared to sit down and meditate for a while. He was exhausted from the battle with the bloodthirsty demon wolf. "If my superpowers were to erupt again, I feel it would have an impact on my body." He glanced at the panel in his mind. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Special ability, D-rank instant flash, plus. Physical constitution, 29. Mental strength, 20. Source point, 2168. Martial arts, basic martial arts skill shadow strike, minor mastery plus. Basic martial arts skill wind slash, minor mastery plus. Seeing that there were still more than 2,000 source points on the panel, Su Chao's depressed mood was slightly relieved. Physical fitness and mental strength cannot be improved for the time being. It will probably take a few more days to adapt. As the battle dragged on, his control over his body was constantly increasing, and he was gradually adapting to this power. However, he was still very excited to see that his superpowers could be upgraded. Without hesitation, I chose to be promoted. Not long after, Su Chao felt that his understanding of something had reached a new level. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Special ability, C-rank shadow clone. Physical constitution, 29. Mental strength, 20. Source point, 1168. Martial arts, basic martial arts skill shadow strike, minor mastery plus. Basic martial arts skill wind slash, minor mastery plus. Seeing that the ability had been upgraded to C-level shadow clone, the source points decreased by more than 1,000. But Su Chao felt it was worth it. With such strength, he was already considered above average in the martial arts class. It should be noted that even C-level superpowers are considered above average among students at ordinary martial arts universities. After all, the higher the level of a superpower, the rarer it is. According to his understanding, those who can awaken B-level superpowers are considered to have above average aptitude in martial arts universities. Those who awaken A-level superpowers are geniuses and are the focus of training at martial arts universities. As for S-class superpowers, those are absolutely geniuses among geniuses. Su Chao had only heard of them but had never seen them. Such geniuses are treasures that all major powers are vying for. He awakened an S-level or higher superpower. Apart from him, almost no one has ever heard of anyone else who could do it. Perhaps I'm not at a high enough level yet, and I can't access higher level information for the time being. Su Chao was quite satisfied with his cultivation speed. After all, he caught up with the pace that others might take 1 or 2 years to achieve in just a few days. Currently, there are only 2 basic martial arts skills that can be improved on the panel, and he chose Windbreaker without hesitation. Looking at the panel again, he saw that he had lost a full 1,000 source points, which made his heart ache. Then, insights into windbreaking slash flooded his mind. He felt as if he had become a swordsman who had practiced swordsmanship for decades, with his understanding accumulating with each practice session until he finally broke through at a certain moment. He had a deeper understanding of swordsmanship and felt that he could kill a second-tier monster with a single, casual strike. Moreover, the way he drew his sword carried a subtle aura of power, enough to intimidate his opponent. What Su Chao didn't know was that after his basic martial skill windbreaking slash reached the mastery level, he could already vaguely grasp a bit of the sword's momentum. If one can cultivate this basic martial art to perfection, one will truly master the sword's power, and one's combat strength will be greatly enhanced. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Special ability, C-rank shadow clone. Physical constitution, 29. Mental strength, 20. Source point, 168. Martial arts, basic martial arts skill shadow strike, minor mastery, basic martial arts skill wind slash, major mastery. The source points on the panel have shrunk significantly again. The 2,000 points accumulated from killing monsters for half a day have only resulted in an improvement in 2 attributes. No other attributes can be improved. Having mastered the windbreaking slash technique, he felt his attack power had increased by 50%.
50%. His physical strength reached 2,900 kilograms. With the help of the 50% attack power boost from the mastery of the primary martial arts, his attack power finally barely reached the threshold of a third-level martial artist. Finally, I have some ability to protect myself. However, the source points are used up faster as you progress, so you have to keep killing monsters to earn more source points. After sitting down and meditating for a while, he felt much better. Full of enthusiasm, Su Chao found the officer in charge of the army, temporarily obtained an E-grade alloy weapon longsword, and returned to the battlefield to continue fighting. At this point, there were fewer and fewer monsters on the battlefield, which might indicate that the battle situation on the city walls had changed. Su Chao didn't care about anything else. He was getting anxious as he watched fewer and fewer monsters rushing into the city walls. If we miss this wave of monster attacks, as newly promoted warriors, we will likely never have such a good opportunity to hide here, slowly develop our strength, and kill monsters again in the future. So he frantically fought to kill monsters, earning the utmost respect and admiration from all the martial artists. Everyone felt that he was responsible, had a strong sense of the big picture, and was able to rush to the front in times of human crisis. He was a rare and excellent student. Although he stole a lot of monsters, there were still very few monsters left on the battlefield in the end. Su Chao then turned his gaze to the city wall. He wasn't reckless, he had his own plans. Because many of the second-tier students in the martial arts class were on the city wall, he considered himself to be no weakling among second-tier martial artists. Having made his decision, he slowly walked toward the city wall. Su Chao climbed the stairs on the city wall. Although the city wall was tall, it was a piece of cake for him, a second-level martial artist. However, he couldn't sprint at full speed. He had to save his strength to deal with the monsters that would charge down from time to time, which he dealt with in the process. At this moment, he seemed to have become a person going against the tide. It took him about 10 minutes to finally get his feet on the city wall. What comes into view is a fierce battle between humans and beasts. The city walls were filled with scenes of warriors fighting monsters. Swarms of monsters surged in from outside the city, leaving those who saw them for the first time feeling shocked and powerless. One monster after another was killed, but new monsters kept pouring in from outside the city. The battle was fierce, but with the continuous arrival of warriors from the rear, the human side was not at a disadvantage and the situation was still under control. Gunfire could still be heard from the city walls. It was the garrison troops of Shanghai base city. Although most of them were not awakened, with their weapons in unified, efficient command, they inflicted the most effective casualties on the massive horde. Most of the beast hordes were held back by the troops. Only a few that broke through the dense barrage of fire required the intervention of martial artists. Ordinary soldiers would be quickly killed if they faced these monsters. Therefore, soldiers suffer heavy casualties on the battlefield. They are true human heroes. Conventional weapons can effectively kill monsters below the 3rd rank, but monsters above the 4th rank must be dealt with by powerful warriors. Su Chao had barely climbed the city wall when a tier 2 iron-skinned pig pounced on him. He drew his sword and charged forward. When Su Chao first climbed the city wall, he was not yet familiar with the battle situation above and could not be too conspicuous. So he didn't rush to finish the fight, but instead engaged in a prolonged battle with the second-tier monster. While engaging in close combat, they also observed the battlefield situation. Just as he had observed the creature thoroughly and was about to deal with the second-tier iron-skinned boar, he suddenly heard a scream from not far away. He turned his head and saw that it was a classmate from the martial arts class. His name seemed to be Zhang Yu, and he was a newly promoted second-level awakened D-level superpowered martial artist. Zhang Yu was originally fighting a second-tier rock-eating rat. Although the rock-eating rat was relatively weak among second-tier monsters, the two were evenly matched. However, due to a moment of carelessness, he was ambushed by a second-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf. At this moment, his left hand was severed from his left shoulder and blood kept gushing out. His right hand gripped the hilt of his knife tightly as he confronted the two monsters. The two monsters were eyeing each other menacingly, continuing their attack. Zhang Yu's situation was extremely critical, and there were no other martial artists around who could provide timely assistance. Seeing that he was closest, Su Chao decided to intervene. He quickly slashed the iron-skinned pig with his sword, then stopped pursuing it. He immediately activated his superpower, his speed suddenly increasing, and in a flash, he appeared beside Zhang Yu, blocking the fatal blow from the bloodthirsty demon wolf's back for him. "Thank you, you saved my life." Zhang Yu looked pale but was full of gratitude when he saw the person who rescued him. Su Chao nodded. This is not the time for conversation. They must all concentrate on dealing with the monster in front of them. Su Chao knew that Zhang Yu's injuries were serious and he wouldn't last long, so he decided to unleash his full power without holding back. He activated his newly upgraded C-level ability, Shadow Clone, and combined it with the beginner-level martial skill Windbreaking Slash. Although this second-tier bloodthirsty wolf was not as powerful as the strange bloodthirsty wolf he had killed before, it was extremely angry at the human blocking its way and vowed to tear him apart. Just as the demon wolf was preparing to attack, several identical humans suddenly appeared before it, and it froze. Clearly, its
simple mind couldn't understand what was happening.
Immediately following, a sharp pain shot through its neck, and the scene before its eyes kept changing.
It lost consciousness.
Su Chao was satisfied with his combat power at this moment, which combined his superpowers with his martial arts skills. After unleashing his full power, his strength barely reached the threshold of a third-tier martial artist, and he easily defeated this ordinary second-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf with a single move. He stopped using his powers because they were too taxing. On the battlefield, it's best to conserve energy whenever possible, as situations can change at any time.
With just the beginner-level martial skill wing-breaking slash at the Great Perfection realm, he easily dealt with the second-tier rock-eating rat that was still attacking Zhang Yu, and also took care of several first-tier monsters around him. Upon being rescued, Zhang Yu collapsed to the ground, finally having time to carefully examine his savior. The two were very close. Su Chao squatted down to check his wound and took out the hemostatic medicine he carried with him to use on him. "Ha, you're Su Chao?"
Zhang Yu looked incredulous. He remembered that this junior had only recently awakened his power. How could he be so strong?
"Zhang Yu, it's me," Su Chao replied.
"You're badly injured and need to be taken to the infirmary at the foot of the city wall immediately."
Su Chao looked around, trying to find Zhang Yu's broken arm and hoping to reattach it. Unfortunately, it couldn't be found. It's likely been eaten by a monster.
"Well, I don't have much fighting power now, and staying here would only be a burden." Zhang Yu looked at his severed arm, his expression somewhat sad.
"Su Chao, could you please take me to the elevator?
There are people there who take care of the injured and will help me get down."
"No problem, Senior Zhang. By the way, Senior, how are the other students and teachers doing? Do you know anything about the situation?"
Sensing Zhang Yu's sadness, Su Chao deliberately changed the subject and asked, "I heard that Principal Hua and several powerful figures have gone outside the city to deal with the Beast King.
The battle there is too terrifying. Ordinary martial artists don't dare to get close. I don't know the specifics."
Su Chao understood that the Beast King he was referring to was a monster with a strength of level 7 or above. These monsters were not only powerful but also extremely intelligent and very difficult to deal with. Behind every beast tide, there is always the figure of the Beast King.
The teachers all went to the section of the city wall a kilometer ahead.
"The monsters there are much stronger, and we don't dare to go there, so we can only kill the monsters here." Several other students from the martial arts class were also injured and sent down, in addition. At this point, Zhang Yu paused, then continued with a heavy heart. "Feng Luan and Luo Guangrong have already died in battle."
"What?
Senior Feng and Senior Luo have sacrificed their lives."
Su Chao was shocked to hear this, never expecting that his two senior classmates would remain on that battlefield forever. Feng Luan's strength was comparable to Zhang Yu's, while Luo Guangrong was a peak second-tier expert, yet they still couldn't survive.
Although he wasn't very familiar with the two of them, as classmates in the martial arts class, he still felt an indescribable sadness welling up in his heart. They were in the prime of their lives, and after awakening as martial artists, they should have had wonderful lives, but now they are frozen in that moment. This was another heartbreaking topic, and the atmosphere fell silent.
Neither of them said anything more.
Su Chao seemed to want to release all the anger and grief in his heart, and he mercilessly killed all the monsters he encountered on the way.
Soon, they finally arrived at the elevator.
This place is heavily protected and is a crucial passage for transporting supplies and personnel up and down the city walls. Therefore, it is guarded by strong individuals and is relatively safe.
After watching Zhang Yu being sent down from the city wall, Su Chao prepared to continue hunting monsters.
However, he did not intend to return to the previous location, but decided to continue hunting nearby.
With strong protectors here, it's safer to deal with emergencies. He walked to the edge of this section of the city wall and looked out of the city.
He could see that not far away, at the foot of the city wall, countless monsters were climbing up in layers.
Su Chao then understood how these monsters climbed the city wall.
He had been wondering how the monsters could climb such a high wall, and now he realized it was through this method. Looking into the distance, there was another fierce battlefield in the sky outside the city. Human warriors are coordinating with fighter jets to intercept a large flock of avian monsters, while artillery fire and special laser weapons are continuously firing from inside the city and on the city walls to attack and stop these aerial invaders. Clearly, the human leadership of Starsea Base City had taken into account the immense destructive power of the flying monsters and deliberately kept them at a distance. Even if a few manage to slip through the net, they will be targeted and quickly killed when they fly over the city wall. Although a second-level beast tide of this scale is incredibly destructive, after years of fierce battles between humans and beasts, humanity has developed a mature set of coping strategies. After gaining a general understanding of the overall battlefield situation, Su Chao felt somewhat relieved. At least for now, the overall situation is still under control. Having gathered his thoughts, he began a new round of battle. His target selection was also somewhat biased, mainly targeting the weaker monsters in the first and second tiers, because this way the source points obtained after killing them would be the most cost-effective.
Of course, the process was not smooth sailing.
He was in danger several times, but he managed to escape by using his special ability Shadow Clone to confuse the monsters. As the fighting fighting continued. Su Chao gradually felt exhausted, so he returned to the elevator to meditate and rest, and took a recovery potion to regulate his body. After recovering, he returned to the fight. Just as Su Chao thought the battle would continue like this, a commotion suddenly broke out on the periphery, and a small group of monsters suddenly attacked. One of them was exceptionally powerful, resembling an enlarged version of a lizard, and it breathed fire. Wherever it passed, many soldiers and warriors were instantly turned into fire. That's a giant lava lizard, a 6th-tier beast. A small white fox stood on its shoulder, its 5 tails swaying gently behind it, and a glint of light flashed in its jade-green eyes from time to time. It was a 5th-tier exotic beast, the jade-eyed fox. The surrounding monsters seemed to be controlled by some force, charging madly at the human warriors and killing them without any restraint. In contrast, most human warriors seemed to be inexplicably affected, reacting slowly, and some even seemed to be frozen in place, allowing the monsters to charge at them, suffering injuries or being killed. Because of the distance, Su Chao sensed a mental force trying to invade his mind and control him. At the critical moment, the panel in his mind quickly devoured this power. He immediately activated his supernatural ability, creating shadow clones and quickly evacuating the scene. However, he was still affected by the aftershocks of the lava giant lizard's flames, and his back immediately felt a burning pain. After escaping danger, cold sweat streamed down his forehead. It had truly been an extremely close call. These two beasts are incredibly powerful. One possesses the ability of mind control, while the other has the ability to inflict widespread fire damage. The surrounding warriors and troops were in an unprecedented predicament. "You beast, you're asking for death." A long spear flew from afar like lightning, piercing straight into the body of the lava giant lizard. Then came an angry shout that made people's eardrums ache. With his roar, the stunned warriors gradually came to their senses, and after realizing the situation, they scattered and fled. A figure rushed back from afar. The powerful human guards had finally arrived. That's understandable. He was just stopping a high-level alien beast that was trying to approach, and he had just dealt with it. The sudden incident resulted in heavy casualties within just 2 breaths. In retrospect, it all seems premeditated. They lured him away with the intention of destroying this vital transportation route for humanity. With the return of this powerful figure, the 6th-tier alien beast, the lava giant lizard, was killed by a single shot. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed a punch, which also affected the surrounding monsters, killing or sending them flying. This included the fox, which was blasted away and landed not far from Su Chao's feet. Top-tier experts are indeed terrifying. Su Chao stared at the 5th-tier exotic beast, the azure-eyed fox, which had landed beside him. Blood was constantly seeping from the corner of its mouth, and it was lifeless. He gained a clearer understanding of the strength of experts at the 7th rank and above. Those beasts that they had previously considered incredibly powerful were easily killed. Moreover, the powerful figure did not cause any significant damage to the city walls after killing the beast, clearly demonstrating that his control over his power had reached its peak. Just as Su Chao was about to turn around and deal with the remaining monsters, he caught a glimpse of the green-eyed fox's eyelids trembling slightly out of the corner of his eye. That's right, this guy is still alive. To confirm, he stared at it for a while longer and could indeed see signs that it was trying to open its eyes. Upon confirmation, the hairs on his body stood on end, having witnessed the power of this strange beast before. However, with the help of the panel, he slowly approached, knife in hand. Upon getting close, he swiftly attacked, his long sword aimed straight at the fox's eyes. The blade pierced through the fox instantly, killing it just as it was about to wake up. This time, it was truly dead. Then, Su Chao sensed a change in the panel. Source point 888 obtained. This number is really auspicious. More importantly, a new A-level ability has been added to the ability list, Eye of Detection. What? A-level Superpower. Upon seeing the name of his special ability on the panel, he almost jumped up in excitement. That's an A-level Superpower. As far as he knew, no one in their school's martial arts class had ever had an A-level ability. The highest was only B-level. We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. This is truly a windfall. Not only did I gain 888 source points, but I also unexpectedly acquired an A-level superpower. Fortune truly does come in danger. If I hadn't risked climbing the city wall, I wouldn't have had such good luck. After finally calming down, Su Chao decided to try out his newly acquired superpower. Suddenly, he felt the world he saw became exceptionally clear, and he could vaguely see traces of energy flow in the air. He saw a 2nd-tier berserker hound fighting fiercely with a human warrior not far ahead. Under the vision of the Eye of Exploration, the movements of both sides seemed to be slowed down several times, and their fatal damage points and weaknesses were clearly marked. In addition, he also sensed that activating this ability also had a mental hallucinogenic effect, which would cause opponents with weaker mental strength to fall into a hallucination. Wow, that's incredibly powerful. No wonder it's an A-level ability. The drain on his mental energy was immense. Every time he activated his ability, he could clearly feel his mental energy rapidly draining away. With his current mental energy reserves, he couldn't sustain it for long and had to save it for crucial moments. In the distance, the powerful figures returned one after another. another. He hesitated for a moment before activating his eye of detection to peer into their direction. Hiss! The blinding light almost made his eyes hurt unbearably, so he quickly turned off eye of exploration.
Ha! This little guy is quite interesting.
The powerful figure in the distance seemed to have noticed that someone was watching him, and was somewhat surprised to find that it was a second-tier martial artist. Su Chao became secretly wary, thinking that he should never use eye of detection in front of a powerful opponent whose level was too far below his own. However, he could still vaguely sense that the other party's realm was at least at the peak of the 7th rank. With the return of the powerful figure who had been guarding the passage, the surrounding monsters were quickly cleared away. The next step was to quickly send the wounded and the dead down, while the remaining warriors who were still capable of fighting continued to hunt down the monster. With the help of the eye of exploration, Su Chao reaped great rewards in the ensuing battles. The battle lasted for about an hour when suddenly a series of beast roars rang out, followed by a disturbance among the beasts outside the city, with countless monsters turning and fleeing in a frenzy. The monsters that had already climbed the city walls jumped down and fled in panic.
The beast tide has receded, someone exclaimed. Ah, we won.
Cheers erupted from all sides. At this moment, whether they were martial artists or soldiers, they all hugged the people around them tightly, grateful that they had survived the ordeal and that everyone had come back to live. Su Chao was also very happy and wanted to hug and celebrate like everyone else. He looked around and found a girl standing next to him. She also looked like a student, probably from South China University of Martial Arts, since they were the only two schools receiving support here. He awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hands. Sure enough, the other person laughed when they saw his embarrassing state and readily reached out their hand.
Hello, my name is Bai Jia, and I am a third-year student at Manhwa Martial Arts University. You're amazing. You must be a student too, right?
I saw you kill quite a few monsters just now, Bai Jia said. Su Chao shook hands with her and replied with a smile. Hello, my name is Su Chao, and I am a third-year student at Shanghai Polytechnic. Bai Jia paused slightly in her handshake, then asked in surprise, what? You studied at a liberal arts university? I see you're very strong, and your awakened superpowers aren't weak either. Why didn't you apply to a martial arts university back then? I didn't awaken in high school, I only did so after I went to university, Su Chao explained patiently. Bai Jia is quite strong, probably a third-tier martial artist. She is tall, has delicate features, and a generous personality, giving people a very comfortable feeling. When Su Chao activated his eye of exploration, he discovered that she had awakened what appeared to be a B-level metal-type ability. Metal-type superpowers are known for their intense killing power, and she just killed quite a few monsters. The two chatted for a while, exchanged contact information, and agreed to team up to hunt monsters in the wilderness when they had the chance. Afterwards, they each went to meet up with their classmates and teachers at school. There are still many things to deal with after the war. The authorities need to organize casualty statistics, comfort the wounded and the families of the dead, tally battle achievements, and clean up the monster corpses.
None of this has anything to do with Su Chao.
He quickly found the school's team, which was still led by teacher Chu Xian. However, there were fewer people than when they arrived, and some students' wounds were still bleeding. The team was in low spirits, and some students had red eyes, clearly having just cried. Although people in this era have long been accustomed to the separation of life and death, when bad news happens to those around them, it is inevitable that an overwhelming sadness will surge up. When everyone saw Su Chao standing on the city wall, they assumed he had arrived after the battle and didn't bother to ask any more questions. Led by teacher Chu Xian, the group arrived at the city walls and joined the other teams. Everyone handed in their wristbands that recorded their battle achievements for registration. The system would automatically calculate each person's achievements based on the battle records on the wristbands, and no one dared to falsify anything.
In addition, the monsters killed by each person will be statistically estimated and the prize money will be distributed to the individuals proportionally.
Su Chao was full of anticipation, hoping that he could earn a good income this time, which would not only alleviate his family's immediate financial crisis but also allow him to buy some equipment for himself. The weapons he had borrowed from the army had been returned, leaving him with only a broken dagger.
His equipment was severely inadequate for his combat capabilities. Afterwards, everyone took a car back to school.
On the way back, everyone took out their phones to call their families to let them know they were safe. Upon learning that Su Chao was safe and sound, his parents finally breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly told him to be extra careful. Just then, a student excitedly held up his phone and shouted, "Everyone, look at the news report." So everyone clicked on the news, and what greeted their eyes was a shocking scene. In the video, a middle-aged man enveloped in purple lightning, holding a sword in his right hand and carrying a giant fox-like beast in his left, walks through the air from outside the city. Wherever he passes, the beasts in the air tremble and give way. The beast was enormous, with 9 long tails that were particularly striking. Although it was dead, it still exuded a powerful aura.
That's Grandmaster Hua.
He's a peak 9th-tier expert who has awakened lightning-type abilities, one of the top human experts.
Is that 9-tailed fox he's carrying a 9th-tier beast?
The news said that this beast tide was started by this 9-tailed fox. I was wondering why the beast tide suddenly receded. It turns out that Grandmaster Huo personally killed this beast king.
Listening to his classmates' discussions, Su Chao also became excited. He had met the man in the video before.
3 years ago, their caravan was attacked by a monster in the wilderness. It was this powerful man who happened to pass by and save them, but at the time they did not know his name.
So his name is Huo Zhou Yuan, and he's a grandmaster.
Once a human martial artist cultivates to the 7th rank or above, their strength enters a new realm, enabling them to fly and rendering them virtually immune to firearms. Those who reach this level are called grandmasters, while those at the 9th level are respectfully called great grandmasters. Seeing him soar through the air, Su Chao couldn't help but feel a surge of longing. After all, he had the power panel, so reaching that level was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, he looked at his control panel.
Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist.
Special abilities, A level Eye of Detection, C level Shadow Clone.
Physical constitution, 29. Mental strength, 20. Source point, 3268.
Martial arts, basic martial arts skill Shadow Strike, minor mastery plus, basic martial arts skill Wine Slash, major mastery. Seeing the more than 3,000 source points on the panel, Su Chao smiled broadly. Although he can only improve the basic martial skill Shadow Strike now, he firmly believes that his physique and mental strength will also improve soon, and his strength will experience a surge. Thinking that the action of improving martial arts skills would not cause too much of a commotion, he decisively chose to improve his skills in the car, losing 1,000 source points. As the Shadow Assassin technique advanced to its mastery, countless insights flooded into his mind. Back at school, all the teachers and students who participated in the battle were warmly welcomed like heroes. The principal appeared at the right time, and the students looked at him with admiration, because he had single-handedly killed a 7th tier beast during this beast tide. After a brief encouragement and praise from the principal, he dismissed the class and told everyone to go home and rest. After a full day of fighting, everyone was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Tomorrow, the school will hold a memorial service for the 5 students and 7 teachers who died in the line of duty. Su Chao returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and went straight to sleep, only to be woken up by hunger the next morning. He glanced at the time, it was already 9:10. He got up, washed up, and changed into a black outfit. The school's morning ceremony is scheduled for 10 a.m. in the auditorium. After finishing breakfast, the timing was perfect. Everyone was somber during the ceremony.
Fengluan, Luo Guangrong, teacher Bai.
Familiar names, which were alive and well yesterday, are now confined to cold coffins.
Even if their families weep uncontrollably during their mourning, they can never come back.
In this cruel world, everyone must be aware of this.
It makes no distinction between awakened martial artists and unawakened ordinary people.
Su Chao repeatedly reminded himself that he must be more careful when hunting monsters in the wilderness in the future. He didn't want his parents to see him lying in a coffin one day, a tragic situation where the elderly bury their children. Over the next few days, his life was very regular, with him attending classes and practicing on time every day, all in an orderly manner.
With the school holidays approaching, the martial arts class held its final exams.
Su Chao only displayed the strength of a peak first-level martial artist, and coupled with the fact that he had already mastered the basic martial arts, he still amazed his teacher and the whole class. After the assessment, his homeroom teacher, Ms. Chu Xian, had a special talk with him and rewarded him with 2 bottles of qi and blood medicine. She also said that starting next semester, the school will provide him with a bottle of qi and blood medicine every month to help him cultivate. Finally, she sighed, if he had awakened sooner, his achievements would certainly have been remarkable. During the assessment, Su Chao witnessed the peak strength of the martial arts class students, especially those senior students who were about to graduate. The strongest among them is Su Jingsong, who possesses the strength of the mid-stage of the 4th rank and has awakened a B-rank superpower.
Such strength is extremely powerful, ranking among the top even within a martial arts university.
2 senior students have just been promoted to 4th-level martial artists, while another senior student who was about to graduate has only just reached the 2nd-level martial artist level, showing a significant difference in strength. The students in the martial arts class held a graduation party for several graduating seniors. During the party, everyone toasted each other and naturally got quite drunk, exchanging blessings and best wishes. Just 2 days before the school holiday, on July 15th, the authorities finally tallied and distributed the battle merits and bonuses. He had spent almost all of his remaining money on medicine, and he had no money left. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of 18.2 million in his account, Su Chao jumped up excitedly. Finally, he had money.
This is a huge sum of money, enough to solve many of his problems. The amount was more than he had estimated.
The 5th-tier blue-eyed fox wasn't counted in his spoils. It must have been given to the Grandmaster in charge, since it was more like an outlet for his anger and revenge. He killed about 200 non-rank monsters, each worth several thousand, totaling about 1 million. They killed over 100 first-tier monsters, each worth tens of thousands, for a total value of over 4 million. As for the second-tier monsters, we killed about 70 or 80 of them, each worth over 10,000, totaling around 10 million. The fact that 18.2 million was deposited directly into the account suggests that the official intention is likely to incentivize everyone to actively participate in the fight against the beast tide. Most importantly, his military achievements were also recognized. Every martial artist can check their battle merits on the martial artist's home internal platform. Su Chao found that he had 792 battle merits. This number may not seem like much, but many of the teachers and students who participated in this battle did not have as many merits as him, and it was very difficult to obtain merits. The official rules for calculating battle merits are as follows. Each non-tiered monster earns 1 battle merit, each tier 1 monster earns 2 points, each tier 2 monster earns 5 points, and so on. Military achievements have a wide range of applications. Many valuable resources, such as advanced martial arts techniques, gene serums, and high-grade alloy equipment, cannot be purchased from places like the Hunters Guild. However, you can use battle merits to purchase items in the martial arts house shop as long as you have enough battle merits. For example, advanced martial arts skills require at least 1,000 battle merits to purchase at a cost of over 10 million. In addition, having 100 battle merits will make you a 1-star honorary citizen. After becoming a 1-star honorary citizen, family members can enjoy special protections and certain medical and educational benefits in ordinary urban areas. Reaching 1,000 battle merits will make you a 2-star honorary citizen, eligible to purchase property in the top 5 of the core urban areas of Shanghai base city and settle down, becoming part of the upper class in people's eyes. In addition, there are other privileges, such as only having to pay a huge fine instead of the death penalty when killing ordinary civilians. Of course, you cannot harm the family members of other star-rated honorary citizens of the same rank, otherwise you will be punished as well. In short, battle merits are extremely valuable, and many people rack their brains to find ways to obtain them. This is also an effective way for the government to encourage warriors to actively hunt monsters. Having realized the importance of military achievements, Su Chao naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip by, and he planned to make good use of it. He first submitted an application for 1-star honorary citizen at the martial arts house. The approval process was quick, and he estimated that it would be approved within 1 or 2 days. Next, he browsed the martial arts house's online store, carefully selecting weapons and equipment. I'm planning to hunt monsters in the wilderness during summer vacation, so I need to buy good equipment. Looking at the goods, he became more and more alarmed. The more than 10 million he had just acquired was simply not enough. Class B alloy equipment ranges in price from 5 million to 10 million. Su Chao plans to buy a long sword and a set of armor. The long sword costs 6.5 million, and the armor is even more expensive, around 9.3 million, bringing the total cost to approximately 15.8 million. He also planned to buy a martial arts manual, which cost several hundred thousand, so the money was clearly not enough. He also needed to save some for his parents. After careful consideration, Su Chao decided to buy a B-grade alloy longsword, which cost him 6.5 million yuan. His skills have improved too quickly. His weapons must be of high quality, or he will soon be obsolete. For armor, he ultimately chose a set of C-grade alloy armor, which would be usable in the short term, and he would upgrade to a better one once he earned more money in the wilderness. Class C alloy equipment costs between 1 million and 5 million, while armor costs 4.5 million. As a result, the alloy equipment alone cost 11 million, leaving only 7 million in the account. Subsequently, he spent another 250,000 to buy a beginner-level martial arts manual called Jinyue Fist. He already had sword skills, but in order to deal with battles when unarmed, he needed to acquire a fist skill manual. When you buy things at Wu's Hezijia, there are dedicated staff to deliver them to your door, and they usually arrive within 2 days, which is very convenient. Looking at the remaining 6.95 million in his account, Su Chao couldn't help but smile bitterly. The money came quickly and was spent even faster. Martial arts is truly a money-burning profession. He planned not to spend the rest of the money on himself. We need to save the money to buy a house for our family and improve our parents' living conditions. They also need to set aside some money in case they encounter any accidents in the wilderness, to ensure their basic living needs are met. Actually, Su Chao initially wanted to buy Willow Heart to help his father treat his injuries. Seeing that the price was 42 million and that he needed to have over 1,000 battle merits to buy it, he immediately gave up the idea. This price is already considered cheap. If it were at the Hunters Guild, it would cost at least 50 million, and you might not even be able to buy it. Many martial artists fight monsters for years and are often injured, making items that can heal serious injuries highly sought after. As his strength increased, his resource consumption grew, and Su Chao lamented that as a martial artist, he was becoming poorer the more he spent. After buying the equipment, he was preparing to go to the hospital to visit John Dolly. This guy has almost recovered and keeps asking to be discharged from the hospital. Tomorrow is his discharge day. Just then, the phone rang. He looked and saw it was his former roommate, Han Yu, calling. After the call connected, he joked, "Mr. Yu, what can I do for you?" The four roommates often talked about their plans after graduating from university. Han Yu said that if he couldn't find a suitable job, he would go home and help his parents open a supermarket. So every Everyone jokingly called him President Yu. Hanyu chuckled wryly from the other end of the phone. Brother Chow, stop teasing me.
Here's the thing, the semester is almost over and we're about to have a break.
Tanjun, Yu Zhongqi, and I are planning to get together.
We were just wondering if you have time? Are you coming?
Sure.
The usual place?
Su Chao thought about it and realized he hadn't seen them since moving dorms, so he simply agreed. The group agreed to meet at a night market street not far from the school, a place they often frequented.
Some students have already gone home for the holidays, so there aren't many people eating.
When Su Chao arrived, the three of them had already ordered their food. Upon seeing him, they all stood up to greet him.
Brother Chow is here.
Since Su Chao awakened as a martial artist, their relationship has become less casual than before, which he finds somewhat frustrating. However, as the food and drinks progressed, everyone gradually rediscovered their old feelings and started talking more.
Brother Chow, do you remember when we had a fight with Joe Pang and his gang right here back in freshman year?
How could I forget? That kid dared to cause me trouble after he awakened, and I taught him a good lesson. The group burst into laughter. I was wondering why that guy wasn't as arrogant as before when we ran into him last week. He even nodded and greeted us, which left us completely confused.
Now we know why. Come on,
let's three of us toast Brother Chow to help us get revenge. As the drinking continued, the atmosphere became increasingly lively.
Brother Chow, what are your plans for summer vacation? Are you going home? Su Chao gulped down a large mouthful of wine.
Well, I need to go home and take care of some things first, then I'm going to the wilderness area. When they heard that he was going to the wilderness area, the three of them were stunned. They didn't expect him to set off so soon. The wilderness is the stage for awakened warriors, but a forbidden zone for the unawakened. As men, who doesn't have the heroic spirit of roaming the world with a sword? Seemingly sensing the silence among the three, Su Chao changed the subject. By the way, how are your final exams?
Don't fail.
Especially Tanjun, he plays games all day long. Surely he hasn't been studying properly.
Brother Chow, don't worry, we did pretty well on the test. I probably won't fail.
Although I don't study very hard usually, we spent more than a week studying the key points the teacher highlighted for the final exam, spending every day in the classroom cramming.
It's good that you didn't fail any courses.
Your task now is to graduate smoothly. As for the future, with Gene Serum, even those who haven't awakened may have a chance to become martial artists. He couldn't easily make promises, because his achievements weren't enough to buy the Gene Serum, and with his father's situation unresolved, he couldn't let go of other things on his mind. After a few drinks, everyone raised their glasses to wish Su Chao a safe and successful trip to the wilderness. Su Chao paid the bill. He wasn't short of money these days. Back in his dorm, the effects of the alcohol kicked in, and he fell into a deep sleep. When Su Chao woke up, he felt exceptionally relaxed and full of energy, and the dull ache had disappeared.
Looking at the time, it was already 10 a.m. the next day.
He glanced at the panel as usual, a happy smile spreading across his face. The panel, which had remained unchanged for over a week, finally showed some movement.
Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist.
Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, C-level Shadow Clone.
Physical constitution, 29. Mental strength, 20+. Source point, 2268.
Martial arts, mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Shadow Strike. Mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Wind Slash.
His mental strength can finally be improved. As for why the physical constitution didn't show signs of upgrading, it's probably because the mental strength hasn't been improved yet.
As the source points were consumed, he felt his mental strength steadily increasing. When his mental strength reached 26, a dull, throbbing pain returned, and he knew he couldn't improve any further.
Sure enough, even the panel he didn't understand wouldn't allow his strength to increase indefinitely.
If he continues to improve without considering the consequences, his mental strength will likely surge out of control, and he might end up as an idiot. I see that 600 points have been consumed from the source. At this point, his physique showed that it could be improved again, and he continued to upgrade without hesitation. Another wave of source points was consumed, and that familiar feeling surged into my heart once again. Countless energies continuously flowed into his body, and he clearly felt his physical attributes rapidly improving. His flesh, bones, and various organs were all being strengthened, and the thrill of this rapid increase in strength was irresistible. You can't upgrade your constitution any further once it reaches 35 on the panel. The number of source points has decreased by another 60.
Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist.
Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, C-level Shadow Clone.
Physical constitution, 35. Mental strength, 26. Source point, 1608.
Martial arts, mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Shadow Strike. Mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Wind Slash. Looking at the data on the panel, after this upgrade, his physical strength reached 3,500 kilograms, while the strength range of a 2nd tier martial artist is between 2,000 and 4,000 kilograms. It can be said that he is already quite powerful among 2nd tier martial artists. With the 50% boost from mastering a basic martial skill, his strength is equivalent to that of a martial artist who has just entered the 3rd tier.
He couldn't help but exclaim, the panel is indeed indeed invincible.
He achieved in just half a month what others would take at least 2 years to accomplish. This can be considered good luck, as it coincided with the outbreak of the beast tide. If it weren't for the wilderness area, where would we find such a great opportunity to hunt down a large number of low-level monsters and easily obtain source points? In the wilderness, powerful monsters are everywhere, and if you're unlucky enough to encounter one, you'll only become their food. After his strength improved, Su Chao prepared to get up and familiarize himself with his newly enhanced physical power.
Just then, the dormitory doorbell rang, and he went to open the door.
There were 2 unfamiliar men outside the door.
One of them, seeing him open the door, asked, "Is Mr. Su Chao here?"
Su Chao looked at the 2 men with blank expressions. He didn't recognize them at all. The man said politely, "Hello, we are delivery personnel from the martial arts house. The items you purchased yesterday have arrived.
Please sign for them."
Su Chao then realized that the equipment he had ordered had arrived. He hadn't expected the delivery to be so fast. A ring-shaped object flashed in the man's hand, and a box appeared in his hand immediately.
Su Chao was secretly surprised.
He hadn't expected that even the delivery personnel from the martial artist's house would be so generous, equipped with spatial rings. Among the people he knew, only Principal Hua and a few teachers had them. None of the students in the martial arts class had them.
This thing isn't cheap.
The cheapest space ring from the martial arts house has a cubic meter of storage space and costs at least 10 million. Actually, Su Chao was unaware of the rules and misunderstood. Not every deliveryman uses a spatial ring to deliver goods. This delivery method is only used when a certain transaction amount is reached, and delivery personnel must travel in pairs to supervise each other. After a series of complex verifications, Su Chao signed for the equipment and martial arts techniques he had purchased. After the 2 left, Su Chao closed the door and took out his armor and long sword. This B-grade alloy long sword is somewhat similar to the ancient Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. It is entirely silver black, about 1 meter long, 6 centimeters wide, with a handle 30 centimeters long, a blade 73 centimeters long, a blade thickness of 0.6 centimeters, and weighs about 50 kilograms. He picked up the knife and brandished it a few times, feeling quite satisfied.
He then took out a C-grade alloy armor, a silver-gray inner upper body armor.
It was not heavy, weighing about 10 kilograms, and could be worn under a martial arts uniform without being conspicuous. He was very satisfied with both pieces of equipment, so he took off his coat and put on his inner armor. After finishing his work, he picked up the last item, the beginner-level martial arts technique Jinyue Fist. After carefully examining it, the martial arts technique appeared directly on the system. He then spent 110 source points to immediately upgrade it to the lesser completion level. As for the great completion realm, he can't use all his source points to improve his martial arts. He has to save them for later, since the time when he can obtain source points again is still unknown. After all that fuss, he felt a pang of hunger and abandoned his plan to continue testing his physical strength, so he got up and went to the cafeteria for a meal. At noon, Su Chao spent more than 2 hours finding a place to familiarize himself with his physical strength and new martial arts techniques. He felt that with his current abilities, he would have no problem facing ordinary martial artists who had just entered the 3rd level. If they encounter a seasoned 3rd-tier martial artist, they can barely protect themselves. In addition, he discovered a magical function on the panel. As long as he wanted to hide his cultivation level, it would be almost impossible for others to detect his realm, even a 9th-level martial artist. As for those experts above the 9th rank, that's hard to say. After all, he had no idea about the mystique of such beings. I glanced at the time, it was almost 2 p.m. Zhang Dali is being discharged from the hospital this afternoon, so he definitely has to go, and then go home on the way, since they're already on holiday. He wanted to give his parents a surprise.
"Liwa, do you know where I kept my old martial arts uniform?"
"Old Su, go look in the small box on the 2nd shelf of the bedroom wardrobe.
I remember putting it there. I'm cooking now. Xiao Chao will be back in a bit.
There are still a lot of dishes I haven't started cooking yet." In the kitchen, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron was chopping vegetables while complaining. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair in the living room looked helpless, but seeing his wife busy in the kitchen, he went back into the room to continue searching. His son is home for summer vacation today, and he can no longer appear in front of his son looking as disheveled as before, so he decided to find his old martial arts uniform and change into it. Now that their son has become an awakened martial artist, the family finally has hope for the future, and most of the gloom that once shrouded them has dissipated. He had to pull himself together and not let his son worry anymore, nor could he be a burden to him. He had to let his son focus on martial arts training. At this moment, the 2 people were Su Chao's parents, who were busy preparing to welcome their son who was coming home for the holidays today. After a while, Su Chao's father finally found his old martial arts uniform. He struggled in the room for a long time before changing into it, and he was so tired that he started coughing rapidly. He was injured 3 years ago, which damaged his heart and lungs, making him unable to engage in strenuous exercise. His spinal nerves were also damaged, leaving him confined to a wheelchair.
Upon hearing the cough, Wang Lihua immediately put down her work, rushed into the room, and asked with concern, concern. Old Su, what's wrong? Are you alright? It's all my fault. I should have come to help you sooner.
Seeing his wife's anxious expression, Su Jianya took her hands, which had a sallow complexion, and gently stroked them, filled with guilt.
Liwa, I'm fine. You've worked so hard all these years. Without your perseverance, this family would have fallen apart long ago. It's all my fault for dragging you down. Old Su, stop talking nonsense. Don't you remember what day it is today?
Yes. Let's not talk about those unhappy things today, so that Xiao Qiao won't see them when he comes back and worry.
Oh, right, Liwa.
When Xiao Qiao comes back and asks about the TV, just say I accidentally broke it.
Don't let him know that Zhang Matzi and his gang smashed it.
I know, but I'm afraid they'll come back and cause trouble again.
They said they would come back that day.
Su Jianyu was silent for a moment, then said, if all else fails, I'll ask a few more of my old buddies for some money to tide me over. Wang Lihua said helplessly, we'll see when the time comes. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Wang Lihua immediately exclaimed, oh dear, our son is back.
I haven't finished cooking yet. I'll go open the door.
Don't look so dejected, or our son might notice something's wrong.
She opened the door with a smile. Son, why are you here again?
The smile suddenly froze on his face. 4 or 5 burly men stood at the entrance, dressed in an arrogant and flamboyant manner, clearly harboring ill intentions. The leader was a pockmarked man with a scar on his eyebrow, which made him look even more menacing.
He rudely pushed open the door, walked in, and angrily said, Wang Lihua, whose son are you cursing? Are you tired of living?
Wang Lihua was pushed 2 steps by him and quickly explained patiently, Brother Wang, it's a misunderstanding.
I didn't curse anyone. I thought my son was back. He's on holiday today. Su Jianye came out of the room and saw Wang Lihua being pushed backward. He quickly helped her up and asked softly, are you alright? He turned to the pockmarked man and angrily shouted, what are you doing? Forcibly breaking into a private residence and even assaulting people? Aren't you afraid we'll call the police and have the security team arrest you?
This pockmarked man was clearly Zhang Matzi, the man the couple had mentioned. He was known as a small boss in this slum, specializing in lending money and collecting debts.
Zhang Matzi's anger hadn't subsided. Oh, I thought it was someone else, but it's you cripple. If I hadn't lent your wife money to save you, you would have been dead long ago.
Hearing his words, Su Jianya became furious and started coughing violently again. Wang Lihua hurriedly came over and patted him on the back, while glaring angrily at Zhang Matzi. Zhang Matzi, shut up. Su Jianya finally stopped coughing, took a deep breath, and stared at Zhang Matzi with a gloomy face. How dare you say that? You agreed to borrow 200,000 and repay 250,000. How come it's become 300,000 now? Zhang Matzi felt uneasy under his cold gaze, but his courage was emboldened by the fact that the other man was disabled. The agreed-upon price of 250,000 yuan was for a 2-week period. Now that it's overdue, the price naturally has to be increased. Wang Lihua chimed in, it was only 3 days overdue, and we already returned 50,000 yuan to you. We agreed to return the rest within 10 days.
Why are you being so unreasonable? Reasoning? Ha, you want to reason with us? Several scoundrels burst into loud laughter, acting arrogantly and overbearingly. Zhang Matzi pointed at Wang Lihua impatiently and said, stop talking nonsense, give me the money. 250,000 yuan. We'll leave after you pay.
We don't have time to reason with you poor bastards.
We don't have any money right now.
Please give us a few more days to raise some. Su Jianya replied impatiently, suppressing his anger. As he spoke, he looked around the room and then ordered his men to start searching for things inside. As he walked into the kitchen, he said sarcastically, oh, you said you had no money, but you're eating quite well. So many dishes, they must have been expensive. What? You have money to buy delicious food, but no money to pay us back? I'll let you eat. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of things being smashed came from the kitchen. You beasts, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Lihua was so angry that she trembled when she saw the food she had painstakingly prepared for her son smashed all over the floor. She grabbed the broom next to her and was about to rush into the kitchen. Su Jianya held tightly to her clothes. He was equally angry, but his mind was clear. Right now, he and his wife are both disabled and weak, so if they really fight, they will only be beaten. Those people are ruthless, and if his wife is injured, the consequences will be unimaginable. He wanted to settle things peacefully, but when Zhang Matzi saw that Wang Lihua was about to make a move, he gave his subordinates a sinister wink. You want to fight? Brothers, smash this place up. Before he finished speaking, several of his men were ready to make their move. Just then, a voice filled with suppressed anger rang out, you dare to smash it and see what happens. A young man appeared at the door, carrying a suitcase and a shoulder bag, his face full of anger. The men Zhang Matzi brought trembled at the sight of that furious glare. The young man was Su Chao. He went to pick up Zhang Dali from the hospital, said goodbye to him, and rushed home, intending to give his parents a surprise and tell them that he had made a lot of money. He hadn't expected to hear the sounds of smashing and breaking coming from his home as soon as he got downstairs. He rushed upstairs, and what he saw made his heart skip a beat. Xiao Chao, you're back? Su Chao's parents were both happy and worried. They were worried that if their son witnessed this, and if he intervened, it might cause him trouble and affect his future. Moreover, there There are two quasi-martial artists among these people, while my son has just awakened to become a martial artist and I'm afraid he'll suffer a loss.
Dad, Mom, I'm back. Leave this to me, Su Chao replied, placing his backpack on the suitcase by the door.
Seeing that this family didn't take him seriously at all and that his men were intimidated by a mere kid, Zhang Mozi's face immediately turned ugly.
I said smash it. Are you deaf? Or are you ignoring what I'm saying? Zhang Mozi roared.
Seeing their leader get angry, the other four prepared to continue their attack without further ado. A blur flashed through the room, followed by a scream, then the sound of four people falling to the ground. The four burly men were lying on the ground, each clutching one hand, curled up, and one leg bent irregularly.
Su Chao's parents were surprised and puzzled by their son's ruthless methods.
Seeing his four subordinates' appearance, Zhang Mozi felt a chill run down his spine, sweat dripped from his forehead, and he asked in a dry, hoarse voice, "Are you a martial artist?" He must have investigated Su Chao's family before he started this business and dared to lend them money, otherwise, he would have offended some tough nut long ago. Previously, they only knew that Su Chao was an ordinary liberal arts college student and that his older sister was not a martial artist, which is why they dared to be so presumptuous. Now that the situation is changed, he has to change his attitude as well.
Young man, you went a bit too far.
Wang Lihua, worried that her son might not understand the situation, explained simply, "We're here to collect
the money. Your mother borrowed money from us, and it's due. We've come to collect the debt, which is why this misunderstanding happened."
Su Chao gave her a cold glance and looked around the house.
Her tone was extremely rude. Misunderstanding? You've smashed up my house, and you're telling me this is a misunderstanding?
Seeing that things were beyond repair, Zhang Mozi hardened his tone.
Although you are a martial artist, you must have just advanced in rank, right?
We also have martial artists over there, and they are at the peak of the second rank.
We'll give you some face now.
As long as your family returns the remaining 250,000 yuan to us, we'll call it even.
What do you think?
Of course, my injured brothers also need to pay for their medical expenses. Su Chao was amused by his words and, too lazy to say anything more, simply darted forward, grabbed Zhang Mozi by the neck, and lifted him up.
You're so shameless. Did I give you any face? Since you've set your conditions, then listen to me. First, since our family lent you money, it has to be repaid. But it's not 250,000, it's 200,000.
We've already repaid 50,000. That was agreed upon when we lent the money, and we'll do it according to the rules. Secondly, you smashed my house, so you have to compensate me.
How much? Just 50,000 yuan will do. Don't ask for more. After all, those things are my family's treasures.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Mozi, who had been holding back his anger and whose face had turned purple, darkened even further. What treasure? A bunch of junk, not even worth 1,000 yuan in total.
As for the third one,
then I heard Su Chao's annoying voice again. You broke into my home and assaulted my family, especially my father, who was already seriously injured, and worsened his condition. You should compensate me for emotional distress and medical expenses.
200,000 isn't excessive, is it?
Hey, when you calculate it this way, we're even.
Isn't that a coincidence? Zhang Mozi roared inwardly. What do you mean, even?
You just uttered a few words and hundreds of thousands are gone.
How am I supposed to explain this when I get back? As for the fourth one, Zhang Mozi was on the verge of a breakdown. There's a fourth one? Are you ever going to stop? You broke into my home and tried to bully the weak.
I was forced to defend myself, and we have CCTV footage in our living room as proof.
So, you have to pay for the medical expenses you mentioned.
Finally, given the despicable behavior that has left my family with psychological trauma, you must apologize to my parents and slap yourself 10 times. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chao saw Zhang Mozi's face turn purple and then put him down.
After landing, Zhang Mozi clutched his neck and gasped for breath.
After listening to Su Chao's words, he realized how difficult the other party was to deal with. Martial artists are not scary. What's scary is a martial artist with culture. He regretted provoking this family. If he hadn't acted impulsively before, he wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Seeing that the other party was still hesitant after catching his breath, Su Chao spoke again. If you don't do it yourself, I will do it myself. But I have just become a martial artist and I can't control my strength well yet. Zhang Mozi stared at Su Chao, his face grim, inwardly roaring. A threat, a blatant threat. When you hit my man just now, I saw that you had a good grasp of your strength. He was making a final struggle. Su, are you sure you want to go this far? We're all in this area. We need to leave ourselves an escape route. Su Chao stared at him, his face growing colder and colder.
Leave a way out? If I hadn't happened to come back today, you would have bullied my parents terribly. Did you leave any way out?
Seeing that the other party wouldn't budge, Zhang Mozi had no choice but to give in.
He's under someone else's roof. He can't beat them.
He walked up to Su Chao's parents and said, I'm so sorry. We were rude today and startled you both. Please forgive us. After saying that, he slapped himself 10 times before stopping, and both of their faces turned red.
Then he turned to look at Su Chao and asked, Can we go now? Su Chao squinted at him.
This guy is no ordinary person. It's no easy feat for him to have made it this far. This person cannot be allowed to live. We must find a way to get rid of him.
Get your men out of here.
Tell your superiors superiors that I hope this matter ends here, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Zhang Mozi glared at Su Chao, then stopped uttering threats. He helped his men up from the ground and had them support each other as they left with him. Su Chao's parents were stunned by the series of changes and stared at him for a long time. In just half a month, their son had changed so drastically. They found it increasingly difficult to understand their son, who was completely different from the obedient child they used to know. Su Chao felt uncomfortable being stared at like that by his parents, and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile.
Dad, Mom, it's scary to see you staring at me like that. Are you two alright? Were you hurt by them? Wang Lihuo looked Su Chao up and down. Are you really our Xiao Chao? Mom, please stop making a scene.
Su Jianye stared at Su Chao with a puzzled look on his face. Son, your strength doesn't seem like that of someone who was just awakened. Unlike his wife, who was merely an observer, he, as a former martial artist, could immediately spot what was amiss. A newly awakened martial artist is definitely not as fast as Su Chao just showed. Su Chao was also aware that the strength he had displayed in his haste was somewhat unusual, so he explained, well, as you know, I participated in the Beast-Tide battle, and my strength has improved recently. Oh, right, Mom and Dad, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll be right back. After saying that, he turned and walked quickly downstairs. Those people were all injured, and they probably haven't gone far yet.
Xiao Chao, don't do anything out of line. You have a bright future ahead of you. Behind me came the uneasy voice of my father, Su Jianye. Su Chao quickly found Zhang Mozi and his group.
Their legs had all been broken by him, and they were walking very slowly, supporting each other. They limped toward the old car in the corner of the neighborhood, looking somewhat comical, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Boss, are we just going to put up with this? One of the younger brothers asked.
I'm so incredibly frustrated.
When have we ever suffered such a huge loss? Zhang Mozi looked around and saw that the passers-by, seeing his hostile gaze, quickly moved away.
He turned around and glared at the underling. Shut up, we'll talk in the car.
The group got into the car, which quickly started and drove away. Su Chao looked up at the sky. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the sky was beginning to darken. He quickly followed, maintaining a certain distance, and occasionally using obstacles to conceal his figure and avoid being discovered. With his eye of detection, tracking a car was not difficult for him, especially since the car wasn't going very fast in the city. 20 minutes later, the car drove through several streets and alleys and arrived at a warehouse on the outskirts of District 25. The place was rather remote, so the group parked their car. The warehouse door opened, and 2 thin young men walked out. It seems that when Zhang Mozi goes out to collect debts, he usually brings along some burly men. These kinds of men are not easy to mess with, and they are also easier to collect debts from.
The 2 quickly ran forward and opened the car door. Boss, you're back. Zhang Mozi's face was gloomy.
You 2 help a Biao and the others inside. The 2 were completely bewildered and didn't understand why, but they still did as instructed.
Seeing the severity of their injuries, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity.
Brother Biao, what exactly happened? The guy known as Brother Biao is the one who asked Zhang Mozi a question downstairs in the neighborhood. He was in so much pain that his face was covered in cold sweat, and he spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. We've run into some tough guys.
Get us inside first.
Ouch. Be careful, don't touch my right hand. After seeing the group enter the warehouse from a distance, Su Chao activated his eye of detection to confirm that there were no surveillance cameras nearby, and then quietly approached the warehouse.
He hid in a corner not far from the warehouse and activated his eye of detection again, clearly seeing everything around him.
This superpower grants the ability to see through objects, allowing one to penetrate certain obstacles and see what's inside. The warehouse is about 2,000 square meters in size. Some miscellaneous items are piled up around it, and several sofas and tables are placed in the center, with playing cards scattered on the tables.
There were 11 people in the warehouse at the moment.
A group of people were sitting around a desk, and Zhang Mozi seemed to be reporting something to the person sitting in the chair behind the desk. Su Chao observed the man, his pupils contracting slightly. This man was actually a martial artist, albeit only a level 1-1. He was around 30 years old, with a buzz cut and a capable-looking face. With his legs crossed and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he listened to Zhang Mozi recount the events. Through the swirling smoke, he could vaguely catch a glimpse of the coldness flashing in the other man's eyes. Su Chao quietly approached and came to the outer wall of the warehouse next to them, listening intently to the sounds coming from inside.
Brother Long, that's roughly how things went. In the end, that kid told me to bring a message back.
Stop here, or we can't afford the consequences. Upon hearing this, the crew-cut man, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly threw his cigarette but at Zhang Mozi and then stood up and slapped him hard across the face.
Useless. You can't even handle something this simple. How can I entrust the business of this territory to you in the future?
The 4 brothers you took out, you brought back all of them with broken arms and legs. Zhang Mozi dared not dodge, letting the cigarette butts and slaps fall on his face. The crew-cut man's anger seemed to have subsided slightly. He walked around the table, stood in front of Zhang Mozi, and stared intently at him.
The association is currently raising funds. The president and his team have already contacted channels and are preparing preparing to obtain a batch of gene-based drugs. I was planning to apply for one for you, but you have disappointed me greatly. Since you didn't get this money back, you'll have to cover this hole yourself. As for that brat, he just awakened as a martial artist and he's already so arrogant and disrespectful. He dared to threaten us. I must teach him a lesson he won't forget. Ah, you're asking for it. Before he could even utter the word train, he sent Zhang Mozi flying with a single punch. The crewcut man's face was filled with disbelief as his eyes darted downwards, finally landing on the dagger Zhang Mozi had plunged into his abdomen. He couldn't understand how Zhang Mozi dared to hurt him, even though he was a martial artist. Before he could react, his henchmen, armed with weapons and their eyes gleaming with madness, pounced on him, some with daggers, some with clubs. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Chao's eyes outside the wall were flashing with a strange light, the psychedelic effect of the eye of detection. At that moment, the crewcut man felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed something was wrong. How could all the underlings betray us at the same time? And their eyes all revealed the same madness as Zhang Mozi back then. His scalp tingled, and he had a feeling that he was being watched by some kind of force. But he absolutely refused to get hurt, so he fought ruthlessly, his fists and feet flying, repelling all the people who rushed at him. The henchmen who had fallen to the ground, including Zhang Mozi, seemed oblivious to the pain and continued to attack him. Left with no other choice, he had to harden his heart and begin killing. A chaotic battle ensued, followed by a brief respite. He slumped onto the sofa, exhausted, only after the last person collapsed and remained motionless. He had a few more wounds on his body, though not as serious as the dagger wound in his abdomen, but he looked utterly disheveled. At this moment, the light in Su Chao's eyes outside the window gradually faded, and he also felt a little tired. Facing so many people simultaneously casting illusions on him, even though none of them were martial artists, his mental energy was still greatly depleted. Troublesome. So many people attacked and still couldn't kill him. The gap between martial artists and unawakened individuals is indeed too great. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door. He hadn't found any surveillance cameras inside the warehouse when he used his detective eye to scan the area. Inside the room, a crewcut man slumped on the sofa, preparing to treat his wounds, took out his phone to report to his superiors. Just as he was about to dial, his movement faltered. Turning around abruptly, I saw the door open, and a person who looked like a young student slowly walked in. He stood up, his face full of vigilance, staring intently at Su Chao as he slowly approached. Su Chao looked at the other person with a mocking smile on his face. Who am I? Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? Now that I'm here, I'll let you see what lesson you learned. The crewcut man realized what was happening and stared at Su Chao with suspicion. You're that student from today, Su Jianya's son? Was that chaos you're doing? As he spoke, he secretly tried to press the button on the phone in his hand. Suddenly my movements froze, my fingers wouldn't obey me, and I couldn't press the buttons on the phone. His face showed an expression of extreme terror. You're not being very cooperative. It seems you don't want to have a proper talk with me. Su Chao's eyes flashed coldly as he walked over and snatched the phone from his hand. He casually picked up a rag from the table next to him, squatted down, wrapped it in the rag, and took the dagger from one of the henchmen who had fallen to the ground. He quickly walked up to the crewcut man, and before the man could react in shock, slowly plunged the dagger into his neck. Didn't you listen to what I told them to do? I already said this is the end, or you'll face the consequences. Su Chao's voice rang out coldly, as chilling as a demon's whisper. Su Chao only turned off the eye of detection when the crewcut man slowly collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and convulsing uncontrollably. He breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that the other party was no longer breathing. Martial artists were indeed difficult to deal with. The best way was to intimidate and stop them. He put the dagger back into the hand of the henchman, carefully wiped the phone with a rag, and then put it back into the crewcut man's pocket. After looking around and making sure he hadn't left any trace, he quietly left the warehouse with a rag. The bodies inside the house were scattered all over the floor, and the scene resembled a fierce internal battle in which both sides suffered heavy losses. After leaving the warehouse, Su Chao looked around to make sure no one was watching before he began to clean up the traces he had left behind. He then used Shadow Cloak and quickly disappeared into the night. On the way, he disposed of the rag in his hand. The return journey was much faster than the way there. He took advantage of his speed and used shortcuts through alleys to quicken his pace. Along the way, he kept thinking about whether he had missed anything. Although it was impossible to be completely without a trace, at least there was no direct evidence pointing to himself. He absolutely could not let these people stay. Although he was not afraid of them, his parents were his weakness. If these people are pushed to the limit and harm his parents, he is often not around, making it impossible to defend against them. Why hasn't Xiao Chao come back yet? It's been half an hour. While tidying up the mess in the house, Wang Lihua turned to ask Su Jianya, who was sitting in a wheelchair in a daze. You've asked several times already. Take a break, Lihua. Don't worry, Xiao Chao is a sensible person. Su Jianya comforted his wife with a wry smile. Wang Lihua was distracted and had no interest in tidying up, so she simply sat down on the sofa and sighed. Old Su, you said Xiao Chao has changed so much. He's like a completely different person in just half a month. I wonder what he's been through. Su Jianya pondered.
It may be related to his recent experiences. Life or death situations always change a person's personality. Besides, the mentality of a martial artist is different from that of an ordinary person.
Don't worry too much, he is still our son.
Wang Lihua glanced at the doorway every now and then, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sigh, I'll go cook.
Xiao Chao should be back soon. It's such a pity that so many good dishes were wasted by that damn Zhang Matzi.
We usually can't bear to eat them, but I spent more than 200 yuan on groceries. I can only make do with whatever food I can find. Sorry, Xiao Chao. Just then, Su Chao's voice came from the doorway.
Mom, don't feel wronged.
Today, our family will go out for a nice meal.
It took Su Chao nearly 10 minutes to finally get home.
Seeing his mother about to go to the kitchen, he quickly stopped her. When Wang Lihua saw her son return, a smile appeared on her face. She went over, took his hand, and scolded him.
You brat, you want to run out as soon as you get home.
You're such a worry.
Eating out costs too much money.
Let's have something simple to eat at home today, and I'll cook you something delicious tomorrow.
Mom, I know I was wrong. I'll stay with you for a few days this time, and we won't go anywhere else, okay? Let's go out to eat today. It's been a long time since we've been out.
I've made some money recently, so this meal won't hurt.
I also have something to tell you guys. Hearing her son say that, Wang Lihua didn't insist anymore.
He said, I'm going to change my clothes, and then turned and went into the room. Su Jianya looked at his wife with concern as she left. Su Chao knew his father's worries and shook his head with a smile. Dad, don't worry, I just went over to take a look. I didn't do anything out of line. By the way, Dad, just hang in there a little longer, and I'll get you some willow hearts so you can recover.
My battle merits are still a bit lacking. Su Jianya's hands, resting on his lap, trembled slightly. Xiao Chao, how did you accumulate so many military merits? Didn't I tell you I was going to fight the beast tide?
I was lucky. I killed a lot of monsters and made a lot of money along the way. He said casually. Also, this house is in a terrible condition, which isn't good for your recovery.
I'm planning to buy you a better house.
Wang Lihua had just changed her clothes and came out when she heard the word house.
She looked at the father and son in confusion and asked, what house? What are you talking about?
Su Chao had no choice but to bring up the matter of buying a house with his mother again. The result was a roll of the eyes from my mom. As she straightened her clothes, she scolded, you don't earn much money. How can you know how to save? You have so many expenses now, don't waste them here. He could only give a casual reply, not much, just 10 million.
My mom wanted to continue complaining about him. What, 1,000?
Before he could finish speaking, his mother suddenly stopped tidying the clothes and stared at her son in shock.
How many tens of thousands did you earn? Su Chao was speechless at his mother's surprised reaction and could only patiently explain.
I was lucky and made 10 million. After buying things for myself, I still had several million left.
Su Jianya, the father, was also shocked.
He had thought that Su Chao had only made a few 100,000 yuan, but he never expected it to be so much. He was a martial artist back then, so he naturally knew that making money was not easy for a martial artist. Most of my income was spent on improving my skills, and there wasn't much left at home. I thought that I could earn more money after improving my skills. Unexpectedly, he encountered that accident right after advancing to the third-tier martial artist. Hearing that her son had earned so much money, the mother started seriously considering moving to a new house.
Su Chao's father is in a wheelchair and has difficulty moving around.
They lived in a walk-up apartment building, and she couldn't carry her father up and down the stairs. Most of the time she had to stay at home, and only when Su Chao was around would she carry her father downstairs for a walk, which was not good for her recovery. Seeing his parents seriously discussing the matter, Su Chao was happy, as he could finally truly help his family. Mom and Dad, let's go eat first, we're starving.
Let's eat and chat. The two elders needed time to process the shock Su Chao had brought them, and both nodded in agreement.
The three of them soon arrived at an upscale restaurant in the center of District 25. Su Chao ordered a large table of delicious food, but after his mother scolded him, he had no choice but to curb his extravagant spending. The family enjoyed the meal together happily. They hadn't had such a sumptuous meal outside for a long time since the father's injury. After dinner, seeing the satisfied expression on his wife's face, Su Jianya couldn't help but turn his head and secretly wipe away a tear. She happened to notice him and took his hand with concern, asking, Old Su, what's wrong? Su Jianya turned around and gently stroked his wife's slightly dry and yellow hands with his other hand. Lihua, you've really suffered these past years.
Since you got injured, you haven't had a decent meal or bought many new clothes.
Old Su,
don't talk nonsense. None of that matters. The most important thing is that our family is safe and sound.
Seeing his parents' deep affection, Su Chao quickly smoothed things over, saying, You two have gone too far. You have to consider how I, a single dog, feel when you're showing off your love.
Sure enough, his mother glared at him and said, Are you asking for trouble again? The atmosphere eased considerably after Su Chao interrupted.
When it came time to pay, my mom insisted on packing up the dishes that hadn't been touched and taking them home. She said that the meal cost her half a month's salary, so she couldn't waste it.
After leaving the restaurant, Su Chao took his parents to a clothing store. Just as the father said, their family hadn't bought any clothes in a long time.
My mom, in particular, spent ages changing her clothes, but ended up wearing the same clothes she wore 2 years ago. This scene brought a pang of sorrow to Su Chao's heart. After visiting several stores, everyone bought a few sets of clothes and shoes. Just as his mother was about to get angry and urge him not to waste money, the group returned home. After discussing the house purchase for a long time, we finally decided to go house hunting tomorrow.
Since we're moving, we should act sooner rather than later.
After deciding to buy a house, everyone washed up and went back to their rooms, exhausted from a long day. Back in his room, Su Chao lay down on the bed. Looking around the small, dilapidated house that had been his home for 3 years, he knew how many nights he had spent exercising here, sweating profusely. Now, he is about to leave this place. He finally changed his family's life through his own efforts. Mother won't have to work so hard anymore, and father won't have to endure so much suffering.
Everything will get better and better. That night, he slept exceptionally well. At the entrance of the sales office of the Westlake Villa residential complex in District 12, people come and go.
This is a newly developed residential complex, completed 2 years ago, with the first phase already finished. The community boasts a beautiful environment, comprehensive facilities, and a unique overall design.
It also features a small lake and exceptionally well-landscaped greenery.
Most importantly, the property services here are excellent, with 24-hour security, ensuring a high level of safety.
As a result, it has an excellent reputation and is selling very well.
At that moment, a car slowly drove in and stopped at the entrance.
A middle-aged couple and a young man got out of the car.
The middle-aged man had difficulty moving around and got into a wheelchair after getting out of the car.
They are Su Chao's family.
After deciding to buy the house last night, the group started searching for listings online. Initially, Su Chao's mother's idea was to find any neighborhood and buy a relatively inexpensive apartment with an elevator. Su Chao insisted on choosing a community with a beautiful environment and good safety, and they eventually settled on Westlake Villa. The three of them entered the sales office. The sales hall is spacious, with a large model in the center and a large screen on the wall playing promotional videos. Many people gathered around the model, pointing and commenting, while sales staff patiently explained. When Su Chao entered, all the sales staff were busy, so he wandered around the lobby by himself.
After a while, a saleswoman finally had a moment to spare.
Seeing that they were a family of 3, she politely came over to inquire.
"Hello, are you here to view the apartment? Is there anything you'd like to know more about, or which floor plan you're interested in?"
Su Chao noticed that she was not tall, had a sweet face, and 2 charming dimples when she smiled. She was young and probably had just started working there.
"We'd like to buy a 4-bedroom apartment. Do you have any good recommendations?"
The saleswoman's eyes lit up when she heard that.
Customers with clear goals usually have a strong willingness to buy.
Her smile widened, and she began her professional introduction. Our Westlake Villa residential community.
After nearly 40 minutes of detailed discussion,
the family eventually settled on a 198 square meter apartment on the 10th floor of Building 6, with a total price of 4.08 million yuan. This is a fully furnished apartment, ready for immediate move-in. This is perfect for families like theirs who are in a hurry to move.
Moreover, this house has an excellent location, facing the West Lake in the community, with pleasant scenery.
This was also Su Chao and his team's good fortune. Someone had reserved this apartment, but I just received a call today saying that there had been a change in their family situation and they couldn't buy it anymore, so the deposit is non-refundable. The saleswoman was also very happy, not expecting Su Chao's family to be so decisive. They immediately decided to sign the contract and make payment, turning it into a big order. For her, who had just started working, this commission was quite substantial, so she became even more respectful and courteous to Su Chao's family, inviting them to sit down in a quiet rest area, pouring them water, and then going to get the contract herself. Su Chao was very happy that things were settled so quickly, but his mother started complaining again about her son wasting money, saying that there was no need to buy such a big and nice house. Su Chao could tell that although she was complaining, she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes.
Who wouldn't want to live better? It's just that conditions were limited in the past.
Just as the family was sitting and chatting, a surprised voice came from not far away.
"Chaozi, you're here too? You guys are on holiday?"
Su Chao turned his head and saw a tall, muscular man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, looking at him with surprise, accompanied by a middle-aged couple. Su Chao greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Xiongde,
you guys are also on holiday looking at houses?"
Upon hearing that he was called Big Bear, the other person immediately showed a hint of discomfort on his face. Xiongde is the nickname Su Chao gave him. His real name is Zhang Kuang. They were childhood friends, their families lived in the same neighborhood when they were young, and they played together from childhood to high school, maintaining a very good relationship. Zhang Kuang developed quickly from a young age and exercised frequently, especially developing well-developed pectoral muscles and a robust physique, which is why Su Chao gave him the nickname Big Bear. After Su Chao's family encountered some misfortune and sold their house, they moved away, and the two saw each other much less often. In addition, he did not awaken his superpowers in high school, so he was unable to get into
Wuhan University. Zhang Kuang, on the other hand, is a genius who has awakened an A-level lightning-type ability. He was the student with the highest level of supernatural ability awakening in his class, and also the student with the highest awakening level in that year's school. Later, he was admitted to Shanghai Martial Arts University, the top martial arts university in Shanghai base city. Zhang Kuang was tall and strong, with a mature and composed face, making it hard for strangers to mistake him for a student. Su Chao himself is not short, almost 1.8 meters tall, but when the two stand together, he always feels that he is much shorter than Zhang Kuang. However, Su Chao is handsome, and Zhang Kuang often teases him, saying that he will live off his looks and never have to worry about food or clothing. Just then, Su Chao saw the family walking over and stood up to greet them. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." "Hello, Aunt Zhou." Zhang Dekong, the arrogant father, was a minor leader in the 12th district and also a martial artist. His mother, Zhou Fong, was a middle school teacher. The two families were quite familiar with each other because the children got along well. The elders from both families also exchanged greetings. Knowing about Su Chao's family situation, Zhang's father smiled and asked Su Jianye, "Old Su, how are you recovering? You look great." Su Chao's father could only shake his head with a wry smile. "It's the same old problem, still the same." Seeing his expression, Zhang's father changed the subject. "What? You're also planning to buy a house here? That's great, we can be neighbors again." At this moment, Aunt Zhou, who was standing nearby, chimed in, saying to Su Chao's mother with a hint of complaint, "Liwa, let me tell you, Xiao Kuang is incredibly stubborn. He earned some money from the beast-tide battle and insists on buying us a house. He's grown up and has his own opinions now. We can't control him anymore." Seeing the pride on the other person's face when talking about their child, Su Chao's mother could easily discern the true meaning behind their words. She continued, "Your Zhang Kuang has been sensible and filial since he was a child, and now he has been admitted to the best martial arts university in Shanghai. He has a bright future ahead of him. You two can just wait to enjoy your good fortune." Aunt Zhou was delighted by Su Chao's mother's praise, and holding her hand, the two chatted more and more enthusiastically. Zhang Kuang and Su Chao exchanged a wry smile. In fact, Su Chao knew that Aunt Zhou was a nice person. When he was a child, she often cooked delicious food and invited Su Chao to their house for meals. But what parent isn't proud of their child's achievements? When they meet acquaintances, they inevitably can't help but boast a few words. "So, have you found a house you like? We'd like to buy houses next to each other so it'll be convenient." Aunt Zhou continued to ask. Just then, the saleswoman returned with the contract, smiling at Su Chao and saying, "Mr. Su, this is the purchase contract. Please take a look. If there are no problems, we can sign it now." Su Chao took the contract. "Okay, let's take a look." He handed it to his mother, saying, "Mom, this is the house we bought for you. You and Dad can check the contract to see if there are any problems." Aunt Zhou was taken aback. "Liwa, you've already found a house? I thought you just arrived. What kind of apartment is it?" The saleswoman didn't miss the opportunity to promote the product, and continued, "Auntie, they are looking at the F32 unit, which is 198 square meters. This unit is very practical and is our best-selling unit." Aunt Zhou looked at Su Chao with a questioning gaze and asked Su Chao's mother in a low voice, "Liwa, did our son also buy this house?" Su Chao's mother looked at Su Chao with satisfaction, and said with a hint of complaint, "Hey, Xiao Chao insists on buying it, saying that the place we live in now doesn't have an elevator, which is inconvenient." After listening, Aunt Zhou continued to ask, "Is your son Xiao Chao still studying at the University of Science and Technology? Did he make money through entrepreneurship?" She remembered that Su Chao hadn't awakened to become a martial artist, and the only way for him to earn money in college was through entrepreneurship. "No, this child has also awakened into a martial artist, just like you arrogant folks, and participated in the beast-tide battle." Zhang Kuang, seeing his parents chatting so enthusiastically, didn't feel comfortable interrupting and listened quietly with Su Chao. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Ah, Chaozi, you've become a martial artist? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" Although they see each other less than twice a year now, they still keep in touch regularly. Seeing Zhang Kuang's mournful eyes, like a little wife who had been abandoned, Su Chao couldn't help but feel a little unbearable. "Big Bear, I didn't mean to keep it from you. To be honest, I only awakened myself half a month ago, and I haven't had a chance to tell you yet." Hearing that he had only awakened less than half a month ago, Zhang Kuang pulled Su Chao aside and growled in a low voice, "What? You went to fight the beast tide only half a month after you awakened? You're really fearless." Seeing his concern, Su Chao explained, "I didn't go up the city wall. I was just assisting the army from below, which was relatively safe. Besides, you know my family's situation. How can we not take a chance?" Seeing that Zhang Kuang still wanted to speak, he quickly interrupted, "Xiongdi, I understand your intentions. I know you've always wanted to help me, and I also know about how you secretly got money for my family, but I can't always rely on your help." Zhang Kuang said somewhat embarrassedly, "Chaozi, I know your personality, and I knew you definitely wouldn't accept it, so I..." Before he could finish speaking, Su Chao suddenly slapped Zhang Kuang's arm. "Thank you, brother, now everything is fine. I'm able to support my family and solve their problems. Once we've bought the house and moved in, we'll definitely invite invite your whole family to our home for dinner. Zhang Kuang felt a surge of energy from his good brother and was very happy. He clenched his fist and gently punched the other person's shoulder. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Let me know if you need any help with the move.
Seeing the two young men fighting like this, Aunt Zhou shouted at Zhang Kuang, "How old are you? Why are you still hitting each other?" Turning to her husband, she said, "Old Zhang, why don't we take a look at this apartment layout too? I just saw it, and it's really quite nice." Before Zhang's father could speak, Zhang Kuang blurted out, "Mom, I agree. That way I can often go to Aunt Wang's house for meals." When he was a child, he often went to Su Chao's house for meals. After a while, he shamelessly called Su Chao's mother Aunt Wang. Wang Lihua also liked this child very much and would always cook delicious food for him. Aunt Zhou rolled her eyes at him. "You heartless bastard, you think my cooking isn't good?" Zhang Kuang hurriedly explained, "Mom, it's definitely not because I think your cooking is bad, it's just that Dad always says that behind my back." Mr. Zhang, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered. He was originally just an observer, but his anger was ignited. He glared at Zhang Kuang, his gaze carrying a warning, as if to say, "You just wait, kid." He hurriedly explained to his wife, "Honey, you know how could I say something like that? Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I've been eating your cooking for decades, my stomach can't live without this taste." Aunt Zhou really couldn't do anything with the Zhang family, father and son, they were both tough nuts to crack. With Zhang Kuang's antics disrupting things, the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. In the end, Zhang Kuang and his family decided to buy a house here, choosing a unit with the same layout as Su Chao's house across the street. This made the saleswoman extremely happy. She never expected to be so lucky today, selling 2 large apartments at once. She decided to celebrate with her best friend after get off work. The two families signed the contract and paid the down payment. The procedures were completed quickly, and by the time everything was finished, it was getting late, so we arranged to have dinner together. During the meal, Zhang's father picked up a bottle of wine and asked Su Jianye if he could drink. Su Jianye was especially happy that day. Having bought the house, he was finally free from that cage, and agreed to have a small drink. Even Su Chao and Zhang Kuang each had a drink. After all, buying a house is a major life event and deserves a celebration, especially since Zhang Kuang was so eager to buy it. Su Chao didn't argue. After all, he knew that Zhang Kuang was richer than him, had awakened his powers a few years earlier, and had a higher level of ability. The school would definitely focus on cultivating him, so this little thing was not worth mentioning. After the meal, Zhang Kuang asked Su Chao what his plans were for the holiday, and was immediately surprised to learn that he was going to the wilderness area. "Chaozi, tell me, what is your current strength?" "Second-tier martial artist." Su Chao had no intention of hiding it. "Ha?" Zhang Kuang thought he had misheard and scratched his ear. "A second-tier martial artist? Are you sure you're not joking?" After receiving Su Chao's affirmative answer, Zhang Kuang was somewhat dizzy. He himself awakened an A-level ability, which is considered quite talented. Even with 3 years of abundant resources at the school, he's only just reached the 4th-tier martial artist level. Su Chao, on the other hand, only awakened his ability half a month ago and is already a second-tier martial artist? He thought Su Chao had just entered the second-tier martial artist level, but in reality, Su Chao was already close to reaching the 3rd-tier martial artist level. He moved closer and asked in a low voice, "Chaozi, you didn't awaken an S-class superpower, did you?" Su Chao shook his head. "I awakened an A-level ability, but my situation is a bit special. Don't tell anyone else about this, just tell you." He also understood that if he didn't have an A-level supernatural talent, there was no way to explain how quickly he had cultivated. As for the secrets on the panel, he would never tell anyone. The human heart is most vulnerable to temptation. Zhang Kuang nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Chaozi, I will never tell anyone this secret, but it's too dangerous for you to go to the wilderness right now. Call me when you need to, and I'll go with you." Su Chao knew that refusing was useless, so he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, I'll definitely let you know when I go." After parting ways with Zhang Kuang's family, Su Chao and his family of 3 quickly took a taxi home. "Start packing, getting ready to move tomorrow." It's called tidying up, but there's really not much to organize. A lot of things can be thrown away, there's not much of value in them. In recent years, almost all the valuable items have been sold off. After tidying up, I sat down to rest. Su Chao picked up the phone and transferred 1.5 million yuan to his mother's account for household expenses and his father's medical bills. He told her not to be too frugal, that he was already earning money, and that the family's life would get better and better. The mother stared at the money on the card for a moment, then tears suddenly streamed down her face. She got up and ran to the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air, accompanied by her suppressed sobs. In the living room, the father and son looked at each other. Su Chao was about to get up and go over, but his father raised his hand to stop him. "Let your mother cry. Let her vent all the grievances she's held in for so many years. It's good for her health. She has been living a very repressed life these past few years, with a heavy burden on her shoulders. Now that you can help the family, her burden can be lifted." "Son, thank you." As he spoke, Su's father couldn't help but shed tears. Over the years, who has had an easy life? Su Chao looked at his father, squatted down, and gripped his
his hand tightly. She looked at him with unwavering eyes and said, "Dad, this is what I should do. If you hadn't risked your life to protect me and Mom back then, you wouldn't have been so badly injured. These past years have been the most agonizing for you. You are a brave man, a good father, and a devoted husband." Hearing his son's words, he received his affirmation and understanding. Su Jianya, like a wronged big child, burst into tears. Su Chao silently stayed by his father's side, handed him a tissue, and held his hand tightly. Parents have been suppressing their emotions for too long and need to release them through crying, which is actually good for their health. He had already vented his anger through constant killing during the beast tide. More than 10 minutes passed. Mom had just come out of the bathroom. Her eyes were swollen, but her mood had clearly improved. She smiled at the father and son, looking much more relaxed. In the past, when your mother smiled at you, you could always feel that she was forcing it. Now, her smile is truly natural and makes you feel at ease. The mother came out, and the father looked up at her and stretched out his hands. The mother went over, and the family embraced tightly. From then on, they began a new life. The next day, as soon as Su Chao woke up, he saw his mother busy in the kitchen, and then a fragrant aroma wafted over, making him very hungry. "Mom, what delicious food did you make? It smells so good." When his mother saw him get up, she laughed and scolded him. "Your nose is still so sharp. I stewed some meat. We'll cook noodles later. We'll have breakfast here today before moving to our new place, so go wash up and eat." At this moment, his father also came out of the room, smiling as he looked at him. After releasing their emotions last night, both parents are in a good mood today. The family chatted and laughed as they finished breakfast. After tidying up the house, it was almost 11 o'clock when the moving truck arrived. The loading was completed quickly. They didn't have much stuff. Standing downstairs in the residential complex, the family of three looked back at the place where they had lived for the past 3 years. They were saying their final goodbyes here, a place that had witnessed the most difficult days of their family's life. It took several days to get everything settled, from furnishing the house to cleaning and all sorts of other little things done. However, the family who moved to West Lake Villa in District 12 were in a particularly good mood. My mom, in particular, was incredibly energetic all day, constantly busy cleaning and tidying up the house. Seeing her smiling all day, she was clearly in a great mood. My dad, on the other hand, can't stay at home. After dinner, he runs downstairs to play chess and chat with a group of old men. You can hardly ever see him at home. As for Su Chao himself, he wanted to help his mother, but she chased him away, saying he would only cause trouble. Left with no other option, he locked himself in his study, spending all his time researching information about the wilderness. After all, he was preparing to set off for the wilderness. During this time, he also arranged to meet with Zhang Kuang to discuss some preparations. After all, Zhang Kuang had been to the wilderness area before. Time flies, and it's been almost a week since we moved. The house is finally all tidy and organized. They decided to invite their relatives and friends who had helped them over the years to their home for a get-together. First, they wanted to let everyone know they had moved to a new house. Second, they wanted to express their gratitude and, incidentally, pay back the money they had borrowed. Among the relatives and friends were his father's old hunting brothers, who were all moved when they saw how his family was doing. Everyone says this couple has finally made it through. That day, my father drank quite a lot of alcohol. Su Chao was worried about his father's health, so he took the initiative to accept the toast, and ended up drinking too much himself. When Su Chao woke up, he felt refreshed and invigorated, as everything at home was finally settled. Tomorrow, he's getting ready to head to the wilderness. Then, he glanced at the panel as usual, and a surge of joy welled up inside him. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, C-level Shadow Clone. Physical constitution, 35. Mental strength, 26. Plus, source point, 1498. Martial arts, mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Shadow Strike, mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Wind Slash, minor mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Mountain Suppressing Fist. Plus, after this period of time, his mental strength can finally be improved. He is full of expectations, wondering how much strength he can improve to this time. As the source points continue to be consumed, he felt his previously stagnant mental strength begin to grow rapidly. When he had consumed 900 source points, that familiar throbbing headache returned, and he knew he couldn't improve any further. Roar, roar. Looking at the panel, his mental strength had increased to 35, reaching the mental strength standard of a level 3 martial artist. A level 3 martial artist's mental strength is between 30 and 40 points. This data is the conclusion he reached by consulting materials and testing himself. The panel shows that your constitution can also be improved. Without hesitation, he decisively began to improve. Countless energies surged into his body, tempering his bones, muscles, and various organs. Even his blood underwent some inexplicable change. Until one moment, he felt as if something within him had been unlocked, and his strength entered a new realm. He speculated that this meant the human genetic lock had been unlocked, signifying evolution. Martial artists who awaken their special abilities unlock the next level of their genetic locks and enter a new realm each time they advance in their cultivation. However, those martial artists who embark on the path of evolution by taking
taking gene serums must take gene serums of the corresponding level. Each time they break through to a higher level of martial artist realm in order to unlock their gene lock and achieve the breakthrough.
This is also why Awakens superpowered individuals receive intensive training.
Currently, the production of gene-based drugs is extremely difficult, resulting in limited production and making them difficult for ordinary people to obtain. I've heard that the highest level gene potion currently being developed is only at the 8th level. This means that martial artists who evolve using the potion can only reach the peak of the 8th level martial artist at most. Generally, only powerful forces or families with strong members would prepare this evolutionary path for their descendants who are unable to awaken. Su Chao constantly felt his body changing and his strength continuously increasing. His improvement only stopped when he consumed 270 source points and his physique increased to 62.
Feeling the explosive power within his body, Su Chao was overjoyed.
He got up and stretched, his bones cracking as he did so. This is his biggest improvement to date, with his physique soaring from 35 to 62. I've finally become a third-tier martial artist. A third-tier martial artist's physical strength is usually between 4,000 kilograms and 8,000 kilograms, while his current physical strength has reached 6,200 kilograms, which is considered quite strong among third-tier martial artists. With the added boost of 50% from his advanced beginner-level martial arts skills, his strength could reach a maximum of 9,300 kilograms. This is barely comparable to the strength of a newly entered 4th-tier martial artist. However, even the weakest 4th-tier martial artist has the bonus of martial arts skills, so he can only be considered strong among 3rd-tier martial artists. When encountering a 4th-tier martial artist, running away is the only option.
Name: Su Chao.
Level: Tier 3 martial artist. Special abilities: A level Eye of Detection, C level Shadow Clone.
Physical constitution: 62. Mental strength: 35. Source point: 328.
Martial arts: Mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Shadow Strike, Mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Wind Slash, Minor mastery of the beginner martial arts skill Mountain Suppressing Fist. Su Chao felt a sudden toothache. His source points were being consumed too quickly. However, he's about to head to the wilderness area, where he can continue to acquire source points. Now that he is a 3rd-tier martial artist, he has even more confidence in venturing into the wilderness. For a 3rd-tier martial artist, this is just the beginning. His goal is to reach an even higher and farther peak in martial arts. With the panel in place, he was convinced that he would not lose to anyone. After gathering his thoughts, Su Chao decided to go out today and purchase all the necessary supplies for his trip to the wilderness area. At the same time, I need to find a place to familiarize myself with the increased strength I've gained. You should also test how fast you've actually reached. Having made these decisions, he glanced at the time. His mother should have already prepared breakfast. He went out of his room and had breakfast with his parents. I greeted them and then opened the door and set off. Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy was founded by Ba Dao, one of the world's top martial artists. With numerous branches in various base cities, its overall strength ranks among the top 3 martial arts schools in the world. There happens to be a branch here in Ward 12. Su Chao came here to use the combat room, where he could hone his martial arts skills and quickly adapt to his enhanced strength. However, it's not cheap here. It's charged by the hour, and the price varies depending on the level of the battle room. He just bought a house for his family and transferred 1.5 million yuan to his mother. He currently has about 1.3 million yuan in his account, which is enough for him to use for the time being and for this purchase of supplies. Upon entering the lobby, he found a staff member and booked a tier 3 battle room, which cost 50,000 yuan per hour. Although it hurt his wallet, he still booked it for 2 hours.
Following the staff, we took the elevator to the 3rd floor.
The staff opened the door to a battle room, briefly explained how to use it, and then left. Su Chao began to observe the tier 3 battle room. The room is approximately 500 square meters, and the walls are all made of high-grade memory alloy. As long as the force does not
exceed the upper limit of the first level of the room, it cannot be destroyed, and the alloy can also repair itself automatically.
A row of weapon racks is set up at the entrance, with all kinds of standard weapons available for guests to choose from. In the center of the room sat a humanoid puppet, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen. The staff told him that this was called a battle puppet, which could fight against people without getting hurt and could unleash the power of a 3rd-tier martial artist. As long as the force applied does not exceed the limit of the first level of the corresponding room, the battle puppet will not be damaged. This is the foundation upon which the martial arts school survives, which is why battle puppets are extremely rare. This also explains why the battle room has different pricing based on level, and customers need to choose a battle puppet that matches their level. Besides the battle room, there is also a gravity room, which is ridiculously expensive and can provide comprehensive training support, but it is extremely difficult to make an appointment. Su Chao learned that more than 20 years after the start of the Great Nirvana era, which was after the Second Energy Tide, many things that had never been seen before suddenly appeared in the various human base cities. This includes gene-based drugs, advanced alloy technology, top-tier martial arts, the gravity chamber, and battle puppets.
He has no idea what secrets secrets are hidden within. But he believes that as his strength continues to increase, all the secrets will eventually come to light. Su Chao first tested his speed. He moved with incredible speed, his figure appearing repeatedly in the room. After a short while, he estimated his current speed to be approximately 77 meters per second. A typical third-tier martial artist's speed is between 60 and 90 meters per second, and his speed is at a medium level. However, he possesses superpowers. As his sea-level ability, Shadow Clone, was upgraded, he not only gained the ability to create shadow clones but also retained the speed boost he had before the upgrade. However, as his strength increased, the speed increase was no longer exactly double what it used to be. He tested it and found that it could maintain a 50% increase, which was already quite good. This is also the source of his confidence that he is not inferior to anyone, because he has never heard of anyone whose superpowers can advance. If his speed were increased by another 50% from his special ability, his burst speed could exceed 115 meters per second, which is very close to the highest speed of 120 meters per second for a 4th-level martial artist. This greatly enhanced his ability to survive. It could be said that most 4th-tier martial artists, without special methods, would probably not be as fast as him. He then activated the battle puppet and began his actual battle against it. The battle puppet has no martial arts skills, it only relies on strength and speed to reach the level of a 3rd-tier martial artist. At first, Su Chao didn't use any weapons and fought it with his fists. After getting used to its strength, he switched to a knife and continued the fight. 2 hours later, the door to the battle room opened, and Su Chao walked out, covered in sweat. "That was so exhilarating," he exclaimed, the battle giving him a thoroughly enjoyable experience. "There's absolutely no need to worry about hurting the war puppet, you can confidently use all your methods. The only problem is that it's a bit expensive, 50,000 per hour. I can't come here often normally, but I can choose to come here when I need to become more proficient after my strength improves." After leaving the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall, he went to the nearby Hunters Association to purchase the necessary supplies such as food and medicine for this trip. Half an hour later, Su Chao came out carrying a large tactical backpack filled with essentials for going out. Furthermore, that backpack can also be used to carry materials from hunting monsters and bring them back to sell. However, seeing that there was only a little over 800,000 left in his account, Su Chao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Martial artists make money quickly, but spend it even faster. The more than 18 million yuan in his hands was almost spent in less than 10 days. He thought to himself that he hoped he would have good luck on this trip and earn more money. Back home at West Lake Villa, Su Chao stopped locking himself in his room and started chatting with his parents. He's going into the wilderness tomorrow and doesn't know when he'll be back. He needs to cherish the precious time he has with his parents. He had told them he was going to the wilderness area before, but his parents initially disagreed, saying that he had only recently become a martial artist and it would be too dangerous for him to go there rashly. Having no other choice, he had to tell them that he had reached the strength of a 2nd-tier martial artist. He also said that Zhang Quan would accompany him, and they would not venture deep into the wilderness, but only train on the outskirts. His parents knew Zhang Quan's abilities and that he had experience in the wilderness before, which is why they agreed to let him go. However, the worry on his face was still undeniable, and he was urged to call frequently to let others know he was safe. The family finished dinner early that day, and Su Chao also went to bed early to be well rested for the wilderness area the next day, because it's not easy to get a good night's sleep there. The exit of the city gate in District 28 is the closest area with an exit to District 12. In the morning, many martial artists lined up to register. 2 young figures stood out in the group, carrying large tactical backpacks and talking in hushed tones. A handsome man, holding a long sword shaped like a horizontal blade in his left hand. The other was burly, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a somewhat mature-looking face, and carried a long spear on his back. These two were Su Chao and Zhang Quan, who had set off early in the morning for the wilderness area. "Big Bear, why are there so many unawakened individuals wandering around near the city gate?" Su Chao asked, following the gaze of others. Zhang Quan looked over and saw several young men whispering among the martial artists in the queue. "Oh, you mean them. These people are all asking if the martial artists want to follow them. They are warriors." He sighed after he finished speaking. "As you know, the probability of an ordinary person awakening is very small, but there is still a chance before the age of 30. Those young people in their 20s who have not yet awakened are unwilling to be mediocre, so they choose to follow martial artists to the wilderness to take a gamble. They often serve as warriors' attendants, helping to carry equipment or gather materials. According to statistics, frequently venturing into the wilderness, following warriors into contact with, or even directly fighting monsters can indeed increase the chances of awakening, but the mortality rate is also quite high. When encountering danger, warriors may not care about their safety." Hearing Zhang Quan say this, Su Chao admired these people, but also felt a sense of helplessness and sorrow. He changed the subject, pointing in one direction and asking, "Big Bear, why is there no queue over there, and why are so many people there without any luggage? We have so many people here, yet we still have to queue." "Chaozi, that's a passage reserved for martial artists of level 4 and above. There are relatively few people there, so you don't have to queue. Many of them have spatial rings, unlike us who have to carry our bags. Most of the people here are first to third level martial artists. Since there are so many of them, we naturally have to queue up. Big Bear, why don't you go to that other lane? You don't have to queue with me. It's okay, Chaozi. It's your first time out here, so there are many things you're not familiar with yet. I'll stay here with you, chat with you, and pass the time. Anyway, it'll only be our turn in about half an hour. Looking at the endless queue, Su Chao sighed. I didn't expect so many people to go to the wilderness area every day. Zhang Quan laughed and replied, Chaozi, you must have felt it too. The later a martial artist's cultivation progresses, the greater the resource consumption becomes. Although the wilderness is dangerous, it contains endless resources. Hunting monsters can yield materials, as well as rare flowers, herbs, and exotic fruits. Most of these items have special uses or are used for research. They can be sold to hunters' associations, chambers of commerce, alliances, etc., and the income can be considerable. But the more precious the spiritual object, the stronger the monster guarding it and the more difficult it is to obtain. Of course, there are a very few lucky people who happen to obtain rare and precious materials and become rich overnight, but those are exceptions. Chaozi, once you get to the wilderness, don't take any chances and go on adventures. There are powerful monsters everywhere here, so you have to be careful, or you might lose your life out there. Zhang Quang became increasingly excited as he spoke, so Su Chao quickly interrupted him. Big Bear, I know that. I've done a lot of research. The main reason I asked you to come with me this time is for training. We'll limit our activities to within 50 kilometers of the base city. This area is mostly populated by low-level monsters, with very few above level 4, so it is relatively safe. Zhang Quan gave a thumbs up and praised, not bad, it seems you really did your homework. It's the Chaozi I know, serious and cautious in his work, so I'm relieved. The two chatted, and time flew by. Then it was Su Chao's turn to register. The staff quickly completed the formalities for him. This registration procedure is only for martial artists going out for the first time. After registration, an identity information card will be issued. In the future, when entering wilderness areas, you only need to carry this with you, and the machine will scan it for passage. They followed the team through the scanning tunnel, passed through the heavy city gate, and finally stepped into the wilderness. Once outside the city gates, the previously densely packed crowd quickly dispersed. Su Chao and Zhang Quang chose Kaiyang County, a small county town abandoned after the Nirvana era, 35 kilometers northwest of this place. Upon entering the wilderness area, Zhang Quang abandoned his casual demeanor, took off the long spear from his back and gripped it tightly in his hand, ready to fight at any moment. The two sped off towards Kaiyang County. Along the way, we occasionally encountered a few scattered monsters, none of which were very strong, mostly below the first rank. Su Chao dealt with him with a single, casual move, without needing to make a move himself. As monsters increase in strength, their intelligence also increases, and higher-level monsters usually take the initiative to avoid the vicinity of human base cities. When the two were about 10 kilometers from the base city, a Tier 2 ironhorn bison suddenly rushed out from the roadside grove. Su Chao drew his knife and charged forward, while Zhang Quang hurriedly warned from behind, Chaozi, be careful, this guy is tough to deal with. Before he could finish speaking, Su Chao flashed his blade, and the iron-horned bison's head separated from its body. Its body lurched forward a few meters with its momentum before finally collapsing to the ground. Zhang Quang's mouth gaped open in an O shape as he exclaimed in surprise, Chaozi, you're too amazing. You took down a second-tier monster in one move. Su Chao looked at the source points on the panel, which had increased by 38 points, and replied with a grin, it's alright, I just broke through recently. After saying that, he bent down and began cutting off the horn of the iron-horned bison. They were currently in the wilderness, and their backpacks couldn't hold too many materials, so they could only collect the valuable parts from the monster. The horn of this bison could probably sell for around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, and the whole bison could be worth over 100,000 yuan. They didn't take any of the materials from the first-tier monsters they killed earlier. Chaozi, don't forget to collect the monster's spirit armor fragments. They are important evidence used to record battle achievements. Don't worry, Big Bear, I've collected everything. I haven't forgotten any of the monsters I killed before. As he spoke, Su Chao took out an oval-shaped armor plate from the bison's neck, on which two spiritual runes shimmered. All monsters have spirit armor plates, and the spirit armor plates of different monsters are located in different places. Generally, the number of spirit patterns represents the monster's rank. Currently, only the official authorities are collecting this item. Martial artists use it to exchange for battle merit points. Zhang Quang rolled his eyes at Su Chao's perfunctory reply, cursing inwardly, pervert. This guy's strength has improved much faster than before. If he knew that Su Chao's recent breakthrough referred to breaking through to the third-tier martial artist level. Defeat the Tier 2 monster Gale Rabbit, gain plus 32 source points. Killing the Tier 1 monster Berserker Hound grants plus 15 source points. Kill the second-tier monster Shadowclaw Cat, source points plus 33. Kill the Tier 2 monster Ironhorn Bison, source points plus 38. The two continued their journey, hunting as they went. went.
The highest level monsters they encountered were only second-tier monsters, and Zhang Kuang barely made a move. This made him very frustrated. He had originally come with Su Chao this time intending to show off his skills in front of him. The longer he spent in the wilderness, the deeper his admiration for Su Chao became. Su Chao acted with experience and decisiveness, showing no signs of being a novice entering the wilderness for the first time. Moreover, he could also tell that Su Chao's martial arts skills were not low, at least reaching the minor mastery level. It should be noted that it took him half a year to cultivate his own basic martial arts skills to a minor level of mastery. I really don't understand how Su Chao cultivated. Not only did his strength increase so quickly, but his martial arts level is also so high. Su Chaoyue was extremely excited at this moment. Coming to this wilderness area was definitely the right place. In just 2 or 3 hours, he had earned nearly 500 source points and a backpack that was almost half full of materials. However, he didn't dare to be careless, since this was a wilderness area, and he would occasionally activate his detective eye to observe his surroundings. Once activated in the vast wilderness, the eye of exploration becomes an invaluable asset, capable of detecting every blade of grass and tree within a radius of approximately 2 kilometers, effectively preventing encounters with powerful monsters.
Moreover, as strength increases, the detection range can be further expanded.
He had just killed a tier 2 berserker and, after collecting the materials, activated his eye of exploration as usual.
Suddenly startled,
"Hey, there's a pack of bloodthirsty wolves about a kilometer ahead, closing in on us."
Zhang Kuang noticed something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong, Chaozi?" Su Chao's expression also turned serious.
He said, "I have a special detection method that can sense the situation within a certain range. About 1 kilometer to our left front, there is a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves coming towards us."
"What? Are you sure?"
Having received further confirmation, he knew Su Chao wouldn't joke about something like this, so he continued to press. "Can you clearly see the quantity and strength?" "There are about 20 of them, 7 or 8 of which are second tier, and the rest are first tier."
"The Wolf King is at the early stage of 4th tier. Confront them head-on or avoid them?" Zhang Kuang's expression was serious as he gripped his spear tightly and looked at Su Chao.
"Chaozi, if I hold off the Wolf King, can you protect yourself in a short time?"
"Buy me time to kill the Wolf King."
"No problem. You can have the Wolf King, and I'll take care of the other first and second tier demon wolves."
"Chaozi, I know you're strong among the second tier, but this is a horde of beasts. If something goes wrong, I might not be able to come to your rescue in time."
"Big Bear, when did you become so long-winded? Just get to work." Seeing Su Chao's determined gaze, Zhang Kuang said no more. The two placed their backpacks under a nearby tree and climbed up to prepare for battle. Just a few minutes later, they felt the ground shake, and even the tree swayed. Immediately afterwards, a pack of bloodthirsty wolves appeared in sight, with the Wolf King in the center, whose body length exceeded 4 meters, appearing exceptionally majestic. Just as the wolves were about to pass under the tree, the Wolf King in the middle seemed to sense something and made a bold and decisive move. Su Chao saw a figure suddenly rush out, surrounded by faint lightning, pointing directly at the Wolf King's head. The figure arrived before the gun. Its momentum was awe-inspiring. The Wolf King was already on guard, and when he made his move, he slightly tilted his head, thus dodging the fatal blow.
However, one of his ears was still hit by Zhang Kuang's well-prepared shot, instantly turning into a bloody mist. "Awoo!" The Wolf King roared and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang seized the initiative and tightly suppressed the Wolf King.
Seeing that the king was injured, the surrounding wolves obeyed the order and attacked Zhang Kuang. Seeing that Zhang Kuang was unlikely to win, Su Chao seized the opportunity to entangle the Wolf King and attacked without hesitation, flying down from the tree with his long sword aimed directly at the nearest second-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf. The demonic wolf intended to attack Zhang Kuang, but it didn't expect there to be a treacherous creature in the tree. As a result, Su Chao beheaded it with a single stroke. With a single, decisive strike, Su Chao slashed twice, then cleaved 2 first-tier demonic wolves beside him, instantly killing them. He only displayed the strength of the peak of the second tier,
relying on his agile movements to slash left and right among the wolf pack.
Almost every strike took the life of a demon wolf, and in less than 2 minutes, he had killed more than 20 of them.
At this moment, only 5 second-tier bloodthirsty demon wolves remained in the arena.
When they saw the humans slaughtering their own kind, fear involuntarily showed in their eyes. Seeing his men slaughtered so horribly in such a short time, and with himself tightly entangled by the man with the spear, the Wolf King roared in fury. The man's spear crackled with lightning, indicating his formidable strength. Several charred wounds were already visible on his body. The Wolf King began to consider retreating. Suddenly, it let out another shrill wolf howl. Its body suddenly swelled up, and its speed and strength increased dramatically. Caught off guard, Zhang Kuang was knocked back several steps. The attack hit its mark, and the Wolf King turned and fled. Its berserk bloodline couldn't last long. Zhang Kuang was furious. Su Chao had already killed more than 20 demon wolves, while he had not yet achieved anything. If the Wolf King escaped, would he still have any face left? Then he roared. 9 Tribulations Thunder Spear, second form, Thunderclap Strike. He was surrounded by lightning, and the gun was flashing with lightning. It transformed into a bolt of lightning and gave chase, and and soon the Wolf King's cry of pain could be heard, clearly indicating that it had been severely injured. Su Chao wasn't worried about Zhang Kuang, since his strength was clearly superior to the Wolf King's, and killing him was only a matter of time. He focused on dealing with the 5 demonic wolves in front of him, and the slaughter continued. After more than 10 breaths, Su Chao stood amidst a pile of demon wolf corpses, knife in hand. A total of 25 were killed, and the source points on the panel increased by more than 500. He must gather the materials for these second-tier bloodthirsty demon wolves as soon as possible, and then go find Zhang Kuang. The most valuable parts of a dire wolf are its teeth, claws, and fur. To save time, he only took the wolf teeth and claws, each worth about 50,000. He didn't take the fur because it was too much work. A few minutes later, after he finished dealing with all the corpses, including collecting the spirit armor fragments, he felt a little worried when he saw that Zhang Kuang had not returned. He took their backpacks from the tree and quickly chased after them in the direction where Zhang Kuang had fought. After chasing for about 3 kilometers, Su Chao vaguely heard arguing and quickened his pace. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Zhang Kuang was arguing with several people. Upon seeing the other party clearly, Su Chao involuntarily activated his supernatural ability, Eye of Detection, and his pupils shrank upon seeing it. The opposing team consisted of 5 people, and their strength was fully exposed. 2 of them are newly entered 4th-tier martial artists, and the remaining 3 are 3rd-tier martial artists, one of whom is already at the peak of the 3rd tier. Clearly, this is a hunting team with considerable strength. Between the 2 sides lay the corpse of the 4th-tier bloodthirsty Wolf King that had fought Zhang Kuang earlier, and the focus of the dispute was clearly this Wolf King's corpse. Upon seeing Su Chao arrive, the 5 men turned to look at him, but because he was only a 2nd-tier martial artist, they didn't take him seriously at all. When Zhang Kuang saw Su Chao arrive, he nodded to him. "Big Bear, what's going on?" Zhang Kuang said angrily, "After I severely injured this Wolf King, it escaped here and was caught by them. They finished it off with a stab and claimed that they killed it and that the body was theirs. I'm just arguing with them now." Su Chao hadn't even had a chance to speak. The peak 3rd-tier martial artist among the 5 opponents said with dissatisfaction, "Young brother, you can't just talk nonsense. It was clearly us who killed this Wolf King. How could you be the one who was seriously injured?" Zhang Kuang retorted loudly, "You're blatantly lying. The Wolf King's wounds are all gunshot wounds, and there are also traces of lightning-type abilities left on the wounds. Do any of you have lightning-type ability users who can use guns?" The person who had just spoken was speechless for a moment. The facts were there for all to see, and he couldn't find any reason to refute them. At this moment, the person leading the group stepped forward. He was probably their captain, one of the 2 4th-level martial artists, a bald man around 40 years old. He said, "Young man, you may have wounded the Wolf King first, but the fact that we killed it in the end cannot be denied, can it? Let's compromise. The Wolf King's carcass is worth about 1 million. We'll divide it in 2. The wolf teeth and claws will be one part, worth about 500,000, and the rest will be the other part. We'll each take one part. How about that? You guys choose first. Are the spirit armor fragments included in our share?" The man hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. The peak 3rd-tier martial artist who had just spoken was about to reply when he was glared at by the bald captain and fell silent. Zhang Kuang originally wanted to say, "Even if you don't make a move, I can kill the Wolf King immediately, and all the materials will be mine." But he glanced at Su Chao beside him, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "I choose wolf fangs and wolf claws." He wasn't afraid of the other group. With his A-level lightning-type ability, he could retreat calmly even if he was outmatched. However, he was worried that Su Chao might get hurt in the conflict, since he thought Su Chao was only at the 2nd level, while all the other side were at the 3rd level or above. Su Chao understood the meaning behind Zhang Kuang's gaze. He whispered in his ear, "Big Bear, if you're not happy about it, then do it your way. Don't worry about me, I can protect myself." Zhang Kuang thought Su Chao was just putting on a brave face and shook his head. He stepped forward, took the wolf fangs, wolf claws, and spirit armor pieces, gave the group a meaningful look, and then pulled Su Chao away. Seeing Zhang Kuang and the others leave, the 3rd-tier peak man among the 5 couldn't help but speak up. "Captain, I really don't understand why we gave them a share. Aren't they just 2 young punks?" The bald captain glanced at him. "Third brother, do you think I wanted this? Think about it, those 2 young men are not simple." The young man with the gun was able to seriously injure a 4th-level bloodthirsty Wolf King by himself. "His strength is probably stronger than mine. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. Judging from their age, they're probably still in college. To already have such abilities, their talent and background must be extraordinary. It's best not to offend these kinds of people. If I weren't worried about undermining the reputation of our fire squad, I wouldn't even really want this material. It's not worth offending 2 young people with unlimited potential for such a small amount of money." The other team members remained silent, pondering their captain's words. Another 4th-tier martial artist, who was also the vice captain, spoke up. "Also, didn't you guys notice that martial artist who only seemed to be at the 2nd tier? He didn't seem simple to me. You know my intuition is usually very accurate." The bald captain continued, "Yeah, he's too calm. He's not flustered at all facing our entire lineup of level 3 or above. He's either a hothead or he has something to rely on. I'm more inclined to believe the latter. Third brother, you need to tone down your temper in the future. Although our fiery squad is quite strong, there are far more powerful teams in the base city. If we run into a tough opponent, it will be too late to regret it. After Su Chao and Zhang Kuang left Baldi and the others, they sensed that Zhang Kuang was in a low mood. He patted Zhang Kuang on the shoulder. Alright, Xiongdae. Their captain was sensible enough. Anyway, we can't take the wolf carcass with us, and the fur was damaged during the battle, so it's not worth much. The loss isn't significant. If you're still not satisfied, let's go and beat him up right now. Forget it, Chaozi, you're right. We've got the most valuable material, so let's not stoop to their level. It's just that peak third tier guy was really arrogant. I'll definitely deal with him if I run into him another day. The two then continued their journey toward Kaiyang County. The journey was relatively smooth. Apart from encountering a tier 3 Shadowclaw cat, the other monsters they encountered were all tier 1 or 2, which Su Chao easily dealt with. Su Chao didn't make a move against the third tier Shadowclaw cat, but left it to Zhang Kuang so he could vent his emotions. As expected, Zhang Kuang only needed one move to turn the third tier Shadowclaw cat into a corpse. He even deliberately nodded at Su Chao, his expression full of smugness. Su Chao felt both amused and exasperated by this brother, yet also found him reliable. They are truly reliable, but sometimes their naivety can be quite exasperating. Finally, around 3 p.m., they arrived in Kaiyang County. Looking at the devastated county town before him, a place from before the Nirvana era, Su Chao felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside him, a feeling that made him feel suffocated. He seemed to see the bustling scene that once filled this place with people and vehicles. Now, only ruins remain, overgrown with weeds. Countless monsters roamed the ruins, seemingly surviving here. Seeing Su Chao in a daze, Zhang Kuang reminded him, Chaozi, we need to be more alert now that we're here. There are many monsters here, and they gather in large numbers. Generally, monsters above the 4th rank rarely appear, but it's hard to say that high-ranking monsters might roam around, so we must remain highly vigilant. Su Chao nodded. Don't worry, Xiongdi. I just checked, and there are no monsters threatening us nearby for the time being. Let's find a place to rest and eat something to replenish our energy. When I was scouting, I found a building about a kilometer to the left, which seems like a good option. The view is open, and the monsters we encounter along the way aren't too strong. Great job, Chaozi, you've thought of everything. The two moved swiftly through the ruins and arrived at the previously identified foothold. This used to be a hotel, and it's unknown how many floors it had before, but now only 10 floors remain, and the top part was clearly damaged in the fighting. They quietly avoided the roaming monsters on the first floor, went up to the 7th floor, opened a room, went inside, and closed the door. The monsters on the first floor were deliberately left unattended so that other monsters wouldn't easily wander over. Moreover, the noise from cleaning would disturb other monsters, making it difficult for them to rest here. The room was dilapidated, the smell of decay permeated the air, and even the windows were broken, but that didn't matter in the wilderness. They found a spot by the window, opened their packages, took out food and water, and began to eat. These foods are made from the meat of powerful monsters, specially processed. They don't taste particularly good, but eating a few pieces can quickly replenish your energy. Su Chao checked the control panel while eating. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, C-level Shadow Clone. Physical Constitution, 62. Mental Strength, 35. Source Point, 1533. Martial Arts, Mastery of the Beginner Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastery of the Beginner Martial Arts Skill Wind Slash, Minor Mastery of the Beginner Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist. Plus, since entering the wilderness, he has gained about 1,200 source points by hunting monsters. The efficiency is not as high as when fighting the beast tide. After all, such opportunities are rare. Seeing that only the basic martial art Xinyue Fist could be upgraded on the panel, Su Chao considered for a moment and decided not to upgrade this martial art for the time being. Spending 1,000 source points to reach the Great Completion Realm now will not significantly improve your strength. Moreover, source points are hard-won and should not be wasted. Having just broken through to the 3rd tier of martial artist in terms of physique and mental strength, he still needs time to digest and adapt, and does not plan to improve rapidly in the short term. His progress had been too rapid during this period, and he felt that his strength was somewhat superficial. Currently, he wants to try to see if he can improve his superpower level. He had no hope of getting the A-level Eye of Exploration. Upgrading it to S-level would definitely require an astronomical sum. His goal is to achieve a C-level Shadow Clone, but he doesn't know how many source points it will take to upgrade to B-level. If he still has any source points left after upgrading his superpower, he plans to upgrade the basic martial skill Windbreaker to the perfect level, which will greatly help improve his strength. As far as he knew, very few people could cultivate martial arts skills to the perfect level, even those at the beginner level. After making up his mind, Su Chao focused on eating. Then I'll close my eyes and rest for a while, so I can prepare for the next battle. Su Chao opened his eyes, his condition back to its peak. Zhang Kuang, who had also rested enough, asked, Chaozi, what are you planning to do next? Originally, Zhang Kuang planned to use his past experience experience to arrange the training content when accompanying Su Chao to the wilderness area. However, along the way, he discovered that Su Chao was extremely experienced and his strength far exceeded his expectations, so he decided to listen to Su Chao's opinion first. Su Chao got up and walked to the window. He activated the Eye of Exploration, where the field of vision was wide and the range of observation was relatively broad. After a while, he finished his investigation and ran to look through the windows of other rooms on this floor. Returning to his room, he said to Zhang Kuang, "I just checked, and we're located on the edge of the county town. There aren't any particularly strong monsters within a kilometer or two. There are only a few tier 3 monsters, and the rest are all below tier 3. There are quite a lot of them. Let's take care of these third tier ones first. It'll be a decent income. Same as always, you handle the third tier ones, and I'll deal with the first and second tier ones. We'll advance into the county town area by area, trying to target the third and fourth tier monsters. I have reconnaissance abilities, so I can spot danger early and retreat if things go wrong. That way, I can earn more, since my backpack can't hold too many monster materials. What do you think?" Zhang Kuang listened attentively to Su Chao's analysis. After he finished speaking, he also felt that the plan was feasible and nodded in agreement. After all, who wouldn't be happy to earn more money? He originally accompanied Su Chao on his training trip, not expecting to gain much from it. Unexpectedly, Su Chao has such abnormal investigative methods. In this way, he actually benefited from Su Chao's abilities. Normally, teams of similar strength wouldn't dare to do this. They would hunt cautiously here, not target third or fourth tier monsters like they do. Truly powerful hunting teams wouldn't come to places so close to the base city. They would usually choose to go to more distant, more profitable areas. "Xiaozi, from now on I'll follow your lead. Where should we start?" Su Chao called him to the window and pointed to a spot not far away, saying, "See that dilapidated 3-story building over there? There's a tier 3 blood pattern spider inside, surrounded by dozens of tier 1 and 2 monsters. Also, in that factory over there." Zhang Kuang looked in the direction Su Chao pointed, and as he listened to Su Chao pointing out the hiding places of one monster after another, he felt that Su Chao's ability was truly abnormal. Su Chao, standing by the window, exuded an imposing aura, as if he were surveying the world. What others saw as a dangerous place, Kaiyang County, had become his hunting ground. After devising their attack strategy, the two began their operation. On the second floor of a 4-story shopping mall, a monster resembling a wild boar was lying down, resting with its eyes closed. It is over 3 meters long, with hair standing on end like steel needles, and 2 long fangs protruding from its mouth. This is a tier 3 monster, Blood Tank. It was fast asleep at the moment, with several second-tier monsters wandering around it. Unaware of this, 2 uninvited guests sneaked into the floor where it was resting and hid in a corner. These 2 were Su Chao and Zhang Kuang, who had already hunted down 5 tier 3 monsters. With the help of Su Chao's abnormal reconnaissance eyes, they easily avoided the monsters, quietly approached their target, and then Zhang Kuang attacked and killed them. Su Chao then took charge of killing the first and second tier monsters in the surrounding area, and retreated in time when he alerted other monsters and they gathered around. They had a clear division of labor, were extremely efficient, and reaped rich rewards. Not only did Su Chao obtain a lot of materials, but he also gained a lot of source points by killing a large number of first and second tier monsters. This time they planned to use the same method. This was the last tier 3 monster in this area. After killing it, they would move further in. After seeing the situation inside, Zhang Kuang turned around and glanced at Su Chao, signaling that he was about to make a move. The two were perfectly in sync. After Su Chao nodded, Zhang Kuang flashed forward, thrusting his spear straight at the head of the sleeping tier 3 bloodthirsty tank. By the time the roaming second tier monsters realized what was happening, it was too late to come to their rescue. The sleeping tier 3 bloodthirsty tank felt a sharp pain in its head, opened its eyes in a daze, and ended its monstrous life. Zhang Kuang began harvesting materials, ignoring the angry roars of the monsters around him. Su Chao then appeared and began slaughtering the surrounding angry monsters. That's right, it was a massacre. For Su Chao, whose overall strength is now close to the peak of the 3rd tier, killing these first and second tier monsters is a piece of cake. Wielding a B-grade alloy longsword, he practically killed a monster with a single strike. However, in order not to arouse Zhang Kuang's suspicion, he deliberately concealed his power, only revealing a portion of his strength. Even so, seeing him slaughter first and second tier monsters as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, Zhang Kuang, who was busy collecting monster materials, showed increasing confusion in his eyes. He felt that Su Chao's strength had improved too quickly, and that he must be hiding some secret. But Su Chao wouldn't say anything, and he wouldn't ask either. Everyone has secrets. The commotion had alerted the surrounding monsters, and the monsters on the first floor began to surge up the stairs. They had to speed up, otherwise, being surrounded by a large number of monsters would make it very difficult to escape. After all, martial artists below the 7th rank cannot fly and cannot escape from the air. They can only desperately break through from the ground. While slaughtering monsters, Su Chao activated his Eye of Exploration to observe the outside world. After advancing to the 3rd tier martial artist, he was finally able to activate his Eye of Exploration for a slightly longer period of time, with relatively controllable energy consumption. When he had killed 50 or 60 monsters, he discovered that a large number of monsters had gathered outside. Big Bear, get ready to retreat. Just then, Zhang Kuang finished collecting materials and saw the monster corpses scattered on the ground, and couldn't help but marvel at them. The two quickly cleared a path and broke out from the southeast before the horde of beasts completely surrounded them all, soon disappearing into the monsters. Inside a residential house about 3 kilometers from the shopping mall where they had just slain the Tier 3 bloodthirsty tank, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang were excitedly checking the monster materials in their backpacks. Hey, Xiaozi, this trip with you was really fun. It was much more rewarding than the last time I teamed up with my classmates. Remember to call me next time you come to the wilderness. In less than a day, they had already collected materials from 1 4th tier, 7 3rd tier, and dozens of 2nd tier monsters. In addition, they also obtained a lot of spirit armor fragments, which could be exchanged for a lot of battle merits. They were worried that their backpacks wouldn't be big enough, so they didn't bring most of the materials from the 2nd tier monsters they killed, except for the very precious and small ones. Otherwise, they would have gained even more. Su Chao was also very satisfied. Today's harvest was worth about 4 million yuan, which would amount to about 2 million yuan per person if divided equally. Earning 2 million in less than a day is something only martial artists can do. How many years would it take an ordinary person to earn that much by working hard? It's a pity there's no storage space. If we could take those monster corpses with us, we could sell them for a lot of money. But what surprised Su Chao the most was not the value of the monster materials. Instead, it was the display on his panel that showed his superpower could finally be upgraded again. He looked at the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Special abilities, A rank Eye of Detection, C rank Shadow Clone, plus Physical Constitution, 62, Mental Strength 35, Source Point, 6383, Martial Arts, Basic Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastery plus, Basic Martial Arts Skill Wind Slash, Mastery plus, Basic Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist, Minor Mastery plus. Upon seeing the more than 6,000 source points on the panel, Su Chao couldn't help but grin foolishly. When I first arrived in Kaiyang County, I only had a little over 1,000 source points. Later, every time I hunted a Tier 3 monster, I was able to kill Tier 1 and 2 monsters as well, gaining between 800 and 1,000 source points. This is the largest number of source points he has ever had on his panel. Zhang Kuang, standing nearby, assumed Su Chao was happy about the monster materials he had acquired, completely failing to grasp the joy in Su Chao's heart. Without hesitation, Su Chao chose to upgrade his C-level ability, Shadow Clone, first. He wanted to see what new abilities this upgrade would bring. As the source points are consumed rapidly until they stop at a certain point, the information on the panel changes accordingly. He stared at the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, B-level Teleportation. Physical Constitution, 62. Mental Strength 35. Source Point, 1383. Martial Arts, Mastery of the Beginner Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastery of the Beginner Martial Arts Skill Wind Slash, Minor Mastery of the Beginner Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist. Plus, the first thing that catches the eye is the section on special abilities. A Class B Superpower, Teleportation. Su Chao looked at his upgraded superpower and was filled with joy. This thing looks incredibly powerful, and it's spatial based. I'll find a place to give it a good test later. However, seeing that 5,000 source points had been consumed, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. He planned to leave the remaining source points untouched for now, saving them up to upgrade the basic martial skill Windbreaking Slash to its perfect state. His superpowers improved very quickly, almost in just a few breaths. He glanced across at Zhang Kuang, who was still counting materials with a lewd smile on his face, seemingly lost in thought. He got up and walked towards the door. Big Bear, I'm going out for a bit. Xiaozi, where are you going? Do you want me to come with you? You're taking a dump. Are you sure you want to follow me? Zhang Kuang quickly shook his head. Then don't go too far. Be careful. Su Chao went outside, activated his Eye of Exploration, and found an open area with relatively few monsters. Only a few 1st and 2nd tier monsters were wandering around. He immediately activated his newly acquired B-level ability, Teleportation, and his figure vanished in a flash. Then, with a loud crash, a wall 100 meters away collapsed, and Su Chao crawled out covered in dust. He was still muttering curses under his breath. It was too fast. There wasn't even time to react. I didn't master this ability the first time I used it. I need to practice more. Attracted by the commotion, several monsters around him pounced on him. Su Chao drew his long sword and met the punching bag who came to his door. It felt so good. In the blink of an eye, several monsters turned into corpses lying on the ground. His face was full of satisfaction. He sheathed his sword, stood still, and continued practicing teleportation. This time he was much more careful and dared not move too far. In another flash, he appeared at another location 50 meters away. Su Chao was like a child who had received a new toy, excitedly practicing his new skill non-stop. He only stopped when he was mentally exhausted. While teleportation potion is powerful, it consumes a great deal of energy. When using it, both physical and mental strength are rapidly depleted. With his current strength, he can probably only last for about 15 minutes continuously. However, he was very satisfied with the results. By activating teleportation, he can instantly appear anywhere within a 200-meter radius, and he can use it continuously. He felt that as his strength increased, the distance he could teleport would also increase. This superpower came at just the right time. It's a lifesaver in a critical moment. This greatly enhanced his ability to survive in the wilderness. The stench of blood in the surroundings has begun to attract other monsters from the vicinity. When Zhang Kuang saw Su Chao push the door open and come in, he asked in surprise, "Chaozi, you've been taking a dump for so long, and you still look exhausted? You wouldn't be. Did you eat something that upset your stomach?" Su Chao glared at him. "Don't pause so much when you speak in the future. It's easy for people to misunderstand. What are you thinking, Chaozi? What are you imagining?" Su Chao ignored him and quickly sat down to meditate and recover. There were still an hour or two before dark, and he would go out and cause some more trouble later. Seeing that Su Chao ignored him, Zhang Kuang also felt it was pointless and was about to start cultivating. Suddenly noticing that Su Chao was covered in dust, he asked in confusion, "Chaozi, how come your clothes are so dirty after you took a dump? Did you fall?" "Shut up, Big Bear, your mouth is getting more and more incessant." Su Chao couldn't stand this kid. "I was just concerned about you. Why are you getting angry?" Zhang Kuang was still muttering to himself. Half an hour later, Su Chao felt he had almost recovered. He got up and went up to the roof to scout out the surroundings before formulating his next hunting plan. A short while later, he returned to his room and looked at Zhang Kuang with a somewhat solemn expression. "Brother Xiong, we need to be careful from now on. The closer we get to the center of the county, the stronger the monsters become. I just checked, and there are at least a dozen third-tier monsters and one fourth-tier monster within a 2-kilometer radius." Hearing this, Zhang Kuang's smile vanished. "Chaozi, you tell me what to do next. I'll listen to you." Su Chao pondered for a moment. "Let's deal with the individual tier 3 monsters first, and then observe whether the tier 3 monsters around the tier 4 monsters will fall behind." Zhang Kuang asked, "What if they don't fall behind?" Su Chao shrugged. "Anyway, once we've cleared out the few on the outskirts, it'll be getting dark soon, so let's rest for the night. If they haven't separated by the next day, we'll have to try a direct assault. If that fails, we'll retreat immediately." Zhang Kuang also thought Su Chao's approach was reliable. Dealing with the 4th-tier monster's minions first and then attacking the monster itself would be much safer. After finalizing their plans, the two set off immediately. They first chose the target closest to them, a tier 3 Shadowclaw cat. At this moment, it was wandering in the grove in the center of the community, surrounded by more than a dozen 1st and 2nd-tier monsters. With the help of Su Chao's detective eye, the two quietly circled around to a corner of the forest, avoiding the monsters along the way, without disturbing the 3rd-tier Shadowclaw cat. The distance is already very close. If we move any closer, the Shadowclaw cat will notice. Zhang Kuang glanced at Su Chao and attacked without hesitation, his spear shooting out like lightning. The 3rd-tier Shadowclaw cat is extremely fast, almost comparable to the slightly slower 4th-tier monsters. Therefore, Zhang Kuang uses his fastest speed when he makes a move. If it discovers him and escapes, not only will it waste time chasing him, but it will also cause quite a commotion. As soon as the gunshot rang out, Shadowclaw cat instinctively ducked and turned its body, but the spear had already slashed a deep wound on its neck. Zhang Kuang didn't expect it to react so quickly, and immediately turned around to stab it again. The severely wounded Shadowclaw cat was unable to dodge in time, and its head was pierced by the spear, causing it to fall to the ground dead with a thud. Su Chao saw Zhang Kuang turn around and look at him, and gave him a thumbs up in secret praise. He secretly wondered if he had used teleport to appear next to Shadowclaw cat, and it wouldn't have been impossible to defeat it in one move. However, he doesn't want to reveal his hand too easily for the time being. He then took over and began clearing out the 1st and 2nd-tier monsters in the surrounding area. The process was familiar and went smoothly. As darkness fell, the two returned to their temporary lodging. Zhang Kuang opened his backpack and began organizing today's spoils. Besides the 3rd-tier Shadowclaw cat they had just killed, they subsequently killed 7 more isolated 3rd-tier monsters and hundreds of 1st and 2nd-tier monsters. Besides the battle merit armor pieces they could exchange for, the materials they collected were worth over 3 million. The materials from the 2nd-tier monsters were quite large, so they only collected small pieces, as their backpacks couldn't hold them all. Su Chao couldn't help but sigh. If only we had storage space, what a waste. "Chaozi, it looks like we need to go back to base, otherwise it would be a waste if the backpack couldn't hold it all." "Yeah, I was just thinking about that too. We've basically killed all the lone tier 3 monsters today, and the few left are all following that tier 4 monster. Let's try to kill it tomorrow morning, but we have to go back to base regardless of whether we succeed or fail. By the way, Chaozi, I just calculated that we should get over 2,000 battle merits from exchanging spirit armor fragments this time, which is over 1,000 per person. That should be enough to apply for 2-star honorary citizenship when we get back." "You haven't applied yet, have you?" "No, I just received my 1-star honorary
ordinary citizen approval a few days ago. What, Xiongdae, you didn't apply either?
No, I only had a little over 900 battle merits before, which was almost not enough.
Hey Xiongdae, you're really in a sorry state. You've been a martial artist for 3 years and you still haven't accumulated 1,000 battle merits?
Zhang Kuang blushed at Su Chao's words.
Xiaozi, you need to tone it down. You think everyone is as twisted as you? Earning war merits isn't as easy as you think. Take me for example. I'm considered a genius in school.
I only advanced to the 3rd-tier martial artist in my 3rd year, and only then did I venture out of the wilderness to hunt monsters. Schools generally don't allow 1st or 2nd-tier martial artists to leave the wilderness on their own. It's too dangerous.
So I only went out twice during my junior year, both times in teams with senior students, and I didn't accumulate many battle merits.
I only really started accumulating battle merits after the beast tide broke out. I just broke through to the 4th level martial artist before the semester break.
I was planning to go out and hunt monsters during
the break, but you said you wanted to do a trial, so I came with you. I didn't expect to have such a great harvest this time.
After listening to Zhang Kuang's rambling, Su Chao realized that he couldn't use his own standards to judge ordinary martial artists.
He had the divine aid of Eye of Detection, which allowed him to monitor everything within a 2-kilometer radius.
This gave him
the courage to frequently hunt down multiple Tier 3 monsters and a large number of Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters with Zhang Kuang. When martial artists go hunting, they usually kill only a few animals before retreating, because you never know if there might be a few more powerful monsters lurking around. Brother Xiong, I never thought that even genius martial artists like you had such a hard time.
Zhang Kuang roared inwardly, we're having a hard time? Isn't everyone like this?
Tell me, you're the one who's too abnormal.
He didn't really want to talk to Su Chao anymore. It seems Su Chao didn't notice his emotions. He then asked, Xiongdi, are you considered one of the top students at Shanghai Martial Arts University? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang immediately perked up.
He casually smoothed his thick hair with his hand and said in a relaxed tone, it's alright, I'm in the top 5 in my grade. I awakened an A-level lightning ability, so my combat strength is top-notch among my peers. There are only 3 or 4 monstrous talents who are rumored to have awakened S-class abilities, and whose talents are stronger than mine. Upon hearing about S-class superpowers, Su Chao immediately asked curiously, do you know what the S-class superpowers those classmates awakened are? He has never seen an S-class superhuman in person.
Zhang Kuang shook his head. S-class ability users are the absolute core of major forces, the hope of humanity, and are very likely to become beings above the 9th rank.
Therefore, they are given special protection, have dedicated teachers to guide them, and their information is kept secret.
How would I know what abilities they have awakened? Undeterred, Su Chao continued, as one of the school's top geniuses, don't you have any information at all? Zhang Kuang blushed and stammered, I know a little.
There's a girl in our year named Wen Jieyu who's one of them. I heard that her awakened S-level ability is very special and extremely powerful. Her cultivation speed is also fast. It is said that she is already at the peak of the 4th level and will be able to become a 5th level martial artist upon graduation. After saying that, he looked on with envy. Although he had cultivated quite quickly, he had only just entered the 4th rank. It would be very difficult to break through to the 5th rank when he graduated. After all, the higher a martial artist goes, the greater the gap in strength between each realm becomes, and breakthroughs require massive resources and a long period of accumulation.
Su Chao clicked his tongue in amazement. The cultivation speed of a genius who had awakened an S-level ability was indeed astonishing.
Brother Xiong, your school is a gathering place for geniuses in the entire Shanghai base city.
Do you know anyone who has awakened an SS-level superpower?
Zhang Kuang glanced at him sideways, looking at him like he was an idiot.
Xiaozi, I really don't know if you're genuinely clueless or just pretending. A prodigy who has awakened an SS-level ability would have their personal information absolutely confidential. Who would leak it?
If these people grow up, they will definitely be able to surpass the 9th rank, and they are one of humanity's foundations. If they perish before they grow up, humanity will suffer a huge loss. There have been cases in the past where prodigies who awaken SS-level superpowers were assassinated and perished.
Su Chao exclaimed in surprise, Xiongdae, is that really true? How did you know? He glanced at him arrogantly and disdainfully.
Of course, it was my teacher who told me to be more careful in my daily life. Chao Zi, as one of the top geniuses at Shanghai Martial Arts University, must have a dedicated mentor. Although my teacher is not a top figure, he is still a 7th level grandmaster, so it is normal for him to know these secrets.
Su Chao ignored his boasting and asked like a curious child, how could they be assassinated? Who would assassinate these geniuses? Shouldn't everyone protect them? Isn't that humanity's hope? Zhang Kuang's face turned cold and his tone became gloomy.
There are always some bugs lurking in the shadows who don't want humanity to produce too many top-tier powerhouses.
He stared at Su Chao and said solemnly, Xiaozi, I don't know what secrets lie behind your rapid improvement in strength. I won't ask, and I don't want to know. You'd better not tell anyone.
I want to especially remind you, before you have fully matured, never reveal your secrets too early. There is a hidden force among humanity that targets top geniuses and strong individuals. individuals, they seem unwilling to see humanity become too powerful. He stared at Su Chao and said solemnly, Chaozi, I don't know why your strength has improved so quickly.
You must be hiding a secret. I won't ask, and I don't want to know. You'd better not tell anyone.
I must especially remind you, before you have fully grown up, never reveal your secret too early.
There is a force lurking among
humanity that is specifically targeting top geniuses and strong individuals. They do not want humanity to become too strong at all. Su Chao was very surprised. This was the first time he had heard this news.
In a human society that is already in a difficult situation, how can such an organization exist?
Why would they do this? He became even more vigilant and secretly resolved that he must be more careful in the future and never let anyone discover the existence of his panel.
Moreover, the abilities of this panel definitely surpassed those of the legendary SS-level superpowers.
After chatting casually for a while, the two began to meditate and cultivate. For Su Chao, meditation is not very meaningful because he has a panel and his strength can continue to improve as long as he has enough source points. However, he still needs to recover his mental and physical strength through meditation. They called their families to let them know they were safe and then prepared to rest. The two took turns keeping watch and sleeping. This is why everyone must team up when entering the wilderness area. The next morning, after their meditation session, both of them were back to their peak physical and mental state. They opened their backpacks, took out their breakfast, and began to eat. Today, they are going to deal with that fourth-tier Shadow Panther. As the night passed, Su Chao wanted to observe whether the situation over there had changed. He went up to the roof and activated his Eye of Exploration.
How come there's an extra Tier 4 Shadow Panther?
Su Chao was puzzled. Yesterday, there was only one fourth-tier Shadow Leopard at the location he was observing, but today there was an extra one. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pair, one male and one female. The leopard I saw yesterday was female. I guess the male leopard went out to hunt. If that's the case, their plans will probably have to be adjusted. Two fourth-tier Shadow Leopards, along with several third-tier monsters and a large number of first and second-tier monsters, would make it very dangerous to force an attack, and it would likely come up empty-handed. Just as he was about to leave the rooftop to tell Zhang Kuang the news and cancel the operation,
the situation has changed again.
Suddenly, several figures appeared in his detection range, coming from the opposite direction. This was a group of 5 people, including 2 fourth-level martial artists and 3 third-level martial artists, led by a bald middle-aged man. A slight smile appeared on Su Chao's lips. As the old saying goes, enemies are destined to meet. That's right, these 5 people are the fiery squad who clashed with them outside the city over the corpse of the 4th-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf. They were heading in the same direction as the 2 4th-tier Shadow Leopards.
It seems their goals align with ours. This is going to be interesting.
He picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Kuang, telling him to come up to the roof.
Zhang Kuang approached Su Chao and asked, Chaozi, is there anything new?
Big Bear, do you remember those guys who tried to steal the 4th-tier Wolf King's corpse from us yesterday?
Of course I remember. What's wrong? Did you see them?
Yes, they are currently about a kilometer to the southeast, and their target should be the same as ours.
Chaozi, you mean those bastards are trying to steal our materials again?
After saying that, Zhang Kuang quickly lay down next to Su Chao and looked in the direction he was pointing. Their building is tall enough that they can clearly see the figures of those people. The 5 of them were cautiously moving forward, their destination the stadium not far ahead, which was the lair of the 2 4th-tier Shadow Leopards.
Brother Xiong, you said they stole our materials, but it's hard to say who stole whom this time.
The situation over there has changed. There's an additional 4th-tier Shadow Panther.
What? 2 Tier 4 Shadow Panthers? Superboy, are you kidding me? Su Chao replied expectantly, there are 2, probably a pair. The male one from yesterday has already gone out.
At first, when I saw this situation, I was about to give up on our previous plan, but I didn't expect these people to show up, and their target is the level 4 Shadow Leopard.
Maybe we still have a chance. Zhang Kuang stared at Su Chao excitedly and said, you mean, we can also play the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind trick? Su Chao nodded. Let's wait and see if there's a suitable opportunity.
At this moment, the 5 members of the fire squad were unaware that they had been spotted by 2 people in the distance. Each team member quickly moved to a new position using cover, with a member acting as a lookout each time they moved. Clearly an experienced hunting team.
They were now approaching the arena where the Tier 4 Shadow Panther was located. Captain, we don't need to be so cautious.
Yesterday, the vice captain observed for a long time, and there was only one level 4 Shadow Leopard and a few
level 3 monsters there.
With our strength, taking it down shouldn't be difficult. The one who spoke was the peak level 3 martial artist in the team.
Third brother, how can you change your temperament?
I've told you so many times, in the wilderness, you can never be too cautious. Accidents can happen at any time, the captain said sternly. As your captain, I am responsible for everyone, and every decision I make may affect the fate of the entire team, he continued.
All right, Captain, I'll listen to you. Please stop talking.
The man called the third brother looked distressed.
He was most afraid of the captain's ideological education. Although the captain was good in every way, he liked to lecture, which he found unbearable. At this moment, moment, the deputy captain who was leading the way, another fourth-level martial artist in the team, raised his hand. Everyone froze, and the vice-captain's voice came through their earpieces. Captain, I have a feeling something's wrong. There are 3 more tier 3 monsters that we didn't see yesterday. The bald captain's expression turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Second brother, observe the surrounding environment and find a suitable location for further reconnaissance." The vice-captain replied through his headset, "Okay, Captain, we'll go around through the small south gate. There are fewer monsters there." The bald captain nodded. "Fourth brother, you go and assist the vice-captain. We'll stay here and provide backup." "Roger that, Captain." A figure darted out from the back of the group and caught up with the vice-captain in front. Su Chao and Zhang Quan witnessed this scene from a distance. "Chaozi, why did they stop?" Zhang Quan asked. Su Chao stared into the distance without turning his head and said, "I guess they've discovered something amiss and have sent people to investigate. This team is really formidable, very cautious. If we get the chance to make a move later, we'll have to be careful, lest we be caught off guard and suffer an unexpected setback." 10 minutes later, on the fire squad side, the vice-captain's grave voice came through the headset. "Captain, we've confirmed it. There's one more 4th-tier shadow leopard, making a total of 2. The 2 team members outside and the captain were all astonished. "Wasn't there only one yesterday?" The deputy captain replied, "There was indeed only one yesterday. The other one must have returned last night." "Captain, what should we do? Should we do it or not?" someone asked. After a moment's thought, the bald captain said, "Let's decide by vote this time." The third brother immediately spoke up. "Captain, I support doing it. We've already observed this area. There are already few lone 4th-tier monsters, and the closer we get to the center of the county, the denser the 4th-tier monsters become, making it even harder to take them down." The vice-captain agreed. "Captain, I agree with Lao San's opinion. It's not easy to encounter a lone 4th-tier monster. If we spend time searching, the chances of us getting into danger are greater. Besides, we also have a chance here." The 4th brother also voiced his support, while the 5th brother remained silent. Seeing that 3 people had already agreed to give it a try, the team leader spoke up. "Since everyone agrees, let me explain the arrangements. The vice-captain and I will hold off the 2 4th-tier shadow panthers. The 3 of you will hold off the 3rd-tier monsters to buy time. If we fail within 5 minutes, everyone retreat immediately." "Roger that, Captain." "Roger that, Captain." "Chaozi, they've made a move. I thought they would give up. They've got guts." Seeing the blazing fire squad begin to move from afar, Zhang Quan couldn't help but look at them with new respect. Su Chao also agreed with Zhang Quan's opinion. "It seems they do have some skill. Let's keep an eye on them." At this time, the members of the blazing fire squad had already assembled inside the stadium. The bald captain looked around and then began to assign tasks. "Second brother, you and I will make the first move and each kill 1 tier 3 monster. The rest of you 3 will then gang up on the other tier 3 monster. Try to take down 3 tier 3 monsters in the first wave. That way, the 3 of you will only need to hold off 5 tier 3 monsters later, which will reduce the pressure considerably. Remember, everyone, go all out. We only have one chance. Once we make our move, the 2 4th-tier shadow panthers will definitely notice and won't give us another chance to ambush the other 3rd-tier monsters." Everyone nodded in agreement. Once everyone had chosen their target and taken their positions, the captain gave a furious shout. The 5 men charged out simultaneously, their weapons gleaming brightly. The bald captain's target was a tier 3 bloodthirsty tank, wielding a ring-pommel greatsword. At this moment, the blade was engulfed in flames, so hot that the air itself seemed to distort slightly. The temperature was extremely high. The tier 3 bloodthirsty tank was wandering around when it suddenly felt a heat wave coming from above. Then, a blade flashed and slashed straight at its neck. It instinctively shrank its head, but didn't manage to dodge completely. The flaming blade severed half of its head, and the remaining force struck the ground, creating a crater more than 2 meters in diameter. The surrounding area charred black. He killed a 3rd-tier monster with a single move. Clearly, the bald captain is a martial artist who has awakened fire-based superpowers. On the other side, the vice-captain also quickly selected a target and made his move. His target was a tier 3 earth-shattering bull, wielding a long spear that moved like a dragon. The spear was blocked by the bull's horns as it thrust forward, and sparks flew at the point of impact. The bull was knocked back several steps, and one of its horns broke off at the base. Seeing that his first attack was ineffective, the vice-captain pressed one hand to the ground and shouted, "Ground spikes!" Suddenly, countless sharp spikes sprouted from the ground beneath the belly of the earth-splitting bull, catching it off guard. Several holes were pierced in its belly, and its body was firmly trapped. The vice-captain thrust his gun forward with both hands, striking the bull's head, and the 3rd-tier monster fell to the ground. The other 3 also chose another bloodthirsty tank. One of them waved his hands, and several vines grew wildly from the ground, wrapping around its body. Seeing this, the remaining 2 quickly launched an attack, one wielding a knife and the other a sword. The one wielding the sword was the member known as the 3rd brother. They attacked from different angles, and before the bloodthirsty tank could react, he was completely trapped by vines. Just as he broke the vines, he was simultaneously pierced through the head by swords. The 3
worked together seamlessly, each delivering a powerful blow, and successfully killed the Tier 3 bloodthirsty tank. What seemed like a long time actually took only 2 breaths from the moment the 5 launched their attack to the moment the 3 monsters fell. Roar! Roar! 2 angry roars rang out in succession. 2 enormous leopards with eerie glows charged forward. They were 2 4th-tier shadow leopards. They were incredibly fast. Before their roars had even faded, they were already close to the group. Second brother, you deal with the female one, I'll take care of the male one. As soon as the bald captain finished speaking, he gripped his ring pommel broadsword and charged at one of the shadow panthers. Without hesitation, the vice captain thrust his spear at the mother leopard. The battle unfolded rapidly and fiercely. The other 3rd-tier monsters were also alerted and rushed to provide support. The fastest were the 2 Tier 3 Shadowclaw cats. Because of their agility, the warriors who had previously used vines to trap the monsters tried to use the same technique but failed, only managing to temporarily block them for a moment. The 3 3rd-tier monsters behind them also gathered around. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted throughout the stadium. Intense battles raged simultaneously on 3 battlefields. The bald captain used his fire-based abilities to continuously damage the shadow leopard, and parts of the leopard's fur were already charred, clearly indicating that it was terrified of flames. This battle is clearly in the favor of the bald captain's side. The contest between the vice captain and the mother leopard was evenly matched, but upon closer inspection, the vice captain had a slight advantage. The remaining 3 faced an onslaught from 5 Tier 3 monsters, with occasional harassment from Tier 2 monsters. They could only defend themselves and barely maintain their formation. As time went on, more and more 2nd-tier monsters gathered around, and the pressure on the group suddenly increased, with fine beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. On the other side, the bald captain clearly noticed the condition of his 3 teammates, and he swung his longsword more rapidly, while the temperature of the flames became even more intense. The 4th-tier shadow panther fighting him was forced to retreat repeatedly by the continuous attacks. During one of his dodges, he was kicked away and crashed into the stadium stands, smashing a group of already dilapidated seats. Without hesitation, the captain seized the opportunity. Before the shadow leopard could even get up, he gave chase. The flaming blades closed in, and the beast rolled on the ground in fright. The flaming blades grazed its back, instantly cleaving a large hole 2 or 3 meters square where it was, leaving the surrounding area charred black. Although the shadow panther dodged the fatal blow, a large patch of flesh was ripped off its back, the burned skin was torn open, and blood seeped from the corner of its mouth. Clearly, the kick had damaged its internal organs, leaving it in a very wretched state. It struggled to turn over and roared at the bald captain. The bald captain ignored its roar and continued his pursuit. He knew he had to hurry, as continuously using his powers was extremely taxing on him. If they couldn't capture the shadow panther if they dragged it out any longer, they would have no choice but to retreat. Thinking this, he became even more ruthless in his killing intent, silently calculating that he had at most 2 minutes left. Fortunately, this 4th-tier shadow panther was already severely injured, and its strength was greatly weakened. He was defeated and coughed up blood after only a few moves. A deep wound was cut on his neck, and his aura was obviously weakened. He was already seriously injured. The bald captain grinned, preparing to launch the final attack. Suddenly, his flying figure came to an abrupt stop halfway, his heart tightened, and his blood surged. He looked in confusion at the 2 figures that rushed out from the side. "What do you 2 mean by this?" the bald captain asked in a cold voice. The newcomers were Su Chao and Zhang Quang. They observed the battle and saw that the bald captain had already injured the 4th-tier shadow leopard, so they rushed over when they felt the time was right. Zhang Quang chuckled and said, "It's nothing. We brothers saw you guys fighting so hard against the monsters here. We're all human. How could we just stand by and do nothing? Leave this powerful Tier 4 shadow panther to us. You hurry and support your teammates. They're in dire straits right now." The bald captain cursed inwardly. How shameless. Making taking advantage of someone in distress sound so noble. "I killed this heavily injured shadow panther in a single move. Why should I thank you for saving my life?" He recognized the 2 men immediately. They were the same 2 who had stolen their 4th-tier wolf king yesterday. There was no doubt that they had come for revenge. "That's amazing." But he suppressed his anger and frowned as calmly as possible, saying, "Gentlemen, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Zhang Quang didn't care at all, and waved his hand generously, saying, "That's fine. Don't be shy, my brother, and I just like to help others. At school, our teachers often taught us that humans should help each other and work together to resist monsters, so that humanity can continue to exist. Whenever I think of my teacher's teachings, I feel ashamed, because I haven't done enough. By the way, you'd better hurry up and go support your teammates. Don't be shy with us. They won't be able to hold on if you don't go soon." The bald captain's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. Although the guy's words were harsh, they weren't entirely unreasonable. If he continued to argue with the 2, his teammates wouldn't be able to hold on. He glanced at the heavily injured shadow panther lying on the ground not far away, then stared intently at the 2 of them before gritting his teeth and turning to leave. Seeing the other party leave, Zhang Quang complained, "They didn't even say thank you. What a bad review." Su Chao rolled his eyes at
at him. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and finish the battle and leave. The commotion here is too great, and other 4th tier monsters are coming this way. After saying that, Su Chao came to the side of the 4th tier shadow leopard, drew his B-grade alloy longsword, and slashed fiercely at its neck. He quickly collected the Shadow Panther's spirit armor fragments and materials, and looking at the nearly 300 source points that had increased on his panel, he marveled at how rewarding it was to kill a powerful monster. However, if we only consider the efficiency of obtaining source points, killing level 1 and 2 monsters is more cost-effective. However, their backpacks had limited space, so they couldn't take the monster materials with them and couldn't earn much money. Both men turned their gazes to the 2 battlefields simultaneously. Since the bald captain joined, the 3-man team on that side had already fought back and killed a 3rd-tier monster and more than a dozen 1st and 2nd-tier monsters. Swarms of 1st and 2nd-tier monsters were swarming in from all around, while further away, 3rd and even 4th-tier monsters were approaching the stadium. Su Chao closed his eye of detection and looked at Zhang Quang with a solemn expression. Big Bear, retreat. The commotion here is too great, and a large number of monsters are coming from the outer perimeter. Zhang Quang had originally planned to collect materials from the 3 monsters killed by the Blazing Fire Squad, but after hearing Su Chao's words, he dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly cleared out several 1st and 2nd-tier monsters around him and rushed out with Su Chao. The other side of the stadium. Watching the 2 figures walk further and further away, and the 4th-tier shadow leopard materials they took away, the bald captain frowned even more deeply. He had thought the 2 would continue to steal the materials they had used to kill the monsters, but he didn't expect them to retreat so decisively. Take a look around at the team's situation. With his arrival, 4 of the 5 tier 3 monsters have been eliminated. The remaining 1 mingled among the 1st and 2nd-tier monsters, waiting for an opportunity to launch an attack. 2 members of his team had just been injured in an attack by a pack of beasts, and he couldn't leave, he had to protect them. The second one is currently locked in a stalemate with another 4th-tier shadow leopard. Although it has the upper hand at the moment, it is obviously unrealistic to expect to defeat its opponent in a short period of time. More importantly, he guessed that countless monsters were surging towards them from outside, and if they delayed any longer, danger would be inevitable. 3rd brother, 4th brother, hurry up and collect the materials from the monsters we killed. 2 minutes, collect as much as you can, and retreat immediately when the time is up. 2nd brother, move closer to us and prepare to retreat. Su Chao and Zhang Quang came out of the stadium and ran towards the residential area along the same route they had taken before. They had to go back to retrieve the backpacks and some materials they had hidden there, since it was impossible to carry a large bag when hunting, as it would greatly hinder their movement and actions. Return to the room where you were staying earlier. Su Chao activated his detective eyes again and discovered that many monsters were surging towards the stadium. He wasn't a saint, so naturally he wouldn't go back to support that team after all. Not harming them was already the bottom line for humanity. That captain isn't stupid. He should be able to retreat in time. Ha ha, that feels good now. Let them steal my loot. Chaozi, look at the bald captain's expression back then. He looked like he'd eaten shit and was in a terrible state. As soon as he returned to his room, Zhang Quang burst into loud laughter, acting extremely arrogantly. My grudges never linger. Let's see if they dare to mess with me again. We just didn't teach that 3rd brother a lesson. That guy has such a foul mouth. Su Chao shook his head helplessly as he looked at Zhang Quang's smug and arrogant demeanor. Big Bear, you've finally gotten your revenge. That's enough. Hopefully, they won't come looking for trouble again. Let's pack up. We're getting ready to go back. The 2 packed the materials, filling 2 large bags. After resting for more than 10 minutes, I returned to my peak condition. Although I've only been away for 2 days, I've already had a very fruitful trip. The return journey was smooth, but Su Chao encountered a monster along the way and easily dealt with it. 2 of the 3rd-tier monsters were dealt with by Zhang Quang, which was an unexpected bonus. In just over an hour, the 2 arrived at the city gate of Shanghai base city. The city gate was crowded with people. Some people are preparing to leave the city for the wilderness area, while others are returning from the wilderness area. Among the returning warriors, some had smiles on their faces, and several chatted and laughed, clearly having gained a lot. Su Chao and Zhang Quang belonged to this category. However, some warriors looked sorrowful, and the team members remained silent. Not only had they returned empty-handed, but they had also suffered heavy losses, and a somber atmosphere permeated the air. Among them, several people are the most eye-catching. There are 5.5 people in total. Why half a person? Because one of them only had half a body left, and was being carried on someone's back wrapped in clothes. The other person had lost a leg and was being carried. The other 2 had more or less injuries on their bodies. Which squad is this? How did they end up in such a sorry state? You don't recognize them? They are the Demon Hunter Squad, a well-known elite squad in Starseed Base City. The members are at least 5th-level martial artists, and it is said that the 2 captains are even 6th-level experts. My god, they're so strong. What happened to them to turn them into this? I heard from the warriors who returned from that direction that they encountered a 7th-tier beast king. Su Chao and Zhang Quang also witnessed the miserable state of the Demon Hunter Squad and couldn't help but sigh fly at the dangers of the wilderness.
This formidable team of martial artists nearly suffered total annihilation when they encountered a powerful monster. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang exchanged a glance, a hint of luck flashing in each of their eyes. Their harvest this time was quite fruitful, mainly thanks to Su Chao's detective eye, which allowed them to detect the surrounding movements in advance, hunt monsters in a targeted manner, and retreat in time when danger was detected. The team moved quickly, and Su Chao and Zhang Kuang passed through the detection equipment at the city gate and finally returned to the city.
They weren't in a hurry to go home. We need to find a place to process our spoils first, otherwise carrying 2 big bags is really inconvenient.
There are many places to buy monster materials, including merchant guilds and various alliances. They chose the Hunters Association, which not only provides a one-stop service but also offers relatively higher purchase prices. The Hunters Guild in District 28 is located not far from the city gate, and there is also an official battle merit exchange point next to it. There are similar facilities at each city gate exit of Shanghai base city to facilitate martial artists returning from the wilderness to handle related matters. The two entered the Hunters Association hall, carrying bulging bags on their backs, clearly indicating that they had made a considerable haul. The hall was bustling with people, many of whom cast envious glances, while a few discordant voices were also present. Those two lads are really lucky, carrying 2 big bags of materials.
They'll make a lot of money selling them. It's just a publicity stunt. It's probably all worthless stuff. They're just making their bags look bulging on purpose. I've seen this kind of farce before. Not necessarily. I have a feeling that these two are not simple.
They have a faint smell of blood on them, so they must have killed a lot of monsters.
So young, how powerful can he be?
At most, he can hunt some first-tier or no-tier monsters.
How much could that be worth? You can't say that.
Even if it's hunting first-tier and no-tier monsters, it's already quite impressive that someone so young dares to venture into the wilderness. The person who had just spoken was immediately speechless. He indeed could not refute those words. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang ignored the rumors around them and went straight to the materials sales counter. "Are you two looking to sell materials?" asked a pretty young woman with a smile as she worked at the counter.
"Yes, could you help us estimate the value of these materials?" Su Chao replied politely.
After saying that, he began to take out monster materials one by one from his backpack.
Ha! A second-tier iron-horned bison horn? And the fangs and claws of second-tier bloodthirsty demon wolves.
Hiss, there are so many, probably 20 or 30 of them.
Did they wipe out an entire wolf pack?
These are the claws of a Tier 3 Shadowclaw cat, the legs and venom sacs of a Tier 3 blood-patterned spider, and the fangs of a Tier 3 bloodthirsty tank. As Su Chao continued to produce materials, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the surrounding area. The martial artist who had mocked them earlier now had a flushed face.
He glanced at the two men with apprehension, then turned and quietly left.
The young girl from the Hunters Association who was receiving them quickly waved her hand, indicating that Su Chao should not take out any more materials for the time being.
"Excuse me, sir, are all of these materials of this grade? Don't misunderstand, I don't have any ulterior motives.
It's just that if all your materials are of this level, it exceeds my reception authority and requires a supervisor to receive you.
Please follow me to the VIP room on the 2nd floor."
After saying that, she helped Su Chao put away the materials and led them upstairs to the 2nd floor. After the group disappeared into the lobby on the 1st floor, another round of discussion arose around them.
"These two young people are amazing.
They hunted down so many 2nd and 3rd tier monsters. I guess he's a genius student from some school, or a top talent carefully cultivated by a powerful organization. It's best not to offend these geniuses easily. They're young and ambitious, and they're already this good now. Who knows how far they'll go in the future. Young people are getting stronger and stronger these days. I heard that Shanghai Martial Arts University has a few geniuses who have made a lot of gains on the outskirts of Wui Mountain this time and found a lot of good things." "Ha, I remember the Demon Hunter team also came back from the Wui Mountains this time. How come they suffered such heavy losses and didn't seem to bring back any loot?"
"Shoo, it's best not to talk about these things."
Su Chao and Zhang Kuang followed the staff up to the 2nd floor and arrived at the door of a room. Inside the room, a middle-aged man in his 40s sat behind a desk, his hair neatly combed and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a refined and cultured appearance. Seeing the three enter, he stood up and greeted them with a smile.
A staff member nearby introduced, "Gentlemen, this is our supervisor Zhao. He will be in charge of talking to you next."
After saying that, he left the room and gently closed the door. Manager Zhao pointed to the sofa next to him. "Please have a seat, both of you. I heard you brought some materials. Could you please show them to me?" As Su Chao spoke, he began taking out materials one by one from his backpack. As the materials were laid out, Supervisor Zhao's expression grew increasingly serious. He originally thought that the two of them brought mostly 2nd-tier materials and a small amount of 3rd-tier monster materials. But when he saw the materials of the 3rd-tier monster laid out one after another, he could not hide his surprise. When he saw the materials for the 4th-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf and the 4th-tier shadow panther, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He had seen materials about 4th-tier monsters, but these two people, who looked like students, Awakens, were able to hunt so many third-tier monsters and 2 fourth-tier monsters, which was truly unbelievable.
May I ask, did you two hunt these animals separately? Of course, it's okay if you don't want to say.
Zhang Kuang replied dismissively, it was just the two of us who hunted it. There's nothing inconvenient about saying it. These are all the materials we have.
How much are they worth in total?
Supervisor Zhao invited the two to have tea and began to carefully examine and calculate the value of the materials.
A good 10 minutes or so passed.
Manager Zhao smiled and said to the two of them, you have 2 fourth-tier monster materials here. If the corpses are intact, the purchase price will be between 1 million and 5 million, depending on the strength and type of the monster. I can offer 1.3 million for the materials of your 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves and shadow panther. The purchase price of a complete corpse of a tier 3 monster is between 500,000 and 1 million. The estimated value of the materials from your 14 tier 3 monsters is between 150,000 and 300,000, which brings the total to 2,900,000. There are quite a few second-tier monster materials, about 72 in total. I'll give you a total of 4.15 million. So, the total value of all the materials is 8.35 million.
I'll round it up to 8.5 million. What do you think?
Su Chao and Zhang Kuang exchanged a glance and thought that Manager Zhao's quote was quite reasonable.
It was much higher than they had initially estimated.
It's likely that Manager Zhao saw that they were young but quite capable and wanted to befriend them.
Okay, let's settle on this price. Su Chao nodded to Supervisor Zhao. Please provide your account information, and I will transfer the money to you right away. Su Chao gave the account information to Supervisor Zhao.
A short while later, his phone vibrated slightly, and 8.5 million yuan had been added to his account. Upon seeing the payment arrive, Manager Zhao smiled and extended his hand.
Gentlemen, I am Zhao Dezhu. This is my business card.
You can contact me directly if you need any materials in the future, and I guarantee you a fair price.
Of course, you can also contact me if you want to buy something, and I can give you a discount.
Su Chao and Zhang Kuang shook hands with Supervisor Zhao respectively.
No problem, Manager Zhao.
We'll come to you whenever we need to sell materials or buy things. Manager Zhao seemed to remember something, and took out 2 black cards from his bag and handed them to them.
By the way, you two just came back from the wilderness, right?
We offer food, lodging, and other services here. This is our association's 3-star black card. With this card, you get a 10% discount on all purchases here. After thinking about it, the two agreed that they should find a place to wash up and tidy themselves up properly so that their parents wouldn't smell the blood on them. He smiled and accepted the card, saying, "Thank you, Manager Zhao."
Zhao Dezhu escorted them to the door.
As the two left Zhao Dezhu's office, they had only taken a few steps when they suddenly heard a shout.
"Hey, you're Su Chao?"
Su Chao looked up and saw 4 young men walking towards them. The one who called him was one of the girls, who was tall with a long ponytail, bright and expressive eyes, and delicate features. She was a great beauty.
"Hello, Bai Jie." Su Chao immediately remembered her. She was the girl he had met on the city wall during the last Beast Tide battle, a third-year student at Manhwa Martial Arts University.
He also remembered that when the Beast Tide ended, everyone around him was hugging and celebrating, and he almost hugged her, making the scene quite awkward. Fortunately, she shook hands with him generously and introduced herself, which eased his embarrassment, and that's how the two got to know each other. I never expected that she would still remember him. Just as he was about to introduce the other person to Zhang Kuang, he turned around and found Zhang Kuang standing there, looking dazed. Following his gaze, Su Chao couldn't help but shudder. He saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing there quietly. She was the most beautiful and unique girl he had ever seen. He has short, silver-gray hair that reaches his ears, is about 1.7 meters tall, and is wearing a tight-fitting combat suit. Her eyes were bright and clear, as if they could see through everything. The lips have a natural blush color, and are moisturized and plump. The bridge of her nose is high and just right. Under the corridor lights, her skin appeared as smooth and delicate as silk under the moonlight. Whether viewed individually or as a whole, it resembles a meticulously crafted work of art. Previously, her figure was mostly obscured by Bai Jie, so Su Chao hadn't noticed her. Now that he saw her, he was immediately awestruck. That's when I understood why Zhang Kuang was stunned.
Any man who sees her would be irresistibly captivated.
However, due to the limitations imposed by the control panel, Su Chao could not become addicted to it. So it was just a jolt, and he recovered quickly. The silver-haired girl was surprised that Su Chao recovered so quickly and glanced at him with astonishment. She knew how alluring her looks were to men, and she was used to seeing how infatuated they were with her.
"But, you boys all look like idiots when you see RJU."
Bai Jie chuckled softly from the side. Her laughter startled the dazed Zhang Kuang. Coming to his senses, Zhang Kuang blushed and quickly greeted the other person.
"Wen Jieyu, do you still remember me? I am Zhang Kuang." The girl named Wen Jieyu nodded slightly in response.
"Yes, you are Vice Dean Lu's disciple, possess A-level lightning-type superpowers, and are a well-known genius in the school." Su Chao felt a tingling sensation run through his body as he listened to her voice. At this moment, Bai Jie spoke up and introduced, "Su Chao, let me introduce you.
These are the members of my temporary team that went out out into the wilderness this time. We just came back. She pointed to two of the boys and said, "They are both my classmates, geniuses in their third year at Manhwa Martial Arts University. Fu Jun has awakened a B-level supernatural talent, and is a peak third-tier martial artist. Fang Wei has awakened an A-level supernatural talent and is an early fourth-tier martial artist." As for the last one, she deliberately dragged out the last syllable. "How is it? Pretty, isn't it?" After saying that, he winked mischievously at Su Chao. "She is my cousin, Wen Jieyu, a top genius at Shanghai Martial Arts University, and also the #1 beauty of the school." Su Chao could only manage a wry smile at her well-intentioned teasing. After introducing her three teammates, Bai Jie began to introduce Su Chao. "This is Su Chao, a friend I met during the last Beast-Tide battle. He killed a lot of monsters back then, he's very powerful." She didn't mention that Su Chao was a second-tier martial artist and a liberal arts university student, probably because she considered that everyone present was at least a peak third-tier martial artist, and she was afraid that introducing him would embarrass Su Chao. Su Chao secretly admired her for her good interpersonal skills. She was both intelligent and kind. Then, his gaze turned to the two boys that Bai Jie had just introduced. The man called Fu Jun was a long-haired boy who tied his hair up with a hair tie and wore a sun hat. He had an artistic image, but unexpectedly, he was a peak third-level martial artist. When Bai Jie introduced them, he simply nodded politely to Su Chao and Zhang Kuang, his expression indifferent. The other one, Fang Wei, was a tall man, slightly shorter than Zhang Kuang, with a buzz cut and a sunny, handsome appearance. When Bai Jie introduced him, he greeted Su Chao and Bai Jie with a smile, and took the initiative to shake hands with Su Chao arrogantly. Su Chao was shocked when he let go, but he didn't show any unusual behavior on the surface. Just now, when he shook hands with this person named Fang Wei, the panel in his mind suddenly vibrated, almost causing him to lose control. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since the panel appeared in his mind, which made him involuntarily more vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chao decided to activate the eye of detection to carefully observe the other party and see if he could find any clues. Through the eye of detection, Fang Wei did indeed possess the strength of the early fourth tier, but Su Chao vaguely sensed an extremely hidden power within him. Just as he detected this power, the panel reacted once again. Just who is this Fang Wei? What is this power within him? How could it cause my control panel to react abnormally? Su Chao was filled with questions, and for the time being, no one could answer them. He could only keep a closer eye on this person in the future and secretly investigate and gather information about him. Su Chao was certain that this secret was extremely difficult for others to discover. If it weren't for the abnormal notification from the panel in his mind, he wouldn't have used the eye of exploration to observe in detail and wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Fang Wei seemed unaware that Su Chao was secretly spying on him. He and Zhang Kuang were chatting and laughing together, probably because they both had A-level supernatural abilities and were both early-stage fourth-tier martial artists, so they could find more common topics to talk about. Seeing that Su Chao didn't speak, Bai Jie pointed to Manager Zhao's office and asked, "Su Chao, I saw you just came out of Supervisor Zhao's office. Are you here to handle some materials too?" Su Chao nodded. "Yes, we just came back from the wilderness area and were processing some materials with Supervisor Zhao." Bai Jie laughed and teased, "Not bad. It seems you've had a good haul this time, which is why you've come to Manager Zhao to process your materials. Are you planning to go to the wilderness again? Interested in teaming up? We found a place with many spiritual creatures, but also quite a few monsters. We'd like to find a few more people to explore." When Bai Jie was speaking, her cousin Wen Jieyu, who was standing next to her, tried to stop her, but seeing that her cousin kept talking, she didn't want to interrupt. She probably felt it wasn't appropriate to invite strangers to join the team so abruptly. Su Chao also wanted to refuse, as he shared the same concerns as Wen Jieyu. Ha ha ha, joining an unfamiliar team rashly could expose many of his secrets. However, Zhang Kuang, who was standing to the side, spoke first with a smile. "Of course we can. We were planning to rest for a day before going to the wilderness area, but since you've invited us, let's go together. It'll be good to look after each other." Since Zhang Kuang had already agreed, Su Chao couldn't very well refuse. After all, the main reason they were invited was because of Zhang Kuang's formidable fighting prowess. Aside from the unpredictable Wen Jieyu, Zhang Kuang's strength was arguably the greatest, given the inherently powerful destructive force of his lightning-based abilities. When it came to Wen Jieyu's strength, Bai Jie hadn't mentioned it in her earlier introduction. Su Chao couldn't help but be curious, so he activated his eye of exploration to take a look. She was at the peak of the 4th rank, and he felt that she could break through to the 5th rank at any time. Just as he was about to continue investigating her ability level, he discovered that her ability was obscured by a fog and could not be detected. He had never encountered this situation before. Remembering that Zhang Kuang had mentioned in Kaiyang County that Wen Jieyu might be an S-level ability user, Su Chao immediately understood. It seems his eye of detection isn't omnipotent, it's ineffective against abilities exceeding his own level. He'll probably have to wait until he advances in rank to detect abilities above S level. At this moment, Wen Jieyu seemed to sense that someone was
was spying on her, and following her senses, she saw the strange look in Su Chao's eyes. She frowned slightly. The seemingly ordinary boy actually possessed the ability to spy on others, which surprised her greatly. Su Chao's face twitched when he was discovered. Like a thief caught red-handed, he smiled at her awkwardly but politely. He turned his head and saw Zhang Kuang still chatting enthusiastically with Feng Wei. Ignoring his own complaints, he pulled him away. As Zhang Kuang walked, he turned back and called out to Feng Wei, "Brother Feng, let's talk later. Remember to call me when you leave the wilderness area." The two left the Hunters Association and headed straight for the nearby Supernatural Abilities Management Bureau. Su Chao had been to the Superpower Management Bureau once before, when he had just awakened his superpowers. He had registered with the Superpower Management Bureau in District 25. This is the only officially designated place where you can redeem battle merits. They need to bring the collected spirit armor fragments to exchange for battle merits. 40 minutes later, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang came out of the Superpower Management Bureau, both of them unable to help but smile. Each person gained over 1,000 battle merits. Since battle merits cannot be directly transferred to others, they had already allocated their spirit armor fragments before entering the arena, and once inside, they simply handed them over to the staff for registration and exchange. A 4th-tier monster's armor plate can be exchanged for 50 battle merits, a 3rd-tier monster's for 10, a 2nd-tier monster's for 5, and a 1st-tier monster's for 2. They killed a total of 2 4th-tier monsters, more than a dozen 3rd-tier monsters, hundreds of 2nd-tier monsters, and hundreds of 1st-tier monsters. In total, each person received 1286 battle merits. Su Chao already had 792 battle merits, bringing his total to 2078, which was enough to apply for a 2-star honorary citizenship. Finally, I reached the battle merit threshold required to purchase Willow Core at Martial Artist's house. Now all that's left is money. Looking at the account balance of about 5 million, with each of them receiving 4.25 million this time, plus the remaining 800,000 from before, this is all of Su Chao's assets, and he can't help but feel a headache coming on. It's really not easy to raise more than 40 million. The main problem is that they can't bring back the monster carcasses they hunt in the wilderness, so they can only collect those precious materials, which is such a waste. He must try to get his hands on the Willow Heart during this summer vacation to cure his father's illness. I don't want to see my father suffering from illness anymore. Zhang Kuang had slightly more battle merits than Su Chao, but only by a little over 200. Before going to the wilderness area, he only had a little over 900 points, far from enough to apply for a 2-star honorary citizenship. This made Zhang Kuang very unhappy. After all, he had been awakened for 3 years and was a genius superhuman martial artist, but Su Chao, this freak, had caught up with him in a short period of time. "Chaozi, you have to treat me to a good lunch. You've really made a fortune on this trip to the wilderness." Su Chao gently tapped his chest with his hand and said sarcastically, "Brother Xiong, I've discovered that although you have a big chest, you don't have a big heart. Okay, order whatever you like for lunch, it's on me. Just eat as much as you want and see how much you can eat." It was almost noon, and the two of them were starting to feel hungry. Seeing that a restaurant called Ping'an Restaurant nearby was doing good business and had a nice environment, I went in and asked for a private room. Zhang Kuang ordered a table full of dishes, which cost Su Chao more than 2,000 yuan. He knew what was going on and didn't order all the most expensive dishes, knowing that Su Chao was desperately trying to save money for his father's medical treatment. After finishing their meal, the two went to the Hunters Association, intending to book a room there to rest, wash up, and get some sleep. They won't go home for now, they're going to the wilderness area again. I booked a luxury suite and paid with the Samsung Black Card given to me by manager Zhao, but it still cost me over 2,000 yuan a night. Without hesitation, the two believed that money is meant to be spent. Otherwise, what was the point of working so hard to earn it? After washing up, Su Chao sat on the sofa in his room to rest and called his parents to let them know he was safe. He stared at the panel in his mind. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, B-level Teleportation. Physical Constitution, 62. Mental Strength, 35. Source Point, 7135. Martial Arts, Basic Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastery Plus, Basic Martial Arts Skill Wine Slash, Mastery Plus, Basic Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist, Minor Mastery Plus. The source points have reached over 7,000, but the ability does not show any indication that it can advance. He guessed that advancing to the next level of B-grade or higher abilities might require tens of thousands of source points. After thinking for a moment, Su Chao decided to first upgrade a basic martial art to the perfect level, because this would significantly improve his strength. He was about to enter the wilderness area, and he needed to convert the source points into his own strength as much as possible. That was the most important thing. You can acquire more source points, but you only have one life. Once you lose your life, everything is lost. After making his decision, he chose to upgrade his basic martial skill, Windbreaking Slash. As the source points continued to flow away, countless insights about using the martial art Windbreaking Slash surged into his mind. Just like a swordsman who has practiced his skill diligently for decades, until one day he suddenly breaks through and enters a completely new realm, where all his moves are performed with perfect ease.
Every move carries the power of heaven and earth, easily intimidating the opponent's mind and preventing them from unleashing their full strength.
If his previous mastery of the great completion level of windbreaking slash only vaguely touched the threshold of sword intent, then his current windbreaking slash at the perfection level can be considered as truly stepping into the threshold of sword intent. As far as he knew, there were very few martial artists who could cultivate their skills to the point of perfection. Even basic martial arts skills. He estimated that the initial martial arts skill at the great completion level could increase by 50%, and the perfected level could bring an improvement of at least 70 to 80%. As for the specific values, we'll have to find an opportunity to test them ourselves. If that's the case, his attack power, when fully unleashed, would at least reach the level of a 4th-tier early-stage martial artist. If he uses all his skills, he can fight even a 4th-tier martial artist.
After all, his superpowers teleportation and Eye of Exploration are both extremely abnormal abilities.
The two complement each other, making them so abnormal that they are almost unmatched. The only downside is that these two abilities consume a great deal of energy when activated, making them unusable for extended periods. After fully mastering the windbreaking slash, Su Chao wanted to see how many source points had been consumed on the panel, but his lips twitched slightly. The martial arts skill was upgraded from the advanced level to the perfect level, which consumed 5,000 source points. Seeing the remaining 2,000 or so source points, he decided to spend 1,000 source points to upgrade the Jinyue fist from the minor completion stage to the major completion stage.
Name, Su Chao.
Level, Tier 3 martial artist. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, B-level Teleportation.
Physical constitution, 62. Mental strength, 35. Source point, 1135.
Martial arts, basic martial arts skill Shadow Strike mastered, basic martial arts skill Wind Slash perfected, basic martial arts skill Mountain Suppressing Fist mastered. Advancing 2 martial arts levels consumes 6,000 source points. This panel is great, but it consumes source points like water.
It's truly a bittersweet experience.
Moreover, he felt that the further he went, the more astonishing the energy expenditure became. Su Chao opened the martial arts home forum, hoping to see if there were any new messages. Recently, some sea monsters have entered the inland areas along the river channels, and some martial artists who went out hunting were attacked, resulting in some casualties. We remind all martial artists who go out to be vigilant along the lakes and river channels. Looking at this message, Su Chao couldn't help but feel a sense of worry.
Are even the sea monsters starting to become restless? If sea monsters were to invade the inland areas in full force, humanity would be in grave danger.
Chu Feiyu, the genius of the Chu family in Kyoto base city, was attacked by an unknown powerful figure while out training and returned with serious injuries. The Chu family patriarch was furious and vowed to find the murderer and avenge his grandson.
Kyoto base city Chu family.
Su Chao knew that it was a top-ranking family in Kyoto base city and one of the founding families of the Hunters Association.
They had a very strong influence in China.
He never expected that someone would dare to touch Chu Feiyu. According to reliable sources, top research institutes have made a major breakthrough in the field of human gene therapy, and the widespread use of gene therapy may no longer be a dream.
Monsters are frequently making unusual movements on the outskirts of the Wuling Mountains.
Martial artists, please be careful. Reports indicate that a base city within the Inga Kingdom has been attacked by a level 1 beast tide, resulting in heavy casualties. After browsing the information on the forum, Su Chao felt a sense of urgency. The monsters are getting stronger, and humanity's situation is becoming increasingly difficult. Many messages circulate only among martial artists and are inaccessible to ordinary people, otherwise, they could easily cause panic. Therefore, television news should try to avoid mentioning such sensitive information. He had originally planned to go to bed and get some rest after browsing the news. After reading all this, he didn't feel sleepy at all. How can such precious time be wasted in bed? He got up, changed his clothes, and prepared to go upstairs to the training room to practice for a while. Although he can continuously improve his strength through the panel, this improvement is more like an initiation, requiring him to constantly adapt to and become familiar with the power of his body. The Hunters Association has fairly complete facilities, including guest rooms, catering services, and a dedicated training room upstairs. Although this place doesn't have the same comprehensive facilities as the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy that Su Chao had visited before, it's still sufficient to meet the training needs of ordinary martial artists.
The training room is located on the 33rd floor.
As soon as the elevator doors opened, Su Chao stepped inside.
There was only one girl in the elevator.
She was wearing a baseball cap, had short, neat hair, and was dressed in sportswear. She had a slender and full figure. Judging from her back view and figure alone, she is absolutely a top-tier beauty. Unfortunately, her face ruined all of that beauty. Her face was ordinary and unremarkable, with nothing particularly special about it. The only distinctive feature was her bright, expressive eyes, which seemed to speak volumes. Her complexion was slightly yellowish, as if left by prolonged sun exposure. She saw Su Chao enter the elevator, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she she quickly turned her head away, a movement that Su Chao caught in his eye. Su Chao felt something was off. There was a strange sense of incongruity about this girl, yet at the same time, she seemed vaguely familiar to him. He thought hard, but couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Out of curiosity, he activated his eye of exploration, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, followed by a complex expression on his face. However, he quickly concealed these emotions. He knew this person, in fact, he had just met him this morning. When Jieyu, it was actually her. Su Chao discovered through his investigation that she was wearing a thin disguise mask, which was difficult for ordinary people to detect. Only the eye of investigation could see through it. What surprised him even more was that he could see the stunningly beautiful face beneath the mask. This girl is quite interesting, Su Chao thought with a meaningful smile. The two people in the elevator remained silent. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the elevator continued to ascend. He thought he would reach the 33rd floor soon and end the awkward atmosphere. However, the elevator suddenly stopped, the lights went out instantly, and it was pitch black. Immediately afterwards, a gasp of surprise came from the side. Even though they are both martial artists, girls are hard to change by nature, and they will still scream in fear when faced with sudden changes. As soon as she cried out, the elevator suddenly began to plummet. Ah! Su Chao felt his left hand being tightly gripped. It was the girl next to him. She was pale and trembling all over. To be honest, Su Chao was also nervous. This place is over 20 stories high. If the elevator were to plummet, even if they were all martial artists, they would not necessarily lose their lives, but they would certainly be seriously injured. He quickly activated his eye of detection, located the buttons inside the elevator, and pressed them one by one from bottom to top. He remained in a semi-squatting position, ready to deal with any unexpected situations. Fortunately, the elevator didn't keep falling. It finally stopped after dropping about 4 or 5 floors. Su Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down, he began to observe his surroundings. One hand was still being held tightly by Wen Jieyu, and her trembling body revealed her still shaken state. The elevator remained dark and quiet, with only the sound of their rapid breathing audible. At that moment, through his right hand, which she was holding tightly, he felt the soft touch of her full body. Although he was still in danger, he couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. The atmosphere became subtle and ambiguous. He could clearly feel her warm breath gently blowing on his face, making him feel itchy and tingly. Perhaps because she hadn't fully recovered, she didn't realize the awkward situation she was in. To ease her emotions, Su Chao asked, "Miss, are you alright?" When Jieyu stammered, I'm fine, but I'm a little afraid of the dark. Could you let me hold your hand for a moment?" It turns out she's afraid of the dark. To distract her, Su Chao joked, "It's alright, go ahead and catch him. We're lucky we're still alive." She was clearly not used to making such jokes with strangers. After a moment of silence, she said, "Thank you. I know you're trying to make me relax. It feels much better to have someone talking to me." "You're welcome. If you're afraid of fainting, it would be too much trouble for me to handle it alone." "Girl, why are you so afraid of the dark?" This time she remained silent for even longer, finally asking in a somewhat cold tone, "Can I not answer this question?" Su Chao was immediately embarrassed, thinking to himself that he had really killed the conversation. He quickly tried to salvage the situation, continuing, "I estimate the staff will discover the problem with the elevator soon, and someone should come to fix it quickly. Just hang in there a little longer." When Jieyu also realized that her tone just now was a bit inappropriate, after all, the person in front of her was concerned about her. Fortunately, he was by her side, otherwise, alone in such an environment, she would have trembled uncontrollably at the thought of her past experiences. I'm sorry, my attitude wasn't very good just now. It involves something from my childhood that I'm not comfortable talking about with others. Please understand." I understand. Everyone has some unique experiences, especially when they were young. Take me for example, when I was a child, I cut my hand badly. I heard that sprinkling salt on it could disinfect it, so I actually did it. I was even worried that the salt wouldn't get in, so I deliberately pried open the cut and sprinkled salt inside. I'll never forget that feeling. But you boys were so naughty when you were little. When Jieyu knew that Su Chao was deliberately bringing up embarrassing stories from his childhood to cheer her up and ease her tension, her impression of Su Chao improved slightly. After all, when they first met, he had secretly observed her and she had caught him red-handed, so her displeasure gradually dissipated. "Judging from your outfit, you were also planning to go to the training room on the 33rd floor, weren't you?" Su Chao nodded. "Yes, we need to improve our strength as soon as possible. My special ability only awakened in college, and I'm already far behind. I can't let my guard down. Unlike you awakened your superpowers in high school and were able to get into top martial arts universities and receive a lot of resources for training." She suddenly interrupted him, "How did you know I attended a top-tier martial arts university?" Su Chao cursed himself for being careless and almost gave himself away by saying, "I recognize you." He quickly tried to salvage the situation. "I guessed it. You look like a student, and I sense you're very strong. Of course, only top-tier martial arts universities can cultivate geniuses like you." She asked with some skepticism, "Can you
see into other people's martial arts cultivation level? Su Chao was stunned by the question and sighed inwardly. This girl was too smart, he had to be careful when talking to her. Of course not, I don't have that ability. I just have a more acute sense than the average person. Are you a student at Shanghai Martial Arts University, young lady? Yes, I'm a junior in college this year. What a coincidence, I'm also a junior, but I'm from Shanghai Institute of Technology.
Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the elevator door.
Is anyone inside?
Hearing the voice, Su Chao realized that someone had finally come to rescue them and hurriedly replied, "There are people here.
We are trapped here." The staff outside responded loudly,
"Okay, are you alright? Please wait patiently for a moment, the problem will be fixed soon."
Sure enough, the elevator lights came on a short while later.
The two squinted at the sudden light, and after their eyes adjusted, when Jiayu finally breathed a sigh of relief, then noticed her embarrassing situation. She held Su Chao's hand tightly, so tightly that she squeezed his hand into her bosom, squeezing his chest into an exaggerated shape. As if she had been electrocuted, she quickly let go of Su Chao's arms, and her neck and ears immediately turned red.
"I'm sorry, I'm afraid of the dark, so..." Su Chao couldn't help but laugh when he saw her flustered appearance.
He shook his arm, which had gone numb from her hug.
"It's okay, you've already explained it before."
As a student at Shanghai Martial Arts University, he found it hard to imagine that their goddess could have such a shy appearance. Su Chao secretly felt it was worth it, even though his hands were a little sore and numb. He brought the hand to his nose and smelled it. "I've decided not to wash this garment for now. I'll let it air out for a while to let the smell dissipate." When Jiayu looked up and saw Su Chao putting his hand under his nose to smell it, she blushed instantly, her delicate eyebrows glaring at him fiercely. She wanted to call him shameless, but after all, she was the one who had held his hand first. She could only glare at him fiercely again. "I was originally planning to thank him, but now I suddenly don't want to say anything." Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened. She rushed out of the elevator as if her life depended on it, running away without looking back. The staff at the entrance exchanged strange glances, staring at Su Chao with puzzled looks in their eyes. Su Chao thought helplessly, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you think I'm some kind of bad person? I haven't done anything wrong, so stop making wild guesses. If I said I was actually a victim, would you believe me? Sir, are you alright? Is that young lady alright?" Su Chao suppressed his temper and said, "I'm fine, and the girl is fine too. Your elevator should be inspected regularly. It was really scary just now." The staff member who had spoken earlier quickly responded, "Sir, we are very sorry to have startled you. We will strengthen the maintenance and management of the elevator in the future. To make up for the inconvenience caused by our mistake, your room rate will be waived for the next few days." Su Chao nodded, quite satisfied with their attitude and handling of the situation. "Is that elevator over there working? I need to go to the 33rd floor." The staff member replied with a smile, "Yes, sir." After saying that, she immediately pressed the elevator button for him. A moment later, the elevator doors opened, and Su Chao stepped inside. He needs to continue training and can't let this little incident affect his mood. It is said that when Jiayu did not take the elevator, but ran straight to the stairwell, probably still feeling lingering fear. "That's fast." He then put his hand under his nose and smelled it. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted up and smelled wonderful. "We arrived at the training room on the 33rd floor. There weren't many people training at the moment, and Su Chao looked around but couldn't see Wen Jiayu, which made him feel a little disappointed. She was probably quite frightened and went back to her room. Su Chao randomly chose a battle room and began training. On the other side, in Bai Jia and Wen Jiayu's room, seeing her cousin push open the door and enter, Bai Jia asked in surprise, "Jiayu, didn't you go to the training room? You're back so soon?" When Jiayu reached out and removed her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, her expression full of complaint. "Ugh, don't even mention it. I've had absolutely the worst luck ever. What's going on? Did some handsome guy pester you for your phone number again? Wait, weren't you wearing a disguise mask? That's the latest achievement. Your master put a lot of effort into researching. Even grandmasters can't see through your disguise." When her cousin Bai Jia heard there was some gossip, she immediately perked up and bombarded her with questions. Clearly, they had encountered this situation many times before. When Jiayu glared at Bai Jia, feeling helpless. This cousin of hers loved listening to her gossip too much. Although they are cousins, with Bai Jia being 2 months older than her, they have a very good relationship. They grew up together and are more like best friends, able to talk about anything. "What's wrong with you? You're always thinking about handsome guys. Honestly, are you having puberty and want to be in a relationship? Didn't you say that several guys from Manhwa Martial Arts University are pursuing you? If not, just pick one and agree. Fu Jun from our team seems to have a thing for you too. I noticed the way he's looking at you is a bit strange." Bai Jia snorted and said disdainfully, "I don't even look at any of those guys. They're all weaklings who can't even beat me, yet they want to chase after me." When Jiayu stared at Bai Jia, "By the way, how was your encounter with that Su Chao this morning? You seemed quite enthusiastic towards him. Honestly, are you falling for him?" Bai Jia threw the cushion at Wen Jiayu and said fiercely, "Humph, you little brat, how dare you joke with me? Are you asking for a beating? I don't have any particular feelings about Su Chao, I just think he's quite special.
You don't know, I was right next to him during the Beast Tide.
Although he was only a second-tier martial artist, he was really brave and killed more monsters than I did. When Jieyu dodged the flying pillow and continued to ask, no wonder you invited them to join the team this time.
I heard he only awakened his superpower in college, and he was a liberal arts student? Bai Jie sighed, yes, what a pity. If he had awakened his powers in high school, his strength would definitely be no less than mine now.
When Jieyu looked puzzled,
you really have no feelings for him?
Bai Jie nodded helplessly.
No, really, I just think he's quite interesting.
I observed him during the battle against the Beast Tide, and he seems to have a special ability
to detect things. He can easily find the monster's fatal weaknesses and often kills them with a single blow. His destructive power is terrifying.
That's why I invited him to join our team, thinking it would be helpful for our operation. Besides, his friend is a genius from your school, and I heard he's very strong, which would also enhance our team's combat capabilities. Hearing Bai Jie say this, when Jieyu felt a sense of relief for some reason. She couldn't help but recall that annoying guy who actually smelled the hand she had hugged right in front of her, looking completely intoxicated. She gritted her teeth in anguish.
I definitely need to find a chance to teach him a lesson.
After all, he helped me before, so I have to go easy on him this time. Bai Jie stared at Wen Jieyu with a suspicious look, feeling that she was acting strangely today.
Jieyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your face and ears are all red. By the way, you still haven't told us what happened. How did we end up going off topic like this, and how did we end up talking about me again? Wen Jieyu had no choice but to briefly recount the elevator malfunction. Of course, she didn't mention running into Su Chao in the elevator and him smelling her hand, as she didn't think it was a big deal. What? You're trapped in the elevator, and it's completely dark inside. Jieyu, are you alright?
Bai Jie immediately stood up, ran over and grabbed her hand, her face full of worry. Clearly, she knew that Wen Jieyu was afraid of the dark, especially in enclosed spaces, which would bring back bad memories for her.
Seeing Bai Jie's concerned expression, Wen Jieyu understood her worries.
She gently patted Bai Jie's hand and gave her a reassuring look.
Cousin, I'm fine.
Luckily, there was someone in the elevator who kept me company and chatted with me, which helped ease my tension.
This time, I'm perfectly fine, and it seems less serious than before.
Bai Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief, reached out and covered her chest, feeling a huge weight lifted from her heart.
It's good that you're alright, otherwise your mom and my mom would have scolded me to death, saying that I secretly called you out to the wilderness. It's alright, they won't scold you, and I came out on my own initiative. If martial artists stay behind closed doors and never go out to hunt monsters in the wilderness, what's the point of our cultivation?
Being too protected is actually detrimental to our growth. Bai Jie glanced around the room and said in a low voice, Jieyu, you still need to be more careful.
They are becoming increasingly arrogant, and recently they even dared to make a move against Chu Feiyu from the Chu family.
This matter has already attracted the attention of the higher-ups, who are preparing to take strong measures to eliminate them. I heard that guy might have awakened an SS-level ability and is already a 6th-tier martial artist. The other side sent an ordinary grandmaster, obviously not expecting him to be so strong. And he even brought a life-saving trump card from his family, but he still managed to escape. Although he returned home seriously injured, I have to admit, he's definitely got some skills. Upon hearing this, Wen Jieyu's expression also turned serious. She knew who Bai Jie was referring to as them. Those were a bunch of stinking rats who betrayed humanity and hid in dark corners. They are hiding too well. Even if the higher-ups want to take action to clean them up, it will be difficult to achieve significant results in a short period of time.
But my cousin is right, we still need to be extra careful when we go out.
Bai Jie breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw that Wen Jieyu had accepted her reminder. She understood that her cousin was incredibly talented, a top genius at Shanghai Martial Arts University, and a thorn in the side of those enemies. She was very worried that something might happen to her. Therefore, they agreed that Wen Jieyu must wear a disguise mask at all times, and they also informed each of their teammates, asking them to keep it a secret. I wasn't wearing it when I met Su Chao and the others this morning because the effect of the disguise mask had worn off and needed time to recover. That's why their team was forced to return to the base city to rest and regroup. Fu Jun and Feng Hui were carefully selected teammates by Bai Jie, and both were quite capable. Fu Jun was one of her suitors. They were high school classmates, and she knew him and his family well, so she trusted him. Feng Hui is cheerful, generous, and straightforward, and has a good reputation and popularity at school. She considered both of them to be reliable people, which is why she invited them to team up and hunt monsters in the wilderness together.
Jieyu, speaking of Chu Feiyu, I heard that your elders seem to be considering a marriage alliance between you and him?
When Jieyu was stunned by Bai Jie's sudden words and then fell into a long silence.
What, you disagree?
Bai Jie was somewhat surprised, as they had never discussed this topic before.
The Chu family is one of the top 5 clans in Kyoto Base City.
Chu Feiyu himself is a rare genius, and I've heard he's quite good-looking, too. Although he was seriously injured this time, his vital parts weren't damaged.
With the strength of the Chu family, he'll recover quickly. It seems like a good choice no matter how you look
look at it. So what are you resisting?
When Jieyu finally spoke, her tone tinged with resentment and agitation.
Why should they be able to dictate my life? Do they think I have to marry whoever they want me to marry? When I was little, they completely ignored my mother and me, letting us be bullied. Only after I awakened my S-class superpower did they try to make amends, sending resources, and trying to mend relations, but it was too late.
Now you want to interfere in my marriage? Absolutely not.
I will never allow my marriage to be tainted in any way. I couldn't protect my daughter and me before, but now that I can, no one can say anything about it. I will decide my own marriage. I must choose my future partner myself. Even if he is an ordinary person, as long as I like him, I will accept it. Bai Jia was clearly aware of the complicated situation in Wen Jieyu's family, so she naturally couldn't easily get involved.
She sighed. Are you really sure? This isn't just something you said in anger, is it?
Wen Jieiyu had just vented her anger and her emotions had calmed down a bit. Yes, I have thought it through carefully, and my master supports my decision. When Bai Jia heard that her master supported her, she knew that he was determined to make up his mind. After all, master is a very important figure in the entire Shanghai base city, so others have to give him some face. She didn't say anything more, but she was secretly worried that this would not only fail to improve her relationship with her family, but might even lead to a more intense conflict. They're both stubborn, just like her mother. Jieyu, now that you've made your decision, of course I support you.
I hope you can find your own happiness.
To be honest, I also hate that kind of arranged marriage system among big families. It's so disrespectful to us women. Your elders arranged for you to marry Chu Feiyu simply to leverage the Chu family's influence to expand your business in the Kyoto base city.
Ultimately, it's nothing more than a transaction of interests, not for the happiness of the two young people.
When Jieyu nodded in agreement.
Forget about them, I'm going to take a shower. I'm all sweaty in the elevator.
Bai Jia gave her a gentle hug. Jieyu, don't go to the training room.
Rest well in your room today. We still have to set off for the wilderness tomorrow.
After having dinner with Zhang Kuang that evening, Su Chao went back to his room early. He's exhausted today. I spent more than 2 hours battling the battle puppets in the battle room this afternoon.
It was exhilarating and incredibly satisfying.
He has made tremendous progress in both his physical strength and his mastery of martial arts. The battle room was too expensive, and he lost over 100,000 yuan from his account. He picked up the phone and video chatted with his mother for a while, telling them that he wouldn't be able to come home for a few more days and that they shouldn't worry. Just as I was getting ready for bed, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't spoken to my sister for several days.
The last time we spoke was when I moved.
I told her that we had moved into a new neighborhood and that everything was fine, so she could rest assured. So he picked up the phone and dialed again. After the call ended, Su Chao frowned, his expression becoming serious. He could sense that his sister wasn't happy on the phone, as if she had encountered some trouble. But no matter how she asked, her sister always gave vague answers.
It shouldn't be a money issue.
Although my sister and brother-in-law are not martial artists. However, after graduating from university, her older sister Su Yufei joined a company with a low income of about 8,000 yuan per month. My brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong, is an assistant researcher at the Research Institute. His income is quite good, a bit higher than my sister's.
Since he awakened, his sister has stopped sending money home.
Moreover, after he transferred a sum of money to his mother last time, his mother transferred another 200,000 yuan to his sister. Let's leave it for now, it shouldn't be a big problem. I'll check on their situation once I've improved my strength. After thinking it through, he stopped worrying and went to bed to rest.
Get plenty of rest. We're heading to the wilderness tomorrow. Early morning, in the wilderness.
On the way to the Wui Mountains, the group of 6 hurried along, dealing with any monsters they encountered. These 6 people were Su Chao, Zhang Kuang, Feng Wei, Fu Jun, Bai Jia, and Wen Jieyu, who were preparing to head to the outskirts of the Wui Mountains. Of course, at this moment, Wen Jieyu was wearing a disguise mask, transforming into the appearance of a girl next door, keeping a low profile and not easily attracting attention. Therefore, Bai Jia specifically explained when everyone had just gathered that Wen Jieyu's appearance could easily attract trouble in the wilderness area, and everyone must keep a low profile.
Su Chao and Wen Jieyu exchanged a glance, then pretended to look away unintentionally.
Wen Jieyu assumed that Su Chao didn't remember what happened in the elevator that day, and Su Chao also pretended not to know to avoid an awkward situation. The Wui Mountains are located southwest of Shanghai base city, covering thousands of kilometers and teeming with monsters, especially high-level ones. It's said that monsters of rank 9 or higher have even appeared in the core area, making it extremely dangerous. However, many martial artists still go there to hunt because it is home to many exotic flowers, rare herbs, spiritual fruits, and magical creatures. Some of them can rapidly enhance a martial artist's strength, some have miraculous healing effects, and some have other special effects. The martial arts house also has a large number of bounties for rare flowers, herbs, and spiritual fruits, with extremely tempting prices. This has driven many martial artists crazy. After leaving the wilderness area, Bai Jia explained the destination to Su Chao and Zhang Kuang in detail. That was a valley in the southwest of the Wui Mountains, where they had previously discovered discovered a soul infant fruit. The soul infant fruit is a 6th-tier spiritual fruit that can nourish and enhance a martial artist's spiritual power and repair spiritual trauma. This spiritual fruit is extremely precious and rare. Su Chao once saw on the martial artist's home that someone was offering a reward of 50 million for a soul infant fruit. The soul infant fruit is very special. Once mature, it can greatly enhance a martial artist's mental strength and repair mental damage. However, if picked before it is ripe, it becomes highly poisonous. Ingesting it can cause mental poisoning, which is extremely difficult to treat. At best, it can cause one's cultivation to be completely destroyed and become mentally impaired. At worst, it can lead to death. When they discovered it last time, the soul infant fruit was not yet ripe, so it could not be harvested. Based on the timeline, it should be ready in the next day or two. However, there is a tricky problem. The soul infant fruit was guarded by a peak 5th-tier monster. The good news is that the monster was injured, and it appears to be mentally injured. This is why it has been guarding the soul infant fruit, hoping to eat it after it ripens, restore its strength, and perhaps even break through to become a 6th-order monster. After listening to Bai Jie's introduction, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang exchanged a glance, their eyes both showing surprise. One characteristic of the soul infant fruit is that a single tree usually bears 2 fruits. If calculated according to the purchase price on the martial arts house website, each of the 6 of them could earn at least 10 million if their trip is successful. If they encountered a 5th-tier peak monster in its prime, they would never risk taking the fruit, but now that the monster is injured, they feel it's worth a try. If things get too difficult, retreat immediately. Martial artists venturing into the wilderness are bound to face risks. This was also Bai Jie and Feng Hui's previous plan. They were just reiterating it to Su Chao and Zhang Kuang. After discussing their options, the group continued their journey towards the valley on the outskirts of the Wui Mountains. The valley is about 200 kilometers away from Shanghai base city, which is considered to be deep in the wilderness. However, their strength is not weak, and as long as they are careful, the risks are still manageable. Brother Feng, how did you discover that valley last time? On the way, Zhang Kuang and Feng Hui started chatting again. The two seemed to hit it off immediately and got along very well. Feng Hui was a straightforward and generous person, and he also admired Zhang Yang's flamboyant and frank personality. Brother Zhang, what a coincidence. The 4 of us were hunting in that direction on the outskirts of the Wui Mountains when we encountered a monster rampage. We fled for our lives and only by chance did we discover that valley. Later, when we returned to the base city and inquired, we learned that it was the demon hunter squad that had angered a 7th-tier beast king in that area for some reason. The beast chased them, causing a monster riot in the area, which affected many martial artists. We were also caught up in it. Brother Feng, we just ran into the demon hunter squad you mentioned on our way back to the city. It was a terrible defeat. They lost several members, and even their captain, a peak 6th-tier expert, was seriously injured. Feng Hui still felt lingering fear when he recalled the scene. Brother Zhang, you have no idea. At that time, the mountains and plains were full of monsters. We all thought it was all over and could only run for our lives. But we unexpectedly came to that valley and found that 6th-order soul infant fruit tree. We also collected a lot of spiritual flowers and herbs. Sometimes you really have to admit that the ancient saying that fortune and misfortune are interdependent is indeed very true. Zhang Kuang nodded in deep agreement. Along the way, all you could hear was Zhang Kuang and Feng Hui chatting non-stop. Fu Jun didn't say much, silently making his way, seemingly uninterested in their conversation. Only when he occasionally looked up at Bai Jie did a hint of tenderness and infatuation appear in his eyes. When Jie Yu didn't say much today either. He would occasionally discuss the route with Bai Jie, then lower his head and continue on his way. Su Chao was the least noticeable member of the team. Even Feng Hui and Fu Jun didn't understand why Bai Jie had let him join. What help could a 2nd-tier martial artist bring to the team? At most, he was a burden. However, since Wen Jieyu didn't object, they didn't say anything more. After all, Wen Jieyu was the strongest in the team. After traveling about 100 li, they discussed finding a place to rest. Because if we go any further, we will encounter 4th-tier monsters, increasing the danger, so we must ensure that the team's physical and mental condition is at its best. During the break, the way others looked at Su Chao changed. Although we didn't encounter any Tier 4 monsters in the first half of the journey, we did encounter several waves of Tier 3 monsters and many Tier 1 and 2 monsters. This also allowed them to witness Su Chao's skills firsthand. His efficiency in killing 2nd-tier monsters was astonishing, almost always, resulting in a fatal blow. It was as if he could see through the fatal weaknesses of each monster, and his movements were swift and efficient. When it comes to efficiency in killing 2nd-tier monsters, no one can compare to Su Chao, even if they are far stronger than him. Su Chao naturally sensed the change in everyone's gaze, which was exactly what he had done on purpose. It's normal to demonstrate your abilities appropriately, and it can earn you respect. Otherwise, an ordinary 2nd-tier martial artist would stand out among a group of martial arts geniuses and be more likely to be suspected. The 6 people took turns on guard duty, while the others ate to replenish their energy and meditated to recover. While we're at it, let's take stock of what we've gained. Along the way, we killed about a dozen third-tier monsters, but there were too many first and second-tier monsters to count. Just like Su Chao and Zhang Quang did before, they only collected materials from third-tier monsters and a small amount of second-tier monsters, and exchanged the rest for battle merits by taking spirit armor fragments. Even so, the materials were worth about 3 million, which was a modest gain. After about an hour's rest, everyone was in top condition. The six prepared to continue their journey, but the second half of the trip was not as easy as the first half. After traveling only about 20 kilometers, they encountered two fourth-tier monsters, and the team members' expressions became serious. This is because we have entered the outer perimeter of the Wui Mountains. The first tier 4 monster is an ape belonging to the early tier 4 stage. Zhang Quang took charge and resolved the situation. Perhaps he was eager to prove himself, or perhaps he wanted to demonstrate his strength and sincerity by becoming a new member of the team. Zhang Quang activated his lightning-based superpower and defeated the fourth-tier mountain-shaking ape in less than 15 minutes, giving everyone a new understanding of the power of lightning-based superpowers. The second fourth-tier monster was a huge, spotted tiger with a fierce and imposing presence. Upon seeing the crowd, it roared and threatened, attempting to drive them away from its territory. Su Chao recognized it as a peak fourth-tier Vajra tiger, its bones as hard as alloy, making it difficult to harm with ordinary weapons. This time, everyone is more cautious and will no longer act alone. They must act quickly and decisively. Fong Hui launched the first attack, brandishing a long sword. This knife is more than 10 centimeters longer than Su Chao's horizontal sword, and is obviously also a fifth-order alloy weapon. He moved swiftly, flashing to the side of King Kong Tiger in the blink of an eye, and slashed out with his long sword. The Vajra tiger suddenly raised its front paw and slapped, sending Fong Hui flying back several meters. The blade and the paw collided, sparking dazzling sparks. At the same time, the arrogant spear thrust forward, aimed directly at the golden tiger's neck, but it dodged, its tail sweeping across like an iron rod, deflecting the spear. He felt his hand gripping the spear tremble violently, almost dropping it. Fortunately, when Jieyu's attack arrived at that moment, she wielded a long sword, similar in length to Su Chao's horizontal saber, with starlight gleaming on its blade, making it very dazzling. Su Chao judged that the sword was of a high grade, most likely an A-grade alloy weapon. When Jieyu's attack was perfectly timed, Jin Ganghu hadn't expected that the biggest threat was this seemingly weak human. He couldn't dodge completely and was pierced in the neck by the sword tip, causing blood to spurt out. Roar! It roared angrily, and was injured at the very beginning of the battle. It turned around and headed straight for Wen Jieyu, deciding to deal with this enemy who posed the greatest threat to it first. With Wen Jieyu, a peak 4th-tier martial artist, leading the attack, and Zhang Quang and Fong Hui providing support from the flanks, the Vajra tiger was relentlessly pursued by the three, and soon his body was covered with wounds, mainly caused by Wen Jieyu. The three fought with increasing ferocity, their battle lasting for several dozen breaths. Finally, the 4th-tier peak Vajra tiger fell unwillingly at the feet of the three, leaving the surrounding rocks and trees in ruins. Su Chao was slightly disappointed that he didn't see Fong Hui and Wen Jieyu use their special abilities during this battle. This Fong Hui is not as cheerful and generous as he appears on the surface. On the contrary, he is quite shrewd and does not easily use his special abilities. He pondered to himself, wondering what their special abilities were. He knew the abilities of the other members of the team. Bai Jia had a B-level metal-type ability, and he had also investigated Fu Jun, who had a B-level wind-type ability. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate Fong Hui and Wen Jieyu's special abilities. He had tried to investigate Wen Jieyu before, but he didn't find anything. Instead, she noticed and almost exposed him on the spot. As for Fong Hui, he is an A-level ability user. Su Chao was worried that spying on him would arouse his vigilance, and that he felt that this guy was hiding a secret, so he dared not investigate him easily. After all, his eye of detection is only grade A. He once conducted an experiment using his arrogance, which showed that spying on other A-level superpowers would cause the other party to have a vague sense of it. After killing the peak 4th-tier Vajra tiger, the group worried that the commotion would attract other monsters or martial artists, so they quickly gathered the necessary materials and left the area. Before long, a group of monsters arrived at the body of King Kong Tiger. Upon seeing the mangled corpse, they roared in anger. Several of them possessed powerful auras and were clearly 4th-tier monsters. After leaving King Kong Tiger's territory, the group carefully traversed the mountains and approached the valley. The occasional appearance of 4th-tier monsters in the vicinity made them even more cautious. They tried to avoid 4th-tier monsters whenever possible, as making too much noise might alert the 5th-tier monster. They only kill monsters of rank 3 or lower to collect materials and spirit armor fragments. Having arrived here, Su Chao no longer concealed his abilities. He stated that he could sense the movements of monsters within a certain range, but he did not exaggerate his abilities, only saying that the sensing range was less than 1 kilometer. He even deliberately lay down and pressed his ear against the ground to sense it. Zhang Quang almost burst out laughing at his appearance. He thought to himself, I never knew Chaozi had a talent for acting. Su Chao's caution is understandable. With a mysterious figure like Fong Hui in the team,
team, how could he easily reveal his eye of detection ability? One should always be wary of others. At first, everyone was skeptical of his abilities, but after successfully dodging several waves of 4th-tier monsters by following the route Su Chao pointed out, they all began to look at him with new respect. Unexpectedly, he really has this ability. For a martial artist who spends his years wandering in the wilderness, this ability is extremely important, as it allows him to avoid powerful monsters in advance and greatly reduce the danger. Led by Su Chao, they successfully arrived at the valley that Bai Jia had mentioned. The valley is surrounded by several large mountains, and is long and narrow, about 2 kilometers wide. The entrance is in a small patch of dense forest that they just passed through. It's difficult for the average person to find this place. About 1 kilometer to the left of the entrance, there is a cave at the foot of the mountain. In a crevice of a rock next to the cave, there grew a small tree taller than a person, with a trunk as thick as an adult's arm, and leaves that swayed gently in the breeze, with sharp thorns along the edges. Among the leaves, 2 purplish-black fruits hang faintly, resembling miniature figures, giving off an eerie and sinister feeling. From a distance, it looks as if 2 children are hanging on the tree, hence it is called the soul infant fruit. When the 6 saw that the soul infant fruit was still purplish-black, they couldn't help but show joy on their faces. Fortunately, they hadn't missed its ripening period. When the soul infant fruit is fully ripe, its color will change from purple to black. It is currently purplish-black, which means it is about to ripen and will have at most 1 more day. However, their joy was short-lived, as a large python suddenly appeared near the soul infant fruit tree, shattering the atmosphere. This python was about 4 or 5 meters long and as thick as a large bowl. Its whole body shone with a golden luster. It made a rustling sound as it crawled, raised its head and flicked its tongue, its eyes fixed on the soul infant fruit tree. This is a peak 4th-tier monster, a golden python. When it crawled to within 2 meters of the cave entrance, it suddenly stopped, staring warily into the cave, and hissed menacingly. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the cave. It was a rodent-like monster resembling a kangaroo from before the Nirvana era, over 2 meters long, with long, powerful hind legs, solid muscles all over its body, and an exceptionally long and thick tail, even longer than its body. What is particularly striking is that one of its eyes is empty and lifeless, with traces of blood still wet at the corner, as if forcibly wiped away by some force. Nevertheless, it still exudes a powerful aura and a subtle sense of oppression. This is none other than the 5th-tier peak monster, the multi-treasure rat. It is called the treasure rat because it has the talent to sense treasures, likes to find and collect treasures, and can store these treasures in its body space. As soon as the treasure rat appeared, it bared its fangs at the golden python and let out a threatening roar. Sensing the threat, the giant python took a few steps back, glanced up at the soul infant fruit, and, unwilling to give up, remained where it was, refusing to leave. Enraged by this, the treasure rat, not wanting to underestimate the majesty of a 5th-tier monster, transformed into a black shadow and charged towards the giant python. The golden python had just stretched out its head to attack when it was sent flying more than 10 meters away by 2 punches from the treasure rat, shattering a large number of rocks upon landing. The treasure rat gave the giant python no chance to catch its breath and continued its fierce attack. Like a top boxer, its fists were as fast as lightning, leaving behind shadows, and its tail lashed out like lightning, each strike causing the golden python to retreat repeatedly. Soon, the giant python turned into a corpse and collapsed to the ground, limp and lifeless. This treasure rat is truly terrifying. It easily killed a golden python at the peak of the 4th rank. After killing the giant python, the treasure rat dragged the corpse to the cave entrance. It looked up at the soul infant fruit tree, staring at it for a few minutes before looking around. Just when everyone thought it was going back to its cave, it sat down directly under the tree, supporting its body with its tail and front paws, and looked around warily. It clearly knew that the soul infant fruit was about to ripen and decided to guard it here for the last moment. However, upon closer inspection, one can see that its remaining eye appears lifeless, revealing a deep weariness, and its aura is somewhat weak. It was already injured. It had been healing inside the cave, and it wouldn't have come out at all if it hadn't sensed the golden python approaching the soul infant fruit tree. If it were at its peak, it would not have taken this long to kill the golden python. Witnessing the formidable power of the multi-treasure rat from afar, Su Chao and his 6 companions immediately felt a sense of unease. Bai Jia spoke first. We were too confident before, and underestimated its injuries and strength. Although it is injured, the power it unleashes is still not something we can easily contend with. Fang Hui stared at the treasure rat for a while, then looked at the soul infant fruit above its head. But I'm still unwilling to give up like this. Everyone knows the value of these 2 soul infant fruits. Everyone understands the preciousness of the soul infant fruit. After a martial artist unlocks their genetic potential, their cultivation primarily focuses on enhancing their mental strength and blood circulation. You can improve your chi and blood by using chi and blood potions and the flesh and blood of high-level monsters. These items are not rare, and can be purchased at places like the martial artist's house or the hunter's guild, as long as you are willing to spend the money. However, improving one's mental strength is not so easy. Most martial artists can only improve their cultivation through long periods of meditation, but the
higher the level of awakened superpowers, the faster the cultivation speed. Of course, there are also a very few rare and precious natural treasures or spiritual fruits and flowers that can enhance spiritual power, such as the soul infant fruit in front of us. However, such treasures that can enhance mental power are extremely rare. Most people who obtain them do not choose to sell them, but rather use them themselves or leave them to their family's descendants. Therefore, such treasures are extremely rare on the market. Even though many people on the martial arts house have offered high prices to buy them, no one has ever been willing to trade. The individuals present were all geniuses from their respective schools. If they could obtain and consume the soul infant fruit, their strength would undoubtedly skyrocket, easily surpassing other geniuses of the same level. This is precisely why everyone is here for the soul infant fruit. He had promised before he came that if he obtained the soul infant fruit, he wouldn't need it himself, he could simply give it to him in kind. Therefore, no one objected to him joining the team with his second-tier strength. Everyone felt that Su Chao was sensible and had a good sense of the bigger picture.
Su Chao was happy to let them misunderstand.
He really didn't need the soul infant fruit to improve his mental strength.
With the strength shown on the panel, strengthening his mental strength wasn't difficult.
What he lacks most right now is money. He urgently needs to raise funds quickly to buy willow core for his father.
Feng Hui also advocated taking action against Duobaishu.
Fu Jun, who was usually taciturn, spoke up at this moment.
No matter how precious the soul infant fruit is, you still need to be alive to get it. Didn't you see that even a peak 4th tier golden python didn't have a chance to fight back against it and could only take a beating? I don't recommend making a move. Let's retreat quickly before it notices us.
Zhang Kuang hesitated for a moment, then asked doubtfully, this peak 5th tier multi-treasure rat seems to be in much less severe condition than you described before?
Bai Jie nodded. When we saw it that day, its aura was indeed much weaker. We guess it must have eaten something recently to recover to its current state. Everyone nodded in agreement. The name multi-treasure mouse wasn't chosen casually.
No one knows what treasures it holds within its internal space, but it's not surprising that it contains elixirs capable of healing injuries. In fact, Bai Jie and the others had considered taking advantage of its serious injury to forcefully attack it, but they all rejected the idea in the end.
At that time, the soul infant fruit was not yet ripe.
If the battle caused a commotion and attracted more monsters or warriors who discovered the soul infant fruit, the situation would become more complicated.
The atmosphere fell silent, and no one spoke.
Given the strength displayed by this peak 5th tier multi-treasure rat, if the team were to take forceful action, they would likely suffer casualties. After all, there are 3rd level martial artists among them. If they are hit by a 5th level multi-treasure rat once, they are very likely to die.
The difference between two major realms is not something to be trifled with.
Seeing that everyone had differing opinions, Bai Jie turned her gaze to Wen Jieyu, waiting for her to speak. Wen Jieyu glanced around at everyone, observing their expressions, and then slowly began to speak.
I think everyone might be overcomplicating things.
Our goal isn't to kill this peak 5th tier treasure rat, but the soul infant fruit. In other words, we only need to go forward and hold it back for a moment, have someone quickly pick the soul infant fruit, and then retreat immediately without fighting it head-on. From this perspective, it's not that there's no chance.
The key question is, who will restrain it? After all, even just restraining it carries enormous risks.
Of course, the person in charge of restraining the animals can get a larger share, while the person in charge of harvesting will get a smaller share.
Since it was my proposal, I naturally have to participate in setting a check. Let the others also give their opinions.
As Wen Jieyu finished speaking, a glint flashed in everyone's eyes as they carefully weighed the pros and cons. Feng Hui spoke first. I agree with this plan.
Count me in for keeping this guy in check.
Bai Jie nodded. I can provide ranged support with my bow and arrows. Everyone knows that Bai Jie is a peak 3rd tier martial artist with superb archery skills.
She has also awakened a B-level metal type ability,
which can enhance the lethality of her bows and arrows.
In addition, her B-level alloy longbow can still pose a threat to the multi-treasure rat.
Wen Jieyu and Feng Hui agreed to her joining. Seeing that 3 people had already expressed their support, Zhang Kuang added, since you're all willing to try, I support your participation. But let me make this clear, if things don't look good, I'll retreat immediately.
Seeing that Fu Jun was still hesitant, Wen Jieyu continued,
the 4 of us will handle it. Fu Jun will be in charge of harvesting the soul infant fruit. As for Su Chao, you're in charge of keeping watch.
If you spot anything unusual, immediately alert everyone.
Upon hearing that he wouldn't have to directly confront the 5th tier multi-treasure rat but only needed to harvest soul infant fruits, Fu Jun immediately nodded in agreement. Su Chao saw that Wen Jieyu had assigned him the easiest task, so he naturally had no reason to object. He looked at Wen Jieyu, only to find that she was deliberately avoiding his gaze. She added, since everyone agrees to this plan, let's be upfront about the unpleasant aspects. We're a temporary team, so we need to clarify how the soul infant fruits will be distributed after they're harvested before we start, to avoid any disagreements or unpleasantness later.
Let me state my thoughts first. I am the strongest, so I should take 25%. Feng Hui and Zhang Kuang should each take 20%. Bai Jie should take 15%, and Fu Jun and Su Chao should each take 10%. Does anyone have any objections?
No one objected to Wen Jieyu's distribution plan. After all, she was the main force in restraining the treasure rat, so it was only natural for her to get more. Even if she wanted to take 30% more, no one would object.
Fang Hui and Zhang Quan are both early-stage 4th-tier martial artists.
It would be quite dangerous for them to provide close-range support to her from the side, so taking 20% is reasonable. Bai Jie's abilities were similar to Fu Jun's, but she received 0.5% more than Fu Jun, which should have caused Fu Jun's dissatisfaction, but what could he do when he liked her? As for Su Chao, taking 10% might seem like too much for a second-tier martial artist, but considering his ability to sense monsters in advance and guide others, he also
makes a contribution.
Besides, he doesn't want the soul infant fruit, he only wants the money, and since no one is short of that little bit of money, no one objects. After everyone agreed, they began to formulate a specific action plan. Fang Hui spoke first. When you make your move, try to lure the treasure rat away and head in a direction away from the soul infant fruit tree.
But we can't hold out for long. Fu Jun, you need to seize the opportunity and pick the fruit quickly.
After you finish picking, you and Su Chao should retreat immediately and return to the cave where we rested earlier.
The rest of us will also get rid of the treasure rat as soon as possible and join you.
He added solemnly, everyone knows that this operation is very risky. After all, it is in the wilderness, and accidents can happen at any time. If something unexpected happens and we get separated, wait for 3 hours at the rendezvous cave.
If we don't rendezvous within that time, we won't wait anymore.
We'll go back to Starseed Base City and return to the Hunters Association where we stayed yesterday to wait for news.
Bai Jie continued, Fang Hui's plan is feasible.
I'd like to add that, although we are a temporary team, if we really get separated, we should do our best to help any teammates who are in danger and need help.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhang Quang said, judging from the condition of the soul infant fruit, it may not ripen today.
Shall we just keep guarding it? Fang Hui turned to look at him. Brother Zhang, do you intend to go hunting and then come back?
I suggest we don't run around.
The soul infant fruit is more important. If something happens to us when we go out, it will be a loss.
Zhang Quang scratched his head. I was just worried that everyone would be bored.
By the way, Bai Jie, after Fu Jun and Su Chao retreat, you should retreat too.
The three of us are 4th level martial artists, and you are 3rd level, so you are more likely to be targeted by the 5th level multi-treasure rat. When Jieyu and Fang Hui both nodded in agreement with Zhang Quang's suggestion, Bai Jie looked at Zhang Quang and was surprised that this muscular man was so considerate of her. When Jieyu took Bai Jie's hand and said, cousin, you go to the rendezvous point and wait for me. Then he looked at Fang Hui and Zhang Quang. You two should also retreat when the time is right. I'll hold that guy back a bit more to buy you some time. After discussing their plan of action, the group found a secluded cave nearby to meditate and cultivate.
Time flew by and it was evening.
During the day, the soul infant fruit was still unripe, only the black on the peel was more intense, and the purple parts had not yet faded.
Everyone felt that it definitely wouldn't be ready today and would probably have to wait until tomorrow.
The 5th-tier treasure rat returned to its cave at night, taking with it the corpse of the golden python. Everyone was envious of the golden python's corpse. Its gallbladder, fangs, and skin were all valuable, but now it would only become the treasure rat's dinner. The 6 of them took out food to replenish their energy and discussed the night watch arrangements. It was ultimately decided that Bai Jie would take the night shift first, followed by Zhang Quang and Fang Hui, because they would be responsible for restraining Duobaishu tomorrow, and taking the night shift first would give them time to rest later. Fu Jun and Su Chao took over the night watch during the second half of the night. As the main combat force, Wen Jieyu does not need to stand guard at night and must always maintain peak condition. In the middle of the night, Fu Jun woke Su Chao up. It was his turn to work the night shift. He glanced at the time. It was 4 in the morning, the time when people are most tired. Using the dim light of his phone, he looked around at the people in the cave, all of whom were meditating with their eyes closed. After a martial artist begins gene evolution training, deep meditation can replace sleep, but it cannot be done for extended periods. Occasional sleep and relaxation are still necessary. He walked quietly to the cave entrance, sat down, and felt the mountain breeze gently caress his cheeks, instantly invigorating him. It was pitch black all around, with only the occasional roar of a beast breaking the silence of the night. Su Chao lowered his head in deep thought. He didn't actually enter a deep meditation. Unlike others, he didn't need to meditate and cultivate, it was meaningless to him, but he still pretended to be meditating, only secretly dozing off for a while during the 2 hours he was on night duty. He could never actually sleep while the others were on night duty, since it was a temporary team with limited trust among members. In wilderness areas, vigilance is essential. He glanced at Fang Hui and Fu Jun without making a sound, and seeing that they were both sitting with their eyes closed, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. The 2 of them even took out their phones and sent a few messages while on night duty. Sending messages in the middle of the night? The night passed and nothing unusual happened. As dawn broke, everyone gradually awoke from their meditation and immediately checked the condition of the soul infant fruit. They discovered that a trace of purple had not not yet faded from the fruit, estimating that it would take another hour or two. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to eat to replenish their energy. For a moment, the only sound in the cave was the chewing of food. On the other side, the treasure rat also crawled out of the hole. After enjoying the feast of the golden python, it sat at the entrance of the hole staring at the soul infant fruit, its single eye flashing with light. Unaware that several uninvited guests had quietly crept closer, less than 200 meters from its cave entrance. It was when Jieyu, Bai Jia, Zhang Kuang, and Feng Wei, worried that the treasure rat would strike first when the soul infant fruit ripened, they approached cautiously. Su Chao and Fu Jun were on standby about 500 meters from the cave entrance. Time slipped away quietly in this tense atmosphere. Finally, the last trace of purple on the soul infant fruit completely faded away. Two jet black fruits hung on the tree, swaying in the wind like tiny people, eerily strange. The fifth-tier treasure rat's single eye lit up, and it was about to get up to enjoy the treasure it had been guarding for so long. Who are you? Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out, and 3 golden arrows shot out like meteors. Bai Jia struck first, unleashing a powerful 3-star combo that stunned the entire audience. Immediately afterwards, when Jieyu, Zhang Kuang, and Feng Wei rushed out, 4th-level martial artists moving at full speed, their weapons gleaming coldly. Although the treasure rat dodged the first 2 arrows, the third one grazed its neck, splattering a few drops of blood. Bai Jia's sneak attack was extremely powerful. Combined with the enhancement of her B-grade metal-type ability and the B-grade alloy arrow, she successfully injured the treasure rat. It was enraged that a human dared to steal the treasure it was guarding and even injure it. Before they could even pick the soul infant fruit, they were terrified by the power emanating from the longsword in Wen Jieyu's hand. The longsword drew 5 sword shadows, aiming straight for his head. The treasure mouse had no choice but to give up picking the fruit and quickly turned around to throw a punch at the sword. A violent collision resounded through the valley, and the clash of sword and fist sparked dazzling sparks. When Jieyu was thrown back by the shockwave, landing on her back and taking a few steps backward. Not to be outdone, the treasure mouse took 2 steps back. Humans are too strong. It far surpasses that golden python at the peak of the 4th tier. When Jieyu held a long sword, her expression solemn. She had been gathering power for a long time. She has already used the 7 tribulations killing sword martial skill at the great perfection level. This skill condenses 5 sword shadows, and if it reaches the perfection level, it can form 7 sword shadows. This was almost the strongest power she could unleash besides her superpowers, but it only forced the treasure rat to retreat 2 steps. When he looked again at the forelimbs of the multi-rat that had just fought, he was surprised to find that it was wearing a boxing glove. No wonder his longsword was ineffective and sparks flew when it clashed with it. It turns out the treasure rat was equipped with an ally weapon. It's estimated that these gauntlets were stolen from a human, but their quality is inferior to Wen Jieyu's longsword. A crack has already appeared. The fight between the two lasted only a short while. Zhang Kuang, wielding a spear crackling with purple lightning, followed closely behind, catching up with the repelled treasure rat. Treasure rat intended to take the blow with its fists again, but unexpectedly, it fell right into Zhang Kuang's trap. The purple lightning on the spear quickly spread throughout its body through its alloy gauntlets, causing the treasure rat to freeze instantly. Then, the spear pierced its left shoulder, and blood gushed out immediately. Zhang Kuang was overjoyed, never expecting that he would severely injure the monster with a single move. No matter how strong a monster is, it's not very smart. It wouldn't understand that metals can conduct electricity. Just as Zhang Kuang was about to draw his spear and stab again, the monster had recovered from the paralysis caused by the lightning, and angrily grabbed the spear with its left claw, roaring at him. Roar! At the same time, its tail whipped up bursts of air with a loud crack, lashing out fiercely at Zhang Kuang. With 2 loud bangs, Feng Wei and Wen Jieyu arrived and blocked the attack from the multi-treasure rat's tail. Feng Wei was blasted back more than 10 meters, leaving a deep crater beneath his feet, demonstrating the astonishing power of the multi-treasure rat's attack. After all, he was only a 4th-tier early-stage martial artist, and even with his martial arts skills, his strength was still far inferior to that of the monster. When Jieyu was only knocked back 2 steps, this time the two of them shared some of the impact. Zhang Kuang was about to abandon his gun and dodge when he saw Duobao rat's tail swing, but when his 2 teammates blocked it for him, he activated his superpower again, and lightning instantly covered Duobao rat's entire body. Despite being prepared, the monster was still completely numb, and Zhang Kuang seized the opportunity to snatch the spear back from its claws and retreat. Moreover, its tail had just been slashed open by the human woman wielding the longsword. These humans were surprisingly troublesome. It never expected them to be so difficult, especially that guy who can generate electricity. Although he wasn't the strongest, he injured it the most. The treasure rat harbored resentment, its bloodthirsty one-eyed gaze fixed intently on Zhang Kuang. It let out a low growl, its single eye flashing with ferocity, and its tail whipped up pebbles from the ground, hurling them toward the 3 of them. When Jieyu's longsword struck repeatedly, deflecting the flying stones one by one, Feng Wei dodged, and the rocks smashed into large craters around him, sending up fragments that left him in a sorry state. Zhang Kuang steadied himself, his lightning spear flashing, shattering the flying flying rocks. The tiger's mouth of his hands gripping the spear was numb from the impact. When Jieyu shouted, "Don't let it get away and steal the soul infant fruit. Entangle it." The three quickly approached the treasure rat in a triangular formation, trying to engage it in close combat. Otherwise, this creature was practically a mobile cannon, leaving them completely on the defensive. Bai Jie would occasionally seize an opportunity to fire a few arrows, helping the three of them to divert the treasure rat's firepower, but she had a limited number of B-grade alloy arrows and had to use them sparingly. For a time, the group managed to hold the treasure rat tightly, preventing it from picking the soul infant fruit. On the other side, Su Chao and Fu Jun had been closely watching the battlefield situation ever since they saw the others make their move. Seeing that Duobaishu was temporarily tied down, Fu Jun turned to Su Chao and said, "I'm going in, you be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out. After Fu Jun made his move, Su Chao activated his eye of exploration to observe the surroundings. He found that there were no other monsters in the current detection range and breathed a slight sigh of relief. It must be because this valley is relatively secluded. Even if a few monsters had wandered in before, they were probably all eaten by the treasure rat. He then turned his attention to the multi-treasure rat. At this moment, in the eye of exploration, the treasure rat appears completely different, far less fierce than it seems on the surface, and instead appears somewhat weak inside despite its outward appearance. Su Chao judged that its strength was roughly equivalent to the late stage of the 5th rank. Moreover, its mental energy was somewhat depleted, making it appear quite listless. In addition, he was severely injured by several people just now, which is why he was held back so tightly. Fu Jun was approaching the soul infant fruit tree at an extremely fast speed. He estimated that he would be able to get close and pick the fruit in just a few breaths, which would mean that their operation was more than half successful. At this moment, time seemed to slow down considerably. The distance is getting closer and closer. Finally, Fu Jun approached the soul infant fruit tree, preparing to leap up and pluck the soul infant fruit. Suddenly, Su Chao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly reminded his earpiece. "Fu Jun, watch out for the ground on your left." Suddenly, the ground nearby exploded, and a monster covered in golden armor plates burst out from the ground and pounced on Fu Jun. That was a mid-stage 4th-tier monster, the golden armored beast, which looked somewhat like a pangolin. Upon hearing Su Chao's warning, Fu Jun instinctively dodged to the right, avoiding the golden armored beast's fatal attack, but his left shoulder was still scratched, and several cracks appeared in the 4th-tier armor he was wearing. If Su Chao hadn't warned him in time, he would likely have been grabbed by the neck. Fu Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Su Chao." Su Chao quickly replied, "Don't mention it. I didn't expect there to be a monster lurking underground either. Be careful." In fact, Su Chao was unaware of the 4th-tier golden armored beast lurking underground. His eye of exploration encountered great resistance when probing underground, preventing him from going too deep, so he rarely explored underground. The sudden change at the soul infant fruit tree also attracted the attention of the treasure rat and several others on another battlefield. When Jieyu and his companions were caught off guard by this situation at the crucial moment, and their faces immediately darkened. The treasure rat was furious, never expecting that a human was hiding nearby, and that he had joined forces with the golden armor beast to target its treasure. Enraged, it intensified its attacks, putting immense pressure on Wen Jieyu and the other two. When Jieyu brandished her long sword, creating afterimages as she desperately parried the attacks of the treasure rat. At the same time, she said, "Cousin, go and assist Fu Jun in holding off that 4th-tier golden armored beast. Su Chao, hurry over and pick the soul infant fruit. We need to move fast, we can't hold out for much longer." Everyone immediately split up to act according to Wen Jieyu's instructions. Fu Jun drew his weapon, a two-handed greatsword, and stared at the golden armored beast with an angry and solemn expression. He activated his wind-based ability immediately. Facing a 4th-tier monster, he had to go all out, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Bai Jie also fired arrows from time to time. She had run out of B-grade alloy arrows and was now using C-grade alloy arrows. Together with Fu Jun, the two of them managed to hold back the 4th-tier golden armored beast for a while. In an instant, two fierce battlegrounds formed around the soul infant fruit tree. However, whether it was Wen Jieyu and his group or the treasure rat and the golden armor beast, they all deliberately avoided the soul infant fruit tree when they attacked. Everyone was fighting hard, hoping that Su Chao could successfully obtain the soul infant fruit. Otherwise, the losses from this trip would be considerable. Su Chao traversed the mountains and forests at full speed, even using some of his special abilities to increase his speed. In just a few breaths, he arrived at the soul infant fruit tree. Suddenly, he transformed into several figures, and a large rock passed between two of them with a loud bang, sending pebbles flying across the ground. That was because the treasure rat realized that there were still humans hiding. Seeing that the soul infant fruit was about to be picked, it desperately used its tail to fiercely throw out a large rock. Fortunately, Su Chao's eye of detection detected it in advance, allowing him to escape in time. When Wen Jieyu and the others saw the stone thrown by Duobaishu, they wanted to warn Su Chao, but it was too late. Unexpectedly, he dodged it with ease. He didn't use his teleportation ability, but instead used his previous shadow clone ability. They dodged the attack from the treasure rat. With another flash, the 2 soul infant fruits on the soul infant fruit tree vanished instantly and appeared in his hand, which he then quickly put into his backpack. The team members were overjoyed to see that Su Chao had successfully obtained the soul infant fruit. Zhang Kuang shook his right hand, which was numb from the shock of the multi-treasure rat, and shouted, "Chaozi, well done. You're really great." When Jieyu instructed, "By Jia, you and Fu Jun will cover Su Chao's retreat first, and we will follow. We will meet at the rendezvous point we agreed on yesterday." Compared to the excitement of Su Chao and his team members in obtaining the soul infant fruit, the treasure rat and the golden armor beast were furious and became extremely agitated when they saw the treasure disappear before them. The treasure rat, in particular, launched increasingly frenzied attacks, even disregarding its own injuries and trading blows for damage. Therefore, Zhang Kuang, Feng Hui, and Wen Jieyu were the first to be affected. Zhang Kuang was hit hard in the stomach. Even though he was wearing armor, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Feng Hui was flung away by its tail, spitting blood, and it was estimated that he had broken several ribs. Wen Jieyu was in slightly better condition. Her hand was scratched by its claws, but fortunately, she was protected by B-grade armor. Although the clothes on her arm were torn and the armor had several cracks, her arm itself was not injured. Faced with the enraged multi-treasure rat, the three felt immense pressure, but they still held on tightly, preventing it from attacking Su Chao. The treasure rat was also in a bad situation. It was already mentally injured, and the group added several new wounds to it, causing its aura to drop to the level of an ordinary mid-stage 5th rank. On the other side, the golden armored beast in the mid-stage of the 4th tier and Fu Jun, who had activated his superpower, were locked in a fierce battle. Even with the amplification from his martial arts skills, Fu Jun, a peak 3rd tier martial artist, could not break through the hard scales covering the golden armor beast's body. Therefore, the golden armor beast only needed to protect a few key parts of its body. Is everything alright? However, the golden armored beast also had a headache. Its speed was far inferior to that of Fu Jun, who had activated his special ability, making it difficult for it to hit the opponent. At this moment, Bai Jie suddenly intervened, and the golden armored beast could only watch helplessly as Su Chao quickly withdrew after taking the soul infant fruit. Bai Jie fought and retreated, quickly following Su Chao as they left the valley. Seeing that Su Chao and Bai Jie had successfully retreated, Fu Jun glanced at Zhang Kuang and the other two. Seeing that they could hold on for the time being, he decided to leave. He gripped his sword with both hands and said coldly, "Beast, I'm done playing with you. Try one of my moves." He held his sword in both hands and began to spin in place, quickly forming a tornado around him. Rocks and branches were swirling around him, and when the whirlwind reached its limit, it crashed hard into the golden armored beast. This is his strongest martial skill, Whirlwind Slash. Because of the enormous energy expenditure, he had not used his full power. Now that he was preparing to retreat, he wanted to deliver a fatal blow to the golden armored beast and avenge its sneak attack. The golden armored beast was startled by the sudden surge of power, and before it could react, it was swept into the tornado. Then came a metallic clanging sound, and two figures were sent flying. After landing, the golden armored beast rolled a few times, then got up. Several scales had fallen off its body, and there was only a small bloodstain on its abdomen. The injury was not serious. After landing, Fu Jun stared at the golden armored beast, shook his hands which were numb from the shock, and spat out a mouthful of saliva. "Pa, this beast's scales are fucking tough." He glanced at the golden armored beast, then turned and left. The golden armored beast did not pursue Fu Jun, but turned to look at the other side of the battlefield before disappearing into the depths of the valley. Only Wen Jieyu, Zhang Kuang, and Feng Hui remained in the valley. Facing the still frantically attacking multi-treasure rat, they didn't want to fight it any longer and prepared to retreat. Feng Hui spoke first. "Brother Zhang, you should retreat first. You've been using your powers for a while and are already exhausted. I can hold on a little longer." Just as Zhang Kuang was about to speak, he saw Wen Jieyu nod as well, so he stopped talking and thrust his spear fiercely at the tail that the treasure rat was whipping at. Using the force of the impact, he quickly withdrew and retreated. With a few leaps, he disappeared into the valley. Seeing that Zhang Kuang had successfully retreated, Wen Jieyu looked at Feng Hui and said, "Quick, you retreat too. I'll hold it off for a while longer." Feng Hui looked around the valley, picked up his headset and shouted, "Hello, hello, Brother Zhang, Bai Jia, have you both evacuated safely?" There was no response from the headset. It seemed the distance was too great and communication had been lost. He took off his headset and said to Wen Jieyu, "I'm leaving now. Take care, and see you at the meeting point." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Roar, roar. Two angry roars rang out in succession. When the treasure rat saw that the guy who could electrocute it had left, it became even more enraged. It absolutely cannot accept that the treasure it was guarding was stolen, and that these robbers would get away unscathed. The crimson light in its eyes intensified, and its aura grew even stronger. It suddenly pounced on the two of them. Faced with the burst of power from the multi-treasure rat, Wen Jieyu's expression became extremely solemn, and she was prepared to take the blow head-on. Unexpectedly, Feng Hui, who had already turned to to leave, suddenly appeared in front of her, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. "Before I leave, I'll take one last hit for you." After saying that, his aura exploded even more intensely than before. The martial art, soul-destroying blade. He gripped the long sword tightly with both hands, the blade faintly gleaming with black light. Even when Jiayu beside him could feel the terrifying pressure of this swordsmanship, which posed a considerable threat to her. Even the pounced multi-treasure rat's pupils suddenly contracted, feeling a faint stinging pain. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. Fang Hui's sword, which was originally aimed at the treasure rat with all his might, suddenly changed direction and slashed at the unsuspecting Wen Jiayu. When Jiayu only had time to twist her body to avoid the head before Fang Hui's long sword grazed her ear and slashed her left shoulder. Her armor was cut through, and the blade went deep into the flesh of her shoulder, but was stuck by the bone. "Ah!" Hiss. When Jiayu exclaimed in surprise, gasped in pain, and stared at Fang Hui in disbelief. She simply couldn't understand why he would sneak up on her and risk his own life. That's right, Fang Hui was facing away from the charging treasure rat, which meant he had to take the full force of the 5th-tier treasure rat's attack head-on. The result would be at least serious injury, or even death on the spot. When Jiayu was even more confused. Why would Fang Hui take such a risk? The next moment, she finally understood the answer. Fang Hui didn't care about the attack from the treasure rat behind him at all. Instead, he gave the shocked Wen Jiayu a strange smile. What happened next shocked Wen Jiayu. The treasure rat's attack actually pierced through Fang Hui's body, and his figure began to become ethereal, eventually disappearing from the spot. Caught off guard, Wen Jiayu was swatted away by the pounced treasure rat, flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. She coughed up a mouthful of blood after landing, her clothes were torn in many places, her abdominal armor was deeply dented, and the knife wound on her left shoulder was even more shocking. The change happened too fast. He had only just begun to be arrogant when Wen Jiayu was seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. After landing, Wen Jiayu struggled to get up. One hand tightly covered the knife wound on his shoulder, while the other hand protected his abdomen. Her face was dark and ugly. She looked at Fang Hui and angrily questioned, "Why? What superpower did you awaken? How can you make your body ethereal?" Fang Hui glanced at the treasure rat, who was standing there dumbfounded. It was clear that it was also confused by this sudden change. He chuckled dismissively, looking at Wen Jiayu's pale face, and said, Why? You must have a lot of questions now, right? I'll reluctantly answer these 2 questions since you're about to die. Firstly, it's because you're too outstanding. You must have awakened an S-class ability, so you deserve to die. Secondly, my special ability is etherealization, which, once activated, allows me to ignore all physical attacks. When Jiayu stared sharply at Fang Hui, "Are you from heaven?" Fang Hui clapped his hands and smiled meaningfully, indeed intelligent, worthy of being a top genius of Shanghai Martial Arts University. Why join them? With your talent, you should have had a bright future. When Jiayu gritted her teeth and questioned him angrily, "You damn traitors to humanity, you stinking rats, assassinating human prodigies everywhere, you'll get your retribution sooner or later." Fang Hui quickly shook his head, his face shining with a holy light. No, you misunderstood. I didn't join later, I've always been one. As for the retribution you mentioned, we are also doing this for the continuation of humanity. Our path is the right one. Those stubborn old fogies at the top of humanity are determined to lead all of humanity to its doom, while we are preserving the spark of hope for humanity. When Jiayu sneered, "Preserve the embers of the fire? Are you living like a dog?" "Shut up!" Fang Hui suddenly shouted angrily. "It's better than them all dying. How can you be so selfish and stubborn?" Roar! Roar! 2 angry roars interrupted the 2 people's argument. After the treasure rat swatted away Wen Jiayu, it was stunned for a moment. Seeing that these 2 humans, who had just been fighting each other, were not taking it seriously at all and were chatting away on their own. That's outrageous. How dare they not take it seriously? It decided it absolutely had to eat those 2 damned humans. Enraged, it charged toward Fang Hui, who was closest to it. As before, its figure and attack pierced through Fang Hui's body, blasting a large crater where he was standing. The treasure rat turned around angrily, looking at Fang Hui, who was gradually appearing in another place, and couldn't understand why this human was so strange. It then looked at Wen Jiayu on the other side and rushed towards her. Fang Hui looked at Wen Jiayu and shouted in a loud voice, "Miss Wen, you are so badly injured that you can't withstand even a few moves from this rat king. If you are willing to join us, I can save you and take you to receive baptism from the Lord. With your talent and status, you will certainly not be inferior to me. We can also become husband and wife, and even if Earth is destroyed in the future, we will survive." When Jiayu's face instantly turned purplish red, clearly provoked by Fang Hui's words and feeling extremely aggrieved, she shouted angrily, "Shut up, you damn traitors, you beasts, I'd rather die than join you." As she spoke, she released her hands from the 2 wounds she had been covering and picked up the sword from the ground. She looked at Fang Hui with a sneer, "You think you can take me down today? We'll see. I'll remember this and settle the score with you another day." As soon as she finished speaking, she swayed, dodging the attack of the treasure rat, and prepared to turn and run away. "How is this possible? How did you
recover so quickly? I clearly saw you were seriously injured just now. Feng Hui shouted in exasperation and shock. And your shoulder injury, how come it's almost completely healed, leaving only a scar? By the way, were you deliberately chatting with me to buy time? But how did you get treated? I didn't see you take any medicine or eat anything. When Jieyu looked at him with a cold smile, I know you have a lot of questions you want to ask me right now. Do you want to know the answers? I'm not going to tell you. Feng Hui roared in shock. I know. Your awakened S-class ability is healing. It's life-related, right? That must be it. You've awakened a life-type ability. No wonder you kept covering your wound with your hand earlier. You were secretly tending to it while we were talking. Miss One, you are so cunning. You pretended to be so angry earlier, deliberately leading me to speak just to buy time to heal your wounds. After saying that, his face darkened and his expression turned gloomy. Ha, as expected, the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to lie. When Jieyu didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore, so she took the opportunity to dodge the treasure rat's attack again and escaped out of the valley. Although I just used my supernatural abilities to treat my injuries briefly, time was too short and I could only suppress the pain. My injuries have not fully healed and I cannot fight for long. However, Feng Hui's annoying voice reached her ears again. Miss One, still trying to run? Now that I've exposed my identity, you can forget about escaping. What are you two waiting for? Why aren't you making a move? As soon as he finished speaking, two figures flew out from the mouth of the valley and blocked Wen Jieyu's way. Both men were in their 40s, one was tall and thin, the other short and stout, and both possessed extremely powerful auras. Wen Jieyu was shocked to see this, not expecting that Feng Hui actually had accomplices. She sensed the strength of the two men and her expression changed drastically. The two men's auras far surpassed hers, and their strength was at least at the peak of the 5th rank. The short, fat man might even have reached the 6th rank. This is really troublesome. When the treasure rat saw human martial artists arriving, it assumed they were Wen Jieyu's reinforcements and roared as it charged toward the three of them. The short, stout man, seeing that this 5th-tier treasure rat dared to bare its teeth at him, roared angrily, "You beast, you're asking for death." He suddenly stomped his feet on the ground, and the boulder beneath his feet shattered into countless pieces. His body shot out like a cannonball, meeting Duobaisho head-on, and his right fist slammed into the opponent's head. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and the treasure rat was sent flying, crashing heavily into the foot of the mountain 100 meters away, kicking up a sky full of gravel and dust. As the dust settled, the treasure rat was found trapped in a large pit, struggling to climb out, blood gushing from its mouth. When Jieyu's pupils contracted slightly, as expected of a 6th-tier expert, the power of his punch was terrifying. At that moment, a round of applause rang out, and Feng Hui appeared beside the crowd. As expected of Steward Wan, he is a 6th-level expert. He beat this beast that made us so miserable to the point of being half dead with just one punch. The short, stout man and the tall, thin man, both addressed as Steward Wan, bowed to Feng Hui in unison. "Young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, you flatter me. With your talent, you will surely surpass us in the future. Young Master Feng, what do you think we should do with this girl?" When Jieyu's expression was unusually unpleasant. She vaguely guessed that Feng Hui's identity in heaven was extraordinary. After all, his talent and supernatural abilities were extremely powerful. However, when the two powerful figures who had just arrived addressed him as Young Master Feng with considerable respect, it undoubtedly indicated that his status in the heavenly kingdom far exceeded her expectations. The two men listened to him without question, and with their help, it was almost impossible for her to escape on her own. With that thought in mind, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. "Miss One, what do you think? You can reconsider my previous suggestion." Feng Hui's annoying voice rang in her ears again. When Jieyu looked around at the three people surrounding her, her expression suddenly becoming unusually calm. "You really went to great lengths, using so many experts for a student as insignificant as me. You overestimate me." Feng Hui replied with a smile, "Miss One, you underestimate yourself. You deserve our careful planning and arrangements. Shanghai Martial Arts University has done an extremely tight job of keeping secrets. We paid a huge price, even sacrificing several intelligence personnel, to find out that you have awakened an S-level ability, but we cannot find out exactly what that ability is. I am overjoyed to learn today that you have awakened an extremely rare life-type ability. Miss One, I'm inviting you one last time to join us. I can ask my father to help you secure the highest level of talent development resources within the organization, which will be no less than what you would receive at Shanghai Martial Arts University." When Jieyu did not respond, but stared at him coldly with sharp eyes, as if looking at a ridiculous clown, Feng Hui's heart tightened at her contemptuous gaze, and he shouted angrily, "Don't be so stubborn. Do you really think I won't kill you? Don't underestimate us. No one is more noble than anyone else." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, when Jieyu's aura surged, and countless energies from all around rushed towards her, pouring into her body. In an instant, she seemed to have broken through a bottleneck, stepping into the 5th rank. All of this happened so fast that Feng Hui and his two attendants had no time to react. He stared at Wen Jieyu with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "Do you find it amusing surprising that you keep playing tricks on me? Last time you delayed treatment, this time you're delaying your breakthrough. But do you really think that breaking through to become a 5th-tier martial artist will change the current situation?
When Jieyu's breathing gradually stabilized as she silently felt the power surging forth after her breakthrough,
she glanced at the three of them and said calmly, "We have to try to know, don't we?"
As soon as she finished speaking, her figure, holding a long sword, vanished from the spot.
"Young Master Fong, be careful!"
The short, stout middle-aged man shouted a warning, then disappeared from his spot, but he was a step too late. When Jieyu's longsword was already piercing Fong Hui's head, but it only grazed his cheek and passed by.
Fong Hui's ethereal body instantly materialized, and he touched the bloodstains on his face, his expression extremely gloomy.
His superpower activated a little slowly just now. If it had been any later, he might have been killed instantly by a single sword strike. I never expected Wen Jieyu's breakthrough to be so rapid. The short, stout steward Wan and the thin, middle-aged man flanked Fong Hui, keeping a close eye on Wen Jieiyu. "Don't worry about me, kill her immediately, show no mercy."
Fong Hui's deep, hoarse voice came from behind them.
Not far away, Wen Jieiyu had just landed and regained her footing. She frowned slightly, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Clearly, her all-out attack just now had aggravated her still-healing wound.
The 6th-rank steward and the tall, thin young man at the peak of the 5th rank opposite her were about to launch an attack. She sighed inwardly. The situation had ultimately come to this.
A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a dark gold box appeared. She gently stroked the box, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance and a hidden pain.
But the aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying.
The short, fat man and the tall, thin man rushed over at lightning speed, while Fong Hui stood still, waiting for his chance. She gritted her teeth, quickly tapped the box a few times, instantly opened the lid, threw it at the three of them, and then retreated rapidly. The opposing steward was about to launch an attack when he saw Wen Jieiyu take a box out of her spatial ring, and initially did not pay it any mind. However, when she opened the box and threw it at them, sensing the terrifying energy within, his expression changed drastically.
"Get out of the way. Young Master Fong, be careful, that's a high-level psionic artifact." However, it was too late.
The dark gold box opened completely the moment Wen Jieiyu threw it, unleashing an extremely terrifying icy power. The surrounding temperature plummeted, frost instantly formed on the ground, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. Even the air seemed to freeze.
This terrifying force seemed poised to freeze everything around it.
The steward Wan, who had just spoken, and the tall, thin man happened to be in close contact with the box, and were therefore the first to feel the terrifying chill. Their eyebrows and hair were first frozen, then the blood circulation in their bodies began to slow down, and a chill that swept through their entire bodies gradually revealed fear in their eyes.
Even with all my might, I couldn't find any relief.
Gradually, the two felt their bodies begin to stiffen and their thoughts become sluggish, until they came to a complete standstill. On the open ground in the valley, two ice sculptures appeared as if they were running. Fong Hui, who was behind them, was blocked by the two people and did not see Wen Jieiyu take out the dark gold box.
Just as Deacon Wan spoke up to warn them, a terrifying danger suddenly descended.
He instinctively tried to use his superpower to dodge, but was horrified to find that after he activated his superpower, his body did not become ethereal as usual but was gradually frozen. He was immediately shocked. He sensed that even activating his superpowers wouldn't save him from this deadly crisis. No matter how powerful his abilities were, they were useless against such an absolute difference in their cultivation levels. As his body grew increasingly stiff, he knew he couldn't delay any longer. Clenching his teeth, Fong Hui's hand flashed with light, and a box appeared. Without hesitation, he opened the box, and a ball of earthy yellow energy surged forth, quickly forming a protective shield that completely enveloped the 2-meter space around him. Instantly, the terrifying cold force outside was blocked. Fong Hui breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sat down cross-legged, mobilizing his chi and blood to desperately expel the cold that had just invaded his body. After a while, he opened his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of bloody water with white steam. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the blood contained many tiny ice shards. Then came a burst of rapid coughing, which gradually subsided, revealing his face, which was flushed red from coughing and ashen. He finally pulled through, but his internal injuries were still quite severe. What angered him most was that this operation not only resulted in the loss of 2 experts, but also wasted the life-saving trump card that his father had worked so hard to obtain for him, a high-level psionic item. To make matters worse, he failed in his mission, and Wen Jieiyu is clearly still alive. After this failure, the organization will surely punish him severely. More seriously, his abilities will begin to be questioned within the organization, which will undoubtedly shake his position within the organization. His father's disappointed gaze deeply stung him.
Thinking of this, his resentment towards Wen Jieiyu deepened.
This woman had been manipulating him all along, and now, looking back, he realized how cunning she was. As soon as she saw the short, fat man and the tall, thin man appear, she knew she couldn't escape, so she began to carefully plan her escape. She lured them step by step to follow her rhythm, and then suddenly revealed her trump card, a high-level psionic artifact, and turned the tables on them, killing them in the process. Just as Fong Hui was angrily pondering how to take revenge on Wenjieyu, the earthen yellow aura protecting him suddenly dimmed, began to crack, and quickly shattered and disappeared. He immediately activated his superpower, making his body ethereal. Only after sensing that the icy energy in the air had largely dissipated and no longer posed a deadly threat did Feng Hui fully reveal himself. What comes into view is a world of ice crystals, where the flowers, plants, and trees within a 1-kilometer radius seem to be instantly covered with a layer of crystal-clear ice armor. The air was still chilly, but it was no longer fatal to martial artists. Not far away, two people frozen in ice were still in the posture of running. It was the short, stout Deacon Wan and his tall, thin companion, their faces and eyes still held lingering shock and fear. Feng Hui followed the gaze of the two ice sculptures, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged about a mile ahead move slightly, then slowly open his eyes and exhale a cloud of white cold air. It was Wenjieyu, whom he hated to the core. After she exhaled a breath of cold air, it was as if all her strength had been instantly drained away. She appeared extremely exhausted and slumped to the side, her body limp and weak. Feng Hui was overjoyed. It was so easy, bringing a sense of surprise and delight at something lost and then found again. Miss One, so you didn't escape after all. You were even injured by your own high-level psionic artifact. That's wonderful. He laughed as he sprinted towards that direction. Although he himself had been injured, thanks to the protection of his high-level psionic artifact, his injuries were clearly not as severe as Wenjieyu's. This was the perfect opportunity to kill her. He quickly arrived not far from Wenjieyu, drew his long sword, and pointed it directly at her. You're really tough to deal with. My long-planned scheme was almost ruined by you, and I even lost two important members of the organization. But none of that matters anymore. As long as I kill you, all the losses will be worth it. Prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword in his hand flashed with a black light and slashed fiercely at Wenjieyu. Martial skill, soul-destroying slash. He will never make the same mistake of speaking up for Wenjieyu again. Seeing Feng Hui's fierce sword strikes, a hint of helplessness flashed in Wenjieyu's eyes. Am I really going to die here? She was now powerless to dodge Feng Hui's fatal blow. The fierce battle with the 5th-tier multi-treasure rat had already exhausted her strength, and then she was seriously injured by Feng Hui's sneak attack. Even though she used her supernatural abilities to heal her injuries, the time was too short, so the injuries could only be temporarily suppressed, and the cost was extremely high. Ultimately, she had no choice but to break through on the spot, but Feng Hui and the others would never give her a chance to stabilize her realm. She wanted to take the opportunity to kill Feng Hui and lure the three of them together. She even pulled out her trump card, a life-saving item her teacher had prepared for her at great expense, hoping to kill the three of them. However, she hadn't expected that Feng Hui also possessed a high-level protective psionic artifact. Everything is predestined. After she released the high-level psionic artifact, she retreated in time, but was still injured by the burst of cold energy. Fortunately, she was a little far from the center, and with the help of her superpowers, she managed to hold on until she was about to collapse from exhaustion. She has exhausted all means and trump cards. Ultimately, fate was cruel, and he could not escape this fate. Looking at Feng Hui's ferocious face, his eyes were filled with the wild joy of about to kill her. She slowly closed her eyes, thinking, that's it then. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Unfortunately, there are still many things I haven't had time to finish. I didn't kill enough monsters. I didn't have time to have a proper relationship with someone I liked. I didn't have time to be filial to my mother, and I didn't make my teacher proud of me. This short and regretful life has come to an end. The teacher will definitely be very disappointed. Mothers will grieve for a long time. Why is it taking so long? Why haven't I felt any pain yet? Wenjieyu was puzzled when suddenly a scream rang out, seemingly Feng Hui's voice. She opened her eyes, and the scene before her was one she would never forget. Feng Hui was clutching his severed arm, screaming in agony, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, he swung his knife at Wenjieyu's right hand, and the blade cleanly severed it at the forearm, the severed arm falling to the ground. At that moment, he tightly covered his severed arm with his left hand, and blood kept gushing out. On the ground between them, there was a sword mark made by the sword energy. Following the direction of the knife mark, not far to Feng Hui's left, stood a young man holding a horizontal sword, still in an attacking stance, with drops of blood slowly dripping from the tip of the sword. His back trembled slightly, as if he were panting, clearly indicating that this attack had taken a heavy toll on him. The young man slowly turned around, and when Jieyu saw his handsome face clearly, her heart started racing involuntarily. Su Chao! How could it be him? She recognized the face, and because of that familiarity, seeing him here filled her with both shock and confusion. The person who arrived was Su Chao. He had actually returned to the valley some time ago. After harvesting 2 soul infant fruits, they immediately retreated according to the agreed plan. He didn't dare to be careless and kept his eye of exploration active throughout the retreat. Just a short distance from the valley, he spotted 2 figures, one tall and one short, sneaking furtively toward the valley. Skilled and daring, out of curiosity, he immediately turned around and followed, thinking to himself, with his supernatural abilities, eye of detection and on teleportation as protection. As long as he didn't encounter a 7th tier Grandmaster level expert, he should be able to escape in time with a little caution. He silently followed the two figures back into the valley. Fortunately, he didn't encounter Fu Jun, Bai Jia, or Zhang Quang. Perhaps the two deliberately avoided him. He dared not get too close, only lying in ambush about 500 meters away, watching a great show unfold. From Fang Hui's sudden attack on Wen Jieyu, to the short, fat, and the tall, thin man surrounding Wen Jieyu from the front and back, to Wen Jieyu taking out a high-level spiritual energy item to kill the three of them, everything happened too fast. He didn't even have a chance to make a move. Fortunately, I was far enough away that I was able to retreat and dodge in time when Wen Jieyu's psychic item exploded. Once the terrifying chill dissipated, he quickly approached and saw Fang Hui about to strike Wen Jieyu viciously. He acted decisively. Using teleportation, he suddenly appeared while Fang Hui was still in shock, severing one of his arms with a single strike and saving Wen Jieyu. It was exactly the scene Wen Jieyu had witnessed earlier. After Su Chao turned around, besides Wen Jieyu recognizing him, Fang Hui also recognized him. Before, he only felt a shadow flash by, and then his right hand holding the knife was permanently separated from his body, followed by excruciating pain. Seeing that the one who had severed his arm was this nobody he had never taken seriously, he was so humiliated that he almost fainted. "It's you, Su Chao? Why are you back again, and so strong?" Su Chao turned around and looked at Fang Hui, as if he had just recognized him, his face full of surprise. "Hey, brother Fang, it's you! I just happened to see someone trying to harm Miss One, and I was forced to intervene in the emergency. I didn't expect to accidentally injure brother Fang's arm. What's going on here? Why are you fighting among your own people? It's all my fault for hitting too hard. Brother Fang, are you alright? Let me pick up your arm and see if it can be reattached." As he spoke, he walked towards Fang Hui, having only taken one step. Suddenly, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared directly beside Fang Hui, wielding a horizontal blade to slash at Fang Hui's neck. Fang Hui was prepared and his figure blurred, so Su Chao only managed to draw a bloody mark. Seeing that his first move had missed, Su Chao shook his head and sighed, realizing that he was indeed difficult to kill. What follows is bound to be a tough battle. "Su Chao, you're asking for it." Fang Hui reappeared and let out an angry shout. At this moment, he could no longer care about his usual cheerful and outgoing demeanor. The excruciating pain from his severed hand made his face contorted with rage and madness. Su Chao stared intently at him and sneered, "Damn it, aren't you the traitor to humanity?" After saying that, she didn't look at him again. He walked straight to Wen Jieyu's side and asked softly with concern, "Miss One, how are you? Are you alright?" Wen Jieyu had truly escaped death. Looking at the handsome young man who had saved her life at the critical moment and listening to his gentle and caring words, she felt a surge of grievance and an urge to cry. Fortunately, she managed to hold back in the end and smiled. "Thank you, Su Chao, I'm fine." Su Chao observed her for a while, and after confirming that she was alright for the time being, he nodded. "Now is not the time to talk. Let me deal with this guy first." After saying that, he shielded Wen Jieyu behind him. Wen Jieyu's gentle and sweet voice came from behind. "Be careful, Fang Hui's ability is illusion, which is very strange and difficult to deal with." Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him." Fang Hui grew increasingly furious as he watched the two flirting and arguing, completely disregarding him. A flash of light appeared in his left hand, revealing a bottle of medicinal powder. He quickly poured it onto the severed area of his right arm and then tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to bandage the wound. Then another flash of light appeared, and a long sword appeared in his left hand. Although it wasn't as good as the previous one, it should still be a B-grade alloy weapon. "They're really rich." Su Chao looked at it and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy not only had multiple B-grade weapons, but also a spatial ring. His gaze fell on the ring on Fang Hui's left middle finger, and he couldn't help but feel envious. He gripped the knife even tighter. Fang Hui roared angrily, gripped the blade tightly in his left hand, and lunged at Su Chao. He wanted to strike first and kill Su Chao and Wen Jieyu before she recovered. Su Chao was able to sever his arm by catching him off guard with a sneak attack. In a direct confrontation, Su Chao would be no match for him. He guessed that even if Su Chao was hiding his strength, his true level was only a third-tier martial artist. Although he is injured, he is still a fourth-level martial artist and is confident that he can kill Su Chao. The only thing that made him uneasy was the incredible speed at which Su Chao had unleashed his power. Su Chao also drew his knife and charged towards Fang Hui. He had always wanted to give it his all to see just how big the gap was between him and a true fourth-tier martial artist, and Fang Hui was the perfect opponent at that moment. Seeing that Su Chao was about to confront Fang Hui head-on, Wen Jieyu anxiously shouted, "Su Chao, don't fight him head-on. He's a fourth-level martial artist. You'll suffer the consequences. Your advantage is speed. Just hold him off for a while, and I'll deal with him once I've recovered." Before the word he could be uttered, the two had already clashed. A loud boom came from the point of the fight, and the two figures were forced back, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. When Jieyu's mouth dropped open, she was too shocked to speak. She hadn't expected that the two sides would clash so evenly, with Su Chao's strength being in no way inferior to Fang Hui's. Fang Hui stopped in his tracks, staring at Su Chao in disbelief, shocked by the sheer power of the other man.
Su Chao, you've been hiding your true abilities very well. At that moment, he felt a surge of panic. Just how much strength did Su Chao still have hidden? Fang Hui felt that the other party was like a bottomless pit, and what he thought was the limit was just a facade that the other party deliberately showed. He sensed danger and began to consider retreating immediately. Su Chao, however, was unusually excited. He had previously only guessed that if he unleashed his full power, coupled with the amplification from his perfected martial arts skills, his strength would barely reach the level of a 4th-tier early-stage martial artist. His confrontation with Fang Hui just now confirmed his conjecture. However, Fang Hui was suffering from internal injuries, his right hand was severed, and his left hand could not exert its full strength, which led to the two being evenly matched in their first exchange. Seeing Fang Hui hesitate, Su Chao shouted, "Again, didn't you eat? Why are you so weak?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to strike, using his perfected swordsmanship to engage the two in a fierce battle in the valley, with each move going back and forth. When Jieyu watched the evenly matched battle between Su Chao and Fang Hui and was secretly amazed. With her keen eyesight, she quickly discovered that Su Chao was actually still at the 3rd-level martial artist realm, but his swordsmanship had already reached the perfect realm. This discovery was unbelievable to her. It should be noted that even a top genius like her, who has awakened an S-level superpower, has only just reached the advanced stage of martial arts, which is already considered quite fast. Even among the teachers at their school, many had not reached the level of perfect martial arts skills. Su Chao's talent in martial arts is simply monstrous. Moreover, he only awakened his superpowers in college, so his cultivation started later than theirs. She really had no idea how this guy cultivated. Just as when Jieyu was marveling at the outcome, the duel between the two came to a conclusion. After another exchange of blows, both men took 2 steps back and stood still to catch their breath. Fang Hui had several wounds on his body, but he was wearing B-grade alloy armor. His upper body was unharmed, only his clothes were torn and he had 2 bloody cuts on his legs. After all, he could only hold the knife with his left hand, which prevented him from using his full strength, and Su Chao seized the opportunity to strike him. Su Chao's swordsmanship is extremely sharp and fast, making it impossible to defend against. Moreover, he used his superpower etherealization to dodge several fatal attacks. At this point, Fang Hui already had the intention to withdraw. "Su Chao, let's stop here. Neither of us can do anything to the other. I don't know why you're hiding your strength, but I'm certain you're hiding a secret. Today, I can't kill Wen Jieyu, nor can I kill you. Similarly, you can't kill me." Su Chao looked at him calmly. "Is that so? Who gave you the confidence that I can't kill you?" Fang Hui stared at him mockingly. "I admit, you're strong, your overall strength is no less than Zhang Kuang's, but can you kill me? I don't believe it." After saying that, he glanced at Su Chao and Wen Jieyu not far away, and his body began to gradually become ethereal. When he became invisible, Su Chao and Wen Jieyu had no way of detecting his presence. However, Fang Hui reappeared dozens of meters away, a mocking smile on his face, ready to ridicule Su Chao, when he suddenly froze. A dagger suddenly plunged into his neck. Had he not managed to deflect it at the last moment, he would already be decapitated. Even so, he was still terrified and covered in cold sweat. "How is this possible? You can actually see the traces of my phantomized state," Fang Hui exclaimed in disbelief. Su Chao stared at him disdainfully. "Your superpower is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, you've met me." Fang Hui roared, "I don't believe it. You must be guessing." After he finished speaking, his body became ethereal again and reappeared dozens of meters away. However, the moment he appeared, a sword pierced his neck. He clutched his neck, staring in horror at the boy wielding the blade. "What's your ability? You can see through my hollowification." Su Chao slowly drew his sword and calmly stared at him. "You think I fought you before just to vent my frustrations and gain experience? Actually, my main purpose was to find out how long your superpower can last." "Want to know my superpowers? I'm not telling you. Traitors to humanity don't deserve to know my secrets." Fang Hui, his face filled with resentment and shock, slowly fell to the ground, staring intently at Su Chao before he died. "My father will definitely avenge me." After saying that, he breathed his last. Su Chao walked over, nudged the already dead Fang Hui, took the spatial ring off his left middle finger, and put it on his own hand. Then, he searched Fang Hui's entire body thoroughly, taking all his valuables and even stripping him of his slightly damaged armor. He picked up the long sword that had fallen beside Fang Hui. It was a B-grade alloy weapon and he couldn't afford to waste it. Then, he walked over to the frozen Deacon Wan and the tall, thin man, and took their spatial rings and armor as well. Steward Wan is a 6th-level martial artist, so his wealth must be considerable. To Su Chao's disappointment, his armor was only grade B. He had expected grade A. It seemed even a 6th-tier martial artist wasn't as wealthy as he'd imagined, given the immense resources required for cultivation. He hoped the contents of his spatial ring wouldn't disappoint him. Fearing he might have missed something, he searched the two of them again carefully to make sure nothing was left behind before turning back to Wen Jieyu's side. Wen Jieyu was still reeling from the shock of Su Chao killing Fang Hui even as Su Chao approached. "Miss Wan, how are you recovering?" ring. We need to leave quickly, the commotion here is too great. Wen Jiayu only came to her senses when she heard Su Chao speak. She looked at Su Chao with a complicated expression, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Killing him will cause a lot of trouble. Fang Hui has a special identity and is a genius from Manhwa Martial Arts University. I will take him and the other 2 corpses away together. Don't interfere in this matter. I will say that I killed them all, and I will handle the aftermath. I don't know why you've been hiding your strength so well, but from this, it's clear you're someone who doesn't want to cause trouble. If it weren't for saving me, you shouldn't have been involved in this at all. Su Chao smiled and looked at Wen Jiayu. Miss Wen is indeed very thoughtful. Let's do as you say. If you can move now, go collect the corpse. I'll go deal with the corpse of that 5th-tier treasure rat. Wen Jiayu looked at Su Chao and said somewhat embarrassedly, could you lend me a spatial ring first? After saying that, she quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I don't want a share of your spoils. It's just that my spatial ring can't hold those 3 corpses, so I want to borrow yours first and return it to you when we get back to the base city. Su Chao had just obtained 3 spatial rings, but hadn't had a chance to examine them before. After looking at each one, he discovered that the storage spaces of the 3 rings were all different. The tall, thin man at the peak of the 5th rank had the smallest spatial ring, with a capacity of only 2 cubic meters, while the deacon's spatial ring has 5 cubic dimensions, and to Su Chao's surprise, Fang Hui's spatial ring also has 5 cubic dimensions. No wonder when Jiayu mentioned earlier that Fang Hui's identity was extraordinary. A martial artist at the early stage of the 4th rank actually possessed a ring with a 5 cubic meter space. His identity was definitely not simple. It's worth noting that even a ring with a capacity of only 1 cubic meter would be worth at least tens of millions of dollars. As for what was hidden inside the spatial ring, he didn't have time to check it one by one and planned to explore it slowly after leaving this place. So he handed the 5 cubic meter spatial ring left by Deacon Wanda and Jiayu, saying, "Here, take this as your spoils. I haven't touched anything inside, so it's yours. The other 2 spatial rings are mine." When Jiayu looked at him somewhat embarrassedly, "I don't want it. I lent it to you. Go back and return it to me. If it weren't for your help, I would have died here long ago. What spoils would I have to offer?" Su Chao didn't want to waste any more time arguing with her. "Whatever, we need to hurry. I have a feeling that a monster is approaching this valley." After saying that, he stuffed the spatial ring into Wen Jiayu's hand and turned to walk towards the large pit where the treasure rat was lying. Looking at the treasure rat lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, Su Chao's expression was extremely complicated. It was this treasure rat that had caused their team a lot of trouble, almost forcing them to give up halfway through the battle. But now, it is covered in wounds and its body is covered with a thin layer of ice. Su Chao originally planned to use Fang Hui's spatial ring to store it, since this complete 5th order monster corpse was quite valuable and could sell for at most tens of millions. However, the next second, he froze, unable to put the treasure rat into his spatial ring. It remained lying quietly in place. Su Chao frowned in thought, his eyes gradually brightening. The only explanation was that the multi-treasure rat wasn't dead, it had simply fallen into a deep sleep. After all, living creatures cannot be stored in storage space. If that's the case, he'll gain a huge amount of source points. To verify his guess, he drew his sword and stabbed it fiercely into the eyes of the treasure rat. The next moment, he was overjoyed and indeed obtained the source points, a whopping 985 points. I remember during the last beast tide, he only got 888 points from the 5th-tier blue-eyed fox he managed to kill while looting from the city wall. It seems that this 5th-tier peak multi-treasure rat is much stronger. Suddenly, he froze on the spot, and the ability section on the panel changed. Looking at the displayed information, Su Chao couldn't help but burst into laughter. On the other side, when Jiayu turned around and stared at Su Chao with a strange look, "I really don't understand what's wrong with this guy. Although the corpse of a 5th-tier monster is valuable, it certainly can't compare to Fang Hui's wealth. When he killed Fang Hui and looted his belongings, he wasn't this happy at all." Su Chao didn't care about Wen Jiayu's strange looks, even if she knew, it didn't matter. "All I can say is, you'll never understand the joy I experience." He focused intently on the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, B-level Teleportation, B-level Inner Space. Physical Constitution, 62. Mental Strength, 35. Source Point, 3025. Martial Arts, Basic Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastered. Basic Martial Arts Skill Wind Slash, Perfected. Basic Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist, Mastered. A new B-level ability has been added to the ability list, Inner Space, yet another space-type ability. Inner Space? Su Chao remembered that the treasure rat's special ability was to create a small space inside its body to store items. He had killed it and actually obtained its special ability. He immediately used his mental power to sense this ability and discovered a black dot 3 inches below his navel. When he probed into it with his mental power, he found that it was a space of about 1,000 cubic meters. Similar to spatial rings, they can only store inanimate objects. Living things cannot be put inside. Su Chao looked at the 1,000 cubic meter space and couldn't stop smiling. As far as he knew, the largest space ring on the market had a
capacity of only 100 cubic meters, and the price was ridiculously expensive. Now, I can put all my valuables in this inner space, there's simply no safer place.
I've finally gained another superpower. It seems I have quite a connection with rodent monsters.
My first ability came from killing a second-tier shadow rat, and now I've killed a multi-treasure rat and gained a new ability. Only now do I realize how lucky I was to have met that second-tier shadow mouse with superpowers. Later, after killing so many monsters in the wilderness, I didn't encounter any with superpowers, which shows that the proportion of monsters with awakened superpowers is extremely low.
That makes sense.
The monsters are already numerous and reproduce at an extremely fast rate. If the proportion of them awakening superpowers were even higher, humanity probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. This is why human warriors who have awakened supernatural abilities are far stronger than monsters of the same level, which is why they have been able to fight against monsters despite being outnumbered. Su Chao vaguely sensed that his ability to acquire monster powers was not unlimited but rather linked to his own strength. For example, he is currently a third-tier martial artist and feels that he can only possess a maximum of 3 superpowers at the same time. If he wants to obtain a new one, he must replace the existing superpower.
Su Chao withdrew his mental energy from the inner space and looked at the more than 3,000 source points on the panel. He couldn't
help but shake his head. We killed too few monsters on this trip. Nearly 1,000 of them were contributed by the treasure rat.
However, the other gains were quite substantial.
The soul infant fruit, Feng Hui, and the tall, thin man's spatial rings and weapons, and the corpse of the treasure rat. He stored the corpse of the treasure rat in Feng Hui's spatial ring. Turning around, he saw that Wen Jieyu had finished dealing with the matter, so he walked towards her.
As was his habit, Su Chao activated his eye of exploration to observe his surroundings.
Suddenly, his expression changed drastically.
"Miss One, hurry. The valley exit is about to be surrounded by monsters."
After saying that, he immediately used teleportation and appeared next to Wen Jieyu. When Wen Jieyu saw him suddenly appear beside her, she guessed that this was probably his special ability. Although she had seen him use it when he fought Feng Hui before, she couldn't help but be surprised. This ability is terrifying. Even a martial artist 1 or 2 levels higher than him could be successfully ambushed by him if he's not careful. Seeing Su Chao's serious expression and realizing the urgency of the situation, Wen Jieyu no longer hesitated and followed him towards the valley exit. Soon, the two rushed out of the valley exit, and the ground shook, indicating that there were quite a few monsters.
"Run to the left."
After examining the area for a while, Su Chao spoke. Wen Jieyu knew he could detect the monsters' movements, so she silently followed behind him. Her previous injuries had not yet healed, and her current speed was only comparable to Su Chao's. Not long after they started walking, they encountered several second or third-tier monsters.
Su Chao swiftly killed it, not even having time to collect the monster's materials.
The further he went, the more monsters he encountered.
"Miss One, can you hold on? We have to force our way through, or we'll be surrounded. There are the fewest monsters on this road."
When Jieyu glanced at him, "It's fine for a short time, go ahead and kill. If you encounter danger, you go first, don't worry about me."
Su Chao didn't answer much, only casually instructing, "Stay close behind me."
No sooner had he finished speaking than he stepped forward and began to charge. They had to go all out and get out of this area as quickly as possible. There were only the two of them here, there was no need to hold back their strength. With his eye of exploration and perfect swordsmanship, he was incredibly efficient at killing monsters.
He could kill almost any monster
below the 3rd rank with a single move, and only a few peak 3rd rank monsters required a little more effort and a couple more moves. There were 2 early stage tier 4 monsters leading the way, so he had to use teleportation to launch a sneak attack and severely injure one of them. Upon seeing this, another 4th tier monster immediately roared and commanded the other monsters to attack the two, while it hid in the horde of beasts without making a sound. Su Chao cursed inwardly at the cunning of this 4th tier monster. Looking at Wen Jieyu behind him, whose face was growing paler, he knew she was about to give up. "I'm already expending a lot of energy, so I need to hurry." They were close to breaking through the encirclement. Once they broke through the horde of monsters in front of them, they could escape. Left with no other choice, Su Chao activated teleportation and Eye of Detection at full power. He had previously been hesitant to use both abilities simultaneously for extended periods, as they were extremely taxing. But they couldn't worry about that now. They had to break through as soon as possible, otherwise the monsters would gather in ever-growing numbers, and they would be worn down to death. His figure changed rapidly, and he was almost invisible in the field. Only after images kept flashing. With each flash, 1 or more monsters fell to the ground and gradually cleared a passage.
"Miss One, let's go."
I heard his slightly tired voice beside me. Looking at Su Chao covered in blood, Wen Jieyu felt a surge of emotion. If it weren't for his desire to take her
her away, he could have easily escaped on his own. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to think about it more. She hurriedly followed Su Chao and charged out, with the monsters chasing closely behind them. The fourth-tier monster was especially close, always following them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Su Chao turned around and glanced at Wen Jieyu behind him, his brows furrowed. She could no longer run, blood kept spilling from the corner of her mouth, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Clearly the fight had aggravated her old injuries. This won't do, we can't shake off these beasts, he said urgently to Wen Jieyu. Miss Wen, you can't shake them off like this. Quickly, get on my back, I'll take you with me. Wen Jieyu was also a decisive person. She hesitated slightly, her cheeks flushed, before climbing onto Su Chao's back. Su Chao felt a softness in his back, followed by a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He suddenly felt a strong liking for the girl. At the crucial moment, she stopped pretending and instead decisively relied on herself. Carrying Wen Jieyu on his back, Su Chao confirmed the direction and activated teleportation. The next moment, they appeared 200 meters away. Su Chao felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He hadn't expected that the energy consumption of using teleport with others was several times that of using it alone. Feeling physically exhausted, he dared not continue using teleportation. Fortunately, he had already shaken off the beasts, so he could only use his movement technique to carry Wen Jieyu and disappear into the woods to the left. Wen Jieyu took out a bottle of medicine from her back and quickly applied it to the two of them. She blushed as she explained, this potion can eliminate our scent, preventing monsters from tracking us down by smell. While applying the ointment, she inevitably touched Su Chao's body, but people of the martial world don't care about such things. Su Chao nodded, secretly admiring the girl's thoughtfulness. He hadn't thought of that himself. The two figures quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest, while the monsters behind them dispersed into the woods, clearly still unwilling to give up. On the other side, in a cave near the base city on the outskirts of the Wui Mountains, Zheng Kuang, Fu Jun, and Bai Jia were gathered together, all with grim expressions. This is the agreed meeting point, but an hour has passed and 3 members of the temporary team are still missing. The 3 of them grew increasingly anxious. After finishing his meditation, Zheng Kuang looked at Bai Jia and asked, Miss Bai, did you still not get through to Miss Wen when you called her earlier? Bai Jia's face was grave as she shook her head and said, we can't get through. As you all know, the phone signal is very poor in the wilderness, with too much interference. Moreover, the temporary communication headsets we brought before had a short communication range, and now we can't contact those 3 people. Zheng Kuang nodded in agreement, and he also tried calling Su Chao, but the call didn't go through either. Didn't Su Chao evacuate first with you? How come you 2 arrived first, but he hasn't? Bai Jia said helplessly, I don't know his situation either. He disappeared as soon as we chased him out of the valley, so I can only come back here and wait for you. Fu Jun spoke up at the right moment. He probably encountered an accident. I didn't see him on my way here. The 3 remained silent. They weren't worried that Su Chao would run away with the soul infant fruit and pocket it, since they were all in Shanghai base city and knew each other's identities, so no one would do anything foolish. Compared to the soul infant fruit, Bai Jia was more worried about Wen Jieyu's safety. According to the plan, it was indeed difficult for Wen Jieyu to get rid of that 5th-tier treasure rat, but it shouldn't have taken this long. Something must have happened. What unsettled the 3 of them most was that half an hour ago they had all sensed a large-scale monster rampage in the direction of the valley, and they guessed that it might be related to Wen Jieyu and the others. But they couldn't risk going to investigate. It was too dangerous. A large number of monsters have gathered there, many of whom are 4th or 5th-tier powerhouses. With their strength of 1 early stage, 4th-tier and 3 peak stage 3rd-tier beings, it is very likely that they will not be able to return if they go there rashly. Seeing the 2 remain silent, Fu Jun spoke up, Gentlemen, the situation has changed. More and more monsters are gathering in the valley. I suggest we return to the base city first, as it is relatively safe there. Although Zhang Kuang knew that Su Chao had many hidden tricks up his sleeve, he was still worried and reluctant to leave Su Chao behind and return to the base city first. So he looked at Fu Jun and said, let's wait a little longer. Maybe they'll be here soon. After all, the agreed 3 hours haven't passed yet. Seeing that Zhang Kuang insisted on waiting, Fu Jun turned to Bai Jia and asked, what do you think? Bai Jia was also unwilling to return to the base city first and said firmly, let's wait a little longer. Fu Jun shook his head helplessly, then we'll wait another half hour. If they still don't come, we'll have to leave and leave our information. This time, Zhang Kuang and Bai Jia did not object. They understood that Fu Jun's suggestion was correct, since the longer they stayed in this area, the greater the danger. About 50 kilometers away from their cave, in the mountains, 2 figures were fleeing in a disheveled panic, glancing back every now and then, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Those were Su Chao and Wen Jieyu. They looked extremely haggard at that moment. Although they managed to evade most of the beasts, they were still discovered by sporadic monsters after hiding in the mountains and forests, forcing them into one fierce battle after another. Having finally shaken off their pursuers, the 2 were just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Looking around, they looked grave and sensed something was wrong. The surroundings were unusually quiet. The areas we passed through before were always filled with the roars of beasts and the chirping of insects,
insects, but here it was as if the mute button had been pressed. Ignoring his exhaustion, Su Chao activated his Eye of Exploration. Having suffered heavy losses in the previous battles, he did not use the Eye of Exploration continuously in order to conserve his strength. With the help of his Eye of Exploration, he discovered that there were no monsters around, only a large red thorn forest not far away. Suddenly, Su Chao's pupils contracted. Many white skeletons could be vaguely seen in the thorn forest, scattered among the broken branches and decaying leaves, making his scalp tingle. Beside him, Wen Jieyu said in a trembling voice, "Su Chao, get out of here quickly. There is a crimson blood thorn here. Judging from its current size, its strength is at least at the peak of the 5th rank." Su Chao felt a chill run down his spine even without being warned, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. But there was nothing unusual on the ground.
Wait a minute. If there's nothing wrong on the surface, what about underground?
This was something he had overlooked before, so he immediately used the Eye of Exploration to look underground.
His expression changed drastically in an instant.
He picked up Wen Jieyu and activated teleportation, and the two of them disappeared immediately. Where they disappeared, countless roots suddenly surged up from the ground, forming a cage around the area. Each root was covered in sharp thorns, swaying wildly, looking ferocious and terrifying.
The two appeared 200 meters away in an instant. As soon as they landed, Su Chao's legs went weak and he almost collapsed, his face turning pale.
Fortunately, Wen Jieyu caught him, and he fell headfirst into her arms, causing her cheeks to flush. Su Chao did not intentionally take advantage of her, he was simply too weak. Judging from his appearance, Wen Jieyu knew that he had been exhausted from fleeing for his life, especially from that teleportation skill. She quickly took out the last bottle of recovery potion from her spatial ring and handed it to him. This medicine is a newly developed and extremely precious drug, completely unavailable on the market. It was a gift from her teacher. She had already given Su Chao 2 bottles previously, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now.
After taking the medicine, Su Chao's complexion improved slightly.
He looked back into the distance, where the roots and vines of the crimson thorn began to spread wildly toward them, sending chills down his spine.
He grabbed Wen Jieyu and continued to flee into the distance.
At this moment, Su Chao truly felt the dangers of the wilderness. A few days ago, he and Zhang Quang hunted monsters within a few dozen kilometers of the base city and felt that the wilderness was not so dangerous. This time, taking Wen Jieyu on a journey of about 200 kilometers, the experience was completely different. This place not only gathers a large number of 3rd and 4th tier monsters, but you can also occasionally encounter 5th tier monsters.
Even humans themselves have become a source of danger.
He had previously seen people discussing plant-based spirits on the Martial Arts House forum, and he found it unbelievable. Now, experiencing them firsthand for the first time, I immediately felt their terror. The crimson thorn, at least a 5th tier plant, closely followed the two, its vines and roots spreading rapidly and wildly in their direction.
Su Chao and Wen Jieyu could only run forward desperately until the distance between them was about 1,000 meters.
The crimson thorn seemed to have reached
its limit, waving its roots and vines as if it were baring its teeth and claws in a show of defiance. Finally, it reluctantly withdrew its vines and roots.
The two, having survived the ordeal, were exhausted but dared not stop to rest and continued to move forward cautiously. Finally, before his strength was completely exhausted, he found a hidden cave. Su Chao used his last bit of strength to activate his Eye of Detection, and only after confirming that it was safe did he hurriedly hide inside the cave. The cave is not large, but it is well hidden. Upon entering the cave, Su Chao collapsed to the ground without any regard for his image. Wen Jieyu, concerned about her image, took a few steps and chose a more spacious spot to sit against the cave wall. The cave was suddenly filled only with heavy breathing. After a few minutes, Su Chao managed to get up, took a bottle of qi and blood medicine, and began to meditate to recover. Although this qi and blood activating elixir is not as effective as the recovery elixirs Wen Jieyu used before, it still helps to restore physical strength to some extent after taking it. Wen Jieyu was also quietly meditating and recuperating on the other side. During her battles and escapes, her internal injuries had become increasingly severe, and the bloodstains at the corners of her mouth testified to the extent of her wounds.
The cave fell silent.
About an hour later, Su Chao slowly opened his eyes. After a period of meditation, his strength recovered to about 70%. At this moment, he finally had the confidence to survive in the wilderness.
He never wanted to repeat the same nerve-wracking experience he had before.
Only then did he begin to carefully examine the cave. The cave is 5 or 6 meters deep and about 2 meters wide. A few rays of light shine through from 7 or 8 meters above, making the scene inside the cave vaguely visible. He turned his gaze to Wen Jieyu beside him. She sat quietly, her clothes slightly torn. The dim light shining from the cave ceiling shone on her exquisite and beautiful face, which, combined with her bright silver ear-length hair, made her appear peerless and independent.
Any man who witnessed this scene would feel an immediate urge to protect it.
She slowly opened her beautiful eyes.
In an instant, a subtle atmosphere filled the small cave.
Wen Jieyu broke the silence first. Her face flushed, she lowered her head, not daring to look Su Chao in the eye, and spoke first to ease the awkwardness. "Su Chao, Chao, how are you recovering? Su Chao coughed deliberately to ease the awkwardness of being stared at her earlier. I'm much better now, about 70% recovered. After a little more rest, we can go back to the base city. And you, Miss One, are you feeling any better? When Jieyu looked up at him and said, the time is too short. We can only suppress the injury for now. It may take a few more days to fully recover after we return to the base city. After saying that, she hesitated for a moment and added, from now on, you can call me Jieyu. We've been through thick and thin together, so calling me Miss One would be too formal. Su Chao nodded. No, Jieyu, can you contact by Jia and the others? He took out his phone to call Zhang Kuang and the others, but found that the phone had no signal. When Jieyu also took out her phone to check it, then shook her head to indicate that there was no signal. Su Chao sighed. I wonder how the other three are doing now. Are they still waiting for us at the agreed meeting point? When Jieyu comforted them, don't worry too much about them. Zhang Kuang is quite strong, and Fu Jun and my cousin are also alright. As long as they don't encounter a large herd of beasts, they should be able to return to the base city safely. By the way, Feng Hui is dead this time. You can have a share of his soul infant fruit. I can suggest it, and they won't object. Su Chao shook his head. No need, you can keep it for yourselves. I don't need the soul infant fruit, just give me the money. When Jieyu looked at him, her face full of surprise. Money is easy to make, but treasures that can rapidly enhance mental strength are rare. Are you sure? Seeing Su Chao nod affirmatively, she asked curiously, you seem to be in dire need of money. Can you tell me why? Su Chao hesitated for a moment. I continued to tell her about my family situation, especially how I was raising money to buy Willowwood core for my father. After listening, when Jieyu remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, Su Chao, perhaps your father can recover without the willow heart. These words startled me. Jieyu, are you talking about other spiritual items? Those spiritual items all seem more expensive, while willow heart is the cheapest spiritual item I know that can heal my father's injuries. When Jieyu realized I had misunderstood her, she immediately explained, I wasn't talking about spirit objects, but about using supernatural abilities to heal. Healing with superpowers? I looked at her in confusion, waiting for her explanation. She said, there are many kinds of superpowers that humans awaken, including life-related superpowers that can heal injuries and illnesses. I thought she would come up with some other better solution, but I felt a little disappointed when she said this. I've heard of this kind of ability, but life-type ability users are extremely rare. Where am I supposed to find someone like that? And even if I did, why would they help me? It would be more reliable to raise money to buy Willow Heart, at least that's what I can do in the short term. When Jieyu didn't respond to me directly, but instead asked a seemingly unrelated question. Do you know why Feng Hui wanted to kill me? And how could I recover from my injuries so quickly after he ambushed me? She pointed to the knife wound on her shoulder from Feng Hui's sneak attack. The wound had lost its original ferocious appearance, leaving only a faint pinkish mark. When I returned to the valley earlier, I stayed far away and didn't hear her conversation with Feng Hui. Seeing her wound heal so quickly, I thought she had used some kind of fast-acting medicine. After all, she had brought out different medicines many times before, so I was used to it. Hearing her say this now, after a moment's thought, her eyes gleamed. With a trembling, excited voice, she asked, Jieyu, do you mean your awakened ability is life-related? And you can help heal my father's injuries? Seeing my expectant gaze, when Jieyu nodded, but we'll have to wait a few days until I'm fully recovered before I can treat your father. I jumped up excitedly, my face beaming with joy. I never expected to have such an unexpected gain when venturing out of the wilderness. Fate is truly amazing. I sighed inwardly. If I hadn't returned to the valley on a whim and coincidentally saved Wen Jieyu, she wouldn't have revealed her secret of possessing life-related superpowers, let alone been willing to help save my father. I said excitedly, it's okay. My father has persevered all these years, so a few more days won't make a difference. Thank you, Jieyu. When Jieyu shook her head, this is nothing, you saved my life. By the way, Su Chao, what exactly is your superpower? Is it speed-related? I feel that your burst speed is terrifying. Its rank must be quite high. I hesitated for a moment and said, it's not a speed-based system, it's a space-based system. What? Space-based? When Jieyu looked at me in surprise, she knew that the space-based, time-based, and her awakened life-based abilities all belonged to the top-tier category of superpowers. These top-tier superhumans are generally of a high level. Among humans, the proportion of those who awaken such superpowers is extremely rare, and each one discovered is protected like a treasure. She heard her teacher say that after a martial artist cultivates to the 9th level, if they want to break through to a higher realm, they need to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth and the universe. Legend has it that reaching a higher level requires comprehending the laws of nature. As for whether there are higher levels beyond that, even the master doesn't know. She spoke again, Su Chao, do you know what superpowers really are? I didn't understand why she suddenly asked the question, so I shook my head to indicate that I didn't know. When Jieyu patiently explained, my teacher said that superpowers can actually be understood as an incomplete seed of a law. Humans who awaken supernatural abilities can perceive or even borrow a trace of the power of laws through this seed. The higher the level of awakened superpower, superpower, the more complete the incomplete seed of law is, and the more and stronger the power of law that humans can touch and borrow.
For example, among fire-type
superpower users at the same martial arts level, the flames released by a C-level fire-type superpower user will definitely not be as powerful as those released by an A-level fire-type superpower user. Furthermore, the more complete a person's seed of law is, the easier it is for them to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth and the universe, which will greatly help them advance to higher realms in the future.
Legend has it that if someone awakens an SSS-level superpower, it is equivalent to possessing a complete seed of law. Such a person is extremely terrifying. However, so far, no such existence has been heard of among humans.
The more advanced the ability, the more difficult it is to awaken, such as your space-based ability and my life-based ability. Of course, the laws that advanced abilities borrow are also more mysterious and terrifying.
Su Chao was dumbfounded after listening to Wen Jieyu's explanation.
He had never heard of this kind of knowledge about superpowers before. It must be something that only high-level martial artists would come into contact with. Mid to low-level martial artists have no need to understand this. It's far too far removed from their experience. Only someone with exceptional talent like Wen Jieiyu, who also has top-tier mentors, can master these secrets.
He couldn't help but marvel at the advantage of geniuses from top-tier martial arts universities.
The resources and training he received were on a completely different level compared to the martial artists at his second-rate liberal arts university. Then he fell into deep thought. According to teacher Wen Jieiyu, the awakened superpower is actually a fragmented seed of law. So what exactly is his own panel? He vaguely felt that as long as the source point was strong enough, the superpower on the panel could be continuously upgraded and even eventually advanced to SSS-level superpower, which meant having a complete law seed. Thinking of this, Su Chao's heart was filled with turmoil.
What exactly is this panel in my hand?
Wen Jieiyu had no idea that so many thoughts were swirling in Su Chao's mind in an instant.
Seeing him stunned by her explanation, she was very satisfied.
When she first heard her master say these things, she wasn't much better off than Su Chao is now. Su Chao, actually, with your talent, staying at Shanghai University of Science and Technology will not be of much help to your future cultivation. After all, it is not a specialized martial arts university. If you'd like to come to our school, I can help you contact a teacher to complete the enrollment procedures. With your talent, Shanghai Martial Arts University would be very happy to accept you.
Su Chao knew that Wen Jieiyu genuinely considered him a friend and was thinking of him,
but he also had his own plans. With the panel in place, he doesn't rely much on cultivation resources. As long as he has time to grow, he will be no less than any genius. The most important thing right now is to keep a low profile until we've grown stronger. After all, he was hiding too many secrets, and if top experts discovered them, there was no guarantee they wouldn't have malicious intentions. After all, some powerful individuals are stuck at a certain level for too long and will stop at nothing to find a way to break through. After thinking it through, he gratefully said to Wen Jieiyu, "Thank you, Jieiyu, but I've decided to stay at Shanghai University of
Science and Technology. As for why I'm not going to Shanghai Wuhan University, it involves some personal secrets that I can't say. Also, don't tell anyone about my awakening of spatial abilities. I've only told you this secret."
Wen Jieiyu was somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Chao to reject her suggestion,
but she quickly came to terms with it.
She felt that Su Chao was shrouded in a mist, his martial arts realm was extremely hidden, and his methods of investigation were also unusually peculiar. She knew Su Chao was a young man with strong opinions and ideas, so she stopped worrying about it and instead reminded him,
"Su Chao, you did the right thing. The fewer people who know about your awakened spatial ability, the better.
You should also know that there are traitors among humanity who have infiltrated into a force that loves to hunt down those with exceptional talent."
Su Chao nodded to her with a solemn expression. "Was Fang Hui, whom I killed, one of them?" Wen Jieiyu was quite impressed with Su Chao's reaction. Fang Hui does indeed belong to that group, and he holds a high position within the organization.
His father must be a high-ranking member of that faction, at least a grandmaster-level expert.
Their organization is called Heaven. Su Chao repeated the name in a low voice. Heaven?
Wen Jieyu's expression remained serious when she mentioned this organization.
"That's right, let's call it Heaven."
Their leader claimed to have received the will of God and asserted that he could lead humanity out of this monster-infested apocalypse and to the kingdom where God resides. There are no monsters, and everyone has enough to eat and wear. Those who wish to go must first act in accordance with the will of God to prove their loyalty. That's why they've attracted a large number of human warriors who are desperate about the apocalypse.
Their strength is not to be underestimated, and their influence is spread throughout various human-based cities. Moreover, they are well organized and extremely well hidden, so even the human high command is powerless to completely eliminate them. As Su Chao listened to Wen Jieyu's introduction, his expression grew increasingly solemn. Only then did I understand why Wen Jieiyu said that she killed Fang Hui.
She was a top genius at Shanghai Martial Arts University, and she also had a powerful teacher protecting her. Even if Heaven knew that she was the one who killed Fang Hui, it would not be easy for them to take revenge. But if they find out that Su Chao was the one one who did it, then for him, retaliation would be a devastating blow, and might even implicate his family. After learning about the terrifying power of heaven, Su Chao felt an even greater sense of urgency. He must improve his strength as soon as possible in order to protect himself and his family. Furthermore, he understood why so many people were willing to join heaven. Humanity has already struggled to keep up with the increasingly powerful monsters, and now organizations like Heaven are dragging everyone down, making it hard not to feel pessimistic about the future. Wen Jieyu seemed to have thought of this as well, so she didn't say anything more.
Silence fell over the cave once again. We cannot predict what our future will hold, or where humanity's future will lead. But right now, we must do everything in our power to enhance our strength. This is the only right choice. Don't pay for future troubles in advance. Su Chao broke the silence. As for now, let's recover our strength and return to the base city as soon as possible. It's already noon. Let's eat something first, rest for an hour, and then head back to the base city immediately. West Lake Villa, District 12, Shanghai Base City.
Wang Lihua held the phone, looking at Su Chao's father with a worried expression.
Old Su, why can't we get through to Xiao Chao on the phone? Could something have happened to him?
Su Jianye was also somewhat worried about his son, but to reassure his wife, he pretended to be calm and said, Lihua, don't worry too much. Xiao Chao went to the wilderness area, where the signal is bad, so it's normal that you can't make calls.
Didn't Xiao Chao call us yesterday morning to let us know he was safe?
Don't worry, Xiao Chao is sensible and won't go to dangerous places. Besides, Zhang Kuang from the Zhang family is with him. He's a 4th-level martial artist, so he shouldn't be in any great danger.
After hearing this, Wang Lihua began to complain about Su Jianye.
I disagreed with Xiao Chao going to the wilderness area, but you insisted.
Xiao Chao has only recently awakened as a martial artist. It's too dangerous for him to go there.
He should stay at school and cultivate, and it would be safer for him to go to the wilderness area after graduating from his senior year.
Su Jianye shook his head with a wry smile. You know Xiao Chao's personality. Do you think you can stop him? Even if we don't allow it, he'll probably sneak out anyway. We have to learn to accept reality.
Xiao Chao has become a martial artist and can no longer stay in the base city as before.
This is something we have to face sooner or later.
Wang Lihua sighed. Sigh. I don't know what's going on, but I have a feeling that something is going to happen recently. I talked to Yu Fei on the phone yesterday, and she seemed to be in a bad mood.
I don't know what happened to her. What's the use of raising sons and daughters?
They all grow up and don't tell us the truth.
They keep everything from us.
Also, lately when I leave the neighborhood, I always feel like someone is following me, but every time I look back, I don't see anyone.
Hearing this, Su Jianye's expression turned serious. Lihua, you said someone was following you. When did it start?
It probably started the day before yesterday. Then try to go out less in the future, and we'll talk about it when Xiao Chao comes back. About 20 kilometers from Shanghai Base City, two figures were moving quickly forward.
These two people, a man and a woman, are both very young.
The boy was carrying a huge backpack, while the girl was walking empty-handed. They were Su Chao and Wen Jieyu, who had traveled a long and arduous journey to the base city. After leaving the cave, they headed towards the base city, following the map's directions. With the help of Su Chao's eye of reconnaissance, their journey back to the city was not too dangerous. When they encountered powerful monsters, they would detour in time. Monsters below the 4th rank were easily dealt with by them, and the collected materials were neatly packed into Su Chao's backpack.
Why not just put it in the spatial ring? This is to keep a low profile and avoid attracting attention.
After all, it would be too conspicuous for two young people to come out of the wilderness without carrying a single bag. The most dangerous part of the road was the forest where they had previously hidden, where a 5th-tier golden-feathered eagle had set its sights on them. Wen Jieyu's strength has not yet recovered, and she can only fight at the level of a 4th-tier martial artist, so she dares not confront it head-on. Faced with the persistent 5th-tier golden-feathered eagle, Su Chao had no choice but to resort to his old trick, instantly teleporting with Wen Jieyu into a dense forest, finally shaking it off. The closer you get to the base city, the weaker the monsters become, and the safer the environment.
The two gradually relaxed, chatting and laughing along the way.
If passers-by didn't know the situation, they would think they were a couple and would cast envious glances at them. They are young, so wonderful, without worries or troubles, freely enjoying the beauty of youth. They entered the base city smoothly. As soon as they exited the city gate, they saw a burly man standing in the crowd outside, waving and shouting at them. He was accompanied by a girl and a thin boy. Chaozi, over here. I knew you wouldn't die in the wilderness, so you secretly went on a date with a beautiful girl. People around them all looked at Su Chao and Wen Jieyu. The two exchanged a smile, then shook their heads with wry smiles.
A blush crept onto Wen Jieyu's face. That arrogant guy, he's never going to stop. That's right, those three were Zhang Quan, Bai Jia, and Fu Jun.
As they approached the base city, they were able to get a phone signal, so they called Zhang Quan and his men to let them know they were almost there. To their surprise, the group of people came to the city gate to meet them.
Su Chao and Wen Jieyu quickly walked up to the three of them.
Faced with the arrogant outstretched hands, Su Chao did not respond to the hug, but instead punched him hard. The kid was wincing in pain. He glanced at Bai Jia and Wen Jieyu beside him. The two were holding hands, as if they had endless things to talk about.
Zhang Kuang felt a pang of jealousy. This is how friends who have survived a disaster should reunite. Chaozi is such a loser. He started by punching me right away.
Fu Jun glanced behind the two of them but didn't see Feng Wei.
After hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, Su Chao, weren't you with Feng Wei?
During the previous phone call, Su Chao didn't explain in detail to Zhang Kuang, only saying that they would meet in person soon when they arrived at the base city and discuss the details. Fu Jun assumed that Feng Wei was with them.
Su Chao glanced at everyone and replied, this isn't a good place to chat. Let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly.
The group of five quickly arrived at the Hunters Association where they had stayed before and asked for a private room for tea on the third floor. After settling down, facing the eager gazes of the three men,
Su Chao glanced at Wen Jieyu. Should you speak or should I speak? Wen Jieyu replied, let me explain. Feng Wei is dead.
What? Wen Jieyu dropped this shocking news as soon as she opened her mouth, leaving everyone stunned. Previously, they had only seen Su Chao and Wen Jieyu return, and while they harbored some suspicions, they still held on to hope. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died completely.
Fu Jun's face was gloomy.
He was closest to Feng Wei and asked the question first.
How did he die? Can you tell me in detail what you went through?
Wen Jieyu nodded seriously. Even if you hadn't asked, I was just about to tell you all. What I'm about to say is of great importance, so please keep it a secret.
Feng Wei is a member of the Heavenly Kingdom organization.
As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them gasped in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. However, this time they did not interrupt Wen Jieyu, but listened quietly as she continued. After you all left, I told Feng Wei to prepare to retreat as well. Unexpectedly, he suddenly attacked me while I was fighting that 5th-tier treasure rat and severely injured me. That's when he threatened me, trying to get me to join their organization or he would kill me.
That's when I found out he was a member of the Heaven organization.
As you all know, their organization frequently assassinates talented human martial artists. Of course, I wouldn't agree to join, so I deliberately chatted with him while secretly using the medicine my teacher gave me to heal my injuries. After my injuries were barely suppressed, I prepared to retreat, but I didn't expect him to block my way at the entrance of the valley.
With two companions.
These two were extremely strong. One was at the peak of the 5th rank, and the other was at the 6th rank. In the end, I had no choice but to take out the high-level psionic artifact that my teacher gave me to save my life and kill the three of them and that 5th-tier multi-treasure rat. But I was also seriously injured. Fortunately, Su Chao arrived at the critical moment and helped me escape. Otherwise, I would have been trapped and died in the valley by the monsters that were chasing us. After listening to Wen Jieyu's narration, the three of them felt as if thousands of bees were buzzing around in a chaotic mess.
Peak 5th tier and 6th tier martial artists? High-level psionic artifact?
These words repeatedly stimulated their sensitive nerves, making them feel as if they had missed a thrilling drama. But they all believed that Wen Jieyu was not lying,
because it makes no sense.
Such a significant matter would surely prompt higher-ups to send people to investigate that valley. Wen Jieyu also mentioned that the bodies of Feng Hui's other two companions served as evidence.
Feng Hui is a genius at Manhwa Martial Arts University.
If he is really a member of the Heavenly Kingdom organization, Fu Jun and Bai Jie already have a premonition that a bloody storm will break out in the school.
Su Chao also secretly gave Wen Jieyu a thumbs up.
Her account is probably 80% true and 20% false, making it difficult for others to discern the truth. She cleverly concealed the fact that Su Chao killed Feng Hui, saying only that he arrived at the crucial moment and fled in a sorry state with the seriously injured Wen Jieyu. As for why Su Chao returned to the valley, he explained that when he left, he vaguely saw two figures walking towards the valley, and curiosity drove him to follow them from a distance. Everyone knew that Su Chao could sense monsters from a distance, so they had no doubts. After discussing Feng Hui's death, the group began to discuss the spoils and their distribution.
Su Chao took out 2 soul infant fruits from his backpack.
Everyone's eyes lit up. This was the main objective of their trip, for which Feng Hui sacrificed himself and when Jieyu was seriously injured. The soul infant fruit became the most coveted treasure among everyone.
Seeing everyone's expressions, when Jieyu cleared her throat and said, "Let's discuss how to distribute it first.
Let me share my opinion. Feng Hui is dead, so our previous distribution plan needs to be adjusted. I sacrificed the most and suffered the greatest losses for this operation, so I should get more, 35%. The rest will be distributed as follows: Zhang Kuang 22.5%, Bai Jie 15%, Fu Jun 12.5%, and Su Chao 15%.
Some people may wonder why Su Chao got 15%.
I can tell you that it's because he risked his life to save me at the last critical moment, otherwise you might not be seeing me now. Although Bai Jie was only providing remote support and it didn't seem to be in much danger, she did shoot a lot of arrows.
Giving her 15% is compensation. Everyone, take a look. Do you have any opinions?
After a moment of silence and deliberation, everyone finally nodded in agreement to the distribution plan. Fu Jun received the least among them, and he breathed a sigh of relief when no one objected. Actually, when Fu Jun first heard Wen Jieyu's plan, he wasn't too happy either. How come
Su Chao, who was the weakest, got more than him. But after hearing Wen Jieyu's explanation, he felt it made sense. After all, Wen Jieiyu was the strongest. In this operation, she was ambushed and seriously injured by Feng Hui, and also lost a high-level spiritual energy item that could save her life. If she were to take 50%, I doubt anyone would object. After everyone agreed on the distribution of the soul infant fruits, Wen Jieiyu continued, Su Chao and I will each take one soul infant fruit, and the remaining one will be divided among the three of you. I estimate that this amount will be enough for you to break through in a short time. So she said to Su Chao, you said you didn't want the soul infant fruit and wanted it converted into cash. I happen to need a whole one, so I'll calculate the price at 60 million per fruit. Although the martial artist's house lists the purchase price at 50 million per fruit, nobody actually trades them. If that's the case, I'll give you 18 million, right? Give me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Su Chao didn't stand on ceremony with Wen Jieiyu. He knew she had powerful connections, wasn't short of money, and had a powerful teacher who often sent her nice things. He was truly envious. He readily handed over his account to her. A short while later, Su Chao's account had an additional 18 million yuan, bringing the balance to nearly 23 million yuan. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He finally had money again, and now he no longer had to worry about his father buying Willow Heart. He would leave some money for his family and use the rest for his own cultivation. He had always wanted to experience the gravity chamber at Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy, but it was too expensive for him to afford before. After transferring the money to Su Chao, Wen Jieiyu put away the soul infant fruit. The remaining three, by Jie and Zhang Kuang, had also properly distributed and carefully stored away the last soul infant fruit. After all, the divided soul infant fruit needed to be consumed as soon as possible, otherwise its medicinal effects would be lost. So the group got up and went back to their rooms to prepare to consume the soul infant fruit. As for the harvested materials, these are materials from a tier 4 early stage monster and a tier 4 peak Vajra tiger that everyone hunted before going to the valley. These are quite valuable. There are also some tier 3 monster materials, which will be sold together and then divided. It's estimated that each person can get tens of thousands, so no one cares much about them. The three didn't mention the corpse of the 5th tier peak multi-treasure rat in the valley, since it was Wen Jieyu's spoils of war. After the three left, only Su Chao and Wen Jieiyu remained in the room. Su Chao took out his spatial ring and handed it to Wen Jieiyu. Jieiyu, I've left the corpse of the treasure rat here. You killed it, so here you go. Wen Jieiyu looked at him and said, if you were to handle this 5th tier treasure rat, people would definitely suspect something. It's better for me to handle it. We can split the money in half, or I'll transfer it to your account. However, I'll keep its spirit armor fragments as compensation. You can have all the monster materials and spirit armor fragments we collect on our way back to the city. Su Chao did not refuse and nodded in agreement. He knew that Wen Jieiyu wasn't short of money, and he also felt that the girl was both understanding and thoughtful. Wen Jieiyu added, I've already told the teacher about Feng Hui's matter, and she told me to stay here and wait for her. The authorities will definitely send people to investigate. If they find you, just say what we agreed on. I'll be busy for the next few days recovering from my injury and cooperating with the investigation. I'll contact you about your father's matter later. Su Chao asked with concern, are you sure your injury is alright? It looked quite serious to me. Will it leave any lasting effects? It's okay, you know my special ability. I'm going back to my room to heal. I'll probably be staying here for the next few days. Anyway, you have my contact information, so feel free to reach me anytime if you need anything. After saying that, Wen Jieiyu stood up, greeted Su Chao, and left. Su Chao was the only one left in the private room. At this point, Su Chao finally had time to organize his findings. He first looked at the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Special abilities, A level Eye of Detection, B level Teleportation, B level Inner Space. Physical Constitution, 62. Mental Strength 35. Source Point, 6852. Martial Arts, Basic Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastered, plus, Basic Martial Arts Skill Wind Slash, Perfected, Basic Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist, Mastered, plus. His source points have reached over 6,000, a dramatic increase from around 3,000 at the start. These were all from the frantic hunting outside the valley, plus the monsters killed during the escape, and the spoils accumulated on the return journey, so it's not surprising. What made Su Chao frown was that the panel showed that there were only 2 other basic martial arts skills that could be improved at the moment. He thought about it for a moment and decided not to pursue a promotion. Currently, he already has 1 martial art that has reached perfection, which temporarily meets his needs. Improving 2 more martial arts techniques would have limited impact on his combat power. He planned to accumulate source points first, prioritizing the improvement of his B-level teleportation ability to see exactly how many source points he would need to advance to A level. If he could successfully advance, his survival ability would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, and thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. It's just a bit of a shame that we killed so many monsters during our escape, but didn't have time to collect materials and spirit
armor fragments. What a waste. As for the monster materials killed on the way back to town, they can probably be sold for 2 or 3 million, and the battle points can be exchanged for about 200. Finally, Su Chao's gaze fell on the spatial ring in his hand, which contained 2 cubic meters of space. This spatial ring belonged to Feng Hui's tall, thin companion. As a martial artist at the peak of the 5th rank, Su Chao wondered what valuable things he had hidden inside.
Since acquiring the ring, Su Chao hasn't had time to examine its contents closely.
Regarding Feng Hui's spatial ring, Su Chao had previously asked Wen Jieyu to dispose of the corpse of the multi-treasure rat inside, and the items were all transferred into his own internal space. He first examined the tall, thin man's ring. The most valuable items inside are the weapons and equipment, a long sword and a set of armor, both of which are B-grade equipment, and the two together are worth more than 10 million. They also found some cash, estimated to be several hundred thousand. In addition, there were some clothes and medicines, with the qi and blood medicines being the most numerous, numbering in the dozens. In fact, the 2 cubic meter space ring is the most valuable. A 1 cubic meter space ring on the market costs at least tens of millions, and this one will definitely not be less than 20 million. Based on this calculation, the net worth of this peak 5th tier expert is approximately 40 million. As for the money in his account, Su Chao had no idea. It seems that even 5th level martial artists don't have much savings, since most of their money is spent on improving their realm and strength. Next are Feng Hui's items. He also has a set of B-grade armor, but he has 2 knives, both of which are B-grade alloy knives.
Su Chao grinned from ear to ear. These 3 pieces of equipment alone were worth over 20 million.
They also had hundreds of thousands in cash. It seemed that everyone in their organization liked to carry cash with them, for some reason.
There were also dozens of bottles of medicine.
Su Chao recognized 3 of them as the medicine that Wen Jieyu had given him before, which could quickly restore physical strength.
Finally, there are some monster materials.
Of course, his most valuable possession was that 5 cubic meter spatial ring. After Wen Jieyu finishes dealing with the corpse of the treasure rat, he will return it to him. Overall, Su Chao is fairly satisfied with this. His 2 trips to the wilderness yielded a very fruitful harvest. His net worth skyrocketed by over 100 million, achieving a small goal. More importantly, his strength has also been greatly improved. Before leaving the wilderness, his highest level of martial arts was only the Great Completion Realm, and his superpowers were an A-level detective eye and a C-level shadow clone. Now, one of his basic martial arts skills has reached perfection. The superpower not only added a new B-level inner space, but also upgraded the previous C-level shadow clone to B-level teleportation. Having 3 superpowers at the same time, Su Chao had heard of people who had awakened 2 superpowers at the same time, which shocked the human martial arts community. But he had 3 superpowers, and perhaps even more in the future. Inside Zhao Diju's room in the Hunters Association.
Brother Su, I've already transferred the money to you. If you need more materials next time, just come find me. The price will be absolutely fair.
Zhao Diju stood up with a smile and shook hands with Su Chao.
No problem, I trust Manager Zhao. I'll come back to you if I find anything good. Then you can go ahead and get busy.
Su Chao politely shook hands in return, and Zhao Diju escorted him to the door. After leaving Manager Zhao's room, Su Chao found that his account had more than 4 million yuan more.
He plans to book a room here and get some rest.
After Zhang Quan finishes practicing his kung fu, they will go home together. He has already called his parents to let them know he is safe, so it doesn't matter if they go back a day or 2 later. To Su Chao's amusement and exasperation, his mother, Wang Liwa, worried that he was lying to her and was actually still in the wilderness during the call. She insisted on video chatting with him until she saw that Su Chao was indeed safe and sound in the base city before she was relieved and hung up the phone. In the room, Su Chao finished washing up and comfortably lay on the sofa watching TV. Just then, the doorbell rang. He assumed it was the food delivery person and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a voice with a hint of coldness rang out.
Are you Su Chao? Su Chao then saw a middle-aged woman standing outside the door.
She wore a dark gray high-necked martial arts uniform. Her hair was neatly combed and tightly tied into a tight knot, with a few strands of silver hair standing out.
She was slender and wore no jewelry except for a spatial ring on her wrist.
At this moment, she stood quietly by the door, her eyes calm yet cold as she scanned Su Chao. Her entire being exuded the imposing aura of someone who had long held a high position, making people feel very distant from her.
Su Chao had never seen this strange woman before, but she accurately called out his name. His vigilance immediately went off.
Instinctively, he intended to activate the Eye of Exploration, but as soon as he did, his eyelids twitched violently, as if continuing would lead to terrifying consequences. Left with no other choice, he had to quickly stop. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even when observing that Grandmaster from the city wall during the Beast-Tide battle, it was only a momentary lapse in attention that made him notice. The person before him was a top-tier expert, and the strongest he had ever seen.
Su Chao's heart was in turmoil.
He was on edge, ready to teleport at any moment, even though he knew it might not be of much help.
Why did she come looking for me? Was it to avenge Feng Hui?
Even if the Heavenly Kingdom organization motivation is powerful and resourceful, it's impossible for them to find out the truth and locate him so quickly. Only he and Wen Jiayu know this. Although the time seemed long, all the thoughts flashed through Su Chao's mind in an instant. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Looking at the other person with a questioning gaze, he asked, "May I ask who you are?" He did not directly answer whether he was Su Chao, but made up his mind, if the other party did not clarify his identity, he would not reveal it either. Su Jin looked at the cautious young man in front of her and raised an eyebrow slightly. She had just sensed that the boy was trying to spy on her using some unknown means. Fortunately, he stopped at the crucial moment, otherwise he might have suffered a backlash. "I am Wen Jiayu's teacher, and my surname is Su. Are we just going to talk standing at the door? Won't you invite me in?" Upon hearing that she was Wen Jiayu's teacher, Su Chao's face immediately lit up with a fawning smile. He quickly stepped aside and greeted her. "Oh, it's Teacher Su. I was rude. Please come in and have a seat." Su Jin's lips twitched slightly. The boy's expression changed quickly. She nodded and went into the room. Su Chao poured her a glass of water, and the two sat down in the reception room. The opponent had an extremely strong aura, but fortunately, he had a protective panel, so any mental pressure was ineffective against him. However, to ease the awkwardness, he spoke first. "I wonder what brings you here to see me, Professor Su." Su Jin stared at him quietly. After a long pause, he said, "Your ability to conceal your aura is quite special. I could only sense that you are a peak second-tier martial artist. I heard from Jiayu that you have the strength of a peak third-tier martial artist. Also, you tried to use your special abilities to probe me at the door just now, didn't you? Luckily you didn't. What a mysterious young man. I heard you've even awakened a space-based ability?" Su Chao looked puzzled. "Wen Jiayu, you promised to keep this a secret, but you've revealed everything about me. You're such a pretty girl, you really don't keep your word." At this moment, Su Chao was mentally ranting. Seemingly sensing his resentment, Su Jin's cold voice rang out again. "Don't blame Jiayu. I examined Feng Hui's body. She wasn't killed directly by the high-level psionic artifact I gave her. Although she had wounds caused by psionic artifacts, they weren't fatal. The real fatal wound was the knife wound on her neck, and that wound was clearly not from a post-mortem act of revenge, as she claimed, but rather from when she was alive." "So, you killed Feng Hui? She actually lied to me to help you cover up the truth." His tone immediately rose a few notches. "She has never lied to me before. I told her that I could tell something was wrong, and the other investigators had also noticed something was amiss. If she didn't tell the truth, she and her friends who wanted to help cover it up would be in trouble. In the end, she told me the truth." Seeing that she seemed somewhat displeased because when Jiayu had lied, Su Chao secretly pondered the situation that was about to unfold. He explained, "Teacher Su, don't blame Jiayu. It's all my fault. I asked her to cover it up for me in the name of repaying my life-saving debt. She's a person who keeps her promises, so she had no choice but to lie to you." To her surprise, the other party not only didn't let it go, but her tone suddenly rose a few notches. "Jiayu, are you two very close? You can call each other so intimately." Su Chao. He dared not say anything more, fearing that the more he explained, the more confused he would become. He sat there with his head down, like a child who had made a mistake and was being questioned by his parents. But inside, I was screaming, "Teacher Su, this is not the point at all." Sigh. "It's all because I've gotten used to calling it that lately, and I didn't think too much about it in time." Su Jin looked at the somewhat uneasy boy in front of her and remained silent for a few seconds. Then, in a casual tone, he said, "You should know about the abilities and levels of the word interpreter, right?" Su Chao looked up at her and nodded. Su Jin also stared into his eyes. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you like interpreting words?" This sudden problem caught Su Chao off guard, leaving him somewhat at a loss. How should I answer? Should I say I like it? Who wouldn't like a girl as outstanding and beautiful as Wen Jiayu? Moreover, although they had only known each other for a few days, they had gone through life and death together, which made their relationship extraordinary. But if he says he likes her now, how will she see him? Love at first sight? Ha! All love at first sight is nothing more than lust at first sight. Saying you don't like it goes against your heart. This was a difficult question to answer, and his expression kept changing. Su Jin kept staring at him, as if trying to see through his thoughts. After a while, she seemed to have come to an answer. She continued, "I will handle this matter personally. I have cleaned Feng Hui's body again. No one else should notice anything or suspect you. Consider this one of the compensations for saving Jie Yuming." As she spoke, she took out a spatial ring from her person and placed it on the table in front of the two of them. "There are some resources here that are enough for you to cultivate to the 5th level martial artist realm." Su Chao was a little confused. Is it possible that those melodramatic plots on TV today, where wealthy men force male protagonists to leave female protagonists, will be repeated in my life? He looked at Su Jin with a questioning yet inquisitive gaze. The other person looked at him calmly, with a hint of indescribable emotion in their eyes. "Jiayu is a good child, kind, grateful, and exceptionally talented. Although we are teacher and student, I have always treated her like my own child, so I don't want her to suffer the slightest injustice. I have some news for you. Her family plans to arrange a marriage between her and Chu Feiyu from the Chu
family in Kyoto. You should know Chu Feiyu, right? Su Chao broke his silence. He thought the other person was saying this to make him leave when Jieyu, and was deliberately showing off the strength of their rival. He retorted with a mocking tone, how could I not know? That's a super genius who could very well reach SS-level superpowers, and their family has a huge influence in Kyoto base city. Sujin didn't seem to notice his tone or his dissatisfaction. After a moment of thought, she said, the elders of both the Chu family and Jieyu's family have been trying their best to facilitate this marriage, but no one has taken her opinion into consideration. Jieyu is strongly opposed to it, and she has consulted with me about it. In principle, I support her, but due to my status as her biological parent, I cannot directly intervene. Jieyu has had a strained relationship with her family since childhood and has always lived alone with her mother. Now, because of this incident, the relationship between the two sides has become even more strained. She went out to the wilderness to relax, but she never expected to be ambushed by heaven and almost lost her life. Thank goodness you saved her at the crucial moment, otherwise, I can't even imagine the consequences. At this point, she calmed herself down slightly and pointed to the spatial ring on the table. The contents of this spatial ring are for you. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Su Chao was about to speak when she interrupted him. Don't rush to refuse, let me finish. You have good talent, you've actually awakened a spatial ability, but to be honest, there's still a gap between you and Chu Feiyu, who awakened an SS-level ability. Jieyu should have mentioned to you that abilities are seeds of laws, so you should understand how terrifying Chu Feiyu is. His talent is already top-notch, and with the support of the Chu family's vast resources, he is very likely to become a being above the 9th rank in the future. Do you know what level he reached when he graduated from university this year? A 6th-level martial artist. This caused a sensation in high-level circles. You know, China hasn't had a 6th-level martial artist graduate for several years. Su Chao couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable as he watched her continuously praising Chu Feiyu. He thought to himself, his talent is indeed impressive, but he's still a bit lacking compared to me. Given time, I can raise all my abilities to SSS level. Tell me, aren't you scared? But Su Jin was unaware of his thoughts and continued speaking. Although I think Chu Feiyu is a good choice, the key is who Jieyu likes, and I will definitely support her decision. So, if you like Jieyu, and as long as she's willing, I won't object to you two dating in principle. However, this is just my personal opinion. Whether her family will object is beyond my control. Su Chao was stunned. Wait a minute, something seems off about this plot. Shouldn't it be that you think I'm not good enough for Jieyu, and use this spatial ring to force me to leave her? Then, in a fit of anger, I threw away the spatial ring you gave me, declaring, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. How did it suddenly become that you agree to my relationship with Jieyu? Your imposing manner just now made me very uneasy. Su Jin looked at Su Chao's embarrassed expression and gave him a half-smile. Did you just think I came here to tell you to stay away from Jieyu? Su Chao was extremely embarrassed. He had really made a huge blunder. Su Jin put away her playful expression and said solemnly, but if you want to be with Jieyu, you can't be too much inferior to him, otherwise Jieyu will feel even more pressure. I don't want to see others gossiping about her poor taste. You need to reach the 5th level martial artist realm before graduating from university. Is there any pressure? I've heard some things about your family situation from her. You've been working hard to raise money to buy spiritual items for your father. From this, I can see that you have good character, which is one of the reasons why I don't object to your relationship. But your family's financial situation is indeed average. Martial arts training requires a lot of resources. If you keep running to the wilderness, your training progress will be affected. The resources I'm giving you can guarantee that you can train until you graduate from university. After saying that, she looked at Su Chao and asked, now, are you still going to refuse? Su Chao finally had a chance to speak and looked sincerely at Su Jin, saying, Teacher Su, you don't need to thank me specifically for saving Jieyu. She promised to help my father with his treatment in a few days. If it's successful, we'll be even. As for what will happen between us in the future, whether we'll date or not, nobody can say for sure right now, but I can guarantee that if we really do get together, I will never let her suffer any injustice. I, Su Chao, am no less capable than anyone else. I will not accept the resources you offer, not out of the ridiculous pride of a young man, but because I really don't need them. As long as my father's problem can be solved, my current resources are enough for cultivation. After hearing what he said, Su Jin remained silent for a moment, then stared at him for a while. Su Chao, I heard you're from Shanghai Institute of Technology? You didn't get into a martial arts university, and you only awakened your special ability in your freshman year? Su Chao had no intention of hiding this matter. It would be easy for her to find out the information anyway. He replied, Professor Su, I only awakened my special ability in my 3rd year of university. Su Jin sighed, what a pity. It would have been so much better if I had awakened in my freshman year. It would have been even better if I had awakened in high school. Suddenly, she froze. His calm and composed face, which had remained unchanged since he entered, finally changed. She stared at Su Chao in disbelief. What did
did you say? You only awakened your powers in your junior year of college, which means you've already become a third-tier martial artist in less than a year? Su Chao nodded to her, staring at her with an innocent yet puzzled look. Teacher Su, is there a problem with this? Su Jin's lips twitched, thinking to herself, this is a big problem. This kid must be hiding a secret, otherwise how could his cultivation speed be so fast? And he's really vengeful, deliberately using this tone to mock me for saying that his talent is not as good as Chu Feiyu's. In truth, Su Chao was secretly pleased with himself, thinking, now you know I'm a peerless genius, right? If you knew I'd only awakened my powers less than a month ago, you'd probably be stunned. Su Jin tried to calm herself down. I take back what I said before. Your talent might be in no way inferior to Chu Feiyu's. I previously told you to try to become a 5th level martial artist before graduating from university, and I actually thought the chances were slim, but now I have more confidence in you. Her tone was expectant as she continued. Have you considered coming to Shanghai Martial Arts University? The resources there are far richer than at your current school, and I can even introduce you to a teacher whose abilities are absolutely no less than mine. Teacher Su, I think the school I'm in now is pretty good, so I won't go to your school. Thank you so much for your kindness, Su Chao said, thinking that Teacher Su would be angry because he had already declined her invitations many times. Unexpectedly, she suddenly asked, is Hua Gang your principal? Is he alright? Su Chao was stunned. She wondered why the topic had suddenly turned to Principal Hua, but she quickly replied, yes, Principal Hua is a very nice person. Do you know him? Su Jin nodded, sighed, and her expression was somewhat complicated. She regained her calm and composed expression and said, since you're not coming to our school and insist on staying at Shanghai Polytechnic, you'd better find a teacher to guide you. Having a good teacher by your side will save you a lot of detours. Your Principal Hua is actually a good choice. Although he can be eccentric at times, he is definitely a good teacher. Su Chao gave an awkward laugh. I guess Principal Hua has long forgotten about me. Su Jin looked at him with a playful gaze. Your Principal Hua doesn't know that your awakened ability is spatial, nor does he know that you have already become a third-tier martial artist. Then, she solemnly said to Su Chao, I can tell that you are a very cautious person who likes to hide your strength. This can be seen from the way you conceal your abilities and the way you tested me when we first met. Being cautious and hiding your strength is not wrong, but Su Chao, I have to tell you, occasionally showing some of your strength can help you gain more opportunities and resources, and even find a backer. You don't have to be so careful in everything you do. Many people are cautious because they don't have a strong backer, so they hesitate and can't go all out. If you can show some talent and be taken in as a disciple by a powerful person, most of your problems can be solved. Su Chao thought about Su Jin's words carefully and found them to make a lot of sense. His family situation instilled a deep-seated inferiority complex in him, which is why he liked to hide his talents and conceal himself too deeply. He always thought he would make a name for himself at the last moment. I really should find a strong person to be my teacher. Not only can I get guidance and cultivation, but they can also become my support. More importantly, this also allows one to obtain information that is difficult for ordinary martial artists to obtain. For example, regarding the fact that superpowers are seeds of laws, when Jieyu didn't say he didn't know either. After figuring things out, he looked at Su Jin gratefully. Teacher Su, thank you for your guidance. I will seriously consider your suggestions and will definitely go to see the principal after I return to school. Seeing that he genuinely accepted her suggestion, Su Jin nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and said, that's all for today, I have to go. I haven't given a gift in years, and when I finally decided to give one, I couldn't find a way to give it. After saying that, she picked up the spatial ring on the table with a self-deprecating smile, turned around and walked out the door. The entrance to the Westlake Villa residential complex in District 12. Su Chao got out of the car. After talking with teacher Wen Jieyu yesterday, he stayed there for one night and went home early the next morning. Before Zhang Quang could arrive, the guy said he would stay there to cultivate for 2 more days after consuming the soul infant fruit, and then he returned on his own. Looking up at the gate of the residential area, Su Chao couldn't help but sigh. Having only been away from the wilderness for a few days and experienced that life or death ordeal, I felt as if I had returned from another world. It seems that the experience and growth of one's state of mind do not entirely depend on the length of time. If you were a typical 9-to-5 office worker, you wouldn't have this feeling even after a year of passing by the gate of your residential compound on your way home. The most crucial thing is experience. A life full of ups and downs brings more insights. Mr. Su, you're back. A deep voice interrupted Su Chao's thoughts. Brotherly, are you on duty today? He turned his head and saw that it was the community security guard, surnamed Li, who was a retired soldier. When Su Chao and his family first moved here, his father was still in a wheelchair, and he had a deep impression of Su Chao's family. After moving in, Su Chao would greet him every time he entered or left the community. Knowing that he was often away from home and his parents sometimes needed care, he would occasionally give Brother Li a pack or 2 of cigarettes, and the two became quite familiar with each other. After learning that Su Chao was a martial artist, Brother Li treated him with exceptional respect, always addressing him as Mr. Su whenever they met. Just as Su Chao
finished greeting him and was about to enter the residential area, Brotherly stopped him and whispered, "Mr. Su, has your family gotten into any trouble lately? I noticed that someone is always following your mother when she goes in and out of the community."
Although they are very careful, I still noticed it. You know, I was in the army, so I am quite sensitive.
You all need to be extra careful.
Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Su Chao immediately became alert, and his expression turned serious.
Who would be following the mother? What is their purpose? I must go home and ask my parents. Thank you, Brotherly. I'll remember this.
I'll treat you to a couple of drinks after get off work tomorrow.
Su Chao shook hands with Brotherly gratefully and quickly headed home.
When I got home, I saw my father writing alone in his study. Since moving here, my father feels that life has hope again. He is no longer depressed, and he has even fallen in love with calligraphy, saying that it can cultivate one's character. When he gets tired of writing, he goes downstairs to play chess with the old men in the neighborhood, and his life is quite pleasant and carefree. He heard the door open and assumed it was his mother returning, so he ignored it. Only when he saw Su Chao standing at the study door did his father happily put down his calligraphy brush.
Xiao Chao is back. I thought you wouldn't be back until this afternoon. Dad, are you writing?
I finished my business over there and came back early.
Where's your mom? Are you home alone?
She went to buy groceries.
She knew you were coming back today and wanted to cook you a nice meal. I'm getting some too.
As he spoke, Su Chao laughed heartily. Seeing that his father was in a good mood, he didn't mind making a few more jokes. So he said half-jokingly, "Dad, you're living a really comfortable life, but these leisurely days are probably coming to an end soon, so cherish them while you can."
Su Jianya looked at his son with suspicion. "You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I can only sit in a wheelchair now. How can I have a leisurely life? Unless you can regain your former strength, it won't be that easy." After saying that, he looked at Su Chao with a hint of doubt.
"Xiao Chao, are you saying that the willow heart has been secured?"
Su Chao shook his head. Seeing his son shake his head, Su Jianya sighed. "That's right, I was overthinking it. That kind of thing isn't that easy to get. Xiao Chao, you've just become a martial artist. Cultivating and improving your strength is the most important thing. Don't always think about healing my injuries. I absolutely disagree with you frequently going into the wilderness for my sake.
Actually, I'm already very satisfied with my life now, and I'll be fine for a few more years." Su Chao realized his father had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Dad, although I haven't found the willow heart, I recently met a friend whose special ability can heal your injuries. However, she's busy lately and may not be able to come and treat you for a few days."
Su Jianya gripped the wheelchair armrests tightly, the veins on his hands visibly prominent, his voice trembling. "Xiao Chao, is what you said true? I can really stand up?"
Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Wang Lihua's mother's voice came through. "Old Su, what's wrong?
Can you stand up now? Hey, Xiao Chao is back."
Su Jianya excitedly shouted back, "Lihua, Xiao Chao said I'll be able to stand up again in a few days." With a loud thud, something fell to the ground near the door. The large pile of things that my mother was carrying was scattered all over the ground, including meat, vegetables, and fruit. But at this moment, Wang Lihua stood blankly at the door with tears in her eyes, looking at the father and son in the living room.
"Really, Xiao Chao? Your dad will really be able to stand up in a few days?"
Seeing his mother's emotional state, Su Chao went over and picked up the things on the ground, jokingly saying with a smile,
"Yes, Mom.
You can leave the grocery shopping and cooking to Dad. You can enjoy a few days of peace and quiet and let him take good care of you." Wang Lihua was amused by her son. "With your dad's cooking skills, even a dog probably wouldn't want to eat the food he makes."
"Mom, if the dog won't eat it, I will."
Wang Lihua was amused by her son's witty remarks. "You little rascal, you've gotten quite the chatterbox in just a few days. You've been hanging out with that Zhang Quan guy these past few days. He's the one who corrupted you.
By the way, Zhang Quan came with you, right?
Give him a call and ask him to come over for dinner tonight. He's been craving my cooking for ages." Su Chao put the vegetables back in the kitchen, came out, and shrugged. "Mom, Zhang Quan isn't in for a treat today. He's not back yet, and he has some things to do over there, so I'll have to reluctantly eat his portion." Wang Lihua smiled and said, "Okay, then we'll call him another day. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. You two can chat for a while. I'll just make something simple for lunch, and I'll cook you a big meal for dinner."
After saying that, Wang Lihua went into the kitchen and got busy.
Unable to help, Su Chao could only push his father's wheelchair to the study. He found a place to sit down, his expression turned serious, and stared at his father, asking, "Dad, I want to ask you something." Seeing his son's serious expression, Su Jianya knew he had something important to say, so he nodded to signal him to continue.
"Has someone been targeting our family lately?"
Upon hearing this, the father's expression immediately turned serious.
"Xiao Chao, who told you about this?"
It was Brotherly, the security guard at the entrance of the community, who said that he recently saw someone following Mom.
"Is that true?" "Oh, it's him. No wonder.
People who have served in the military are always more vigilant.
I was just waiting for you to come back so I could talk to you about this." Su Jianya's face showed some unease.
"Your mom just told me yesterday that she felt someone was following her, and it seems her intuition was right. I haven't left the neighborhood these past few days. Your mother went out to buy things a few times, but I don't know who she was.
What's the purpose of following her? Have you offended anyone recently?
Su Chao didn't rush to answer, but instead thought about it carefully in his mind.
Who have I offended recently?
In the past few days, he has had conflicts with Zhang Kuang and the Fiery Squad.
Could it be them?
But that bald captain seemed pretty smart. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would do something like that.
Where are the people from the Heaven Organization?
He killed Feng Hui, but they probably didn't know it was him who did it. When Jieyu's teacher promised to handle the matter, so it shouldn't involve her. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, as if he had thought of something.
Dad, don't worry about this, I'll handle it. If you see Mom leaving the house, tell me immediately. Su Zhenya looked at his son with concern. Xiao Chao, will something happen to you?
Seeing his father's worry, Su Chao whispered a few words of comfort in his ear, then sat for a while before going to the kitchen to keep Wang Lihua company.
Even after Su Chao's figure disappeared from the study, the shock on Su Zhenya's face had not yet subsided.
Su Chao Gang told him that he was now a third-level martial artist.
This is not just ordinary shock, it's awe. My son reached this level in less than a month after his awakening.
Back then, he himself spent nearly 10 years painstakingly cultivating before reaching the third-level martial artist. In the face of talent, effort seems insignificant. In fact, Su Chao told his father the secret out of desperation, not wanting them to worry about him all the time. After telling them, at least I can feel more at ease knowing that my son is capable of handling many things. During dinner, her mother mentioned that someone was following her. Su Chao comforted her, telling her not to worry too much, that they were probably just thieves, and that she should just carry less cash and valuables. The mother breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but was only concerned about her money. She was not short of money now. Her son transferred 5 million yuan to her at noon. In addition, Su Chao told his parents that his previous application for 2-star honorary citizenship had been approved. As his family members, virtually no one in the base city dared to touch them. After dinner, the family sat around chatting.
Su Chao especially cherished the time he spent with his parents and didn't go back to his room to rest until very late. Inside a secret underground base in Kyoto City. Bang! Bang!
A violent smashing sound echoed throughout the space, and fragments of objects were scattered all over the ground. Between these fragments, 2 blood-covered corpses lay in 2 deep, human-shaped pits. Not far away, a dozen people wearing masks, bent over, heads bowed, trembling, faced a man with an imposing aura in the center of the living room. The man also wore a mask, with a mysterious golden symbol engraved in the center, and exuded a chilling aura.
Useless. You're all a bunch of useless trash. Tell me, who sent my son on this mission?
He's dead in Star Sea Base City now.
Who can give me an explanation?
The dozen or so standing figures held their breath, not daring to utter a sound or respond. The 2 who had just finished their report were now lying motionless in a pit not far in front of them. At this moment, Lord Fong was furious, and whoever spoke first would be in trouble. The 2 men, both high-ranking members of the organization and peak 6th Order martial artists, fell to the ground and could not get up after being struck by Lord Fong's palm. At this moment, one of the 2 figures at the very front of the crowd spoke up. The mysterious symbol in the center of his mask is silver. Sir, I just asked the person in charge there, and they have mobilized all resources to investigate.
The feedback is that young Master Feng Hui volunteered to carry out this mission. Unexpectedly, the target possessed a high-level spiritual energy item,
and he was killed by her. Also on the mission were a 6th-level deacon and a 5th-level peak martial artist from the organization, who also perished. Upon hearing this, although Lord Fong was still furious, he did not continue to make a move. After all, the other party was his confidant, a silver token master, a 7th-level grandmaster, second only to him in the organization.
Commander Han, is this the conclusion of the investigation? A high-level psionic artifact killed my son?
Huir had the high-level psionic protective gear I gave him. How could he have died like this?
You go to Shanghai Base City yourself to find out the cause and who the murderer is.
The Divine Envoy has been looking for me these past few days, but I haven't been able to get away. If what they say is true, and it was done by Su Jin's disciple, I will go there myself. My son cannot die in vain. After saying this, his face darkened, and he waved for everyone to disperse. Only Commander Han and another commander of the Silver Token remained. Tell everyone to keep a low profile and conceal their whereabouts recently. Our recent actions have angered the top leadership of China, and we expect a major purge to follow soon.
Commander Han nodded hurriedly. Yes, sir, I will give the order immediately.
Tell the people in Kyoto Base City and Shanghai Base City to be on high alert. But the other base cities are not under our jurisdiction and cannot be managed.
Fang Durang waved his hand. It's all right, don't worry about them. Commander Han asked with concern, Sir, if the authorities investigate the identity of young Master Feng Hui after his death, will it implicate you? Fang sneered disdainfully. Them? Hui used a different identity back then, which has nothing to do with me. They can't trace it back to me. Notify Shanghai Base City to clean up the mess.
He sighed. I originally wanted Hui to stay in the capital and cultivate with me, but he insisted on going there. It was all my fault for not being able to persuade him to stay, which is why he left. Commander Han comforted him. my lord. This time I will definitely investigate thoroughly when I go to Shanghai base city, and while I'm at it, I'll see if I can bring back young Master Feng Hui's body.
Feng Burang reached out and patted him on the shoulder. You're so thoughtful.
Inside a luxurious suite of the Hunters Guild, a stunningly beautiful young woman and a cool, aloof woman are having a conversation.
Jie, how is your recovery going after this training session?
Teacher,
I'm almost fully recovered. I should be completely healed in another day.
I'm sorry to have worried you.
You were in real danger this time. Never leave the wilderness again.
The Heaven Gang has their eyes on you, and they may make another move.
Regarding Feng Hui's matter, Manhwa has already formed an investigation team with us.
They've examined the 3 bodies and gone to the scene.
They'll talk to you after your seclusion ends. Teacher, have they noticed anything unusual?
It's nothing for now, but you're carrying the name of killing Feng Hui this time, so you have to bear the risk of retaliation from that organization.
According to you, Feng Hui's identity is not simple, but the investigation has not found any useful clues. His parents are just ordinary martial artists in his registration information.
We did find some clues from that dead 6th-level martial artist and destroyed one of their hideouts, but we didn't catch any big fish.
Half an hour later,
Su Jin couldn't help but sigh. This Heavenly Kingdom organization is really well organized, but the more meticulous they are, the longer this cancer on humanity will linger, and the greater the harm it will cause. For so many years, the higher-ups have been trying to eliminate them, but with little success.
The most important person they captured was just a silver token
master, who revealed that there was also a gold token master and the most mysterious divine envoy above them, but he didn't know their true identities. When Jieyu walked to Su Jin's side, gently took her hand, and comforted her, Teacher, the matter of heaven cannot be resolved in a short time, so
don't worry too much. There will be a solution from above.
You have already sacrificed so much over the years, so please take good care of yourself. Su Jin patted Wen Jieyu's hand, her eyes full of relief. Jieyu, you forced your way to the 5th level this time, so you need to spend
more time stabilizing your cultivation.
Fortunately, you obtained a soul infant fruit, which can help you stabilize it quickly. Suddenly, she noticed that Wen Jieyu's expression was a little strange. Wen Jieyu fell silent, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly with one hand, her face full of distress, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't.
Su Jin asked in surprise, Jieyu, what's wrong? Teacher, I might have awakened again? Su Jin's previously calm expression froze instantly.
Her beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She then stopped Wen Jieyu from speaking with her hand, closed her eyes and sensed for a moment to confirm that there were no outsiders or surveillance cameras in the room.
Then, with a trembling and urgent voice, she asked Jieyu, are you talking about the second superpower? When Jieyu nodded.
When I was about to be killed by Feng Hui in the valley, I suddenly felt time slow down around me, and something vaguely appeared in my mind. However, I was on the run after that, and only when I returned to the base city did I have time to experience it. It wasn't until just now that I realized I really had a new superpower.
Su Jin's face lit up with ecstasy.
She gripped Wen Jieyu's hand tightly and laughed heartily. Ha, that's wonderful. Jieyu, you previously awakened an S-rank life-type ability, which was already quite impressive. Now you've gained another ability, making you a rare dual ability talent.
Your future achievements are simply limitless.
By the way, I'm here to test the level of your new superpower. As she spoke, she took out a half-meter-tall instrument from her spatial ring. The instrument is cylindrical, wide at the top and bottom and narrow in the middle, like a slender waist. The top is sloping, and the body exudes a strange metallic luster. Su Jin took out the instrument and said to Wen Jieyu, Jieyu, this is the latest superpower detection instrument.
It is more accurate than the equipment you used in the Superpower Management Bureau before. It is very difficult to make. Our school only has a few of them.
Come on, put your hand on top and try to activate your new superpower. Seeing that the teacher had taken out the instrument, Wen Jieyu no longer hesitated and slowly placed her jade hand on it. She told the teacher after careful consideration. Her teacher always treated her like a daughter. She was one of the kindest people in the world to her, the other being her mother. He was also the person she trusted and was closest to the most. When Jieyu touched the instrument with her delicate hand, attempting to activate her new superpower, in an instant, everything in the room seemed to be paused. Time stood still. Even Su Jin and the instruments were frozen in place. Only Wen Jieyu could move freely. Less than a second later, she felt dizzy and immediately stopped. Everything around us gradually returned to normal. Su Jin looked at Wen Jieyu with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the monitoring equipment. Jieyu, why haven't you activated your new ability yet? Are you still not proficient enough? Ha! Why is your face so pale? Has your injury relapsed? Wen Jieyu looked at Su Jin with some wariness. Teacher, I already activated my superpower. What? You've already activated it? Then why didn't I sense any energy fluctuations? Could it be that your newly awakened ability is too weak? That shouldn't be the case. Even with the lowest level F-rank ability, I should be able to sense the energy fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, Su Jin suddenly widened her eyes, staring at the flashing subtitles on the testing instrument, her pupils gradually dilating.
FDAS.
SS. The subtitles initially jumped around, then the flickering slowed down. Finally, the display screen showed SS. Su-jin stared at the final displayed SS subtitle, a look of shock on her face. She turned her head with difficulty to look at Wen Jiayu, her voice trembling slightly. Jiayu, what exactly is your special ability? I didn't even notice it just now. Wen Jiayu replied uncertainly, teacher, I don't know what my new superpower is either. I just feel that as soon as I activate it, everything around me seems to freeze, and only I can move. But I felt dizzy as soon as I activated it, so I quickly stopped. Upon hearing this, Su-jin swayed and uttered 3 words through her dry mouth. Time-based. Then, as if remembering something, she suddenly raised her hand and gripped the testing instrument tightly. The device immediately turned into a pile of fragments, which she then put into her spatial ring. Then, in an unprecedentedly serious tone, she solemnly warned Wen Jiayu, you absolutely must not tell anyone that you have awakened dual superpowers, including your mother, and in fact, you shouldn't even know about it. She reached out and gently stroked Wen Jiayu's hair, her face full of affection. Now that you have awakened this new superpower, your talent will become even more terrifying, and your cultivation speed will also increase significantly. I believe you will soon be able to surpass your teacher. But remember, before you truly grow stronger, unless it's a matter of life and death, never reveal your full strength in front of others, especially your time-based abilities. If those traitors from heaven find out about your talent, they'll probably do anything to kill you. At that point, even your teacher might not be able to protect you. When Jiayu nestled obediently in Su-jin's arms, teacher, I understand. I will definitely be more careful in the future. Su-jin suddenly burst out laughing, her usually aloof face instantly blossoming into a stunning smile. Seeing Wen Jiayu look up at her with a puzzled expression, she said, speaking of being cautious, I suddenly remembered an interesting little guy. Who is the teacher talking about? That's the little guy who saved your life. I think his name is Su Chao. Wen Jiayu immediately looked at Su-jin nervously. Teacher, have you seen him before? Su-jin looked at her with amusement until a blush rose on Wen Jiayu's fair neck and ears. Then she stopped teasing her. Yes, I went to see him yesterday after you went into seclusion. He was really cautious. If you hadn't told me he had the strength of a third-level martial artist, I wouldn't have been able to tell his level at all. His methods of concealing his strength are quite remarkable. Moreover, when he first saw me, he tried to spy on me, but luckily he sensed the danger and stopped in time, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. Don't you think he's a particularly cautious guy? When Jiayu recalled that when they first met, Su Chao had used the same method to spy on her, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. When we first met, he also tried to spy on me, but I sensed it. His method was indeed quite amazing. Su-jin frowned upon hearing that Su Chao had also tried to spy on Wen Jiayu. Jiayu, I suspect that Su Chao's spying methods might also be a kind of superpower, but he said he awakened a spatial superpower, so, her expression turned serious. So he might also be a dual power awakener. This also explains why his strength improved so quickly, reaching the 3rd-tier martial artist level in just 1 year after awakening. What? He's a dual power awakener? Wen Jiayu was extremely surprised. How did the teacher know he had only been awakened for a year? Did he tell you himself? Yes, I believe he wouldn't lie about that, because it's easy to verify. I'm sure he's smart enough not to make such a basic mistake. She chuckled softly, seemingly in an exceptionally good mood today. Although his talent is slightly inferior to yours, it's still quite good. You two are really a well-matched couple. Teacher. When Jiayu blushed and let out a coquettish cry. At this moment, at Su Chao's home in West Lake Villa, in District 12, he had no idea that a conversation between Wen Jiayu and his apprentice had almost completely exposed his true nature. The next day, he returned home. While his mother, Wang Lihua, was out, Su Chao secretly followed behind her, trying his best not to be noticed. When he got home in the afternoon, he pretended to be nonchalant, but the occasional cold glint in his eyes revealed his murderous intent. He already knew who was targeting their family, but he still had to go out again tonight. After dinner, Su Chao told his parents that he was going out for a while. I left the community gate. There were only faint lights on both sides of the road, and occasionally 1 or 2 pedestrians would pass by. This is District 12, and the security here is much better than in District 25 where they used to live. Su Chao went to a secluded corner, took out a set of black clothes from his spatial ring and changed into them, then took out a realistic human skin mask and put it on. He bought this mask specifically for today. Although it couldn't compare to the high-end mask that Wen Jiayu had, which could change her appearance, it was still enough to simply conceal his identity. After getting ready, he reappeared on the street, now looking like an ordinary middle-aged man. When you're out and about, you're in complete control of your own identity. He took several turns and came to a secluded street where there was a bar. Several drunk women were arguing with a few strangely dressed men at the entrance. Su Chao ignored them and walked straight into the bar. While following his mother during the day, he discovered that the stalker had eventually gone there. Once inside the bar, he eavesdropped on the conversation between the man and others, learning that the man wanted to report to his boss, who wasn't there and wouldn't be back until 8 p.m. So Su Chao didn't alert the enemy and quietly withdrew, planning to come back to see this so-called called boss again that evening. He skillfully navigated the bar's main hall, found a seat in a corner, ordered a drink, and waited quietly.
There is still half an hour until the agreed time.
He didn't sit idle. He activated his eye of detection to carefully observe the inside and outside of the bar to check for any abnormalities. After searching around, they found no trace of the pursuers from earlier in the day, so they probably hadn't arrived yet. Just as he was about to continue observing, a heavily made-up woman walked towards him and sat down directly opposite him. She smiled charmingly. "Sir, drinking alone is so lonely. Would you like to buy me a drink?" Su Chao responded calmly, "Excuse me, I need some peace and quiet."
The woman teased, "Oh, who's Jingjing?" Su Chao laughed and said, "My 101st girlfriend just passed away yesterday after contracting the virus." The heavily made-up woman's smile froze instantly.
She glanced at him with disdain, quickly got up and left, as if afraid of getting her hands on something unclean.
After things quieted down, Su Chao continued his investigation. Aside from a few interesting sights in dimly lit corners, there was nothing particularly noteworthy.
After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a bald young man with a snake tattoo on his neck walked into the bar. They were the daytime stalkers. He greeted the bar staff familiarly, clearly a regular customer. The bald young man with the snake tattoo walked straight to the bar. I ordered a drink and started joking around with the bar staff. From their conversation, Su Chao learned that this person was called Brother Lang. As expected, this guy had been flirting with 5 or 6 different women in just 10 minutes, including the heavily made-up woman who had tried to chat him up earlier. Suddenly, Lang Ji's smile vanished, and he fixed his gaze on a young man in a gray casual jacket who had just entered the bar. He put down his wine glass, got up, and walked towards the man. Seeing this, the young man gave him a wink, and Lang Gu didn't say anything, following behind him. As luck would have it, they came from the corner where Su Chao was, apparently looking for a quiet place to talk. Su Chao looked at the young man in the gray jacket, his brows furrowing slightly, somewhat surprised. This person is actually a third-level martial artist, and he's so young, which means he has extraordinary talent. The two of them sat down one seat away from Su Chao. Although the music in the bar was quite loud, Su Chao's keen hearing allowed him to clearly hear their conversation. After the two sat down and exchanged a few pleasantries, Brother Lang ordered 2 glasses of wine to be brought over before finally getting to the point. The young man in the gray jacket spoke first.
"Ah Lang, any new information about the family I asked you to keep an eye on?"
"Boss, I found out some new information today, and I was just about to report it to you." The young man with the snake tattoo continued. "Today I followed that woman named Wang Lihua as usual, thinking I wouldn't find anything like the past few days. But when she was buying groceries, she told the people around her that she was going to buy more good food because her son was coming back." The young man in the gray jacket suddenly became interested.
"Oh, her son, who awakened superpowers in college, is back. What was his name again?"
"I think it was Su Chao." The young man with the snake tattoo quickly replied, "Boss, you have a great memory.
I only said it once and you remembered it. It really is Su Chao. Do you remember why I was asked to keep an eye on their house?"
"Yes, I remember. You said their family might be involved in Along's and the others' deaths." The young man in the gray jacket sneered. "This Su Chao is quite interesting. He hasn't been awakened for long, yet he dares to run into the wilderness. A few days ago, Along and his gang were wiped out in District 25.
The people who went to check the scene said it was an internal conflict and a shootout. What a coincidence that not a single person was left alive. I went to investigate myself. Guess what I found?"
He muttered to himself. "I checked Wang Mozi's phone records and found that they had just gone to collect Wang Lihua's debt. I heard them complaining on the phone that they were taken care of by a newly awakened young punk." Su Chao, sitting not far away, narrowed his eyes slightly. "I never expected it was because of this." He was already very careful at the time, trying to create the illusion of internal gang warfare so that Wang Mozi and his gang would disappear completely. Unexpectedly, even the best-laid plans can go awry. Their chat history was left behind on the phone. The young man with the snake tattoo continued. "Boss, are you saying that Brother Long and Wang Mozi were killed by this Su Chao? But how is that possible? I heard he only recently awakened his powers, while Brother Long had already taken gene serum and reached the first-tier martial artist level. How could he have killed them so easily and staged it as an internal battle? How did he do that?" The young man in the gray jacket glared at him. They were clearly very dissatisfied with his criticism. "I didn't say he was the murderer who killed Along and the others, but he is definitely a prime suspect. Besides, it's certain that Wang Mozi and his gang were beaten so badly when they came to collect a debt that he broke their arms and legs. Based on this alone, if he dares to touch my people, I'll teach him a lesson."
Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he's a martial artist?
This time, the young man with the snake tattoo was much more obedient, and quickly flattered him, saying, "Yes, he should be taught a lesson. How dare he provoke our triads?
He must pay the price. Our boss is truly amazing. He can find clues from the smallest details and then pinpoint the killer."
He didn't say anything more, just waved his hand. "Keep an eye on their house, keep your distance, and don't get spotted. If you see Su Chao trying to leave the wilderness area, call me immediately." A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. It's not easy to make a move against him in the base city, but once he leaves the base city, no one will suspect anything if something happens to him. That's perfectly reasonable. The young man with the snake tattoo laughed heartily. Boss, you're brilliant. That makes perfect sense. I've been doing nothing but keeping an eye on their family these past few days. Okay, do a good job. I won't treat you unfairly. The higher-ups are going to give us a batch of gene serum soon, and I'll give you a spot then. The young man with the snake tattoo was so excited that he immediately stood up and bowed deeply. Oh, really? Thank you for your guidance, boss. From now on, I'll go through fire and water for you, no matter what you say. The young man in the gray jacket didn't like being too conspicuous and being stared at. He gestured for Lang to sit down. The matter is settled. I have to go now. You can continue having fun. After saying that, he took out a wad of cash from his bag, threw it to Lang, and turned to leave. Su Chao glanced at the young man with the snake tattoo, then stood up and followed him out of the bar. As Su Chao stepped outside, he saw a car drive by, and inside sat the young man in the gray jacket from earlier. Su Chao hailed a car and followed it at a distance. The other party was a third-level martial artist, and he dared not get too close for fear of being discovered, so he kept a distance of about 1 kilometer. He has a detective eye and isn't afraid of losing track of someone. A dozen minutes later, Su Chao saw the other car drive into a residential area. He had the driver park outside the residential area and walked into the area alone. Su Chao only stopped probing after confirming that the other party had entered a room. I found a place to sit down and rest in the neighborhood. I had been using Eye of Exploration for a while and it had taken a lot of energy. About 10 minutes later, Su Chao got up. Soon, he arrived at the door of the young man in the gray jacket. Instead of knocking, he used his Eye of Exploration to examine the room. The apartment is about 150 square meters and has 3 rooms. There is only one person in the room, who is sitting at the desk in the study. Su Chao's gaze immediately sharpened when he saw the objects on the desk. He still rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened, and the young man in the gray jacket looked at Su Chao with a puzzled expression. Who are you looking for? Su Chao gave him a confident smile. Weren't you looking for me? I'm here. A glint flashed in his eyes, and the hallucinatory effect of the eye of detection stunned the other party for a moment. Su Chao pushed open the door and rushed in, a flash of light in his hand, a knife held to the other party's neck, and then closed the door behind him. When the young man in the gray jacket realized what was happening and saw the knife at his neck, his face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with terror. Sir, are you mistaken? I don't think I know you. Su Chao sneered. You may not know me, but you've had people watching my house. The other person's pupils constricted sharply. Who are you? Su Chao took off his mask. Now you should know me, right? You're Su Chao? How is that possible? Aren't you a college student who just awakened his powers? How can you be so strong? Su Chao narrowed his eyes and stared at him, then snorted coldly. You have a lot of questions. Unfortunately, the knife is in my hand now, so you have no right to ask. As he spoke, the tip of the knife moved slightly, and a line of blood immediately seeped out from the other person's neck. Now, I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer. The young man in the gray jacket hadn't expected Su Chao to be so difficult to deal with, resorting to a knife at the slightest provocation. May I have your name? Wu Qiming. What is the triad organization you mentioned at the bar today? The other person's expression changed. You were eavesdropping on our conversation? Su Chao tightened his grip on the knife, and the line of blood on his neck widened. Stop spouting nonsense that has nothing to do with my question. Wu Qiming was sweating profusely and hurriedly said, I'll talk. The triads were founded by the 3 of us, who were sworn brothers, hence the name triads. Our sphere of influence covers several surrounding districts. How many people are in your guild? What is your strength? What is your position in the guild? I don't know the number of people in the guild. Zhang Matzi and his group who visited your house before are peripheral members. The real members are all martial artists. I am a 3rd-level martial artist, which is considered a middle level in the guild. I am responsible for managing a small area. I heard that the 2 vice presidents are 5th-level martial artists. I don't know the president's level. There are rumors that he is a 6th-level martial artist. Su Chao frowned. I didn't expect the triads to be so powerful. He had previously thought that Zhang Matzi and his gang were just lone sharks with no real power, which is why he decisively took action to eliminate them. Unexpectedly, Zhang Matzi and his group were just peripheral members. The real members were martial artists, and only Along, whom he killed, was a formal member. It's likely that lending is just one of their businesses. They probably have other ventures as well. Now things are getting complicated. Wu Qiming could probably see the hesitation in Su Chao's eyes, so he advised, Mr. Su, there is no grudge between us that cannot be resolved. Long is just one of my subordinates with whom I have a slightly better relationship, which is why I investigated him. Now that I know you are involved, I will no longer investigate this matter, and I will pretend that it never happened. Su Chao had a half-smile on his lips, staring at him so intently that Wu Qiming's eyelids twitched incessantly. You keep glancing into the study without realizing it. Is there some secret there? Su Chao asked. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiming's expression changed instantly, but he then feigned composure and replied, Mr. Su, you must be joking.
There's nothing special in the study, just some ordinary books. Let's go take a look. Su Chao gestured to him. Wu Qiming had no choice but to walk into the study. The study was small, with a bookcase against the wall, on which a few books were scattered. In the center was a large wooden table, on which sat a bag, and next to it a box containing 2 bottles of medicine. Su Chao was surprised when he saw these, but his surprise quickly turned into delight. They were gene serums, and one of them was even a second-tier gene serum. Seeing the surprise on Su Chao's face, Wu Qiming's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Mr. Su, these 2 bottles of gene serum and the contents of the bag must not be touched. They are goods that the organization asks me to deliver tomorrow. If they are not delivered on time, the higher-ups will definitely investigate, and we will be in big trouble. Su Chao looked at him with a sneer. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Take everything out of your bag. Wu Qiming's face was gloomy. He stepped forward and hesitated for a moment. He felt that the wound on his neck seemed to have widened a bit before reluctantly reaching into his bag. Just as he was filled with ecstasy and a sinister smile appeared on his lips, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck as a blade pierced through it, the tip protruding from in front of him. The ecstasy and sneer in Wu Qiming's eyes froze instantly, replaced by horror and disbelief. That performance was quite good. A mocking, devilish voice rang in his ear. You've been deliberately luring me towards the study, haven't you? It's all for the things in your bag. What is it? Let me guess. I guess it's a mid-level psionic artifact. You plan to use it to kill me, or to break free from my control? Wu Qiming's eyes widened in terror, and his breath grew weaker. Su Chao approached him and whispered in his ear, I have some unpleasant news for you. I actually knew what was in there a long time ago, but I just wanted to see what you would do. I hadn't decided to kill you yet, but you helped me make that decision. Thank you, so I don't have to struggle with this anymore. Wu Qiming was speechless at this moment. His eyes were wide open, and he could only exhale but not inhale. Only Su Chao was talking to himself. Some of the information you told me before was false, wasn't it? Your status in the triads must be quite high, otherwise how could you possess so many gene serums, as well as this mid-level psionic artifact? So what you said about wiping it all off was just a lie to fool me. You deserve to die. Before he could finish speaking, Wu Qiming breathed his last. Su Chao picked up the backpack on the desk, opened it, and sure enough, there was a box with a metallic sheen. Just as Wu Qiming was about to touch it, Su Chao had already activated his eye of detection and knew of its existence. He sighed inwardly, realizing that no martial artist should be underestimated, as a slight misstep could lead to a disastrous defeat. Without the assistance of that eye of exploration, the consequences would be unpredictable. Su Chao found a large bag at Wu Qiming's house, wrapped the corpse up, and put it into his internal space. At the same time, he also put the gene potion and psionic items on the table into his space. He also ransacked the house of everything of value. What made Su Chao frown was that he found a set of clothes in a hidden compartment of Wu Qiming's bedroom wardrobe, with a mysterious pattern embroidered on the collar. He had seen this pattern before. Both Feng Hui and his tall, thin companion, who was at the peak of the 5th rank, had similar clothes in their spatial rings. Could Wu Qiming be a member of Heaven's Kingdom? Anyway, since we've killed him, we've killed him. Su Chao found a few towels and carefully cleaned up all the traces in the room until he confirmed with his eye of exploration that there were no clues left. Only then did he put everything he had touched into his inner space. At this moment, Su Chao's expression was extremely complicated. The combination of that eye of exploration and the internal space is simply the perfect destroy the evidence combination. 2 top-tier superpowers, yet he used them in such a crooked and evil way. He had been hesitant about killing Wu Qiming, mainly because he was worried that the body and traces would be difficult to dispose of afterward. Later, when I thought about the space inside my body, why did I need to hesitate? Therefore, Wu Qiming could only disappear from the face of the earth. Now that Wu Qiming has been dealt with, Alang, who was eyeing their snake tattoo, must also die. When Su Chao got home that night, it was almost midnight. His parents were still awake and waiting for him to come home. He sat with them for a while, and then the 3 of them went back to their rooms to rest. Back in his room, Su Chao thought to himself that next time he went out of the wilderness, he would definitely find a place to completely dispose of the 2 corpses in his internal space. Although the corpses were hidden inside his inner space, the thought of them lying inside his body still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. That's right, there are 2. After cleaning up all traces, he quietly left Wu Qiming's house and returned to the bar, keeping an eye on finding an opportunity to deal with that Alang. That's why I came back late. The next day, Su Chao slept in, which was unusual for him. I woke up feeling refreshed, all the previous fatigue gone. He vaguely sensed that his mental strength and physical body were more in sync. I estimate that the next advancement is not far off. I glanced at the time, it was almost noon. I guessed that he hadn't gotten up for breakfast, and his mother was worried that he was hungry, so she woke him up. Just as he was getting dressed and getting out of bed, his phone rang with call and message notifications. He picked it up and his eyes lit up immediately. There's an extra 4.1 million in my account. It feels so good to wake up one morning and find the money in your account. Then another notification sounded, and after checking it, he immediately sat up straight. It was a message from Won Jiayu. Jeyu. Su Chao, I've disposed of the multi-treasure rat's carcass. It's sold for 8.2 million. I've transferred half of it to you. Did you receive it? Su Chao quickly replied. Jeyu, I've received the money. How are you recovering? He's almost recovered. I still have some things to take care of here. I'll wait 2 more days before I can go to treat your father. Really? That's great. Jeyu, don't rush. Take care of things first before you come. It's okay if you're a few days late with my father. Although he said that, he was really looking forward to seeing her as soon as possible. Jeyu, has there been any result from the investigation into that matter? Yes, it's over. I can't go into the details over the phone. I'll tell you when I come to your house. I finished chatting with Jeyu. Su Chao sat on the bed and began to plan his upcoming vacation. I need to go to the wilderness area a few more times and try to get as many source points as possible so I can try to upgrade my ability again. Ever since he learned that his superpower was a seed of law, he was eager to upgrade it to SSS level to see what new abilities a complete seed of law could bring. He can also make more money in the process. He is now a 2-star honorary citizen and plans to settle in the core area to save more money to buy a house. Wu Qiming has someone watching his family, which serves as a warning to him. As his strength increases, he may attract stronger enemies. It would be safer for his parents to move to the core area, where the security is much better and martial artists cannot act recklessly. But none of that is urgent. The most important thing right now is to treat my father. Once when Jeyu has helped his father recover his martial arts strength in 2 days, he will be able to safely venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters. Of course, these 2 days shouldn't be wasted. He plans to go to the Starry Sky Martial Arts School. On the one hand, they can continue to hone their martial arts skills in their combat rooms, and on the other hand, they can try out their gravity training room to see how effective it is. He had always wanted to try the gravity training room, but it was too expensive, and he had never been there before because he didn't have the money. I feel that my martial arts skills are improving rapidly, and I hope the gravity training room can help me. Su Chao's mother, Wang Lihua, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Chao, what's wrong with you today? You're in such a good mood, smiling all morning? You're not in a relationship, are you? Su Chao quickly defended himself. Mom, don't talk nonsense. I'm focused on cultivation right now and haven't considered dating yet. Wang Lihua pursed her lips. I've heard that dating can affect studies, but I've never heard that dating can hinder a martial artist's cultivation. Su Chao was speechless after his mother's words. Afraid that she would continue to dwell on the topic, he simply changed the subject. I'm happy because I received another sum of money this morning. You received money? Who sent you the money? Was it also earned during this trip? Mom, it was definitely the money I made this time. As for who paid for it, that's not important. Wang Lihua stared at Su Jianye, who was eating with his head down, and said with a smile, Old Su, look how easy it is to make money as a martial artist. Xiao Chao has only been awakened for a short time, and he has already earned so much. He even gave me 5 million yesterday. You've been a martial artist for so many years, but you haven't given me much money. Su Jianye. He didn't know how these words had inexplicably been brought up about him, and suddenly the food in front of him tasted bland. When he looked up, his face turned bright red. I'm not like Xiao Chao. How are they different? Wang Lihua pressed for an answer. Su Jianye glared at Su Chao. Seeing his son trying to suppress a laugh, he said in an annoyed tone, Your son is a monster. I'm just an ordinary awakened one. I can't compare at all. As Su Chao watched his parents bickering back and forth, he suddenly felt that the family had returned to the warm and cozy time before the tragedy. Since learning that dad would recover in a few days, mom stopped indulging him and gradually returned to her old ways of bickering with him. Su Chao called his father to the study and told him that he no longer needed to worry about anyone watching their family, as he had already taken care of it. As for how it was resolved, he didn't say much, and Su Jianye didn't ask either. After saying goodbye to his parents, Su Chao went out to the Starry Sky Martial Arts School. Stepping into the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall again, looking at the many martial artists coming and going, he couldn't help but sigh. How much money must they make in a day? He and Zhang Kuang risked their lives to hunt monsters, earning millions in a single trip, a speed that even ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine. But compared to others, never mind, I'm not comparing anymore. There's no comparison. They're living a very stable life with no risks. They can just lie there and reap the rewards that countless martial artists work so hard to earn. He walked to the service desk in the lobby. I asked a staff member, are there any vacancies in your gravity training room right now? Seeing that he was still a student, the staff member asked in confusion, you want the gravity training room, not the battle room? Su Chao cursed inwardly. Who do they think they are? He replied curtly, I'm sure I want a gravity training room. Do you have one? Seeing that he had confirmed several times, the staff checked the system and asked, Sir, there are still gravity training rooms available. Would you like a beginner or intermediate one? What's the difference? The difference lies in the adjustable gravity multiplier. The beginner level can be adjusted up to 10 times gravity, while the intermediate level can reach 50 times. Of course, the fees are also different. The hourly rate for beginners ranges from 1 million to 5 million, while the rate for intermediate levels is 10 million to 50 million. Su Chao clicked his tongue in amazement. amazement. He knew the price wouldn't be cheap, but he didn't expect it to be this expensive. The other party seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said, "Sir, opening this gravity training room requires a lot of rare energy, so the price will be a bit higher." Su Chao hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to give it a try. "Let's open a basic gravity training room first." "Okay, sir, how many hours will it take?" Su Chao's lips twitched. He thought to himself, "You think too highly of me, let alone a few hours." He chose to top up his card and deposited 5 million. In other words, at the price of the beginner gravity training room with a maximum gravity of 10 times, it can only be used for a maximum of 1 hour. Through the staff's explanation, he learned that the gravity multiplier could be adjusted at any time as needed. After receiving a white metal card, Su Chao was led by a staff member to the door of room number C05, where the display screen showed unused. After swiping the card, the heavy metal door slowly opened to both sides. Upon entering the room, the lights instantly turned on. Su Chao discovered that this was a room of only 50 square meters, with walls made of an unknown metal that shimmered with mysterious patterns under the light. The staff explained the operation method in detail. Insert the card into a groove on the right wall of the door, and an operation screen will appear next to it, allowing the user to adjust the gravity multiplier as needed. After the staff left, the gates slowly closed. Following the steps he had just learned, Su Chao clicked on the screen and activated the gravity training mode. He first activated the gravity setting to 1x. "Suddenly, I felt a heaviness in my body." He continued to increase the gravity multiplier, and as the value continued to climb, Su Chao felt his whole body becoming heavier and heavier, as if he were carrying hundreds of kilograms of weight. At this point, he felt it was about time, so he glanced at the screen. "When I tried to lift my leg and take a step forward, my legs felt as if they were strapped with sandbags, heavy and much heavier than usual." As he moved, he felt his breathing quicken and his heartbeat accelerate. There seemed to be an invisible pressure in my chest, and each breath was deeper and more difficult than usual. After getting used to the steps, Su Chao started punching people in the room. With each punch, he could hear the cracking of his bones, and every cell in his body seemed to be working frantically. He felt a sudden increase in the speed at which he adapted to his body and strength, and an unprecedented sense of exhilaration almost made him groan softly. As he continued to throw punches and kicks, Su Chao felt as if he were a piece of stubborn iron being repeatedly forged. Sweat dripped incessantly onto the ground, his breathing was heavy and powerful, and his panting echoed in the gravity training room, but he showed no sign of stopping. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. His entire body's cells seemed to be activated, and as his experience deepened, he even felt his cells begin to breathe on their own. In the past, when practicing martial arts under normal gravity, one had to actively activate cellular respiration in order to restore physical and mental strength. A martial artist's strength increases precisely through this alternation of consumption and recovery, allowing them to break through to new realms. Now, this invisible pressure makes the cells seem to have a sense of crisis, desperately breathing on their own, frantically absorbing and converting the surrounding energy, with an efficiency several times greater than usual. In addition, Su Chao also noticed that the energy concentration in the gravity training room was significantly higher than that outside, which made it easier for martial artists to absorb the energy, though he didn't know the underlying principle. But he didn't care about that. Anyway, the money was well spent. He even pulled out a weapon and began practicing martial arts. Time flies. Nearly an hour later, Su Chao collapsed to the ground, exhausted. His clothes were soaked through, and he looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He opened his mouth wide, breathing heavily, his whole body feeling weak and sore. Despite being exhausted, he struggled to get up and walked to the screen to turn off the gravity training mode. "Suddenly, I felt a lightness all over my body, as if I were about to take off." Looking at the numbers on the screen, his lips twitched, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. In just 1 hour, 2.5 million was gone. The effects of this gravity training room are indeed remarkable, but spending money on it is like burning money. Su Chao sat back down on the ground, cross-legged, and quietly felt the changes in his body. A moment later, he opened his eyes, a joyful smile on his face. Because the panel had increased his martial arts realm too quickly before, he had not yet fully mastered his own power, but now his control over his physical body and mental power has greatly improved. It is estimated that if he undergoes another training like this, he will be able to break through again. After confirming the situation, Su Chao meditated for a while until his body had recovered to a similar state, then got up to leave. Step out of the gravity training room. He quickly showered in the martial arts school's bathroom, changed into a set of clothes he had taken out from his spatial ring, and then left the Starry Sky Martial Arts School. "I plan to come again tomorrow." Just then, the phone rang. Su Chao picked up the phone and smiled. After the call connected, he said, "Hey Xiongdae, you finally remembered to call me. So, your seclusion is over? How was your harvest?" A smug, arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hee, Chaozi, let me tell you, you'd better hurry up and train, don't slack off, or you won't even be able to see my taillights." "Hey, Xiongdae, look how smug you are. Anyone who didn't know better would think you'd already broken through to the 5th rank. You're really arrogant. Chaozi, it's easy for you to say that when you're not in the same boat. How many people people in the world have broken through to the 5th rank from the 3rd level. But I'm not bad either. I've already broken through to the mid-stage of the 4th tier. How about it? Are you envious? How about you treat me to dinner tonight? I can give you some pointers for free. Even through the phone, Su Chao could almost feel Zhang Kuang's smug expression.
He hung up the phone decisively, not giving the other party a chance to continue showing off. Not long after, the phone rang again.
Looking at the caller ID, it was indeed arrogant. He answered the phone. I'll give you 2 chances. If you keep acting cocky, I'm hanging up.
The same cheeky voice came from the other end of the phone. Chaozi, don't hang up yet.
I meant dinner tonight. Have your mom cook something nice? I'm coming over for dinner. Why don't you just tell her directly?
I just feel bad about often going there to freeload meals.
Su Chao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Bear Big, I didn't expect you to be a little shy.
I stopped teasing him and said, okay, come early tonight. We don't keep food at my house.
If you come late, you'll only get leftovers. Seeing that Su Chao was about to hang up again, Zhang Kuang quickly asked,
Chaozi, are you planning to leave the wilderness area anytime soon?
What's wrong, Xiongdae? Are you in such a hurry to get out?
Zhang Kuang sounded a little embarrassed on the other end of the phone. I just broke through to the next level and spent a lot of money on chi and blood potions to consolidate my cultivation. We don't have much left of the money we earned last time.
Su Chao was silent for a moment,
then said, let me know in a few days. I have some things to take care of these next few days. He did not reveal that when Jieyu had treated his father, as this involved her secret and could not be discussed without permission. When Zhang Kuang heard that Su Chao was going to venture into the wilderness again, he excitedly exclaimed, great Chaozi, I'll definitely show my prowess this time. Su Chao was too lazy to listen to his continued bragging and hung up the phone directly.
That evening, Zhang Kuang came to Su Chao's house for dinner.
He brought a lot of good things, estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, which earned him a severe scolding from Su Chao's mother.
All one can do to deal with arrogance is to laugh foolishly.
Su Chao's mother prepared a large table of dishes that Zhang Kuang liked to eat.
This guy is strong and can really eat.
Of the large table of dishes, Su Chao and his family of 3 only ate half. The rest were completely devoured by him. Seeing his state, Su Chao's mother assumed he hadn't eaten well for several days and kept telling him to eat slowly, afraid he would overeat. Su Chao rolled his eyes at the sight. Martial artists have amazing digestive abilities. Although most of these ingredients are monster meat, which is rich in energy, it is almost impossible for Zhang Kuang to feel full. When Zhang Kuang arrived at Su Chao's house, Su Chao sensed that his aura had become even stronger, instantly rising to the mid-stage of the 4th rank.
I need to step up my game.
The next day, Su Chao finished breakfast early. After saying goodbye to my parents, I went out to the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy. He still had about 2.5 million in his recharged card, so he continued to train in the gravity training room. After skillfully finding a room through the staff, Su Chao resumed his gravity training. Unlike yesterday, he only exercised for half an hour today, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face.
He was covered in sweat. He walked to the door and adjusted the gravity multiplier back to double.
At this point, he still had more than 1 million yuan left on his card. If you train using only one level of gravity, you can stay inside for at least an hour.
He went to the middle and sat down cross-legged. Name, Su Chao.
Level, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, B-level Teleportation, B-level Inner Space.
Physical Constitution, 62. Mental Strength 35 plus. Source Point, 6852.
Martial Arts, Basic Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastered plus, Basic Martial Arts Skill Wind Slash, Perfected, Basic Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist, Mastered plus.
The moment of breakthrough has finally arrived.
Su Chao couldn't help but grin when he saw a plus next to Mental Strength on the panel. These millions were well spent.
It saved a lot of time. He chose to be promoted without hesitation.
That familiar feeling continued to grow as his source points were consumed, and his mental strength continued to increase until a certain moment. It was as if some mechanism within him was activated, and his mental strength broke through a certain limit, entering a completely new realm. 4th level. His mental strength has finally broken through to the 4th level. What he felt he had just opened was the gene lock that was preventing him from breaking through to the 4th tier. When the source points stopped being consumed, he glanced at the panel.
Mental strength 42.
This time, 700 source points were consumed. During this time, he consulted a large amount of data through the martial artist's house and compared it with his own mental strength value, and came to a conclusion. The mental strength of a 4th level martial artist is equivalent to between 40 and 60 on the panel. In other words, his mental strength has only just reached the threshold of the 4th level.
In any case, this can be considered as officially entering the ranks of intermediate martial artists. Physical Constitution, 62 plus.
Once your mental strength is enhanced, your physical constitution will naturally improve as well. Without hesitation, he continued to work hard. As the source point is continuously lost, the body is undergoing a miraculous transformation. The bones, flesh, and various organs are all quietly changing. Countless energies surged into his body, aiding in the tempering process. This was his first breakthrough in the gravity training training room, and it felt completely different from when he was outside. Here, due to gravity, the body absorbs surrounding energy faster, and the energy is transformed and refined more effectively after entering the body, resulting in abnormally active cells throughout the body. The time lasted for nearly half an hour. Only when the panel displayed that constitution could no longer be improved and the source points stopped being consumed did the energy surging into the body gradually subside and return to normal levels. Su Chao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Yesterday, he sensed that the energy concentration in the gravity training room was higher than outside, which sparked his idea to break through here. Although he was worried that the energy consumption during the breakthrough would be too great and would drain all the energy here, it didn't matter even if it did. His breakthrough method was different from others, and he could stop at any time without any impact. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed that the energy concentration in the gravity training room had not decreased. You can still choose this spot for your next breakthrough. Su Chao looked at the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, 4th tier martial artist. Special abilities, A level Eye of Detection, B level Teleportation, B level Inner Space. Physical Constitution, 88. Mental Strength, 42. Source Point, 5892. Martial Arts, Basic Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastered, plus, Basic Martial Arts Skill Wind Slash, Perfected, Basic Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist, Mastered, plus, my physique increased from 62 to 88, consuming 260 source points, while my mental strength increased by 700 points. This breakthrough cost a total of 960 source points. Looking at the 88 after physique, it translates to 8,800 kilograms of strength. Su Chao clenched his fists, feeling a burst of power within his body. He stood up, stretched, and his bones cracked and popped. He could also clearly feel that the constraint of gravity on him was much less than before the breakthrough. He gently swung his fist at the air, and a loud bang echoed in front of him. The strength range of a 4th tier martial artist is between 8,000 kilograms and 16,000 kilograms, and his 8,800 kilograms can only be considered as the lower middle level of the 4th tier. Don't forget, he possesses a martial arts enhancement at the perfect level, which can bring a terrifying boost of up to 80%. As a result, his power has reached the peak of the 4th tier. With 2 top-tier superpowers, he could practically kill any peak 4th tier monster. Even a 5th tier monster would be no match for these two monstrous abilities, unless you encounter an extremely powerful and monstrous beast with awakened supernatural abilities. Moreover, as his superpowers continue to advance, his combat strength still has enormous room for improvement. There are also martial arts skills. The 3 he currently possesses are all beginner-level martial arts skills. It's time to get an intermediate martial arts skill. If I can master an intermediate martial arts skill, the increase in combat power will be even more terrifying. As for advanced martial arts techniques, don't think about them for now. Even the most expensive intermediate-level martial arts techniques cost around 10 million, but with his wealth, he could barely afford it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Zhang Kuang. That guy kept urging me to push harder, otherwise I wouldn't be able to see his taillights. In fact, he knew in his heart that his current combat strength was almost the same as Zhang Kuang's. Zhang Kuang's intermediate martial arts skills have reached the minor completion stage, and his combat power has increased by 50%, which is equivalent to the increase when he was at the major completion stage of his primary martial arts skills. If we also consider the supernatural abilities of both sides, if it comes to a head-on confrontation, I am indeed no match for him. After all, that guy's lightning-based superpowers are extremely strong. But when it comes to the means of fighting to the death of the two, the one who will ultimately survive is definitely himself. Why did I mistake Zhang Kuang for a rival? It must be because he's been too arrogant in front of me lately, Su Chao said with a smile. Unbeknownst to many, the boy who once needed to go to the martial arts gym as a sparring partner has grown to this level. And all of this happened in less than a month. If I told anyone, I doubt anyone would believe me. In less than a month, he broke through from an awakened to a 4th level martial artist. Snapping out of his thoughts, Su Chao walked to the entrance of the gravity training room. He glanced at his card balance, a few 100,000 yuan, and shook his head. At the current training intensity of 1 times gravity, he estimated he could train for another half hour or so. This is a good opportunity to get used to the surge in physical strength I've just gained. Inside the training room, another series of crackling sounds rang out. Half an hour later, the door to the gravity training room slowly opened. Su Chao wiped the sweat from his face, took out his card, and found that it was empty. Just like yesterday, he took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and left the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, a staff member went to the gravity chamber where he was cultivating, opened the card slot, and retrieved an energy crystal the size of a pigeon egg. The crystal had already turned gray, clearly indicating that it contained little energy. How come the energy crystals in this gravity training room ran out so quickly? They should have lasted for a few more days. Never mind, let's report it to the supervisor first and see what she says. The martial arts gym staff member muttered to himself, then turned and left with the grayed out energy crystal. Su Chao returned home. It wasn't even noon yet, and he planned planned to lie in bed for a while. The morning's exercise, coupled with his breakthrough to the 4th level of martial arts, had left him feeling physically and mentally exhausted. I had just lain down when my phone rang with a text message notification. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Wen Jiayu. Su Chao, I've finished dealing with things here, and I'm planning to go over tomorrow to help your father with his treatment. Su Chao jumped up excitedly and hurriedly replied, Great, are you coming by car or public transport? The other party seemed to hesitate for a moment before replying. I'll drive over. Send me your home address. Okay, sent. I'll have mom make something delicious for you. After sending the message, Su Chao let out a long sigh of relief. There is finally hope that my father's injury can be healed. During lunch, he told his parents the good news, and they were so happy they almost jumped for joy. My mom even said that she would go grocery shopping after dinner so that she could cook all her best dishes to entertain their family's benefactor. For this simple and honest woman, this was the most sincere way to express her gratitude. The entrance to Westlake Villa in District 12. Su Chao was chatting with someone in the guardhouse. It was Brother Li who had warned him earlier that his family was being followed. Su Chao felt helpless. His mother woke him up early in the morning, saying that important guests were coming today and that he should greet them at the entrance of the community to show more politeness. Unable to bear the nagging any longer, he had no choice but to go to the guard room at the entrance of the residential area to chat with Brother Li. Brother Li's full name is Li Zhangwei, and he was once a soldier in the city's defense forces. Last night, since he happened to be free, he invited Brother Li to dinner, making it clear beforehand that the invitation wasn't just empty talk. During the meal, to express his gratitude, he gave Brother Li 10,000 yuan. This money is nothing to him, but for Brother Li, it's enough for more than a month's salary. This made Brother Li even more enthusiastic about him, thinking that Su Chao had a bright future and that if he got along well with him, he might be able to help him someday. As the two were chatting casually, a silver-gray SUV slowly drove towards the gate of the residential area. Su Chao's eyes lit up the moment he saw the car. The entire vehicle was made of alloy, giving it an exceptionally imposing look, like a steel monster speeding down the road. The car slowly drove to the gate, the window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that smiled and waved to Su Chao. Brother Li felt a blur before his eyes, and a figure darted out quickly. A voice drifted through the air. Let's talk again next time, Brother Li. We have guests at my house. He stood there, dumbfounded, watching Su Chao get into Wen Jiayu's car, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Only after the silver-gray SUV disappeared from sight did he bend down, lift up his left trouser leg, and reveal the prosthetic leg that gleamed with metallic luster. This young man Su is definitely a winner in life. He's lucky enough to awaken as a martial artist and he's found such a beautiful girlfriend. I've never seen such a breathtaking beauty before. You're so lucky. I need to get back to my parents and put in a lot more effort in training those two brats. I must make sure they awaken their martial arts potential. This is their second chance to change their fate. I don't want them to end up like their father, only able to work as doormen. Once in the car, Su Chao looked at Wen Jiayu and couldn't help but grin foolishly, making Wen Jiayu's cheeks blush slightly. She said coquettishly, haven't you seen enough yet? You silly boy, hurry up and give me directions, or I won't be able to find your house. Despite his usually decisive and efficient nature, Su Chao is a complete novice when it comes to matters of the heart. His family situation left him no time to worry about these things. In college, while his classmates were busy dating, he lived like an ascetic for the first 3 years. He was single-mindedly focused on how to awaken his martial arts skills and ease the burden on his family. Fortunately, he was blessed by heaven and received his due. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with her charming and coquettish expression, his heart couldn't help but pound. His cheeks flushed, and as he gave her directions, he said, Jiayu, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought it would take you half an hour. When Jiayu rolled her eyes at him, I'm a martial artist, so my reflexes are faster than ordinary people. It's normal for me to drive fast. Jiayu, you're so busy, yet you still made a special trip for me. You've really helped me a lot, and I must thank you properly. Unexpectedly, when Jiayu suddenly stopped the car, looked at him seriously, and asked, Su Chao, do you consider me a friend? For some reason, this sudden question made Su Chao flustered, and he hurriedly replied, of course, you are my most special friend. Seeing his expression, Wen Jiayu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, since we're friends, don't be so formal. You saved my life, and I haven't been saying thank you all the time. Su Chao nodded in agreement. As the two were talking, the car had already stopped downstairs at Su Chao's house. After getting out of the car, Wen Jiayu opened the trunk and took out a large pile of gifts, asking Su Chao to help carry them, leaving him dumbfounded. Jiayu, what are you doing? When Jiayu blushed and coughed, I was passing by the mall and bought some small gifts for your aunt and uncle. It wouldn't be right to come to your house empty-handed. Su Chao looked at the two carrying loads of gifts, shook his head and smiled wryly. These weren't cheap. The two took the elevator to Su Chao's door. He rang the doorbell, and soon his mother, Wang Lihua, opened the door. Upon seeing Wen Jiayu behind her, Wang Lihua froze, standing there as if struck by lightning, until Su Chao coughed to remind her, and she finally came to her senses. Jiayu, this is my mother. When Jiayu greeted her with a smile,
smile and a generous smile. "Hello, Auntie." "Mom, this is my friend Wen Jieyu. Why are you standing at the door and not letting us in?"
When reminded, Wang Lihua, the mother, quickly stepped aside, saying, "Young lady, please come in." "Mom, these are all things Jieyu bought for you and Dad." Wang Lihua accepted the gift, grasped Wen Jieyu's hand tightly, and said warmly, "Xiaoyu, you've already helped us a lot by coming to our house. Why did you have to spend money to bring something?"
Wen Jieyu smiled gently. "Auntie, these are just some inexpensive little gifts." At this moment, Su Chao's father, Su Jianye, came out of the study.
He was surprised to see Wen Jieyu, who was young and beautiful. He turned to look at Su Chao with a meaningful look in his eyes. He then greeted Wen Jieyu warmly, saying, "Miss, this is all because of me.
Thank you for making this special trip. Uncle, you don't need to be so polite. Su Chao has been a great help to me. I'll check you out later, and if all goes well, you'll be able to stand up in a day or two." "Really, really? Miss Xiaoyu?"
Wang Lihua's voice trembled slightly from the side. Wen Jieyu gently patted Wang Lihua's hand. "Auntie, I need to check on Uncle's condition first, but it should be fine." This was by no means Wen Jieyu's boast. As someone with an S-level life-type ability, she was confident she could save someone as long as they had a breath left. The only difference was the time it would take. She secretly guessed that if it were an SS-level life-type ability, perhaps even severed limbs could regenerate. After being invited into the Su family home, Wen Jieyu received the highest level of hospitality from Su Chao's parents. Father Su Jianye took out the expensive tea that Su Chao had given him a few days ago and brewed a cup for Wen Jieyu. He usually couldn't bear to drink such tea. According to Su Chao, the tea leaves were picked from a mutated spiritual tea tree that emerged after the Nirvana era. They were worth hundreds of thousands of yuan per kilogram and had the effect of nourishing the spirit. Su Chao bought them specifically to help his father improve his health. "Little you, have some fruit first." Mother Wang Lihua warmly handed a plate of fruit to Wen Jieyu. Su Chao's lips twitched slightly when he saw the fruit. This wasn't the ordinary fruit they usually ate. It was a first-tier spiritual fruit, highly beneficial to martial artists. Cultivation, worth tens of thousands of coins per fruit. Yet there were only a few on the plate, showing that his mother had gritted her teeth to buy it to entertain this great benefactor. Su Chao had never seen these spiritual fruits before, and guessed that his mother had hidden them away in advance for the sake of Wen Jieyu, fearing that he would eat them. After chatting with Wen Jieyu for a few minutes, Wang Lihua went into the kitchen to cook. Most of the dishes she made today were things she wouldn't normally buy. There was high-level monster meat, costing over 10,000 yuan per kilogram, plus some expensive vegetables. Su Chao secretly estimated that this meal would cost at least 1,000,000 yuan. For two elderly people who previously had a monthly living allowance of only a few thousand yuan, this was the greatest sincerity they could offer. Su Chao gestured to Wen Jieyu, saying, "Jieyu, you eat it. My mom bought it especially for you." Wen Jieyu nodded, picked up a spiritual fruit and began to taste it. She was also somewhat flattered by the enthusiasm of the two elders. After finishing the spiritual fruit, seeing Su Chao's mother busy in the kitchen, Wen Jieyu stood up and said to Su Jianye, "Uncle, let me check you out first." Su Jianye was both nervous and expectant. "Miss Xiaoyu, Xiao Chao said you drove for several hours to get here. You just sat down and haven't had a good rest yet. Why don't you rest for a while?" "It's okay, Uncle. I'm not tired." After saying that, she walked up to Su Jianyu and put her hand on his wrist. Su Chao saw wisps of green energy emanating from her fingertips and slowly flowing into her father's wrist. Then when Jieyu closed her eyes, her expression focused. After a few breaths, she opened her eyes, smiled at Su Jianye, who looked very nervous, and said, "Uncle, don't worry, I can heal this injury." Hearing this, Su Jianye let out a long sigh of relief. After so many years, he finally saw hope of standing up again. Tears welled up in his eyes, but with young people present, he turned away and silently wiped them away. When Jieyu gave Su Chao a wink, and the two headed towards the study, giving Su Jianye some private space in the living room to process his emotions. Upon entering the study, when Jieyu whispered to Su Chao, "Su Chao, I examined your father's injuries, and the situation is more serious than you told me. He suffered a severe blow to the waist, and the wound on his left leg was likely from a snake-like monster bite. The main problem is that the spine is severely damaged and deformed, and there are chronic toxins remaining in the body that are difficult to eliminate. Now the toxins have invaded the heart and bone marrow. It's all thanks to his previous status as a third-tier martial artist, coupled with the medication he takes to suppress the toxins, that he's managed to hold on until now. If it had been a few months later, even I wouldn't have been able to save him." Su Chao's heart tightened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected his father's injuries to be more serious than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had met Wen Jieyu. "Jieyu, you've really worked hard this time." When Jieyu nodded, "However, I originally expected to cure him in one day, but now it will probably take another day." Then, her tone suddenly became unusually serious, and she turned to glance at Su Chao's father outside the study. "Su Chao, I have something to tell you. Although your father has pulled through these past few years, his body is severely overdrawn and depleted. Even if I can completely heal his injuries, his lifespan will likely be much shorter than normal." Su Chao felt a wave of dizziness and his body
swayed slightly. I never expected such terrible news, he asked in a low voice. Jieyu, you said it's much shorter, but exactly how short? Suchao, I can't give you a precise answer, but I estimate it won't be more than 10 years. Suchao's face turned deathly pale instantly. I thought that after healing my father's injuries, I could eliminate my worries and focus on cultivation to improve my strength. I planned to uncover the secrets of my body once I became powerful, but I never expected this situation to occur again. Jieyu, are you also at a loss? He persisted in asking, unwilling to give up. I'm sorry, Suchao, there's really nothing I can do. But don't worry too much. I seem to have heard that there are some extremely rare spiritual fruits that can prolong life, but these spiritual fruits are distributed in extremely dangerous places where there are many monsters, and ordinary grandmasters dare not venture there easily. Seeing that Suchao was not disappointed, but instead looked thoughtful, when Jieyu seemed to have seen through his thoughts and continued. That's right, you're different. You have a chance to obtain them because you possess spatial abilities. Once you become stronger and reach the grandmaster level, with the help of your spatial abilities, there's a high chance you'll be able to gather these spiritual fruits and escape safely. Suchao nodded, understanding that this matter couldn't be rushed and that he still had time. At his current rate of improvement, he will surely grow to an astonishing level in a few years, at which point obtaining the longevity-enhancing spiritual fruit should not be a problem. Suchao breathed a slight sigh of relief. He said to Jieyu, after we finish eating, please treat my father first and help him recover as soon as possible. Don't tell my parents about his lifespan for now, I'll figure something out myself. Only then did Jieyu witness Suchao's mother's culinary skills. She, who usually doesn't eat much, couldn't stop eating this time. With Wang Lihua constantly putting food on her plate, she ended up eating twice the usual amount. Uncle, sit like this and put your legs up here. When Jieyu pointed to the small stool next to her, after a short rest after the meal, when Jieyu began her treatment, she asked Wang Lihua to help pull up Suchao's father's left trouser leg, revealing a hideous wound on his calf with surrounding blackened, necrotic muscle. Suchao, take a small basin and place it under uncle's wound. I will guide the toxins in my body to be forced out through the wound. After all the toxins are cleared out, I will treat the internal injuries. She saw Su Jianya sit down as she instructed. When Jieyu placed one hand on his shoulder, and strands of green energy flowed from her palm into Su Jianya's body. As green energy continued to flow in, Su's father began to sweat, and black liquid gradually dripped from the wound on his calf, falling into the small basin below, accompanied by a foul stench. Treatment is ongoing. Su Jianya was covered in sweat, and Wang Lihua kept wiping it away for him. As more and more black liquid dripped, a few blushes finally appeared on Su's father's ashen face. When Jieyu was not having an easy time either, with beads of sweat already appearing on her temples. Suchao felt embarrassed to wipe her sweat directly, so he handed his mother a tissue, indicating that he would help. An hour passed. At this time, the liquid dripping from Su's father's wound had changed from black to red, and the fishy smell had obviously faded. Nearly half a bowl of black liquid had accumulated in the small basin. He was drenched in sweat, clearly indicating that the detoxification process was extremely difficult. Suchao, standing to the side, frowned deeply. He looked at Wen Jieyu, whose forehead and temples were constantly sweating, which her mother wiped away in time. Her face was slightly pale, and her hand on her father's body was trembling. All of this indicates that she was extremely exhausted, and the difficulty of detoxification was probably far greater than she expected. Seeing her like this, Suchao felt both heartache and helplessness, but he didn't want to interrupt her rashly. After all, he wasn't sure what serious consequences a sudden stop might bring. He believed that Wen Jieyu was a sensible person, and if it really couldn't be done, she wouldn't force herself to continue. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Only when Suchao saw that the fluid draining from his father's wound had finally turned into normal bright red blood did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, when Jieyu also let out a long breath, loosened her grip on Su's father's shoulder, and slowly withdrew her hand. As she slowly opened her tightly closed eyes, Suchao saw the deep weariness in them. Jieyu, how are you? Did you overexert yourself? Looking at Suchao's concerned gaze, when Jieyu, though exhausted, still managed to smile, a smile that carried an unintentional vulnerability that evoked pity. I'm fine. All the toxins in your father's body have been cleared. Help me over there to meditate and recover for a while. Suchao quickly reached out to support her, intending to take her to the balcony to rest. Unexpectedly, after only 2 steps, when Jieyu softly collapsed into his arms, he was heartbroken to see her so weak, and without hesitation, he picked her up in a princess carry. When Jieyu's face, which had been pale, immediately flushed with a delicate blush, she said coquettishly in his ear, "Put me down. Your parents are still here. It's so embarrassing." But Suchao was very domineering, ignoring her shyness and not letting go of her. I went straight to the balcony and gently put her down. When Jieyu glared at him, then glanced at Su's mother in the distance. Seeing that she was focused on taking care of Su's unconscious father and seemed not to notice them, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she rolled her eyes at Suchao. Suchao could only touch his nose and give an awkward smile. When Jieyu gestured for him to go
go find Wang Lihua.
Go tell your mom not to worry.
Your father has finished eliminating the toxins from his body, but the detoxification process was very taxing. He is currently in a deep sleep, so don't wake him and let him rest. Once he wakes up naturally and gets in good condition tomorrow, I will come back in the afternoon to treat his spine. By then, he should be almost fully recovered.
Su Chao nodded, looking at her with concern. Are you alright?
I'm fine. I'll just meditate and regulate my breathing for a while.
You can go now.
Su Chao had already checked on his father and found that although he was asleep, his breathing was even and steady, so he was not too worried. As Su Chao approached, his mother, Wang Lihua, asked with a worried expression, Xiao Chao, is your dad alright?
Mom, don't worry, everything's alright.
He's just too tired. His energy is completely depleted. He'll be fine after a good night's sleep.
Didn't you see that his usually furrowed brow is relaxed now?
He'll definitely get a good night's sleep this time, and he'll be full of energy tomorrow. He'll even raise his voice louder when he argues with you. As Wang Lihua wiped Su Jianya's body, she looked at the bowl of black liquid that had been drained from her father's body in the small basin next to her inside. I never imagined your father had so many toxins in his body.
How did he manage to get through all these years?
It must have been so hard for him. He always pretended to be fine in front of us. As she spoke, she wiped away tears from the corner of her eye again. I've said it before, sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night and see him shivering with his back to me. At the time, I thought he was cold and complained that he was too old to cover himself with a blanket. Now that I think about it, he must have been silently enduring pain. I won't argue with him anymore, and I'll be more accommodating to him. He's suffered so much these past few years.
No wonder he's wanted to give up several times.
No one can endure this kind of daily torment. Su Chao placed his hands on his mother's shoulders and gently comforted her. Mom, everything is over now, and things will get better from now on.
When we returned to the base city after the incident, the hospital said we arrived too late. The toxin had already spread and conventional treatments couldn't eradicate it.
They could only prescribe some medication to suppress the spread of the toxin.
As for the unconventional methods the hospital mentioned, we can't afford the costs.
For years, I've wanted to awaken my superpowers as soon as possible so I could treat Dad. Fortunately, heaven helped me, and the problem was finally solved.
Wang Lihua nodded, took Su Jianya's hand, and gently stroked it, her eyes fixed on him.
The more I look at him, the more I feel that my father seems to have aged a lot in the past few years. His originally black hair has unknowingly been mixed with a lot of white hair. Seeing his mother staring intently at his father, Su Chao reminded her, Mom, I'll carry Dad to the room. It's quieter there, so he can rest for a while. Wang Lihua snapped out of her daze, glanced at Wen Jieyu who was meditating with her eyes closed on the balcony, and said, Xiao Chao, Xiao, you really worked hard to treat your dad's injuries this time. Please thank her properly for me and your dad. Once your dad is better, I will definitely cook a good meal and invite her over to thank her properly. Take your dad to the room first, I'll stay there and watch over him.
Su Chao bent down and gently picked up his father.
Suddenly, I noticed that my father's body had become unusually thin, and I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions.
Thinking about
how over the years, my father had gradually changed from a robust martial artist to his current state, and I felt a pang of sadness. I've decided to buy some nourishing and nutritious things for my father to help him recover after his treatment improves tomorrow. At the same time, give your mother another sum of money so that she can cook more good food and stop being frugal.
I have about 18 million in my own account.
I'll give my mother another 5 million, and the rest will be enough for me for now.
We're spending money too fast.
Once my father recovers, I need to go out with Zhang Quang again as soon as possible. After leaving his parents' room, Su Chao found a bottle in the house, collected the toxins expelled from his father's body, and put it into his spatial ring. Then, he sat in the living room and quietly watched Wen Jieyu meditate with her eyes closed. The more he looked at her, the more he was captivated by her beautiful figure. He felt as if she were a fairy who had fallen from heaven to earth, and he couldn't help but fall into a daze. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft cough. When Jieyu had finished meditating, opened her eyes, and stared shyly at Su Chao. Idiot, have you seen enough? Su Chao dared not stare at her anymore, and deliberately got up to make her a cup of tea. Jieyu, are you feeling better? When Jieyu accepted the tea he offered. Yes, I've recovered quite a bit, and it doesn't affect my mobility for now. If I meditate and regulate my breathing for another night, I should be fine by tomorrow morning. Roar! Fortunately, I broke through to the 5th level martial artist this time, and my mental strength has improved a lot, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. The toxins in your father's body were deeply hidden, and they had even developed a kind of coexistence with his body, which took a lot of effort to clean. If they are not completely removed, it will be more troublesome to clean the remaining toxins later. Su Chao looked at her with heartache and said, Jieyu, if you're not feeling well, rest for another day before treating my dad. The toxins in his body have been mostly eliminated, so waiting another day won't hurt.
I'm fine. I don't want your parents to wait any longer.
For someone who has already seen hope, waiting even one more day is torture. Seeing her insistence, Su Chao could only nod helplessly. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. By the way, Jieyu, I have a question for you. Can my mother
mother still take gene editing drugs?
Wen Jiayu was taken aback by his sudden question.
After recovering, she asked in return, you have gene serum? Did you apply for and purchase it from the martial arts house?
Su Chao did not deny it, thus tacitly agreeing with her guess. Some things don't need to be explained too clearly.
Wen Jiayu's understanding is not wrong.
After becoming a 2-star honorary citizen, a martial artist can apply to purchase a bottle of Tier 1 gene potion for their family members at the martial artist's home. If you accumulate 10,000 battle merits and become a 3-star honorary citizen, you can apply to purchase a set of gene serums to break through to the 3rd tier.
Of course, this is just the application qualification. The cost of purchasing gene serums is not cheap.
The martial arts house publicly lists the prices: 1 million for a bottle of Tier 1 gene serum, 3 million for Tier 2, and 6 million for Tier 3. In other words, a set of 3-stage gene-altering agents costs as much as 10 million.
This demonstrates the preciousness of gene therapy drugs.
This thing is scarce and cannot be widely distributed, otherwise, the government would definitely release it in large quantities to enhance the overall combat power of humanity.
Wen Jiayu continued.
Su Chao, since you have already purchased the gene serum, you must know that the process of unlocking the gene lock with the gene serum is extremely violent and crude, so there are certain risks involved in taking it. This is why most users prefer young people, because young people have abundant blood and energy and are in their peak condition, so the success rate of activating the gene lock is naturally higher. If elderly people take it, their weak bodies may not be able to withstand the strong effects of gene therapy drugs, and they may be seriously injured or even die if they are not careful.
Is this why you're hesitating and reluctant to give it to your mother? Su Chao sincerely admired Wen Jiayu, this intelligent girl, and nodded in agreement.
Yes, it is indeed very difficult for me to make up my mind. On the one hand, it's really hard to watch my mother get older and her health deteriorate, especially in recent years. I thought that, if she could become a martial artist, even if she doesn't need to be very strong in combat, at least her health would be much better. But on the other hand, as you said, I'm also afraid that she won't be able to withstand the strong effects of the drug and that unpredictable consequences might occur. He hesitated slightly, his gaze fixed on Wen Jiayu, and continued to speak his mind in detail. When I saw you treating my father today, a thought suddenly occurred to me. If you were there to assist my mother when she was taking the gene therapy, would the danger to her be minimized?
Looking into his expectant eyes,
Wen Jiayu smiled slightly at him and nodded, which made him overjoyed. Overwhelmed with emotion, he quickly stepped forward, grabbed Wen Jiayu's hand, and said, Jiayu, you are truly a lucky star for our family. You have solved 2 major problems for me all at once.
I don't know how to thank you enough. Why don't you tell me what I can do to help? That would make me feel better.
Wen Jiayu laboriously pulled her hand away from Su Chao's, saying with a mix of shyness and reproach, oh dear, why are you so clumsy? Helping your mother take the gene serum is just a small favor for me. Don't worry about it. As for helping, you're not strong enough right now, so you can't help me for the time being. Su Chao seemed to have made a decision, and looked sullenly at Wen Jiayu, saying, Jiayu, actually I've made another breakthrough recently, and I'm already a 4th-tier martial artist. Of course, I'm only telling you this news, you must keep it a secret for me. Wen Jiayu stared at him in disbelief after hearing this. Before coming, the teacher had analyzed that Su Chao might be a dual ability awakener, but she was still skeptical. But now, she is 100% certain that Su Chao is a dual power awakener, and that both of his powers are at a high level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he was able to advance to the 4th level martial artist in just 1 year. Such a speed of advancement is something that not only her previous S-level superpower talent could not match, but even her SS-level talent would probably find it difficult to match. She was slightly touched, never expecting Su Chao to tell her such an important secret.
Su Chao, don't tell anyone this secret. I'll keep it for you. But if you really want to help me, you'll have to reach at least the Grandmaster level. Su Chao revealed this secret to Wen Jiayu after careful consideration.
Having gone through life and death trials together and spent a considerable amount of time together recently, he had already formed a certain judgment about Wen Jiayu's character. His biggest secret is his control panel. As long as it's not revealed, he'll be fine. As for dual superpowers, although rare, they have appeared before, so leaking them wouldn't be shocking.
He was secretly surprised. It seems that Wen Jiayu's family background is not simple.
After breaking through to the 4th level martial artist, I once thought that my strength was not bad, but I didn't expect that I was not strong enough to help her. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Looking at his expression, Wen Jiayu seemed to understand what he was thinking.
Su Chao, don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, you really are a dual power awakener.
Su Chao was not surprised. With Wen Jiayu's intelligence, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deduce this. Your talent is already the best I've ever seen, but even the most extraordinary talent needs time to develop and grow.
Given time, I believe you can grow to a level that is second to none. Besides, my situation is a bit special. I've mentioned some dirty secrets between our families to you before, but there's no rush now. At least before I graduate, there shouldn't be any major trouble.
Su Chao looked at Wen Jiayu and said earnestly, Jiayu, if you need help at any time, please don't hesitate hesitate to tell me?
I'm sure I can help you.
Seeing the sincerity in Su Chao's eyes, Wen Jieyu hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and finally made up her mind.
Su Chao, since you trust me so much and have told me your biggest secret, then I'll tell you my secret too. Actually, I am also a dual power awakener. My second power only awakened after this life or death experience. This secret is currently known only to you and my teacher. Su Chao's pupils dilated suddenly, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak.
Wen Jieyu already possessed a powerful S-level life-type talent, and now she has awakened a new ability, becoming a dual ability user.
Her talent is simply abnormal to the extreme.
At the same time, he couldn't hide his happiness. The fact that Wen Jieyu was willing to tell him such an important secret shows how deep her trust in him is.
Now that they know each other's secrets, their relationship has become even closer.
Wen Jieyu did not take Su Chao's advice and chose to stay overnight. Su Chao had no choice but to accompany her to a hotel near her home, where he booked her the most luxurious room and arranged to pick her up the next afternoon so they could go to her father's treatment together. When I got home, I saw my mother still sitting in the room, asleep next to my father's bed. He took a blanket and gently covered his mother with it, not wanting to wake her. He knew that even if he woke her up, she wouldn't leave her father's bedside and would continue to stay by his side. Seeing his parents' warm and loving expression, Su Chao quietly left the room. Today, he unusually did not practice his cultivation. Instead, he did housework at home, first cleaning the room and then cooking dinner himself in the kitchen.
The next day at noon, in Su Chao's study. Checkmate. Dad, no takebacks this time. You little brat, I'm not taking back my move. I'm just feeling a bit better today, and my eyes are a little blurry. I must have misread it. Dad, stop making excuses.
You were full of energy this morning. Your complexion was rosy. You didn't look blurry at all. At this moment, Wang Lihua, the mother, walked into the study from outside and saw the father and son arguing endlessly. She couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Can't you two help me with something? You've been wasting 2 hours here. Xiao Chao, stop playing chess with your dad. It's almost time. Go pick up Xiao Yu and bring her over for dinner. I'm going to start cooking.
Yesterday she helped us, Su Chao said earnestly, looking at Wen Jieyu. Jieyu, if you need help in the future, be sure to tell me.
I'm sure I can help.
Looking into Su Chao's sincere eyes, Wen Jieyu hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and finally made a decision.
Su Chao, since you trust me so much and have told me your biggest secret, then I have to tell you my secret too. Actually, I am also a dual power awakener. My second power only awakened after this brush with death. This secret is currently known only to you and my teacher. Su Chao's pupils dilated suddenly, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak.
Wen Jieyu already possessed a powerful S-level life-type talent, and now she has awakened a new ability, becoming a dual ability user.
Her talent is simply unbelievably abnormal.
At the same time, he couldn't hide his joy. The fact that Wen Jieyu told him such an important secret shows how much she trusts him. Now that they both know each other's secrets, their relationship has become even closer. Wen Jieyu did not take Su Chao's advice and chose to stay outside. Su Chao had no choice but to take her to a hotel near her home, book her the most luxurious room, and arrange to pick her up the next afternoon to go to her father's treatment. When I got home, I found my mother still in my father's hospital room, asleep by the bedside. He picked up a blanket and gently covered her with it, not wanting to wake her. He knew that even if he woke his mother, she wouldn't go to bed. She would definitely stay by his father's bedside. Watching the heartwarming scene between his parents, he quietly left the room. Today, unusually, he didn't practice his cultivation. Instead, he started doing housework, tidying up the room and then going into the kitchen to prepare dinner. The next day at noon, the study in Su Chao's home.
General. Dad, don't regret this time.
You little brat, I wasn't regretting it. I was just feeling a bit better today, and my eyes were a little blurry so I couldn't see clearly.
Dad, stop talking.
You looked great this morning, with a rosy complexion. You don't look like you're having eye problems at all. The mother, Wang Lihua, walked into the study and, seeing the two arguing endlessly, couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Can't you two help me with something?
You've been playing chess here for 2 hours.
Xiao Chao, stop playing chess with your dad.
It's almost time to pick up Xiao Yu for dinner.
I'm going to start cooking. She helped us so much yesterday, we didn't even have time to properly entertain her. Su Jianyi also threw the chess pieces aside and quickly tidied up the chessboard.
Xiao Chao, your mother is right. Hurry up and pick up Xiao Yu for dinner. Su Chao replied, I've already told her, I'll go pick her up right away. As he stood up, he pouted at his father and said, Dad, I'm not trying to be mean, but I can tolerate your poor chess skills. However, your sportsmanship is really questionable. After saying that, he quickly left the study.
Su Jianye's roar came from behind. You little brat, how dare you talk to your father like that? Su Chao was in a good mood, humming a song all the way. My father slept until this morning, and when he woke up he was in excellent spirits and even ate an extra bowl of breakfast.
After dinner, he was still in the mood to ask Su Chao to play chess with him, but he was mercilessly defeated several times. When Su Chao saw Wen Jieyu at the hotel, he was relieved to see that her complexion had almost recovered.
The two quickly returned to Su Chao's home. Just then, Su Chao's mother finished cooking, and the group quickly finished finish their meal. The afternoon treatment was much easier than yesterday's detox.
Less than an hour later, when Jieyu withdrew her hand, she said, "I've repaired Uncle's spine, and I've also repaired his damaged internal organs. I'll try to stand up slowly later."
Su Chao was once again amazed by the power of life-based superpowers. He watched as new flesh gradually grew from the originally dark wound on his father's leg, and the necrotic skin around the wound turned into dead skin and scars, eventually falling off. It was all as magical as magic. Upon hearing Wen Jieyu's words, Su Jianye, the father, gripped the armrests on both sides of the wheelchair tightly, took a deep breath, and suppressed his agitated emotions.
Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, he slowly and laboriously stood up, with Su Chao and his mother gently supporting him.
Su Jianye stood up, feeling the long-lost sensation of his feet touching the ground, and tears involuntarily streamed down his face. He gently wiped away the tears on his face, pushed aside Su Chao and Wang Lihua who were supporting him, and tried to take the first step followed by the second. He was like a toddler learning to walk. His steps were a little unsteady, but thankfully he didn't fall. After only a few steps, his forehead began to bead with sweat. Like a child who has received a new toy, he turned around and proudly shouted to Wang Lihua, "Lihua, I can walk. I can finally walk by myself."
Overjoyed, Wang Lihua, Su Jianye's mother, burst into tears and tightly grasped his hand, saying, "Old Su, I saw it.
I'm so happy for you. You finally made it through."
Although Wen Jieyu was reluctant to break the warm atmosphere, considering Su Chao's father's health condition, she still reminded him,
"Uncle, you've just regained your mobility. Don't rush it. You need to train and adapt slowly. You'll be fully recovered in a while." Su Chao quickly pushed over the wheelchair.
"Dad, listen to Jieyu, don't rush. Take your time with the rehabilitation exercises.
I believe you'll be fully recovered soon."
Wang Lihua comforted him from the side, saying, "Old Su, let's not rush, take it slow. After all these years, these few days are nothing." Su Jianye glanced back at the wheelchair that had been with him for many years, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, before finally obediently sitting back down. Su Chao glanced at Wen Jieyu and saw that although she was not as tired as yesterday, she still looked a little tired, so he handed her a cup of tea.
"Jieyu, are you alright? Go over there and rest for a bit. How about we talk about giving my mom the gene serum another day?
You've been exhausted these past few days."
When Jieyu took the tea and took a sip, "I think it's fine. Let's do it today."
"Don't change the time. My teacher wants me to go back to school today, and she told me not to leave her side recently. I'll go over there and meditate for half an hour. It won't take too much effort to help Auntie take the gene serum. You should also tell your mom to prepare."
Su Chao felt that what she said made sense, so he stopped insisting.
Seeing Wen Jieyu go to the side to meditate and regulate her breathing, he turned around and walked to his mother's side.
"Mom, about what I told you last night, go and get ready. Change into some loose-fitting clothes. After Jieyu rests for half an hour, we'll begin."
Wang Lihua was still a little nervous before the competition.
"Xiao Chao, are you sure you can do it? I'm already this old. Is there any danger? Don't let my dad finally get better, only to end up crippled again." Su Chao couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, if you don't even have confidence in me, do you not have confidence in Jieyu either? Didn't you just witness how she treated my dad?"
"Don't worry, although the process will be a little painful, it's not very dangerous." Su Jianye, who was nearby, had also heard about this matter after waking up in the morning. He patted Wang Lihua's hand happily and comforted her. "Lihua, don't worry, it's not very dangerous. Even if something really happens, I'll take care of you."
Wang Lihua grew anxious. "Su Jianye, if you don't know how to comfort people, just shut up."
"What you're saying is making me even more nervous." Su Chao was so amused by the two old people that he lost his temper.
"Dad, Mom, can we stop arguing right now and get ready?"
However, the consolation had some effect, and Wang Lihua stopped resisting and got up to go to her room to change her clothes.
Half an hour later,
after Wen Jieyu finished meditating and regulating her breathing, she opened her eyes, and the fatigue on her face was noticeably reduced. Seeing that Wang Lihua was ready, she nodded to Su Chao, indicating that they could begin.
Su Chao had Wang Lihua sit cross-legged in front of Wen Jieyu and took out the first-level gene potion he had obtained from Wu Qining from his spatial ring.
"Mom, it will hurt a little during the process, you have to hang in there." Once Wang Lihua has made up her mind, she will naturally not back down at the crucial moment. She rolled her eyes at Su Chao. "Don't underestimate your mother. I endured the pain of giving birth to you, so this little bit of pain is nothing." Su Chao's lips twitched, while Wen Jieyu turned her head away to suppress her laughter. The tense atmosphere was thus greatly relieved. Without hesitation, Su Chao opened the medicine bottle and poured the medicine into his mother's mouth. Wen Jieyu reminded her at the right moment, "Auntie, close your eyes and calm your mind."
After taking 2 breaths,
Wang Lihua frowned as the medicine took effect, and beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead. But she gritted her teeth and persevered. After another dozen or so breaths, her body began to tremble slightly. When Jieyu gently placed her hand on her chest, and a flash of green light appeared, her trembling body gradually calmed down. At a certain moment, Wang Lihua, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly felt a jolt throughout her body, as if a shackle had been broken within her. She slowly opened her eyes and immediately immediately felt relaxed and at ease, experiencing an indescribable sense of joy. Wen Jiayu then withdrew her hand from her heart. Seeing that his mother had opened her eyes, Su Chao asked with concern, "Mom, how are you feeling?" Wang Lihua stretched her body and said with a smile, "I feel great. My body feels much clearer and lighter." Wen Jiayu said to her, "Auntie, your gene lock has been unlocked, and you can now begin your cultivation. Let Su Chao teach you breathing techniques. Practice meditation whenever you have free time to improve your mental strength. Combine this with taking qi and blood tonics, and your body will get better and better." Wang Lihua listened attentively to Wen Jiayu's words, nodding repeatedly, looking just like a well-behaved student. As soon as Wen Jiayu finished speaking, Wang Lihua took her hand and said sincerely, "Little you, thank you so much. You've gone to so much trouble for our family this time. Come to our house often when you have time, and I'll cook for you. Your personality is so wonderful. I like you so much. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry you in the future." After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Chao next to her. Su Chao seemed oblivious to his mother's gaze and turned to look at Wen Jiayu. Wen Jiayu blushed slightly at the compliment and deliberately glanced at the time. "Auntie, it's getting late. I have to go back. The teacher is urging me to go." Wang Lihua didn't expect Wen Jiayu to leave in such a hurry. "Oh, so soon? Why don't you stay for dinner tonight before you leave? Let's do it another day. The time the teacher gave me is up this time, and I don't want to upset her." Seeing that Wen Jiayu was indeed busy, Wang Lihua said to Su Chao, "Xiao Chao, take Miss Xiaoyu home and come back after you get her home." Su Chao nodded. "Mom, you should go wash up. You stink." Upon smelling herself, Wang Lihua was surprised to find that she indeed smelled bad and quickly stood up and headed for the bathroom. "Hey, you brat, you should have said so earlier." Su Chao and Wen Jiayu went out the door. After retrieving my car from the parking lot, I drove out of the residential area. Su Chao was driving, chatting with Wen Jiayu who was sitting in the passenger seat. He learned to drive in high school before his father's accident. Although he has rarely driven in recent years, he picked it up quickly thanks to his mental strength as a fourth-level martial artist. He wanted Wen Jiayu to rest for a while. "Jiayu, are you really going back to school today?" "Yes, the teacher told me to stay by her side. It would be safer that way." "Is it still because of Feng Wei?" "Not entirely. The teacher said she's been feeling uneasy lately. Given her level of understanding, she wouldn't have such a premonition for no reason." Su Chao frowned. "You mean someone is trying to harm you?" "Not necessarily, but my teacher said it's best for me to stay by her side. Once I break through to the 6th level of martial arts, she will feel at ease letting me venture out on my own." The two chatted casually as they drove towards Zone 1. Shanghai Martial Arts University ranks among the top martial arts universities in various base cities of China and holds a unique position. The school is located in District 1. They had to cross the 5th district, which was adjacent to the 12th district, to get there. Su Chao drove the car at high speed, his driving skills becoming more and more proficient. As we were leaving District 12, we passed through a secluded section of road. A large truck came speeding from the opposite lane and crashed through the median barrier. Su Chao felt that no matter how hard he pressed the accelerator, it was impossible to avoid a collision, so he simply gave up on controlling the car, grabbed Wen Jiayu next to the passenger seat, and disappeared from the car in a teleport. The two figures instantly appeared 100 meters away. Their SUV was hit and rolled several times on the road before coming to a stop more than 20 meters away, its body severely deformed. Su Chao stared at the SUV, which was completely wrecked, his face grim. Wen Jiayu also looked solemn and cautiously glanced around. Clearly, she didn't think it was just a simple car accident either. Although they were sitting in the car and their lives were not in danger, injuries were almost inevitable. At this moment, the front of the truck that hit them was severely deformed, and the goods it was carrying were scattered all over the ground. Su Chao activated his eye of detection and looked at the truck. He found that the driver was slumped over the steering wheel, unconscious, and bleeding from his head. Moreover, the driver looked like an ordinary person. Could it really be an accident? He continued to explore the surrounding environment, then suddenly his expression changed, and he whispered a few words to Wen Jiayu beside him. Then, his figure quietly disappeared from the spot. About 600 meters from the location of Su Chao's car accident, in a small grove of trees, two figures were crawling on the ground. The two were dressed in clothes and hats that blended in with their surroundings, making them difficult to spot without careful observation. One of the men was holding a sniper rifle. Its material was unusual, clearly indicating it wasn't an ordinary sniper rifle, and the muzzle was pointed directly at the direction of Su Chao and his group's car accident. The man next to him was holding binoculars. "Hey, old cat, why did the target suddenly disappear from my scope? Did you see them over there?" "Mountain Eagle, I didn't see anyone in the car." "Wait, am I seeing things? They appeared 100 meters away. What kind of ability is that?" The intelligence didn't mention the target having this ability. Could it be the boy next to her? "Old cat, what do we do now? Should we continue the mission? If I fire now, I might miss the target. At most I can only wound her, but that would alert the enemy. Although my sniper rifle is specially made, and the bullets are made of grade A alloy." The old cat holding the binoculars pondered for a while.
Let's not take action and abandon the mission.
The original plan was to trap them in the vehicle due to a truck accident, depriving them of their space to dodge, and then you would use a special sniper rifle to kill them. The situation has changed.
Oh no, that boy is gone, we have to retreat.
Before he could finish speaking, a long knife suddenly pierced the old cat's throat. The sniper was startled. He had just been talking to his teammates when, in the blink of an eye, the other man had been stabbed in the throat and was dead. He stared at the boy who had suddenly appeared, his face filled with terror. "Who are you?" As he spoke, he quickly turned the gun to aim at Su Chao.
"Want to know who I am? You'll have to go ask the King of Hell."
Su Chao showed no mercy, and with a swift stroke, he finished off his opponent. Both of them were third-tier martial artists. After Su Chao activated his eye of detection, he found no traces of supernatural abilities on them, and speculated that they were martial artists who had received gene-enhancing drugs.
In that case, there's no need to leave any survivors for interrogation. These kinds of killers are unlikely to speak.
He quickly cleaned up the scene. He stored the special sniper rifle in his spatial ring, and put the 2 corpses in bags and placed them in his inner space. Looking at the 4 corpses neatly arranged in the inner space, Su Chao couldn't help but be speechless. This was supposed to be a hidden storage space, so how did it become a place specifically for storing corpses? He quickly returned to Wen Jieyu's side and said in a serious tone, as expected, "It wasn't an accident. There were 2 assassins over there using special sniper rifles to target us, but I took care of them. If we had been trapped in the car for even a moment, the consequences could have been very serious." He took out the sniper rifle from his spatial ring, then handed a bullet to Wen Jieiyu, saying, "A bullet of this power is too much for our bodies to withstand. It can easily penetrate the vehicle and hit us."
Wen Jieyu's tone was icy. It seems someone is already impatient, daring to make a move within the base city. Su Chao looked around and saw a car about to drive by, so he quickly pulled Wen Jieiyu away.
Fortunately, there were no valuables in the car. The only loss was the vehicle itself.
They didn't want to be surrounded by onlookers and cause any more trouble. The 2 traveled quickly along the road. Of course, no problem.
They quickly passed through District 12 and arrived at District 5. They hailed a car here and headed directly to Zone 1. In Shanghai Base City, not all vehicles can enter Zone 1, only vehicles with license plates from Zones 1 to 5 have the right to pass. The rest of the journey went smoothly without any further incidents, and they entered Zone 1 in just over an hour.
This was Su Chao's first time stepping into the core area of Shanghai Base City.
The buildings here are magnificent and luxurious, the streets are clean and tidy, and the people coming and going are dressed in bright and beautiful clothes.
The whole area is full of a prosperous and thriving scene.
Moreover, the vast majority of people here are martial artists, many of whom possess profound auras and strength far exceeding that of Su Chao.
This is the place that truly embodies the essence of Shanghai Base City. The car continued on its way.
It took another half hour to finally arrive at the gate of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Looking at the magnificent and towering school gate, Su Chao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. His original life trajectory might have been to study here, but due to a series of coincidences, he ultimately chose a liberal arts university. Although teacher Wen Jieiyu later invited him to come over, he politely declined. Time has passed, and now that he has the control panel, there is little point in him coming here again.
"Jieiyu, I've brought you this far." Su Chao solemnly gave Wen Jieiyu his instructions.
"You need to be careful lately.
Don't leave the wilderness area for now. Just stay at the school or in Zone 1. You're probably already being watched." Wen Jieiyu nodded.
Looking at Su Chao, he said, "You don't need to worry about me. I'll stay at school for a while, and my home is in Zone 1. But you, be careful when you go out into the wilderness." She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice even further. "You need to hide your abilities well, so no one finds out." After saying goodbye to Wen Jieiyu, Su Chao strolled around Zone 1, bought some things, and then took a car home.
Inside a luxury villa in District 3.
In the study, an elderly man with silver hair sat, flipping through a book. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man on the phone, his expression shifting between anger and joy.
The silver-haired old man didn't even look up, and asked indifferently, "Still no news?" The middle-aged man quickly replied, "Yes, father.
The 2 assassins I hired have a history of successfully killing 6th-level martial artists, so they should be able to succeed this time." The silver-haired old man closed the book in his hand. Looking up at him, she said in a deep voice, "Stop making any more calls. Immediately get rid of the phone numbers you're using to contact them.
They're probably not coming back."
She's a genius. It's normal for her to be a bit hard to kill. She might have some kind of life-saving trump card given to her by her teacher.
However, we can't act too openly in the base city, or we'll be courting death.
So, asking Mountain Eagle and Old Cat to help us this time is also a way of giving Lord Fong an explanation. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment.
"Father, should we continue making arrangements to take action again?" The silver-haired old man shook his head. This time it didn't work out.
Su Jin won't let her leave the school or District 1 again.
There's no chance for her in the base city anymore. Have someone keep a close eye on her movements.
If she dares to leave the wilderness area in the near future, let me know immediately, and I will take action personally.
Yes, father. The silver-haired old man sighed. The matter that
Lord Fong sent me here to handle is still not finished. Based on the information we have so far, the prime suspect
in Fong Hui's murder is Wen Jiayu.
I went to that valley myself and even found traces of a high-level ice-type psionic artifact. I've also investigated the others who were with him, and none of them could have killed Fong Hui single-handedly. However, it would be best to see the body before making a final judgment. The problem is that Fong Hui's body is currently in the possession of Su Jin of Shanghai Martial Arts University, and it won't be easy to get our hands on it. I originally planned to kill the prime suspect if I couldn't get the body, to give Lord Fong an explanation. She won't be leaving the wilderness area anytime soon, and I'm here in Shanghai-based city on official business, so I can't stay for too long and my chances of making a move are slim.
I estimate I'll have to go back in a few more days.
Be careful here, keep your identity hidden, and don't show up in the organization's name unless absolutely necessary. Also, your triads over there need to keep a low profile and operate discreetly for a while. I'll get you another batch of gene serum in a bit.
The middle-aged man responded and turned to leave.
Only the old man remained in the study, sitting upright and lost in thought for a long time. A moment later, a heavy sigh was heard.
It was already late when Su Chao finally returned home. He opened the door and saw his parents waiting for him to eat.
Mother prepared a large table of dishes, and father specially opened a bottle of expensive wine, intending to have a good drink with Su Chao. After all, today was a particularly joyous day for their family. Father finally recovered, and mother successfully became a martial artist. When they called their sister, who lived in another base city, she was so excited to hear the news that she cried. Everything seemed so perfect.
Su Chao taught his mother the breathing techniques and also prepared ample qi and blood-nourishing medicines for her.
These potions were the ones he had previously obtained from Feng Hui and that tall, thin man's spatial rings. After the family matters were settled, a few days later, he set off again with Zhang Kuang to the wilderness area. The harvest this time was quite considerable. Back at the base, after tallying the results, they found that they had obtained materials from 3 Tier 4 monsters, 12 Tier 3 monsters, and dozens of Tier 2 monsters, adding nearly 5 million to each person's account.
My battle merits also increased by more than 1,000 points.
Zhang Kuang's strength had increased significantly, and when facing 4th tier monsters alone, almost none could escape his grasp.
The isolated
4th tier monster and 2 early stage 4th tier monsters they encountered that time were easily killed by them and turned into spoils of war. Su Chao did not reveal his inner space to Zhang Kuang, so he felt quite regretful about how to deal with the monster corpses. He merely showed Zhang Kuang the ring with a capacity of 2 cubic meters, telling him it was a gift from Wen Jiayu to thank him for saving his life. This made Zhang Kuang extremely envious. However, the 2 cubic meter space ring has a limited capacity, only able to carry a little more monster materials, which is the main reason why each of them was able to receive nearly 5 million this time.
After parting ways with Zhang Kuang,
Su Chao couldn't wait to return to his room. They were still staying at the Hunters Association as before. He casually tossed his backpack aside, staring at the panel with great excitement.
Source point 10086.
Although he only displayed the combat power of a 3rd tier martial artist, he still killed quite a few monsters and gained nearly 5,000 source points. Adding these to the 5,000 points he already had, his source points have finally broken through the 10,000 mark. Then, he looked at the section on superpowers. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, B-level Teleportation, plus B-level Inner Space, plus. A surge of joy welled up in my heart. My superpower had finally had the chance to advance. It seems that it takes 10,000 source points to advance from B-level to A-level ability. He chose to advance to teleportation without hesitation, since this was a critical moment for survival, and the stronger the better. As the source points continued to be lost, he felt his understanding of space was gradually deepening, as if he were gently lifting the veils of space layer by layer. If the feeling he had experienced with the previous B-level teleportation was a point-to-point connection, then now, with the rapid depletion of the source point, his understanding of space gradually shifted from lines to surfaces, completing a qualitative leap. Until a certain moment, the source point stopped flowing out, and the enlightenment also came to a standstill. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, A-level Spatial Travel, B-level Inner Space.
Space travel? He tentatively sensed it, drawing an arc in the air around the room with his hand.
Instantly, a void passage appeared in the room, giving him a vague feeling that as long as he stepped into it, he would appear in another place. Moreover, this distance will definitely not be short. Previously, when he broke through to the 4th level martial artist, the distance of his teleportation increased from 200 meters to 500 meters. But now, he felt that once he entered this passage, the distance he would travel would be several times that of teleportation.
Driven by his curiosity, he went inside without hesitation.
The next moment, his figure appeared from the void. Looking around, all that could be seen were ruins and the occasional roar of a monster. This was the wilderness. In the distance stood a dilapidated stadium, and Su Chao's eyes narrowed. He had been here before, to Kaiyang County, where the stadium was the place where he and Zhang Kuang had once fought over the spoils of the Blazing Fire Squad.
Su Chao was shocked.
This place is about 40 kilometers away from Shanghai base city, and he felt that this was not the limit of his ability. This was the first time he had used it, and he did not dare to use it at full strength. Conservatively speaking, a distance of 50 kilometers is not a problem at all. One moment he was in a luxurious hotel room in Shanghai base city, and the next he was in a wilderness area tens of kilometers away. This feeling was almost unbelievable to him, and he was even a little dazed. However, a third-tier monster and several second-tier monsters rushed over and pulled him back to reality. Su Chao grinned. With Zhang Kuang not around, he can now unleash his full power. He took out a long sword from his spatial ring and unleashed a bloody massacre. Half an hour later, Su Chao scanned the space inside his body, which was filled with countless monster corpses, and he had also cleared away almost all the monsters within a radius of about 1 kilometer around him. He shook his head helplessly. The killing had taken its toll. It was time to go back. Moreover, his commotion was too great. The eye of detection has already detected that more monsters have been alerted and are heading this way. Su Chao made a light swipe in the air before him, and space seemed to be torn open like a sheet of paper, forming a passage. He waved his hand, signaling the swarming monsters, then stepped into the passage, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the room he had been in before. This is Su Chao's latest understanding of space travel. He would mark the location of any place he had used for spatial travel, and as long as it was within his travel range, he could arrive there directly. This upgraded ability is incredibly useful. With it, his ability to survive immediately improved several levels. In addition, there were unexpected gains. Source point 3135. This exhilarating slaughter earned him over 3,000 source points, as well as mountains of monster corpses piled up in the inner space. As for the 4 corpses from before, they were disposed of during the last outing with Zhang Kuang. Su Chao stretched his stiff body. He had been too tired these past few days and decided to take a shower and get some rest first. He would deal with the monster's corpse after he woke up. When Su Chao woke up again, it was already the next morning. He stretched and immediately felt refreshed. I picked up the phone on the bedside table and saw a message from Zhang Kuang. Chaozi, I have plans with some classmates today, so I won't be going home with you. You should go home first. Su Chao pursed his lips. That arrogant brat is pulling this stunt again. He's probably going to meet Bai Jia again. Last time, Su Chao accidentally saw him on a date with Bai Jia, but he didn't expose him. The two somehow secretly got in touch after the Soul Infant Fruit operation, keeping it a secret from everyone. Bai Jia is a good person, and Su Chao thinks highly of them. He sincerely hopes his good brother can be happy. He replied to the message casually. After getting up, Su Chao prepared to have breakfast, planning to dispose of all the monster corpses in the inner space today. He didn't intend to handle these intact monster carcasses at the Hunters Guild. He visited about 10 shops in one morning. Each household sells 2 to 5 monster corpses depending on the size of the monster, until all 8 third-tier and 40-odd second-tier monster corpses in the inner space are sold out. You can't blame him for being cautious. After all, the spatial ring couldn't hold so many monster corpses. Around noon, his account had increased by nearly 9 million, bringing his total balance to over 30 million. This is the advantage of having a large storage space. Otherwise, it would be good if we could bring back more than 1 million worth of monster materials just by carrying the packaging materials. However, this can't go on forever. It's too troublesome. Su Chao frowned. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could rent a warehouse nearby, pile up all the monster corpses inside, and then arrange for people to buy them all, thus keeping his secret of having a large storage space hidden. Zhao Deju of the Hunters Association is a good partner. Su Chao has worked with him a few times before and thinks he is reliable. After nearly 2 hours, he finally found an ideal underground warehouse nearby, with an area of about 800 square meters and a height of about 7 meters. There is approximately 5,000 cubic meters of space, enough for his internal space to be used about 5 times, which is sufficient. The rent was 100,000 yuan a month, which was nothing to Su Chao. He didn't haggle and readily signed a 1-year contract. After taking care of everything, he activated space teleportation directly in the huge underground warehouse and returned to his hotel room. I video called my parents and told them I would be home in a few days so they wouldn't worry. After several days of rehabilitation training, my father is now able to walk normally. Moreover, he has resumed his cultivation, preparing to slowly recover his strength. The chi and blood elixirs that Su Chao left at home are enough to meet the cultivation needs of him and his mother in the short term. Then he went to the front desk and paid for a week's room. Back in my room, I sat down and meditated for half an hour to regulate my breathing. Looking up, I realized it was not yet 3 in the afternoon. Head back to the wilderness area for another round of harvesting. He activated space teleportation, and his figure instantly appeared in the underground warehouse. He then opened the space passage again and arrived in Kaiyang County. Su Chao did not rush to hunt the monster, but first used his eye of exploration to survey the surroundings. After breaking through to become a 4th-tier martial artist, his eye of detection increased its detection range to about 5 kilometers, practically turning him into a human radar. He discovered that within this area there were 6 4th-tier monsters, dozens of 3rd-tier monsters, and tens of thousands of monsters below the 3rd tier. tier. In addition, he discovered that 2 hunting teams were also active in the area. He deliberately avoided the direction of the 2 hunting parties and began his slaughter.
That's right, it was a massacre. His current overall combat strength is almost invincible among 4th-tier martial artists.
When encountering monsters below level 4, they can usually be defeated in one move, but it takes more time to deal with level 4 monsters.
An hour and a half later, Su Chao, slightly out of breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked happily at the mountain of monster corpses piled up in his inner space.
He doesn't collect all monster corpses, he only collects those of rank 1 and above. He simply ignores the corpses of monsters below rank 1. At this moment, the inner space is filled with the corpses of 1 4th-tier monster, 8 3rd-tier monsters, 37 2nd-tier monsters, and more than 200 1st-tier monsters.
It's time to go back to the base city. He's also exhausted himself and needs a good rest. He did not immediately activate space travel on the spot.
Instead, they found a residential area nearby, selected a relatively intact building, and only opened the spatial passage after entering a room. This way, he won't have to appear outside directly next time, avoiding being seen as having appeared out of nowhere and causing trouble.
The next moment, he appeared in a hotel room in the base city. He glanced at the tea that had been brewed earlier on the table, which was still warm, and took a sip. A strange thought couldn't help but arise in my mind. In ancient times, Guan Yu warmed his wine before beheading Hua Xiong. Now, I, Su Chao, warm my tea before slaying the monster. He doesn't plan to go to the wilderness area today. He intends to rest and relax at the hotel for a day before going tomorrow. Otherwise, he feared he would completely turn into a killing machine. I lay there comfortably all day. The next morning, Su Chao, full of energy, started work again. He first went to the underground warehouse, took out all the monster corpses from the inner space, and piled them into a mountain of corpses. Then, space travel was activated and they appeared in a room in a residential building in Kaiyang County. They were repeating the familiar process. 2 hours later, he returned to his hotel room in the base city. The difference this time was that I didn't even have time to have a sip of tea before I eagerly stared at the control panel with a face full of excitement. Special abilities: A-level Eye of Detection, A-level Spatial Travel, B-level Inner Space, D-level Mimicry. His panel now has a new D-level ability called Mimitation. He obtained this when he killed a lizard-like tier 3 monster, somewhat like a chameleon from before the Nirvana era. The guy was hiding on the artificial hill in the park disguised as a rock, trying to ambush Su Chao who was fighting. However, he was seen through by Su Chao's Eye of Detection and killed with a single blow. Then, this new ability appeared in his panel. If the probability of a human awakening superpowers is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of a monster awakening superpowers is probably less than 1 in 10,000. Despite the low percentage, the number of monsters is astonishing, and their reproductive capacity is extremely strong, resulting in a considerable number of powerful beasts being born. Su Chao has once again proven a fact. As his martial arts realm improves, the number of superpowers he can possess will also increase. Now that he has broken through to the 4th-tier martial artist level, he can have up to 4 superpowers. Su Chao decided to try out this new superpower. He activated morphology and immediately felt that he could change his basic features such as appearance and skin color, but he could not change his height, weight, and skeletal structure. He was somewhat dissatisfied, his gaze falling on the more than 8,000 source points on the panel. Gritting his teeth, he decided to advance this ability. It consumed 1,000 source points and upgraded from D-level Mimicry to C-level Transformation. He experienced the ability to shapeshift again and found that he could mimic the appearance and voice of a specific target, including even subtle facial expressions and habitual movements. However, he was still not satisfied and continued to improve. It cost another 5,000 source points to upgrade the C-level Transformation to a B-level Mirror Copy. Su Chao felt that with the ability of Mirror Copy, in addition to inheriting all his previous skills, he could actually copy and disguise himself as a specific target and even imitate the other party's superpowers and martial arts. Of course, if the target's ability level is higher than B, then the copying will fail. Furthermore, this ability has a limited duration. He estimates it can only last for a maximum of 1 day. Seeing that the source points on the panel had returned to over 2,000, Su Chao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Although this source point comes quickly, it is also consumed very quickly. However, he was very satisfied with his newly acquired ability. This skill was extremely useful. From now on, he could easily infiltrate the wilderness under a different identity, thus gaining an extra layer of protection. The hotel room. After taking a shower, Su Chao sat comfortably on the sofa, drinking tea, and casually flipping through the book in his hand. He didn't plan to go to the wilderness area again in the morning, wanting to rest for a while. After lunch, he planned to go to Kaiyang County to hunt monsters in the afternoon. Next, he plans to stop using the source points obtained from hunting monsters. He planned to save it up and see if he could upgrade one of his A-level abilities to S-level before the start of the school year. Su Chao used his superpower to transform his figure and appearance into that of a burly young man in front of the hotel mirror, and put on a gray martial arts uniform. Anyone who sees him like this would never associate him with Su Chao. Then, his
his figure appeared out of thin air in the underground warehouse, releasing all the monster corpses stored in the inner space. Instantly, the mountain of monster corpses inside the warehouse doubled in size. Su Chao was very satisfied with what he saw. Immediately afterwards, he opened a spatial passage and went inside, appearing in a room in Kaiyang County the next moment. Activating the Eye of Exploration, he discovered that the number of monsters in the surrounding area had decreased significantly after his 2 massacres. It's time for a change of scenery. Soon after, he began a new round of slaughter 5 kilometers away from the neighborhood he had just been in. 2 hours later, he returned to the underground warehouse. He then emptied all the monster corpses from the inner space. Looking at the mountain of monster corpses, Su Chao decided to contact Zhao Deju first and sell a batch. In fact, the most valuable among these monster corpses are 4 4th-tier monsters and 21 3rd-tier monsters. Su Chao used his spatial ring to collect the 2 4th-tier monster corpses, then turned and walked towards the warehouse entrance. After leaving the warehouse, he locked the door and headed towards the nearest Hunters Guild building. In an office on the 2nd floor of the Hunters Association, Zhao Deju has been in a bad mood lately. The reason was that the promotion opportunity he had been hoping for was vacant, the position of department manager. Logically speaking, regardless of seniority or ability, he was the most likely candidate for promotion. But yesterday, his former boss called to tell him that the higher-ups were planning to transfer someone with connections from another district to take over the position. He had heard from others that this person was less capable than him, but had someone backing him up. Knowing he was unhappy, the former boss said that if he could significantly improve his performance within the next month, he would try to get him another chance. Zhao Deju shook his head with a wry smile. How could their performance improve significantly? The prices of the materials they purchased were not higher than those of large chambers of commerce or alliances, and were even lower than those of some small shops. They had no competitive advantage whatsoever. If it weren't for his good interpersonal relationships and the many loyal customers who patronize his business, his performance might have been similar to others long ago. Just as he was smoking a cigarette in frustration, there was a sudden knock on the office door. With his good professional ethics, he patiently responded. The door was pushed open, and a burly young man entered, dressed in a gray martial arts uniform, exuding the aura of at least a 4th-level martial artist. Based on his years of experience dealing with martial artists, Zhao Deju sensed this at a glance. Are you Manager Zhao? I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. The visitor was Su Chao, who decided to use this false identity for the transaction. After all, it was bound to arouse suspicion that a young student would be carrying so many monster corpses. Seeing the other party's imposing presence, Zhao Deju quickly put on a professional smile and said, "It is indeed me. Please sit down and have some tea. We can talk slowly." Seeing Su Chao sit down, he made him a cup of tea. "May I ask your surname? What business would you like to discuss?" Su Chao got straight to the point and said, "Everyone calls me Lao Mo. I have a monster carcass that needs to be disposed of. A friend recommended Manager Zhao, saying he's fair in business, so I came here specifically to find you." Upon hearing that there was a monster corpse, Zhao Deju's eyes immediately lit up. "Oh, Mr. M.O., would it be convenient for me to take a look?" Su Chao took off his spatial ring and handed it over. Zhao Deju took the ring and used his mental power to examine it, only to find 2 4th-tier monster corpses inside, which disappointed him slightly. While a complete 4th-tier monster corpse is decent, it's only decent. He quickly composed himself. "Mr. M.O., the corpses of these 2 4th-tier monsters are very well preserved. The wounds were fatal from the eyes, without damaging the fur. I'm offering you 3.5 million. What do you think? You should know that the corpse of a 4th-tier monster can sell for up to 2 million, and these 2 of yours are not even at the peak of the 4th tier, so the price I'm offering is already very high." Su Chao nodded to himself. The other party wasn't lying, and the price was indeed fair, so he readily agreed. Just as Zhao Deju thought the transaction was over and was about to transfer the money to Su Chao reached out and stopped him. "No rush, Manager Zhao. This is just an appetizer. I have many more monster corpses like these, ranging from tier 1 to tier 4. I wonder if you'd be interested." Upon hearing this, Zhao Deju stood up excitedly. "Really? Mr. M.O. isn't joking, is he? Of course, if Manager Zhao is worried, he can come with me to take a look. My warehouse is not far from here." "That's great. I'll go with Mr. M.O." Su Chao nodded, got up, and led Zhao Deju outside. Soon, the two arrived at the underground warehouse. Pushing open the warehouse door, Zhao Deju was shocked to see the mountain of monster corpses piled up. He had previously thought that Su Chao meant many or just a few dozen, but he never expected it to be a mountain of corpses. He swallowed hard and asked tremblingly, "Mr. M.O., approximately how many are there here?" Without realizing it, he had already started using honorifics. Su Chao casually replied, "About 600 or 700, including 2 4th tier, 21 3rd tier, 70 or 80 2nd tier, and more than 600 1st tier." Upon hearing this, Zhao Deju almost jumped up in excitement. Fortune has finally smiled upon him. Is his spring about to arrive? This shipment was almost equivalent to his usual monthly transaction volume. If we close this deal, this month's performance
accounts will definitely double. With the help of my former boss, a manager position isn't out of the question.
As for the origins of these monster corpses, he didn't care at all. Based on his professional experience, it was best not to ask too many questions about matters of the martial arts world. He looked at Su Chao solemnly and said sincerely,
"Mr. M.O., please sell me these monster carcasses. I will buy them at the highest price I am authorized to do."
Su Chao smiled slightly. "Of course, I still trust Supervisor Zhao, so I'll leave it to you.
You can have someone take inventory and estimate the value. I'll go have tea with you and wait for you. Come find me again when the inventory is settled."
After saying that, he waved to Zhao Deju and turned to leave. Looking at Su Chao's dashing figure, Zhao Deju sighed inwardly. This is the true demeanor of a master. He then took out his phone and called a few of his men over for help.
Su Chao did indeed go to the Hunters Association for tea.
To him, these monster corpses were nothing. There were plenty of monsters in the apocalypse. He could easily bring back hundreds on a single trip. What he truly valued was Zhao Deju himself and whether he could handle the monster corpses for him long term. He had only drunk 2 cups of tea when he saw Zhao Deju jogging up to him.
"Mr. M.O., I have already estimated the price of everything. The total value is 54.15 million. I'll round it up to 55 million for you. What do you think?" Su Chao gave him a meaningful look and thought to himself, this guy is really talented. I really appreciate this rounding skill.
So he nodded and said, "We'll go with the price," Manager Zhao suggested.
"I'll come back to you in the future.
Transfer the monster carcass from the warehouse as soon as possible today, and I'll lock the door tonight." "Okay, Mr. M.O. I'll have someone take all the spirit armor pieces out and put them in the warehouse." After leaving the Hunters Guild, Su Chao's account received an additional 55 million yuan, bringing the total balance of his accounts to approximately 86 million yuan. The money was transferred to another account to avoid being recognized by Zhao Deju and thus being exposed during the transfer. He walked to a secluded corner, activated space travel, and returned to his hotel room,
staring intently at the panel. Source point, 7365.
I originally obtained more than 10,000 source points, but spent 6,000 to improve my disguise ability. In addition, once he exchanges the spirit armor pieces for battle merits, he will probably gain an additional 2,000 battle merits, bringing his total battle merits to over 4,000. After calling his parents, he transferred 5 million yuan to his father, Su Jianya. After my father recovers, he will definitely need to spend money on cultivation. A man should keep some money on him. Moreover, after his father recovered, he planned to get together with his old friends for a meal and drinks, which would naturally involve expenses. Then, he transferred another 5 million to his sister. He sensed from the phone call that his sister was hiding something from him, and he hoped that the money could help her family. He also needed to find some time to go there for her. More than 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chao sat in the rest area of that Hunters Association drinking tea. The sound of several martial artists chatting could be heard nearby. "Hey, have you guys noticed? There are fewer monsters in Kaiyang County outside Shanghai Bay City lately." Another person chimed in. "I noticed it when I went there yesterday, especially the monsters of the second tier and above. There were significantly fewer of them." The other martial artists nearby responded in unison. It's estimated that a team of experts at level 5 or above went there to hunt monsters. The first person to speak shook his head in disagreement. Teams of experts at the 5th rank or above usually go to more distant places for greater gains. Who would go there specifically to hunt so many 2nd and 3rd rank monsters? Space rings can't hold that many materials. At this moment, a martial artist who was deep in thought suddenly spoke. "Gentlemen, don't you find this strange? Logically speaking, after killing so many monsters, there should be corpses left behind. Even if the meat was eaten by other monsters, there should still be bones. But when you went to Kaiyang County, did you see any trace of the monster corpses? Thousands of monster corpses seem to have vanished into thin air." What this brother said makes sense. It's indeed very suspicious. Could someone have used a spatial ring to collect the monster's corpse? Some people countered. "Don't be ridiculous, who has a spatial ring that big? The spatial rings of ordinary mid to low level martial artists are less than 5 cubic meters. Don't tell me that any mid to low level martial artist has a spatial ring with hundreds of cubic meters. Only top level experts could have that. Top level experts wouldn't be so bored as to come here specifically to hunt monsters, would they?" Su Chao sat there leisurely drinking tea, listening to their argument, and couldn't help but laugh. The martial artists standing nearby had no idea that the very person who had started their discussion was sitting right there listening. In these 20 days or so, aside from staying home for 3 or 4 days and going out with Zhang Kuang once, he spent the rest of his time frantically hunting monsters. Every time he went out, he transformed into that young, muscular man in a gray martial arts uniform. He acted alone for 14 days, once in the morning and once in the evening each day. Every time he goes to Kaiyang County, he activates his Eye of Exploration and chooses a deserted area to hunt monsters. You can earn about 7,000 source points a day. Every 2 days, Zhao Deju would come to the warehouse to buy and process the monster carcasses that were brought back. During this period, he disposed of more than 7,000 1,000 monster corpses. As a result, Zhao Dezhu treated him like a treasure, leaving all other matters to his subordinates and making him the sole contact person. Because his former boss called him a few days ago, his performance has recently skyrocketed, and his superiors highly recognize his abilities. After discussion, they agreed to let him take over the vacant manager position in the association. Therefore, Zhao Dezhu needs to maintain his relationship with Su Chao even more. To thank Su Chao, subsequent acquisition prices were all set at the highest price he was authorized to offer. In addition, he used his authority to reserve a luxury room in the association for Su Chao's free use. Although Su Chao didn't care about the small amount of money, he gladly accepted it since it was the other party's kind offer. After all the monster materials were processed, Su Chao's account balance increased by more than 400 million. Combined with his previous savings, his net worth suddenly soared to more than 500 million. Su Chao was a bit stunned. He was quite excited when he saw his account balance keep increasing in the first few days, but now he was numb and even began to feel indifferent. After all, once you have a lot of money, it's just a string of cold numbers. He used to think that people who said such things were pretentious, and even disliked them. Now he helplessly mocks himself. I ended up becoming the very thing I hated most back then. Money was only part of what he gained in those 20-odd days. What he cares about most is the accumulation of the source points. Source point, 96465. The number of source points is finally about to break the 100,000 mark. He had a vague feeling that if his source points could break through 100,000, his A-level ability would likely be upgraded. It's noon now. If I go out again this afternoon and come back, I should be able to achieve my goal. As for the other gain, the inner space contained a large number of spirit armor fragments. He did not rush to exchange them all for battle merits, and the number of battle merits remained at more than 4,000. If all the spirit armor pieces were exchanged for battle merits, it would probably yield around 15,000 battle merits, which is truly astonishing. A student who has only been awakened for a little over 2 months has so many combat achievements, which will definitely attract the attention of his superiors. Therefore, he plans not to rush into exchanging it, but to wait until he is stronger. In fact, he had one last gain during these 20 days. Physical constitution, 124. Mental strength, 51. That's right, his strength received another boost 10 days ago. His mental strength increased from 42 to 51, and his physical fitness jumped from 88 to 124. A total of 1260 source points were consumed. He has now reached the mid-stage of the 4th rank. A physique of 124 corresponds to a strength of 12,400 kilograms. If you add the 80% boost from his perfected martial arts skills, he can unleash a force of 22,300 kilograms, which is enough to rival a martial artist who has just entered the mid-stage of the 5th rank. Wilderness area, Kaiyang County. A muscular young man dressed in a gray martial arts uniform darted swiftly between the buildings, targeting only 2nd and 3rd tier monsters. He brandished his long sword, and with each strike, a monster instantly fell to the ground and turned into a corpse, which then vanished without a trace. This person was Su Chao, who had transformed into Lao Mo. He was already very familiar with this place and planned not to visit again after this harvest was over. He had almost wiped out all the 4th tier monsters here, leaving only 2, a pair of peak 4th tier Vajra tigers, 1 male and 1 female. They were stationed in the very center of the county town. If we can defeat these 2 strongest monsters this time, the danger level of Kaiyang County will drop significantly, making it suitable for low-level martial artists from Shanghai base city to come and train. With his current strength, he can practically do whatever he wants here. Soon, he arrived at a shopping center in the center of the county town. The eye of detection detected that 2 tigers were leisurely wandering around the 2nd floor. Besides these 2 Vajra tigers, there were also more than a dozen tier 3 monsters and dozens of tier 2 monsters on the periphery. No wonder other hunting teams didn't dare to approach this area easily before. If a typical hunting team were to venture into this area, it would essentially be suicide. Even ordinary 5th tier martial artists are very likely to perish if they are surrounded and attacked. Su Chao wasn't afraid of being surrounded. At most, he would just use teleportation to leave. Without hesitation, he charged forward, cutting his way through the enemy lines. After taking down more than a dozen 2nd tier and 4 3rd tier monsters, Su Chao rushed to the 2nd floor. Just then, the Vajra tiger was startled and charged towards him, roaring as it summoned more monsters to attack. When they met on a narrow path, he did not back down. In an instant, he teleported to the tigress charging at the front, and swiftly unleashed the advanced martial skill Shadow Strike, the long blade piercing through its eye and reaching its head. Before it could even understand what was happening, it collapsed and became a corpse. The fur of the King Kong tiger is extremely valuable. Su Chao deliberately chose to stab it through the eyes to avoid damaging its fur, so as not to damage it. When the male tiger saw his mate suddenly disappear, he roared in anger, his body instantly grew larger, and his aura increased significantly. Su Chao narrowed his eyes, secretly looking forward to testing its true power after its rampage. Since his strength improved, he has not yet had a complete exchange with an opponent of the same level. Then, the perfected martial skill Windbreaking slash was unleashed, clashing fiercely with the Vajra tiger's claws, producing a loud boom of metal striking metal. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the floorboard where Su Chao and Jin Ganghu were standing, and the entire floorboard collapsed. Su Chao felt that he had the upper hand in the head-on clash just now. The Vajra tiger, in its berserk state, had also reached the early stage of the 5th rank. After being knocked down a level, it rolled several meters away, while Su Chao himself only took one step back. So he drew his knife and charged at King Kong Tiger again, and the two became entangled. After a dozen or so breaths, Su Chao felt he had roughly figured out the other party's rhythm and knew he couldn't delay any longer. He activated his Eye of Detection, a power that also had a mental shock effect, catching the Vajra tiger off guard and causing it to freeze. For a moment, Su Chao seized the opportunity to teleport over and stab it in the eye. The Vajra tiger fell to the ground, dying in despair. The instant he killed King Kong Tiger, Su Chao sensed a new ability appear on his panel E-level Berserk. The sudden ability flashed on the panel and only gradually disappeared when he showed no intention of keeping or replacing it with other abilities. Su Chao shook his head. His previous guess was indeed correct. Currently, the limit for a 4th-tier martial artist is that they can only possess 4 special abilities. E-level Berserk is an enhancement ability, and its practicality is far inferior to his existing 4 abilities, so he will not replace it. After putting away the corpse of the 4th-tier peak Vajra tiger, Su Chao looked around and saw that monsters were constantly approaching him. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. I'm the one who can fight hundreds of monsters alone. He charged forward with his knife. The flashing blades created after images, and the monsters fell one after another, quickly disappearing from the spot. Half an hour later, in the central area of Kaiyang County, the place where the monsters were most powerful, only bloodstains, severed limbs, and the corpses of some monsters that had not yet reached a higher rank remained. Su Chao looked around, his expression somewhat complicated. This was the longest he had ever stayed in Kaiyang County. From the initial cautiousness of arriving with Zhang Kuang to now freely coming and going as he pleases, the place has long become his backyard, where he can take whatever he wants. Along the way, he has accumulated a huge amount of money and source points. His footprints were left here, which also helped him grow up quickly. It's time to leave. I probably won't come back here again. His panel now showed that the number of source points had exceeded 100,000. He reached out and opened a spatial passage in the void, then slipped inside. The next moment, he returned to his hotel room in the base city. There was no time to drink tea. I looked directly at the control panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, 4th tier martial artist. Special abilities, A-level Eye of Detection, plus A-level Spatial Travel, plus B-level Inner Space, plus B-level Mirror Copy, plus Physical Constitution, 124. Mental Strength, 51. Source Point, 101534. Martial Arts, Basic Martial Arts Skill Shadow Strike, Mastered, plus Basic Martial Arts Skill Wind Slash, Perfected, Basic Martial Arts Skill Mountain Suppressing Fist, Mastered, plus. With the source points exceeding 100,000, my A-level ability can indeed be upgraded. He is about to acquire his first S-class superpower. Which ability should I choose for advancement? There are currently 2 options. Should we upgrade to the A-level Eye of Exploration or the A-level Space Shuttle? Su Chao pondered repeatedly. Ultimately, he decided to upgrade Eye of Exploration first. He has his own plans. Currently, space travel can meet his needs. In the future, he will frequently enter the wilderness area, far exceeding the area currently near the base city, and may even venture into deeper, unknown territories. In addition, he also needs to find a spiritual object to prolong his father's life and is full of anticipation for the upgraded Eye of Exploration. No matter what you do, having access to information that others don't know will always give you a head start, and that's the most crucial thing. Having made the decision, he no longer hesitated. He immediately sat cross-legged in meditation and began to improve. As the source points were rapidly depleted, Su Chao sensed that Eye of Exploration on the panel was beginning to change, but this time the process lasted longer. Time passed slowly, and about half an hour went by. Su Chao then realized that the consumption of source points had stopped, and the amount of source points had been reduced by exactly 100,000. He looked at the panel. Special abilities, S-rank Eye of Truth, A-rank Space Travel, B-rank Inner Space, B-rank Mirror Copy, S-class Superpower. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Chao finally possessed his first S-class superpower. The Eye of Truth? He wondered curiously what kind of abilities this upgraded S-class superpower possessed. Upon activating the Eye of Truth, Su Chao immediately sensed just how powerful this upgraded ability was. First, he saw that the various forms of energy flowing in the air had become tangible. In the past, his Eye of Exploration could only vaguely see the flow of energy in the air. Now, he can see these energies in different forms in the surrounding space more clearly. For example, the thick and stable yellow earth elemental energy, the green wood elemental energy is being slowly absorbed by the surrounding plants, and the red and golden fire elemental energy is forming thin threads that are being injected into the bodies of the fire elemental martial artists who are meditating and cultivating nearby. Following the trail of one of the larger energy flows, Su Chao discovered that in a room on the top floor of the Hunters Association where he was, an old man in gray robes was meditating. Using the Eye of Truth, the old man's information instantly flooded into his mind, a 6th-tier peak martial artist with a B-level fire-type ability. The old man was completely unaware that someone was watching him. This is also the strongest being in the Hunters Guild that he discovered this time. He continued to cautiously probe the outside of that Hunters Association and the information on the cultivation level and ability level of any martial artist he saw entered his mind. However, he only found a few A-level ability users, and as for S-level, he did not find any. It seems that they are indeed very rare. His pupils suddenly contracted when he spotted the city wall. Inside a pavilion on the city wall, a man dressed in black martial arts attire, around 50 years old, was sitting cross-legged in meditation. A massive amount of energy surged into his body from all around, and his aura was restrained. If one did not look closely, one would think he was just an ordinary person, but Su Chao didn't think so. His information flashed through his mind, a peak 7th level martial artist with an A-level wind-type ability. Just as the man was meditating, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a cold light. He looked around, his aura surging like a volcanic eruption. It seemed as if they sensed someone spying on them, but they didn't know who it was. Finally, he closed his eyes in confusion and continued his cultivation. 1 kilometer away, in a room at the Hunters Association, Su Chao looked away and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Grandmaster level, truly powerful. In that instant, the hairs on his body stood on end, as if he had glimpsed some enormous being and sensed an instinctive danger. However, he was very satisfied with his newfound abilities. I remember when I first obtained the Eye of Exploration, I was spying on a Grandmaster level expert on the city wall when he immediately sensed and detected me. Now, although the other party seems to sense something, they can't find out who he is. He felt that he had not yet fully explored the potential of his S-class superpower after his advancement, and that he would have to explore it slowly in the future. Su Chao stared at the information on the panel, lost in thought. For superpowers, 1 S rank, 1 A rank, and 2 B rank. If we were to categorize people with superpowers into different levels, awakened B-level ability users are already considered elites, such as Bai Jie and Fu Jun, who are outstanding talents that various forces are vying to recruit. Those who awaken to A-level abilities are considered geniuses. People like Zhang Kuang are often recruited by major powers with large sums of money and regarded as core figures. Above that are the extremely rare S-class ability users. They are top geniuses. For example, before when Jieyu awakened his dual abilities, he was the secret trump card of various forces. At an even higher level are the extremely rare SS-level superhumans and dual superhumans, who are considered prodigies, like Chu Feiyu, who is a pillar of humanity. As for SSS-level ability users, he had never heard of them, probably because his level was not high enough to come into contact with them. Possessing 4 superpowers, all of which are at least B-level, including 1 S-level, what does that make him? He himself couldn't explain it, but he would never tell anyone about it. Even when Jieyu only knew that he was a dual-power awakener. After fully assessing his own strength, he felt confident that he could deal with or even kill any 5th-tier monsters unless they were exceptionally powerful. He stood up and stretched. He finally had the basic ability to protect himself and was no longer considered weak among martial artists. Thinking of the considerable amount of money in his account, he knew he had to hurry and use it to improve his combat power. Let's start with weapons and equipment. With his current strength, B-grade weapons are no longer sufficient. He needs to upgrade to A-grade or even S-grade equipment. As for the remaining money, he plans to spend more time training in the gravity training room of the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy. He should be close to advancing to the level of a martial artist. Su Chao looked at himself, who had just returned from the wilderness, with bloodstains on his body. He hadn't felt anything before, but now he felt very uncomfortable all over. He quickly went to the bathroom to wash up. After coming out, I made myself a cup of tea, sat comfortably on the sofa, and opened the martial arts home website to browse weapons and equipment. As he watched, he was secretly alarmed. He had previously thought that the hundreds of millions in his account were a huge sum of money, enough for him to spend for a long time. However, an A-grade weapon can easily cost tens of millions, with the most expensive costing as much as 50 million. And S-class weapons cost hundreds of millions. Furthermore, there are special requirements for purchasing. One must have at least 1,000 battle merits to be eligible. He decided to buy a set of S-grade weapons and armor so he wouldn't have to change them so often. In the end, he chose an S-class longsword worth 118 million, spent 182 million on armor, and his account balance decreased by 300 million. Money comes fast, but it's also spent fast. After buying the equipment, he originally wanted to buy a high-level martial arts skill, but he found that it required 10,000 battle merits to qualify for it. Although he could afford the price of nearly 100 million, he had no choice but to give it up. As for buying an intermediate-level martial arts technique as a temporary measure, he thought it over and over again, and then gave up on it. Even if an intermediate martial art is mastered to perfection, the increase in strength is only about 20% greater than that of a beginner level, but it costs 10,000 to 20,000 source points to to reach perfection, which is not cost-effective. It would be more worthwhile to upgrade after acquiring advanced martial arts skills. This way, the source point won't be wasted. He picked up the phone and ordered food delivery, ready to get some rest. I'm going home tomorrow and will stay for a couple of days while waiting for the equipment to be received.
I've been out for several days now. At Su Chao's home in Shihubi Yuan residential area.
Su Jianye spoke softly to Wang Lihua, who was meditating in the study.
Lihua, stop cultivating. Xiao Chao is coming back today. Shall we go buy some groceries and cook at home?
I've been ordering takeout so much these past few days, I'm getting tired of it. I can't let Xiao Chao come back and still be ordering takeout. Wang Lihua slowly opened her eyes and shook her head helplessly.
Su Jianye, can't you do it yourself? Have I been too lenient with you before?
Since becoming a martial artist and starting her training, Wang Lihua has felt her body growing stronger day by day and has become increasingly addicted to training. Sometimes when they don't have time to cook, the two of them have to order food from nearby restaurants. Su Jianye said with a bitter face, Lihua, I've tried to cook for myself, but I'm used to your cooking, and what I make is like pig slop. It's hard to swallow. Wang Lihua sighed, ended her cultivation session, and looked at him with a complicated expression. Old Su, I've only recently truly experienced the joy of cultivating as a martial artist.
No wonder so many people want to become martial artists. It's a pity I started too late and wasted too much time.
It's not that I don't want to cook for you, I just want to work hard to cultivate and become stronger so I can spend more time with you.
And the children.
I've heard that after becoming a martial artist, your body's genes will evolve and your lifespan will be extended. When I first become a martial artist, I can usually live past 100 years old. If I cultivate to the Grandmaster level, my lifespan can even reach 200 years.
She laughed self-deprecatingly.
I know I have almost no chance of reaching the Grandmaster level, but the older you get, the more afraid you are of death, especially now that I've just started to enjoy a good life.
Su Jianye held his wife's hand, filled with remorse. Lihua, it's all my fault. It's alright, you focus on your cultivation.
I've just recovered my previous strength, so there's no rush to cultivate. Leave the grocery shopping, cooking, and housework to me. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Su Chao's voice came from outside.
Dad, don't cook, let's eat out.
I regret not thinking much about what you were saying earlier. My mother is right, you are capable of cultivation now, so don't waste your time on trivial housework. I think it would be better if we hired a housekeeper, so you can focus on your cultivation. Mom, I'll transfer 10 million to you later, don't worry about the money. This afternoon I'm also planning to get you 2 cards at the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy and top them up with some money so you can train there more often in the future. When Wang Lihua saw her son return, a happy smile appeared on her face. Then, with a hint of complaint, he said, Xiao Chao, it's not easy for you to earn money by running around in the wilderness all year round.
Don't always spend money on us.
I now know that it takes a lot of resources for a martial artist to improve their realm. Your own cultivation is the most important thing.
Don't let us drag you down. Su Chao walked over and gently massaged his mother's shoulders, making Wang Lihua's smile even brighter.
Mom and Dad, don't worry about my cultivation.
I'm a genius and I'm improving very quickly.
As for money, I recently earned a little more, which is enough for the family's expenses. Wang Lihua looked at her son with suspicion. Xiao Chao, I heard that it's dangerous and difficult for other martial artists to make money in the wilderness, but you seem to make money as easily as picking it up? Su Chao was overjoyed, thinking, Mom was right, going to the wilderness area these days is practically like picking up money. He replied casually, Mom, I have my own way of making money, and others can't learn it, so don't worry about it. Then he turned to look at his father. Dad, you and Mom get ready, we're going out to eat, I'm hungry.
Su Jianye nodded and went inside with Wang Lihua to change their clothes. He didn't actually want to stay here and listen to his son brag.
When his son said others can't learn this, he seemed to have glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally. Back in the day, he and a few old buddies teamed up to hunt monsters in the wilderness, risking their lives to earn just a few $100,000 each time. This kid seems to have found a way to make money with ease. I recently transferred tens of millions of yuan home, and I definitely have more on me.
Things are very strange. Could it be that the monsters have become weaker because he hasn't been to the wilderness area all these years? Su Chao had just sat down on the living room sofa when the phone rang.
He answered it, somewhat surprised. It was my older sister, Su Yufei, calling.
Hey sis, calling me at midday, is it because my little niece Tong Tong misses me?
My sister has been married for over 3 years and has a daughter who is almost 2 years old with her husband. Su Chao sometimes video chats with his sister just to see their daughter, Tong Tong, who has recently started learning to talk, which is very interesting. The older sister's voice, trembling with tears and anxiety, came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Chao, something's happened to my brother-in-law. He was severely injured in a beating and is currently receiving emergency treatment in the hospital.
Xiao Chao, you have to help me. I really can't think of anyone else who can help me. Only you, a martial artist, can help me. Su Chao suddenly stood up from the sofa.
He glanced at his parents' room, walked to the balcony, his face grave, and whispered, Sister, don't rush. Tell me slowly what happened. On the phone, the older sister began to recount her story, her voice voice trembling with tears.
I can't really explain it.
A month ago, my brother-in-law came home and excitedly told me that our family was about to have a good life because his research had made a major breakthrough. But for the past 2 weeks, he has been looking gloomy every day when he comes home, and he has become less talkative.
Even Tongtong doesn't play with him much anymore.
I tried to chat with him, but he ignored me. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night and find him smoking alone on the balcony, something he never used to do. Until this morning, I received a call saying that he had been in a car accident and was being treated in the hospital. Then Su Chao heard a lot of noise from the hospital and the sound of a child crying coming from the other end of the phone. He could already picture the chaotic scene over there. He quickly said, "Sister, don't panic. Listen to me, I'll transfer some money to you right away. You must tell the hospital that no matter how much it costs, they must save your husband's life. I'm leaving now and I'll be there this afternoon. Until I get there, you must stay in crowded places in the hospital and protect yourself and Tongtong." Su Chao quickly transferred 50 million to his sister's account. He then sent her a message, telling her to let him know if she needed more money. His face immediately darkened, and he stood on the balcony, holding his phone, lost in thought. From his sister's brief words, he sensed that things were far from simple. This is probably not just an ordinary car accident. The sister must have had some suspicions, which is why she called him. Therefore, Su Chao instructed his sister and niece to stay in crowded places in the hospital, so that even if someone targeted them, they would be more cautious in a crowd. As for his brother-in-law Zhao Jihong, Su Chao didn't know much about him.
He and his parents attended his wedding.
Over the years, through getting to know him, he has come to know that Zhao Jihong is a typical research-oriented talent, not good at speaking, but very kind to his sister. When their family was going through a difficult time, the older sister often sent money to their parents, and Zhao Jihong always supported them.
Su Chao had a good impression of him. Such a person is unlikely to make a fatal enemy of others.
A large part of the reason was that his sister mentioned the research he was doing on the phone. Next, Su Chao began to consider how to get there. The Dawn base city where my sister and her group are located is the closest base city to the Starsea base city, about 900 kilometers to the east. Large caravans frequently travel between the two base cities, with powerful figures stationed within each caravan to ensure the safety of the journey. Some people would pay the caravan a fee to hitch a ride between the two places, but the cost was considerable and difficult for ordinary families to afford. However, the departure time of the caravan was not fixed, and it did not happen every day. Su Chao, on a whim, called to ask if there were any caravans heading to Dawn base city that day. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on my side. The other party told him that a large caravan had just set off early this morning, and it was estimated that no more caravans would be heading to Dawn base city in the next 2 days. After all, the wilderness is dangerous, and without enough strong protectors, caravans dare not set off easily.
Su Chao shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that Lady Luck won't always be on my side. Although his strength has improved considerably, he still felt uncertain about traveling 900 kilometers alone to another base city.
But there's no other choice now. His sister couldn't wait much longer, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and set off alone. With the S-Class Eye of Truth and space travel, we can simply evacuate quickly if we encounter danger. Just then, the parents came out of the room. Su Chao felt he couldn't hide it from them, since he was going to another base city, and it might take a long time. So he told his parents and brother-in-law Zhao Jihong that he had been in a car accident, but he didn't make it sound too serious, just saying it was an accident. Upon hearing this, the parents immediately became anxious and expressed their desire to go with them.
Su Chao had to use a lot of persuasion to finally convince them to stop.
"Tell them I'll go check the situation first, and if necessary, I can have them come along later." Just then, the doorbell rang. When Su Chao opened the door, he saw a delivery man from martial arts house. The S-grade equipment he had purchased had arrived. He was overjoyed. His timing was perfect. After quickly signing for the package, the delivery person left. Su Chao looked at the S-grade longsword in his hand. Its design was similar to the horizontal sword he had used before, but the blade shimmered with a dark gray light and weighed more than 10 times that of his previous B-grade longsword.
It was obviously made of a higher density alloy.
The armor material is also good, with excellent flexibility and comfortable to wear. The product description stated that it could ignore attacks from martial artists of the 4th rank or below, and even martial artists of the 6th rank could not break its defense. However, if the wearer is a low-level martial artist, they may be killed by the shockwave. However, this situation is almost non-existent, since low-level martial artists cannot afford it, let alone dare to provoke 6th-level experts.
Su Chao was very satisfied with the two weapons and equipment and quickly stored them in his inner space.
Seeing her father standing beside her with eyes full of envy, he thought for a moment, then took out his old C-grade armor and B-grade longsword and handed them to his father. As for the spatial ring and the equipment he obtained from Feng Hui, he didn't plan to give them to his father, fearing it would cause trouble.
It was exactly noon. Su Chao and his parents quickly finished their meal at a restaurant near their residential area.
Afterwards, they said goodbye at the door and went their separate ways.
He didn't tell his parents and went to Dawn Base City alone.
On a highway about 50 kilometers kilometers from Dawn City, a large convoy sped forward, consisting of at least dozens of vehicles and hundreds of people. The scorching August sun baked the earth like fire, making people feel lazy and powerless. Inside one of the armored off-road vehicles in the convoy sat an ordinary-looking young man. His eyes were closed, and his body swayed gently with the vehicle's movements, seemingly asleep. This is Su Chao after his transformation. He drove towards the Dawn base city, and when he was still dozens of kilometers away from the base city, he felt that traveling at this speed was too slow, so he prepared to activate Space Shuttle. However, the monsters in the wilderness are ferocious. If a spatial passage is accidentally opened and happens to appear in the lair of a high-level monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he chose a more prudent approach. He activates the Eye of Truth to explore and confirm safe locations before traversing. Currently, his exploration range is limited to approximately 10 kilometers. Therefore, he uses space travel about once every 10 kilometers. After about 10 trips, he finds a place to sit and rest for half an hour before continuing his journey. It took almost 4 hours to travel more than 800 kilometers. Although the speed is not fast, safety comes first. After completing this journey, he had a location marker in his hand. When returning to Shanghai base city next time, we can directly activate Space Shuttle every 50 kilometers, only needing to rest once in between, and the journey is expected to take less than an hour. The deeper he ventured into the wilderness, the more nervous he became. He was extremely careful, constantly probing along the way, and whenever he sensed the terrifying aura of a high-level monster, he would immediately dodge it. Venturing deep into the wilderness is far too dangerous. When he was still more than 60 kilometers away from Shuguang base city, he encountered a large convoy that had departed from Shanghai base city the day before. When using the Eye of Truth to examine the convoy, his pupils suddenly contracted. There were actually 2 Grandmaster-level experts in the convoy. The goods being transported appear to be unusual. He used space travel continuously along the way, and although he took breaks along the way, he was already feeling exhausted. Now that he had encountered a convoy, he decided not to try to hold on any longer. So he contacted the caravan leader and paid to ride in their vehicle to Dawn base city. Of course, he has changed his appearance. After all, it's strange to see a boy who looks like a student traversing a wilderness area alone. The convoy drove for nearly another hour. Su Chao heard someone shout beside him, "We've arrived at Dawn base city. I can see the city walls." He then opened his eyes and, through the narrow window of the armored off-road vehicle, saw a city wall several kilometers away, tens of meters high. The city wall was as majestic as an insurmountable barrier. Shuguang base city is larger in scale and has a larger resident population than Shanghai base city. There are powerful beings of the 9th rank or higher guarding this place. Among the 8 human base cities in China, not everyone has a powerhouse above the 9th rank in charge. After all, superpower houses are scarce. Dawn base city is located closer to the ocean, and to guard against monsters from the sea, super-strong individuals were stationed there. The convoy continued for another 10 minutes or so and arrived at the city. The situation was similar in each base city. Many hunters entered and exited the wilderness area, but they all gave way when they saw such a large convoy. After all, such a large convoy must contain many powerful individuals, and a collision would certainly cause trouble. Su Chao secretly rejoiced that the money he spent was not wasted. Not only could he sit comfortably in the car and rest, but he also avoided the trouble of queuing in the city. The convoy quickly passed through inspection and entered the city. After parting ways with the convoy, Su Chao had to take another car to the hospital where his brother-in-law was. They entered the city through the West Gate, which belongs to the 39th district, while the sister and their hospital are located in the 15th district. Around 8 p.m., Shuguang base city 15th district hospital. In a hospital room, a man was lying on a hospital bed. At this moment, his head was wrapped in gauze, with only his tightly closed eyes showing, and one of his legs was completely cast and suspended. Beside the bed, it stood quietly. A woman, about 28 years old, looked at the sleeping man on the bed with a tired but concerned expression. She held his hand tightly and occasionally used a cotton swab dipped in warm water to gently wipe his lips, afraid that they would crack. On a small stool next to her sat a 2-year-old girl who was enjoying her snacks. The girl would occasionally hand her a snack, saying, "Mommy, eat." She gently stroked her daughter's head and said softly, "Mommy won't eat, Tong Tong. You can eat by yourself." This person was Su Chao's older sister, Su Yufei. The man lying unconscious on the hospital bed was her husband, Zhao Jihong, and the little girl was her 2-year-old daughter, Tong Tong. She felt that her life was full of misfortune and she had extremely bad luck. Looking back on her past life, the first half of her life was actually quite smooth. Before graduating from university, her life was relatively stable. Because her father was a martial artist, although her family was not wealthy, she and her younger brother never lacked food or clothing. It wasn't until college that she met her current husband, Zhao Jihong. Zhao Jihong was an outstanding student at the school. Although he failed to awaken as a martial artist, his academic performance was always among the best. The two met by chance, and Zhao Jihong took the initiative to get to know her, started to get to know her, and eventually fell in love and became a couple. Like most young people
people's love stories, there's nothing earth-shattering about it. Life was originally peaceful and tranquil.
As he was about to graduate, Zhao Jihong was noticed by a top research institute in a nearby city called Shuguang Base and invited to work there. He was unwilling to give up this dream job and repeatedly persuaded her to go to Shuguang Base City with him. Deeply in love, she couldn't bear to be apart from him. Despite her family's objections, she resolutely decided to go with Zhao Jihong. Their parents and younger brother came all the way from Shanghai Base City to attend their wedding. Unexpectedly, on the way back, they encountered a psionic tide eruption, and the convoy was besieged by a raging horde of beasts. Since then, in order to treat my father, the family has not only spent all their savings, but also sold all their valuables, including the house.
Life is getting harder and harder.
When she heard the devastating news in Dawn Base City, she cried all night, filled with self-blame. To help support her family and to atone for her sins, she worked tirelessly, lived frugally, and frequently sent money to her mother. Fortunately, her husband Zhao Jihong always supported her and gave her all his salary. Although they lived in poverty, the two depended on each other for survival. Unfortunately, she became pregnant unexpectedly shortly after their marriage. The couple had planned to postpone having children, but the arrival of their little one completely disrupted their plans. She felt both joy and worry.
To alleviate his family's financial difficulties, Zhao Jihong worked even harder. He already possessed outstanding scientific research talent, and the research institute valued him highly.
Life went on like this, neither getting worse nor better. Our family welcomed a lovely little life, a girl named Tong Tong. The birth of Tong Tong made the family's burden even heavier.
Zhao Jihong worked tirelessly, often returning home late at night.
On one occasion, he told Su Yufei with a beaming smile that he was researching a project and had recently made significant progress. He said that if he succeeded, all the difficulties in his family would be resolved. He promised to give her and Tong Tong a happy and fulfilling life. These words rekindled her long-numbed heart and gave her hope for life, and her luck seems to be really starting to turn around. My younger brother awakened to martial arts during his junior year of college, and our family's life began to improve. Not only did they buy a new house, but I also heard that my younger brother has a way to cure our father's long-standing injuries and illnesses. She and her husband no longer needed to send money to their parents, and their family's life gradually improved. Her younger brother seems to be very good at making money, and he transfers money to her from time to time. This made her even happier, thinking that if her father could fully recover, her guilt over the years would be somewhat relieved. As life improved, she smiled more and more.
However, lately, her husband has always been in low spirits when he comes home, with worry in his eyes.
What made her happiest was that 20 days ago, her family called to tell her that her father's injuries had fully recovered and her mother had awakened to become a martial artist. She hid in her room and cried her heart out, as if to release all the grievances and pain she had endured over the years. It wasn't until the little girl saw how heartbroken she was crying that she couldn't help but start crying herself, and only then did she stop her tears.
How could a young daughter understand?
Her weeping was not out of sadness, but a farewell to the days of suffering. She originally thought that good days were coming, because her younger brother transferred a large sum of money to her again, and she even started planning to buy a house. However, when she tried to discuss it with her husband several times, she found that he was not very interested, so she stopped bringing it up. It was as if fate couldn't bear to see her happy and played another cruel joke on her. I received a call this morning saying that my husband was in a car accident and was seriously injured and hospitalized. She felt like the sky had fallen, and in a panic, she rushed to the hospital with her daughter. Looking at her husband lying motionless on the hospital bed, she only hoped that he would wake up soon. At the same time, a sense of lingering fear welled up inside me. The hospital told her that her husband was out of danger, but she still had a lingering worry and could only pray that her magical younger brother could help. In a mansion in District 6 of Dawn Base City, a young man with a neatly styled hairstyle was sitting on the living room sofa, making a phone call. He stood up, his voice rising a few decibels.
"What? He's out of danger."
Then, lowering his voice, he said angrily,
"Didn't you swear he was dead? What if he wakes up now?"
A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry. This time we didn't do a good job.
We didn't expect his wife to be so resourceful. She somehow got a large sum of money and spared no expense to get the hospital to use the most expensive drugs to save his life. We'll take responsibility this time. You only need to pay half of the remaining balance.
As for him, this time I will personally take action and make sure he never wakes up again." The young man's tone softened. "Uncle Sean, I trust your reputation.
I will pay the balance at the original price after the deal is done."
"Thank you, Mr. Wang. I'll let you know."
The young man surnamed Wang had a gloomy face and muttered to himself,
"Zhao Jihong, I didn't expect you to be so tough. You didn't die after all that. You really have a good wife, but it's a pity. She'll be a widow sooner or later.
How could such an important research result possibly be something a peasant like you could have produced?"
It took 2 hours to drive there.
At 8 p.m., Su Chao finally arrived at the hospital where his brother-in-law in District 15 was hospitalized.
He looked up and glanced at the large characters above the entrance, Guangming Hospital.
He stepped into the hospital, his sister had told him the specific ward location beforehand. He soon arrived at the special care ward on the 12th floor and pushed open the door. Su Yufei was feeding a girl named Tong Tong. When the door was pushed open, she turned around and saw a handsome young man. She froze, tears welling up in her eyes. Hearing Su Chao call her name, Su Yufei finally couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her face. Those who haven't experienced it can hardly understand the excitement she felt when she came to live alone in a strange place all these years and suddenly saw her long-lost relatives. What's more, because of what happened to her, her younger brother, who lived thousands of miles away, rushed over overnight despite the risks after just one phone call. At this moment, the bond of blood ties becomes exceptionally real. Tong Tong didn't understand why her mother suddenly started crying when she saw someone come in, and called out in her childish voice, "Mommy, Mommy." Su Yufei quickly stood up and hastily wiped away the tears on her face. He called out, "Xiao Chao, have a seat. You must be tired from the journey." He then said to his daughter, "Tong Tong, quickly call him uncle." Tong Tong looked at Su Chao with a puzzled expression, feeling that he seemed familiar. Seeing that her daughter didn't react, Su Yufei continued, "Tong Tong, don't you recognize your uncle? This is the uncle you saw in the video." Tong Tong then called out softly, "Daodu." Su Chao walked over with a smile and stretched out his hands. "Tong Tong, come here, let uncle give you a hug." The little girl hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out her hands. Su Chao picked her up and said with a smile, "Tong Tong, uncle will show you a magic trick." He then stretched out his right hand, and a flash of light appeared in his hand, followed by a series of toys, which he gently placed into Tong Tong's arms. Tong Tong clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, "Wow, Daodu is amazing." Seeing her daughter and younger brother having so much fun, Su Yufei finally showed a relaxed smile. It feels so good to have family around. Su Chao glanced back at Zhao Jihong, who was lying unconscious on the bed, then looked at his sister and asked with concern, "Sister, are you alright? How is brother-in-law?" Su Yufei nodded in response, "I'm fine. The doctor said your brother-in-law is out of danger, but he may not wake up for another day or two. Thanks to the money you transferred, I spent over 10 million yuan to buy a very expensive drug, which saved his life. The hospital also transferred him to this special care ward. The environment here is much better. There's no noise and there's even a rest area. Tong Tong really likes it here." She looked at Su Chao earnestly and said, "Xiao Chao, thank you so much this time. I can't even imagine what would have happened if it weren't for you. Sister, we're family, why be so polite?" Su Chao replied casually, "It's okay, don't worry about the money. If you need more, just let me know and I'll transfer you some more." Su Yufei quickly waved her hand, "That's enough. Xiao Chao, you still have quite a lot left that you transferred to me before." She looked at her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen for several years. He's grown taller and more handsome. She was a little afraid of Su Chao, who would transfer tens of millions of yuan to her at the drop of a hat, as if the money was something he picked up off the street. Su Chao looked at his sister and felt a pang of heartache. Her face was exhausted, and her eyes were bloodshot. He reached out and gently patted her arm. "Sis, you must be exhausted today. Go and rest for a while. I'll take care of things here. Don't worry, I'm here. Leave everything to me." He immediately saw through Su Yufei's hesitant expression. He raised his hand to interrupt. "Let's talk about it after Tong Tong falls asleep." Su Yufei was exhausted from morning until now. Now that her younger brother had come, she could share the burden, so she stopped trying to push herself and went to the rest area next door to lie down for a while. Su Chao was playing with Tong Tong on the side, and the various toys he took out made Tong Tong laugh continuously. Only when he had some free time did he have the chance to take a closer look at his brother-in-law Zhao Jihong, who was lying on the bed. Zhao Jihong's leg was in a cast, clearly indicating a fracture. The most serious injury was on his forehead, where Su Chao could clearly see the scars left by the craniotomy. In addition, there is a penetrating wound in the abdomen, which has already been treated surgically. Tong Tong got sleepy around 9 p.m., so Su Chao had to carry her to her sister's cot to sleep. Everyone in the ward except Su Chao was asleep. Around 10:30 p.m., Su Chao was meditating when the door to his hospital room was suddenly pushed open, startling him awake. A male nurse in a white coat walked in carrying a tray and paused for a moment when he saw Su Chao. He asked, "Are you Zhao Jihong's family member? Is the patient's condition stable?" As he spoke, he walked steadily to Zhao Jihong's bedside to check his pupils, wound bandages, and 4 medications. Su Chao glanced at him, got up and walked to his side, replying, "Yes, I'm a family member. There's nothing special going on. He hasn't shown any signs of waking up." The male nurse replied, "That's normal. Although the patient is out of danger, it usually takes 2 days for them to regain consciousness. You need to be patient." As he spoke, he took a syringe from the plate, preparing to inject Zhao Jihong with the medication. Su Chao's body suddenly stiffened, and then a cold voice came from behind him. "If you dare move another inch, I'll slit your throat." He suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold on his neck. The male nurse, his hands trembling, said in a panic, "Family member, please don't get agitated. The patient's inability to wake up is not due to a lack of effort, but rather because the injuries are too severe." Su Chao, lacking patience, asked directly, "What medicine is in that syringe you're holding?" The male nurse, still flustered, replied, "This is just a normal medication
medication to maintain electrolyte balance. Su Chao gripped the long knife tightly, and with a sudden increase in strength, the other man immediately felt a sharp pain, followed by the sensation of liquid flowing down his neck. His cold voice rang out. Still acting? I'll give you one more chance. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, then die.
The male nurse's trembling hands suddenly stopped, and his tone became unusually calm.
Who are you? How did you see through me? I always thought my disguise was pretty good. How did you find out? Su Chao didn't waste any more words, and tightened his grip on the knife even more. I am not satisfied with your answer just now. You have 2 more chances to say something.
The male nurse was silent for a moment before speaking. I never thought I would make a mistake.
Let me tell you, the syringe in my hand contains K-type neurotoxin.
The patient's heart will stop within half an hour after the injection, and no abnormalities will be found during the autopsy.
I've answered your question, now it's your turn to answer mine. Who are you? How did you see through me? Su Chao sneered. A fake is a fake.
You think you've disguised yourself perfectly, but in my eyes, it's full of holes. First of all, your clothes must have been taken from someone else and don't fit well, so it's hard to notice unless you look closely.
Also, the disinfectant smell on you is pitifully faint.
A nurse who spends a lot of time in the hospital should have a strong disinfectant smell on her. Not to mention you were in such a hurry to inject the medication that you didn't even pop out the air bubbles from the syringe, which is very unprofessional.
Should I continue? In fact, what Su Chao just said was nothing but nonsense.
What truly made him suspicious of the other party was what he observed when the other party entered the room. Using his eye of truth, that person actually possessed the strength of a 4th-tier early-stage martial artist, and his special ability was a D-level shape mimicry. Su Chao himself also possessed this ability, but it had been upgraded to B-level, far surpassing the opponent's mere D-level ability. His ability can only simulate appearance, not body shape, which is why his clothes don't fit him.
The male nurse chuckled self-deprecatingly. I didn't expect me to have so many flaws. Who exactly are you? So young yet with such keen insight, truly remarkable.
And your strength?
Su Chao interrupted him. You're asking too many questions. Answer mine first. Who exactly are you? Why did you want to harm Zhao Jihong? Do you have a grudge against him?
The male nurse glanced at the bloodstained knife on his neck and replied helplessly, Everyone calls me Uncle Sean. I have no grudge against Zhao Jihong. I'm just someone who does things for money.
Su Chao continued to press. Who sent you?
The man remained silent for a longer period before finally speaking. I'm sorry, I can't say. There are rules in our line of work that prohibit us from disclosing employer information. Su Chao paused for a moment, then looked at his sleeping sister in Tongtong not far away.
Come on, let's talk in the restroom.
Uncle Sean wanted to refuse, but when he saw the long knife on his neck, which was already bleeding, and the wound that was throbbing, he had no choice but to follow him into the bathroom of the special care ward. After entering the bathroom, sweat began to bead on his forehead.
He asked anxiously, Young man, are you planning to attack me? I'm just doing this for money.
Even if I didn't do it, someone else would. So, I hope you can spare my life.
I'm willing to pay to save my life.
10 million, no, 50 million.
This is all the money I have. My reward for this operation is only 10 million. Su Chao pondered for a moment and asked, was Zhao Jihong's car accident also arranged by you? Uncle Sean nodded. Yes, it was our arrangement. We thought he wouldn't make it to the hospital, but we didn't expect him to be so lucky and survive.
As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and asked. His wife suddenly received a large sum of money.
Did you transfer it to her? Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Who exactly are you? Are you sent by the authorities to protect Zhao Jihong?
We've investigated, and none of the people he knows are as powerful as you.
Su Chao didn't answer, but instead suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Is this operation only to eliminate Zhao Jihong, or will his wife and daughter also be dealt with?
Uncle Sean was clearly taken aback, not understanding why Su Chao suddenly asked this question.
Of course, it's just about getting rid of Zhao Jihong. Why would we touch his wife and daughter? Since you've been so cooperative, I can tell you the answer.
The money his wife suddenly received was indeed transferred to her by me, but not through official channels.
You investigated his family's relationships and background. Didn't you find out that Zhao Jihong's wife has a younger brother? Uncle Shan's face showed a look of shock. How is that possible? Her younger brother hasn't awakened yet. Isn't he still studying at a liberal arts university?
He felt a chill on his neck and suddenly realized that Su Chao's long knife had already pierced through. Looking at his shocked and terrified gaze, Su Chao smiled slightly, his voice as cold as a devil's.
I have some good news for you. You've saved your family's lives.
Even as he breathed his last, Uncle Sean stared wide-eyed at Su Chao. This decisive young man has really kept his true intentions hidden.
Mr. Wang has truly messed with a formidable opponent.
Su Chao looked at Uncle Sean, who was lying dead on the bathroom floor, skillfully took out a bag, put his body in it, and stored it in his inner space. Of course, he didn't forget anything he had on him. He put everything away, including a spatial ring hidden in his pocket. For some reason, ever since he killed Wu Qiming last time, he developed the habit of keeping some body bags in his spatial storage. He then quickly cleaned up the traces in the bathroom and rinsed it with shower gel to remove the smell. Once everything was settled, he left left the bathroom. Seeing her older sister and niece Tongtong still fast asleep, it seems she was really exhausted today. He smiled slightly and sat down beside the hospital bed. He took out Uncle Shan's phone and looked at the information on it. Nothing was gained. I also checked the call logs. When he scrolled to his most recent contacts, his eyes lit up. Before killing Uncle Shan, Su Chao secretly activated his B-level superpower mirror copy, replicating Uncle Shan's appearance and even making his voice and tone exactly the same. He wanted to test them one by one to find out who was paying him to come. Su Chao would never speak before making a phone call. After the other party spoke, he coldly said, "The matter is settled." Then observe the other party's reaction, and hang up immediately if you feel something is wrong. I tried 2 in a row. On the third one, I saw Mr. Wang displayed. He used the same trick again and dialed the number. The call was answered quickly. "Hey, Uncle Shan, why are you calling so late? Is there a result on the matter?" Su Chao's face lit up with joy. He had finally found the answer. He used his supernatural ability to conjure up Uncle Shan's voice and tone, and calmly replied, "Yes, it's done." Mr. Wang on the other end was overjoyed. As expected of Uncle Shan, his reputation in the industry is top-notch. "Don't worry, after I have someone confirm, I will transfer the balance to you immediately." Su Chao frowned slightly, not expecting the other party to be so cautious, even needing someone to confirm. He could only retort with a displeased tone, "What, don't you trust me?" "Not at all. Since Uncle Shan has put it this way, I won't bother to confirm it with anyone else. The final payment will be transferred directly to your previous account tomorrow." "That's settled then." The other party's previous statement about finding someone to confirm was just a casual remark. After all, reputation is the most important thing in their line of work, otherwise, they simply can't survive. "Great, Mr. Wang, you're so agreeable. Then I'll give you another gift. I found something in Zhao Jihome's hospital room that I believe you'll be interested in. We'll meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow at the Jixiang Tea House next to Guangming Hospital in District 15. I'll give it to you in person. See you there." Before he could finish speaking, Su Chao hung up the phone. Everything was peaceful and uneventful that night. In the middle of the night, Su Yufei woke up and wanted to switch shifts with him, but he refused. For Su Chao, staying up for a night or two is no big deal. The next morning, Su Chao bought breakfast for his sister and Tongtong. After the three of them ate together, he told his sister that he had to go out to run some errands and asked her to take good care of herself at the hospital. Jixiang Tea House. Su Chao arrived half an hour early, becoming a stranger to the young man. He chose a window seat on the second floor, where he could see the tea house's entrance. He observed the crowds coming and going, leisurely sipping his tea. As the appointed time approached, he still hadn't spotted anyone resembling Mr. Wang, but he wasn't worried. 2 minutes before the agreed time, Su Chao felt his phone start vibrating in his pocket. He didn't answer the phone, but instead activated True Eye to observe the people around him. A moment later, a smile gradually appeared on his face. "Finally found you." Mr. Wang was indeed cautious. He did not come to the tea house alone, so Su Chao had not paid special attention to him beforehand. At that moment, he was alone in the private room, making a phone call, and Su Chao saw through the eye of truth that the contact person clearly displayed on the phone screen was Uncle Shan. Mr. Wang is a rather handsome young man. Wearing glasses and with his hair neatly combed, he kept checking his watch while on the phone. Su Chao realized that he was a third-tier martial artist without any special abilities, and must have taken a gene serum. Now that he had found it, Su Chao stood up. He walked to a secluded corner, answered the phone, and imitated Uncle Shan's accent. "Hello, Mr. Wang." A questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. "Uncle Shan, I've arrived. Where are you?" After confirming that the voice was indeed Mr. Wang, who had spoken to him the previous night, Su Chao said, "Sorry, I had something come up today. Let's reschedule for another day." Before the other party could finish speaking, he hung up the phone and turned it off. Through the eye of truth, Su Chao saw the angry expression on Mr. Wang's face after the call was hung up. He then seemed to want to call back, but when he heard the message, "The other party's phone is switched off," he almost couldn't help but smash his phone on the ground. His anger lasted only a moment before he frowned and calmed down. He felt that something was amiss with this incident. Looking around, Mr. Wang picked up his bag and left. They quickly left the Jixiang Tea House, got into a car parked on the side of the road, and drove away. Su Chao went downstairs at a leisurely pace. I hailed a car and followed at a distance. With the detection range of the eye of truth, it was impossible for him to lose track of the other party. Half an hour later, the cautious Mr. Wang drove Su Chao around several times, and only after confirming that no one was following them did he drive into the 6th district, which is adjacent to the 15th district. Entered the underground parking lot of a building. Su Chao looked up and saw the words Yuanchuan Research Institute prominently displayed on the building. He squinted slightly. This was where his brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong, worked. It turns out that this Mr. Wang is actually my brother-in-law's colleague. Despite his previous doubts, a cold glint flashed in Su Chao's eyes now that it was confirmed. He did not follow up further. The Yuanchuan Research Institute is quite famous in China and undertakes some important research tasks. There must be some strong people in charge of it. He found a place nearby to sit down and rest, took out his phone, and searched searched for information about the personnel of the Yuanchuan Research Institute online. Unfortunately, no valuable information was found.
Without lingering any longer, he decided to go back to the hospital first.
He felt uneasy about being away for so long, and planned to come back to keep an eye on the man surnamed Wang when it was almost time to leave work.
Chat with my older sister and play games with Tong Tong. In the afternoon, brother-in-law Zhao Jihong was still unconscious.
Su Chao glanced at the time. It was almost time to leave work. She told her sister that she had some errands to run and then left the hospital.
Yuanchuan Research Institute. Wang Wentao was restless all day long.
He couldn't get through to Uncle Sean on the phone all day. He even suspected that Uncle Sean was trying to harm him, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that Uncle Sean had no reason to do so. It's very likely that the other party encountered some trouble. After all, it's normal for them to encounter special situations in their line of work. I haven't been getting enough rest lately, so I plan to have a couple of drinks after get off work and then get a good night's sleep. So he quickly packed his things, walked to the parking lot, started the car, and drove home. 2 kilometers behind him, a car was following him at a leisurely pace. 15 minutes later, he returned to his home in District 6. Upon entering the house, Wang Wentao took out slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on. His wife and children have gone to his mother-in-law's house these past few days, leaving him alone at home.
I dragged my tired body to the wine cabinet.
He took out a bottle of wine and a glass, filled the glass to the brim, took a big gulp, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. Holding his wine glass, he turned around, preparing to return to the sofa in the living room. The moment he turned his head, his pupils suddenly contracted, a look of terror flashed in his eyes, and the wine glass slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a crisp cracking sound, spilling wine and shards all over the floor. On the sofa in the living room sat a young man with an ordinary face, a half-smile on his lips, watching him.
With a trembling voice, Wang Wentao asked, "Who are you? How did you end up in my house?" This ordinary-looking young man is none other than the transformed Su Chao.
Being in this unfamiliar base city, he had to be extra careful and never reveal his true identity when going out to do business. At this moment, he said in a joking tone, "Hello Mr. Wang, Zhao Jihong asked me to give you his regards."
Surprised? Unexpected? Upon hearing Su Chao's words, Wang Wentao shuddered, and his legs went weak.
Then, he seemed to remember something. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a long sword materialized in his right hand, while his left hand held a metal box. His voice was stern and threatening. "I don't understand what you mean. Whoever you are, leave my house immediately, or you'll face the consequences." Su Chao did not get up, but remained seated on the sofa, calmly staring at him.
"Mr. Wang, I advise you not to do anything foolish. It will only make you die faster. Do you think that with your status as a third-tier martial artist who has taken Jean's serum and these 2 things in your hand, you can contend with me? I must say, you are indeed very rich. Not only do you have a spatial ring and B-grade weapons, but you also have mid-level psionic items. Of course, the hitman you hired must have cost you a lot of money." As Wang Wentao listened to Su Chao's provocative words, his hand holding the sword trembled even more. "Were you sent by Zhao Jihong?"
"Impossible, he's dead. How could he still be alive?"
Su Chao shook his head and sighed. He's really persistent, unwilling to give up his illusions. Did he tell you this news?
As he spoke, he took out Uncle Shan's phone from his spatial ring and pressed the dial button. The phone on the table rang immediately, and Su Chao gestured for him to answer it. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Wentao slowly backed up to the bar, his gaze falling on the caller ID. The 2 words on the screen were extremely glaring, and at that moment, he was shaken to his core. The last glimmer of hope he had been holding on to vanished in an instant. He had previously suspected that the other party was lying to him and threatening him. Now that hope has been shattered, it feels as if a bucket of cold water has been poured over my head, leaving me feeling icy cold and chilled to the bone.
His voice trembled as he asked, "Did you kill Uncle Sean?"
"But, he called me this morning." Su Chao hung up the phone, and Wang Wentao's phone stopped ringing at the same time.
He continued in a teasing tone, "Is it possible that the person you spoke to this morning was me?"
"But Uncle Sean you mentioned, I've already seen him off. He passed away peacefully and cooperatively, without suffering much pain before his death."
"I hope our conversation will go just as smoothly from here on out." Wang Wentao stared intently at Su Chao. "So, you also have the ability to change other people's appearances? Your current appearance isn't your true face either."
Su Chao was slightly surprised. "I must say, researchers are indeed logically clear and quick to react."
Wang Wentao glanced at Su Chao, who was a few meters away.
"I believe most of what you said is true.
You killed Uncle Sean.
He was no match for you, not even a 4th-level ability user.
So naturally, I am no match for him either." Su Chao nodded in satisfaction. "It's definitely easier to talk to smart people."
Wang Wentao glanced at the 2 items in his hand and continued speaking. "However, before I die, I can still create a big commotion, making it difficult for you to escape safely. After all, this is District 6, and I live in a high-end neighborhood with many powerful people around me. So, you can leave now, and I'll pretend you were never here."
Su Chao sighed.
"I was just praising you for being smart, but I didn't expect you to be too clever for your own good."
"Your confidence comes from that mid-level psionic item in your left hand. hand, doesn't it? You can give it a try. Wang Wentao's face darkened. He hadn't expected the other party to be so unyielding. He was a few meters away from Su Chao, confident that he could instantly activate the mid-level psionic item on his left hand. Although he was unsure of Su Chao's exact strength, the fact that he could easily kill Uncle Sean meant that Su Chao was at least a 5th-level martial artist. This item is incredibly powerful. It's said to be able to instantly kill martial artists below the 4th rank and severely injure 5th-rank martial artists. Even if it doesn't kill them immediately, the commotion it causes is enough to alert nearby experts, making it impossible for them to retreat easily. The problem is that if he actually uses this tool, it's tantamount to cutting off his own escape route, leaving him with absolutely no room for maneuver and his fate uncertain. But he was unwilling to be manipulated by the other party. The other party made it clear that they were sent by Zhao Jihong and would not let him go easily. Wang Wentao's expression changed several times. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have made up his mind and secretly gritted his teeth. He was never the kind of person who would willingly hand over his fate to someone else. He was preparing to activate the psionic artifact in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his left hand, and then the mid-level psionic item in his hand disappeared without a trace. His left thumb was inexplicably severed and fell to the ground. On the sofa, a figure slowly appeared. It was still Su Chao. The man maintained his previous sitting posture, and now he had a knife and a box in his hand. At that moment, a sigh slowly drifted over. You won't learn your lesson until you're faced with the truth. You could have suffered much less. Only then did Wang Wentao feel the intense pain of his wound. The agony of a severed finger struck him. Ah! He couldn't help but cover his wound and scream twice. A cold voice followed. If you shout again, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. And it might even implicate your family. Wang Wentao could only groan in pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. This devil is ruthless and will do anything. He dared not provoke the other party any further, and could only grit his teeth and say, don't you have any professional ethics? You can't disregard the rules and bring harm to innocent family members. Su Chao sneered. Mr. Wang, martial virtue is also a virtue. Why don't you tell me the rules? His gaze swept over Wang Wentao, who was sitting on the ground looking disheveled. To be honest, he admired the other party quite a bit. This is why he didn't immediately subdue and interrogate the other person upon entering the room. He knew that researchers have extremely strong logical thinking skills, and if he didn't break down their mental defenses first, he probably wouldn't get the answers he truly wanted. Stunned by Su Chao's unpredictable methods, Wang Wentao seemed to give up struggling and dropped the longsword in his right hand. He looked up at Su Chao and roared, what exactly do you want? Su Chao remained calm and stared directly at the other person. Why did you kill Zhao Jihong? What forces are behind you? Wang Wentao glanced at him with a complicated look in his eyes. So you thought I killed Zhao Jihong on someone's orders? No wonder you've been torturing me with all sorts of methods, trying to find out who's behind me. He suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh bordering on madness. Seeing Su Chao's furrowed brows and growing murderous intent, he stopped laughing. I'm sorry, you're wrong. No force sent me to kill him. His tone suddenly turned sinister. I want to kill him because he deserved it. He blocked my way and tried to ruin my life. He seemed to have started talking non-stop. He has no idea what I've paid for what I have today. I have a happy family, a respected position, and a high income. But all of this will vanish completely once his research is exposed. Wang Wentao's expression gradually drifted into reminiscence. I was smart and hardworking since I was a child, and I had excellent grades. I was always loved by my classmates and teachers. But I didn't awaken my superpower in my senior year of high school. I watched as those classmates who originally had poor grades awakened and were praised by the teachers, while I was left out in the corner. Why is God so unfair to me? I am not reconciled. So I studied even harder and finally got into a top liberal arts university. After graduation, I entered the Yuanchuan Research Institute with my outstanding research ability. At the Research Institute, I practically lived in the lab, pulling countless all-nighters. Finally, my efforts paid off, and I developed the psionic affinity element that could change my destiny. At this point, he seemed to recall the glory days when he was developing psionic affinity element. Su Chao did not interrupt and listened attentively as he continued. You don't know what psychic affinity actually does, do you? However, you should be aware that there is a certain risk of death from taking gene-enhancing drugs. Moreover, this risk gradually increases as the level of the gene-enhancing drug increases. When gene therapy was first developed, the mortality rate for taking the first stage gene therapy was 5%, the second stage was about 10%, the third stage was at least 18%, and by the eighth stage, the mortality rate was as high as 60%. Although the safety of gene agents has been improved through continuous improvement and optimization over the years, the mortality rate remains high as the level increases. For example, the mortality rate of third-level gene agents is still around 10%, while the mortality rate of eighth-level agents is still as high as 40%. At this point, he adjusted his glasses, straightened his clothes despite the pain, and proudly said, and I invented psionic affinity element, which can effectively reduce this risk of death, although only by about 5%.
spent. Thanks to this research, I have obtained everything I have ever dreamed of: fame, status, wealth, and love, and of course, becoming a martial artist.
His expression became complicated, and he then asked, "Do you know what Zhao Jihong's research findings are?"
I've received word that he's developed an upgraded version of psionic affinity element, and preliminary tests show that it can reduce the mortality rate by at least 10% after administration.
It's also cheaper to produce and easier to distribute.
His expression grew even more somber at this point.
Do you know what this means?
Once his psychic affinity element hits the market, all my previous research will become worthless.
Nobody will buy my product anymore, and I'll become a loser. And he, Zhao Jihong, will become the focus of everyone's attention. His success was achieved by stepping over me. Su Chao asked suspiciously, "So you want to kill him and prevent his research results from being put on the market so that you can enjoy everything you have now? But have you ever considered that if his results really do significantly enhance human capabilities once they are launched on the market, wouldn't you be betraying humanity?" Wang Wentao's expression suddenly became agitated. "Don't talk to me about the greater good of humanity. The extinction of humanity is too far away from me.
If I don't kill him, humanity won't be extinct yet, but I will be the one to perish first. Besides, my research has saved many lives over the years, which can be considered a contribution to humanity."
"I have made a contribution." Su Chao didn't dwell on that point any longer and continued, "Since what you said is true, and Zhao Jihong's research results are so valuable, won't the authorities send someone to protect him?"
Wang Wentao stared at Su Chao in surprise, and after a while he reacted, "It seems that Zhao Jihong has not woken up yet."
"You were lying to me before, right?" Su Chao remained silent.
Since Wang Wentao had already revealed the truth, he did not intend to hide it any longer and explained, "His research is still in the testing phase.
Fewer than 3 people in the institute know about it, and I learned about it by chance. Our Yuanchuan Research Institute is not an official institution.
All employees must sign a confidentiality agreement upon joining the company, and important research results must not be disclosed to the outside world without permission."
Su Chao finally figured out the whole story, but a question arose in his mind. Since the Yuanchuan Research Institute is not an official institution, as a top research institute in China, it should have its own security force. Why is no one protecting Zhao Jihong? His research should be very important to the institute.
Upon hearing this, Wang Wentao paused for a moment, then fell into deep thought, his expression changing several times. After a moment, he seemed to understand something, and looked at Su Chao with a complicated expression. "So that's how it is. I was in the middle of the game but failed to see the big picture.
Are you here to kill me today?" Su Chao did not answer, but just stared at him silently. Wang Wentao gave a bitter smile. "You were hired by Zhao Jihong? How much did he pay? I can pay double. Or rather, can I buy my life with money?" Su Chao shook his head firmly. "I don't lack money, and Zhao Jihong didn't pay me to do it." Wang Wentao stared intently into Su Chao's eyes. "My family has nothing to do with this. You'll let them go, right?" Su Chao finally nodded. "I am not the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately." After receiving his reply, Wang Wentao finally closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. "Go ahead and do it. Give me a quick death.
I hope you'll keep your promise and not hurt my family. It's a pity that I've spent my whole life striving to become someone superior and prove myself, only to find that it was all just a castle in the air." Su Chao looked at the person in front of him, a complicated expression flashing across his face. "While I sympathize with you, you must pay the price for your mistakes. I will act swiftly." More than 10 minutes later,
Wang Wentao left home and drove out of the residential area.
After that, he seemed to vanish from the face of the earth and never appeared again. Around 7 p.m., Su Chao returned to Guangming Hospital. He had dinner with his sister and Tong Tong.
Tong Tong was especially happy.
Since her uncle came to visit, he always brings her a bunch of gifts when he comes back from his trips, and he also plays with her. Therefore, the ward was often filled with the silvery laughter of children, which even eased the somber atmosphere of the hospital. It wasn't until the 3rd day after Su Chao arrived,
Zhao Jihong finally woke up.
In the special care ward, Zhao Jihong slowly opened his eyes. I squinted slightly from the bright light, then quickly closed my eyes, and it took a while for my eyes to adjust. Then he heard a trembling voice calling out, "Jihong, you're awake." He turned his head and looked to the side, where he saw a very familiar face with 2 tear streaks on it. It was his wife, Su Yufei.
Fei. "I'm still in the hospital. Am I still alive?"
Then, he began to recall the events leading up to the car accident. When Su Chao saw that his brother-in-law was awake, he knew that they must have a lot to talk about.
So he said to Tong Tong, "Tong Tong, Uncle will take you outside to buy some delicious food, okay?" Tong Tong clapped her little hands happily. "Yay, yay, Daodu, bye." Su Chao took Tong Tong out for a walk and bought a lot of snacks. About half an hour later,
he figured his sister and brother-in-law had probably finished their conversation, so they took Tong Tong back to the ward. When I opened the door, I saw that the two of them were indeed much more composed. Although their eyes were red, the atmosphere was quite warm. Seeing Su Chao enter, Zhao Jihong greeted him with a smile. "Chaozi."
Su Chao replied, "Brother-in-law, how are you feeling?"
Zhao Jihong smiled wryly. "My head head still hurts a bit, and my injuries are still throbbing, but none of that matters.
I'm lucky to have survived. Xiaozi, I heard everything from your sister. We really owe you a lot this time, otherwise, I can't even imagine what would happen to your sister in Tongtong in the future.
As he spoke, his eyes reddened again.
Su Chao smiled and waved his hand.
Brother-in-law, don't be so polite, we're all family. Just treat me to a drink when you're feeling better. When Tongtong saw that her father was awake, she happily ran over, grabbed his hand, and said sweetly, Daddy, why did you sleep for so long?
You didn't play with me at all. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Zhao Jihong reached out and hugged his daughter tightly.
Tongtong, it was Daddy's fault. I won't sleep so long anymore. I'll play with you every day from now on, okay?
As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, wetting the pillow. His sister quickly wiped them away with a tissue. After calming down a bit, he said to Su Yufei, Fei, take Tongtong out to play for a while. I need to talk to Xiaozi. Su Yufei knew that her husband had some things he didn't want her to worry about, so she took Tongtong out. The two closed the door. Zhao Jihong said to Su Chao with a serious expression, Xiaozi, this car accident was not an accident. I need your help this time. After I'm discharged from the hospital, when you go back, please take your sister and Tongtong to Shanghai base city for a while.
Seeing that Su Chao showed no surprise, Zhao Jihong asked in confusion, you guessed it too? Su Chao nodded. Is it because of that advanced psychic affinity element research you're currently doing?
Zhao Jihong stared at Su Chao in surprise.
How could you know my research area? That's impossible. Could it be because I was in a car accident and the research institute leaked my research information? Also, what exactly is this advanced version of psychic affinity element you mentioned?
I'm not researching that. I'm researching targeting element.
Su Chao frowned. Could it be that it wasn't an advanced version of psychic affinity element, but rather targeting element? Did Wang Wentao lie to me? But why did he lie to me? Knowing he was going to die, was it to protect someone? Another possibility is that the information he received was false. Someone deliberately gave him false information in order to lead him to kill Zhao Jihong. Su Chao's expression turned serious.
He said to Zhao Jihong, the information Wang Wentao gave me was all told to me personally, and your car accident was indeed orchestrated by someone he paid to cause. After you were saved in the hospital, he didn't give up. He even sent assassins here to inject you with type K nerve toxin and try to eliminate you completely. Luckily, I discovered it in time and managed to deal with those assassins. Upon hearing Su Chao's account, Zhao Jihong was immediately shocked. A wave of fear washed over me, and I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. He looked at Su Chao with a puzzled expression. Why is he so relentlessly pursuing me to kill me? I don't recall us having such a deep grudge. Su Chao immediately repeated everything Wang Wentao had told him in detail.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Jihong's face immediately darkened.
He said to Su Chao with a serious expression, Xiaozi, Wang Wentao is very likely being used by someone, but he himself is completely unaware of it. The person who truly wants me dead is someone else. Su Chao nodded. After you said you were researching targeting localizers, I felt something was off. Although I am not a researcher, I can tell from the names you mentioned that your research does not conflict with his and cannot replace his results as he claims. Zhao Jihong nodded repeatedly in agreement.
Xiaozi, let me explain it to you like this. The process of gene-activating agents unlocking the human gene pool is like a wild horse running rampant within the body.
And psionic affinity is like a sponge, absorbing some of the excess impact and reducing damage to the body. The targeting agents I'm researching actually help gene therapy drugs quickly locate those locked, dormant, and inactive genomes. This can shorten the time that gene therapy drugs take to spread in the human body and reduce the risk of death.
Su Chao pondered for a moment. So, your research findings in Wang Wentao's psychic affinity element not only do not conflict but can complement each other and enhance each other's effects?
In that case, he has even less motive and reason to kill you.
Zhao Jihong nodded in approval. Su Chao said with a solemn expression, there must be an unseen hand controlling everything behind this. Is there any other information you can tell me?
Zhao Jihong hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Actually, I have a few suspects.
Logically speaking, since what I'm researching is still in the testing phase, very few people in the institute should know about it, except for our group leader and a few senior executives. He seemed to remember something, his expression turned grim, and he continued. In addition, when I made a major breakthrough in my research, someone approached me and invited me to join their organization. I refused, but he actually threatened
me with my family.
During that time, I was in a particularly bad mood and often couldn't sleep at night, so I would get up and go to the balcony to smoke.
Su Chao suddenly looked up. Looking directly at Zhao Jihong, he asked, are you from heaven? Zhao Jihong shook his head. No, he was wearing a mask when he met me. I could tell from his accent that he wasn't Chinese.
He said that I could only find out the truth about their organization after I agreed to join, and he promised me many tempting conditions. I suspect he's a spy infiltrated by other official forces in China.
Su Chao frowned after hearing this.
The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated.
Another force has now intervened. In an office on the top floor of the Yuanchuan Research Institute,
a man in his 50s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, glasses, stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city outside, lost in thought. He crossed his arms, and the deep wrinkles between his brows formed the character, River. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. His face darkened as he looked at the name on the caller ID. He didn't answer, letting the call hang up automatically. A moment later, the phone rang again. He took a deep breath, quickly composed himself, and answered the phone with a tone that was tinged with joy. "Hello, Mr. Victor?" A displeased voice came from the other end of the phone. "Deputy Director Shin, you really are a busy person. It's not easy to get in touch with you." A flash of anger crossed Deputy Director Shin's eyes, who wore black-rimmed glasses, but he still patiently explained. "Ha ha, Mr. Victor, you're joking. I was talking to someone and couldn't answer the phone. Do you have any instructions, Mr. Victor?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by the slightly disgruntled voice of the man called Victor. "Deputy Director Shin, your plan has failed. I just received news that Zhao Jihong in the hospital has woken up. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Deputy Director Shin seemed to be angered by the other party's attitude, and his tone became unfriendly. "Explain? Mr. Victor, how do you want me to explain? You agreed to this plan in the first place, and now that there are problems, you're questioning me? You need to understand, even though you have leverage over me, there's no way you can treat me like a dog. Over the years, how much intelligence have I provided you? How many things have I done for you? We're not in a superior-subordinate relationship, but rather partners." There was another brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then came Victor's apologetic voice. "Director Shin, please calm down. I apologize for my poor attitude just now. To express my apology, I will apply to the higher-ups for your son to receive a Tier 3 gene serum. I heard that he has made progress in his martial arts cultivation over there recently. Our cooperation has been going well over the years, so let's not let this cause any unpleasantness. I was too anxious just now. I was mainly worried that if Zhao Jihong woke up, it would expose our existence." When Deputy Director Shin heard the other party mention his son, his eyes were complicated and his tone softened. "I was too excited just now. I must thank Mr. Victor for his help to your son. I was just about to call you to discuss this. Besides Zhao Jihong waking up, Wang Wento has also gone missing. He didn't come to work all day today, and his phone was off. I sent someone to his house, but he wasn't home. Someone said they saw him drive away last night." Victor hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone, then asked, "You think he ran away?" Deputy Director Shin replied, "I'm not sure. It shouldn't be. I've inquired, and his wife and children are still in Shuguang Base City. As far as I know, their relationship is stable, and it's unlikely that they would abandon their family and run away alone." Victor asked, "So you suspect he was kidnapped or eliminated?" Deputy Director Shin hesitated and said, "Well, either is possible. I suspect it was the Chinese government that intervened." Victor's surprised voice came through the phone. "That's unlikely. You've already blocked the news. Only a few people in the institute know about it. No one would leak it. Unless, I spoke with Zhao Jihong before, and he became wary and leaked the information to the authorities on his own to seek protection. Think about it. Could this implicate you?" Deputy Director Shin pondered for a moment, then said, "Probably not. Back then, I made a fake test report on Zhao Jihong's research results and put it on the table. I deliberately left for a while when Wang Wentao came to the office to talk to me. He saw the report on the table, but I didn't tell him anything about Zhao Jihong myself. That report has been destroyed, and there is no evidence to implicate me now." Victor said, "Let's do this, just in case. Let's not contact each other for the time being, and let's not touch Zhao Jihong again." He muttered to himself, "What a pity. Zhao Jihong is a talented person. He actually found a new way to develop targeted localization elements. I wanted to recruit him, but he refused. Since I couldn't get him, I didn't want China to benefit from it. I originally wanted to kill him so that no one would benefit, but he was lucky to survive." Inside the special care ward of Guangming Hospital, Zhao Jihong finally woke up. When his sister called to tell their parents the good news, Su Jianye and Wang Lihua were overjoyed and temporarily abandoned their plans to come over. After Su Chao and Zhao Jihong finished their conversation, Su Chao's expression became even more serious. He originally thought that with Wang Wentao's problem solved, his brother-in-law's troubles would also be over, and he could return to Shanghai Base City in a day or two. After all, there's not much vacation left. There's less than a week left before school starts. How could he leave with peace of mind? We must find out who's behind this, otherwise I won't feel at ease going back home. Even if, as my brother-in-law said, I take my sister and Tong Tong to Shanghai Base City, it is still very dangerous for me to stay here alone. He couldn't stay by Zhao Jihong's side forever. We need to think of another way. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Since becoming a martial artist, he had always been accustomed to solving problems with force. He never expected that in China, the greatest power here would actually be the government. Learning to leverage the power of the government was the key. My brother-in-law's research findings are so important that as long as the authorities know about them, they will definitely send someone to protect him. As for keeping it a secret, he chuckled softly. There must be spies or traitors among the high-ranking members of the Yuanchuan Research Institute. Otherwise, how would foreign forces know about Zhao
Jihon's research results and then target him? But who should we contact? He didn't know any other officials here, and he couldn't just ask anyone to report to him. He had to find someone trustworthy and with a certain status. Su Chao suddenly realized that his network of contacts was pitifully small, almost non-existent. He thought of someone, teacher Wen Jieyu, Su Jin. First of all, he had a good impression of Su Jin, thinking that she was upright and reliable, and as a top expert, her status in the Chinese government must be quite high. Secondly, thanks to his relationship with Wen Jieyu, he and Su Jin had a certain level of trust. By contacting officials in Dawn Base City, she should be able to find someone capable of resolving the issues here. When Su Jin came to talk to him last time, she even gave him her phone number. He took out his phone and dialed the number. A moment later, the call connected, and a cold, indifferent voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Su Chao quickly replied, "Teacher Su, it's me, Su Chao." There was a pause on the other end of the phone. "Oh, are you looking for Jieyu? She's not with me, she went home. Did you two have a fight? Why isn't she answering your calls?" Su Chao was extremely embarrassed by Su Jin's series of questions. I thought to myself, this teacher Su usually seems so cold and aloof, but I never expected her to have such a gossipy heart. He coughed lightly. "Teacher Su, I'm not looking for Jieyu, I'm looking for you. I want to ask you for a favor." He then briefly recounted what had happened. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, Su Jin said, "Just wait in the hospital and don't wander around. I'm going to make a call." Then, the dial tone came through the phone. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This teacher Su was truly efficient and decisive. After making the call, Su Chao felt a little more at ease. "Regarding my brother-in-law's situation, I should be much safer even if I'm not here anymore." After that, he didn't run around and stayed obediently in the hospital. At dinner, he ordered a lot of delicious food and ate with his sister and Tong Tong in the ward, his face beaming with smiles. Sitting on the bed, Zhao Jihong looked at the white porridge in his bowl, then at the food piled up on the small table next to the three people, and stared at his brother-in-law with a helpless expression. "What kind of nonsense is this? Can't you just not eat in front of me? This kid is definitely doing this on purpose. He probably wants to get revenge on me for making his sister suffer alone here all these years." But thinking about it carefully, I realized that I had indeed wronged my wife over the years. She came here with me against her family's wishes, but we didn't have many good days together. So when they got married, her family had complaints about him. It wasn't until Su Chao's father was injured that he fully supported his wife in sending money home, which earned her their understanding and approval. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. "Feifei, I will definitely make sure you and the children have a good life. Soon, once my research results are on the market, we will be able to live the life we want." 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Chao and his sister were chatting in the hospital room. Su Jin had called him before and told him to wait for news at the hospital. He was fine, so he stayed in the ward. "My brother-in-law is already asleep. The doctor said he just woke up and needs to rest and recover, since he just had head surgery." Tong Tong got tired of playing and fell asleep in Su Yufei's arms. A hint of joy appeared on Su Chao's face. He hurriedly said a few words to his sister, then found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate, because he is finally about to achieve a new breakthrough. Mental strength 51 plus. It has been some time since the last breakthrough. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation, wondering how much he could improve this time. Start upgrading. As the source points continued to be lost, he felt his mental power growing and transforming wildly, and his perception becoming stronger and stronger. Until a certain moment, he sensed as if an invisible shackle within his body had broken, and his mental strength had reached a new level. The source point stopped flowing, and the enhancement of spiritual power finally came to an end. Mental strength 62. He was overjoyed. However, in order not to disturb his sister's family, he held back his laughter. "Finally, my mental strength broke through to the 5th level." By comparing the data he consulted at the martial arts house, he estimated that the mental strength of a 5th level martial artist was between 60 and 100. This breakthrough consumed 1100 source points, but it was all worth it. The panel currently displays physical fitness 124 plus, source point 964. Su Chao couldn't help but smile, his joy barely concealed. "My physical condition can continue to improve, and I still have enough source points." When he set off for Dawn Base City, he only had a little over 1,500 source points left. He killed several monsters along the way and earned a few hundred source points. Now, after deducting the more than 1,000 kilos consumed to boost mental energy, there are more than 900 kilos left, which is enough to continue breaking through. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should improve his physical condition here. Previously, when enhancing mental strength, the effects were mainly felt in the mind and were not noticeable to outsiders. Improving one's physique requires the assistance of surrounding spiritual energy for tempering, which will cause a greater disturbance and may attract the attention of some powerful individuals. After a moment's thought, he decided to improve his skills here. There wasn't time to slowly search for a more secluded place. There were two other reasons that prompted him to make up his mind. First, he secretly observed the entire hospital using the Eye of Truth and found no experts above the 6th rank.
secondly, his breakthrough method is unique. With the help of a panel, he can pause and continue improving at any time, and he can also control the magnitude of the breakthrough. He can control the rate at which he absorbs psionic energy by adjusting the rate at which the source point is consumed, thereby reducing the disturbance. Keep improving. The source point continues to be lost. A quiet transformation is taking place within the body. Bones, flesh, and all organs are gradually becoming stronger. His body was like a black hole, with spiritual energy surging in from all around to aid in his tempering. Every cell is constantly absorbing the incoming spiritual energy and undergoing continuous transformation. Su Chao tightly controlled the consumption of the source point, not wanting to make too much noise. The transformation process continues. Su Yufei, standing to the side, looked at her younger brother sitting cross-legged, her face showing both joy and shock. Just now, when Su Chao was chatting with her, he suddenly told her that he had some feelings and wanted to practice. He's clearly breaking through to a higher realm. Although she wasn't a martial artist, she wasn't exactly naive either. Su Chao was so close to her, and she could clearly feel the pressure from his breakthrough. She only dared to ask her younger brother for help because her family said he was already a third-level martial artist, and now he has broken through again. Judging from this commotion, could he be a fourth-level martial artist? Oh my god, that's terrifying. She became more and more shocked the more she thought about it. My younger brother only awakened about 2 months ago, and he has already broken through to the fourth-level martial artist? She had never heard of anyone progressing so quickly. At this rate, he would likely become a sixth-level martial artist by graduation. Is this really her younger brother? It's that little brat we've been fighting with since we were kids. For a moment, she could hardly believe it. Her gaze was fixed on her younger brother as she fell into deep thought. In fact, from the first time he met his younger brother, he felt that he exuded a kind of confidence and composure, as if he could easily resolve any problem he encountered. The younger brother hid it so well, no wonder he has so much wealth. Su Chao, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, was completely unaware of the turmoil in his sister's heart. After nearly an hour of diligent practice, he finally completed the upgrade. This breakthrough consumed 440 source points. This breakthrough consumed a total of 1540 source points. Level, 5th tier martial artist. Physical fitness, 168. Mental strength, 62. This is all he gained from this breakthrough. The physical strength of a 5th level martial artist ranges from 16,800 kilograms to 32,000 kilograms. Although 16,800 kilograms of strength is only the minimum threshold for entering the 5th level martial artist realm, he is, after all, a true 5th level martial artist. This strength has surpassed Zhang Kuang and is on par with Wen Jieyu. You should know that Wen Jieyu is a top genius, and he has cultivated for 3 more years than him. If he were to use a martial skill at the peak of his cultivation to amplify his power, he could even reach the level of the late 5th rank. With all the skills he possessed, he was virtually unmatched among 5th tier martial artists, and he would even dare to fight a 6th tier martial artist head-on. In this unfamiliar base city, he finally had his own confidence. Su Yufei saw her younger brother open his eyes and was about to speak when she saw him make a shushing gesture to her. His gaze turned toward the door. There were 2 people standing in the passageway at the entrance, and their strength should not be underestimated. Just as Su Chao was about to finish his breakthrough, he sensed someone appearing outside the door. But the other party showed no intention of forcibly breaking in, so he pretended not to know and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Whether the other party has good intentions or bad intentions, it's always a good thing to improve one's strength. The 2 people opposite also realized that the cultivation inside had ended, so they knocked on the door. They were very polite, so it seems they came with good intentions. A slight smile appeared on Su Chao's lips. He walked to the door and opened it. There stood a middle-aged man in his 50s and a young man outside the door. The middle-aged man had a strong scholarly air about him. He was not tall, wore silver-rimmed glasses, and his slightly messy hair and loose clothing contrasted sharply with his bright eyes. The young man was in his early 30s and had a robust physique. His eyes were sharp as knives, and what was most striking was that he was wearing an official police uniform. Ordinary people might assume that young people are leaders and mistake the short, bespectacled man for an ordinary scholar. But Su Chao is different. Before opening the door, he secretly observed the 2 of them with his eye of truth, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The short man with silver-rimmed glasses frowned in confusion. Fortunately, he stopped in time, otherwise he would have been discovered. That person who looks like a scholar is actually a Grandmaster-level expert. Moreover, he is by no means an ordinary Grandmaster, but a peak 8th-level Grandmaster with S-level superpowers, and is only 1 step away from advancing to the 9th-level Grandmaster. The young man is also quite strong, being a 6th-level martial artist and possessing an A-level metal-type ability. After Su Chao opened the door, he feigned surprise and asked first, "May I ask who you 2 are looking for?" He first glanced at the burly young man, then looked at the short man, clearly waiting for the latter's reply. The 8th-level Grandmaster looked Su Chao up and down with great interest. "My name is Shin Tingbai, and I am a teacher at Shuguang Martial Arts University. You must be Su Chao. Vice Dean Su has already called me. I know about the matter. We
we are here to see Zhao Jihong. This is Jean Guanglia, Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau of Shuguang Base City.
The young man nodded to Su Chao. Su Chao knew that the Vice Dean Su mentioned by the other party was Wen Jieyu's teacher, Su Jin, who was the Vice Dean at Shanghai Martial Arts University, and Wen Jieiyu had mentioned him before. Shin Tingbai claims to be a teacher at Shuguang Martial Arts University, leading Su Chao to speculate that he holds a high position at the university. He smiled warmly and replied politely, I am Su Chao, Teacher Shin, and Director Jean.
Welcome.
He then politely stepped aside and invited the two of them in. After entering the ward, Su Chao closed the door. After glancing around at the people in the room, Shin Tingbai focused his gaze on Su Chao.
Were you cultivating just now and successfully broke through to become a 5th-level martial artist?
He asked this question because Su Chao was the only martial artist in the room. They sensed a breakthrough coming from inside the room just now, so they didn't push the door open to interrupt, but waited for a moment. He judged that the noise was probably the sound of a 4th-level martial artist breaking through. He didn't blame himself for misjudging the situation, because he had no idea that there was such a freak as Su Chao in the world who could control the commotion during a breakthrough. Su Chao deliberately feigned surprise, pretending to be "You're amazing, you could even sense my breakthrough to the 4th rank." He then nodded. Shin Tingbai smiled at him and said, "You've become a 4th-level martial artist at your age. That's quite impressive. The quality of students at Shanghai Martial Arts University is indeed getting better and better." Su Chao replied somewhat embarrassedly, "Teacher Shin, I am not a student of Shanghai Martial Arts University. I study at Shanghai Institute of Technology." Shin Tingbai stared at him in surprise.
"What? You studied at a liberal arts university? Did you only realize this in college?"
Shin Tingbai didn't actually know that after Su Jin told him about Zhao Jihong, she casually mentioned that there was a student here and asked him to take good care of him, so he naturally assumed that Su Chao was a student at Shanghai Martial Arts University. It is only now that we know that Su Chao awakened his superpower in college. To reach the 4th level of martial arts at this age is quite remarkable, and his awakened superpower is most likely A level. Su Chao nodded and said, "Yes, Teacher Shin, I didn't awaken in high school, but only after I went to college."
Shin Tingbai's eyes lit up. "Su, you should be a senior soon, right? Have you considered coming to our Shuguang Wuhan University?"
He really had the idea of recruiting talent.
Su Chao replied somewhat embarrassedly, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shin. However, I don't plan to transfer schools. Miss Su also told me before that I still want to stay at my current school."
Shin Tingbai shook his head regretfully, then remembered his business.
"May we speak with Zhao Jihong alone?"
Su Chao nodded, walked over and said a few words to his sister and brother-in-law, then went out with his sister and Tongtong.
Half an hour later,
the door opened, and Director Jean invited Su Chao and the others inside. Su Chao saw Zhao Jihong nod to him, indicating that the two had a good talk. When Shin Tingbai saw Su Chao and Su Yufei come in, he said to Su Chao, "We've reached an agreement. From now on, Director Jean will arrange for people to secretly protect your sister's family." Su Chao's face lit up with joy. Shin Tingbai continued, "However, given that he signed a confidentiality agreement with the Research Institute and the research results are still in the testing phase and have not yet been launched to the market, we cannot get too involved and can only protect him secretly. After all, the Yuanchuan Research Institute is not an official institution, so we need to be careful about its influence.
Even so, it is still somewhat against the rules.
However, the targeting localization element he developed can indeed help China improve its human strength, so we can support it.
Su, leave things here to us. School starts soon, so don't let this distract you. Focus on your cultivation. In the future, we'll have to rely on young people like you to fight the monsters."
After saying that, he patted Su Chao on the shoulder, nodded to Su Yufei, and then left. Director Jean nodded to Su Chao, handed him a business card, and asked for his contact information.
"Su, I will arrange for someone to come and help. Contact me anytime if you need anything."
Su Chao accepted the business card with both hands and said politely, "Okay, thank you, Director Jean. I'll need your help again in the future." Jean Guanglia followed Teacher Shin away, leaving only Su Chao and his sister's family in the room. Brother-in-law Zhao Jihong spoke first, smiling wryly, "Chaozi, you're so thoughtful.
All I know is how to do research.
Since the authorities have agreed to send people to protect us, we need to change what we discussed before. Your sister and Tongtong will not be going back with you for the time being. After all, I don't want to leave them either."
Su Chao looked at his sister, waiting for her opinion.
When Su Yufei saw him looking over, she hesitated and said, "Xiao Chao, I haven't seen my parents for several years, and they want to see Tongtong too. But your brother-in-law is still in the hospital, and I'm worried about leaving him alone. I'll take Tongtong to see her parents once things have settled down."
Su Chao nodded.
Seeing that the family had reached an agreement, he said no more.
It's time to return to Star Sea Base City.
However, he still had some things to do before going back.
Su Chao noticed two unfamiliar martial artists around the ward early in the morning.
The two were a 3rd-tier and a 4th-tier martial artist, respectively, but Su Chao did not detect any special abilities in them, which meant they had obviously become martial artists by taking gene-enhancing drugs. It must have been sent by Director Jean. Su Chao told his brother-in-law and sister her about the situation, guessing that the two would come over to meet them later. After breakfast, there was a knock on the door. A man with a thick beard and wearing a baseball cap walked in, followed by an ordinary-looking woman. The two looked like a married couple, carrying fruit baskets and pretending to be relatives visiting a patient. The bearded man was indeed the fourth-level martial artist. After entering, he looked around the ward and said his first words, "We were sent by Director Jean to protect Zhao Jihong's family.
My name is Husan and this is Ame."
He pointed to the woman behind him and continued, "I am mainly responsible for protecting Mr. Zhao Jihong, while Ame is mainly responsible for protecting
Ms. Su Yufei and Tonton. We came here today to meet everyone and get acquainted so that the protection work can proceed smoothly in the future."
Su Chao knew it was a pseudonym as soon as he heard the name, probably for the sake of keeping his identity confidential. The two introduced themselves to their brother-in-law's family, exchanged a few words, and then left. Seeing that his worries were resolved, Su Chao decided to take care of some things before leaving.
Yuanchuan Research Institute.
Shin Shunlai has been in a good mood these past 2 days. Last time, that damned foreigner Victor sent a young girl to him in an effort to ease tensions. He euphemistically called it being a nanny to take care of his daily life.
Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the office, I looked down at the city below.
He enjoyed this feeling, as if he were high above, looking down on the world like a god. I rubbed my aching lower back and took a big gulp of the herbal tea in my cup. I'm getting old, and that little vixen really wore me out last night. Several years ago, after his son had an accident, his wife left him, and his home became cold. He often preferred to spend more time in the office. But these past 2 days, he has surprisingly started looking forward to going home after get off work, to rediscover the warmth of home. I glanced at the time, there were still 10 minutes left before I got off work. He quickly packed up his things, left the office, and drove straight to a villa. After parking the car, he rang the doorbell. The doorbell rang a few times but no one answered, and he frowned. I guess the nanny went to buy groceries. He took out his keys, opened the door, and called out. No one responded, so he closed the door and went into the living room. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and he almost dropped the bag in his hand. Sitting in the living room was someone he never expected, smiling and greeting him. "What's wrong, Deputy Director Shen? You're surprised to see me, aren't you? You've really ruined my life." It took Shin Shunlai a few seconds to come to his senses, and he asked in a flustered tone,
"Wang Wentao, what are you doing at my house? Where have you been these past few days? Everyone's been looking for you everywhere. What do you mean by that?
Explain yourself clearly.
How have I gotten you into such a mess?"
Wang Wentao stared at Shin Shunlai meaningfully, making him feel uneasy and sweating profusely. This Wang Wentao is actually Su Chao in disguise.
Since his brother-in-law's family had more protection, Su Chao didn't waste all his time at the hospital.
Instead, he spent 2 days tracking down a few people in the Yuanchuan Research Institute that Zhao Jihong mentioned who might know the truth. He wants to find out who the mastermind or spy is. Otherwise, after returning to Shanghai Bay City, there would always be a venomous snake watching his brother-in-law's family, and he had to eliminate this hidden danger. After 2 days of investigation, he identified the prime suspect as Deputy Director Shin Shunlai.
He was about to make his move. As for evidence, he doesn't need it at all. It's not like it's an official case. As long as there's enough suspicion, that's enough.
If someone is wrongly convicted, then so be it. In this end times, people die every day, one less doesn't make a difference. However, before taking action, he still wanted to test Deputy Director Shin, which is why he became Wang Wentao. Seeing Shin Shunlai's flustered appearance, Su Chao became even more convinced of his judgment. As the saying goes, if you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear. He angrily questioned in the voice and tone of Wang Wentao, "How could you have ruined me? You deliberately gave me false information, making me mistakenly believe that Zhao Jihong was developing an advanced version of psionic affinity element that could completely replace my research results, and used me to get rid of him. You have a truly vicious mind." Upon hearing Wang Wentao's angry question, Shin Shunlai's face turned even paler, and his expression became increasingly flustered. He dared not look the other person in the eye and hurriedly explained, "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing his appearance, Su Chao was almost certain that this was the guy. Having transformed into Wang Wentao, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "Shin Shunlai, I have no grudge against you.
Why did you want to harm me? If I hadn't been quick-witted, I would have been arrested by the police by now.
You've made me homeless, a stray dog, and ruined my wonderful life. Since you've destroyed me, I'll take you to hell with me." As he spoke, he took out Wang Wentao's long sword from his spatial ring and held it to Shin Shunlai's neck.
Shin Shunlai was just an ordinary person.
He was more than 20 years older than Wang Wentao. He was already old when the gene drug was first developed. The older you are, the higher the risk of taking the drug. He was afraid of dying and did not dare to try it. He was powerless against the third-tier martial artist Wang Wentao. With a long sword pressed against his neck, Shin Shunlai finally became afraid. His face was deathly pale, and he was trembling all over.
"Wang Wentao, don't be impulsive. There's still a chance. Framed you wasn't my intention. Victor forced me to do it. My son is being held captive by them, so I have no choice but to obey. I can introduce you to Victor Victor and get you to join us. He has a way to get you and your family out of Dawn Base City and start a new life. After Shin Chunlai finished speaking, he saw that Wang Wentao on the other side hesitated for a moment, as if he had something on his mind. So he quickly added, I'll call him right now. After a moment of silence, Wang Wentao asked, what organization are you? Who exactly is Victor? Shin Chunlai replied, Victor is the head of the US spy network in Dawn Base City. They have a lot of influence here. Su Chao never expected such an unexpected gain. He gripped the longsword tightly, and Shin Chunlai felt a sharp pain. Call Victor, the guy you mentioned, and arrange to meet him tomorrow. Just tell him you have important information to tell him in person, and don't mention me. Shin Chunlai was not a tough guy, otherwise he wouldn't have become a traitor. As Su Chao had asked, he took out his phone and called Victor to arrange a meeting place for the next day. He thought it was Wang Wentao who wanted to talk to Victor in person. Unexpectedly, as soon as he hung up the phone, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He stared in horror at the exposed tip of the sword, then his consciousness was swallowed by endless darkness. Even until his death, he didn't understand why Wang Wentao wanted to kill him, when he could still help him. Times Square, District 6. This is the place where Su Chao heard Shin Chunlai arrange to meet Victor. He changed his appearance and arrived ahead of time. I glanced at the time. There were still a few minutes until the agreed upon 10 a.m. He bought a drink nearby and sat there leisurely, enjoying the scenery as he drank. He felt Shin Chunlai's phone vibrate in his pocket. Su Chao didn't reach out to take it, but instead used the eye of truth to observe, and the screen displayed the name Victor. He looked around. There weren't many people around yet, and Eye of Truth quickly scanned a few people who were on the phone. Soon, he spotted a middle-aged man with a Western face in a corner. The contact displayed on the man's phone was Shin. Su Chao answered the phone and said in Shin Chunlai's voice, I've arrived. Where are you? The familiar voice I heard yesterday came through the phone. I've arrived too, but I don't see you. Su Chao replied directly, I see you. I'm coming right now. Before he could finish speaking, he hung up the phone. Seeing the other person's slightly furrowed brows, Su Chao's lips curled up slightly. Then, he took out his phone, took a picture of Victor, sent it, and made another call. The call was answered quickly. Su Chao said, Director Jean, are you all here? The big gift I told you I'd give you last night has arrived. Get ready to receive it. Jean Guanglia's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su, we've arrived. I hope you're not joking. Su Chao chuckled softly. I've sent you the location and photos. Now it's up to you. Don't let him get away. He hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. A short while later, he saw 4 or 5 martial artists quietly approaching Victor's location, the lowest cultivation level among these people was that of a 5th level martial artist, and besides Jean Guanglia, there was also a 6th level peak martial artist. As for Victor, Su Chao had investigated him before and found that he was also a 6th level martial artist. After dealing with Shin Chunlai last night, he called Jean Guangli and said he had a big gift for him because he had discovered a foreign spy chief hiding in Shuguang Base City. At first, Kim Kwang-yeol thought he was joking, but after hearing his detailed description, he decided to give it a try and agreed to bring people to the agreed meeting place the next day. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss. What if it's true? There are several reasons why Su Chao didn't take action himself but instead told Director Jean. First, he wasn't sure if he could easily defeat Victor, who, as the leader of the base city, was certainly not weak. Secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to give Kim Kwang-yeol a generous gift and establish a good relationship. His sister's family would still need Kim Kwang-yeol's care in the future, and making him owe him a favor would make Kim Kwang-yeol even more devoted. Another reason is his national sentiment. As the head of the base city, Victor must possess a great deal of valuable intelligence. It would be a waste to simply end his life on his own. Handing it over to the authorities would maximize its value. After making the call, Su Chao ignored the outcome and turned to leave Times Square in District 6. If the other party can still escape, then it really just shows that Jean Guanglia is too incompetent. Regardless, he has to owe this favor. Back in my brother-in-law's ward at Guangning Hospital in District 15, seeing that her brother-in-law Zhao Jihong was being helped by her sister to practice walking, it seems that he will be able to be discharged from the hospital and go home in a few days. That's right. In just a few days, he was already able to walk. The older generation believes that it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, but in this era, as long as you are willing to spend money, some medications can help you recover quickly. Su Chao told them that they would be returning to Shanghai Base City this afternoon. Although her sister was reluctant to part with him, she forced back her tears and went out to buy groceries, saying she wanted to buy something delicious so she could have a good lunch with Su Chao. While his sister went out to buy groceries, Su Chao whispered to Zhao Jihong about Shin Chunlai so that he could be mentally prepared. Zhao Jihong was so shocked by his amazing brother-in-law that he was speechless. In just 2 days, he actually found out the mastermind and took care of it. The moment of parting finally arrived. Su Chao put all the things his sister had bought for their parents into his spatial ring. I gave my sister's family a heartfelt hug and said goodbye. When Tong Tong heard that her uncle was leaving, she clung to Su Chao's leg and cried her heart out, refusing to let him go. Over this period of time, she has become very familiar with Su Chao and has even become somewhat dependent
dependent on him. In her young mind, the thought of Dowda leaving meant that no one would play games with her anymore, and she wouldn't have as many toys and snacks. In a deserted grove of trees a few kilometers away from the Dawn base city, Su Chao, now in the form of old Mo, glanced at the city wall that was faintly visible in the distance. He casually slashed open a spatial passage and slipped inside. When he reappeared, he was 50 kilometers away. With the spatial coordinates established last time, the return trip was much easier this time. Furthermore, his breakthrough to the 5th tier martial artist level greatly extended the time he could sustain his energy expenditure. If consumption is not a factor, one can use space teleportation continuously and return directly to Starsea Base City in one go. But he won't do that. The wilderness is fraught with danger, and he must maintain a strong fighting force at all times. Moreover, this time he was not in a hurry to travel. He planned to hunt a few monsters on his way back to Starsea Base City, partly to familiarize himself with his newly improved realm and strength. On the other hand, it is also to supplement the source point. He only had a few hundred source points left, and when he saw the monsters he encountered on the road, his eyes immediately flashed with a green light. Those monsters that ordinary people fear are nothing more than moving points of origin in Su Chao's eyes. However, during the first dozen or so space travels, he did not actively hunt monsters on a large scale, but only dealt with a few he encountered along the way. More than 700 kilometers away from Dawn Base City, Su Chao stood on a boulder, gazing at the ruins ahead. Yuanshui City. This is an old-world city, more than 200 kilometers from Starsea Base City. Now it's overrun by countless monsters, though many hunting teams also roam freely here. This is the battlefield that Su Chao has chosen next. On the one hand, this place is relatively close to Shanghai Base City. In case of danger, he can use space teleportation to quickly return to the base city in about 4 trips. Now, Su Chao is fully utilizing his 5th tier strength and can easily kill weaker 6th tier monsters. As for the 5th tier monsters, almost none of them pose a threat to him. As a prefecture level city in the old era, Yuanshui City has monsters of the 5th and even 6th tiers, which perfectly meets his challenge requirements. Su Chao plans to hunt monsters in the wilderness as much as possible, even after school starts. The direction he chose was the line from Shanghai Base City to Shuguang Base City. This not only solves the problems of insufficient money and source points, but also helps to clear out monsters along the way, reducing the risks for traveling caravans. After making up his mind, he found a place to meditate and regulate his breathing. Make sure you get yourself back to your best condition. Half an hour later, Su Chao, who was meditating to recover, opened his eyes. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and cracked his muscles. He found a secluded spot in his body and disposed of the 2 corpses properly. He then retrieved a B-grade longsword from his internal space. He didn't use an S-grade longsword, it would be too conspicuous. He would only use it when encountering powerful monsters or enemies. For now, this longsword was more than enough to kill ordinary monsters of the 5th rank and below. Once everything was ready, he sped off towards Yuanshui City. South District of Yuanshui City. A 5-person hunting party is surrounded by a group of monsters. Of these 5 people, 3 are 4th level martial artists, 1 is a 5th level martial artist, and there is also a 3rd level peak martial artist, who is also the only girl. They were all quite young, probably in their early 20s. There were quite a few monsters attacking them. There was a peak 5th tier long-armed stone ape, 7 or 8 4th tier monsters, and dozens of 3rd tier and hundreds of 1st and 2nd tier monsters. The 5th tier martial artist was clearly the captain, and he was currently being tightly entangled by the 5th tier peak long-armed stone ape, unable to break free. The other 3 4th tier warriors formed a triangle formation, protecting the only girl in the middle from being attacked by the 4th tier monster. Their team is in an extremely critical situation. The captain, who was holding back the peak 5th tier long-armed stone ape, was holding a long spear, the tip of which gleamed with a cold light. As he danced, wind blades, each over a foot long, slashed at the long-armed stone ape from time to time, but the ape nimbly dodged, trying its best to avoid the wind blade attacks. The wind blades that missed their mark often took the lives of several monsters in the horde behind it. If the wind blade strikes the surrounding buildings, it will leave a clean cut and may even cause a collapse. Of course, sometimes the wind blades miss, instead making dull bang sounds as they strike its massive, rock-smooth body. Then, the long-armed stone ape cried out in pain, and a small amount of blood slowly flowed out. Its name is long-armed stone ape, and it is by no means a name given randomly. Its skin is as hard as rock, and its defense is extremely strong. However, the 5th tier martial artist in front of it had awakened a wind-type ability, and its wind blades were extremely powerful, even it was struggling to deal with them. Actually, this 5th level martial artist wasn't having an easy time either. Although it could injure the stone ape, the monster was much stronger, and the stone ape didn't dare to take a direct hit from even a casual punch. The two sides were evenly matched for the time being. He hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable opponent today. Although his superpower was powerful, he couldn't use it continuously, otherwise the consumption would be too great and he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing his teammates trapped in the attack, especially his younger sister, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Only Only by defeating the long-armed stone ape could he lead his team to break through the encirclement. His name is Mu Ziyu, an A-level wind-type ability awakener who graduated just a year ago. At school, he was a recognized genius. He had just broken through the threshold of the 5th-level martial artist when he graduated, and he was considered a prominent figure at the time. The proud and arrogant young man declined the school's offer to stay after graduation and instead formed a hunting team with several close classmates. They named their team Storm Squad. Over the past year, due to the considerable strength of the team members, all of whom are at least 4th-level martial artists, they have gradually accumulated a strong reputation in the surrounding area. This trip was initiated by her younger sister, Mu Zian, who wanted to join them on their training journey. She was the only girl in the team. Considering that his younger sister was already a peak 3rd-tier martial artist with considerable strength, he agreed to her request. Unexpectedly, the team is now in grave danger. He also had a lot of fault for being too reckless. I've heard that there's a mutated Crimson Flame Jujube in this area, and Fire-type ability users who eat the Jujube can greatly enhance their strength. His sister and a teammate happen to be Fire-type ability users, which is why he brought everyone here. Unexpectedly, the guardian of the Crimson Flame Date was a peak 5th-tier long-armed stone ape. After discussing it, the group decided that he would lure away the long-armed stone ape, while the rest of them would pick the Crimson Flame Dates and quickly retreat. Unexpectedly, another peak 4th-tier long-armed stone ape was hiding near the Crimson Flame Jujube tree. The 4 members of the team were discovered and instantly surrounded by the surrounding beasts. Mu Ziyu tried to break free from the 5th-tier peak long-armed stone ape and lead his team to break through the encirclement, but he was relentlessly entangled. As the encirclement continued to shrink and the 4 were surrounded, he was extremely anxious. The longer they delay, the less likely they are to escape safely. He was confident he could escape, but once he left, the remaining people would have almost no chance of survival. Thinking that his younger sister encountered such danger on her first time teaming up with him, how could he explain to his family if something happened to her? And what about his 3 brothers who have always trusted him? How could he abandon them? Thinking of this, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and fought desperately. He held back no longer and unleashed his full power with wind blades, forcing the peak 5th-tier long-armed stone ape into a sorry state. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he unleashed several wind blades towards the besieged squad, killing 2 4th-tier monsters. Among the 4 people trapped in the squad, there was a man with scars on his face, holding a curved knife in each hand, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th rank. He was the 2nd strongest member of the team after the captain. It was because he single-handedly held off 3 4th-tier monsters that the other members were able to hold on until now. Seeing that the encirclement of the monsters had broken through after the captain killed 2 4th-tier monsters, a glint flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Quick, everyone rush out this way." He then took the lead, wielding his twin swords to break through the encirclement, while the others protected Mu Zian and followed closely behind. As they were about to break through the encirclement, everyone was overjoyed. This was a precious chance to escape that their captain had fought so hard for. Suddenly, Mu Ziyu shouted, "Chen Feng, watch out." The man with 2 swords at the front heard the shout, turned around, and his face turned deathly pale. A huge rock came hurtling towards him, and he had no time to dodge, so he could only raise his knife to block it. With a loud bang, he was sent flying by the powerful impact, and several of the monsters around him were also knocked back. A gasp of surprise rang out. The man, known as Chen Feng, was thrown more than 10 meters before landing. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and his hands were severely deformed, but he had not yet lost consciousness. He struggled to his feet, dodging several monsters that lunged at him. Seeing that Chen Feng was seriously injured, Mu Ziyu roared and attacked the long-armed stone ape even more frantically. He had just ambushed and killed 2 4th-tier monsters, trying to create an opportunity for everyone to break through. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, the long-armed stone ape seized the opportunity to throw a large rock, severely injuring the unsuspecting Chen Feng. Now, they are in dire straits. The group was surrounded again. With the loss of Chen Feng, a peak 4th-tier martial artist, to share the burden, the remaining 3 are in a precarious situation. Mu Zian, wielding a flaming spear, killed the 3rd-tier monster that charged at her. Looking at the densely packed enemy hordes around her, despair welled up in her heart. She might perish here today. She called out to Mu Ziyu in the distance, "Brother, don't worry about us, just go on your way, otherwise none of us will be able to leave." The 2 companions beside him also looked desperate and anxiously shouted to Mu Ziyu, "Captain, you should go quickly and take care of our families. We can't go back today." Hearing the shouts of his teammates and sister, Mu Ziyu's face was already covered in tears. She was frantic and helpless. "No, hold on a little longer, just a little longer. We'll go together." He wished he hadn't taken his sister on this adventure with him. The 5th-tier peak long-armed stone ape opposite him watched Mu Ziyu desperately unleash wind blade attacks, but did not rush into a direct confrontation. It chooses to focus primarily on defense and evasion. Wait until these humans are exhausted before killing and devouring them one by one. How dare they covet the treasure it guards? The other members of the Storm Squad were seriously injured and exhausted. They were preparing for a final, desperate charge, because they simply couldn't hold on any longer. Chen Feng, who had just been injured, with both hands broken, he could no longer use weapons and could only rely on his legs to dodge. The high-speed movement aggravated his internal injuries, and blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't hold on any longer and shouted to everyone, "Captain, brothers, I'm going to go first." After saying that, he unleashed all his strength and charged towards the nearest fourth-tier monster. Just when everyone thought Chen Feng would be defeated by the monster in the next moment, suddenly, a burly young man in a gray martial arts uniform appeared in the arena. No one could see how he appeared. It was as if he had always been standing there. With a flick of his long sword, he swiftly slaughtered the monsters surrounding Chen Feng. Includes 2 tier 4 monsters. Each monster was cut down with a single strike, and he moved through the horde of beasts as if strolling in a garden. After clearing out the monsters around Chen Feng, he didn't stop and continued to eliminate the nearby enemy groups. For a moment, the men who were preparing to die were stunned, their hearts filled with unconcealed shock. Just how powerful is this person? That's terrifying. The previously ferocious monsters were like clay puppets in his eyes, slaughtered one-sidedly. Chen Feng, who was charging forward, was now extremely embarrassed. He was just saying goodbye to everyone so solemnly. They charged halfway there, only to find that all the monsters on the other side were down. Will he still go for it or not? For a moment, he felt somewhat lost. The burly young man in the gray martial arts uniform was Su Chao. After recovering through meditation, he entered Yuanshui City. The western district of Yuanshui City is close to Shanghai base city and has a large number of martial artists. Su Chao chose the less crowded southern district. As soon as he activated his Eye of Truth, he saw the 5-person squad being besieged. He originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After all, I don't know these people, nor do I know if they are friends or foes. Being rescued would only bring him trouble, and although he was not afraid, he did not want to invite trouble upon himself. But when he saw the woman, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He knew her, she was his classmate in the martial arts class, Mu Zian. I remember when I first woke up, I ran into a few of them in the cafeteria with my roommates. They were so imposing, and he was extremely envious that they could get their food without having to queue. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, he has far surpassed them. Since they're classmates, we have to save them. So he teleported to the rescue. That's why the scene just now happened. Su Chao spent a few minutes dealing with the monsters that were attacking the 4 members of the storm squad. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, he decided not to collect spiritual energy for the time being. Mu Zian and the other 2 quickly ran to Chen Feng's side, shielded him, and took out medicine to treat his wounds. Their gazes then turned to the 5th-tier peak long-armed stone ape, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Mu Ziyu. Mu Ziyu was almost at his limit. The continuous high-intensity bursts of his supernatural power made him feel like his body was being completely drained. At this moment, he was suppressed by the long-armed stone ape and was in a very bad state, with many new injuries on his body. Mu Zian, feeling safe, looked at her brother covered in wounds, then at Su Chao, who stood by with his arms crossed, observing the situation. She hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. Su Chao saw his opportunity and knew he could not delay any longer, so he drew his knife and stepped forward. 2 strikes forced the long-armed stone ape back. The long-armed stone ape was startled by Su Chao's sudden appearance. Its subordinate said to Mu Ziyu, "Take your men and retreat quickly, I'll deal with it." Mu Ziyu looked at Su Chao gratefully. "Thank you for saving our storm squad. I'll stay and assist you." Su Chao replied impatiently, "Go away, with your meager strength, don't stay and cause me trouble." But inside, he was screaming, "Get out of here right now, or how am I supposed to collect the corpses?" Mu Ziyu was speechless, his face flushed red with anger at Su Chao's words. After all, the other party was indeed stronger than him, and the corpses scattered all over the ground were the best proof. What's more, the other side also saved their entire squad. He could only give an awkward laugh. "Take care then, and by the way, tell me how I should address you?" Su Chao didn't even turn his head. "Stop dawdling and get your people out of here. If the monsters swarm us again, I won't be responsible." Mu Ziyu bowed and clasped his hands in thanks to Su Chao. "Thank you so much, Mr. Mo. I, Mu Ziyu, will remember your kindness. If you ever need any help from our storm squad in the future, just leave a message at the Hunters Association at the East Gate. We will never let you down. Also, there's a red flame jujube tree nearby that we didn't have time to pick before. It's in the yard in front." After saying that, he pointed in a direction and turned to walk towards where his sister and the others were. After regrouping, he gave a few brief instructions, glanced back at Su Chao, and led the group away quickly. Su Chao smiled as they left. Let's go. Now that we're gone, I can finally unleash my full potential and get things done." After breaking through to the 5th rank, he was looking for an opponent to hone his skills, and this was just the right one. The peak 5th-tier long-armed stone ape had been confronting them without making a move. It wasn't until it saw Mu Ziyu and the others walk away that a fierce glint flashed in its eyes as it stared intently at Su Chao, ready to pounce. "That damned human ruined its plans. Since that's the case, I'll take it out on you." It struck first, picking up a large piece of construction debris and throwing it fiercely at Su Chao. Su Chao dodged aside, gripped his longsword, leaped into the air, and unleashed the wind-breaking slash, Punch, the most powerful technique at the perfect realm level. He wanted to test how much his current strength differed from that of this peak 5th tier long-armed stone ape. The long sword struck the stone ape's arms, and the two exchanged a blow in midair, both being knocked to the ground. Su Chao was knocked back 5 or 6 meters, while the stone ape only retreated 1 or 2 meters. Clearly, he was no match for his opponent in strength. Having tested the limits of his strength, Su Chao decided not to waste any more time.
The Eye of Truth is activated. Teleportation activated.
Instantly, the long-armed stone ape's movements appeared as if in slow motion, and Su Chao easily spotted several of its weaknesses.
His figure vanished in an instant, and just as the stone ape was in shock, the long sword pierced straight into its eye and emerged from the back of its head. This is the overwhelming power of the combined strength of the spatial ability teleportation and the S-class ability Eye of Truth. This is downright dimensional destruction.
The massive body of this peak 5th tier long-armed stone ape crashed to the ground. Even in death, it couldn't understand how that human, whose strength was just moments before was inferior to its own, could suddenly become so terrifying and kill it in a single move. Su Chao looked at the stone ape's corpse.
More than 800 source points suddenly appeared on the panel.
He was filled with emotion. Not long ago, they were in a sorry state because of a wounded 5th tier peak multi-treasure rat, but now, only a month later, they can kill 5th tier peak monsters so easily. It's true what they say, a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. At the same time, Su Chao had some doubts in his heart. When he first saw the petrified skin of this 5th tier peak long-armed stone ape, he thought it was its special ability, but the panel did not show any new special ability. He immediately felt relieved. The stronger the monster, the greater the probability that it possesses superpowers, because monsters that awaken superpowers are more likely to grow into powerful beings, but this does not mean that every monster has them. No longer dwelling on it, he put away the long-armed stone ape's corpse. At this moment, some more monsters approached.
However, there are no level 5 monsters, they are all low-level monsters below level 4.
Su Chao walked over unhurriedly and collected the corpses of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tier monsters he had killed earlier.
As for those below the 2nd tier, do those trash even deserve to stay in my internal space?
Not only that, he also cleared out all the 1st tier monster corpses from his internal space to make room for the monster corpses he would kill later.
Yuanchue City is nothing like Kaiyang County.
There, he only needed 1 space teleport to return to Starseed Base City, while here, it would take him about 4 trips to get back. Therefore, he tries to hunt as many high-level monsters as possible, since it is more cost-effective and a trip like this is not easy. Furthermore, his strength has improved, making it much easier to hunt high-level monsters, while the monsters here are significantly stronger. He quickly finished cleaning up the corpses of the 3rd and 4th tier monsters around him, and also killed more than a dozen monsters that came over. Looking at the more than 100 monster corpses piled up in the space, he figured that after 2 or 3 more visits, he should be able to go back. The noise here is too loud. We need to find another place. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to pick all the fruit from the Crimson Flame Jujube tree, as these things don't sell for cheap.
Selling them all would be worth at least tens of millions.
Even though Mu Ziyu hadn't told him before, he had already sensed it, but the kid was smart enough to know what was good for him. At this moment, Mu Ziyu and his group acted quite sensibly, retreating hastily towards Shanghai Base City, as Su Chao had suggested. Everyone was still shaken and continued on their way in silence, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. It wasn't until they were more than 50 kilometers away from Yuanchue City that they found a place to stop and rest. Everyone was injured to some extent and exhausted, so it was really unsafe to force ourselves to continue our journey. Among them, Chen Feng was the most seriously injured. His hands are broken, and his internal injuries are also quite severe. It will probably take him some time to recover after he gets back, and he'll need to spend money to buy good medicine.
After everyone sat down to treat their wounds, Mu Ziyu broke the silence. The main responsibility for this is mine.
As the team leader, it was my dereliction of duty that led everyone into this dangerous situation. Mu Ziyu's eyes were red, and she continued, "Brother, it's not your fault.
It was my insistence on coming with you all. I'm the one who held everyone back.
My brothers had to take care of me. If it weren't for that, we could have retreated in time. I'm so sorry to all of you." After she finished speaking, she stood up and bowed deeply to everyone. Seeing the remorse in the brother and sister's eyes, Chen Feng's resentment gradually dissipated. With his abilities, he could have safely broken through the encirclement. But if he died first, the others would have little chance of survival, and he himself almost perished there. At the moment of his death, it would be a lie to say he had no regrets. Who wouldn't want to live? He cultivated desperately, wasn't it all for the sake of surviving in this apocalyptic world? But seeing the brother and sister's sincere apology and remorse, most of his resentment dissipated. Bringing Mu Ziyan out was a consensus reached by everyone. We shouldn't blame others when danger arises. Moreover, Mu Ziyu risked his life to create an opportunity for everyone to escape, so he is the most likely to leave first. He broke the heavy atmosphere by speaking, "Alright, Captain, Ziyan. Everyone is fine now. They just need to go back and rest for a while. Let's be more careful next time we take action." "Captain, although you suggested the operation, none of the brothers objected. rejected. No hunting team can guarantee a safe return every time they come to the wilderness. This time, we were lucky to encounter that powerful figure. The others nodded in agreement. One of them asked, Captain, speaking of that powerful figure, did you discern his strength? His appearance was too strange, completely silent.
I didn't notice a thing. What kind of ability is that?
Muziu was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, I didn't see how he appeared either. In terms of strength, he's at least a 6th level expert.
Old Mo? That's a rather unique name. I'll have to find out more about him when we get back.
With his abilities, it's impossible for him to remain unknown. Besides, we didn't gain anything this time, and everyone got injured. I'll take out 20 million of my own money, 10 million for Chin Feng who was the most seriously injured, and 5 million each for the two of you, as medical expenses. Don't refuse. It's settled then, everyone get back to work. Seeing his resolute attitude, the others stopped refusing.
Perhaps accepting the money would lessen the captain's guilt.
So everyone sat down silently and began to meditate to recover. After Su Chao changed locations twice in the South District and killed 2 waves of monsters, his internal space was already filled with monster corpses. This was his biggest harvest since leaving the wilderness, with over 10,000 light sources. There were 3 5th-tier monsters and more than a dozen 4th-tier monsters. As for the 2nd and 3rd-tier monsters, he didn't count them in detail, planning to take stock of them slowly when he got back. I glanced at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock. Time to head back. Just like when he was in Kaiyang County, he chose a residential area and found a room in a good location. He opened the spatial passage and went inside. He will come again, but next time he can appear directly from this room. At the eastern gate of Shanghai base city, Su Chao had just returned to the base.
The phone in my bag rang. He picked it up and was surprised to find that it was Jean Guanglia calling.
After the call connected, Jean Guanglia's hearty laughter came from the other end of the line.
Brother Su, I heard from your brother-in-law that you went back to Shanghai base city? Why didn't you tell me before you came back?
I could have celebrated with you. Su Chao's lips twitched slightly. This morning I was calling him Classmate Su. This guy is truly remarkable for becoming a bureau chief at such a young age. He must have gained quite a bit from capturing Victor this time. However, since the other party wanted to get closer, he stopped being modest, which was also his intention. After all, his sister's family lives over there, and if anything happens in the future, he's afraid he won't be able to get there in time.
Asking Jean Guanglia for help would be much more convenient.
So he replied with a smile, Brother Jean, I did go back to Shanghai. I knew you were busy today, so I didn't want to bother you. I'll definitely come to see you next time I go to Shuguang.
Brother Jean, is there something you need on your call?
Jean Guanglia's smile faded, and his tone became serious. Brother, we really owe you a lot this time. We dug out quite a bit of information from that guy. I never expected that there were so many traitors hiding in Dawn Base City.
Su Chao said calmly, Brother Jean, in this world, the cost of upholding conscience and morality is much higher than before.
In peacetime, it is easier to develop spies and traitors.
Jean Guanglia remained silent, unwilling to discuss the topic further. He seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, brother, do you know who wants to kill your brother-in-law?
It's Victor and Shanghai, the deputy director of their research institute.
Unfortunately, that guy disappeared.
When we went to his house, we only found a little girl who had been knocked unconscious in a room upstairs. Based on my years of experience in handling cases, he probably won't show up again. I wonder which hero has rid the people of this scourge.
If we could find him, we would all like to give him a banner of appreciation.
Su Chao feigned surprise. What? The one who tried to harm my brother-in-law was Deputy Director Shen. That kind of person deserves to die, eating the Institute's food while smashing the Institute's pot. Who is this handsome and dashing hero who did this?
If I knew who it was, I would definitely thank him properly.
Jean Guanglia's lips twitched, and he didn't bring up the topic again. Alright, little brother, now that you're home, I won't bother
you anymore. Don't worry about your sister's family. I've sent someone to protect them. There definitely won't be any problems.
This time, Su Chao stopped joking and said seriously, Brother, you're very kind. After hanging up the phone, Su Chao thought of something else. In the future, he would frequently travel in and out of the wilderness area in the East District, and the monster
corpses in his internal space would need to be dealt with often.
He would need to rent a warehouse and find a reliable person to buy them, just like he did in the Southwest District. Renting a warehouse is convenient, but this is the only way to Dawn City, and all the caravans rent warehouses here to store their goods, so the price is naturally much higher.
However, Su Chao didn't care about the money.
Compared to what he had gained from his trip, the cost of renting a warehouse was nothing. He even planned to buy a warehouse if the opportunity arose. Thinking about these trivial matters, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If only he had a trustworthy and professional person to help him manage them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Among the people he knew, there was indeed such a talented individual, Zhao Dezhu from the Hunters Association. However, I heard that he is now a manager and it's uncertain whether he would be willing to leave the Hunters Association.
I need to find time to talk to him. I'll go home first today and not rush to deal with the monster corpses in the inner space.
I'll go see Zhao Dezhu tomorrow and get his advice.
advice. Big Bear, what are you busy with? Would you like to come out for a chat later? Su Chao sat on the sofa at home and dialed Zhang Kuang's number. They hadn't seen each other for several days, and with the start of the new semester approaching, he wanted to find Zhang Kuang to have a chat. Moreover, Zhang Kuang's family has also moved here, to the building opposite his, making it very convenient for the two to meet. Xiaozi, you're back. I thought you went to Dawn Base City. Okay, I'll pack up right away and come downstairs to the apartment complex to wait for you. We'll have a good chat when we meet. Su Chao responded, said goodbye to his parents, and then went out. As soon as I got downstairs, he saw Zhang Kuang already waiting for him at the entrance of the building. He was typing on his phone with his head down, a silly grin on his face. Su Chao knew at a glance that he was texting Bai Jia. This guy's hair has been styled quite neatly lately, unlike before when it was so messy and loose. His beard was clean shaven, and he was no longer dressed in all black but instead wore a white t-shirt and grey athletic shorts, with white sneakers on his feet, a rare sight for him. It seems that Bai Jia has been training him quite well lately. Su Chao walked up to Zhang Kuang. He said with disdain, Big Bear, wipe your mouth, you're drooling. Zhang Kuang subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, and when he found there was no saliva, he realized that Su Chao was making fun of him. He immediately replied unhappily, Hey Chaozi, what's gotten into you? You've become so unlikable these past few days. Su Chao pouted, I don't have the surname Bai. How could I possibly win someone's favor? I see you two are always glued together, never stopping. When you're out with me, stop texting all the time. It's a bit disrespectful. But seriously, Xiongdae, your style of dressing has changed too much. Zhang Kuang put away his phone, waved his finger at Su Chao, and introduced his outfit. How is it? Bai Jia bought it. Then she sighed. My Bai Jia is great in every way, except she loves to spend money recklessly. She keeps buying me things, and I've told her several times, but she just won't listen. That sounds really ridiculous. Su Chao glanced sideways at Zhang Kuang, who was talking to himself, his expression seeming to say, keep showing off, keep showing off. Seeing that Su Chao didn't respond, Zhang Kuang smiled awkwardly, coughed deliberately, and changed the subject. Xiaozi, where should we go? To a bar or grab some late-night snacks? Let's find somewhere nearby and grab some late-night snacks. Seeing that Zhang Kuang had stopped causing trouble, Su Chao replied. So the two of them walked out of the residential area together. As they walked and talked, Su Chao said, Xiongdi, it's fine for you two to date, but don't let it interfere with your cultivation. Don't worry, Xiaozi. Bai Jia has already broken through to the 4th level, and I expect to break through to the 5th level in the first semester of my senior year. After saying that, he looked at Su Chao with arrogance and pride. How's that? Not bad, right? Xiaozi, you'd better step up your game, or I'll leave you too far behind. Su Chao felt he needed to teach this guy a lesson, otherwise he'd get too cocky. He said casually, I'm doing alright. I just broke through to the 4th tier recently. Zhang Kuang paused in his arrogant stride, staring incredulously at Su Chao's retreating figure. She quickly caught up with him and grabbed his arm. Xiaozi, are you serious? You're not lying to me, you really broke through to the 4th rank? After confirmation, Zhang Kuang, deflated like a punctured balloon, cast a strange look at Su Chao. You two are a perfect match. Both of you are freaks. Bai Jia said that Wen Jieyu has been cultivating very hard recently, and I estimate that he will be able to break through to the 6th level of martial artist when he graduates from his senior year. Su Chao knew Wen Jieyu's talent. It was probably even greater than Chu Feiyu's. He thought breaking through to the 6th rank after graduation would be no problem. He gave Zhang Kuang some advice. Keep this a secret for me. I'm only telling you this. Zhang Kuang also understood the significance of Su Chao's breakthrough to the 4th rank. He nodded solemnly in agreement. Soon, the two arrived at a nearby barbecue stall, ordered a lot of food, and chatted while eating. Zhang Kuang devoured the skewers, then clinked glasses with Su Chao over a beer and let out a burp. Xiaozi, you need to be careful lately. I heard from Bai Jia that Wen Jieyu's younger brother somehow found out about you and his sister, and he said he's going to cause you trouble. Su Chao asked in confusion, his brother? Why is he causing me trouble? He laughed arrogantly and smugly. When you saw me with Bai Jia last time, didn't you tell me to find out more about Wen Jieyu's family? Bai Jia said that Wen Jieyu's family situation is somewhat complicated. Wen Jieyu's father is the next generation leader of the Wen family, and he is also very powerful, being a martial grandmaster. However, after he married Wen Jieyu's mother, he only had one daughter, Wen Jieyu. In order to have a son, he took a concubine. Su Chao was puzzled. Why do you need to marry another one? Does Jieyu's mother not want to have children anymore? Zhang Kuang picked up his glass and took another big gulp of beer. He shook his head and said, that's not how it is. I also asked Bai Jia, and she said it's because Wen Jieyu's mother was injured when she was a child and couldn't have any more children. Su Chao put down his chopsticks, chewing on the meat in his mouth, and said in surprise, injured? What a coincidence. Zhang Kuang shrugged, I don't know the specifics either. Su Chao picked up his cup and clinked it with Zhang Kuang's. So, Jieyu said that she and her mother lived outside since she was little because her father took a concubine? Zhang Kuang nodded. That's what Bai Jia said. Back then, her father insisted on taking a concubine, and her mother, in a fit of anger, took her away from the Wen family and raised Jieyu on her own. She has suffered a lot over the years. years. It wasn't until Jeyu awakened her superpower in high school that the family started to pay attention to her again.
Her father even came to the family to try to bring her back, but Jeyu insisted on not going back, which strained their relationship.
The most outrageous thing is that their family actually wants Wen Jeyu to marry Chu Feiyu from the Chu family in Kyoto. I really don't understand how they have the nerve to bring this up.
Su Chao said speechlessly. She really has a competent father.
Where was he all this time? No wonder Jeyu doesn't want to talk about her family. Anyone would find it hard to let go if they were in her shoes.
Given her family situation, her brother and she probably don't have a good relationship, so why is he meddling in his sister's affairs?
Zhang Quang chuckled. I heard that little guy really wants Chu Feiyu to be his brother-in-law. You know what I mean?
Su Chao asked. How old is that guy this year?
He hasn't gone to college yet, has he?
Zhang Quang replied. Bai Jie said she is 3 years younger than Wen Jeyu, a senior in high school this year, and has just awakened her superpower.
She has good talent and is an A-level superpower.
His family values him highly, and he will be going to Shanghai Martial Arts University when school starts.
Su Chao and Zhang Quang clinked glasses again.
Thank you, Xiongdi. It seems things are going well between you and Bai Jie. She's told you everything.
By the way, what's that kid's name?
Wen Xingzi. Su Chao didn't take Zhang Quang's boast that Wen Jeyu's younger brother was coming to cause him trouble at all.
How much trouble could a little kid cause him?
What he cared more about was Wen Jeyu's attitude. The two had been contacting each other more frequently lately, their conversations becoming more casual, even carrying a hint of ambiguity.
Su Chao went out early the next morning.
With 2 days left before school starts, he needs to take care of some things before then.
Zhao Deju has been in a bad mood lately.
He was riding high after becoming the manager of that Hunters Association at the Southwest City Gate.
But the good times didn't last long.
His biggest client hadn't been supplying him with large quantities of monster corpses for a while.
People in the association started talking about
him, saying that since he took over, he'd been indulging in pleasure and neglecting to expand his business, causing his performance to plummet. For some reason, the demand for monster corpses has recently surged. However, hunting teams usually don't have the large storage space that Su Chao has, so they rarely bring back the entire monster carcass, they mostly bring back materials. Even his former boss called to ask about the situation, but he struggled to explain. He couldn't find Su Chao and went to the warehouse several times but couldn't run into him.
He even suspected that old Mo might have had an accident in the wilderness.
At that moment, a man was sitting on the office sofa smoking. Suddenly, the phone in my pocket rang.
He frowned.
I didn't really want to answer, but I was afraid it was an important call, so I reluctantly took out my phone and answered. When he saw the caller ID showed old Mo, his face lit up with surprise. The call was quickly connected, and a familiar voice came through the phone. Manager Zhao, usual place, the warehouse has been cleaned up.
All right, Mr. Mo, I'm coming right away.
After hanging up the phone, he quickly gathered a few of his men and headed to Su Chao's former warehouse. The warehouse door was ajar, and he pushed it open and went inside. Before me lay a familiar scene, a mountain of monster corpses.
However, he was slightly disappointed because he brought back fewer monster corpses this time than before.
On a sofa in a corner of the warehouse sat a burly young man dressed in a gray martial arts uniform. He was none other than Mr. Mo, whom he had been searching for so long. After quickly composing himself, he walked a few steps to Su Chao and smiled.
Mr. Mo, hello.
I was worried you hadn't contacted me lately because you weren't satisfied with our previous collaboration and had turned to someone else. Su Chao looked up at him and replied casually, I went to Dawn Base City recently for some business, so I wasn't here. Same old procedure. Count and dispose of these monster corpses, take out the spirit armor pieces and set them aside, and transfer the money to my previous account.
No problem, Mr. Mo, rest assured, the price is absolutely fair.
After saying that, he gestured to his men to take inventory, while he chatted with Su Chao. After a while, one of his subordinates ran over and whispered in his ear, Manager Zhao, go take a look. Something's not right with these monster carcasses.
They're different from before.
Zhao Deju said unhappily, away, you've been working for me for several years, and you've always been reliable. I've brought you here a few times, so you should be familiar with this business.
Don't make a mountain out of a molehill.
He apologized to Su Chao and turned to walk towards the mountain of corpses. As he walked, the subordinate called away explained, Manager Zhao, the worst of these monster corpses are all second tier, and there are quite a few third and fourth tier ones.
Moreover,
I think I also saw a few fifth tier monster corpses. Zhao Deju paused for a moment, then quickened his pace. He hadn't examined the monster's corpse closely before, but after listening to his subordinates, he looked at it seriously and was increasingly pleasantly surprised, just as Away had said.
Check and verify the data as soon as possible. Give me the data. What a pleasant surprise.
Although the number of monster corpses has decreased, their level has increased. The estimated value of this batch is higher than that of the previous single transactions. His subordinates quickly finished counting and reported the data to him, which he glanced at. There are 3 at the 5th tier, one of which is at the peak of the 5th tier, 15 at the 4th tier, over 50 at the 3rd tier, and nearly 200 at the 2nd tier. The total value is calculated to be 140
149 million. He swallowed hard. He grabbed the data and jogged over to find Su Chao. Mr. M.O., the calculations are complete. The total is 149 million. What do you think? Su Chao nodded. Okay, let's settle on this price. By the way, Manager Zhao, have you considered changing jobs? Zhao Dizhu was about to turn around when he stopped and looked up at Su Chao. Mr. M.O., what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Su Chao gestured for him to sit down and said, I think Manager Zhao must have taken a gene serum and become a martial artist. He's probably at the second level now, right? Excuse me for asking, how much do you earn working here for a year? 5 million? You know, I often have a lot of monster corpses to deal with, but I don't want to spend all my time on it. Also, I'll be mainly trading near the East Gate in the future, so I need a reliable person to help me with these things. He paused briefly at this point. If you come and help me, I'll give you an annual salary of 8 million, and you'll have a lot of autonomy in your work. Furthermore, if I am satisfied in the future, I might be able to help you improve your martial arts level. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other person, waiting for his reply. Zhao Dizhu looked at Su Chao with a complicated expression, not expecting the other party to bring this up. He was indeed a second-tier martial artist who had taken gene-enhancing drugs. After becoming a manager, the annual income here is about 3 million, far less than the 5 million the other party mentioned. This income isn't low, considering that unlike other second-tier warriors who risk venturing into the wilderness to hunt monsters, such income over a year is already quite good. Mr. Mo's offer of an annual salary of 8 million is more than double his current income. He was able to become a manager mainly thanks to Mr. Mo's help. If Mr. Mo mainly trades at the East Gate in the future, then his stable source of monster corpses will be gone, which will be detrimental to his position within the association. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. This is where he has worked for many years, and his career is just beginning to take off, with a bright future ahead. On the other hand, there are high salaries and an uncertain future. He found Mr. Mo to be mysterious and unpredictable, definitely not an ordinary person. He always managed to acquire so many monster corpses, and their levels kept increasing. It was truly baffling. Zhao Dizhu had a vague feeling that this choice was crucial to his future life. Mr. Mo, this choice is not easy for me. I need to think about it carefully and will give you an answer before this afternoon. Su Chao nodded. No problem. I'll go now. Just transfer the money to my account when you get back. After saying that, he put away the spirit armor piece, turned around and left the warehouse. Shanghai Base City, District 3. Inside a luxury villa, an elderly man with silver hair sat in his study, holding a book in his left hand and a cup of tea in his right, savoring it slowly. Just then, there was a knock on the study door. Without looking up, he said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked in. "Father, you wanted to see me?" "Yes, come and sit down. I have something to talk to you about." The silver-haired old man gestured for him to sit in the chair opposite him, and after he was seated, he said, "I'm returning to Kyoto Base City tomorrow, and there are some things I need to tell you. This time, Lord Fong sent me to investigate Fong Hui's matter. I failed to deal with Wen Jieyu or retrieve the body, and he was very dissatisfied with the result. I heard they're sending someone over there again. I made some inquiries, and it might be that guy Sun Yi." The middle-aged man's expression changed, and then he showed worry. "Father, I've heard that Commander Sun acts extremely. Lord Fong sent him here. Isn't he afraid of causing trouble?" The silver-haired old man sighed. "That guy is Lord Fong's mad dog. He can make him bite whomever he wants, and he acts without any scruples. I guess Lord Fong is temporarily unable to get away, but he is unwilling to let his son die without knowing the truth, so he sent him. After I get back, you must be careful here. When that guy comes, try not to have too much contact with him. I reckon he'll definitely be up to something big. You are still the triad leader on the surface, but in reality you are just an outsider. He can ask you to gather intelligence, but if he asks you to take action, don't agree. Make an excuse to refuse. Not many people in the organization know about your relationship with me, and Sun Yi knows even less. Call me if there's an emergency." The middle-aged man nodded and said respectfully, "I understand, Father. By the way, I received the batch of gene serums you sent this morning, and we are currently selecting suitable candidates in the association." The silver-haired old man nodded to indicate that he understood. Seemingly remembering something, he asked, "How's the investigation going regarding your cousin Wu Qiming's disappearance that you mentioned last time?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man looked grave and shook his head. "No trace was found. The surveillance footage shows that he disappeared into thin air after returning home, along with the mid-level psionic item you asked me to help save his life and 2 gene serums from the organization. Keep investigating and see if he has offended anyone recently or if he has been targeted by someone who is after money." After Su Chao left the warehouse, "Get ready to take the car to Zone 1. He had already arranged to meet Wen Jieyu yesterday, since the start of the school term was approaching. Su Chao thought to himself that he should buy a car too. He hadn't had time to deal with it before, but after seeing Wen Jieyu, he would go buy a car tomorrow. "I'll also buy one for my father." In addition, buying a house in the core area should also be put on the agenda. With his current status as a 2-star honorary citizen, he can buy a house in any area
area of the core district except for District 1. But after thinking it over, he decided to postpone it for now. He wanted to buy a house in Zone 1 right away, otherwise he would have to move again soon, and he really didn't want to go through the hassle of moving again. By graduation, his strength will be roughly equivalent to that of a 4th-tier cultivator. Exchanging over 10,000 battle merits won't attract much attention, and after applying for 3-star honorary citizen status, you can directly buy a house in District 1.
Just then, the phone in my bag vibrated.
Upon picking it up, I saw it was a balance change notification. 149 million had been deposited into my account.
The money from the morning's transactions has arrived in his account, and his assets have once again exceeded 300 million.
The phone rang immediately. It was Zhao Dezhu calling. Su Chao's lips curled up slightly. It seemed he had made his decision and was looking forward to the other party's reply. When the call connected, Zhao Dezhu's respectful voice came through.
Mr. M.O., hello, I've transferred the funds. Have you seen the account balance? Su Chao replied, received it. The efficiency is really good.
There was a brief pause on the other end of the phone, followed by Zhao Dezhu's firm voice.
Mr. M.O., I've made up my mind. I've decided to work under you. I'll go through the resignation procedures this afternoon. Please assign me tasks. Su Chao's smile grew wider and wider. He was deeply impressed by Zhao Dezhu's decisiveness and couldn't help but admire him even more.
Very good.
You won't regret your decision today. Give me an account, and I'll transfer 50 million to you later. After you finish your resignation procedures, go to the East Gate area tomorrow and find a suitable warehouse to buy.
It just needs to be about the right size, as we'll need it often in the future. Also, I'll allow you to advance 6 months' worth of your salary, deducted from the money I transfer to you, so you can settle things at home first. Zhao Dezhu, on the other end of the phone, was surprised that Mr. M.O. trusted him to this extent, transferring such a large sum of money right away and even allowing him to
receive 6 months' salary in advance.
His voice was filled with excitement as he solemnly assured him, "Don't worry, boss, I'll take care of the warehouse matter tomorrow." Su Chao replied casually, "Yes, and also, you know a lot of people in the Hunters Association, so keep an eye out for spiritual items that can increase lifespan, and let me know as soon as you have any news.
All expenses will be covered by the money I transfer to you. You don't need to report to me. Just show me the accounts every now and then."
"Okay, boss," Zhao Dezhu replied. After hanging up the phone, Su Chao closed his eyes and rested for a while. In the center of District 1, there is a park, Central Park. In the towering buildings of the base city, viewed from above, it resembles the heart of the Starseed base city. This is a tranquil oasis, a rare haven of peace in the core area. In the center of the park is a small lake, and on a small island in the lake is a covered bridge that leads directly to the shore. The area is surrounded by lush trees and occasionally dotted with clusters of flowers. With its beautiful scenery, it is a popular place for residents of District 1 to relax and unwind. Logically speaking, the base city has a large population and land is extremely valuable. Many districts have designated slums where ordinary families of several people are crammed into small, dilapidated houses. Yet, in the heart of Shanghai base city, such a large area of green space has been reserved to create a park for people to enjoy and relax. This only shows that the worlds of the rich and the poor are completely different. The privileged class will never give up their right to enjoy themselves. This is obviously a good place for young men and women to go on dates. A man and a woman were strolling leisurely along a forest path. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that accompanied their figures. One was youthful and beautiful, the other handsome and extraordinary. Wherever they went, they attracted frequent glances from passers-by. These two people were Su Chao and Wen Jieyu. Wen Jieyu's face flushed slightly. She felt a little embarrassed to be the center of attention. After all, it was her suggestion. Today she wore a pair of casual shorts. Her fair and slender legs were captivating, paired with an orange t-shirt and white sneakers. She exudes youthful energy. This outfit is simple yet unique. Su Chao said he was coming to see her last night, so she got up early this morning and tried on several outfits before finally deciding to wear this one. After all, this was their first official date. Thinking of the way Su Chao stared at her when he saw her, Wen Jieyu felt secretly smug. As they walked, Su Chao was somewhat distracted, occasionally stealing glances at her. She couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "Su Chao, let's go find a place to sit over there." Wen Jieyu pointed to a patch of grass in front of him. Su Chao nodded. The two walked to a grassy area by the lake. There happened to be a big tree there, its dense leaves blocking out a large portion of the sunlight. Su Chao took out a piece of clothing from his spatial ring and spread it on the ground. Wen Jieyu glanced at him and then sat down. They sat side by side, a gentle breeze bringing a refreshing coolness. The girl gazed at the ripples on the lake's surface in the distance, stirred by the breeze, and watched the leisurely crowd by the lake, before suddenly speaking. "I heard that before the Nirvana era, everyone could play carefree in the park with their family and friends like this." Su Chao shook his head and smiled. "It's true that you can travel freely, but being carefree is probably just a legend. People in every era have their own missions to carry." The girl remained silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before speaking. "Su Chao, do you think humans can defeat monsters?" The boy was taken taken aback, not expecting her to suddenly ask such a question. After a moment's thought, he replied, I think so. Otherwise, what's the point of all our hard work cultivating? He silently told himself, I have the ability. No matter what others do, I will protect the people I care about and make sure they live. The girl then said with longing, if that day ever comes, we'll come back here, sit under this tree, feel the cool breeze, and watch people enjoying themselves. That would be a different kind of scenery. The boy replied firmly, I definitely will. The two seemed to have reached a silent agreement. Su Chao, we need to speed up our growth. I heard from the teacher that a few days ago, a base city in what used to be Japan was breached, and tens of millions of people were killed. The scene was like hell on earth. The monsters in the ocean are growing too fast. This time, they've even deployed 3 beast kings of rank 9 or higher. This news is still being kept under wraps. Only a few martial artists know about it. The higher-ups are afraid of causing panic. The teacher said that the monsters in the ocean are starting to stir, and time is running out for humanity. It turns out that the root cause of her previous problems was this. Su Chao was startled. The fact that ocean monsters have begun to come ashore and attack human base cities is undoubtedly a very bad sign. He replied, we really need to grow faster. Jieyu, I'm almost at the 5th level. When Jieyu looked up at him in shock and asked with concern, your cultivation has improved so quickly, won't there be some problems? Su Chao felt a warmth in her heart. Others would only be amazed by the speed at which his strength had improved, but she was the only one who could think of him at first, worried that he might have hidden dangers. He shook his head and gently comforted her, no, don't worry. The two sat there until 4 o'clock in the afternoon before reluctantly parting ways at the park entrance. Su Chao had to go back to District 12, so he didn't say much to Wen Jieyu. After a brief farewell, he called a car to go home. The car drove for a while. Su Chao, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed something. He glanced through the rear window, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, and a faint, mocking smile appeared on his lips. The car traveled through Zone 1 and Zone 5 before entering Zone 12. Suddenly, a red sports car and a black SUV sped out from behind, blocking Su Chao's car and stopping it. The driver was startled by this sudden turn of events, never expecting that someone would dare to make a move directly in the base city. Su Chao reassured the driver, sir, please stay in the car and leave it to me. A teenager got out of the red sports car and walked towards Su Chao. 2 young men quickly got out of the black SUV and followed closely behind. 1 boy, 2 young men. The boy had shoulder-length hair, an earring on his right ear, a black leather jacket, ripped jeans, and gray boots. The other 2 young men were dressed in all black, had buzz cuts, and looked serious. They were clearly bodyguards. Under Su Chao's eye of truth, the 3 had no secrets. He discovered that the boy was actually a peak first-level martial artist, and more importantly, he had awakened an A-level fire-type ability. Recalling the information Zhang Kuang had given him, Su Chao had roughly guessed the identity of the person who had come. A pleasant smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She found it quite amusing. The 2 young men who looked like bodyguards were both third-tier martial artists, but they had no special abilities, so they must have taken gene serum. Seeing Su Chao get out of the car, a light flashed in the boy's eyes. He walked straight up to him and looked him up and down with a sidelong glance. He said in an arrogant tone, you must be Su Chao? Su Chao stared at him with amusement, wanting to see what he would do next, and nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Su Chao admit it, the boy immediately pointed at Su Chao and said sternly, I'm warning you, stay away from my sister from now on, or you'll face the consequences. Su Chao feigned surprise and asked, who is your sister? And who are you? The boy immediately perked up, his confidence soared, and his voice became even more resolute. My sister is Wen Jieyu. As for me, I am her younger brother, Wen Xingze. As he spoke, he casually tidied the stray strands of hair on his forehead. Su Chao, stop playing dumb. You met with my sister in the park this afternoon. Don't think I don't know. You're not good enough for my sister. She's the #1 genius in beauty in Shanghai Base City, and the campus belle of Shanghai Martial Arts University. And what about you? You couldn't even get into Martial Arts University. Although you were lucky enough to awaken your martial arts skills during university, the difference between you and my sister is like heaven and earth. Do you understand? Not only are there huge differences in your talents, but your social statuses are also completely mismatched. As far as I know, your family is of average means. Your father has just recovered from his injuries, and your mother is just an ordinary person. It can't compare to our families. We've already chosen the most suitable candidate for my sister, Brother Chu Feiyu from the Chu family in Kyoto. He's the real prodigy. My sister is just using you as a shield. She's purely trying to oppose the family's decision. Do you really think she'd be interested in you? Stop dreaming and face reality. A toad and a swan are not even in the same league. Su Chao was a little stunned. This person was quite talkative, talking nonstop without giving anyone else a chance to speak. He finally stopped. Su Chao shook his head and said helplessly, are you done talking? If you're done, then leave. Don't block our car. I have to get home. Wen Xingze's face immediately darkened, and he frowned as he stared at Su Chao. He had expected Su Chao to blush with embarrassment or be angry and embarrassed after hearing this, but to his surprise, the other party looked at him calmly, as if watching a child's farce. Enraged, he finally snapped, did you
even hear what I just said? Su Chao nodded and said with a smile, I listened, but it went in one ear and out the other. When Chengze was stunned. It was a blatant humiliation. The other party completely disregarded him. His anger flared instantly, and he waved to his two bodyguards, ordering, teach him a lesson, but don't break his arms and legs. He took 2 steps back, staring at Su Chao with a cold smile. I was trying to talk to you kindly, but you insisted on forcing me to take action. Do you want to suffer? He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't personally go into battle. After all, although the opponent had only recently awakened as a martial artist less than a year ago, he might already possess the strength of a second-tier martial artist. The two bodyguards obeyed and surrounded Su Chao from the left and right. Su Chao thought to himself, they still have some sense of propriety. I'll be gentler with you guys later. One of the bodyguards grabbed Su Chao's arm. Seeing that he didn't resist, the bodyguard thought to himself that the kid was pretty smart and that he should go easy on him. The other one kicked Su Chao hard in the stomach, trying to knock him down. Unexpectedly, instead of kicking Su Chao, the foot struck his companion, as if that person had deliberately shielded Su Chao from the kick. The bodyguard asked suspiciously, Xiao Rong, what are you doing? Xiao Rong, who had just been kicked in the stomach, looked surprised and confused. I don't know either. I just felt a huge force lift me up. He looked down at his arm, only to find that the hand that had been gripping the other person's was now being held in return. Her attempts to struggle were futile. She felt like a chick, held tightly by those giant hands. The more she struggled, the tighter they gripped her. Immediately afterwards, he felt himself being lifted up. The other party used him as a weapon, swinging him at their companion. If his companions retaliate, they will have to hit him. If they don't retaliate, they will be hit by his body. There's nowhere to hide. The other party moved extremely fast while carrying the person. A bizarre scene unfolded. A teenager was carrying one person with one hand and chasing after another young man, smashing him repeatedly, while the two bodyguards cried out in pain. When Xingze was stunned and couldn't help but shiver. Who exactly is Su Chao? He's supposed to be a second-tier martial artist, but is he really? Have you ever seen a second-tier martial artist who can lift a third-tier martial artist with one hand and throw him around like a toy? I must teach those people who were trying to find out information a lesson when I get back. He slowly backed away, and when he sensed something was wrong, he immediately retreated. As for those two bodyguards, I wish them good luck. But just as he reached his red sports car and was about to turn around and open the car door, a teasing voice rang in his ear. Young Master One, where are you planning to go? Since you're already here, why don't you play around for a while before you leave? When Xingze shuddered and stiffly turned his head. Standing before me was a young man with a bright smile on his face, not out of breath or flustered, as if he hadn't been the one who had just smashed someone. His two bodyguards were already lying motionless on the ground not far away. Looking at the other person's bright smile, when Xingze felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet, he forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Su Chao, there's been a misunderstanding between us. I won't stop you from seeing my sister anymore. You know who I am. It wouldn't be good to mess with me. Su Chao stared at him with interest, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped him on the head. Of course, he didn't use much force. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he could have broken his neck with one slap. Do I need your permission to date your sister? You think you're something special. What's wrong with me hitting you? Am I afraid of retaliation? At such a young age, instead of learning good things, you're imitating gangsters. Why would a boy wear earrings? Every time Su Chao said a word, he would slap him hard on the forehead. When Xingze felt his head buzzing, he wanted to resist, but seeing the expectant look in the other person's eyes, he knew that if he resisted, the result would only be worse. He was like a child who had made a mistake and was being scolded by his parents, filled with anger, helplessness, and resentment. Su Chao slapped Wen Xingze more than a dozen times before stopping. Wen Xingze's forehead was covered in red marks, and his once cool hairstyle was now a mess. He didn't really use his strength. After all, he was Wen Jiayu's younger brother. This mental setback far outweighs the physical pain. Seeing the other party glaring at him with red eyes like a defeated rooster, silently expressing their protest, Su Chao smiled upon seeing this. What? You're not convinced? What's there to be resentful about? You should be grateful you were born into a good family. If someone like you were left in the wilderness, do you believe you wouldn't survive a single meal? I'm here today to tell you that relying on yourself is worse than relying on others. In this era, only strength matters most. The status you rely on may not be able to save you in critical moments. You have good talent, so study hard and cultivate properly. Don't follow others down the wrong path and embarrass your sister. Let's go. I hope you remember this lesson. Also, take your two lackeys with you. They'll recover in a day or two. You should be glad I didn't kill them, otherwise. After saying that, Su Chao turned and walked towards his car. A short while later, the car started up and sped away. Only Wen Xingze, who was stunned and had a gloomy face, and two bodyguards who had fainted not far away remained at the scene. 2 days passed quickly. Summer vacation is over, and Su Chao is returning to school today to begin his senior year of college. Most of the family matters have been resolved. To spare his mother the trouble of housework, he hired a full-time caregiver with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan to take care of the elderly couple. Moreover, he bought
bought membership cards for his parents at the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy near their home and deposited 10 million yuan into each card. He also took his parents to buy 2 cars, one for himself and one for his father.
His mother said she didn't want to drive, so they didn't buy one.
In total, it cost about 10 million. Watching his father touch the new car and nod. Men really have no resistance to luxury cars. Driving his new car home from the dealership, Su Chao's father beamed with joy the whole way, and Su Chao felt that the money was well spent.
Isn't the purpose of making money to make your family live a better life and to make yourself happy?
My sister said in a video call yesterday that her husband has been discharged from the hospital.
He's recovering quite well.
My sister said that after 2 more days of rest, he'll be able to go back to work at the research institute.
In addition, they moved to a new house.
Su Chao still had a considerable amount of money left over from the transfer, and she wanted to return it to him, but he refused. So they discussed it and decided to buy a better apartment in a better neighborhood, which would be safer. Zhao Dazhu has officially resigned and is now helping Su Chao with his work. He is very efficient and has already bought a warehouse in Dongcheng district for a total of nearly 40 million yuan. Su Chao transferred another 50 million to him. In his spare time, he was instructed to collect monster carcasses from the hunting teams. Because he frequently shipped out large quantities, the source would be difficult to explain if he attracted the attention of malicious individuals. The root cause of all this is a lack of strength. Once he becomes a top-tier expert, he won't need to hide his actions anymore.
Everything is arranged. After having lunch with his parents, Su Chao prepared to leave.
Before leaving, he transferred 10 million yuan to each of his parents' accounts, telling them never to venture into the wilderness and to contact him directly if they needed money. Especially Dad, after recovering his martial arts realm, wanted to go hunting in the wilderness with his old brothers, but fortunately Su Chao and Mom stopped him in time. This time, Su Chao didn't intend to keep a low profile when going to school.
Instead of taking public transportation, he drove his newly bought SUV at breakneck speed.
He arrived at school in less than 2 hours. When the car entered the school gate, the security guard saw such a high-class vehicle and thought a big leader had arrived, so he immediately saluted. Although only a summer vacation had passed, Su Chao felt like a whole year had gone by when he stepped back onto campus. After all, his summer vacation was very fulfilling. He experienced too many things.
Other students might stay home playing video games every day during the holidays and wouldn't notice any changes in him. He quickly drove the car to the dormitory building and parked it.
Just as he was about to close the car door, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling him.
Su Chao turned around and saw a slightly chubby figure. The man, beaming, called out, "Dolly, when did you arrive?"
It was Jiang Dolly, a classmate he had a good relationship with in the martial arts class.
"I arrived this morning." Jiang Dolly pointed at Su Chao's car, his eyes full of doubt. "Chaozi, did you buy this car?"
Su Chao shook his head and said, "No, it belongs to a good friend of mine. I borrowed it for a couple of days to show off.
There are some freshman girls registering these days."
After saying that, she winked at him, as if to say, "You know what I mean." Jiang Dolly was visibly disappointed when he heard that it belonged to a friend.
He tentatively asked, "Chaozi, can I borrow it for a spin?"
Su Chao simply tossed him the car keys.
"Drive as you please, but take it easy, don't drive too fast in the school area. There are a lot of students on the road these days."
Jiang Dolly took the keys with a pleasant surprise, not expecting that Su Chao would actually lend them to him.
This wasn't his own car. "Chaozi, can I really borrow it?" Su Chao reached out. "Don't want it? Give the key back."
Jiang Dolly quickly put away the keys, gave Su Chao a thumbs up, and grinned foolishly.
"Chaozi, you're such a loyal friend.
You go back to the dorm first, I'm going for a walk, my spring has arrived." After saying that, he eagerly opened the car door and got in. Su Chao watched him drive away and said in a low voice,
"Am I loyal enough?"
"Dolly, this is nothing compared to what you've done for me. I'll take you to the pinnacle of life."
He quickly tidied up his dorm room and then went downstairs toward the school's office building.
He wanted to see if the principal was there. As soon as I arrived at the principal's office, I saw the principal carrying a notebook, walking up the stairs, clearly having just finished a meeting. Gang saw Su Chao standing at the office door and asked with a smile,
"You must be Su Chao. What can I do for you?"
Gang still remembers this student who only woke up at the end of last semester.
Su Chao nodded politely. "Principal Hua, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Let's talk in my office."
Gang pushed open the office door first, followed closely by Su Chao. He gestured for Su Chao to find a seat, then walked to the table, put down his notebook, picked up a teacup, and asked while drinking water, "Su, what do you need me for?"
Su Chao looked at Gang and asked seriously, "Principal Hua, would you mind having another disciple? I mean, that kind of master-disciple relationship."
Almost spat out the tea he had just drunk, staring at Su Chao in astonishment, wondering if he had misheard.
"Su, what did you just say?" He coughed and asked again to confirm.
Su Chao spread his hands. "Principal Hua, I have a friend who is exceptionally talented and wants to become your student."
"What do you think?"
Gang rolled his eyes.
"Not good at all. Tell your friends I'm not taking on any more students." Su Chao shook his head and sighed. "That's a real shame.
My friend thought he had dual superpowers and could become principal was apprentice. I didn't expect Principal Hua to have such high standards for accepting disciples. Then I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye, Principal. Hua Gang was stunned. What? A dual ability awakener? Wait a minute. He finally snapped out of his shock and immediately called out to Su Chao, who was about to get up and leave. He stared at Su Chao with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Do you know what you're saying? Su Chao felt a little nervous under Hua Gang's gaze, sensing a powerful pressure emanating from him. Although this pressure was slightly weaker than that of teacher Wen Jieyu and Su Jin, it was still quite terrifying. As someone with a control panel, Su Chao was least afraid of this kind of mental pressure, but in order to show respect for the strong, he still pretended to be a little strained. Principal Hua, please calm down and stop using your supernatural powers. I'm not lying to you, he really does have dual supernatural abilities. So, tell me, are you going to take him in or not? Hua Gang glanced at him, then suppressed his imposing manner and took another sip of tea. After a moment, he asked, why didn't he come himself and instead had you tell me? Su Chao said with feigned helplessness, my friend is a bit shy and embarrassed, so he asked me to come and find out the situation first. Hua Gang stared at him with a half smile. You're shy? I never noticed. You're a dual power awakener, kid? Su Chao coughed awkwardly. Principal Hua, it wasn't me, it was my friend. I was asking on his behalf. Hua Gang glared at him. Do you think I'm stupid? If you don't tell the truth, please leave, and I'll pretend you never entered this office today. Su Chao realized that pretending to be stupid wouldn't work, so he scratched his head. Principal Hua, you have such keen insight. That's right, I have awakened dual superpowers. Seeing that he finally admitted it, Hua Gang stared at him seriously and asked, I remember you awakened 2 months ago, right? What realm are you at now? Su Chao hesitated for a moment, but still answered, I awakened 2 months ago and am now a 4th level martial artist. Hua Gang suddenly stood up from the sofa, and the movement was so violent that the water in the glass spilled out. He was so excited he could hardly contain himself. In just 2 months, he went from an awakened to a 4th tier martial artist. What kind of talent is that? Hua Gang was certain that such a cultivation speed was abnormal, even among dual ability awakeners. Based on his training speed, he is very likely to reach the 6th level martial artist before graduation. At this moment, Hua Gang did indeed waver. When he told Su Chao that he didn't plan to take on any apprentices, it wasn't just a perfunctory remark, he had his own principles. He never intended to take on disciples here, not even S-level awakened superpowers. But for a freak like Su Chao, who has awakened 2 superpowers, it seems that an exception can be made. Hua Gang, being a strong person, quickly calmed down. He stared at Su Chao. Since you've already chosen to cultivate quietly for 2 months and made good progress, why do you want to become a disciple now? You could have kept it a secret, quietly cultivated to the Grandmaster level, and then suddenly revealed your strength to amaze everyone. Seeing Hua Gang's ambiguous smile, Su Chao awkwardly scratched his head. He had indeed considered that if he cultivated his spatial abilities to the Grandmaster level, it would be very difficult for anyone to kill him. He wasn't afraid of exposing some secrets. But now that Principal Hua has said it so bluntly, it feels like someone has reopened old wounds. He paused for a moment before speaking. There are several reasons. First of all, my cultivation method is quite special, and I may often need to go out of the wilderness. In my senior year, I will likely be away from school frequently, so I need a high degree of freedom. And in the school, I'm afraid only you, Principal, can grant me such a right. Seeing Hua Gang nod, signaling him to continue. Secondly, I can get some guidance on cultivation from you, timely access to information that ordinary martial artists cannot understand, as well as some secret intelligence, or rather, information about special spiritual objects. Third, I haven't fully matured yet, and I need to find a backer who can support me and have a certain deterrent effect on the outside world, so that at least those people or forces won't dare to harm me and my family at will. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hua Gang honestly. Hua Gang stared at Su Chao with appreciation and said, you are very honest. I like honest people, even though telling the truth can be hard for some people to accept. What you just mentioned are all the benefits you'll get from becoming a disciple. So what will I get if I take you as my disciple? Su Chao was stumped by Principal Hua's question. What can you gain? Don't powerful people always prefer to take on exceptionally talented geniuses as their disciples? Isn't this the consensus of everyone? He paused for a moment, then replied, of course, it's about getting a disciple with exceptional talent. Hua Gang shook his head. I don't care about these empty titles. Like you, I only value practical benefits. Su Chao remained silent for a longer time, unsure how to respond. He didn't really have anything worthwhile to offer at the moment, and after a moment he asked, Principal Hua, what do you need me to do in the future? Hua Gang's smile widened as he looked at Su Chao with admiration. Not bad, I'm liking you more and more, you're quick-witted. As I said before, although it is sometimes hard to accept the truth, only a real exchange of benefits can guarantee the longevity and health of the relationship. We've only just met, so talking about a deep master-disciple relationship is pure nonsense. He continued, here's what we'll do. If you can break through to the 6th level martial artist before graduating from university, you'll need to carry out a secret mission for China, which might be a bit dangerous. Of course, you are just one
one of the candidates and you may not be selected. The strongest few will be chosen from among you. You are currently the weakest, while the other candidates are at least at the peak of the 5th rank. However, as long as you maintain this fast cultivation speed, there is a great chance that you will catch up later. Su Chao looked at him with suspicion. Why a 6th level martial artist? Doesn't China have many top level experts? Is there some kind of restriction? Hua Gang nodded. This secret mission is one of China's top secrets. I can't reveal too much information right now. You'll find out when you're selected.
As you said, there are indeed restrictions on the number of people who can participate in this operation. We can only select from college students, and they cannot be older than 22. This is because we are mainly assessing the strength and growth potential of the younger generation.
The older generation of experts cannot make a move. This operation is of paramount importance to China. Anyone selected to participate will receive a generous reward. There are additional special rewards for those who make contributions during the operation. After listening to Principal Hua's words, Su Chao pondered for a moment and finally said, I can agree.
He had his own plans in mind. If the operation is limited to 6th-tier martial artists, it won't pose too much of a threat to him, who will at least be a 6th-tier martial artist by then.
In addition, participating in it allows you to access secrets you've never known before.
Now that I have successfully become an apprentice, I have indeed received tangible benefits.
Hua Gang was very pleased to see that Su Chao agreed. Alright, from now on, you are my only disciple, Hua Gang.
Upon hearing Hua Gang's statement, Su Chao walked up to him, picked up the teacup on the table, bowed respectfully, and handed it to him.
Teacher, please have some tea.
Hua Gang sat upright and composed, reached out and took the teacup, and took a sip. He then nodded to Su Chao and said,
Now that I've accepted you as my disciple, there are some things I need to explain to you.
As your teacher, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to come to me anytime, and I will guide you without reservation. Furthermore, if you encounter any trouble outside, you can mention my name, which should have a deterrent effect. Of course, if you cause trouble outside, I will also deal with you. Regarding the issue of freedom you mentioned at school, students in our martial arts class who have reached the 4th level of strength already enjoy a high degree of freedom. I'll speak with Teacher Chu about it, and you can proceed according to your own arrangements.
However, I still suggest you participate more in school class activities, otherwise you may easily become isolated.
You can also attend some classes more often. For example, in Teacher Chen's martial arts class, he is extremely talented in martial arts. He has already mastered an intermediate martial arts skill to the great level and has also reached the minor level of an advanced martial arts skill.
Understood, teacher.
Su Chao nodded, indicating that he had taken the advice to heart. For him, martial arts training is not complicated. As long as there are enough source points, any martial arts technique can be improved to the perfect level in a short time.
Hua Gang continued. Going to the wilderness to hunt monsters is a good thing.
It can improve your martial arts skills and cultivation, and also weaken the monsters.
However, staying in the wilderness to kill
monsters for a long time can easily cause mental problems and affect your state of mind, which is extremely detrimental to your cultivation after breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Before reaching the Grandmaster level, martial artists primarily improve their physique and mental strength by constantly transforming their bodies. But once you reach the Grandmaster realm, you must begin to gradually comprehend the mysteries of the universe, so your state of mind and comprehension become especially important. This is why everyone attaches great importance to advanced superpowered individuals and dual-powered awakeners, because, based on experience, these people usually have high comprehension and are more likely to break through to higher realms.
Su Chao listened to Principal Hua's words and nodded repeatedly, pretending to be a well-behaved student.
But inwardly he thought, what the teacher said may work for others, but it's not suitable for me.
Cultivation bottleneck? It doesn't exist. As long as I have enough source points, I can keep breaking through. Hua Gang was satisfied to see that Su Chao listened attentively to his advice. What martial art are you practicing now? What level have you reached? Tell me, and I can give you some pointers.
Su Chao obediently replied, I am currently mainly practicing the beginner-level martial skill Windbreaking Slash, which I have already reached the perfect level. Hua Gang's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and spoke in a calm tone.
Not bad.
It seems you do have a talent for martial arts training.
Since you have already mastered the basic martial arts to perfection, I won't give you any more pointers. He continued, slightly hesitantly. You just said you practiced Windbreaking Slash, which should be a sword-fighting martial art, right? This shows you have a talent for swordsmanship. How about this? A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a black hard drive.
As a gift to you for accepting me as your disciple, I'm giving you a high-level sword technique called Void Soul-Splitting Slash. After saying that, he handed the black hard drive to Su Chao. Su Chao quickly accepted it with both hands, his heart filled with excitement. He had finally obtained an advanced martial arts technique.
Is this one of the benefits of becoming an apprentice?
He held the black hard drive and kept flipping through it, his eyes full of curiosity. Seeing this, Hua Gang smiled slightly. When you cultivate beginner and intermediate martial arts to a certain level, you will form a momentum. You should have a
deep understanding of this. Su Chao nodded. His wind-breaking slash had just reached the perfect level and had already formed a sword aura. Seeing that he understood, Gang continued, and if one can cultivate advanced martial arts to the point of mastery, one will begin to touch upon the essence of the art. Therefore, cultivating advanced martial arts techniques is no longer as simple as cultivating basic and intermediate martial arts techniques. Instead, it requires watching demonstration videos of martial artists who have cultivated advanced martial arts techniques to perfection and comprehending the artistic conception when they use the techniques. The images on the hard drive require a security key to play, and the number of times they can be played is limited. How far you can cultivate this martial art depends on your own comprehension. Su Chao had never encountered such a powerful figure before. Now that he had a mentor, he finally mustered the courage to ask all the questions that had been nagging at him. Teacher, monsters are rampant now, and humanity urgently needs to improve its strength to fight them. Why not make all martial arts techniques available for free? Gang couldn't help but laugh out loud. I reckon there are quite a few low to mid-level martial artists who share your thoughts. Without waiting for Su Chao's reply, he began to speak on his own. Do you know where martial arts techniques come from? No matter what level of martial arts technique it is, it does not come out of thin air. It is the result of countless martial artists' painstaking research and summarization over many years. Each set of martial arts techniques embodies the hard work and wisdom of the martial artist who created it. These martial artists also need to cultivate, which consumes a lot of resources, so it is reasonable for them to contribute their martial arts skills and charge a certain fee. If all martial arts techniques are free, who would be willing to contribute their hard work? Furthermore, it's human nature. Only by paying a price can people cherish what they have. Getting something for nothing harms people and disrupts the rules of society. Su Chao fell into deep thought. This is probably because people look at things from different perspectives when they are at different levels. After Gang taught Su Chao advanced martial arts techniques, he took out a dark gold box from his spatial ring and solemnly handed it to him. The wilderness is fraught with danger. You often travel alone, so you need to be extra careful. I can't protect you every moment. Strong people grow by fighting for their lives. This is a high-level psionic item, containing a high-level skill that could save your life in a critical moment. Su Chao's eyes lit up. Good stuff. He quickly took it and put it into his spatial ring. His expression suggested he was afraid the teacher would change his mind, and Gang couldn't help but feel a toothache when he saw it. After carefully storing the high-level psionic item, Su Chao looked expectantly at his wealthy and powerful teacher. Gang glared at him irritably. Do you really think I'm some kind of treasure-giving Taoist? Where would I get so many things to give you? Su Chao awkwardly looked away. Gang's lips twitched at the disappointment on his face. He's starting to regret it, unsure whether taking on this apprentice was the right or wrong decision. But fearing he might ruin his reputation in his later years, he could only silently repeat 3 times, "Don't get angry, don't get angry, don't get angry." Since he was the disciple I chose, I had to grit my teeth and bear it. Fearing that Su Chao would continue to pry into the gift, he quickly changed the subject. Although you have good talent, you can't let your guard down. His voice seemed to be reminiscing, or perhaps sighing. Since the first psionic tide eruption in 2031, Earth has entered an era of evolution for all things, known as the Nirvana era. Then, in the 25th year, the second psionic tide erupted, accelerating the evolution of all things. More importantly, something appeared that is also related to the secret mission I told you about. The third psionic tide occurred 15 years after the second, while the most recent fourth psionic tide erupted 3 years ago, with an interval of only 7 years. Su Chao knew that the fourth psionic tide that the teacher mentioned was the one when he obtained the mysterious fragment in his senior year of high school. The teacher said that something extraordinary appeared during the second psionic tide, and mysterious fragments appeared during the fourth. Is this a coincidence or is there some connection? After Gang finished speaking, he looked up at Su Chao and, seeing him deep in thought, asked, "Can you glean anything from this?" Su Chao replied with a solemn expression, "The intervals between psionic tide bursts are getting shorter and shorter." Gang nodded solemnly. "That's right. You're absolutely right. The intervals between psionic tide bursts are getting shorter and shorter. Master always feels that time is running out, as if something big is about to happen." Seeing that even a strong person like his teacher was so nervous and attentive, Su Chao couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Gang took the initiative to change the subject. "By the way, I still don't know what kind of superpower you've awakened. I know a bit about most types of superpowers, so tell me so I can give you some advice." Su Chao spoke with great anticipation. "Teacher, I have awakened a spatial ability and a detection ability." Gang trembled, struggling to suppress the twitching at the corner of his mouth, staring in astonishment at the disciple he had just accepted. His Tao heart, which had just stabilized, almost collapsed again. I was careless. I really shouldn't have asked that question. I never expected it to be a space-based or exploration-based system." He had no experience with either of these two departments. What kind of monster had he taken in? Space-based? It's actually a space-based system. system. He slapped his forehead, glanced at the time, and looked annoyed. Oh dear, I forgot I had an important meeting. There's no time today, I'll guide you another day. You can go back now. Before he finished speaking, he quickly picked up the notebook on the table and walked straight out of the office. Teacher, Su Chao called out from behind. Upon hearing his disciple's call, Hua Gang, who was ahead, quickened his pace. This kid is too wicked. If I stay with him any longer, my Dao heart might become unstable. Su Chao pouted. Teacher, you still haven't given me the security key to the advanced martial arts hard drive. Su Chao returned to his dormitory. He took out the 2 gifts his teacher had given him and played with them. This apprenticeship was definitely worthwhile. That's a high-level psionic artifact. The teacher said it's a treasure that can even hurt a 7th-level grandmaster, and it's definitely a life-saving trump card. The other is an advanced martial skill, Void Soul Splitter. Just from the name, you can tell it's amazing. Unfortunately, the teacher left in a hurry and forgot to send me the security key. I'll call him to ask after his meeting. My phone suddenly vibrated in my bag. It was a text message. Upon opening it, I found it was a security key sent by the teacher. It seems the teacher heard what I was thinking. Now that we have the security key, what are we waiting for? He immediately began practicing advanced martial arts techniques. This is a high-level martial art that he has been dreaming of. He wonders how much it will improve his physical body after mastering it. Their martial arts class has good dormitory conditions, equipped with a complete set of audio-visual equipment so that students can relax and entertain themselves when they are tired from training. Su Chao quickly turned on the playback device, inserted the hard drive, and entered the security key. Immediately afterwards, a video appeared on the screen. An open area in the wilderness. A burly man with a typical square face stood in midair, holding a large sword, with a scar on his eyebrow. Su Chao was somewhat surprised. This person was actually the founder of the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy, a top human expert, Ba Dao. Then, he heard Ba Dao begin to explain the key points of martial arts training in a deep and steady voice. Void Soul Splitting Slash is not an ordinary high-level martial skill, but a top-tier high-level martial skill, consisting of 4 moves. These are Illusory Blade without a trace, Soul-Splitting Line, Severing the Void with 1,000 blades, and Returning to Stillness of all thoughts, corresponding to the entry level, minor achievement level, major achievement level, and perfect achievement level of martial arts skills. The first move, Faint without a trace. Beginners need to sit quietly, regulate their breathing, hold their breath, and concentrate, sensing the subtle vibrations of the surrounding space. The void is not empty, it has an extremely faint pulse, like breathing. Only by capturing this pulse can one merge with it when wielding the sword. After saying that, he began to demonstrate. He landed slowly. He stood with his hands behind his back, his long sword pointing diagonally at the ground, his eyes closed for a moment, as if sensing something. Suddenly, he swung his sword diagonally, the blade silently slicing through the air, creating faint ripples. A nearby tree, about half a foot thick, was cut in two, the cut perfectly smooth. The video continued to play, and the Ba Dao demonstration continued. The second move, Soul-Splitting Line. After sensing the breath of the void, you must learn to grasp it, not with your hands, but with your breath and intention, drawing the pulse of the void into a thin thread, pressing it tightly against the blade. Su Chao watched intently as the video showed Ba Dao explaining the key points of each move and the techniques for executing it in great detail. He felt that this advanced martial arts technique was tailor-made for him. He possesses spatial abilities and a detection ability that comes with mental intimidation. Combined with the void soul-splitting slash, it's a perfect match. The video rehearsal ended quickly. When ordinary people see this, they need to immediately sit in meditation and contemplate its meaning. But Su Chao is different. He doesn't need that. He looked at the panel. Origin point, 18961. Martial Arts, Advanced Martial Arts Void Soul Splitter, Unlearned, plus, Beginner Martial Arts Shadow Strike Mastered, plus, Beginner Martial Arts Wind Slash, Perfected, Beginner Martial Arts Mountain Suppressing Fist, Mastered, plus. Once he confirmed that advanced martial arts techniques could be displayed on the panel, Su Chao could no longer contain himself, and the smile on his lips almost stretched to his ears. With the panel and the source point, we have a solution. Those old-fashioned methods of quiet cultivation are simply not suitable for him. Looking at the nearly 20,000 source points on the panel, Su Chao felt extremely at ease. He wanted to see just how many source points it would take to upgrade advanced martial arts techniques. As the source points were continuously consumed, a flood of insights rushed into his mind, and he gradually felt the feeling that Ba Dao had just mentioned. I've finally found it. I've caught the pulse and felt the breath. That's exactly the feeling. The first move, Void Without a Trace, was a success. However, since this was a dormitory, he didn't dare to use his attack power for fear of damaging things. He stared intently at the panel. Source point, 17961. Martial arts skill, beginner level of the advanced martial arts skill Void Soul Splitting Slash, plus symbol. Seeing that a full 1,000 source points had been consumed on the panel, Su Chao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It is indeed a high-level martial arts technique. It cost him 1,000 source points to just get started. Keep in mind that it only took him 1,000 source points to advance from the initial mastery of a basic martial art to the advanced
advanced mastery. Without hesitation, he continued to advance. The source point was being consumed at an alarming rate, and he vaguely grasped the feeling of grasping the pulse of the void that Ba Dao had mentioned, trying to pull it into a line, but he failed at first. Time ticked by, and after repeated attempts, he finally succeeded. The second move, soul-splitting line, was a success. The advanced martial skill Void Soul-Splitting Slash has reached the minor completion stage. Su Chao felt the power of this move, which had surpassed the full force of his perfected wind-breaking slash. Next, let's look at the consumption of the source node. Su Chao's lips twitched, a full 5,000 source points were gone. This is only at the minor mastery stage. There are still more than 12,000 source points left on the panel. He gritted his teeth and continued to improve. This time, the rate at which the source points were consumed increased dramatically, with an alarming rate of loss per second. Countless insights flooded his mind, and he felt as if he had become the swordsman who had practiced this martial art for decades. After decades of hard work, he finally reaped the rewards. He felt that his understanding of swordsmanship had entered a new realm, with his chi and intention merging and the sword intent beginning to emerge. He even had the illusion that as long as he swung the sword, the void itself would be cleaved and broken apart. What shocked him even more was that this move could not only attack the physical body, but also destroy the soul. The third move, severing 1,000 shadows in the sky, was a success. At this moment, the consumption of the source point finally stopped. Source point, 2961. Martial Arts, Advanced Martial Art Void Soul Splitter Slash, Mastered, Basic Martial Art Shadow Strike, Mastered, Basic Martial Art Wind Slash, Perfected, Basic Martial Art Mountain Suppressing Fist, Mastered. The Advanced Martial Arts technique, which I had never encountered before, was directly upgraded from the beginner level to the master level, consuming a total of 16,000 source points, of which 10,000 source points were used to upgrade from the minor master level to the master level. But it was all so worth it. He felt that his combat power had made a huge leap, at least doubling. He estimated his attack power to be firmly at the level of an ordinary 6th-tier martial artist. It should be noted that only a very small number of 6th-level martial artists and the vast majority of Grandmaster-level experts are capable of mastering advanced martial arts techniques. Most 4th and 5th-level martial artists cultivate intermediate-level martial arts, and most of them remain at the minor completion level, with very few reaching the major completion level. It is evident that he has now mastered advanced martial arts techniques, making him an extraordinary individual. The Void Soul Splitter Slash is not just an ordinary high-level martial skill, but the pinnacle of the pinnacle. In addition, he also grasped the rudiments of sword intent. If a martial artist wants to break through from the 6th rank to the 7th rank of Grandmaster, in addition to reaching the critical point in physical fitness and mental strength, they must also master the initial form of intent. Su Chao not only mastered advanced martial arts techniques, but also condensed the rudiments of sword intent. This is precisely why the Void Soul Splitter Slash is considered a top-tier advanced martial skill. Ordinary advanced martial arts techniques can only condense the rudiments of their essence when they reach the perfect state. Su Chao was filled with anticipation. If he could cultivate the Void Soul Splitting Slash to perfection, how high would his combat power rise? I just don't know how many source points are needed. He has made up his mind that the source points he obtains from hunting monsters in the future will first be used to upgrade the Void Soul Splitter to the perfect level. I checked the time. The entire training session lasted less than half an hour. If his chief master, Hua Gang, knew that he had mastered advanced martial arts in just half an hour, he would probably be furious. He sent Wen Jiayu a message, telling her about his apprenticeship. Then, remembering that his former roommates Han Yu and the others should have all returned to school, he decided to get together with a few people. I dialed Han Yu's number. A cheerful greeting came from the other end of the phone. Hey, brother Chao. Han Yu, have you all gone back to school? How about we get together at our usual spot tonight? Sure, Chao Ji. A few of us arrived yesterday and are currently in the dorm. I told them we'd order first when you arrive. Okay, see you later. Su Chao began packing to leave. Strolling on campus, he saw a series of vibrant, energetic faces. Several people chatted and laughed in small groups. They were full of expectations for the future, and the excitement and joy of being admitted to university had not yet faded. These are clearly freshmen who have just enrolled. As he passed by the entrance of the second canteen, Su Chao saw his black SUV. At that moment, a group of students were pointing and talking about the car. Zhang Dali stood in the center like a star surrounded by a crowd of pretty female classmates, exchanging contact information with them. The car, worth nearly 5 million, naturally caused quite a stir on campus where most students lived. This guy is really ostentatious, parking his car in front of the cafeteria during mealtime. Su Chao shook his head. Ignoring him, I continued walking towards the school gate. Soon, he arrived at the shop that the group frequented. He saw that the 3 people in the dormitory had all arrived and were waiting for him. Upon seeing Su Chao arrive, the 3 of them stood up and invited him to sit down. Su Chao also greeted him jokingly. Hey, Junjun, Zhongqi, you've both gained a lot of weight over the summer. Looks like the food at home is really good. Han Yu, what happened to you? You seem seem to have lost a lot of weight this summer. This wasn't just a casual remark. Su Chao could genuinely see that Han Yu had lost weight and gotten a tan. Hearing Su Chao's joke, Tan Jun and Yu Zhongji responded with a laugh. Brother Chao, you know, we stayed home all holiday and ate better food every day than we did at school. How could we not get fat? Han Yu, who was standing next to him, smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Su Chao noticed Han Yu's unusual behavior but didn't point it out. The group sat down and began to eat and drink. As a few bottles of beer were downed, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, and everyone started talking about which department had a few beautiful female freshmen. However, Su Chao noticed that Han Yu was becoming increasingly quiet. He used to be the most active participant in discussions, but today he was just drinking silently. Taking the opportunity, Su Chao patted Han Yu next to him. Han Yu, let's go get some fresh air. Han Yu looked up and saw Su Chao winking at him, then obediently followed him out. They hadn't gone far when Su Chao pulled Han Yu to a quiet corner. Tell me, what's wrong? You've been looking worried all night. Seeing that Han Yu seemed hesitant to speak, Su Chao patted him on the shoulder. If you still consider me a brother, then stop beating around the bush. Han Yu remained silent for a moment, then sighed. Finally, he spoke up. My family's supermarket is about to go bankrupt. Su Chao glanced at him in surprise. He had previously suspected it was a relationship issue, and if that was the case, it was indeed not appropriate for him to interfere. Since the problem lies with the family business, it should be solvable with money. For Su Chao, things that can be solved with money are not problems. He gestured to Han Yu. Tell me in detail. Just as Han Yu was about to speak, Su Chao suddenly reached out to stop him. Alright, let's get straight to the point, otherwise Tan Jun and Yu Zhongji will think we skipped out on the bill. I have two questions for you. Can money solve the problem? Han Yu was stunned for a moment, not yet used to Su Chao's change, then nodded. Su Chao smiled with satisfaction and continued. How much money is needed to solve the problem? Han Yu looked at Su Chao with suspicion. Did he really have money to help his family through their difficulties? He was actually well aware of Su Chao's family situation. His father was seriously injured and needed a lot of money for treatment. Although he has awakened into a martial artist and earns much more than ordinary people, the expenses of martial artist training are also very high. Logically speaking, his current financial situation is not very good. However, since Su Chao had asked, Han Yu pondered for a moment and estimated a number. It might require around 2 million. Su Chao stared at Han Yu with a complicated smile. Han Yu, are you sure 2 million can solve your family's problems? Han Yu felt uneasy under Su Chao's gaze. He had indeed misreported the numbers earlier. He hesitated for a moment. My parents said it would take about 5 million yuan to resolve the family's problems, and they are currently trying to borrow some money from relatives and friends. Su Chao shook his head and sighed. I don't mean to discourage you, but if I'm not mistaken, they've probably already borrowed the money, and most likely not much. Before we ran into trouble, we could still borrow some money, since everyone knows your supermarket business is good. But now that we're in trouble, it's much harder to borrow money. After saying that, he reached out and patted Han Yu on the shoulder. Give me your account. Han Yu was somewhat touched. Brother Chao, I know you're genuinely trying to help me. I appreciate your kindness. You've just become a martial artist, and your family needs money, so don't worry about me. Su Chao lightly kicked him. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and give me the account. It'll be a small token of my appreciation. Hearing him say that, Han Yu stopped insisting and handed over his account information, thinking that he was just casually expressing his feelings. After confirming that the account was correct, Su Chao took out his phone and operated it for a while before putting the phone back in his pocket. A short while later, Han Yu received a text message. He picked up his phone and opened it. Brother Chao, you transferred 80,000 to me. Wait, why are there so many zeros at the end? Did you put the decimal point correctly? He was stunned. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and his pupils gradually dilated. At first I thought I was seeing things, and I counted several times before I was sure I wasn't mistaken. Han Yu looked up at Su Chao in disbelief, his voice stammering. Brother Chao, you transferred 8 million to me. What's this for? He almost burst into tears. Su Chao looked at Han Yu intently and patted him on the shoulder. Han Yu, let's not stand on ceremony. We're brothers. You helped me a lot when my family was struggling. I don't know how big your supermarket is, but your parents said they need 5 million to solve the problem, which is probably a conservative estimate. I'll transfer 8 million to you, which should be enough to solve your family's problem. He casually added, I know what you're trying to say. Don't worry, my family's problems have been resolved, and my father has fully recovered. Here's the money, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. After he finished speaking, he straightened his clothes. Let me brag a little. To be frank, there aren't many people in our school who are richer than me right now, so don't rush to pay this
money back. Consider it my startup capital for you. When you make a lot of money in the future, remember to treat me to a nice meal.
Han Yu's eyes were red, and he nodded.
With this money, the family's problems were completely solved.
Parents no longer have to worry about money and lose sleep over it. He hugged Su Chao tightly, his voice trembling and choked with emotion. Chaozi, thank you so much.
Su Chao patted him on the back. Goodness, you don't even call me brother Chao anymore? That 8 million was well spent.
At this moment, the two returned to their old, playful state.
No longer feel distant from Su Chao just because he is a martial artist.
When they returned to the table, chatting and laughing, Han Yu, as always, actively participated in the discussion, making the atmosphere even more lively.
Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi looked at Han Yu with some doubt. How come this guy seemed like a completely different person after going out for some fresh air and coming back?
The group drank for about an hour longer, until Han Yu and Tan Jun both vomited, at which point the party came to an end.
Tan Jun has a low alcohol tolerance, so it's normal for him to vomit. However, Han Yu's alcohol tolerance is second only to Su Chao in the dormitory. It is speculated that he got drunk today because he was under too much pressure at home recently.
Now that the problem has been resolved, he is relaxed and that's why he is like this.
With Su Chao's current physical condition, drinking such a small amount of alcohol is nothing.
After paying the bill, he and Yu Zhongqi each helped the two of them back to their dormitory.
He walked alone towards the martial arts class dormitory.
On the way, he kept thinking about how to help Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi.
Previously, he and Han Yu were the closest in the dormitory. Han Yu comes from a wealthy family and is straightforward.
He often helps Su Chao bring things and even treats him to meals.
In contrast, both Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi came from ordinary families.
Especially that kid Tan Jun. When he has money he likes to spend it on games, and when he doesn't have money, he often asks Han Yu to bring him food from the cafeteria. Yu Zhongqi was the most academically outstanding among them. He usually liked to read, but he had a cold personality, didn't like to talk much, and maintained a lukewarm attitude towards everyone. To be honest, Su Chao only got along well with Han Yu in the dormitory. His relationships with the other two were pretty average. But since they were roommates after all, it's only natural to help them now that I'm able to.
But giving money directly doesn't seem appropriate. Never mind that for now.
They still have a year left in university. If they can't find good jobs after they graduate, we'll find a way to help them. When I got back to my dorm and opened the door to the dorm next door suddenly opened. When Zhang Dali saw Su Chao return, he greeted him with a smile.
Chaozi, you've been drinking today, haven't you? Not too much, are you? Here, take your car keys back.
Each student in their martial arts class had their own dormitory, and Zhang Dali happened to live next door to him.
Dali, judging from your expression, you've had a good day. Chaozi, you know, our looks are what they are,
not as good as yours, so we can only rely on these external things to make a good impression. I added a few girls' contact information today, and I plan to get to know them better.
Su Chao said to Zhang Dali earnestly. Dali, haven't you heard?
Don't rush into dating, be friends first, and see if any of her friends are prettier than her. Zhang Dali paused for a moment, carefully considered Su Chao's words, and nodded in deep agreement.
Chaozi has a sharp eye. I'm still too inexperienced.
I'll learn more from your experience in the future.
Su Chao replied irritably.
Seeing the car keys he offered, he didn't take them.
You can drive the car for now. I won't need it for the next few days.
I don't want a girl I just met asking me to take her for a drive, and then I'll have to make up an excuse. However, I want to make it clear that no misbehavior is allowed on the bus. Zhang Dali blushed and retorted, Chaozi, what kind of person do you take me for? Su Chao gave him a half smile, pushed open the door and went inside, leaving behind his last words. Go to sleep early. Tomorrow is the first day of school, don't be late, or teacher Chu will punish you.
Su Chao woke up early in the morning. Today was the first day of his senior year.
Everyone in the martial arts class arrived on time because their homeroom teacher, Ms. Chu, was going to hold a class meeting, and Ms. Chu was not someone to be trifled with. Su Chao counted, and there were only about 30 people in the martial arts class. It is estimated that more people will join in the future. He also saw Mu Ziyan, whose strength was still at the peak of the third tier. However, she seemed more indifferent than before, ignoring Jiang Hao's enthusiastic advances as he pursued her. Perhaps it was her experience in Yuanshui City that changed her personality. After such a life-or-death ordeal, people's hearts inevitably become cold.
In addition, Su Chao also noticed Zhou Peng.
Zhou Peng noticed that he avoided eye contact, not daring to look him in the eye. After all, he knew about his performance in the Beast Tide last semester. During the first week of school, Su Chao was a rare good student, attending classes on time. Although he had principal with special permission, it would be too unsociable for him not to show up at the beginning of the semester, and the teachers would inevitably have some opinions. During this time, teacher Hui Gang also called him to his office to inquire about the progress of his void soul splitting / training. Su Chao said apologetically that progress was slow and that they had only just made some progress, but Hui Gang inexplicably kicked him out of the office.
Time slips away quietly in this mundane way.
For more days passed.
Su Chao had just finished Chen's martial arts class when a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He quickly returned to his dormitory. The panel had has changed again. Mental strength 62 plus. Finally, our strength can be improved even further. He quickly sat down cross-legged. As the source points were continuously consumed, that familiar feeling resurfaced, mental strength rapidly increased, and perception became increasingly intense. I can feel myself getting stronger every moment, and that feeling is absolutely wonderful. Until a certain point, the source point finally stopped consuming. Su Chao looked down at the panel. Mental strength 78. Physical fitness 168 plus. Source point 1361. Mental strength surged to 16 points, making the 1,600 points of source points consumption seem insignificant in comparison. Keep improving your physical fitness. Half an hour passed. Su Chao opened his eyes, got up and stretched his muscles and bones, which crackled and popped, and his whole body surged with explosive power. The body's physical condition has been greatly improved. He looked at the panel. Constitution 232. Source point 721. His physique increased by 64 points, and his strength has now reached 23,200 kilograms, which is at the mid-stage of the 5th rank. With the added boost of at least 2 times his combat power from his advanced martial arts skills, he was confident that he would have no problem even if he faced a 6th-tier early-stage martial artist head-on. With the combined abilities teleportation and Eye of Truth, he is invincible among the 6th tier. A 6th-tier martial artist needs to break through 100 points of mental strength. Su Chao felt that if he persisted for 2 more times, he should be able to enter the ranks of 6th-tier martial artists. Unbeknownst to him, he had taken another step closer to the once unattainable 7th-tier Grandmaster realm. The thrill of increasing strength was exhilarating, but looking at the mere 700 or so source points remaining on the panel, Su Chao knew that his brief period of comfort was over. He is about to embark on a path of slaughter once again. They can use a series of exhilarating battles to digest their recent rapid improvement in strength. He asked his homeroom teacher, Xu Xian, for leave and drove his black SUV toward the east gate. Inside a warehouse at the east gate of Shanghai Base City, Zhao Dezhu looked at the scattered monster corpses piled up in the warehouse and shook his head with a bitter smile. The boss asked him to buy monster carcasses from hunters in the vicinity, but after more than 10 days, he only had this much to show for it, which was only because he took the initiative and waited at the city gate every day. He felt he had let his boss down. The meager profit was simply not enough to justify the high salary his boss paid. Moreover, there has been no news yet about the longevity-enhancing spiritual items that the boss asked him to inquire about. Zhao Dezhu felt distressed because he hadn't done his job well. Just as he was frowning in distress, the sound of a car engine came from outside the warehouse, and then a luxury black SUV drove into the warehouse. Just as Zhao Dezhu was about to step forward to ask, he saw that the person getting out of the car was his boss, Mr. Lao Mo. Zhao Dezhu immediately put on a smile and jogged over to greet him. "Boss, you've arrived." He greeted them, but he felt uneasy inside. The boss suddenly visits without prior notice. Is he going to conduct a surprise inspection of his business skills? With trepidation, Zhao Dezhu awaited his boss's angry rebuke. However, Su Chao got out of the car and looked around the warehouse. This was his first time here, and the warehouse was even bigger than the one he had rented before. In one corner of the warehouse, Zhao Dezhu set up 2 temporary restrooms and a reception room. Su Chao looked around his room. It was nicely decorated, with a bathroom, complete facilities, and a luxurious and comfortable atmosphere. This was arranged by Zhao Dezhu, specifically at Su Chao's request. He thought that since he would be frequently entering and leaving the wilderness area from here in the future, he couldn't openly open spatial passages under Zhao Dezhu's nose. He smiled and nodded to Zhao Dezhu. "Dezhu, well done." Zhao Dezhu was stunned for a moment, wondering if his boss was being sarcastic. He quickly and sincerely apologized. "Boss, it's my fault for not doing a good job. Please scold me." Su Chao paused for a moment, then realized what was happening. Zhao Dezhu was worried that he would blame him for not collecting enough monster corpses, but little did he know that he had asked him to collect the corpses as a cover. He comforted him, saying, "Dezhu, everything is like this at the beginning. It takes time, so don't rush. You'll be very busy for the next while." When Zhao Dezhu saw that his boss not only didn't scold him but also encouraged him, he was deeply moved and secretly vowed to work harder in the future to repay his boss's trust. Su Chao glanced at the time. It was already 1 p.m., and then gave the order. "It's lunchtime, let's go eat first." The two then went to a nearby restaurant and ordered a large table of sumptuous dishes. Su Chao planned to head to the wilderness area that afternoon, so he naturally wanted to have a good meal. Since he had some spare cash, he ordered all the restaurant's signature dishes and the most expensive ingredients. When the bill came, the meal cost over 10,000 yuan, leaving Zhao Dezhu dumbfounded. Indeed, the lives of the rich are far beyond my imagination. After the meal, Su Chao bought some essential outdoor gear before returning to the warehouse with Zhao Dezhu. Before leaving, Su Chao said, "Don't bother me, I need to get some rest." After saying that, he went into his lounge. After driving for more than 2 hours, he was indeed feeling tired and needed to rest and recuperate. An hour later, Su Chao's energy and spirit were restored to their peak. He drew a passage in the air in front of him with his hand and
crawled into it without hesitation. A secret underground base in District 3 of Shanghai Base City. In a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. He had a dark red birthmark on his left cheek, with a long black hair growing from it. At this moment, his face was so gloomy it was almost solemn. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and slammed his hand heavily on the table in front of him, shattering it into pieces and scattering all the items on it to the ground. He muttered under his breath, "Damn Zhan Yuanying, how dare he knowingly disobey Lord Fang's orders and refuse to cooperate with me at every turn. I've been in Shanghai Base City for over a week now, and the mission has made absolutely no progress. You're only doing this because you have some connection with the Divine Envoy. Once I've completed Lord Fang's mission, I'll definitely settle the score with you. Oomph, do you think I'm helpless if you don't make a move?" Luckily, I had two plans. After saying that, he took out a specially made mask from his spatial ring and put it on. There was a mysterious silver pattern in the center of the mask. If Su Chao were here now, he would definitely recognize that the pattern is exactly the same as the symbol on Feng Hui's clothes. Both are symbols of the Heavenly Kingdom organization. Immediately, he shouted loudly towards the door, "Someone come here." The door to the darkroom was pushed open, and a person wearing a mask walked in, except that the mysterious pattern in the center of his mask was bronze. Seeing the broken table in the room, he felt a chill run down his spine. This man was indeed, as the outside world said, unpredictable and capricious. He lowered his head cautiously and asked, "Manager-son, what are your orders?" The middle-aged man wearing a silver-patterned mask said, "Go and call Wang Lingshi over." "Yes, sir." A few minutes later, another person wearing a bronze-patterned mask walked in. "Master's son, did you call me?" "Commander Wang, how is the matter I asked you to handle progressing?" "We're almost there. We invited her to the East Gate under the pretext of discussing business, and she agreed. To avoid arousing suspicion, we set the time slowly, in 7 days." The middle-aged man wearing the silver pattern nodded. "Good job, well done. Have you prepared everything I asked you to?" The envoy replied, "Your Excellency, everything is ready. The vehicle has been specially modified so that the Tibetans will not be able to spot it, and we can leave the city smoothly." "Very good. This mission was handled beautifully. After it is accomplished, I will report your merits to Lord Feng." Wang Lingshi said excitedly, "Thank you very much, Commander-son." "Okay, go down. You personally oversee this and make sure it gets done." After the envoy left, Manager-son took out his phone and made a call. The call was answered shortly afterward. "Hey, Chairman Han, how's the progress on the caravan arranged by the triads?" A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Manager-son, everything is arranged. When are you ready to leave the city?" After a moment's thought, Manager-son said, "You'll be ready in about a week and stand by at any time." "Understood, Commander-son." Inside a warehouse in Dongcheng District, Zhao Dezhu watched as Su Chao waved his hand, and countless monster corpses instantly appeared in the warehouse, piling up into a small mountain. He was dumbfounded. Although I had seen it several times before, I was still deeply moved every time I saw it. Since the boss came 5 days ago, he sees such a shocking scene every day. This deepened his respect for the boss, reaching the very core of his being. On the one hand, this boss actually possessed such a huge storage space. Zhao Dezhu had never heard of anyone having such a large space ring. The fact that the boss didn't hide such a secret from him shows how much he trusts him and truly considers him a confidant. In addition, every day when the boss goes out for a nap, he always comes back surrounded by a large number of monster corpses. This made Zhao Dezhu even more confused, because these monster corpses were all killed that day, something he could tell at a glance based on his years of experience. He increasingly felt that this boss was unfathomable and mysterious. Moreover, among this large pile of monster corpses, there were quite a few 4th and 5th tier monsters, and the lowest tier were all 2nd tier monsters. He secretly wondered if the boss was a representative of some organization, specializing in disposing of the monster carcasses that the organization hunted. But this conjecture doesn't make sense. No organization would go to the wilderness specifically to hunt monsters and collect their corpses, unless each of them possessed a massive storage ring. That's obviously impossible. Therefore, there is only one reasonable conclusion: the boss personally hunted down all these monsters. Thinking of this, Zhao Dezhu became even more excited. "You must cling tightly to your boss. This might completely change your life. This boss is not only mysterious and unpredictable, but also extremely powerful, at least a peak 6th tier expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to hunt down so many 4th and 5th tier monsters so easily." Su Chao completely ignored Zhao Dezhu's shock. His decision to show Zhao Dezhu this enormous storage space was made after careful consideration. Since he's being asked to handle affairs, he'll likely be frequently asked to deal with the monster carcasses he hunts back, and he'll also find that a large number of monster carcasses often mysteriously appear in the warehouse. Instead of letting him guess, it's better to show him the information proactively, which will make him feel trusted. Since arriving at the East Gate, Su Chao has been hunting monsters in Yuanshui City for several days in a row. They set off once a day, and each time they brought back hundreds of monster corpses, the lowest level of which were all 2nd tier monsters. He hunted down almost all the monsters monsters of the second rank and above in the southern district of Yuanshui City, especially the fourth and fifth rank monsters, which were basically slaughtered to the point that there were very few left. Under Su Chao's eye of truth, the fourth and fifth tier monsters had nowhere to hide and were discovered and killed one by one. With his current overall combat strength, hunting fifth and fourth tier monsters would be a piece of cake.
There was a little incident during that time.
While hunting a fifth tier monster, he unexpectedly gained a speed-based superpower. However, now that Su Chao already possesses spatial abilities, this speed ability seems somewhat useless to him. Therefore, he did not waste source points to improve it and planned to wait for a more suitable ability to appear before making a replacement and improvement.
Su Chao's hunting was not a random, headless killing spree.
He plans to take on the sixth tier monsters in Yuanshui City the next time he goes there. In the past few days, he has cleared out the powerful monsters in the southern district of Yuanshui City. On the one hand, he wanted to familiarize himself with his newly increased strength and advanced martial arts skills. During this period of fighting monsters, he rarely used teleportation and mainly honed his martial arts skills. On the other hand, it was also to prepare for hunting down that sixth tier monster in the southern district. He absolutely would not allow himself to be surrounded and attacked by a large group of fifth tier monsters while fighting a sixth tier monster.
Finally, let's talk about what he gained.
Currently, he has acquired nearly 60,000 source points through hunting. He also upgraded the advanced martial skill Void Soul Splitting Slash to the perfect level, which cost 50,000 source points. Advanced martial arts techniques at the pinnacle of perfection. For a mid-stage fifth tier martial artist to possess this skill is already extremely terrifying. It should be noted that even among Grandmaster level experts, many have failed to master advanced martial arts techniques to perfection.
Moreover, Su Chao's move is a top-tier, advanced martial arts technique.
In terms of martial arts skills, he is already far ahead of other martial artists of the same level. Su Chao was very satisfied with the fact that he had reached the perfect state of Void Soul Splitting Slash. After a full day of repeated testing and verification, he felt that this move could increase his combat power by nearly 2.8 times. According to the information he found at Martial Arts House, ordinary advanced martial arts techniques can only bring a maximum of 2.5 times the combat power increase. This greatly enhanced his overall combat power, especially the fourth move of the Perfect Realm, All Thoughts Return to Stillness, which is also a group attack skill. So today, he slaughtered monsters even faster. Previously, it would take him about 3 hours a day to fill his body with the contents, but today he achieved this in less than 2 hours. Most of their time was spent constantly changing locations, searching for fourth and fifth tier monsters. The number of source points displayed on the panel is less than 10,000. His gains included not only improvements in his source points and martial arts skills, there were also war merits and money. He would have Zhao Deju contact merchants to dispose of the monster carcasses he had hunted in the first 4 days, and each time the money that arrived was about 300 million. In other words, not counting today's gains, his account has nearly 600 million more. With today's earnings and his previous balance, his total assets are approaching 1 billion.
Finally, let's talk about military achievements.
If Su Chao were to exchange all the spirit armor fragments he had collected for battle merits, he would have nearly 30,000. However, he still had no intention of exchanging them and continued to store them in his internal space, since they didn't take up much space anyway. He said to Zhao Deju, who was still in a daze beside him, "Deju, when you're dealing with monster carcasses, don't always go through the Hunter's Guild.
Try trading with different merchants or factions.
If the quantity is too large or the frequency is too high, it will easily attract attention."
Zhao Deju nodded quickly. "Okay, boss."
I contacted 2 buyers separately the first 2 times.
Now Zhao Deju is completely devoted to his new boss.
The boss said he had worked hard these past few days and even gave him a bonus of 1 million. Seeing that Zhao Deju was reliable, Su Chao nodded inwardly. He pointed to the monster corpses that had just been taken out of his internal space on the warehouse floor and said, "We'll contact another company to dispose of these today."
"Okay, boss." After arranging things, Su Chao left the warehouse.
I checked the time, it was almost 5 o'clock. He planned to go to a hotel to relax and have a good rest and also grab a bite to eat. Next, he will take action against the dominant 6th tier monster in the southern district of Yuanshui City. I anticipate a major battle and I must get my energy back to peak condition.
Shanghai Base City, District 1.
Inside a luxurious villa, a beautiful woman with short hair was busy in the kitchen and soon she finished making the last dish. She called out towards the living room, "Jayu, wash your hands and get ready for dinner." A gentle, sweet voice came from outside, "All right, my dear mother. What delicious food did you make today?" The beautiful woman replied, "Little glutton, all your favorite dishes are here." Soon, all the dishes were served. The mother and daughter sat down and began to eat. There were only the 2 of them in the house, so there weren't many rules. The beautiful woman put a large piece of food on her daughter's plate and then started eating herself. These 2 people were Wen Jiayu and her mother, Meng Hui. "Jiayu, you've been working hard in your cultivation lately, so eat more. I know your personality, sometimes you forget to eat on time when you're cultivating."
"Mom, don't worry, your daughter won't go hungry."
hungry. Sometimes my teacher brings me food, and besides, I always keep some jerky in my spatial ring. The woman exclaimed, "Your teacher is so good to you, she treats you like her own daughter." Looking at her somewhat haggard mother across from her, Wen Jiayu felt a pang of tenderness and said softly, "Mom, I've noticed you've been working really hard lately, even on weekends. If you can't keep this up, just quit and let someone else manage the company. That way, you'll have an easier time. With my current skills, I can support our family." "It's alright, Jiayu. You don't understand your mother. She's gotten used to it over the years. Making me idle would only make her feel worse." Wen Jiayu felt somewhat helpless. She had said this to her mother several times, and each time she received the same answer. "By the way, Jiayu, I have an appointment next week to discuss a big business deal at the East Gate, which might take a day or two. I won't be able to cook for you then, so you can eat at the school cafeteria or a nearby restaurant." When Jiayu frowned, "Mom, didn't I tell you not to leave Zone 1? The outer areas aren't safe." "It's alright, I'm not leaving the base city for the wilderness. Besides, your Aunt May is with me. What do you have to worry about?" When Jiayu wanted to continue persuading her, but when she thought of her mother's stubborn personality and the fact that the two of them would argue, she was afraid that the warm atmosphere would be ruined. Aunt May is a 4th-level martial artist who has been with her mother for many years and should be able to handle things in the base city. Yuanshui City, South Ward. Su Chao swiftly moved through the dilapidated buildings, instantly killing any monsters of rank 2 or higher he encountered and storing them in his inner space. As for monsters below rank 2, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. His target was a small hill ahead, where there used to be a zoo. The dominant monster of the southern district resides on that small hill. It is a 6th-tier earth giant bear covered in black fur. He soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. With the Eye of Truth activated, the entire hilltop comes into view. On the mountain, a huge black bear, about 4 meters long, was sitting in the square sunbathing. Countless bones were scattered around, clearly the remains of its recent prey. Su Chao judged that the black bear's strength had reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single tier 5 monster on this small hill, but there were some tier 3 and 4 creatures. A smile crept across Su Chao's lips. He secretly praised himself. Not bad. This place is the perfect arena for battle, a perfect opportunity to test the results of his training over this period of time. Yesterday, he used a 5th-tier monster to test his perfected Void Soul Splitter Slash, but he failed to truly reach its limit. Hopefully, this tier 6 earth giant bear won't disappoint him today. With a few light leaps, Su Chao stood on the mountaintop plaza. His gaze locked onto the black bear before him, and he pulled out the S-grade longsword he had previously purchased from his pocket. If you're still using a B-grade weapon when facing a tier 6 monster, it'll probably be destroyed in just a few moves. The black bear's bloodthirsty eyes swept over Su Chao, who had suddenly appeared, and the white fur around its eyes further accentuated its cold gaze. It couldn't understand why this seemingly weak human dared to trespass into its territory and even draw his sword to provoke it. The intelligence of 6th-tier monsters should not be underestimated. The giant earth bear could sense that Su Chao's blood and chi were only at the mid-stage of the 5th rank, a whole major realm lower than it. It stopped sitting, suddenly stood upright on its 2 legs, raised its front paws high, and roared to the sky. Roar! The overlord's roar shook the surrounding area, and the other monsters on the mountain all prostrated themselves, trembling and lying on the ground. The giant bear surveyed the surroundings, satisfied with its own intimidating presence. But when its gaze fell on the human not far away again, it saw that he remained calm and even slowly raised the knife in his hand, pointing it at itself without the slightest fear. This enraged it even more, as the enemy not only refused to yield but also dared to brandish weapons in a provocative manner. As the dominant power here, it has not encountered such a bold and reckless opponent for a long time. Without hesitation, the giant earth bear put down on all fours and charged at Su Chao. The ground was trampled into several large craters by its 4 claws. It moved with incredible speed, appearing in front of Su Chao in an instant, and raised its huge bear paw to slam down on him. At this moment, Su Chao appeared exceptionally small under the black bear's enormous paws. His body fell precisely into the shadow cast by the black bear's massive body. At this moment, Su Chao was like a warrior standing in the darkness. He decisively drew his longsword and unleashed the perfected Void Soul-Splitting Slash, slashing out with a single blow. The blade sliced through, instantly creating a burst of black light. Space seemed to be split open, and a ripple spread toward the giant bear at an extremely fast speed. The giant bear sensed extreme danger. The bear paw that was originally about to strike Su Chao immediately changed direction and turned to meet the black light. The black bear's massive body froze for a moment. Instead of striking Su Chao, its paw collided with Liani, and a few drops of blood dripped from its palm. It used its other paw to support its head. Just a moment ago, its head felt as if it had been splitting open, and the pain was excruciating. Su Chao's lips curled up slightly. The Void Soul-Splitting Slash was indeed extremely domineering. It not only harms the body, but also shakes the mind. Having succeeded in his attack, he quickly retreated. The bear paw slammed down on the square ground where he had just stood, shattering a large section of stone. As everyone knows, bears have thick skin and tough flesh. The first strike
strike broke through the giant bear's strongest defensive part, its paws, which made Su Chao feel a pang of heartache. But more than anything, there was excitement and anticipation. He couldn't afford to hurt that bear paw anymore. He'd never tasted a 6th-tier bear paw before. The giant earth bear stared at Su Chao in confusion, never expecting this human to be so powerful. The wounds on the bear's paws are nothing. Just as a human might get a minor scratch, what it feared even more was the strange power that had just attacked its soul. Without giving Su Chao any respite, the giant bear immediately launched another attack. It was clever. Instead of confronting Su Chao's longsword head-on, it grabbed broken stones and threw them wildly at Su Chao. In an instant, Su Chao seemed to be in a hail of bullets, constantly dodging or slashing the rocks with his knife. The rocks struck the distant mountains, trees with a series of loud crashes, and the monsters that happened to be hit were killed instantly. But Su Chao wasn't just passively defending. He would occasionally swing his knife and slash at the giant bear, leaving bloody marks. The sharpness of an S-class weapon is no joke. The battle between man and beast caused a huge shock, leaving the surrounding mountains, rocks, and trees in ruins. After a few dozen breaths, Su Chao leaped to a distance in a flash. The sparring session is over, and he's ready to take the match seriously. That's right, he had been using this bear as a sparring partner. This was his first encounter with a 6th-tier monster, and he wanted to fully assess the gap between himself and it. Even without using spatial abilities, his speed is still slightly slower than the giant earth bear, although his void soul slash can penetrate the bear's defenses. However, it swiftly evaded all fatal attacks, causing only superficial injuries. He couldn't delay any longer. The commotion here is so great that several 5th-tier monsters are already rushing towards us from afar. What worried him even more was that, at the farthest point in the sky, his eye of truth had detected a huge bird flying towards him, nearly 10 kilometers away. That was a peak 6th-tier thunder eagle, the overlord of the central region of Yuanshui City. I never expected to alarm this guy. We must be quick. We need to take care of this giant earth bear before it arrives, and then retreat immediately. He was no match for the opponent. The thunder eagle could not only fly, but also possessed powerful lightning-based abilities, making it a peak 6th-tier beast. This is also the key to its dominance. Teleportation activated. Su Chao's figure vanished from his spot in an instant, and the next moment he floated to the top of the giant bear's head and swung his sword down. The giant bear hadn't expected this troublesome human to suddenly increase his speed, even though he hadn't been able to keep up with it before. There was no time to use his bare paws to block the sharp blade aimed at his neck. He could only instinctively shrank his neck, but the long blade had already struck his forehead. The giant bear was slashed back 2 meters, and a deep wound appeared on its forehead, dripping with blood. Before the giant bear could even roar and retaliate, the eye of truth captured its retreating trajectory, and Su Chao's figure disappeared again. He appeared instantly in front of it, his long sword aimed straight at the giant bear's eye. The fourth move, returning to stillness of all thoughts. Instantly, the giant bear's fierce gaze vanished, and it lay motionless on the ground. This mid-stage tier 6 earth giant bear has perished completely. At the same time, his panel gained 2,468 source points. They quickly collected the giant bear's carcass. This is worth about 30 million, and more importantly, he can finally enjoy a feast. Bear heart and bear paws, an exquisite delicacy. However, he frowned slightly, speechless. As a 6th tier high-level monster, it didn't even have any special abilities. He looked up at the 6th tier peak thunder eagle flying in from afar, and stood there holding his sword. The mountain breeze ruffled his hair. Although he knew he couldn't win, he would never easily run away. His eyes flashed with a burning light, and he gripped the knife even tighter. The thunder eagle flew closer and closer, its size growing larger and larger. With its wingspan reaching nearly 8 meters, it exudes a strong sense of oppression. Hiss! Hey! The cry of an eagle pierced the air. When Lei Ying flew to within a kilometer of Su Chao, this is the maximum distance he can teleport to. Su Chao launched the first attack, instantly appearing in front of Lei Ying and slashing with his sword. Void soul-splitting slash. All thoughts return to silence. It is the strongest attack that is launched. The 6th tier peak thunder eagle was astonished. The human was faster than it and could suddenly appear in front of it from a distance. However, it reacted much faster than the giant bear, its sharp beak meeting the long knife head-on. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Lei Ying was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was knocked back several meters, but he was not seriously injured. Su Chao was blasted back more than 10 meters, his body crackling with purple lightning, feeling a tingling numbness from the shock. Luckily, he was wearing S-class armor, otherwise he would have been injured by that attack. Sure enough, they weren't so easy to deal with. Su Chao, who had been thrown back, remained suspended high in the air. However, he didn't know how to fly yet, and was about to fall, so he had to use his old method, a teleport, and appeared on the mountaintop. He shook his aching and numb right hand. In terms of strength, he is still far behind Lei Ying, even though he has already used the Void Soul Splitter slash at its peak. The difference between a peak level 6th tier beast and an ordinary 6th tier monster like the Earth Giant Bear is simply too great. Moreover, the opponent reacts extremely quickly, and even if they use teleportation to launch a sneak attack, it will be difficult to cause any real damage. Most Most importantly, it can fly. Even if Su Chao did his best to severely damage it, it would be difficult to leave any trace of it, and the cost would be too high, making it a losing proposition. To achieve this, he must keep the abilities teleportation and Eye of Truth active for extended periods, which is extremely taxing on him. Moreover, such a large-scale battle would definitely attract other high-level monsters or human powerhouses, making the risk too high. Instead of risking a fight to the death with it, it's better to hunt other 4th and 5th tier monsters first. Once my strength reaches the 6th tier martial artist level, coupled with the enhancement from the advanced martial skill Void Soul Splitter / at the perfect realm, killing it should be much easier. After figuring these things out, Su Chao raised his long sword and made a provocative gesture towards Lei Ying, who was diving towards him from the air. The enraged Thunder Eagle could not tolerate the provocation of humans, and it opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of purple lightning. The lightning was terrifyingly powerful, creating ripples in space as it hurtled towards Su Chao at an extremely fast speed. Just as the thunder was about to strike him, Su Chao's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Lei Ying's terrifying attack landed where Su Chao had been standing, creating a loud bang and sending dust billowing up. When the dust settled, a pit several meters wide appeared on the ground. The edge of the pit was charred black, but Su Chao could no longer be seen. Thunder Eagle circled in the air, looking around, but there was no one in sight. Damn humans! They dared to hunt down its subordinates on its territory, launch a sneak attack, and even dared to provoke it. With nowhere else to vent its anger, it could only unleash it on this small hill. The monster on that hill was really unlucky. It was innocently implicated and had to take the brunt of Lei Ying's wrath for Su Chao. They endured unbearable pressure and could only pay the price with their lives. After raging for a while, the Thunder Eagle flew away, leaving a large section of the hilltop to be sheared off. This is enough to prove the terrifying destructive power of a 6th tier peak Thunder Eagle. Su Chao, the mastermind behind all of this, is currently meditating and adjusting his breathing in a residential building in the South District. He used teleportation several times in succession to successfully evade Lei Ying's sight and arrived here to rest temporarily. He didn't plan to go back immediately. He wanted to wait until Thunder Eagle returned to the central region before hunting some more monsters before returning to the base city. On this trip, besides hunting down a 6th tier earth giant bear, he didn't gain much else. However, he did not intend to continue hunting in the southern area, as there were very few 4th and 5th tier monsters left there. He plans to shift the battlefield to the East District. Half an hour later, Su Chao finished his meditation. They got up and headed towards the East District, where the monsters were unaware that a butcher was closing in on them. Shanghai Base City East Gate area. Su Chao, holding a glass of wine, leaned back on the sofa in a luxury hotel room, quietly contemplating his next cultivation plan. He gradually came to enjoy the feeling of quietly drinking alone, without knowing when it started. Perhaps this is to process the negative emotions brought on by frequent killings. He gained more from today's operation than ever before. After all, they had killed a tier 6 earth giant bear. They then spent 2 hours hunting in the eastern district of Zhenshui City, reaping the corpses of over 200 monsters. As before, the monsters were mainly of the 2nd and 3rd tiers, with relatively few of the 4th and 5th tiers. He gained over 10,000 source points, which, combined with what he had left before, brought his total to over 20,000. He began to plan how to use these source points to maximize his own strength. His gaze swept over the 5 superpowers displayed on the panel. First, he decided not to invest in the speed-based ability he had finally acquired, so as not to waste source points. Next, there are 2 Class B abilities, Inner Space and Mirror Copy. Mirror copying is sufficient for now, and there's no rush to upgrade. He hesitated, wondering whether to spend 10,000 source points to upgrade his B-grade Inner Space to A-grade. Although he wasn't sure of the specific changes after the upgrade, it was highly likely that the storage space would expand. He plans to save up the remaining source points, raise 100,000, and use them to upgrade his A-level space travel to S-level. As for upgrading his current S-rank Eye of Truth to SS rank, he had no intention of even considering it. The amount of source points required would be astronomical, and gathering enough would probably be a long way off. Instead of investing source points in long-term, slow-to-result improvements, it's better to prioritize upgrading abilities that will enhance your strength in the short term. Once your strength increases, the speed at which you earn source points will also increase. He has made up his mind. First, spend 10,000 source points to upgrade the B-level Inner Space to A-level. After putting down his wine glass, he transferred the items in his physical energy space to his spatial ring, still wondering if the items inside would be damaged during his advancement. Fortunately, the monster carcasses hunted today have all been put into the warehouse, and there aren't many items left, so the space ring is more than enough. However, he left a few unimportant items in the inner space, intending to test whether they would break. The source points were being consumed at an alarming rate. More than 10 minutes later, Su Chao felt a tremor within his body, and he knew that his advancement was complete. He stared at the panel. A-level minor grotto heaven? A thought struck him, and he immediately immersed his consciousness into the inner space, wanting to personally investigate what changes had occurred. The instant consciousness enters the inner space. He first discovered that the volume had increased significantly, at least tenfold. Secondly, he noticed that the items he had left inside were intact, indicating that advancement wouldn't damage stored items. There would be no need to move them again next time. Is upgrading simply about increasing the available space? He secretly thought that next time he went to the wilderness, he planned to catch 2 live animals and put them in to see if they could survive there. After the upgrade is completed, Su Chao looked at the remaining 10,000 plus source points on the panel. He plans to accumulate all the source points he obtains from hunting, and once he has collected 100,000, he will upgrade his A-level space shuttle skill all at once. However, a troubling problem still lingered in his mind. As his abilities increased, the demands on him also increased when using them. If this problem is not solved, our strength will be severely limited. If only I had a superpower that could help him recover quickly. He fell into deep thought. What kind of monster could possess such a regenerative ability? He had neither seen nor heard of one. A glint suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his excitement gradually rose. My thinking is too limited. Why always target animals and monsters? Psionic tides not only drive the mutation and evolution of animals, but also promote the evolution of plants. Some plants can mutate and become powerful monsters, such as the crimson thorn that he and Wenjieyu encountered when they were on the run. Will hunting these plant monsters grant me special abilities? Su Chaoyue became increasingly excited. He couldn't wait to set off immediately to hunt down that crimson thorn and verify his conjecture. I glanced at the time and it was already past 10 p.m. I'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to go. I need to get a good rest tonight. He downed the wine in one gulp and prepared to go to bed. Su Chao, preoccupied with his thoughts, woke up very early. After finishing his tidying up and having breakfast, he went to the warehouse lounge, opened the spatial passage, and went inside. Instead of driving from the base city to the southwest urban area, he went directly into the wilderness. Instead, they entered the wilderness area from the east gate and then used space travel to get there. This will be faster. Located southwest of Shanghai base city, near the outer edge of the Wui Mountains, about 10 kilometers from the valley where the soul infant fruit was last found, a burly young man in gray casually dealt with a third-tier monster. That person was Su Chao. He used the Eye of Truth in conjunction with space travel to quickly travel the distance. To maintain his peak condition, he found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate for half an hour halfway through. Look around. This was the place he had passed through when he and Wenjieyu fled last time, and he had a strong impression of it. It's less than 20 kilometers from here to the location of Crimson Thorns, a very short distance. He opened the spatial passage again and went inside, his figure appearing 10 kilometers away. Upon arriving here, he decided to stop using space travel, because we should be able to find traces of the Crimson Thorns here. He activated his Eye of Truth and carefully examined the area where he had previously discovered the Crimson Thorns. But surprisingly, it couldn't be found in the original location. That place was now empty. Where were the Crimson Thorns? The scattered bones on the ground proved that many monsters or humans have died here. Could he have been killed by other powerful humans? Su Chao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Wouldn't his plan fall through and he make a wasted trip? He searched repeatedly with his Eye of Truth, hoping to find any remaining branches, but no matter how many times he searched, he found no trace of them. My mind gradually started to stir. Could it have gone on its own? Although it is a plant, it is a mutated life form after all, so it is not surprising that it can move. If it wants to evolve, it probably has to keep devouring flesh and blood. Given its size, it certainly doesn't move very fast, so it probably won't be too far from here. His search area is very wide. As long as it still exists, he will definitely find it. With this in mind, Su Chao carefully explored the area, and although it took a lot of effort, he did not intend to give up easily. Half an hour passed. A look of weariness began to appear in his eyes. I kept my detective eyes active and had to use space travel from time to time to adjust my position for better exploration. This took a toll on him. He decided to explore another 20 kilometers to the west, and if he still found nothing, he would rest for a while before continuing his search. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on his face. About 35 kilometers northwest of the original location, there is a small pond. A blood-red thorn bush grows within 200 meters of the pool. The thorny canopy covered an area of about 10 meters. Sunlight filtered through the trees and fell upon it, reflecting an eerie red glow like fresh blood. There wasn't a single living creature around, making it seem eerily quiet and deathly still. However, during his investigation, he discovered that a large number of skeletal remains were scattered on the ground within a 1-kilometer radius around it. At this moment, Su Chao was still 7 or 8 kilometers away from it, and he was unable to explore the deeper underground conditions. He vividly remembered the terror he felt when he last saw the roots of this crimson thorn. He decided to approach slowly, observing his surroundings as he went, keeping an eye out for any high-level monsters or other hidden dangers. He planned to recover his strength before continuing, as he didn't want to stumble at the last moment. So he found a big tree nearby, sat cross-legged on the trunk, and began to meditate to recover his energy and strength. Another half hour passed. Su Chao finally regained his peak energy and spirit. He jumped down from the tree and slowly walked forward. They stopped when they reached a point a little over a kilometer away from the crimson thorns. About 100 meters ahead, its roots are lurking underground. If an ordinary martial artist fails to detect the danger, once they enter the root area, it will be extremely difficult to retreat. Within this distance, Su Chao must observe carefully with his eye of truth. During the exploration, he discovered that its roots and stems were scattered underground within a radius of about 1 kilometer. More rhizomes tightly contract around the main root, densely packed, like a spider web wrapping around it. He saw that the main root was at least 1 meter thick, with a vague face-shaped section in the middle. Like a child's random scribbles, the shapes are strange and abstract, making one feel uneasy. At this moment, the face looks like a person sleeping with their eyes closed, which is extremely eerie. Most of its rhizomes are as thick as a baby's hand, with only a few being shorter and thinner, clearly newly sprouted. In his eye of truth, this crimson bloodthorn seemed to contain boundless blood and chi, its strength reaching the mid-stage of the 6th rank. He remembered that last time he and Wen Jieyu sensed something, their strength had reached at least the peak of the 5th rank. It seems that it has grown and advanced again during this time. Such a growth rate is truly astonishing. Given enough time, it could very well become a huge threat to humanity. Su Chao observed its location and found it to be very strategic. It was right on the path that many monsters had to take to reach the pool to drink water. This made him frown. This thing was clearly not simple and possessed considerable intelligence. He began to plan how to make his move, thinking to himself, this is not easy to deal with. A 4th-tier monster, the earth-splitting bull, came into Su Chao's line of sight and was walking towards the pool, clearly heading to drink water. Su Chao stared at it quietly. The earth-shattering bull quickly entered the attack range of the Crimson Thorn's root system. When they were less than 500 meters from the pool, dozens of roots, each as thick as a baby's forearm, suddenly sprouted around the bull. Several of the tendrils quickly wrapped around its 4 legs, binding it tightly and rendering it unable to move. Other roots quickly climbed up, binding the bull tightly, with sharp thorns growing on the rhizomes. These thorns pierced deep into the bull's body. The bull roared in pain, but its mouth was soon entangled by more roots, rendering it unable to make a sound. It struggled and resisted desperately, but to no avail. The nearly 3-meter-long body was being tightened and made thinner and thinner. Then came the sound of bones breaking. Almost immediately, the bull's roar came to an abrupt end. Its body gradually disintegrated into countless fragments, which scattered all around. Countless roots sprouted from the ground, their tendrils greedily sucking up the flesh and blood from the soil. In less than 10 minutes, the once living, 4th-tier earth-splitting bull was reduced to a pile of bones. The roots, as if they had eaten their fill, slowly retreated underground, taking the bones with them. Like magic, a living 4th-order monster vanished into thin air. Only traces of soil being turned over remained at the scene. Su Chao frowned as he watched this scene. This crimson thorn is really troublesome. It won't be easy to kill it. It's probably only slightly inferior to the thunder eagle we encountered yesterday. He used the eye of truth to investigate and discovered that its fatal weakness was hidden in the face on the main root. Unfortunately, the taproot is protected by a dense root system, and to attack the taproot, one must first break through this layer of root protection. If you force your way in, you are very likely to get entangled and find it difficult to escape. He pondered for a moment and finally came up with an idea. After checking his equipment, he put on the S-grade armor. Then he stepped forward, pretending to be an ordinary martial artist, as if he had only come to the pool to drink water. He had entered the attack range of the Crimson Thorn's root system, and even sensed that the underground roots were beginning to stir. Continue forward. When you are less than 100 meters from the spot where the earth-splitting bull was attacked, it finally couldn't hold back anymore. The roots closest to Su Chao's feet suddenly shot out rapidly from the ground, trying to entangle his feet. At the same time, the remaining roots around him quickly formed a circle from 10 meters away, shrinking towards the center to trap Su Chao. Such a stealthy and sudden attack is something that most martial artists simply cannot dodge and will be trapped in. But Su Chao was no ordinary martial artist, and Crimson Thorn's sneak attack was destined to fail. He has always kept his eyes of truth open, allowing him to monitor underground activity in real time. As soon as the root showed any unusual movement, he immediately dodged, a flash of light in his hand as he gripped the S-grade weapon, the long sword. He chopped several times at the nearest few roots. The S-grade longsword was incredibly sharp. Several sections of the roots were severed and fell to the ground. The broken roots seemed to be alive, constantly wriggling. Green liquid oozed from the broken surface. The severed root convulsed violently in the air, as if in great pain, and green liquid splattered everywhere. After cutting off several roots, Su Chao quickly broke out of the encirclement and arrived at the area where he had discovered no roots. He shook his wrist, which was a little sore and numb from the vibration. He couldn't help but be a little surprised, as the root system of the Crimson Thorn was much harder than he had expected. If he hadn't been wielding an S-grade longsword, but instead a B-grade or A-grade blade, he probably wouldn't have been able to cut it in one stroke with his strength. Clearly, this Crimson Thorn has been enraged by this human. A dense network of roots burst forth from the soil, shooting rapidly
rapidly toward Su Chao like a series of sharp spears. There are even more roots lurking underground, slowly approaching. With the help of the Eye of Truth, Su Chao carefully examined the gaps and weaknesses in the root system, nimbly dodging the dense root attacks while wielding his long sword and slashing relentlessly. One by one, the roots were cut off and fell to the ground. As its roots were severed, the crimson thorn grew even more enraged. The main root trembled violently, and the abstract face twisted and deformed continuously, as if it were enduring extreme pain. Most of the roots that were originally protecting the main root also joined the attack on Su Chao. His room to maneuver was getting smaller and smaller, and he was gradually showing signs of being trapped. Moreover, the frequent cutting of roots and stems during this period caused my wrists to feel sore and numb from the shock. But Su Chao did not panic. A slight smile appeared on his lips. His goal has been achieved, and now is the time. The body, which was about to be trapped by countless roots, suddenly disappeared. His figure appeared out of thin air in front of the blurry face on the main root, and the S-class longsword in his hand pierced straight into the between the eyebrows, the blade almost completely disappearing into it. Void soul-splitting slash, all thoughts returned to silence. The main root trembled violently, suddenly pulled itself out of the ground, and tried to escape. The few remaining roots around him still tried to attack Su Chao, so he had to draw his sword to defend himself. Green liquid continued to flow from the wound on the main root where the knife was removed. The numerous roots that had surrounded him in the distance also quickly retreated. After parrying a few attacks, Su Chao instantly teleported to a kilometer away. He didn't want to get entangled with it for too long, to avoid wasting too much energy. Because the between the eyebrows that was previously stabbed was precisely the fatal point that the Eye of Truth had discovered on the main root. If it were any other monster, it would probably be dead by now. But the Crimson Thorn withstood the test thanks to its immense vitality and powerful blood energy. It thrashed about wildly, its countless roots bursting forth from the earth, attacking everything around it with frenzied force. The rocks and trees shattered in its fury, creating a terrifying scene. It seemed to sense its impending death and desperately wanted to kill the humans who had caused all of this. Little did it know, Su Chao, with his spatial abilities, had already appeared outside the attack range. He coldly observed the final struggle of Crimson Thorns from a distance. The Eye of Truth shows that its once vigorous blood and energy are rapidly declining. After raging for more than 10 breaths, the main root and countless rhizomes collapsed to the ground with a crash, remaining motionless. Su Chao gazed at the lifeless Crimson Thorns and let out a long breath. This was exactly his plan. He kept severing roots from a distance, enraging it and causing it to draw away most of its protective roots. Finally, he used teleportation to deliver the fatal blow. It sounds simple, but it all depends on the coordination of spatial abilities. Other martial artists who want to kill it will probably have to rely on their raw strength, at least at the peak of the 6th rank, otherwise they will be worn down by its countless roots. It wasn't until the panel displayed more than 4,100 source points that Su Chao truly confirmed that Crimson Thorn was dead. There are over 4,000 source points. He originally thought its source points were only a little over 3,000. After all, it was a mid-stage 6th order Earth Giant Bear, while the early stage 6th order Earth Giant Bear he had killed before only had a little over 2,000. Perhaps it's special, after all, mutated plant life is rare. However, his inspection of the source point was merely to confirm its death, not the main point. Su Chao did not forget the true purpose of his trip. Keep a close eye on the special abilities section on the panel. Sure enough, a new superpower appeared, the text flashing as if prompting him whether he wanted to switch. Su Chao beamed with joy upon seeing his new superpower. Without hesitation, he replaced the speed type ability that he had long since given up on, fearing he would miss this golden opportunity. After the replacement was successful, he checked the panel again. Special abilities: S-level Eye of Truth, A-level Space Travel, A-level Small Cave Heaven, A-level Blood Absorption, B-level Mirror Copy. Blood and Chi Absorption? His guess was indeed correct. The Crimson Thorn is essentially a kind of aberrant evolved life form. Therefore, its special abilities should theoretically be detectable by its interface. To Su Chao's delight, the name of the new superpower he had just acquired was very likely related to the ability he had been longing to regain, and it was even rated A-level. He looked around. Within a 2-kilometer radius, the area was left in ruins by him and Crimson Thorns, with no trace of the original landscape remaining. He couldn't resist trying out the newfound ability, so he walked up to the massive body of the Crimson Thorn that was now completely dead. The long knife in his hand plunged fiercely into its main root. The superpower Blood Absorption is activated instantly. Instantly, a surge of vital energy flowed into his body, rapidly restoring the vital energy he had consumed in the previous battle with the Crimson Thorns. This recovery speed far exceeded the efficiency of his usual meditation and breath regulation. In less than a minute, Su Chao felt that most of his depleted energy and blood had been replenished. Not only that, but a very weak amount of spiritual energy was also absorbed, which slightly compensated for the consumption of his spiritual energy. Although the amount is extremely small, it is not noticeable unless you pay attention. He guessed that once this ability was upgraded to S level, the absorption and recovery speed would increase significantly. In contrast, fast. The roots of the crimson thorn that had been drained had become withered and dry, as if it had lost decades of vital energy in a short period of time.
Su Chao made a mental assessment.
The original blood and chi power of this mid-stage 6th order crimson blood thorn was at least 3 times that of his own. However, he estimated that if he used blood and chi absorption to drain all the blood and chi in its body and transform it into his own blood and chi, it would probably be enough for him to fully recover once.
The absorption and conversion rate is only about 30%.
Now that his speculation about the effects of the new superpower has been confirmed,
Su Chao did not plan to stay here for too long.
He stored the crimson thorns into his small cave, and after confirming that he had left nothing behind, he opened the spatial passage and went inside. When it reappeared, it was already 50 kilometers away from here. However, he did not intend to return directly to the base city, but wanted to verify another guess. He activated his Eye of Truth and quickly discovered a small group of monsters guarding a nearby hill. The strongest of them was a monster at the early stage of the 5th tier, which was clearly the overlord of this area.
Su Chao took out the B-grade longsword and teleported straight to the group of monsters.
Blood and chi absorption activated, and the slaughter begins. Besides the overlord at the early stage of the 5th rank, there were also dozens of smaller monsters below the 3rd rank among this group of monsters.
Su Chao's long knife pierced their bodies one after another, ending their lives. Each time the long sword pierced through, streams of vital energy would surge into his body like a tide.
The monster corpses that had their life force drained became shriveled and withered. After he killed that early stage 5th tier overlord monster and absorbed all its life force,
he finally stopped killing. The test has ended.
He continuously activated his blood absorption ability while fighting the monsters.
The conclusion is,
this new superpower can absorb the life force of plants and animal monsters, although the conversion rate is not high, averaging less than 30%. Furthermore, the conversion rate and absorption speed will increase as the monster's rank increases.
Su Chao speculated that the higher the rank and the more powerful the monster, the purer its blood and chi, making absorption and transformation more efficient.
In addition, he discovered a problem. While blood and chi absorption can enhance his combat endurance, it cannot allow him to fight for too long. It can probably only extend the battle time by 2 or 3 times.
Because continuous fighting not only depletes one's vital energy, but also causes extreme mental fatigue.
However, the mental energy replenished by this new ability is negligible. Furthermore, only high-level monsters can provide any spiritual feedback. Monsters below the 3rd level will not provide any feedback at all.
Su Chao had his own speculation. Higher-level monsters have more abundant spiritual power, which is why they can produce that slight absorption feedback.
After figuring out the basic capabilities of this new superpower, Su Chao was quite satisfied with it.
He estimated that once it advanced to S rank, the efficiency and speed of absorption and conversion would definitely increase significantly, and his own combat endurance would also be greatly enhanced.
This means he has to adjust his original plan. Originally, I planned to prioritize upgrading the A-level space travel after accumulating 100,000 source points, but now, the blood and chi absorption of grade A must be moved to the top of the priority list. He looked at the panel and saw that he only had 25,000 source points left. This number was the total accumulated after hunting Crimson Thorn and the small group of monsters earlier today. We need to speed up the process of acquiring the source point. After his internal space advanced to the lesser heaven, coupled with the improvement in his combat endurance, he could hunt more monsters and obtain more source points by venturing out of the wilderness once a day.
Thinking about this small paradise after his advancement, he couldn't help but recall an experiment he had done before.
He once probed his consciousness into a corner of the small cave and found several monsters that were not of the highest rank. They looked listless and had fallen into a deep sleep. Those monsters were a few live, non-ranked monsters that he had casually caught when he left the wilderness area that morning. He wanted to test whether living creatures could be taken into the small grotto, and the result left him both happy and worried. Living creatures can indeed be taken into the small cave, but there seems to be a limitation. Monsters that are too powerful cannot enter. Only those that have not reached a certain level can be taken in. In addition, he would occasionally use his consciousness to observe the small monsters that entered. At first, they all seemed restless, but soon their spirits gradually waned, and eventually they even fell into a deep sleep.
Clearly, this newly formed grotto heaven does not yet possess the environmental conditions necessary for the long-term survival of living beings.
He took the few unconscious, low-ranking monsters out of the small cave and slammed them to the ground. The already weak monsters died instantly in their sleep. Looking up and around, he chose a direction and continued his slaughter. The wilderness is never short of monsters. Every day, a large number of monsters fall, and countless new lives are born.
When Su Chao returned to the East Gate area of Shanghai Base City, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
This was the longest he had ever spent outside the wilderness alone since he ventured out alone. But the gains were also quite substantial. The number of source points has reached nearly 40,000, not to mention the mountains of monster corpses piled up inside the small cave. He waved his hand, and a large pile of corpses appeared out of thin air on the warehouse floor. Zhao Deju, standing to the side, looked at the suddenly appearing monster corpse with both surprise and confusion. What surprised him was not that there were more corpses, but that there were fewer. There were very few corpses of monsters above the 4th rank. Some of the corpses appeared shriveled, as if they had been dead for a long time. Su Chao glanced at Zhao Deju's slightly strange expression. He said, Deju, extract the valuable materials from these unusual corpses, and find a place to dispose of the bodies. Remember, do not sell them to anyone else. If the body is intact, continue to find someone to sell it. He knew exactly what Zhao Deju was wondering about. He didn't sell the corpses of monsters of level 4 or higher this time, because he wanted to use them to absorb and restore his health at a critical moment. He doesn't urgently need money right now, so there's no need for him to dispose of 4th or 5th tier corpses just to sell them. Even the corpses of 2nd or 3rd tier monsters can fetch a good price. Zhao Deju is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted to manager from someone with no background or resources. Therefore, although he had many questions, he didn't press the matter since the boss didn't seem inclined to explain. It's best not to ask about things you shouldn't. Okay, boss, I understand. Su Chao was very satisfied with his attitude. Deju, there may be many similar corpses to deal with later, and you definitely won't be able to handle it all by yourself. If you know reliable and trustworthy people, you can hire a few to help. You can set the salary yourself. A slightly higher salary is fine, as long as they are reliable and capable. From now on, you don't need to handle these things personally. Just manage them well. Zhao Deju never expected that his boss would trust him so much. Looking at Su Chao with excitement, he solemnly promised, Don't worry, boss, I will definitely do a good job and won't let you down. Su Chao nodded. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. I need to rest for a while. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the warehouse. He decided to get a hotel room and get some rest. The lounge in the warehouse was just a cover. He wouldn't actually rest there. In the following days, Su Chao continued as usual, going out once a day. He brought back a large number of monster corpses, most of which had had their life force absorbed, with only a very few 2nd or 3rd tier monster corpses remaining intact. Zhao Deju was extremely efficient. He recruited 4 or 5 people to help him the very next day. Otherwise, with so many corpses every day, they simply wouldn't be able to keep up. Su Chao told him to pay everyone double their wages for the past few months because they had worked so hard. After handing the matter over to Zhao Deju, Su Chao's pressure was significantly reduced. He only needed to be a cold-blooded killing machine. East District, Zhenchui City. In a room of an old residential building, Su Chao was sitting quietly, resting. This is the 4th day since he killed Crimson Thorn. In these 4 days, the monsters in the East District suffered a devastating blow, especially those of the 3rd rank and above, which were bloodily slaughtered by him. Even that early-stage 6th tier overlord-level monster fell to Su Chao's blade just now. This time he learned his lesson. Unlike the last time when they killed the 6th tier Earth Giant Bear, they didn't slowly entangle it in a fight. Instead, they attacked with all their might from the start, afraid of alerting the 6th tier Peak Thunder Eagle in the central area again. The combination of teleportation and Eye of Truth, along with the Void Soul Shattering Slash at its peak, creates an extremely terrifying power. In just 3 moves, the Swift Leopard, a 6th tier early stage warrior, perished. To Su Chao's amusement and exasperation, after hunting down this tier 6 scale leopard, his panel showed that he had gained a wind type ability. Actually, he thought wind-based abilities were pretty good, especially seeing some powerful individuals unleash a barrage of wind blades that swept across the sky. It was incredibly cool. But after much hesitation, he ultimately decided against making the replacement. Because all 5 of his current superpowers are extremely useful to him, he is reluctant to give up any of them. I'm no longer dwelling on wind-based superpowers. Su Chao's face lit up with joy. After killing the tier 6 scale leopard, his origin points finally broke through the 100,000 mark. This means he can upgrade his superpower to level A again. Special abilities: S-rank Eye of Truth, A-rank Spatial Travel, plus A-rank Small Cave Heaven, plus A-rank Blood Absorption, plus B-rank Mirror Copy, plus. He had planned this all along. Without hesitation, I chose to upgrade Chi and Blood Absorption to grade A. The source point is being consumed at an alarming rate. Su Chao felt that his blood and Chi absorption ability was undergoing some kind of mysterious change. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, he felt that the exhaustion finally stopped. Check the panel again. The number of source points has decreased by 100,000, leaving less than 1,000. Special abilities: S-rank Eye of Truth, S-rank Essence Absorption, A-rank Space Travel, A-rank Minor Cave, B-rank Mirror Copy. He has gained another S-class superpower. S-level Essence Absorption? Su Chao smiled excitedly. Just from the name, he could sense that the new ability he had gained this time could restore his mental strength. He couldn't wait to go out and find the monster to test the power of this new ability. There are hardly any monsters of level 4 or above in the East District now, so he decided to go somewhere else. A few minutes later, Su Chao appeared in the North District of Yuanshui City. For him, who possesses spatial abilities, traveling is incredibly easy. Su Chao randomly chose a place where 4th or 5th tier monsters were relatively concentrated concentrated, activated essence absorption, and charged forward with his sword. Half an hour later, Su Chao was utterly shocked. Looking around, there were many monster corpses scattered on the ground, some of which were shriveled and withered.
That's absolutely insane.
The essence absorption technique, now upgraded to S rank, possesses terrifying power. It no longer requires piercing with a blade to extract chi and blood, as was the case with the previous chi and blood absorption method. Instead, it can directly absorb and replenish the spiritual power and blood energy of any dead monster within a 50-meter radius around Su Chao. The upgraded essence absorption has significantly improved conversion rate and absorption speed.
Su Chao just tested it himself.
As long as he keeps using this ability to kill monsters, he can always maintain his peak condition. In other words, theoretically he can be free from depletion as long as he still has vital energy to absorb.
He's practically a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. Of course, this is only a theoretical statement.
After all, no one can fight and kill non-stop indefinitely, and it's mentally exhausting.
Indeed, every S-class ability is extraordinary. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, wanting to see what kind of powerful abilities SS-level superpowers, or even the legendary SSS-level superpowers, would possess.
After collecting the corpses of monsters of level 2 or higher from the ground into his small cave, Su Chao continued his killing spree. He planned to clear out all the monsters of level 4 and above in the North District.
After I break through to the 6th level martial artist in a while,
he was going to the central region to meet the Thunder Eagle, the 6th tier peak overlord of Yuanshui City who had caused him trouble last time.
Lightning-based superpowers? As the 6th superpower, this seems pretty good. Shanghai-based city, District 1, in a standalone dormitory building on the Shanghai campus of Wuhan University.
When Jieyu finished her meditation, let out a long breath and slowly opened her eyes, a glint of light flashing in them.
This is a sign that your cultivation has broken through again. Finally, she broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th rank.
In the past month or so, she not only consolidated her realm after being forcibly broken through to the 5th rank by Feng Hui's calculations, but also advanced to the mid-stage of the 5th rank.
The talent of awakening dual superpowers is indeed shockingly powerful.
More importantly, she is not an ordinary dual power awakener, but a being with both S-class and SS-class dual powers, making her an unparalleled prodigy.
She got up and glanced at the time. It was almost noon. Time always flies when you're practicing.
Today is the weekend, and as usual, she should go home to be with her mother. Shanghai Conservatory of Music does not strictly manage its senior students, allowing them to arrange their time freely. Therefore, many students form teams to go to wilderness areas for training during their senior year. Because she was being targeted by heaven, her teachers forbade her from leaving the wilderness area at will, so she could only go home to be with her mother every weekend. Fortunately, the school is not far from home, and the environment in Zone 1 is relatively safe. However, she didn't go home this week because her mother wasn't home today.
I went to the East Gate early in the morning to discuss business.
She frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. I initially thought it was because I was about to break through in my cultivation level, but after the cultivation ended, this feeling of unease not only did not lessen, but became even stronger. She took out her phone and looked at the message she had sent to her mother an hour earlier, only to find that the mother had not yet replied.
His brows furrowed even more.
She guessed that her mother might be in a business meeting or discussion and was unable to reply to messages at the moment. After all, similar situations have occurred before, but now, her anxiety is growing stronger. She immediately dialed her mother's number, but the phone was switched off. Then she called Aunt May, who was with her mother, but no one answered the phone. Her heart tightened. She realized something might have happened to her mother. Just as she was about to call her teacher to ask for help, there was a sudden knock on the door. She immediately became alert, quietly walked to the back of the door, and looked through the peephole.
She saw a strange girl wearing the uniform of Shanghai Martial Arts University. Sensing no hostility from the other party, she opened the door. He asked, puzzled, "Who are you looking for?"
The other person smiled, polite and gentle.
"Senior 1, I'm Tan Weiwei from Class 5 of the 3rd year. I have some news to tell you. Is it convenient for you to come inside and talk?"
When Jieyu frowned slightly.
"You know me? I don't remember ever having any contact with you." Tan Weiwei had a bright smile and was very friendly.
She has an ordinary appearance, but her smile is exceptionally sunny.
"I'm just an ordinary person who awakened a B-level ability. How can I compare to Senior 1? Is Senior 1 sure you want to talk to me here? An ordinary person who has awakened a B-level superpower?"
When Jieyu felt that this statement was somewhat irrelevant.
Even at Shanghai Martial Arts University, students who awaken B-level superpowers are considered elites, far from ordinary people.
Moreover, she felt that Tan Weiwei, who claimed to be a junior, was humble and polite on the surface, but actually had a very strong personality. However, she was very confident in her abilities and believed that her junior classmate couldn't pull any tricks, so I moved aside and invited her inside.
"Let's go inside and talk."
A smug glint flashed in Tan Weiwei's eyes as she stepped into Wen Jieyu's house. After entering the house, she looked around and kept praising, "You top geniuses like you have such good treatment. You live in such a big house all by yourself while we have to squeeze into one room with two people? Wen Jieyu's face showed impatience, and she said coldly, what news do you have? Speak up, my time is precious. Reminded by Wen Jieyu, Tan Weiwei pretended to remember something. Senior one, someone asked me to give you a message. She took out her phone from her pocket, opened it, tapped on a photo, and handed it to Wen Jieyu. Senior one, take a look at this photo first, then we can talk. Wen Jieyu took the phone with a puzzled look in her eyes, her gaze falling on the photo. The moment she saw the person in the photo, she was terrified, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes as she coldly stared at Tan Weiwei. You arrested my mother? What exactly is your organization? When Tan Weiwei was swept by Wen Jieyu's murderous gaze, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees. However, she also possessed the strength of a third-tier martial artist, and knowing that Wen Jieyu would not dare to attack her, she looked back without fear, forcing a smile onto her face. Senior one, please don't be angry. I'm just a messenger delivering messages. Wen Jieyu stared at her for a while, then asked in a cold voice, you must have planned this for quite some time to dare to make a move in the base city, right? You kidnapped my mother to blackmail me. Explain your purpose. Tan Weiwei admired Wen Jieyu's quick composure and continued, Senior one, the person who sent me said that you should come with me, and they will release your mother once we get there. Oh, and don't even think about telling your teacher or anyone else, and don't you dare lay a hand on me. If I'm in danger or anything happens to me, you'll never see your mother again. Furthermore, I will keep a close eye on you and report any unusual activity immediately. If I discover that you are suspected of tipping off others, your mother will also be in danger. Wen Jieyu remained silent for a while, then said with a gloomy expression, if I go with you, I'm afraid neither my mother nor I will come back alive. In that case, why should I go with you? Since the person behind you can arrange for you to follow me, there must be someone watching my teacher too, right? Tan Weiwei was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, but then she understood. Senior Wen is indeed smart. Your question is difficult to answer, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll reluctantly give you an answer. She feigned reluctance, but her words were laced with sarcasm. You're right, come with me. I really can't guarantee whether you and your mother will return safely, but I know that if you don't come with me, your mother will never come back. Also, there are indeed people watching your teacher. If she makes any unusual moves, your mother will not escape disaster as well. After saying that, she stared at Wen Jieyu with a mocking look. So, Senior One, tell me, what's your plan? I heard that you and your mother have relied on each other since you were little. Surely you wouldn't just stand by and watch your mother die before your eyes, would you? Wen Jieyu's face was contorted with emotion. After a moment, she seemed to have made a decision. I'll go with you, but first I need to confirm that my mother is still alive. Tan Weiwei seemed to have anticipated her response, and immediately played a video on her phone. A short while later, the video call connected, and a middle-aged woman appeared on the screen, bound by ropes, leaning against the corner of a dilapidated room, her mouth stuffed with something, unable to speak. Don't move, your daughter is talking to you. A hand reached out from the side and yanked the towel out of her mouth. After the towel was removed, she immediately cried out excitedly, Jieyu, don't come any closer. They won't let us go, Aunt May. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was stuffed back into his mouth. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with pleading and reluctance. The video has ended. When Jieyu closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. A moment later, she reopened her eyes, the cold light in them even more intense than before. This made Tan Weiwei tremble with fear. Although she guessed that Wen Jieyu would not easily make a move against her, the organization had already analyzed and evaluated Wen Jieyu's personality before taking action. He and his mother depended on each other for survival from a young age. In Wen Jieyu's heart, the most important person in the world is undoubtedly her mother. Therefore, if she is certain that her mother is still alive, there is at least a 90% chance that she will choose to leave with her mother. However, there is also a 10% chance that even knowing she will die, she will fight to the death, even if it means mutual destruction. She understood that Wen Jieyu was extremely angry at the moment, so she stopped trying to provoke her. Senior One, you saw it just now, your mother is still alive and well. As long as you come with me and don't do anything foolish, there's a chance to save her life. Wen Jieyu remained silent for a moment, then glanced at her. Has Aunt May already been killed by you? Tan Weiwei shook her head. I don't know. My task is just to relay your message and have you follow me. As for where we're going, I don't know either. You'll receive directions later. When Jieyu suddenly asked, are you people from heaven? Tan Weiwei was slightly taken aback. Senior One, I don't understand what you mean. Tell me your decision. Time is running out. When Jieyu looked up and stared at her, just as Tan Weiwei was getting impatient and was about to urge him. Unbeknownst to her, she and everything in the room seemed to have fallen into an eerie stillness, except for Wen Jieyu, who remained motionless. SS level superpower, time stop. This is the second superpower she has just awakened. However, her time freeze ability can only freeze time within a certain range around her body, and this range will expand as her strength increases. Moreover, the duration cannot be too long, as it consumes a great deal of energy. She quickly took out her phone, typed 2 text messages, and then then put the phone back in her bag. They resumed their previous posture, thus dispelling the time freeze. Time flow in this area returned to normal, and everything around returned to its original state. Only when Jieyu's face turned pale instantly, Tan Weiwei was completely unaware of what had just happened. Seeing Wen Jieyu's pale face, she assumed that Wen Jieyu was making a difficult decision. Senior Wen, I understand your current difficulties, but you really need to give me a clear answer. Otherwise I can only take it as a rejection. Wen Jieyu replied in an icy tone, I'll go with you. Please keep your promise, to show my determination. She took her phone out of her bag, held it in her hand, clenched it tightly and then released it, hesitated twice, and finally gritted her teeth and crushed the phone. Tan Weiwei initially thought she was going to tip someone off, and her heart immediately jumped. But she couldn't beat Wen Jieyu, nor could she snatch the phone. She could only anxiously say, Senior One, please don't act impulsively. Before he could finish speaking, the other person crushed the phone in their hand. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief while admiring Wen Jieyu's decisiveness. This was a choice Wen Jieyu had no choice but to make. Although her time-freezing ability allows her phone to remain unaffected within a certain range and edit messages, the edited text messages cannot be sent. She could only pretend to hesitate before pressing the send button, and to prevent the other party from confiscating her phone and viewing her messages, she had no choice but to destroy it. We've done everything we could, the rest is up to fate. Seeing that Wen Jieyu had agreed to go with him, Tan Weiwei smiled and stepped forward, taking her hand. Senior One, come with me. We need to pretend we're best friends shopping together, and make sure no one else in school notices. I believe Senior One wouldn't deliberately reveal a flaw and put your mother in danger. Wen Jieyu wanted to pull her hand away in disgust, but stopped after hearing what she said. She let him take her hand and they walked out of the room. Seeing that Wen Jieyu did not resist, Tan Weiwei smiled smugly, took out her phone, and sent a message. He took Wen Jieyu's arm and left her dormitory building, heading towards the gate of Shanghai Martial Arts University. Arriving at the gate, she hailed a car. Just then, a car stopped in front of her, and the two got in. Wen Jieyu could tell that the driver was definitely one of their accomplices. The car drove out of the first area. They drove towards the east gate, the area around the east gate. Inside a luxury room at the hotel, a burly young man dressed in gray was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, with countless energies surging into his body like a torrent. Clearly, he is breaking through a realm, and judging from his aura, it is far beyond the advancement of an ordinary low to mid-level martial artist. This person was Su Chao. He has been in Dongqing district for nearly 2 weeks. After upgrading blood and chi absorption to S-rank essence absorption, he slaughtered monsters in the northern district of Yuanshui City for 2 consecutive days. He slaughtered almost all the monsters of level 4 and above in the north district. His accumulated source points are also close to 40,000, but he did not intend to continue hunting monsters here. The nearly 2 weeks of continuous killing made him feel a strong killing intent permeating his body, and he even began to lose control. He clearly noticed that Zhao Daiju and the others had been avoiding him lately, and their eyes held a deep fear. Seeing corpses every day has made me lose my appetite. He knew it was time to go back to school. Everything in moderation. Although he longed to improve his strength quickly, he absolutely could not allow himself to become a madman who only knew how to kill. The original plan was to return to school as soon as I woke up this morning. However, after waking up from a short nap, I was overjoyed to see the notification on the panel that I could improve my strength again. So he immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate and improve himself. That's why what just happened occurred. About an hour later, Su Chao felt the energy surging into his body gradually subside, signifying the successful completion of this breakthrough. He stood up and stretched his muscles. The terrifying power within him suddenly manifested, filling him with immense excitement. Physical constitution, 280. Mental strength, 90. Source point, 36835. My mental strength has increased by 12 points compared to the previous 78. Physique increased by 48 points, and physical strength reached 28,000 kilograms. He steadily stepped into the late stage of the 5th rank. He didn't care at all about the more than 1,000 source points he had consumed. He assessed his own combat capabilities. If we add the amplification from the advanced martial skill Void Soul Splitting Slash at the perfect realm, it should be enough to threaten the Grandmaster level. I packed my bags and prepared to go back to school. I should be able to break through to the 6th level martial artist soon. Just then, he received a message on his phone. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Wen Jieyu, which immediately put him in a better mood. But when he opened the message, after just one glance, the smile that had just bloomed on his face instantly froze, and then a fierce killing intent quickly spread throughout the room. The message on the phone read, Su Chao, my mother has been kidnapped by people from heaven in the East Gate area. The video shows that she is being held in what appears to be a residential building in the wilderness area. They want me to go with them, and we will likely exit the wilderness area through the East Gate. If you can find our trail, act accordingly. If something unexpected happens, these are our farewell words. Do not dwell on them. This journey is extremely dangerous. Please be extremely careful. The phone number
number has been destroyed. Do not return it. Su Chao's hand gripping the phone trembled slightly. My heart started to race. He forced himself to calm down. Kidnapping, Heaven, East Gate, Wilderness Area, Residential Building. Key pieces of information flashed through my mind. He quickly and calmly analyzed the situation. If the people of Heaven kidnapped Wen Jieyu's mother at the East Gate, they will most likely continue to exit the Wilderness Area through the East Gate. The information about the interpreter was just sent out, and they've most likely just started from the first district. There's still time. Let's go and stake out the East Gate first. Once he made up his mind, Su Chao did not hesitate. Pack your luggage quickly. They quickly left the hotel and sped towards the East Gate. At the same time, inside a grand and luxurious office at Shanghai Conservatory of Music, the Vice Dean's office, Su Jin was sitting at her desk processing documents. Suddenly the phone on the table vibrated and I received a message. She picked up her phone, her expression changed drastically, and she abruptly stood up. Seemingly remembering something, she walked to the window, drew back the curtains, looked outside, and then quickly sat back down in her chair. He then picked up the phone and sent a message. Shortly after, he received a reply. She glanced at it, but her gaze remained fixed on the documents on the table. The fact that she hadn't touched the document for a long time revealed the turmoil in her heart. Su Chao quickly arrived at the location of the East Gate. Standing there, he began to struggle with a dilemma. Should he lie in wait in the city or go to the wilderness to ambush? By keeping watch in the city, he could promptly detect unusual individuals and movements within the city. But this was, after all, the main city gate, where powerful figures frequently came and went. If he were to stare openly, he might anger those powerful figures. If he goes to the wilderness, he can choose a place further away from the city gate to observe people leaving the city, which will also be safer. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to stay in the city and keep watch. As long as you are cautious enough, you can immediately withdraw your eye of truth if you encounter a powerful opponent you can't afford to offend. I already have a plan in mind. Su Chao casually found a corner near the city gate to sit down and rest. To be on the safe side, he did not appear as Lao Mo, so as not to implicate himself later. After leaving the hotel, he found a place and transformed into a scarred, muscular man, reducing his strength to the level of a fourth-tier early-stage martial artist. This level of strength is neither particularly strong nor weak among hunters in the wilderness, just enough to go unnoticed. He took out food and water from his spatial ring, and while eating, he kept an eye on the crowds coming and going at the city gate. Su Chao had never sat here for such a long time, observing the various pedestrians at the city gate. That's understandable. Since gaining the ability to travel through space, he rarely enters the wilderness area through the city gates, but instead directly enters and exits through the space passage in the warehouse. Now, he has become a complete bystander. Beside the city gate passage, some hunters are bidding a tearful farewell to their loved ones, because every martial artist who steps into the wilderness is heading towards unknown dangers, and may never return, but this is a mission that no martial artist can avoid. Some martial artists had complex emotions written all over their faces. There was both anticipation and a touch of trepidation about the wilderness. Clearly, this was their first time venturing into the wilderness, and they would usually be accompanied by an elder. Su Chao recalled that he and Zhang Kuang felt much the same way when they first stepped into the wilderness. This is the most important lesson on every martial artist's path to growth. He also noticed several young men, presumably at the near martial artist level, asking other hunters in the crowd if they needed any followers. These people left a deep impression on Su Chao. He remembered seeing similar people in the southwest city when he first went out of the wilderness with Zhang Kuang. Most of them come from ordinary families, but they are unwilling to be ordinary and want to try their luck in the wilderness to see if they can awaken their potential. Many people go and never return, only a very few manage to awaken. At the time, Zhang Kuang exclaimed with emotion that they were true warriors. Near the city gate, various businesses were busy attracting customers. Some people were hawking food and lodging, while others were buying monster materials and corpses. Some of the martial artists returning from the wilderness had beaming faces and bulging backpacks, clearly having reaped a bountiful harvest. There were also young martial artists covered in blood, their faces etched with sorrow and pain, and even some still in shock. This created a stark contrast with the warriors who were about to leave the city. This is a true microcosm of every human base city after the Nirvana era. Su Chao could not have imagined it without seeing it for himself. The number of powerful individuals entering and leaving the city gates every day is astonishing. In his observations over this period of time alone, he has discovered several Grandmaster-level experts. Of course, he didn't always keep his eye of truth open. He would only glance at it when he felt something was amiss. Otherwise, the consumption would be too great, and he simply couldn't bear it. Besides, he couldn't openly absorb essence to replenish what he had consumed here. As we waited, time slowly passed, and 2 hours went by in the blink of an eye. Su Chao's leisurely mood of watching the melon was completely gone, and he began to feel anxious instead. He worried that the people of heaven would not actually use the East Gate, but instead use other gates to exit the wilderness. Wouldn't he just be wasting his time here for nothing? Logically speaking, it should take more than
than 2 hours to get from the first district to the east gate, but so far no suspicious persons have been found.
Just as he was feeling troubled, he saw a large caravan preparing to leave the city.
This caravan was huge, almost the same size as the one he had encountered in Dawn Base City last time, with more than 50 vehicles.
I noticed a commotion coming from one of the cars.
I will not leave this city until you confirm my mother's condition again. A woman with a pleasant voice came from inside the car, but her words were filled with anger and coldness. Miss One, if you don't want to harm your mother, keep your voice down.
We can show you the video again.
We hope you'll cooperate and leave here safely, otherwise we'll cut ties completely. A deep, suppressed male voice sounded again from inside the car.
Su Chao immediately looked in the direction of the sound.
He noticed a car that looked no different from the others. The vehicles that left the wilderness area were all specially made armored vehicles with sturdy bodies. Only a few small windows were made of bulletproof glass, while the rest were made of alloy. The car was unremarkable, and the interior was not visible from the outside.
He activated the Eye of Truth.
Instantly, the situation inside the car came into clear view. There were 3 people inside, 2 girls and a middle-aged man. The man sat in the driver's seat, while the 2 girls sat in the back. When Su Chao saw one of the girls, his eyes lit up, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
We finally found it.
Among the 2 girls sitting in the back row, one of them was Wen Jieyu, whom Su Chao was extremely worried about. She was in relatively good condition. She wasn't tied up or anything, but her eyes were red, indicating she had just been crying. The other girl sitting next to her had an ordinary appearance and wore a ponytail.
She stared at Wen Jieyu warily, clearly afraid that she might suddenly attack. The atmosphere inside the car was tense.
The man who threatened Wen Jieyu earlier was clearly the middle-aged man in the car. He had his hair cut very short, a buzz cut, half of which was gray, but he was around 50 years old. His most striking feature was that half of his left ear had been cut off by a sharp weapon. Su Chao used his Eye of Truth to realize that the strongest person in the car was this middle-aged man, who was actually a peak 6th level martial artist. As for the little girl who was in the same car as Wen Jieyu, she was just a 3rd level martial artist with ordinary B-level superpowers, and was not worth Su Chao's attention at all.
Wei, contact them over there and show her the video again. Remember to turn the phone volume down, the middle-aged man said to the girl with the ponytail.
Yes, sir. The girl, called Wei, took out her phone, operated it for a moment, and soon the video call was connected.
Su Chao saw through the video that a middle-aged woman was tied up in the corner of a dilapidated room with a towel stuffed in her mouth.
When Wen Jieyu saw her mother again through the video, tears welled up in her eyes, and she was very emotional.
Mom, hang in there a little longer.
Trust me, don't do anything rash.
Your daughter will definitely get you out.
The middle-aged woman in the video kept shaking her head, her face covered in tears, signaling to her daughter not to go and save her. The video call was quickly disconnected.
A complicated expression appeared on Guo Weiwei's face as she looked at Wen Jieyu, thinking to herself, she still wants to save her mother? She can't even protect herself. Wen Jieyu glanced at Guo Weiwei sideways, making her eyelids twitch.
If she hadn't known that the person inside the car was even stronger than Wen Jieyu, she might have been tempted to attack.
At this moment, the man spoke up. Miss One, we have already shown you the video.
We hope you can cooperate and leave here smoothly, and not cause any more unpleasantness for everyone. Wen Jieyu did not respond. She simply looked out of the car through the narrow car window. She longed to see that familiar figure. She deliberately made a commotion to attract Su Chao's attention. They frequently exchanged messages, and she knew that Su Chao had been frequently entering and leaving the wilderness area near the east gate recently. That's why she texted him. Although Su Chao only possesses the strength of a 5th level martial artist, his spatial ability combined with his detection ability can produce unexpected results, which is of great help to her in saving her mother.
However, after watching for a while, she was disappointed.
I didn't see any familiar faces.
Did he not receive the message?
At this moment, the convoy slowly drove out of the city gate, and it was their turn. When Jieyu withdrew her gaze, she couldn't refuse to go with them. Having witnessed her mother's murder, she could never forgive herself for the rest of her life. She has done all she could, the rest is up to fate. Actually, she dared to go with them because she had some confidence. After all, she possessed the SS-level superpower time stop. She was confident that she could successfully rescue her mother as long as the opponent's master did not show up. Sending those 2 messages was also to have an extra layer of insurance. However, having learned from her previous experience, she felt that this time heaven was very likely to send a grandmaster. The convoy eventually drove slowly out of the city gate, and immediately accelerated once it entered the wilderness area. Su Chao noticed that Wen Jieyu was sitting in one of the cars in the convoy, so he joined the line to leave the city. He left the wilderness area less than 2 kilometers after the caravan had driven, but he did not immediately catch up with the convoy. He disguised himself as an ordinary hunter and followed other hunting teams slowly into the wilderness. In fact, he had been monitoring Wen Jieyu's car with the Eye of Truth. At this distance, he could use his spatial abilities to get there at any time in case of an emergency. His caution was by no means unfounded. The opponent is the mysterious and unpredictable heavenly kingdom, which even the authorities have struggled to eradicate completely for many years.
This is enough to demonstrate their cunning and tenacity.
He worried that heaven had a backup plan, hiding nearby, watching to see if Wen Jieyu would come to his aid. When the convoy had traveled about 5 kilometers, he noticed 2 suspicious martial artists nearby making phone calls to report the situation.
Su Chao remained inactive.
In this way, the distance between Su Chao and Wen Jieyu had increased to nearly 10 kilometers. At this moment, Su Chao's eyes lit up.
When Jieyu's car finally made a move, suddenly turning away from the convoy and heading south.
Su Chao looked around. There were fewer than 10 hunters around him. After the main force left, the city had traveled about a kilometer. It had dispersed in various directions, leaving only a small number of people in their direction.
He then turned and walked alone into the woods not far away. It went unnoticed by others. After entering the forest, Su Chao observed the environment and quickly advanced using his movement skills.
We arrived at a deserted place.
He opened a spatial portal and entered it. When it reappeared, it was on a small hill, about 5 kilometers ahead of Wen Jieyu's route.
He found a big tree to hide under,
observing silently.
He also took out the corpse of a 5th-tier monster from his spatial ring and used his special ability Essence Absorption to begin recovering. Spending a long time probing the city gate with the Eye of Truth takes a considerable toll. However, it was inconvenient to retrieve the monster's corpse for recovery while in the city, so they had to wait until now. There might be a big battle coming up, and he needs to maintain his peak condition. About 2 kilometers after Wen Jieyu's car broke away from the convoy, another car broke away from the convoy and chased after Wen Jieyu. At this moment, Su Chao had just finished absorbing the corpses of 2 monsters, and his strength had returned to its peak. He noticed 2 people in the car following behind, one of whom made his pupils shrink and his expression turned serious. It was a 7th-level grandmaster. The other person was a 5th-level martial artist who was in charge of driving.
The situation has become complicated. It's hard to tell who's friend and who's foe in this car.
They're very likely people sent by heaven. He didn't know if Wen Jieyu had notified anyone else. Logically, since she could send a message to herself, she should have also notified her teacher.
He must be more cautious.
Try to avoid scouting the vehicles behind you, as excessive scouting might attract the attention of a master. And so, Su Chao followed Wen Jieyu's car all the way. He chose to perform a spatial teleport every 5 kilometers to ensure that the surrounding area within several kilometers was under his surveillance, thus avoiding detection by the spies deployed by the other side.
At the same time, doubts began to grow in his mind. If the master in the car behind is truly from Heaven's kingdom, why doesn't he immediately take action to capture Wen Jieyu here? What are you still hesitating for? Could it be that this grandmaster isn't from heaven? We cannot take chances. We must treat the other party as a real enemy.
Regardless, follow along and act according to the situation.
Su Chao maintained a safe distance of 5 kilometers and kept chasing closely. Half an hour passed quickly. A county town appears ahead, Pingkong County.
He judged that this was very likely the other party's destination. Pingkong County is similar to Kaiyang County. Both are old county towns near Shanghai base city, dating back to before the Nirvana era.
It is located about 80 kilometers south of the east gate of Shanghai base city.
The strongest monsters in the county town are only a few of the 4th rank, making it the main training ground for low-level martial artists. As Wen Jieyu's car approached the county town, it gradually slowed down, while the car that had been following behind suddenly accelerated and sped ahead.
This left Su Chao momentarily stunned,
but he soon understood why. It turns out that the cars rushing up from behind were clearing the way for the cars in front. As soon as the car drove into the county town, the monsters in the town who heard the car rushed towards it. However, when they were about 10 meters away from the 2 vehicles, they all collapsed and died silently.
This is a demonstration of psychic abilities. Su Chao's pupils suddenly contracted. A grandmaster-level expert had made a move.
He had investigated this person before and knew that this grandmaster had awakened an A-level mental ability. Only now do I truly understand its power. They can kill without leaving a trace, and they can probably control others as well, so we must be extremely careful. It can be confirmed that this master is a member of the Heavenly Kingdom faction and is very likely the highest-ranking executor in this operation.
This is truly remarkable. They actually mobilized a grandmaster-level expert just to deal with a student. If viewed from above, a bizarre scene would be visible.
The 2 vehicles moved slowly through the county town, while within a 10-meter radius, the approaching monsters fell one after another, as if forming a barrier between life and death. When they encountered roadblocks, the monsters seemed to be grabbed and thrown away by an invisible hand. The car quickly drove into a dilapidated neighborhood and slowly came to a stop.
Su Chao confirmed that he had arrived at his destination.
He activated space teleportation and instantly appeared in a room in a building within the residential complex. We need to thoroughly investigate how many Heavenly Kingdom members are hiding here, what they've planned, and where Wen Jieyu's mother is being hidden.
The Eye of Truth is activated.
Su Chao's thorough investigation revealed nothing about the situation in this residential area.
This is a residential area with more than a dozen buildings.
Some of the buildings have been damaged damaged and collapsed, while more than 10 buildings remain intact. There weren't many monsters in the neighborhood, most of them had already been cleared out when I first entered, and the few that were left were scared away. It seems that monsters are not entirely fearless. If you are strong enough, they can also feel despair.
Of course, if it's controlled by the Beast Master, that's a different story.
When Jieyu and her group parked their car in front of one of the intact buildings, so it seemed that Wen's mother was hiding there.
Su Chao meticulously examined every room in the building. A hint of joy appeared on his face, he'd found it. However, his expression immediately darkened.
There was indeed someone tied up in a room on the top floor of the building. It was the middle-aged woman in the video. But there was another 5th-level martial artist in the same room as her.
At first, Su Chao did not notice anything unusual.
Now, with the eye of truth, the problem is immediately apparent. This person is not Wen Jieyu's mother. It was actually a 5th-tier martial artist with the ability to shapeshift in disguise. It would be difficult for ordinary people to tell the difference, but it was crystal clear to Su Chao. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel helpless.
Why do I always encounter people with shapeshifting abilities?
The last time was at Dawn Base, with that assassin who tried to kill my brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong. However, it is not surprising that a powerful force like Heaven would place warriors with special abilities in the base city. They often do shady things, and that's exactly the kind of talent they need. Such individuals with superpowers are usually skilled assassins.
Su Chao was puzzled. Why does the Kingdom of Heaven have to be so complicated?
Despite being protected by a Grandmaster-level expert, Wen Jieyu was powerless to resist.
Isn't this arrangement aimed at Wen Jieyu?
Could it be for her teacher or someone else? Su Chao's lips curled into an exaggerated smile. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Wen Jieyu and the others had already gotten off the bus. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she saw the Grandmaster-level expert. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her expression became extremely solemn. The worst-case scenario did indeed occur. The opponent was indeed a Grandmaster-level expert. The scenes from when she entered the city flashed through her mind again. There was no one else who could achieve that level of skill. Although she didn't have Su Chao's ability to discern supernatural powers and couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level, she could clearly feel the deadly threat piercing straight to her heart. When Jieyu sat in the car, and the middle-aged man whose left ear had been cut off walked quickly toward the master as soon as he got in the car.
He respectfully inquired, "Sir, shall we go upstairs now?"
This master-level man had a dark red birthmark on his left cheek with a long black hair growing from it, which made him look somewhat comical and somewhat undermined his dignity. He looked around, nodded, and went upstairs first. Seeing the group begin to climb the stairs, Su Chao felt anxious. He must find Wen Jieyu's mother as soon as possible, otherwise the situation will become extremely passive. He activated the Eye of Truth ability to its fullest extent, meticulously searching each building and each room in the community. Just as Wen Jieyu and the others were about to reach the top floor, Su Chao finally found her mother. She was kidnapped and imprisoned in another building, which had partially collapsed and only half remained.
They were imprisoned in a room on the 4th floor of the remaining building.
The middle-aged woman is currently tied up in a corner, her mouth stuffed with a towel, and she is unconscious. However, the clothes she was wearing were different from those seen in the video. It was clear that her outer garment had been removed and given to the imposter, who then changed her into another set of clothes. There was another woman in the room, who turned out to be only a 4th-level martial artist.
Su Chao made a decisive decision without further hesitation.
Time was of the essence. He had to rescue Jieyu's mother first. Fortunately, the room where he was hiding was right next door, less than a kilometer away.
He used teleportation and appeared in the opposite room in a flash.
Before the 4th-tier woman could react, he struck her neck with a palm strike, knocking her unconscious. He then lifted her up with one hand, opened a spatial passage with the bound Wen Jieyu's mother, and went inside. He reappeared in the room where he had previously hidden. He first tied the 4th-level martial artist up tightly and threw him into a corner. As for why he didn't kill her, Su Chao observed the complex look in her eyes when she stared at her unconscious mother and felt that the situation was unclear, so he decided to leave it to Wen Jieyu to handle personally. Then he woke up Wen Jieyu's mother. In order to make a good impression on her, he removed his disguise and showed his true self. After all, there was no one else in the room, so there was no need to worry about being discovered.
She was filled with remorse.
She should have listened to her daughter's advice and not stepped out of the 1st district so easily. He never expected that the other party would go to such lengths to set up such a trap to kidnap him in order to target his daughter. What shocked her even more was that Aunt May, who had followed her for many years and was considered a close friend, was actually an enemy mole. This time, she really couldn't escape her fate. Her only hope was that her daughter wouldn't act impulsively to save her, lest she fall into the other party's trap.
But thinking of her daughter's stubborn personality, she couldn't help but sigh.
My daughter probably won't listen to my advice at all. If she were to die, how lonely she would be, leaving her alone. She thought that if the two of them went together, they wouldn't be so lonely. Just as her consciousness was fading, she was awakened. She wondered, was this someone going to kill me? Or had her daughter arrived? It would be good to see each other again. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a handsome face. Wen Jieyu was led slowly upstairs by several people. Her inner world was far from as calm as it appeared. I don't know what kind of situation I will face next. On her way from the ground floor to the top floor, she even reflected on her short life. This is the second time she has been in such a dangerous situation. Will you appear this time? No matter how tall a building is, it will eventually be climbed. They arrived at the door of the room on the top floor. When Jieyu hesitated for a moment at the door, afraid that the first thing she would see if she went in would be her mother lying in a pool of blood. Since entering the wilderness, she has lost all bargaining power. This was inherently an unequal transaction. She steadied herself and stepped inside. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. The mother was tied up in a corner, her mouth still stuffed with a towel, while a knife-wielding martial artist stood guard beside her. At this moment, she looked at herself through teary eyes, trying to struggle to get up, but was pressed back down by the martial artist beside her. As soon as Wen Jieyu uttered the first word, tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to rush over, but was held back by Guo Weiwei beside her. The middle-aged man with half of his left ear cut off also stood between her and her mother. He gave a sinister smile. Miss Wen, don't worry, we will give you and your daughter time to reunite later. When he spoke of the word reunion, he stared intently at Wen Jieyu. However, we have a few questions for you now, and we ask you to answer them truthfully. He gestured to Guo Weiwei. Guo Weiwei immediately walked to the side, took out her phone, and started recording. The middle-aged man looked at the Grandmaster-level expert with expectant eyes, and saw the other party nod. He then pointed to the other side of the room. Miss Wen, do you know anyone here? When Jieyu followed his finger and saw a large table with burning incense and candles on it, as if they were offering a sacrifice. In the center of the table was a large framed picture, depicting Feng Hui. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows on his face that appeared and disappeared intermittently. The moment when Jieyu saw Feng Hui's photo, she already had a guess in her heart. This was just a confirmation. She calmly replied, yes, I know him. His name is Feng Hui. The middle-aged man was satisfied with her cooperation and continued to ask questions. Did you kill him? When Jieyu gave a concise and to-the-point answer, the middle-aged man then asked, were there any other people present when you killed him? No, it's just me. Miss Wen, I advise you to think twice before you answer. I told you, it's just me alone. Believe it or not is up to you. When Jieyu responded calmly as always. The middle-aged man remained silent for a moment, then turned to the silent master beside him and cast a questioning glance. The master with the birthmark on his left cheek finally spoke. Go and ask other monitoring points if there are any abnormalities. The middle-aged man took out his phone and dialed several numbers in a row. A moment later, he put down the phone. Sir, we've already asked, and there's nothing unusual. The master nodded. It seems no one is coming. What a pity, no surprises and no unexpected events. Begin the operation. Kill her mother first, right in front of young Master Feng's morning hall, so she can experience the pain of losing a loved one. Upon hearing what Master Sun said, the middle-aged man looked at the fifth-level martial artist who was holding a knife and protecting Wen Jieyu's mother. Wen Jieyu shouted angrily, you broke your promise. You said you would release my mother as soon as I arrived. The middle-aged man looked at her with a sneer, his tone mocking. Miss Wen, do you know who we are? Do you expect us to keep our word? You killed Lord Feng's only son, so you and your mother must die, and you must die in front of Lord Feng's morning hall. Only then can Lord Feng's anger be appeased. Why do you think we didn't make our move when you left the wilderness, instead of going through all this trouble to bring you here to kill you? As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured to the man with the knife. The other party raised his knife, about to stab Wen Jieyu's mother. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Wen Jieyu's eyes, and she thought to herself, she can't wait any longer. However, she was puzzled as to why neither the teacher nor Su Chao had made any move. Did the text message fail to send? Never mind, even if she's the only one, I have to give it a try. She immediately activated time freeze, realizing that hiding was pointless and she had to go all out. However, as soon as she used her time manipulation ability, she spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale, and he looked as if he was about to collapse, showing clear signs of a backlash. Her face showed horror, and she muttered to herself, how could this be? During this time, she also figured out her time-related abilities. Once activated, everything within a certain radius will come to a standstill, except for her. However, the more powerful the people or things within her range, the greater the energy she consumes. In her judgment, even if the other party had a 7th-level Grandmaster, the consumption should not be so huge. She had just activated time freeze when she felt an enormous energy drain, which she couldn't withstand even for a moment, and a backlash occurred. She had never encountered a situation like this before. Even when the teacher was by my side when I first awakened, the energy expenditure wasn't this great. Could there be someone much more powerful than the teacher lurking nearby, or something else entirely? The Grandmaster-level expert with a birthmark on his left cheek stared coldly at Wen Jieyu. When she suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, I initially thought it was because she was extremely angry about her mother's impending death, which caused her to feel unwell. The knife was about to fall on her mother. Wen Jieyu cried out anxiously, no. Despite her weakened state, she charged forward with all her might. might. The master with a birthmark on his left cheek shook his head, feeling that all of this was meaningless and that the arrangements were unnecessary. Just as he was about to speak up to stop it, suddenly, a man appeared in the arena, a burly man with a face full of scars. No one saw how he appeared, but he mysteriously appeared next to Wen Jiayu and grabbed her. Wen Jiayu wanted to struggle and resist. The man whispered in her ear, "Jiayu, it's me. Don't resist." Upon hearing this voice, Wen Jiayu immediately stopped resisting. When the Grandmaster saw the scarred, burly man who suddenly appeared, his usually calm and collected expression changed drastically. They were about to take down the two men. Immediately afterwards, the two figures vanished in an instant. The people in the heaven were dumbfounded and looked at each other. The Grandmaster's face was extremely gloomy. He shouted, "Go search. Find them for me." Although he has spatial abilities, he's not very strong, only a 4th level martial artist. He can't have gone far. Also, contact the people guarding her mother to confirm the situation there. When Jiayu and Su Chao appeared in a room, she didn't have time to observe her surroundings. His face still showed a look of panic. He said anxiously, "Su Chao, please save my mother." Before she could finish speaking, she saw another woman in the room she had just entered. "This person looks somewhat like my mother? Stao Yu, is that you? Am I dreaming?" the woman asked in a trembling voice. When Jiayu was stunned when she heard this. "Mom, what are you doing here? Weren't you just tied up? And your clothes? What's going on here?" No matter how smart Wen Jiayu was, she couldn't immediately process what had happened in such a short time. She turned to look at Su Chao beside her, hoping he would offer an explanation. Su Chao coughed lightly and said, "Jiayu, this is your real mother. The one before was a fake." When Jiayu asked, puzzled, "Fake?" Su Chao nodded. "Yes, the other party used a disguise ability to transform. I was almost fooled at first too. I arrived late because I was mainly looking for your mother, but thankfully I found her." He told a little lie. In fact, he had rescued Wen Jiayu's mother earlier and woken her up, giving her a brief explanation of the situation. Then he told her he was going to find Wen Jiayu and told her to stay in the room and not wander around. He then went to another room and changed back into the appearance of the scarred, burly man. He casually picked up a few monster corpses and activated essence absorption to replenish his energy. He did not rush to save Wen Jiayu, but wanted to observe what she intended to do first. When the Grandmaster ordered the execution of Wen Jiayu's mother, who was in disguise, he did not act immediately, wanting to see what tricks they were playing, or check if the target of the layout will appear. Anyway, he can teleport there instantly and is confident he can save Wen Jiayu. He just couldn't understand why Wen Jiayu would suddenly vomit blood. He felt a strange, immense force about to descend, but it suddenly stopped. Could that be her second awakened superpower? He never asked Wen Jiayu about the specifics of her second superpower. Everyone has their own secrets. So when he saw Wen Jiayu vomiting blood, he didn't hesitate any longer and decisively took action. Wen Jiayu had no idea that Su Chao had so much on his mind. After hearing Su Chao's explanation, she immediately burst into tears and ran to her mother. The two embraced tightly and wept bitterly. Although Su Chao was unwilling to break the warmth, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and play the villain. "Jiayu, auntie, you two keep your voices down. We're not far from those people, so we need to be careful not to get spotted. There's a Grandmaster among them." Upon hearing Su Chao's words, the two who were crying immediately stopped. They gave Su Chao an apologetic look. "I was so excited just now that I couldn't help but cry." When Jiayu looked at Su Chao and said softly, "Su Chao, thank you for saving my mother." Su Chao shook his head. "Let's not talk about this between us." Hearing the term daughter, Meng Shi looked at Su Chao with a puzzled expression. "You're Xiao Su? You weren't like this just now." Su Chao explained, "Auntie, I disguised myself so it would be easier to rescue Jiayu." Meng Hui nodded. She turned her gaze back to her daughter, reaching out to stroke her breathtakingly beautiful face, feeling she couldn't get enough of looking at her. When Jiayu was touched like this by her mother in front of Su Chao, a faint blush immediately appeared on her face, which only added to her stunning beauty. She deliberately changed the subject, glancing at Su Chao. "Su Chao, what should we do next? The other side has a Grandmaster level expert." His expression immediately turned serious, and he lowered his voice to say, "Moreover, I just activated a new ability and was hit by a backlash. There might be another terrifying being nearby." Su Chao's eyes widened when he heard, "There are terrifying beings nearby." He immediately activated his Eye of Truth and carefully scanned his surroundings. Apart from the people from heaven who were frantically searching for them, no one else was found. He turned his head and looked at Wen Jiayu with a serious expression. "Jiayu, are you saying it's real? But apart from that 7th tier Grandmaster, I haven't found any other powerful figures here." When Jiayu hesitated for a moment, "I'm not sure if it's a person or something else." Hearing her say that, Su Chao also began to hesitate. He originally planned to kill all these people from heaven and then make some profit. Now that Wen Jiayu said there might be powerful beings nearby, he felt it was best to retreat first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to rest easy leaving Jiayu and her daughter here. Just as I was about to speak, I heard a faint voice coming from the doorway. "Little girl, it's impolite to talk behind people's backs. I'm not a scoundrel. Pa, I'm a human
human being. Su Chao's expression changed drastically. He looked at the doorway in shock, realizing that he hadn't noticed the other party's presence at all. This gave him the creeps. What level of powerhouse is this? Without hesitation, he reached out and opened a spatial passage, grabbing Wen Jiayu and her mother with one hand, preparing to immediately enter the spatial passage. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of the spatial passage, blocking their way. Young man, what's the rush? Am I that scary? People want to run away just from hearing my voice. Then she turned to Wen Jiayu. You're Wen Jiayu, right? Your teacher, Su Jin, sent me to rescue you. That way, you won't have to run anymore. He glanced back at the spatial passage that Su Chao had opened behind him. A hint of surprise flashed in his deep eyes. He then stared at Su Chao with a mocking smile. Young man, your spatial abilities are indeed impressive. Are you really willing to just leave like this? Don't you want to kill a few people from heaven to vent your anger? Su Chao was still in shock. He has always been extremely confident in his spatial abilities, believing that he can easily escape from even the most dangerous places, but now he's been hit hard. He held onto Wen Jiayu and her daughter tightly and took a few steps back, but when he saw what the person looked like, his face immediately showed astonishment. He then bowed respectfully to the person who had come. This junior greets Grandmaster Hua. Wen Jiayu and her mother also bowed at the same time. Greetings, Grandmaster Hua. The man was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a ruddy complexion, gentle eyes, and a few strands of silver in his hair, looking like the uncle next door. He looks to be around 50 years old, but the lifespan of a Grandmaster can be extended to 200 years, so his real age should be much older. Grandmaster Hua nodded and looked at everyone. Oh, you all know me. That saves me the trouble of explaining. But it seems that even if I hadn't come, this young man could have saved you and your daughter. Su Jin's favor was really not worth it. Su Chao certainly recognized the powerful figure in front of him. To be honest, there was almost no martial artist in the entire Shanghai-based city who didn't know him. The guardian deity of Shanghai-based city, Grandmaster Hua Zhouyuan. Almost every time Shanghai-based city was in crisis, it was he who stepped forward and turned the tide. This was the second time Su Chao had encountered Grandmaster Hua. The first time was 3 years ago in the wilderness, when this very man passed by and saved his family. This person is their family's savior. Facing this legendary figure from Shanghai-based city, Su Chao was extremely respectful. Senior, you flatter me. If it weren't for your help, I would have had to flee for my life with them in a sorry state. With a strong person like you here, none of those guys in this heavenly kingdom will be able to escape. Hua Zhouyuan nodded slightly. This trip has been quite fruitful. We have a silver token master, a bronze token master, and several core members. In fact, it's usually very difficult for someone of his strength and status to get him to take action. The reason he came down this time was because Su Jin spoke up, saying that she was being targeted by people from heaven and could not leave the school, and asked him to protect her students and her mother and daughter. Su Jin also said that her student Wen Jiayu is a dual power awakener, and both of her powers are at a high level. This time, he couldn't sit still any longer. Among the 8 major base cities in China, Shanghai base city is relatively weak in overall strength, and the number of geniuses it produces is far less than that of other base cities, with top geniuses being even rarer. Over the years, he has also been secretly anxious, worried that there will be no one to carry on his legacy. If these old guys die in battle one day, who will take over to protect the Starsea base city? Unexpectedly, I encountered 2 promising young talents during this trip. Wen Jiayu had already surprised and delighted him. Su Jin didn't tell him exactly what Wen Jiayu's special ability was, so he stayed hidden nearby, not making a move easily, wanting to find out what kind of superpower she possessed. With his abilities, he could naturally tell that the person in the room was someone impersonating Wen Jiayu's mother. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. However, he was stunned the moment Wen Jiayu used her superpower. He felt a powerful force coming toward him, but because he was strong and his realm far surpassed Wen Jiayu's, this force instead backfired on her. He was extremely embarrassed. He was asked to rescue someone, but instead of succeeding, he injured the other person. If Su Yata finds out, she will definitely blame me. However, even though it was only for a moment, he still sensed it. Time-based ability. This little female disciple, Su Yatu, has actually awakened the legendary time-based ability. More importantly, she is actually a dual-power awakener. Such talent is simply heaven-defying. At this moment, he was even a little envious of Su Yatu, who was so lucky to have taken in such a talented disciple. He couldn't quite figure out this kid. Spatial abilities are already amazing, but this kid seemed to have an extremely strong detection method, scanning him several times. If he hadn't also possessed special abilities, and the difference in strength wasn't so great, he would have completely lost face if he had been discovered. And his disguise skills, is that also a kind of superpower? He immediately shook his head. Impossible. It must be achieved through other means, such as certain psionic items, that can temporarily achieve this effect. 3 awakened superpowers? He had never heard of that before. He must have been provoked to come out this time, as he actually suspected that this young man was a triple power awakener. Even so, it is powerful enough. A dual power awakener with spatial abilities, his talent is probably
probably second only to Wen Jiayu. These two individuals possess dual abilities related to time and space. He was completely unaware that Shanghai base city had produced two such extraordinary individuals. In that instant, Su Chao had no idea that so many complex thoughts were passing through the mind of the legendary top human expert in front of him. He was completely confused when the other party mentioned Silver Order Envoy and Bronze Order Envoy. With Grandmaster Hui here, none of those people from heaven will be able to escape, so he's not in a hurry to leave. He immediately asked, Grandmaster Hua, what exactly are the Silver Token Envoy and Bronze Token Envoy you just mentioned?
Hua Zhou looked at Su Chao and suddenly wanted to tease the kid. Want to know? I bet you have other questions. Su Chao nodded quickly. Grandmaster Hua pointed outside the room. He said with a half smile, there are people from heaven outside. If you capture or kill one of them, you can ask me one question. How about that? Is it fair? Su Chao was stunned, never expecting this important figure to suddenly use such a move. He then realized what was happening. I suspect the other party is trying to test my strength. He gave an awkward laugh. The rules set by the senior are very fair. Please wait here, I'll be right back. Since you want to see, I'll show you a few tricks. Those scum from heaven dared to use the language of interpretation. They deserve to die. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. The hunt has now officially begun. He nodded to Wen Jiayu and her daughter, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. Sun Yi was burning with rage. Lord Fong sent him to Shanghai base city to avenge his son, Fong Wei. After much effort and meticulous planning, they finally managed to lure Wen Jiayu out of the wilderness. Just when the mission was about to be completed, a spatial ability user suddenly appeared. The key point is that the other party seems to have seen through his plan and recognized the fake mother one. More importantly, he had just had someone confirm the actual situation with Wen's mother, but no one answered the phone, so he sent someone to check. Sure enough, the person has been rescued. All their efforts were in vain. Wen Jiayu and her daughter were rescued. This made him feel like a laughingstock, as if all his efforts had been seen through by the other party. How could they have found the real hiding place and rescued the person so quickly? Could there be a traitor on our side? Only he and Huang Lingshi knew the person and location where Wenmu was hidden, and he also arranged the guards. Could it be him? Impossible, they're in the same boat. He sent everyone out to search. At the same time, he took to the air and quickly moved through the residential area, using his mental power to sense the situation in each building, determined to find that guy. He noticed strange noises coming from a building to his left and was about to turn around when he heard a scream. His expression changed drastically, and he shot away with lightning speed. Upon reaching the 15th floor stairwell, I saw a headless corpse lying in a pool of blood. It was the 5th-tier martial artist who guarded the fake mother one, but his weapon and spatial ring were now gone. His face turned ashen. It's that spatial ability user again. As expected, he didn't leave and even dared to make a move. He's really bold. He clearly only revealed the strength of a 4th-level martial artist, so how come a 5th-level martial artist couldn't even withstand a single move from him? He ignored the dead, flew out of the building, and arrived in the air in the very center of the community. He shouted loudly, everyone be careful. That spatial ability user has already killed a 5th-tier martial artist. Martial artists below the 6th tier, move closer to me. No sooner had he finished speaking than another scream rang out. This was like a slap in the face. His expression turned extremely grim, and he quickly flew towards the top floor of another building. He saw the other person waving at him from afar, and then disappeared from the spot. When he arrived, he saw another headless corpse, which was the sentry he had sent to observe the area, a 4th-level martial artist. A few large, crooked characters were hastily written in blood on the ground next to them. The second one. Sun Yi felt a mouthful of blood rushing to his throat, but he managed to hold it back. He slapped the spot where the corpse was. A large hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and a large section of the nearby wall collapsed. The corpse, along with the writing left by Su Chao, was wiped away with a single palm strike, and a strong stench of blood filled the air. He was so angry at this damn spatial ability user that he wanted to grind his teeth. How dare they provoke a grandmaster like him? Once we catch him, we'll make him wish he were dead. However, he had to admit that the opponent's spatial abilities were indeed formidable. Although he was only a grandmaster at the early stage of the 7th rank, 6th rank martial artists were usually powerless against him. In particular, his own psychic abilities prevented him from sensing the other party in advance. He must carefully consider how to deal with this. It flew out of the building and landed on the ground in the residential area. Several people have already gathered here. Guo Weiwei, the 5th-level martial artist who impersonated Wen's mother, and the other two sentries they had previously set up, one a 4th-level martial artist and the other a 5th-level martial artist. Now, the hidden sentries are meaningless and serve no purpose in the face of the enemy. Everyone involved in this operation has gathered here, except for Huang Lingshi, who is still searching alone. Huang Lingshi possesses the strength of a peak 6th-tier cultivator. He should be able to deal with that guy alone. Sun Yi glanced at the remaining two 5th-tier martial artists. You two team up and search the building to the left front. If you encounter an enemy attack, as long as you can hold them off for a while, I'll get there immediately. Once we find
find that mother and daughter, the initiative will be in our hands. Although the two were somewhat afraid to act alone, the adults had given the order, and they had to carry it out whether they wanted to or not. Yes, sir. I watched the two figures disappear into the distance. Sun Ye's face darkened, and his gaze turned to the remaining Wu Weiwei and another fourth-level martial artist. You two form a group and search the building to your right. I'll follow behind you to protect you. Upon hearing this, the two men turned pale, realizing that their superiors intended to use them as bait. Seeing their hesitation, Sun Ye glanced at them impatiently. Wu Weiwei and her companion knew that their master was angry, and if they disobeyed orders, they would probably be killed on the spot. At this moment, the man is in a state of extreme rage, so they gritted their teeth and ran towards the building to their right. Seeing them head upstairs, Sun Ye flashed into the middle building. Ensure that the four people are always within your perception range. After killing two people, Su Chao hid in a room. Open the eye of truth. I saw all the plans and arrangements of the Grandmaster with a birthmark on his left cheek. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Want to go fishing? Let's see if you have enough bait. 1 against 6, the advantage is in my hands. He turned his gaze to the two fifth-level martial artists on the other side. They were his next target. Having previously tested the waters by killing two people, he had roughly figured out the range of a Grandmaster's spiritual perception. All four of them are now within the Grandmaster's perception range, but he is not afraid. He will take advantage of the time difference. They killed the enemy and retreated before the enemy arrived. The figure vanished from the spot in an instant. In one of the buildings, the fifth-tier martial artist with the ability to disguise himself followed nervously behind another teammate. He cursed Sun Ye, the person in charge of this operation, in his heart. Even though the other party was a Grandmaster, he couldn't help but curse him. It's a shame this Grandmaster went to all this trouble. They could have simply lured Wen Jieyu out of the wilderness and made a move, but they made it all so complicated. Now they are in the open, while others are in the shadows. The offensive and defensive situation has been completely reversed. Moreover, his superpower is not combat-oriented, and this situation is what he fears most. In the past, he would always impersonate someone else and deliver a fatal blow to his target from the shadows, thus completing his mission. Now he finally experienced the fear of being watched in the dark. He brought this on himself. He was so nervous that sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hand gripping the weapon so tightly that it turned white. He could clearly hear his heart pounding. Sensing something amiss behind him, he immediately turned around. He happened to meet a pair of indifferent eyes and a mocking smile on Scarface's face. Then, he felt his vision spinning, and he saw himself standing motionless as a headless corpse, his consciousness gradually sinking into endless darkness. A fifth-level martial artist killed him in a single move. Another fifth-tier martial artist ahead reacted quickly. Hearing the noise, he instantly drew his sword and slashed horizontally behind him, but missed. Upon seeing the horrific state of his companions, his face turned deathly pale, but he couldn't spot any enemy. Suddenly sensing something, he stabbed behind him with his backhand, but he still missed his target. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest as a long knife pierced through his chest and through his heart. Blood spilled from his mouth as he finally saw the scarred face that had suddenly appeared before him. The opponent was just fainting, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Who can guard against that? Immediately afterwards, a chill ran down my neck, and my consciousness vanished. Sun Ye noticed the commotion and rushed over immediately. Seeing Sun Ye about to enter the building, Su Chao swiftly swung his sword and severed the fingers of both men who wore spatial rings. He then waved to sheath his sword and vanished without a trace. Sun Ye stared at the two corpses on the ground below. He was so angry that he was trembling. He had clearly underestimated his opponent's strength. He hadn't expected that two fifth-tier martial artists wouldn't last long against him until he arrived. What shocked him even more was, he launched a psychic attack before even getting close, but the result left him dumbfounded. The mental attack, which was enough to make a 6th-level peak martial artist pause for a moment, landed on the opponent like a mud ox sinking into the sea, without causing any ripples. This scene left him completely baffled. Could the other party be a top-tier expert? Is he deliberately making fun of himself? But he quickly dismissed this absurd speculation. Top martial artists have their pride and would never play such pointless games. They would have made a fair and square move long ago. Therefore, the only possibility is that the other party possesses something that can resist mental attacks. This made the situation tricky. The other party was elusive and impossible to catch. After a moment of silence, he made his decision. Fly away from this building. He no longer intended to care about Guo Weiwei and that 4th-level martial artist. They were doomed. It was of no use to him anymore. He came outside the building, stood in midair, and pulled out a long sword. He swung his sword several times towards the building. The sword's edge swept across the building, instantly causing the already dilapidated structure to collapse. Sun Ye did not stop and continued to swing his sword. Buildings continued to collapse, and dust flew everywhere. The intimidating power of a Grandmaster-level expert was fully revealed. He planned to destroy all the buildings in the community to force Wen Jieyu and her daughter out. Sun Ye guessed that the other party's spatial ability must be teleportation, which would prevent them from moving too far, especially since since they were carrying 2 people with them. They must still be nearby. He wanted to raise all the places around them where they could hide to the ground, leaving them nowhere to hide. Su Chao appeared in front of Guo Weiwei and her companion, killing her companion, a 4th-level martial artist, with a single strike. Guo Weiwei stared at the scarred man in front of her, a man even a grandmaster couldn't handle, and her companion lying in a pool of blood. She trembled all over and suddenly knelt down in front of Su Chao. She looked utterly pitiful. He pleaded, "Senior, please don't kill me. I was forced into this by them. My father was a gambler. They framed and tricked him, leaving him with a lot of debt. They threatened to kill my parents to force me to join them. I had no choice. I am still a student at Shanghai Martial Arts University, a B-level ability user. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to obey any of your orders." After saying that, she deliberately pulled down her clothes, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Fear gripped her, making her disregard dignity. After all, those who betray humanity to join the kingdom of heaven have no dignity whatsoever. Su Chao stared blankly at Guo Weiwei, thinking to himself, what kind of cliché plot is this? A gambling father, a sick mother, going to school alone, and a family destroyed. Couldn't you have come up with something more original? He frowned and turned his back to her. Pull your clothes up properly. When Guo Weiwei saw that the scarred man didn't kill her immediately, a hint of joy appeared on her face, thinking that he was moved by her words. Obediently pulled her clothes up and raised her head. He said in a voice tinged with pleading, "Senior." Before she could finish speaking, a flash of light appeared, and she felt a chill on her neck before collapsing to the ground. She didn't close her eyes until the end of her life. Her eyes were filled with fear, resentment, and hatred. Su Chao shook his head at the corpse. "What the hell? You think you can seduce me with that little bit of looks? What if Jieyu sees you and misunderstands? He even calls himself a student at Shanghai Martial Arts University with B-level superpowers, and he seems quite proud of it. You think I'm arrogant just because I have 5 superpowers? What kind of school is this, daring to go to the same school as Jieyu?" After dealing with the 2 men, Su Chao looked up outside. Sun Yi continued his rampage, destroying surrounding buildings. In just a short time, 2 or 3 more buildings were reduced to rubble. Now only 4 or 5 lonely houses remain standing in the vicinity. He observes using the eye of truth. In the remaining buildings, besides the building where Jieyu and her mother were located, and the one guarded by Grandmaster Hua, another building was hiding the only remaining person from Heaven's Kingdom, a 6th-tier peak martial artist whose left ear had been cut off in half. Su Chao's eyes gleamed with a burning light. He had never tried facing a 6th-tier peak martial artist before. He was so eager to try his skills. However, he quickly suppressed his fighting spirit. "We've already shown pretty much our strength today. If we were to reveal combat power that rivals a peak 6th-tier martial artist, it would seem a bit excessive. In fact, he didn't use his full strength when he killed those people earlier. He put the 2 corpses into his spatial ring. His figure vanished in a flash, and the next moment he appeared in the room where Wen Jieyu and the others were. When Wen Jieyu saw him appear, she stepped forward and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you all right?" Su Chao smiled and shook his head. "It's all right, they're just a few 4th or 5th level martial artists. They can't hurt me." He then turned to Grandmaster Hua. "Senior Hua, what should we do about that Grandmaster outside?" Hua Zhou looks looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. By his own strength, he easily killed several of the Grandmaster's men right under his nose and then calmly retreated, while the Grandmaster was completely helpless against him. He was covered in dust and dirt. Such a brilliant record is something very few young people of their age can achieve. His awakened reconnaissance ability combined with his spatial abilities is simply terrifying. The power unleashed is not simply additive, but rather grows exponentially. This is definitely a young man who deserves special attention and development. Huo Zhou smiled and nodded at Su Chao. Okay, leave it to me. He's had enough of this farce. It's time to end this saga. His figure then slowly faded away, as if what had just appeared here was merely a projection. Su Chao sighed inwardly. This is the difference in perspective. What others fight to the death for is nothing more than a farce in his eyes. He activated the Eye of Truth but was unable to see through what Grandmaster Hua was using. Is this also a kind of superpower? But he remembered that Grandmaster Huo Zhou's special ability was lightning, and he had even seen his video during the last Beast Tide. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The methods of a Grandmaster are far beyond my current comprehension. The difference is like heaven and earth. He looked outside. Grandmaster Hua had silently appeared behind the Heavenly Kingdom Grandmaster, who was frantically destroying the building. The other party was completely unaware. This is the difference in realm and strength. Huo Zhou's authoritative voice rang out. Enough! You people from Heaven's Kingdom only cause destruction wherever you are. You're the Silver Token Commander, aren't you? Sun Yi was preparing to unleash another sword strike to destroy the remaining 2 buildings in front of him, and then see how they would hide. This residential area is located on the edge of the county town, with few buildings around it. He was confident that he could wipe them all out if he could force them to reveal themselves. Including that spatial ability user, he guessed that the other party couldn't escape forever by teleporting. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. him, and Sun Yi froze. Then, she began to tremble involuntarily. Someone appeared behind him, but he was completely unaware. He tried to sense it with his mental power, but to no avail. He could only slowly turn his stiff body. The moment he saw Huo Zhou, his pupils contracted sharply, and his body trembled even more violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He said in a hoarse voice, "Grandmaster Hua." He then retreated abruptly, turned, and fled into the distance. Faced with this guardian deity of Shanghai base city, let alone him, even if Lord Feng came, he would only be able to run for his life. But after he had run a few dozen meters, a voice rang out beside him again. "Still trying to escape? Come back to Star Sea base city with me. Resistance is pointless." Sun Yi saw the other party casually raise his hand and slap him as if swatting a fly, but no matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid it. The slap landed hard on his head, and he felt dizzy and saw stars. His body fell heavily to the ground. Dust billowed, and a deep, human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Sun Yi lay at the bottom of the pit, struggling to get up, his face pale, and suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. With a casual move, he severely injured a 7th-level grandmaster. This is the power of Huo Zhou, the guardian deity of Shanghai base city. Sun Yi knew he couldn't escape today. He looked at Huo Zhou, who stood in midair, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He took a mask from his spatial ring and put it on. There was a mysterious silver pattern on the center of the mask's forehead. Sun Yi immediately poured his spiritual power and blood energy into the silver pattern on the mask, and the pattern gradually became eerie and blood red. Huo Zhou, who was suspended in the air, gradually became serious with his originally indifferent expression. He muttered to himself, "This Heavenly Kingdom mask is truly amazing. It can unleash such powerful energy. I must take it seriously." With his right fist clenched, he flashed in front of Sun Yi and suddenly threw a punch. At this moment, on the mask that Sun Yi was wearing, the eerie, blood-red pattern transformed into a bizarre skull face, meeting Huo Zhou's fist head-on. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the center of their fight, spreading outwards. The already dilapidated buildings around them were destroyed once again. Of the 3 remaining buildings, another one collapsed. Dust flew everywhere, and smoke filled the air. The building where Su Chao and his group were located was also teetering on the brink of collapse, but fortunately it eventually stabilized and did not collapse. A duel between masters at the Grandmaster level is indeed astonishing. Su Chao had previously wanted to fight Sun Yi, but now he felt somewhat fortunate. He observed the anomaly in Sun Yi's mask through the eye of truth. They were shocked by its bizarre and powerful force. He silently reminded himself, no martial artist should be underestimated. They may all be hiding unknown trump cards. When Jiyu and the others may have to wait until the dust settles before they can see the battle situation clearly. But Su Chao didn't need to. He kept his eye of truth open, keeping a close eye on the progress of the battle. A duel between grandmasters is a rare sight, and he absolutely cannot miss it. The moment the skull-faced figure collided with Grandmaster Huo's fist, it actually blocked the terrifying force of the fist, creating a stalemate. Even more bizarrely, thin lines of blood were spreading across the skull's face, attempting to erode Huo Zhou's fist. However, purple lightning flashed on the fist, instantly turning all the bloodlines into nothingness. The skull-faced creature only managed to hold out for a moment before being crushed by a fist crackling with purple lightning. The fist's power went far beyond that, striking Sun Yi behind the skull-faced figure. With the sound of bones breaking, his body flew backward at an extremely fast speed. He spat out a mouthful of blood along the way, which crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater shaped like the Chinese character, Run. He was already injured, and the mask had absorbed most of his mental energy and vital energy. He was struck by this punch and immediately fell into a coma. This was only because Grandmaster Huo intentionally held back, wanting to capture him alive. Otherwise, Sun Yi would probably have been killed on the spot. Huo Zhou looked at the unconscious Sun Yi and withdrew his fist. With a furrowed brow, he thought to himself, the power on this mask is indeed strange. If it were an ordinary 8th-level Grandmaster, he would probably have already been harmed by the mask's supernatural power. Sun Yi may still have a chance to escape, but Sun Yi was incredibly unlucky to run into him. He is both a Grandmaster and possesses lightning-based superpowers that can suppress evil. Huo Zhou sighed inwardly, Heavenly Kingdom does have some tricks up its sleeve, but I wonder where their masks came from. He then turned his head to look in another direction and saw a figure fleeing at high speed. That was the last remaining person, Huang Lingshi. Huo Zhou was about to give chase when he suddenly noticed that a figure was faster than him and had blocked Huang Lingshi's path. He was surprised to see that it was Su Chao who went to intercept the other party. He hadn't expected the other party's disciples to be so powerful. Su Chao's strength, as displayed on the panel, was that of a peak 4th-tier martial artist. Huo Zhou originally thought that with the combination of his detection and spatial abilities, killing a 5th-tier martial artist was already the limit. Now, however, the other side is going to intercept and kill a peak 6th-tier martial artist. He wasn't too worried that Su Chao might not be able to stop the opponent, but he could at least buy him some time. Moreover, given his spatial abilities, it would be difficult for his opponent to keep him here. In fact, if he wanted to capture that Commander Huang, it would be easy. easy, he wouldn't need Su Chao to do it. But he wasn't in a hurry to get there, wanting to give the young people some opportunities to learn. Su Chao was completely unaware of this. His interception of Huang Lingshi was not an impulsive act, but rather a calculated move. The Heavenly Kingdom organization is far too dangerous. He came here hoping to make contact with this envoy Huang and see if he could get something from him, using his own copying ability to impersonate him and infiltrate the Starsea-based city Heaven. Huang Lingshi felt like he had encountered the worst possible luck. He originally just wanted to curry favor with Lord Fong in the capital and get him some favors. As a result, he actually provoked Grandmaster Huo Yuan of Shanghai Base City. It's like an old man hanging himself. His long life is going to bring disaster. He didn't understand what went wrong with the operation either. He was very careful with all the arrangements, but somehow the news still leaked out, attracting a spatial ability user in Grandmaster Huo Yuan. Little did he know that Wen Jieyu, whom he and his companions were about to confront, possessed terrifyingly extraordinary supernatural abilities. Otherwise, ordinary geniuses would never have been able to invite a top human expert like Grandmaster Hua to take action. Master Sun is probably doomed. He only hopes to escape. Upon seeing Grandmaster Hua appear, he was so shocked that he turned and ran away without even considering fighting him. But he had only run less than 3 kilometers when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him out of his wits. He thought it was Grandmaster Hua. Looking up, he saw the space ability user with the scar on his face, the one he hated with a passion. He sneered, "You're really choosing the path to heaven when it's available." Although this guy has powerful spatial abilities, the strength he showed before didn't seem to exceed the 5th rank. They actually came to stop me. He pulled out 2 heavy maces from his spatial ring, gripped them tightly, and swung them fiercely as he charged towards Su Chao. He awakened a power-type ability, so he used a pair of extremely heavy S-class maces as weapons. If an ordinary martial artist were to be touched by him, their bones would surely be broken and their tendons broken. Su Chao looked at the heavy mace his opponent was wielding and knew its power was astonishing, so he dared not take it head-on. He dodged the attack with a teleport. He appeared behind his opponent in an instant and slashed at his head with his sword. The opponent seemed to sense Su Chao's attack and reacted quickly, dodging to the side. Su Chao's long sword struck his left shoulder. Sparks flew, and Su Chao was knocked back 2 steps, while his opponent only leaned forward slightly. Su Chao continued to use teleportation to dodge the opponent's sweeping right-hand mace, and then retreated 10 meters away. Su Chao's expression turned solemn as he looked at the S-class longsword in his hand. Even S-class weapons couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. A sharp pain shot through the web of my right hand. It seems that Huang Lingshi's armor is also S-grade. A 6th-tier peak martial artist is indeed not easy to deal with. I can't break through his defense. His reaction is extremely fast, and he can always dodge fatal attacks in time. The good news is that he can't do anything about Su Chao right now. Huang Lingshi was even more shocked than Su Chao. Su Chao's slash had just struck his shoulder, and although it hadn't broken through his defenses, it had still caused his blood and chi to surge. This power is not something a 4th-tier martial artist should possess, and it's not even something a 5th-tier martial artist can achieve. Su Chao saw Grandmaster was slowly carrying Sun Yi toward them and knew that time was running out. With the Eye of Truth fully activated, Huang Lingshi's movements slowed down, making it easier for Su Chao to spot several weaknesses in him. He teleported to the opponent's side and stabbed at the neck. As his opponent parried with his right-hand mace, Su Chao flashed back to the front, aiming straight for his eyes. The opponent tilted his head and blocked with his left hand holding the mace, but Su Chao's figure disappeared again and reappeared behind the opponent. Void soul-splitting slash, all thoughts returned to silence. The long sword was aimed straight at the back of the head, but the opponent still dodged it, and the blade landed on the same spot on the left shoulder. This time, the other party hesitated for a moment, which was exactly what Su Chao wanted. The void soul-splitting slash also carries a trace of mental attack, which is the key to Su Chao creating an opportunity. He swiftly slashed the knife from his left shoulder to his side, severing Huang Lingshi's left hand that was holding the mace in defense. Su Chao quickly stored the severed hand, along with the spatial ring and heavy mace attached to it, into the small cave. Huang Lingshi's scream rang out. After succeeding, Su Chao teleported to Huo Yuan's side to prevent Huang Lingshi from launching a desperate counterattack. When he appeared, he feigned weakness, his face was pale, and beads of sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Huo Yuan paused, staring at Su Chao in shock. This kid actually managed to do that. Huang Lingshi tightly covered the wound on his left hand with his right hand, enduring the excruciating pain, and looked up at Su Chao. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with disbelief and resentment. He threw down the heavy mace in his hand and let out a bitter laugh. There's no point in running anymore. There's no escaping anyway. Grandmaster Hua has arrived. Moreover, even that scarred man, now that I've lost my left hand, is probably no match for him anymore. That guy is definitely acting strange. He quickly pulled a small pill from his pocket and was about to swallow it. Grandmaster Hua glanced at Su Chao. The figure vanished instantly, reappearing in front of Huang Lingshi, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up like a chick. He even wants to commit suicide. He casually snatched the pill from from his right hand. With a tightening of the hand choking him, Huang Lingshi fainted. Grandmaster Huo led him back, and as they passed Su Chao, he said casually, "Go pick up your spoils and come back with me. I can't leave the base city for too long." Su Chao nodded obediently, went back to pick up the other S-grade heavy mace that Huang Lingshi had thrown away, and put it into his small cave. Then he quickly caught up with Grandmaster Hua. At this moment, when Jieyu and her daughter also came downstairs, Su Chao did not see Aunt Mei, the middle-aged woman she had knocked unconscious, while a complicated expression flashed in Wen's mother's eyes. She had roughly figured something out. Seeing that everyone had come downstairs, Zhou Yuan pointed to the only intact car that the Heavenly Kingdom group had driven in not far away. He looked at Su Chao and asked, "Can you drive? Let's drive this car back." Su Chao looked at the off-road vehicle that had been thrown and rolled several times during the fight and figured it was probably alright. After all, vehicles that can leave the wilderness in this era have enough defense to withstand attacks from ordinary monsters, and shouldn't be destroyed just because they roll around a few times. "Senior Hua, let me check the car's condition first." He walked to the car, opened the door, started the engine, and everything was normal. He then drove the car in front of everyone. Grandmaster Hua first threw Sun Yi and Huang Lingshi into the car, and then sat in the passenger seat himself, when Jieyu and her daughter followed closely behind and got into the car. Fortunately, this armored off-road vehicle has a large space and can seat 8 or 9 people, so it doesn't feel crowded. After everyone was seated, Su Chao started the car and sped off towards Shanghai base city. Zhou Yuan was in a good mood and smiled as he looked at Su Chao, who was driving. "Young man, I don't know your name yet." Su Chao quickly replied, "Senior Hua, my name is Su Chao." Zhou Yuan stared at him meaningfully. "You're really patient. I promised you before that if you kill or capture someone, I'll answer one question for you. If you have any questions, just ask them on the way back to the base city. I'll answer anything I can, just like we're having a chat." Su Chao gripped the steering wheel, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "Senior Hua, do you know where I can find medicine or spiritual items that can help restore or extend a person's lifespan?" Zhou Yuan glanced at him with slight surprise, thinking he would continue to press him about the Heavenly Kingdom organization. "You really know how to ask questions. You've given me a tough one right from the start. Has someone in your family been seriously injured and had their lifespan shortened?" After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Actually, situations like your family members are not uncommon among martial artists, so the authorities and some research institutions have been studying this area, but so far there has been no major breakthrough. There is no medicine to restore lifespan. As for elixirs and spiritual objects that can increase lifespan, they are extremely rare even in the wilderness. Even if someone is lucky enough to find one, it will soon be bought up by a major power or the government for research or given to important figures. You have no chance of getting your hands on one." Su Chao felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. Was there really no hope for his father's recovery? But then Zhou Yuan continued, "However, I do know of a spiritual herb called the longevity fruit. Taking one can increase one's lifespan by 10 years. Su Chao slammed on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side of the road. He turned to look at Zhou Yuan with excitement. "Senior Hua, are you telling the truth?" The people inside the car were violently shaken by Su Chao's sudden braking. Zhou Yuan glared at Su Chao, quite displeased with his earlier recklessness. Su Chao smiled awkwardly, admitting that he had indeed been a little excited just now. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yuan asked solemnly, "Before answering your question, let me ask you something first." Su Chao quickly replied, "Senior Hua, please speak. You're a student at Shanghai Martial Arts University, right? Do you still have teachers there?" Su Chao was taken aback, not understanding why Grandmaster Hua suddenly asked this question, but he quickly replied, "Senior Hua, I am not a student of Shanghai Martial Arts University. I am from Shanghai University of Science and Technology. Moreover, I have a teacher who is the principal of our school." "What? You're a student at Shanghai University of Science and Technology?" Zhou Yuan was genuinely surprised this time. He had previously seen Su Chao and Wen Jieyu together and assumed they were both students at Shanghai Martial Arts University. He then looked Su Chao up and down with a strange look, confirming, "You said your teacher is your principal, which means Hua Gang is your teacher?" Su Chao nodded, "Yes, Senior Hua, you know my teacher?" Zhou Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, leaving everyone in the car completely bewildered. He quickly stopped laughing, reached out and patted Su Chao on the shoulder. "Good lad, don't call me Senior Hua anymore, call me Grandmaster." Su Chao was taken aback for a moment, then realized what he meant and asked with surprise and doubt, "Are you the teacher's father?" Zhou Yuan nodded and said with emotion, "I never expected that when he went there, he would run into you by chance and take you as his disciple. Fate is truly amazing. Since you're Shaojiang's student, you're practically one of us now, so I can answer your question." After saying that, he glanced at Wen Jieyu and her daughter sitting in the back of the car, and a surge of power within him cut off their conversation. "That longevity fruit tree was hidden deep in the Wui Mountains. I discovered it by chance when I passed by. It wasn't ripe at the time, and I estimate it will take about another year to ripen. However, as you know, precious spiritual objects and herbs are usually guarded by by monsters. That longevity fruit was no exception. When I found it, it was being guarded by a 9th-tier beast king. For certain reasons, I cannot personally leave Starsea Base City to deal with that 9th-tier beast king and seize the longevity fruit. Ordinary people, even 9th-tier grandmasters, might not be able to pick that longevity fruit and might not even come back. That's the heart of the Wui Mountains, a place teeming with high-level monsters, and there might even be beast kings among them.
Huo Yuan stopped there, not saying anything more.
He turned to look at Su Chao. After listening to his master's words, Su Chao silently pondered whether he would have any hope of obtaining the longevity fruit a year from now.
Most martial artists would be utterly devastated upon hearing these words.
High-level monsters gather, guarded by 9th-tier beast kings, and there is even a beast emperor. Every word seemed to proclaim that this place was a forbidden zone for human martial artists, and anyone who dared to trespass would surely die. But Su Chao was different. He was carefully assessing the possibilities. The master said that the longevity fruit would not ripen for another year, and he had a whole year to go. According to his prediction, he should be able to advance to the Grandmaster realm in a year. If I could upgrade my spatial ability to S rank, and add my disguise ability, and if my disguise ability could also be upgraded to S rank, it would be of great help to me. When the time comes, even if we use all available means, there will still be a chance.
Huo Yuan kept observing Su Chao's expression.
Seeing that he did not show disappointment or frustration after hearing about the perilous situation in the Wui Mountains, but instead was full of eager excitement, he nodded to himself.
As one of the top experts in China, Huo Yuan has a different perspective on issues.
While talent is important for martial artists, temperament is equally crucial. There are countless talented people, but only a handful of top experts. A true strong person must possess the heart of a strong person.
He wants to observe a person's reaction and mindset when facing difficulties and crises.
People who, when faced with difficulties, immediately retreat and run away.
Regardless of talent, future achievements are limited.
Conversely, when faced with difficulties, we should not back down, but take the initiative to meet them head-on and find solutions. Even if such a person has average talent, they can still achieve something.
This kid has a good temperament.
I need to talk to Xiao Jiang and tell him to nurture him properly, so as not to waste such a good talent.
Huo Yuan couldn't help but give a few words of advice. Kid, it's good to have courage and not be afraid of difficulties.
But daring to face difficulties and being impulsive are two different things.
You have to find the right balance yourself.
I told you about the longevity fruit not to send you to your death, but to make you understand that there are indeed spiritual objects and medicines
in the wilderness that can prolong life.
Since there are similar things in the Wui Mountains, there must be similar things in other parts of Blue Star.
Your talent is quite good. I'll give you some time to grow.
Once you become a top expert, with your spatial ability, you'll be able to easily obtain any kind of spiritual medicine or rare item.
Don't act impulsively.
No matter how strong your superpower is, you can't unleash its power if you're not skilled enough.
Don't worry, your family's condition is unlikely to worsen in the short term.
Maybe the authorities or other forces will be able to develop the relevant drugs in a while.
Su Chao nodded obediently as he drove. Master, I won't act impulsively.
He knew that his master was concerned about him.
However, his master would never know about his terrifying rate of growth.
But master's words are also true. If we really want to take action, we need to plan carefully. The car continued to speed through the wilderness.
Silence fell inside the car. Huo Yuan chuckled and teased. What, have you finished asking your questions? Su Chao coughed lightly and continued to ask for advice. Master, what are the Silver Token Master and Bronze Token Master in the Heavenly Kingdom organization you mentioned before?
He had a vague feeling that he might have more interactions with heaven in the future, so it was necessary to understand their organizational structure in advance.
Huo Yuan pondered for a moment.
The Heavenly Kingdom organization has a very strict hierarchy, and it took us a lot of effort to figure it out. They progressed from ordinary members to key members, then to deacons, bronze token envoys, silver token keepers, gold token lords, and finally to the highest divine messengers. All members must be martial artists, with core members at least at the 4th or 5th level, stewards at least at the peak of the 5th level, and bronze token envoys at the peak of the 6th level.
The silver token holders are at least 7th level grandmasters, and some who are in charge of a base city are even 8th level grandmasters.
According to our information, there are 3 Jin Lingzuan envoys, all of whom are grandmasters, and each of them is in charge of 2 to 3 base cities. As for the divine messenger, no one knows his strength. He's incredibly mysterious. Within the Heavenly Kingdom, only the Golden Order envoy has seen him, and they all wore masks. We've captured several Silver Order envoys before, and they all said they'd never seen that divine messenger.
Su Chao asked doubtfully. He claims to be a divine messenger, a spokesperson for God. Could it be that God really exists? Huo Yuan shook his head. I don't know.
My understanding of God is that they are beings who possess immense power beyond comprehension.
Compared to ordinary people, aren't we also different kinds of gods?
Su Chao fell into deep thought.
Huo Yuan continued. Speaking of masks, I must remind you that all bronze rank envoys and above are equipped with masks.
masks. The mysterious patterns and colors on the masks are bronze, silver, and gold, respectively, representing their rank. These masks are strange. When a martial artist infuses them with spiritual power and blood energy, they unleash tremendous power. This power is somewhat bizarre. It can attach to and devour the opponent's blood energy. I'm sure you've seen me fight the silver token master before. Be careful when you encounter them in the future, and don't let them unleash this power. Su Chao nodded, his expression turning grave after listening. He hadn't expected the Heavenly Kingdom to be so powerful. According to the master, the Heavenly Kingdom now has at least 3 grandmasters and more than a dozen other grandmasters, making it a truly formidable force. No wonder the authorities have been unable to completely eradicate them all these years. They keep causing trouble. He held Huang Lingshi's spatial ring in his hand. The mask should be inside. He'd have to study it carefully when he got back. Master, the Heavenly Kingdom organization claims to be able to lead people into the kingdom of God. Does such a pure land really exist? Huo Yuan smiled faintly. That's just a propaganda tactic they use to attract members. Perhaps they can really leave Blue Star and escape the threat of monsters, but if they go to another place, they may very well become slaves or prey, and the result will be even more terrible. He said sarcastically, Pure Land? Where is there a pure land? Is there any place in this world that doesn't follow the law of the jungle? Only by becoming strong can we have our own sanctuary. We Earthlings can't even protect our own ancestral planet, yet we dream of surviving elsewhere. It's just wishful thinking. These are nothing but their own wishful thinking and self-deception. Su Chao deeply agreed and accepted his master's insights. Only when one is strong enough can one establish that so-called pure land on Earth. If one day he becomes strong enough to completely eliminate all the powerful monsters on Earth, wouldn't Earth become a true paradise? Master, you just mentioned being able to leave Earth. Do they really have a way to leave? Huo Yuan fell silent for a full 2 minutes before slowly speaking. Did your teacher tell you that if you reach the 6th level of strength before graduation, you will have the opportunity to participate in a secret mission? Su Chao nodded quickly. The teacher said so, but he said I'm just one of the candidates and I might not be selected. Huo Yuan nodded to indicate that he understood. I've seen your previous combat performance. Although your martial arts level is slightly lower than the other candidates, your overall combat strength is good, especially your martial arts talent, which is extremely high. You should have already mastered a high-level martial arts technique, right? The master probably discovered the void soul-splitting slash he used when he fought Huang Lingshi before. Although it was far away, he guessed that he had reached the pinnacle. Huo Yuan continued. Given your current overall combat strength, you are very likely to be selected. You will also learn some secrets at that time. I will tell you now, but you must not tell anyone. This is top secret. During the second psionic tide, something appeared on Earth that changed the course of human history, a dimensional portal. Su Chao asked in confusion, Master, what is a dimensional portal? Huo Yuan explained, Dimensional passage is the name given to it by the people of our Blue Star, because powerful individuals who enter it can reach another part of the universe. Su Chao was shocked. He never expected it to be so miraculous. This meant that humanity did indeed have a chance to leave Earth, as if it had gained another way out. Seemingly seeing through Su Chao's thoughts, Huo Yuan added, This dimensional passage is not something anyone can enter casually. When it was first discovered, some martial artists did try to go in, thinking that it held the legendary opportunity, but none of them came back, not even an 8th level grandmaster. Later, a top expert from China, a grandmaster at the peak of the 9th rank, entered. Although he returned severely injured, he warned everyone that no grandmaster who was not at the peak of the 9th rank should ever enter, or they would surely die. As for what he saw after passing through the dimensional portal, I can't tell you for now, but I can confirm that the other end of the portal is indeed another starry sky in the universe. Su Chao pondered for a moment and said, Master, I have read many records and posts on Martial Arts House. They all say that since the second psionic tide, the overall strength of humanity has greatly improved, which has given us the confidence to fight against countless powerful monsters and formed the delicate balance we have today. Huo Yuan nodded and said, These analyses are correct. It was after that incident that humanity mastered the secret of breaking through to the 9th rank, and a number of strong individuals above the 9th rank were born, which allowed them to deter the Beast Emperor and bring about these years of temporary peace. In addition, gene serums, gravity training chambers, combat puppets, and some advanced fighter jet technologies were all brought back from that place. Su Chao asked in confusion, Then what does this have to do with the secret operation we participated in? Huo Yuan explained, The location of this dimensional portal is quite special. It belongs to a disputed area. Several clashes have broken out between various official forces in their struggle for it. Later, to prevent the conflict from escalating, everyone reached a consensus that the younger generation would decide on its use every 5 years. Once every 5 years? Does that mean it can't travel through time at any time? Huo Yuan shook his head. This dimensional portal is quite complex and very unstable. Its access is not only restricted by realm, but also by time. It only opens at a specific time once every 5 years, and it is impossible to enter most of the time. In the dimensional passage, there is a spatial strangulation force, but this force will weaken at a certain time, and this period of time is very short. This is the so-called window period. The number of people who can pass through the dimensional portal is also limited, and it varies each time, but the maximum number will not exceed 5, and the
minimum number is only 2. These are conclusions drawn from the trials and tribulations of various forces over the years, using countless lives as evidence.
The second half of next year is a window of opportunity that only comes around once every 5 years, and we must secure our entry qualifications before then.
Now you understand how important this operation is to Great Xia. Su Chao fell into deep thought.
He gazed at the ever-changing landscape of the wilderness ahead, trying to calm the immense shock in his heart with the sights before him.
He received too much information from his master today and needs to digest it properly.
The thought that a dimensional portal could lead to another starry sky evokes a sense of wonder about an unknown world. There, they were able to develop advanced technologies such as gene-based drugs, gravity training chambers, and combat puppets.
What's even more intriguing is what the realms above the 9th rank would look like. He obtained the mysterious fragment during the 4th psionic tide. Could it be related to the world behind the dimensional portal? Just as Su Chao remained silent, Huo Jiuyuan suddenly spoke. Do you know why your teacher became the president of Shanghai University of Science and Technology? Su Chao shook his head, indicating that he was unaware of the matter.
Huo Jiuyuan sighed. Your teacher also participated in a similar secret operation once, and they were qualified in the end, but they were outmaneuvered by their opponents. He was seriously injured as a result, and it was not an ordinary injury that will take a long time to heal. His injuries have greatly slowed down his cultivation progress, allowing many geniuses who were once less talented than him to catch up with and surpass him. That's why he applied to be the principal of your school, saying he wanted to find a quiet place to recuperate, but actually he wanted to avoid certain people and things. Huo Jiuyuan seemed to recall the past and sighed. For the sake of China, although he gained honor, he did lose a lot.
Su Chao asked, puzzled. Teacher has sacrificed so much for China. Doesn't China care about his injuries? Huo Jiuyuan shook his head.
It's not that we don't care, it's that we're powerless to do anything about it. Over the years, China has been actively seeking a cure, but has yet to be able to completely heal his wounds.
Your teacher is too strong-willed.
This personality has both made him successful and made his life very difficult.
Su Chao never expected that his teacher,
Huo Gang, had such a past. He felt that his teacher's strength was at least that of an 8th-level grandmaster, and that was only because his cultivation had been slowed down due to injury.
If he hadn't been injured and delayed, what level would he have reached by now?
Su Chao hesitated for a moment and glanced at Wen Jieyu in the back seat of the car through the rearview mirror.
Master, does my teacher know Su Jin, the vice dean of Shanghai Martial Arts University?
Huo Jiuyuan sighed. Their relationship goes beyond just knowing each other. Vice Dean Su almost became your teacher's wife. Although he had suspected it beforehand, Su Chao still sighed at the irony of fate after it was confirmed. He felt that Vice Dean Su and his teacher were a perfect match. The car sped through the wilderness. Everyone on the bus was lost in their own thoughts. Sunlight streamed in through the car windows, casting flickering shadows that reflected the turmoil in everyone's hearts. The return journey was very fast. In less than half an hour, the outline of the city wall of Shanghai Base City came into view in the distance.
Master, do you have a complete grasp of the people from Heavenly Kingdom who are lurking in Shanghai Base City?
No, we only have information on one bronze token envoy at the moment.
Hopefully, we can get some useful clues from the 2 we captured this time.
Master, if you don't make any major breakthroughs this time, could you please keep your arrest of Huang Lingshi a secret as much as possible and minimize the number of people who know about it?
Huo Jiuyuan seemed to have guessed his thoughts.
He took out a business card and handed it to him, saying, "This is my phone number.
Please don't act rashly.
If you encounter any danger, you can contact your teacher or me at any time."
Su Chao nodded to indicate that he understood.
With one hand firmly on the steering wheel, he took the business card with the other, glanced at it, and then put it into his spatial ring. Then, Huo Jiuyuan handed Su Chao a black hard drive. "Since you are Xiaojiang's student, I, your grandmaster, will give you a little gift to mark our meeting. I see that you have exceptional talent in martial arts. This is a top-tier advanced martial art, the invincible glazed body, which is primarily focused on defense. You possess spatial abilities, allowing you to escape danger in time. As for offense, I noticed that your previous advanced martial arts techniques were very powerful, but your defense is a weakness, which was already evident when you fought against Huang Lingshi. This martial arts technique is just right to make up for your shortcomings."
Su Chao sighed inwardly. This is a true grandmaster. In just a short time, I already had a precise understanding of his situation. He excitedly took the black hard drive and quickly put it into his spatial ring. Thank you, master. Huo Jiuyuan then took out a metal box. Su Chao's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the box, and he was overjoyed.
The teacher and his master are indeed father and son. They even gave each other the same gifts.
This is clearly another high-level psionic item.
Huo Jiuyuan explained, "It seems you know what this is, but I must warn warn you, this is not an ordinary high-level spiritual energy item, it can damage an 8th level Grandmaster. Under normal circumstances, I don't give them away easily. On the one hand, it is difficult to produce and extremely rare, on the other hand, it may injure the user when used by low to mid-level martial artists. But you're perfect for it. You have spatial abilities. Once you activate them, use your spatial abilities to escape. There's almost no danger.
Su Chao was secretly amazed. The Grandmaster's move was indeed extraordinary.
He quickly thanked him and took the box. Only then did he reveal the spirit that a young man should have, no longer the ruthless and decisive killer he had been before.
Huo Yuan looked at him, smiled slightly, and said nothing more. He then took out his phone and sent a message. As the car approached the city wall, Su Chao noticed a sudden commotion at the city gate.
A middle-aged man in military uniform walked out of the city gate passage surrounded by soldiers. The soldiers stood in 2 neat rows, while he stood at the city gate waiting for something. Each of the epaulets on his shoulder uniform was adorned with a shining general star.
He was a major general. He is Wang Lijian, the highest-ranking military official in charge of the East Gate.
The crowd at the city gate whispered among themselves upon seeing this scene.
Hey, isn't that Major General Wang? Who is he waiting for? Judging from that setup, it seems they're welcoming some important person.
Those around him looked surprised. Major General Wang is not only a major general in the military, but also a grandmaster.
How powerful must someone be to warrant his personal greeting?
Everyone turned their attention to the road in the wilderness, but they didn't see any important figures.
Only an off-road vehicle was slowly driving into the city. Could it be someone from this car?
After all, martial artists who dare to drive into the wilderness are generally quite strong, since vehicles make a lot of noise when they are moving, which can easily attract monsters.
In most cases, those entering the wilderness are caravans.
In the crowd, everyone saw the car gradually approach the city wall, slowly slow down, and finally stop in front of Major General Wang. The passenger side window slowly rolled down halfway, revealing a man wearing a Zhongshan suit. Upon seeing this, Major General Wang immediately gave a military salute.
The 2 rows of soldiers immediately saluted in unison. Grandmaster Hua.
The man in the Zhongshan suit inside the car looked around, his tone tinged with displeasure.
Lijian, I only told you to tell your people not to check our cars, not to make such a big fuss. Wang Lijian replied with a smile, it was my oversight.
Please give me your guidance, Grandmaster.
Huo Yuan did not embarrass him in public.
Upon hearing the title of Major General Wang and seeing the man inside the car, the surrounding crowd erupted in excited shouts.
It's Grandmaster Hua, the guardian deity of Shanghai base city. It really is Grandmaster Hua. Grandmaster Hua, hello, greetings, Grandmaster Hua.
The surrounding crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, expressing their sincerest respect for this guardian of Shanghai base city. Most people have only seen him in person through television reports, and very few people have actually seen him in person.
Huo Yuan felt the enthusiasm of the people around him, and with a bitter smile that was both touching and helpless, he pushed open the car door and got out of the car. He waved to the crowd and greeted them with a smile. He said in a steady and powerful voice, hello everyone, I am Huo Yuan.
Most of the people here are martial artists, brave warriors who frequently traverse the wilderness to hunt monsters.
You are all remarkable. However, I want to remind everyone again to be careful when entering the wilderness area.
Your families are waiting for your safe return, and Starsea Base City needs everyone's joint protection.
Alright, everyone disperse. Go and get on with your own business.
After saying that, he turned to Wang Lijian beside him and whispered, let's go into the city and talk.
This is already affecting everyone's passage.
As soon as he finished speaking, he got into the car amidst a round of enthusiastic applause. Seeing that his master was already seated, Su Chao slowly started the vehicle and drove into the city.
However, he was unable to calm down for a long time.
Feeling the heartfelt respect from the people around him filled him with excitement. He was never clear about what his future life goals were. A few months ago, his only wish was to awaken and become a martial artist so he could earn money to treat his father's injuries and give his family a better life. My father's injuries have now healed, and my parents and sister's family are all living well. Next, he only needed to find a way to get his father some elixirs or magical items that could restore or extend his lifespan.
There's no rush.
He's confident that if such a thing exists on Earth, he'll definitely find it.
He wants to keep killing monsters and constantly increase his strength. Protect your family and safeguard those you love.
Go see a wider world and uncover the secrets of the mysterious fragments in your hands. Seeing such a respected master and these lovely Chinese compatriots around me, the seed of protection in his heart quietly sprouted. These beautiful things are worth protecting.
Since the heavens have bestowed upon him the mysterious fragment, why shouldn't he protect these lovely people now that he has the ability? Master Huo Yuan fought a bloody battle against monsters throughout his life to protect the humans of Shanghai Base City.
Whenever Shanghai Base City faces the crisis of being breached, he always charges to the front line. Teacher Huo Gang, in his efforts to secure a spot for China to enter the dimensional passage, was ambushed by his rivals and has yet to recover, but he still has no regrets. Amidst applause and cheers from the crowd, crowds on both sides of the passage, the vehicle slowly drove into Shanghai base city.
For most martial artists in Shanghai base city, Zhou Yuan is their idol and the goal they strive to achieve.
Only after the car disappeared from the crowd sight did people slowly disperse, discussing the incident. The car entered the military-controlled area of the East Gate district.
Su Chao had just parked his car next to an impressive building. Major General Wang Lijian got out of the car in front and quickly walked over to open the passenger door for Zhou Yuan.
According to him, the purpose was to invite Grandmaster Hua to the military camp to provide guidance and give a speech to the soldiers to boost morale.
After getting out of the car, Zhou Yuan glared at Wang Lijian.
"You little rascal, you haven't shaken off your old habits since joining the army, still spouting all this fancy stuff."
Wang Lijian responded with a silly grin, "Uncle Hua is here. I wouldn't do this to anyone else."
At this moment, Major General Wan was no longer the dignified general he usually appeared to his soldiers.
Zhou Yuan shook his head helplessly. He pointed to Su Chao, who was driving the car, and said, "This is your brother Gang's new disciple, named Su Chao. He's a student at their school." Then, pointing to Wang Lijian, he introduced him to Su Chao.
"This is your Uncle Wang, the military leader of the East Gate area." Upon hearing his master introduce Wang Lijian, Su Chao immediately got out of the car and bowed, saying, "Hello, Uncle Wang."
Wang Lijian looked at Su Chao and said with some surprise, "Brother Gang has actually taken on a disciple? You seem to be quite something, kid. You actually managed to be accepted as a disciple by Brother Gang."
Over the years, quite a few S-Class Awakened ability users have wanted to become his disciples, but he hasn't accepted any of them.
Zhou Yuan chuckled and said, "This kid is indeed quite talented.
If you, as his uncle, don't work hard, you'd better watch out and be left far behind. Then I'll see what face you'll have left."
Wang Lijian was utterly shocked.
He knew that his family had always had a close relationship with the Hua family. Uncle Hua rarely praised people, so it was hard to believe that he would praise someone so highly this time.
When he first awakened his S-Class superpower, he only mentioned it briefly. It's truly rare to see someone receive such high praise these days. He couldn't help but take another serious look at Su Chao. When Su Chao entered the city, he had already removed his disguise and superpowers, revealing his true appearance. Wang Lijian looked at the handsome young man in front of him.
At first glance, the young man appeared energetic and had bright, piercing eyes.
But the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted as he sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Su Chao.
That's the aura that can only be accumulated after slaying a large number of monsters or enemies over a long period of time. As the military leader in charge of the East Gate, he had met all sorts of people. Among them were soldiers who fought monsters year-round and hunters who frequently ventured into the wilderness.
But very few people possess a murderous aura as intense as the one before us. And the other party is a student.
He appears well-behaved and approachable on the surface, like a sunny young man, but deep down he is definitely a ruthless killer. Wang Lijian immediately dropped his airs as a major general and handed over a business card with a smile.
"Su Chao, right? If you need anything in the East Gate area in the future, just give me a call, I'll help you anytime."
Seeing how enthusiastic Major General Wan was, Su Chao quickly reached out and took the business card.
"Okay, Uncle Wang, I'll be troubling you a lot in the future."
Wang Lijian then took out a long knife from his spatial ring and handed it directly to Su Chao.
"Since you call me Uncle Wang, I can't just call you that for nothing. This is an S-grade longsword that I used before, and now it's yours."
Su Chao quickly waved his hand.
"Uncle Wang, this won't do, it's too valuable.
Besides, it's of great significance to you, I can't accept it."
"What special significance? It's just a knife, isn't it? It's used to kill monsters anyway, so it doesn't matter who uses it." Wang Lijian unceremoniously threw the knife to Su Chao.
"If this isn't suitable for you, take it to the weapon shop and exchange it for a suitable one."
Zhou Yuan interrupted their polite conversation.
"Alright, just accept what your Uncle Wang gave you. Don't be polite with him." He turned to Wang Lijian and said, "There are two other people in the car, a disciple of the Vice Dean of Shanghai Martial Arts University and her mother. Please make arrangements for them.
I need to talk to you about something." Major General Wang Lijian nodded in agreement.
He then called over a few of his men and gave them some instructions. The visitor nodded respectfully, glancing at Su Chao and the others from time to time. Zhou Yuan turned to Su Chao and said, "After you finish eating, you can go about your business.
I'll take the two of them back to District 1 on my way.
When you go back to school, tell your teacher to take some time to go home."
"Yes, Master, I understand." Wang Lijian and Zhou Yuan walked toward the office building.
Su Chao and his two companions were warmly received by several officers and then escorted into the reception building. Inside the luxurious private room, Su Chao and Wen Jieyu, mother and daughter, sat facing each other. They had already washed and tidied up in the arranged room, and Wen's mother looked much better.
"Xiao Su, I really owe you a lot this time, otherwise Auntie might never have seen Xiaoyu again."
After sitting down, Mangxi immediately expressed her sincere gratitude, her eyes slightly red. She held her daughter's hand tightly the whole time. Treasures that are lost and then found are the most precious. This experience almost brought her back to the brink of death. If it weren't for this young man who descended like a divine Meng being to save her and Xiaoyu, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Su Chao secretly realized that this was Jiayu's mother. Aunt Meng, you really don't need to be so polite.
Even if I hadn't gone, you would have been fine. After all, there was Grandmaster Hua, whom Dean Su had invited. Meng, she shook her head and disagreed. How can you say that?
Who would risk such a huge danger to venture into the wilderness alone to rescue us?
Moreover, you didn't know that Grandmaster Hua would appear when you made your move, which makes it even more commendable.
Su Chao looked at Meng Hui sincerely.
Aunt Meng, you may not know, but Jiayu has done a great favor for my family.
She healed my father's old injury that had lasted for many years, allowing him to return to a normal life.
So please don't be shy, this is all I should do. Meng Hui stared at the young man in front of her. He was able to rescue himself and Xiaoyu unharmed from among the powerful figures in heaven. According to Xiaoyu, he only awakened to become a martial artist during his university years, and his strength is now extraordinary. With Grandmaster Hua as our Grandmaster, we can basically do whatever we want in Shanghai Bay City. Meng Shi grew to like this young man more and more the more she looked at him. He called Xiaoyu Jiayu so affectionately, it seems that he and Xiaoyu have a very special relationship. She looked back at her daughter, whom she was incredibly proud of, and then at Su Chao. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. The two are truly a match made in heaven. He may be the best match for Jiayu. In fact, some members of the Wen family had tried to arrange a marriage between Xiaoyu and Chu Feiyu from the capital, but she firmly opposed it.
The reason is simple.
Xiaoyu grew up with him since she was little, and the Wen family never really cared about her and her mother. Now, they have no right to interfere in Xiaoyu's marriage either.
Most importantly,
Xiaoyu opposes this marriage, but I support her unconditionally. Thinking of the man who had disappointed her so much, Meng Hui couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
I really hope Xiaoyu has a better eye for people than I do.
When Jiayu, who was beside her, seemed to notice her mother's low spirits and gently patted her hand to comfort her.
Oh, right, Mom. I haven't had a chance to ask you yet. How did you end up in the wilderness?
When Meng Shi brought up this matter, a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes.
It was Zhou Wanfu, the owner of Laifu restaurant in the Dongchengmen area. He told me that he was having cash flow problems recently and wanted to transfer the restaurant to me at a low price.
Since we had done business together a few times before, I agreed to go and take a look. I never imagined that this was a trap set by those people from heaven to target you and lure you out of the wilderness. She looked at Wen Jiayu, her tone full of self-reproach. It was Mom who almost got you into trouble. Wen Jiayu shook her head and continued to comfort her mother.
I was taken into custody as soon as I entered the restaurant.
What shocked me the most was that Aunt Mei
Ling was actually one of their people.
Wen Jiayu said resolutely, Mom, she is no longer my Aunt Mei. Although she says she had no choice, betrayal is betrayal.
Meng Shi nodded,
agreeing with her daughter's point of view. Later they knocked me unconscious, and when I woke up, I had been taken to a wilderness area. They made me video chat with you, and then Xiao Su came to rescue me.
When Jiayu looked at Su Chao and asked, what do you think? Su Chao pondered for a moment. Zhou Wanfu of this Laifu restaurant is likely to have problems. I need to go and find out more about him. Leave this to me.
Also, when I was staking out the city gate that day, I discovered that your caravan left the city mixed in with the caravans. We also need to investigate the caravans that left the city that day.
Right, the interpreter. Today you and your aunt should go back to District 1 with Grandmaster Hua. I wonder if the people of heaven still have any tricks up their sleeves. I'll handle things here. It won't take too long. I'll call you as soon as there's any news.
After a moment of contemplation, when Jiayu felt that Su Chao's suggestion was indeed feasible. After all, with her mother by her side, she had to consider safety issues, so he nodded in agreement. But still with doubt, she asked, I remember you've been away from here for 2 weeks.
Is it okay to not go to school for so long? Su Chao smiled slightly. It's alright, I asked the teacher for leave in advance. However, after I finish dealing with this matter, I do need to go back. Then he asked, Jiayu, is your injury any better? Much better, I'm fine now.
At this moment, Meng Hui suddenly spoke up. Xiao Su, if you're not busy in the future, you can come to the first district. Let Jiayu take you to my house to play, and I'll cook you something delicious.
Su Chao happily replied, okay, Aunt Meng, I'll definitely go.
When Jiayu's cheeks flushed slightly as she wondered, did her mother tacitly approve of her relationship with Su Chao? By the way, Aunt Meng, after you go back this time, please don't leave the first district for a while, lest the people of heaven be resentful.
I won't go out again. I've been scared enough this time.
From now on, I'll stay in Zone 1 obediently.
When Xiaoyu asked me to put aside my company business before, I hesitated.
After this incident, I finally realized that spending time with family is the most important thing. After I get back, I will start to hand over the company's affairs to others and spend more time with Jiayu.
Upon hearing this, when Jiayu happily exclaimed, Mom, really?
Meng Shi smiled at her, took her hand, and patted it hard. The three chatted for a while longer. At dinner time, Hua Zhou Yuan and Wang Xiao came to have dinner with them. After the meal, Su Chao said goodbye to everyone. When Jiayu and her daughter planned to return to the first district with Hua Zhou Yuan, the area around the east gate, the Laifu restaurant was packed,
and most of its customers were martial artists. Because the cost of living here is so high, ordinary people simply cannot afford it. Hunters who frequently venture into the wilderness will treat themselves to a good meal upon their return if they have a good haul. Laifu Restaurant offers unique and delicious dishes, making it a great choice. As a result, the business is booming.
However, at this moment, in a luxurious office in the restaurant, a middle-aged man with a plump and wealthy appearance was frowning. He is Zhou Wanfu, the owner of Laifu Restaurant. He wore a large gold watch on his wrist and a bright green emerald ring on his ring finger, all of which showed off his wealth. At this moment, he was smoking a cigarette, exhaling smoke, and pacing back and forth in the office, appearing anxious and uneasy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He frowned and called out to the door with displeasure.
"Didn't I tell you not to bother me?" A deep voice came from outside the door. "It's me." Zhou Wanfu was about to lose his temper, wondering who was so unruly and disrespectful.
But then the voice seemed somewhat familiar. He had no choice but to suppress his anger, walk to the door, and open it. A middle-aged man with half of his left ear cut off stood there. His face, which had just been full of anger, instantly transformed into a smile, more naturally and quickly than an actor changing faces.
"Oh, it's Mr. Huang. Please come in."
This person was none other than Su Chao, who was disguised as Huang Lingshi. After saying goodbye to Wen Jieyu and the others, he went straight to the Laifu restaurant.
To prevent the matter from being delayed, his first thought was to ask Zhou Wanfu for information.
It's impossible for the Silver Order Master to personally contact the Heavenly Kingdom for this operation. It is highly likely that it was Huang Lingshi who contacted Zhou Wanfu. He disguised himself as Huang Lingshi to test Zhou Wanfu, and even if he failed, he would not suffer any loss. As expected, Zhou Wanfu knew Huang Lingshi.
Su Chao's eyes turned cold as he accepted the other party's enthusiastic invitation and entered the office.
"Mr. Zhou, you've got quite a temper."
"Boss Huang, please don't joke around.
"A few of my ignorant subordinates made a mistake just now, and it made me really angry. By the way, I tried to contact Mr. Huang earlier, but I couldn't get through on the phone. I was worried for nothing."
"Worried? Worried about what? Afraid I'll break my promise?" Su Chao asked in an unpleasant tone, using the same tone as Huang Lingshi. Zhou Wanfu gave an awkward laugh. "Not at all.
A bottle of Gene serum is nothing to Boss Huang. How could he possibly go back on his word?"
Su Chao frowned.
From Zhou Wanfu's words, it's clear that his deal with Huang Lingshi was for a Gene serum. He decided to test the waters again.
"Mr. Zhou, are you sure you fulfilled all the agreements we made back then?"
Zhou Wanfu's smile froze slightly, and he asked in confusion.
"I don't understand what Mr. Huang means by that."
"Back then, you asked me to invite Meng Hui to the restaurant, and in return, you gave me a bottle of Gene serum."
"I've done that.
If my son weren't a senior in high school and hadn't yet awakened his superpowers, I wouldn't be cooperating with you."
We returned to the hotel in the evening.
Su Chao sat on the sofa holding a glass of wine in his hand and took a sip. He lowered his head in deep thought. The relationship between Zhou Wanfu and Huang Lingshi was merely a transaction. Huang was not a member of the Heavenly Kingdom, and this connection ended with Zhou Wanfu.
There is no longer a Zhou Wanfu in the world.
Whatever his motives, since he dared to threaten Jieyu, the only option is to send him to meet the King of Hell.
As for whether or not to forgive him,
that's a matter for the King of Hell. As for the caravan, there's no good entry point yet. We can only wait for the caravan members to return before we can ask the caravan leader about the situation. This matter cannot be rushed.
I can't stay here indefinitely, so I need to go back to school first. Next time I come back, I'll take care of that Thunderhawk in Yuanchue City.
He seemed to remember something. They retrieved their spoils from the small cave and prepared to take stock of them. With a flash of light, several spatial rings appeared in his hand. These are the spatial rings of the 4 5th-tier martial artists he killed in Huang Lingshi.
First, open the spatial rings of the 4 5th-level martial artists.
Inside, there are only storage spaces of about 2 cubic meters in size.
There are no surprises.
They contain only chi and blood potions, materials, weapons, and personal items. The most valuable items were the spatial ring and the weapon. The total value was only a little over 100 million, which was only a small gain for him. However, the spatial rings could be given to each of the parents. He already has several.
Organize everyone's belongings. Put everything you don't need into a spatial ring, and you can dispose of it in the wilderness later.
Then, he solemnly took out Huang Lingshi's spatial ring to examine it. This spatial ring has a large storage space, a full 5 cubic meters.
It's similar to the spatial ring I got from Fenghui. There are many items inside, including personal belongings, monster materials, weapons, health potions, cash, etc. Is this a gene editing agent?
He saw several bottles of gene serum in a corner, containing serums of levels 1 through 4. However, there is only 1 bottle of tier 4, 2 bottles of tier 3, and a total of 6 or 7 bottles of tier 1 and 2.
Su Chao was secretly surprised. How could the people of heaven have so many gene serums? This stuff is a product strictly controlled by the government, and its production is very limited. Do they have special channels to obtain gene editing agents? But this actually benefited him.
I'll prepare a complete set of gene serums from level 1 to level 4 for my mother. I'll save save the rest for later and see if my sister's family needs them. Su Chao also found a wooden box. It was placed right next to the gene therapy drug. It's definitely not simple that it can be put together with gene therapy. He took it out and opened it. Inside the box was a purple flower with 6 petals, whose fragrance was invigorating. At first glance, it actually makes you feel like you're completely absorbed in it. A 6th-tier spiritual item, the soul-gathering flower. Su Chao's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. This thing was on the same level as the soul infant fruit they had obtained before. These are all treasures that can quickly enhance mental strength and are extremely precious and rare. It should be what Huang Lingshi was preparing to use to break through to the 7th level Grandmaster realm. Su Chao himself can't use it, but he can give it to his parents to help them improve their abilities. This Huang Lingshi is such a good person. He was full of anticipation and continued cleaning up the other items, but there were no more surprises after that. His weapon, a pair of S-class double maces, had been put away long ago. They were quite valuable. However, Su Chao had no intention of selling, since he wasn't short of money anyway. Keeping it might come in handy sometime, since his disguise skills allow him to have multiple identities. What caught his attention most was the mask. Su Chao took it out and examined it carefully in his hand. This is a thin mask of unknown material, with a mysterious bronze pattern in the center. When Master Huozhou Yuan clashed with the Silver Token Master of the Heavenly Kingdom, Su Chao had witnessed the other party use their own blood and spiritual power to activate the mysterious pattern on the mask, resulting in a skull face that unleashed a strange and powerful force. He wanted to see what was hidden behind the mask. The Eye of Truth is activated. The mask in my hand seemed to be magnified, and the textures and combinations of different materials were clearly visible, and they were combined according to a certain pattern. When he saw the mysterious pattern, he discovered that it seemed to form a tiny space containing a ball of blood-red energy. The moment he saw the ball of crimson energy, he felt the panel in his mind tremble violently. Su Chao was shocked. What exactly is this crimson energy? It actually caused the panel to malfunction. His expression was solemn. The control panel is his biggest trump card. Any anomaly must be taken seriously, and there can be no mistakes. Without the control panel, he couldn't even imagine. He had originally wanted to try out the mask's abilities, but now he dared not attempt it lightly, so he put the mask into his spatial ring. Then they continued to inventory the remaining items, which were all 6th-tier chi and blood potions, and were worth some money. It took more than 10 minutes to finish taking inventory. This envoy Huang is truly extraordinary. His net worth is far greater than that of the previous 5th-tier martial artists combined. This made Su Chao extremely happy. He sighed to himself, it really is a golden belt for murder and robbery, and the harvest is far from over. Young Master Wang also gave him an S-grade longsword. However, it was a wide-mouthed machete, and he planned to keep it. Then, he took out the gift that his master Huozhou Yuan had given him. It was a black hard drive with a high-level martial arts technique attached to it, invincible glazed body. My master said this is a top-tier advanced martial art. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to start cultivating here, but to study slowly in his dormitory after returning to school. In addition, his master also gave him a high-level psionic item, and with the one his teacher gave him, he now has 2 high-level psionic items. These 2 items are his trump cards. This harvest was absolutely amazing. Most importantly, he also won over Wen's mother. As they parted, she held his hand tightly, repeatedly reminding him not to forget to visit her home, a gesture that warmed his heart. Having won over Su Chao's goodwill, Meng Shi, along with Grandmaster Hua, finally returned to the villa in District 1 with Wen Jieyu. Back home, she felt somewhat dazed, as if everything that had happened that day was a dream. When I left home in the morning, it was the same as usual. I went to work and did business. But when I opened the door at night, it felt like I had just escaped death. She will probably never forget this experience. Seeing that her daughter had gone to take a shower, she began to tidy up the house. When Jieyu had just come out of the bathroom, her wet hair still being dried with a towel, she took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet and grabbed 2 glasses. Chao Wenjie called out, "Xiaoyu, come sit with mom for a while." As he spoke, he raised the red wine and glass in his hand to indicate that he was speaking. When Jieyu knew that her mother had suffered a great shock today and needed someone to accompany her to soothe her emotions, so she nodded and walked towards her. The mother and daughter were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Meng Shi placed the glass on the coffee table and skillfully opened the red wine. Looking at her daughter, she asked, "Would you like something to drink?" When Jieyu nodded, she poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Wen Jieyu. "Come, let's celebrate that my daughter and I have survived this ordeal today. Good fortune is sure to follow." After saying that, he picked up his wine glass and lightly clinked it against his. He then took a big gulp of water. He remarked, "Life is truly amazing. You never know what will happen next." When Jieyu also took a sip of wine. Thinking her mother was still shaken by what happened during the day, she held her hand tightly and comforted her. "Mom, it's all right now. I'll come to visit you more often from now on. In addition, I also plan to ask the teacher to see if I can get a 4th-level gene serum to raise your strength to a 4th-level martial artist. That way, even if you don't leave the 1st first district, you will still have the ability to protect yourself. Mengshi shook her head. Don't bother your teacher anymore, she has already helped us too much. This time we asked Grandmaster Hua to save us again, so we probably owe him a lot of favors. We don't know how to repay him. She is really good to you, Jieyu. You must repay your teacher well when you are able to do so in the future. When Jieyu nodded, you and my teacher are the closest and most important people to me in this world. Mengshi took a sip of wine and looked at her daughter with a smile. Really? That's not necessarily true. When you get married, you'll definitely look down on us two old ladies. When Jieyu glared at her mother. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not getting married. I'm perfectly fine staying with you all like this. Don't talk nonsense. Life is long. Even if you become a grandmaster and your lifespan is extended, life will be even harder to endure. Mengshi looked at her daughter solemnly and asked, Xiaoyu, Mom will ask you one more time. What do you really think about Chu Feiyu's matter? Speaking of this, when Jieyu's eyes flashed coldly, and she said firmly, Mom, my attitude remains unchanged. The Wen family has no right or qualification to arrange my marriage. No one can say that. I am the master of my own life, and I have the ability to make my own decisions. So what about your marriage? Are you really not planning to get married? Or do you already have someone you like? Mom, are you worried that your daughter won't be able to get married? Why are you always urging me to get married? Mengshi stared into her daughter's eyes and suddenly spoke. What do you think of Su Chao? I think that young man is pretty good. When Jieyu had just finished showering and her cheeks were slightly flushed, now they turned bright red. She said it in an unfriendly tone. Grandma, to be honest, there's no point in you talking like this. Just drink by yourself. After saying that, she turned and went back to her room. Mengshi looked at her daughter's deliberately nonchalant back view and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Kyoto Base City. Inside a luxury villa. Fong wouldn't let him hang up the phone. His face was grim. This Shan Yuanying, relying on his ability to speak directly with the divine messenger, dared to outwardly obey his orders but inwardly defy them. He dialed another number, but the call kept failing. What exactly happened to Sun Yi? A grandmaster was sent to Starsea Base City to deal with a young girl, but half a month has passed and there are still no results. This made him very unhappy. I remember that Sun Yi used to be very efficient, which is why I trusted him so much, gave him special training, and even helped him break through to the Grandmaster realm. Yesterday, Sun Yi called to report that there would definitely be good news today, but by 9 p.m. he hadn't received a single message. Because of his concerns, Fang Beryang called Zhan Yuanying, the person in charge of the organization in Shanghai Base City. The guy actually said he didn't know anything about it. He also said he would have one of his copper-ranking envoys fully cooperate with Commander Sun's actions, but now there's no news of his subordinates, and he's sending people to look for them. Fang Beryang gave a cold laugh. If Sun Yi hadn't mentioned these things when he reported to him before, he would have actually believed those lies. Sun Yi said that after he went there, Zhan Yuanying did not cooperate with his actions at all. He himself used his influence to win over one of the other party's subordinates, which enabled him to launch his action plan. Fang threw the phone on the sofa, took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, and lit one. He didn't smoke before. Since his son Fang Wei passed away, he has slowly started smoking, which helps him alleviate the loneliness when he is alone. Has something happened to Sun Yi? He had to consider this possibility. Logically, this shouldn't be the case, unless Su Jin intervened. This Shanghai Base City is like a den of dragons and tigers. His son and his capable subordinates all fell there. It seems he'll have to go there himself. Su Chao arrived at the warehouse at the east gate and saw Zhao Daiju and several employees busy dealing with the monster's corpse. These were the corpses of monsters he had killed and whose essence he had absorbed some time ago. He asked Zhao Daiju to retrieve the useful materials. The rest should be disposed of somewhere. When Zhao Daiju saw him arrive, he quickly dropped what he was doing and hurried over. Boss, you've arrived. Su Chao nodded. Daiju, tell everyone to take a break after working for a while. Don't rush to get back to work. I'll be leaving for a while, so I've come here specifically to give you a few instructions. When I'm not here, there won't be so many monster corpses being sent over. After you've dealt with the corpses in the warehouse, do what you always do. Collect monster materials or corpses near the city gate. I won't force you to complete a certain amount of tasks. I believe you understand the purpose of my arrangement. Zhao Daiju quickly replied, understood, boss. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Su Chao continued. Your salaries will continue to be paid as usual. Even if there is less work later, don't reduce your salaries. When I come next time, it may be busy again. Also, how much money do we have left in our account from all this time you've been buying materials and corpses? Boss, you didn't let me transfer the money from selling materials during this period. There is still 326 million in the account. Su Chao pondered for a moment. Keep this money for now to cover the expenses here. You'll also need funds to collect materials and monster corpses later. In addition, after arranging things here in the next few days, we'll also buy warehouses at the locations of the other main city gates for backup. We use vehicles frequently here, so buy yourself a car, a decent one, so you don't get looked down upon when you go out to do business and embarrass your boss. Also, buy 2 trucks box to store in the warehouse. Okay, boss. Su Chao reached out and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him. Deju, you've done a great job lately. Keep up the good work and I'll get you a bottle of Tier 3 gene serum later. Zhao Deju was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. He assured me firmly, boss, just watch my performance later. The boss is too good to him. He was almost overwhelmed with gratitude. Not only did they pay him a high salary, but they also trusted him and gave him enormous authority, allowing him to freely dispose of hundreds of millions of yuan. He doesn't interfere with personnel matters. He handles all recruitment and arrangements himself. Now they're saying they'll get him a third-tier gene serum. Where can you find a boss like that? He was truly glad he made that choice. He made up his mind that as long as his boss still needed him, Zhao Deju, he would follow him. It's a pity I'm not a girl. Su Chao was unaware that his casual remarks had significantly increased his subordinates' loyalty to him. Personnel and financial authority? Actually, these things weren't particularly important to him, so he basically handed over all the warehouse matters to Zhao Deju. He still trusted Zhao Deju. The original intention of sending Zhao Deju was to help him deal with the large number of monster carcasses he had hunted back. As for money, if he needs it, he can get 1 or 200 million by making a trip to the wilderness. Others may fear the wilderness, but to him, it is an endless natural treasure trove. After leaving the warehouse, Su Chao drove to the school. It took him more than 2 hours to arrive at the school before noon. After parking his car downstairs at the dormitory building, he didn't rush back to his dormitory, but went straight to the principal's office. I haven't been back to school for half a month. Upon returning, I must report to the teacher immediately and receive their guidance. I knocked on the principal's office door. Hearing the steady voice inside, Su Chao pushed open the door and entered. Hua Gang was sitting at his desk processing documents. Looking up and seeing Su Chao come in, he said expressionlessly, "You actually know how to come back? I thought you had long forgotten that you were a student." Hua Gang really couldn't do anything about his newly accepted disciple. This guy said he would often go to the wilderness to train, and I thought he would be back in 2 or 3 days at most, just a little more frequently than the other students. Unexpectedly, he was gone for half a month, and several teachers had expressed their opinions, having already subtly mentioned it to him, especially the homeroom teacher, Zhu Xian. She even stormed into his office and bluntly asked him whether Su Chao was a student in the martial arts class. Su Chao took a box out of his spatial ring and placed it on Hua Gang's table. With a slightly embarrassed smile, he said, "Teacher, I know you usually like to drink tea. This is top-grade pour. Please try it and see if it suits your taste. If not, I'll change it next time." Hua Gang glanced at the tea box. "This isn't cheap. Don't waste your money." He did not refuse his disciple's offer, but his tone was much more relaxed. "Tell me about your recent progress in your cultivation." "Teacher, I have already broken through to the peak of the 4th rank, and I believe I will be able to break through to the 5th rank soon. I recently had a sudden enlightenment while practicing the advanced martial skill Void Soul Splitting Slash that you gave me, and I have already reached the great perfection stage." Su Chao quickly reported the information that his master already knew to his teacher, because if his master knew, it meant that his teacher also knew. Hua Gang looked up at Su Chao. Although I had heard of him before, I was still amazed by this disciple's talent when I heard it again. In about a month, he mastered an advanced martial art. If those grandmasters knew, they would all be ashamed. Moreover, his martial arts realm has reached the peak of the 4th rank. He was stunned for a long time when his father told him about his achievements. However, to maintain his air of superiority as a teacher, he said calmly, "Not bad, but avoid arrogance and complacency. Have you met your master?" I've met him. My master even gave me a special gift." Hua Gang remained silent for a moment. "He mentioned the dimensional portal to you, didn't he?" "Yes, I already told you, and about your injury. I originally wanted to wait until you reached the 5th level before telling you, in case it would affect your cultivation. But since your master has already said so, you must remember to keep it a secret. Do you know what the consequences would be if this news got out to the public?" Su Chao shook his head. Hua Gang said with a solemn expression, "Let me tell you, once this news is made public, it could shake humanity's hard-won resolve to fight the monsters, and even cause them to collapse, because they'll think they have a way out. At that time, everyone will try to escape to another star system and no longer fight the monster to the death. The consequences will be very serious." Su Chao's expression also turned serious. Although he wasn't as pessimistic as his teacher, he knew that this kind of news would definitely have an impact. He recalled being shocked when he heard the news. However, this news can't be kept secret for long. It will eventually leak out. Hua Gang sighed. "We'll keep this a secret for as long as possible. Nobody can predict the future. Perhaps our human base will already be breached before the news leaks out." Su Chao looked puzzled. "Teacher, why are you so pessimistic?" Hua Gang did not give a direct answer. "Some things, knowing too much about them can actually be a source of trouble. You need to grow up quickly." The two were very close at the moment, and Hua Gang could feel the strong murderous aura emanating from Su Chao. He frowned. "You will spend some time cultivating at the school, and take the opportunity to practice that invincible glazed body that your master gave you." "Okay,
Teacher, I'll go back to my dorm now.
After taking only 2 steps, Su Chao remembered something else.
By the way, teacher, your master wants you to go back when you have time. Hua Gang nodded. Su Chao left the office.
Only after Su Chao's figure disappeared did Hua mutter to himself,
time is really running out for humanity. I hope the omens I've seen don't come true.
After leaving the principal's office, Su Chao went downstairs to the offices of several teachers in the martial arts class and gave each of them a gift. After all, it was indeed a bit unreasonable for me to have missed class for half a month. Furthermore, I will need to frequently take leave to train in the wilderness, so it's important to build good relationships with my teachers beforehand. Although the principal had already spoken to the teachers, local officials have more influence than distant ones. Since I am still a student, it is safer to maintain a good relationship with the teachers. The teachers, including Mr. Chen who taught martial arts, were all quite nice.
Seeing Su Chao's polite and humble manner, their previous grudges dissipated considerably. Su Chao explained that his cultivation was somewhat special, as it was a separate program specially arranged for him by the principal. The teachers all felt that Su Chao had a special relationship with the principal, and that the principal was taking special care of him and giving him extra help. So everyone accepted the gifts, albeit reluctantly. The gifts Su Chao gave weren't cheap. He had Zhao Dizhu help him prepare them. When Zhao Dizhu heard that the boss was going to give someone a gift, he immediately pointed to the most expensive one and bought it. Su Chao doesn't care about this expense now.
Spending this little money to ensure that the teachers won't make things difficult for him during his senior year is really worthwhile. Several teachers advised him not to slack off in his training, otherwise he would fall behind his classmates.
Su Chao nodded obediently in agreement. However, when he arrived at his homeroom teacher Chu Xian's office and presented the gift, Chu Xian gave him a cold glance. I don't know why the principal would take you as his disciple. Maybe you have some special talent that I don't know about that he took a liking to. But I advise you not to learn these crooked ways, lest you embarrass your teacher, who can't stand this kind of thing. Take the gifts back. These things aren't cheap. Don't waste the cultivation resources your teacher gave you. Su Chao remained speechless in frustration. Teacher Chu Xian had a close relationship with the principal and obviously knew about his becoming the principal's student. She knew that Su Chao's family had been poor in the past and mistakenly thought that the gifts were bought with money given to him by the teacher. In addition, given her own wealthy background, she didn't care about these gifts at all. She was quite strong. When Su Chao observed her, he found that she was already at the peak of the 5th rank and was about to enter the 6th rank. He didn't intend to explain further and decided to let her misunderstand. Unexpectedly, this time I got a real slap in the face. Since Chu Xian had a problem with him, he was too lazy to force himself on her, so he picked up the gift, turned around, and left her office. He hadn't been back for half a month, and the dormitory had accumulated some dust, so he tidied it up briefly. Next, he prepared to begin practicing the advanced martial arts technique taught by his master, Invincible Glazed Body. Su Chao took out the black hard drive. After skillfully connecting the playback device and entering the security key, an image appeared on the screen. A bald man appears in the picture, shirtless, sitting cross-legged in a simple and elegant room. He looks somewhat like a monk from before the Nirvana era. That was none other than Grandmaster Moro. Grandmaster Moro then began to explain the key points of cultivating the invincible glazed body. He was shirtless to demonstrate the characteristics and pathways of blood and qi circulation. According to him, cultivating the invincible glazed body requires the use of spiritual medicines to refine the body for the best results. But Su Chao doesn't need it. He only needs to follow Grandmaster Moro's demonstration once, and after he comprehends it, the skill will appear on the panel, which he can then directly upgrade using source points. More than 10 minutes later, Su Chao looked at the panel. Martial Arts, Advanced Martial Arts Void Soul Splitter / Mastered, Advanced Martial Arts Invincible Glazed Body, Not Yet Mastered, plus, Basic, Martial Arts Shadow Strike, Mastered, plus, Basic Martial Arts Windbreaker / Mastered, Basic Martial Arts Mountain Suppressing Fist, Mastered, plus. He still has about 40,000 source points, which he can use to upgrade this martial skill to the great perfection level. As the source points are continuously consumed, when the consumption reaches 1,000 points, following the qi and blood circulation path demonstrated by Grandmaster Moro, Su Chao circulated his qi and blood throughout his body for one cycle. A thin, misty, glassy luster appeared on his skin, making it subtly translucent. The first glimpse of the crystal, the formal entry into the invincible crystal body. According to Grandmaster Moro, after achieving the initial manifestation of glazed glass cultivation, the physical body can withstand damage from ordinary weapons, and also has a certain resistance to common poisons and miasma. Source points continue to be lost until a total of 5,000 points are consumed. Su Chao then circulated the qi and blood along the demonstrated pathway once more. At this moment, the glassy luster on the skin surface becomes solid and clear, as if covered with a layer of real glass, but the glass is like pieces pieced together, like scales, cool to the touch, yet harder than steel. Glassy scales, invincible glazed body, minor success. According to Grandmaster Moro, after mastering the glassy scale
armor, its defensive capabilities are comprehensively enhanced, making it virtually impossible for weapons below grade C to harm its body. It can also deflect some of the impact force when attacked. It also has the effect of immunizing against common toxins. Su Chao was very satisfied with the results, which were better than expected. This time, the source point consumption rate increased several times again, when another 10,000 points were consumed. He once again circulated the chi and blood through the pathways demonstrated by Grandmaster Moro. The surface of the body became increasingly solid and crystalline, as if covered with a layer of real glass, and the glass was integrated into one piece. Moreover, glass-like textures appeared on the bones, resulting in a qualitative leap in hardness and protective capabilities. The skin feels warm and smooth like jade. Glassy body, invincible glazed body, at its peak. Su Chao felt the changes within his body. He felt that his physical defenses were comparable to those of A-grade armor. This strength is already quite astonishing. Moreover, according to Grandmaster Moro, after cultivating the glassy body, his defenses not only made him immune to most toxins, but also able to withstand damage from elemental abilities. It is indeed a top-tier advanced martial art. However, most martial artists rarely choose to practice such advanced defensive martial arts techniques. On the one hand, cultivation consumes a huge amount of resources. Each stage requires different medicinal liquids and spiritual items to temper the body, which is generally difficult for martial artists to endure. On the other hand, the training process is extremely painful, and many martial artists either cannot persevere or are unwilling to endure the hardship. But he's different. He can skip those difficult processes and simply keep consuming source points to improve. This is the effect of the Great Completion Realm. He has already felt its power and is even more looking forward to the qualitative change that will occur when he reaches the Perfection Realm. According to Grandmaster Moro, if one can cultivate the invincible glazed body to perfection, one can then cultivate the flawless glazed body. The physical body returns to its original state, and in daily life it looks no different from ordinary people. A circle of shimmering light can be gathered around his body, achieving a state of invulnerability to all laws. Of course, his claim of being invulnerable to all laws is a bit of an exaggeration, but his defensive capabilities are definitely something to look forward to. He glanced at the remaining 20,000 source points on the panel and could only sigh helplessly. To upgrade the invincible glazed body to its perfect state, 50,000 source points are required. Take this time to relax and rest at school. The source points obtained from the next monster hunt will be prioritized for upgrading Invincible Glass Body. He conducted a comprehensive assessment of the current overall combat capability. Level: 5th tier martial artist. Special abilities: S rank Eye of Truth, S rank Essence Absorption, A rank Spatial Travel, A rank Minor Paradise, B rank Mirror Replication. Physical Constitution 280, Mental Strength 90, Source Point 20835. Martial Arts: Advanced Martial Arts Skill Void Soul Splitter / Perfected. Advanced Martial Arts Skill Invincible Glazed Body Mastered. He was at the peak of the 5th rank of martial artist. 2 top-tier advanced martial arts techniques, one offensive type that has reached perfection, and the other defensive type that has reached mastery. As for the 3 basic martial arts skills, they were no longer worth putting on his stats panel. He felt they were unworthy. Of the 5 superpowers, 2 are S rank, 2 are A rank, and 1 is B rank, a truly luxurious configuration. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to spend 10,000 source points to upgrade the only B-level ability on his panel, Mirror Copy, to A level. However, this ability already meets the current needs, and it's not too late to upgrade it when there are more source points later. Su Chao felt that he was now so powerful it was frightening. At the 6th rank, he was almost invincible. Even if he encountered a 7th rank Grandmaster and couldn't defeat him, he could retreat calmly. Taking a deep breath, my confidence in protecting my family to survive in this apocalypse has grown even stronger. I checked the time, there was still about an hour before afternoon classes. He decided to take a shower first, as he had produced a lot of dirt on his body while cultivating. Then we went to have lunch. At 2:30 p.m., Su Chao appeared in the general classroom commonly used by the martial arts class, where many courses, such as martial arts skills and combat training, are held. Only when he stepped into the classroom did he truly realize that he was still a student. "Hey, Su Chao, you finally came to class? Hey, look who's here. Su Chao, it's been a long time. It's been a long time." When his classmates saw him come in, they greeted him warmly, some with half-joking teasing. After all, it's only been a month since school started, and he's already been skipping classes for half a month. Some people gave him a "you'd better watch yourself" look, guessing that the teacher would definitely call his name as soon as he came in. Su Chao ignored everyone's thoughts and nodded in response with a smile. "Chaozi, when did you get back? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have called you to class," Zhang Dali asked as he walked over. Su Chao patted him on the shoulder. "You little rascal, you're just after my car. I just got back at noon today and went out to eat something, so I didn't wait for you to come to class together. What classes are there in the afternoon?" Zhang Dali gave a thumbs up. "Chaozi, you're amazing. You don't even know what classes we have this afternoon. This afternoon is Professor Chu's practical
practical class. Su Chao didn't really care what kind of classes he was taking. For him, attending classes was more about relaxation, and he didn't have high expectations. The martial arts instructors are all masters. If he goes all out, he probably won't be able to beat any of them. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Zhang Dali whispered in his ear, "Chaozi, Teacher Chu has a lot of opinions about you. She might cause trouble for you during class." Su Chao gave Zhang Dali a reassuring look. The students found their seats and sat down cross-legged. Just then, footsteps came from the classroom door. Su Chao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slender foot step into the classroom, followed by a tall woman dressed in a black martial arts uniform. As expected, it was Chu Xian's class. She was not only the homeroom teacher but also the instructor for the practical training course. Thinking back to the cold shoulder he'd received in her office at noon, Su Chao shook his head with a wry smile. Chu Xian entered, glanced around at everyone, her gaze lingering on Su Chao for a moment longer, and said with a hint of teasing, "Our class is finally all present this time, and no one is absent. That's really rare." All the students glanced at Su Chao, more or less. Let's begin the lesson. Martial arts training cannot be done by working in isolation. One must communicate and spar with others to discover one's own shortcomings. As usual, everyone can form teams freely to practice together. I will then provide individual guidance based on your specific problems. First-tier martial artists face first-tier martial artists, and second-tier martial artists face second-tier martial artists. As for third-tier martial artists, you don't have many options. Let's begin. As soon as Teacher Chu finished speaking, the students stood up one after another and began to find their own partners to practice with. Having studied together for a long time, everyone is aware of each other's abilities. Looking at the lively scene, Su Chao suddenly had a problem. Who should he spar with? Fortunately, he didn't hesitate for long, as someone had already chosen an opponent for him. "Su Chao, you're sparring with Zhang Hao. He's free now, so he can give you some pointers and let me see the results of your training over this period of time." Teacher Chu's cool voice rang out. Su Chao nodded expressionlessly. Zhang Hao broke through to the third level of martial artist during the summer vacation and is now among the top 10 strongest in the martial arts class. Chu Xian deliberately made him Su Chao's opponent, clearly wanting to give Su Chao a hard time. When Teacher Chu called out Su Chao and Zhang Hao to compete, everyone's expressions were priceless. They're here. As expected of Teacher Chu, they really think highly of Su Chao by assigning him a third-tier opponent. The sparring sessions in the martial arts class are not just casual sparring. Although weapons cannot be used, the punches and kicks are performed with full force, just like real swords and spears. Those who are weaker often get beaten up and suffer some physical pain. The purpose of this is to encourage everyone to train actively, so that if they don't want to fall behind and get beaten every time, they have to work hard to improve their strength. When Zhang Hao heard Teacher Chu name Su Chao as her opponent, he was surprised, but he quickly understood her intention. He slowly walked to stand opposite Su Chao and said in a joking tone, "Su Chao, I'll go easy on you." He had expected Su Chao to show signs of panic and tension, but Su Chao remained calm and composed. "There's no need, Zhang Hao, go all out." When the other students heard Teacher Chu call out Su Chao's name, they all started paying attention to what was happening. Hearing Su Chao's arrogant tone, everyone secretly worried for him. Zhang Hao's expression froze. He remembered that Su Chao only awakened as a martial artist near the end of his junior year, and was now at most at the peak of the first level. How could he be so arrogant? Since that's the case, he has to teach this student Su a lesson so he'll remember it. Let's begin. I've invited you to spar and practice, not just to talk. Do you expect to kill monsters with your mouths? Teacher Chu's dissatisfied words came from the side. Zhang Hao knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he got into position and charged towards Su Chao. He was extremely fast, intending to knock Su Chao down in one move, but he only used about half of his punching power, close to 2,500 kilograms. He was afraid that a full-force punch would seriously injure Su Chao. However, Su Chao seemed to be frightened, neither dodging nor resisting, letting Zhang Hao's punch land on his chest. The scene I imagined did not appear. Su Chao remained motionless, as if nothing had happened, while Zhang Hao was so shocked that he took 2 steps back. Zhang Hao blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unexpectedly, his move failed and he lost face instead. The students who were waiting to see what would happen were also taken aback. Su Chao, who usually kept a low profile, was actually so strong. He actually withstood Zhang Hao's punch head-on, showing no signs of defeat, even though Zhang Hao hadn't used his full strength. Teacher Chu wasn't surprised at all. Su Chao's ability to be accepted as a disciple by Hua Gang is definitely not without merit. Her choice of Zhang Hao was not without reason. She estimated that he could beat Su Chao, but it wouldn't be an easy task. Moreover, she deliberately didn't remind Zhang Hao, hoping to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. He was taught not to underestimate any opponent, or he would suffer a loss or even lose his life. Seeing that Su Chao was indeed capable and not just boasting, Zhang Hao dropped his casual expression and began to take him seriously. He immediately turned around and fought back, this time showing no mercy. Su Chao is a really strange guy. A third-tier early-stage martial artist unleashed nearly 5,000 kilograms of force, throwing a punch with all his might. However, Su Chao remained as nonchalant as before, neither dodging nor avoiding, letting Jiang Hao's fists hit him. Su Chao did not intentionally let his guard down.
He actually wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of his newly mastered advanced martial art, Invincible Glass Body. Jiang Hao's fist struck him, but just like before, it didn't cause any real damage. He stood there, his expression calm. Instead, I felt a recoil force, and my fist felt numb and very uncomfortable. Faced with the power of the early stage of the third rank, Su Chao could easily deal with it as long as he used the defense of the glassy body at the minor completion level. Jiang Hao had no way to deal with him. His punches felt like a tickle to Su Chao. Jiang Hao found it hard to accept. She was furious, feeling that Su Chao was deliberately making fun of her. He decided to use his martial arts skills, specifically the beginner-level Jinyue fist. His martial arts talent is average, but he has already reached the minor mastery level. This move can increase attack power by about 20% and also increases punch speed. Moreover, he no longer attacked Su Chao's front only as before, but constantly changed his position and circled around to attack Su Chao from behind. Knock knock. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed in the battle room. The other students, who were sparring with each other, stopped involuntarily and stared in disbelief at the spot where Su Chao and Jiang Hao were fighting. This scene is truly bizarre. It was as if an adult stood still, letting a child punch him, like a farce. Su Chao felt that as long as he used the glassy scale armor at the minor completion stage, he could withstand the full force of Jiang Hao's early stage third-tier martial artist attack and at most feel a little soreness and numbness in his body. It felt like someone was giving him a massage. At this moment, Jiang Hao was on the verge of collapse. He threw punches with all his might for more than 10 breaths, but failed to cause any damage to Su Chao. He stopped his futile efforts, halted his attack, took 2 steps back, and distanced himself from Su Chao. His face was flushed. Suddenly he shouted, his muscles bulged, and his physique became much more robust, with his arm muscles looking extremely intimidating. Ah, Jiang Hao actually used his enhancement ability. Didn't we say before that we couldn't use abilities during class sparring? Shu, didn't you see that teacher Chu didn't stop it? Keep watching. Su Chao's defense is too strong. It's simply freakish. Yes, I remember his awakened ability was a speed-type shadow escape, which shouldn't be considered a superpower, but rather a defensive martial art. A defensive martial skill? Could it be an intermediate-level martial skill? Basic defensive martial skills aren't this powerful. Jiang Hao really lost face this time. He wanted to make a fool of himself, but he was instead humiliated by Su Chao. Didn't you see his face? It was like a boiled pig's liver. He fought for ages, but the damage was zero. Who could stand that? Should. It's all because he's always so arrogant and boastful that he wants to pursue Senior Muzian. He even warned everyone in private not to compete with him. Especially after the start of this semester, he became even more arrogant after breaking through to the 3rd level. I've disliked him for a long time, but I can't beat him, otherwise I would have taught him a lesson long ago. Shu, don't talk, keep watching. Jiang Hao is about to go all out. Let's see how Su Chao responds, and whether he'll just stand there and not move. I don't know if he's only good at defense, or if his offense is just as powerful. The students around them were whispering among themselves. At this moment, Chu Xian was no longer as indifferent as before. Seeing that Jiang Hao had gone all out but still couldn't break through Su Chao's defense, even using martial arts techniques, she was very surprised by Su Chao's defensive strength. With her keen eyesight, she naturally couldn't misjudge Su Chao's situation like the other students. She was certain that Su Chao was indeed using martial arts techniques, because she could sense a faint flow of qi and blood. Moreover, this martial art is by no means a simple intermediate martial art, but an advanced martial art. Judging from his appearance, his cultivation level is quite high, having already reached the minor completion stage. It should be noted that most students in school are considered qualified if they can master basic martial arts to a minor level, while those who master them to a major level are already quite outstanding. Not only that, Su Chao actually mastered an advanced martial art to the minor completion level, which is much more difficult than mastering a basic martial art to the perfect level. With the support of his family, he began cultivating advanced martial arts at a very young age, and now he has only just reached the edge of mastery. No wonder Hua Gang wanted to take him as his disciple. It turns out he has an extremely high talent for martial arts. However, what good is martial arts talent alone? The most fundamental thing for a martial artist is to improve their martial arts realm. I remember Su Chao's awakened ability last semester was D-level, so his talent was just average. Chu Shen looked at the situation on the field and felt somewhat troubled. She had set a rule that supernatural abilities were not allowed to be used during sparring matches. This is done to prevent students from going too far during sparring and causing serious injury to their opponents. After all, there are many different types of superpowers, and even if she were there, she might not be able to intervene in time. She wanted to stop Jiang Hao, but seeing the other person's bloodshot eyes, if he wasn't allowed to vent, it might leave a shadow in his heart and affect his future cultivation. Moreover, she also wanted to see where Su Chao's limits were. With her by his side, it wouldn't be too late to intervene if the situation became critical. Just as Chu Xian's thoughts were churning, Jiang Hao in the arena arena used his special ability and began to attack. His sea-level enhanced ability, when unleashed at full power, can double his strength. At this moment, his attack power has reached approximately 10,000 kilograms, advancing to the early stage of the 4th tier. This is what makes those with awakened superpowers so terrifying, far beyond what those who become martial artists through gene-enhancing drugs can achieve.
Su Chao also abandoned his casual attitude and began to take things seriously.
He guessed that his glazed scale armor, which was at the minor completion stage, probably wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Hao's current attacks.
How about trying the glassy body at the great perfection stage?
He activated his invincible glass body, a state of near-perfect mastery, causing a layer of glassy luster to emanate from the surface of his skin hidden beneath his clothes. He straightened his body a bit, stood with his feet staggered, and maintained his balance steadily.
Knock knock.
A series of sounds rang out, and Su Chao finally took 2 steps back, reaching out to pat non-existent dust off his body. His face showed a hint of lingering satisfaction.
Not bad, Jiang Hao. Your attack power is very strong. You almost broke through my defense.
At this moment, Jiang Hao's face was full of shock, looking at the bruises and swelling on his fists, and then at Su Chao's still nonchalant demeanor.
Impossible. Su Chao, are you wearing high-level armor? Teacher Chu, he cheated.
Jiang Hao almost wondered if he was still asleep and dreaming.
How could any classmate block his full-force attack with just defense?
Chu Xian, who was standing next to her, also snapped out of her shock.
This, Su Chao has actually mastered an advanced martial art. This is insane. What kind of martial arts talent is this?
Hearing Jiang Hao shouting, she said unhappily, Jiang Hao, pay attention to classroom discipline.
Su Chao isn't wearing protective gear.
This is indeed his defensive martial art. The other students around them started discussing the result.
Jiang Hao was really provoked this time. He's even started talking nonsense.
Yes, you can tell at a glance whether someone is wearing armor or not.
He's just refusing to accept reality and making a fuss over nothing.
Su Chao's defense is too incredible, probably equivalent to the defensive strength of a C-level armor.
Grade C?
I think it's at least grade B. After Jiang Hao used his superpower, his attack power had reached the level of a 4th-level martial artist, but he did not even break out in a cold sweat after withstanding the attack. The others listened to the analysis and all agreed that it made sense. Jiang Hao didn't need to listen carefully to everyone's discussion. He knew they were all talking badly about him. He really struggled to accept this reality. It was a huge blow to him. Looking at Su Chao across from him, he felt a surge of anger and malice rising in his heart. I don't believe your other parts of your body have such strong defensive capabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Su Chao again and continued to throw punches. On the surface, his fist seemed to be aimed at Su Chao's body, but just as he was about to get close, the path of his fist suddenly changed, pointing directly at Su Chao's face.
Jiang Hao, stop!
Chu Xian cried out in shock, never expecting Jiang Hao to be so crazy. These parts of the head are strictly prohibited from being attacked during classroom discussions. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao had clearly lost control and was completely disregarding the rules. Seeing Jiang Hao's frenzied state, Su Chao immediately realized that this attack was not simple and had already raised his guard. As expected, Jiang Hao changed his target at the last minute. Just as his fists were about to strike Su Chao's head, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Just as the fist was about to touch him, a pair of hands firmly grasped Jiang Hao's fists, rendering him completely immobile. Jiang Hao was immediately shocked. Su Chao casually twisted his wrist, and Jiang Hao couldn't help but cry out in pain.
A commotion immediately erupted around them.
The scene was quite bizarre. After Jiang Hao activated his superpower enhancement, his arm muscles swelled up, giving him a typical muscular physique that contrasted sharply with Su Chao's slender build. Anyone who saw the two men's appearances would assume that Su Chao was the one being bullied, but the one screaming in pain was actually the muscular Jiang Hao. Su Chao did not intend to let this farce continue. He has verified his guess about the defensive power of the invincible glass body, and his goal has been achieved. He threw Jiang Hao away with a forceful swing of his hands, like throwing away trash, sending him flying a great distance. Since there were teachers present, he couldn't be too aggressive and hurt the other person. However, this time, I was able to vent my anger from before. Back when Su Chao was still unaware of his past, he and his roommate Han Yu were queuing for food in the cafeteria when Jiang Hao cut in line and scolded them. Faced with Jiang Hao, a second-tier martial artist, they could only swallow their anger. Although Jiang Hao wasn't actually hurt this time, the effect was even more satisfying than injuring him. The crucial moment wasn't something he deliberately sought out, rather, it was created by Teacher Chu. It was such a coincidence that it was both laughable and absurd. At that moment, a round of applause broke out. Su Chao turned around and saw that it was Zhang Dali leading the applause. Jiang Hao was humiliated and everyone applauded, which shows that he wasn't very popular. After landing, Jiang Hao's face turned alternating between red and blue. Although I wasn't injured in this sparring match, it left me with a deep psychological scar. The students stared at him with strange looks and whispered among themselves. Jiang Hao didn't need to look to know that Mu Zian was looking at him with disappointment. She wasn't really receptive to his advances to begin with, but she persisted persisted relentlessly, and now he's completely out of the running. She glanced at Su Chao with a mixture of resentment and apprehension. It's all Su Chao's fault. How could he have run into such a freak? He has absolutely no idea what Su Chao's strength is like. Chu Xian walked between the two, glanced at Su Chao first, and seeing his innocent look, she shook her head helplessly. Then he glared angrily at Jiang Hao. He walked up to Jiang Hao and said sternly, Jiang Hao, you have broken all the classroom rules I set. I told you to stop, but you ignored me. Given your poor performance, your training resources for this semester will be halved. Jiang Hao wanted to explain, but seeing Chu Xian's cold eyes, he had no choice but to swallow his words. Chu Xian looked around at her classmates. I told you to fight in pairs. What are you all doing standing around here? The students scattered, none of them daring to provoke teacher Chu. Jiang Hao didn't dare to utter a word when his cultivation resources were confiscated. Su Chao, come with me. Chu Xian called out to Su Chao, who was standing to the side, as she saw the students begin practicing as instructed. Su Chao had no choice but to follow Chu Xian out of the classroom and into the corridor. Chu Xian frowned and asked, Su Chao, as the homeroom teacher, I need to know about each student's cultivation progress. I know roughly about the others, but you're not often at school, so I'm not very clear about it. Next, I will ask you some questions. Some of them may involve personal privacy. Answer them if it is convenient for you, and just pretend I didn't ask them if it is not. Seeing Su Chao nod, she continued, tell me honestly, what level are you at right now? Su Chao paused for a moment before replying, I just broke through to the 3rd-tier martial artist level. I silently reassured myself that I wasn't lying. It had only been about 2 months since I broke through. Chu Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and a glint of light flashed in her eyes. I remember you only awakened your power near the end of last semester, and you're already a 3rd-tier martial artist. Is this because your teacher specifically arranged for you to train during this period? I guess so. During this period of cultivation away from home, I had some fortuitous encounters and received guidance from my master. Chu Xian suddenly realized who this master he was referring to was. A complex and envious look appeared in his eyes. No wonder his strength improved so quickly. It turns out he had such a powerful figure guiding him and providing him with treasures to accelerate his cultivation. The defensive martial skill you've been practicing is an advanced one, isn't it? It looks like you've already reached the mastery stage. It's an advanced martial skill, but it hasn't reached the mastery stage yet. That's truly thanks to Master's excellent teaching. Su Chao has completely let himself go, blaming all the illogical things he does on his master. Anyway, the other party won't go to Huozhou Yuan to verify it. Chu Xian rolled her eyes at him. Since you are improving so quickly through this kind of cultivation, I grant you permission to arrange your own cultivation time from now on. I will communicate with the other teachers. Since Su Chao demonstrated his strength and defeated Jiang Hao in class, he has become the focus of attention in the class. Previously, everyone regarded him as a newly promoted martial artist whose strength had not yet reached the 2nd tier. But after sparring with Jiang Hao that day, his classmates speculated about his strength. Some said he was at least in the top 3 of the class, and some even said he was the strongest, surpassing Mu Zian, who was about to break through to the 4th level of martial arts. Of course, some students held different opinions. They analyzed that Jiang Hao's superpower enhancement was biased towards physical attacks, which was precisely countered by Su Chao's defense. If it were another elemental or special superpower, it would be very difficult for Su Chao to win. Su Chao neither commented nor denied these discussions. He thought to himself, what you know is just a part of my strength that I deliberately showed you. The real strength is just the tip of the iceberg. But showcasing strength also has its advantages. After hearing about Su Chao's achievements, the teachers relaxed their control over him, even though they couldn't really control him anyway. Teacher Chen, who teaches martial arts, often asks Su Chao to demonstrate martial arts skills in class after he learns about Su Chao's extraordinary talent. They would even use him as an example to boast from time to time. Hearing this, Su Chao couldn't help but smile bitterly, never expecting that he would become someone else's child. After sparring with Su Chao, Jiang Hao asked for leave to gain more experience. He returned to school a week later with his injuries, looking much more gloomy, clearly having been badly provoked by Su Chao last time. Zhou Peng, who had a conflict with Su Chao before, later went out to apologize to him and even invited Han Yu and the other two from his dormitory to dinner to ease tensions. Seeing that Zhou Peng was sincere and that there was no major grudge between them, Su Chao shook hands and made peace. Half a month passed quietly in this relaxed and leisurely atmosphere. For the past 2 weeks, Su Chao has been playing the role of a well-behaved student, which is quite rare for him. They attend classes and leave on time every day, leading a surprisingly regular life. The other teachers, including Chu Xian, were all surprised, as they had originally thought he would only stay for 2 or 3 days at most. During his time at school, Su Chao would occasionally meet up with his former roommates, Han Yu and a few others, for dinner and a chat in the evenings. Sometimes he would bring Jiang Dali along and introduce him to Han Yu and the others. Jiang Dali is cheerful and easygoing, with no airs of a martial artist, and gets along well with Han Yu and the others. Since Su Chao gave him the money last time, the problem with the supermarket at home was quickly resolved. resolved, and he said the supermarket has resumed normal operations. His parents expressed their desire to come to the school to thank Su Chao in person several times, but they gave up the idea after learning that he was not at the school. It just so happens that Su Chao stayed at school for a long time this time. It's likely that Han Yu mentioned this to his parents when he got home. On the 5th day after Su Chao returned to school, his parents rushed over. After school in the afternoon, Su Chao met them at the most luxurious restaurant outside the school. This is an ordinary middle-aged couple. Perhaps because they had been worrying about their family supermarket, they looked a little older than their peers. They ordered a huge table of dishes. They chose only expensive dishes, as if only in this way could they express their gratitude to Su Chao. During the meal, Han Yu's father repeatedly raised his glass to thank Su Chao, expressing his gratitude for helping his family through their difficulties, and saying that Han Yu's acquaintance with Su Chao in college was their greatest gain. Therefore, Su Chao also drank quite a bit of alcohol. Finally, the couple solemnly promised Su Chao that the money Han Yu borrowed would be repaid in installments over 10 years. Seeing their firm stance, Su Chao did not refuse again. It was the 10th day since the dinner with Han Yu's family. That day, he had just finished his first class in the morning when he suddenly felt something was wrong with his mental panel. Su Chao's face lit up with joy. The opportunity for a breakthrough has finally arrived. He didn't stay to continue the rest of the class and excitedly ran towards the dormitory. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Mental strength 90 plus. I'm finally getting promoted. This is also why he has been staying at school recently, waiting for this breakthrough to arrive. Start upgrading. The source point begins to be consumed continuously. In his perception, his mental power was rapidly growing and transforming, and his own perception abilities were also constantly being enhanced. Until a certain moment, he felt as if an invisible shackle within his body had broken, and his mental strength had reached a new level. However, the improvement in mental strength did not stop. It continued to increase. A few more minutes passed. The consumption of the source point finally stopped, and the enhancement of mental power finally came to an end. Mental strength 105. Just as he expected, his mental strength has broken through to the 6th level. By comparing the various materials he consulted at the martial artist's house with his own mental strength, he estimated that the mental strength value of a 6th level martial artist was between 100 and 150. My mental strength of 105 is just enough to reach the threshold of the 6th rank. This upgrade consumed 1,500 source points. However, the improvement is not over yet. The panel has changed again. Physical fitness 280 plus. Physical fitness continues to improve. The source point is being lost again at an alarming rate. An indescribable transformation is taking place within the body, with bones, muscles, and organs constantly being strengthened. His body was like a black hole, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy surging in from the surroundings, aiding in tempering and evolution. Every cell greedily absorbed this endless stream of spiritual energy. This time, in the school dormitory, he did not deliberately suppress the noise of the breakthrough as he had when he broke through to the 5th level last time. He had previously used the Eye of Truth to investigate and found that the strongest person in Shanghai University of Science and Technology was a teacher, and the strongest others were only 6th level martial artists. After all, this is not a martial arts university, and the teacher's skills are far inferior to those of real martial artists. Their office building was far from here, and he believed that this breakthrough would not alert any of the teachers. The breakthrough process lasted for nearly 14 minutes before this physical improvement was considered complete. It consumed 960 source points, plus the 1,500 source points from the increase in mental strength for a total of 2,460 source points for this breakthrough. However, his abilities have undergone a qualitative leap. Level 6th tier martial artist. Constitution 376. Mental strength 105. Source point 18375. The physical strength of a 6th level martial artist ranges from 32,000 kilograms to 64,000 kilograms. He currently possesses a strength of 37,600 kilograms, clearly placing him at the early stage of the 6th rank. This is definitely a genuine 6th tier martial artist. Ignoring other methods of enhancement, his strength at the early stage of the 6th rank is already top tier at Shanghai University of Science and Technology. If we take into account the bonus from his advanced martial arts skills at the perfect level, his attack power has exceeded 100,000 kilograms. Among 6th tier martial artists, he is definitely a top tier existence, barely reaching the threshold of Grandmaster level attack power. Even the weakest Grandmaster has at least mastered one advanced martial art at the Great Perfection level. This means their attack power has increased by at least double, exceeding 120,000 kilograms. If he were to clash with a Grandmaster in terms of strength, he would still be slightly inferior. Grandmasters are not only powerful, but also possess unique skills, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Each Grandmaster is a regional overlord. Teacher Hoi Gang once said, the 7th level Grandmaster realm and the 6th level martial artist realm may seem to be only one level apart, but in fact they are two completely different realms. For martial artists, before the
7th level of cultivation. They are all constantly pushing their physical limits, unlocking their genetic potential, enhancing their blood and energy, and strengthening their bodies to become increasingly robust. To become a 7th tier Grandmaster, not only do we need to continue unlocking our genetic potential, but we also need to enhance our blood and energy, strengthen our spirit, and improve our physical fitness. Furthermore, it is essential to achieve a qualitative leap in the strength of chi and blood, as well as spiritual power. A 7th tier Grandmaster's chi and blood power can be used for attacks outside the body and can also be condensed into chi and blood armor, which has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Grandmasters can fly by relying on their surging, pure blood and chi. However, Grandmasters who have just entered the 7th rank usually cannot maintain flight for a long time. The power of chi and blood, capable of being condensed and released outwards, is multifaceted and has endless uses. This is precisely the foundation of a Grandmaster's power. Su Chao then shook his head and smiled bitterly. My strength has improved too quickly this time, so I'm bound to get a little arrogant. They constantly compare themselves to Grandmasters, completely disregarding 6th tier martial artists. This kind of mentality is absolutely unacceptable. It must be the work of inner demons, not my true thoughts. He secretly became vigilant, reminding himself, hold back and don't act rashly. Now is not the time to be unrestrained. Wait until you truly advance to the Grandmaster realm before letting loose a little. Stand up and stretch your muscles. His bones and muscles crackled and popped, unleashing a powerful burst of strength. I checked the time. This breakthrough took more than an hour. It's lunchtime now. He sniffed himself. There was an unpleasant smell, so I decided to wash up and change my clothes before eating. It took Su Chao another 10 minutes or so to get ready and leave. I pushed open the door and walked into the hallway. Just then, the door to the next room opened, revealing Zhang Dali's chubby baby face. Hey, Dali, you guys are all back after class? Zhang Dali looked at Su Chao with a grin and said, just got back, Chaozi. By the way, why didn't you attend the last class today? Su Chao replied casually, I suddenly felt an opportunity for a breakthrough had come, so I went back to cultivate. Zhang Dali stared at him, mouth agape in shock. No way. Chaozi, are you serious? Didn't you just break through to the 3rd tier martial artist? You've already broken through again. Su Chao rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You don't understand the world of geniuses. Breakthroughs are a natural and easy thing for people like us. Zhang Dali was still not giving up and asked, so you're at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier now? Su Chao nodded. Zhang Dali stared at him as if he were a monster. Chaozi, are you even human? I've been training hard every day and just barely broke through to the 2nd tier martial artist, while you're already at the mid-3rd tier. We were at the same level back then, and we agreed to improve together. I want to keep up too, not just you. Su Chao looked at Zhang Dali seriously. Do you really want to improve? Zhang Dali nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Su Chao pushed the door open again. Come in with me. Although Zhang Dali felt confused, he still followed him into the room. Upon seeing him enter, Su Chao took out a spatial ring from his person and handed it to Zhang Dali. Dali, don't you want to improve? Here, I'll help you level up. There are some chi and blood potions here that can help you quickly increase your strength. He has more than one spatial ring. Aside from keeping 2 for his parents, the others were temporarily useless, so he gave one to Zhang Dali. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. After breaking through to the 6th tier martial artist, he is about to leave the school to pursue his spiritual practice and plans to depart tomorrow. I don't know how long this spiritual journey will take, so I'm going to give Zhang Dali some resources. After all, Zhang Dali had been injured for him back then, and he had always wanted to repay him. Previously, Zhang Dali was only given 1 or 2 doses of chi and blood elixir occasionally, but this time dozens were prepared, enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. Zhang Dali looked at the things Su Chao handed over. He asked in shock, Chaozi, don't tell me this is a spatial ring? Su Chao nodded. He put his other hand on Zhang Dali's shoulder. I may have to leave again for a while tomorrow, so I'll leave you with some more chi and blood nourishing medicine. Dali, you need to seize the time to cultivate and improve your strength as soon as possible. I have a bad feeling that our days of peaceful cultivation are probably numbered. Also, don't wear this spatial ring I gave you. Just hide it in your dorm room, or it might cause trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chao stuffed the spatial ring into Zhang Dali's palm. Zhang Dali was completely stunned until the ring landed in his hand, at which point he came to his senses. Staring at the spatial ring in my hand, it felt somewhat unreal. He quickly handed the ring back. Chaozi, no way. This thing is too valuable. You should give me some chi and blood activating elixir instead. Dali, this kind of spatial ring isn't anything precious to me. Since I've given it to you, just keep it. Zhang Dali wasn't the kind of person who was petty or calculating. He understood Su Chao's personality and knew that he would never do something as foolish as trying to save face. After confirming that Su Chao genuinely wanted to give it to him, he readily and carefully put it away, planning to hide it properly when he got back to his room. Chaozi, did your teacher give you all these things? During this period, Zhang Dali often hung out with Su Chao, and Su Chao also revealed the secret to his rapid improvement in strength. I became Principal Huagang's apprentice, This made Jiang Dali extremely envious. After all, the principal is an 8th level grandmaster. No wonder Su Chao's cultivation level improved so quickly. Seeing that Jiang Dali had put away the spatial ring, Su Chao silently calculated the remaining spatial rings in his mind, planning to leave Zheng Kuang a larger one, the kind with 5 cubic meters. I'll also prepare some cultivation resources to bring with me when I go to see Zheng Kuang next time. At noon, he and Jiang Dali went to the cafeteria for lunch. In the afternoon, Su Chao did not go back to class. Instead, he went to the principal's office and told the teacher that he would be leaving the school the next day to continue his training in the wilderness. Hua Gang gave him a few words of advice, telling him to be careful, and also asked about his cultivation progress. After giving brief instructions, Su Chao left the office. Back in his dorm, he had a good rest for a day. Starting tomorrow, he will continue his insane killing spree. After this period of digestion, he felt that his malevolent aura had lessened considerably. After breaking through to the 6th level of martial arts, he will gain another superpower. The 6th tier peak Thunder Eagle from Yuanshui City that injured him before is a good choice. At least for now, this ability can greatly enhance his killing methods, so it can be considered for the time being. If a better one comes along later, I can switch. Target locked, Thunder Eagle. Around 10 a.m., Su Chao arrived at the location by car. He left school early this morning and drove for more than 2 hours. The car slowly drove towards the warehouse. When he arrived at the warehouse door, he heard arguing coming from inside. 2 men were guarding the door, smoking and chatting, occasionally letting out lewd laughs. Seeing the car approaching, one of the men looked up at Su Chao with a puzzled expression, then waved for him to drive away. Su Chao frowned. What was wrong with Zhao Dezhu? He activated his Eye of Truth and looked inside the warehouse. They discovered that there were 2 groups of people confronting each other inside, one of which was Zhao Dezhu and several of his men. They stared nervously at the people opposite them. There were 4 or 5 people standing opposite. The leader was a portly, burly man with considerable strength, a 3rd-tier martial artist. Surprisingly, 3 of them were martial artists, albeit only at the 1st level, but all of them had taken gene serums. The man arrogantly pointed at Zhao Dezhu and said, "Mr. Zhao, I'll say it again, if you want to do business in my triad territory, you have to pay the management fee according to the rules. Otherwise, your business might be in trouble." Zhao Dezhu did not back down in the face of these people. Although he was the only 2nd-tier martial artist here, the others were all quasi-martial artists. But he absolutely could not lose face for his boss. "Boss Jean, there are rules to follow when doing things. I already paid your underlings when they came to collect money before, so what's the meaning of this coming again?" Zhao Dezhu said helplessly, "These gangs are the most troublesome." The boss trusted him and entrusted him with the entire task. He felt extremely cautious every day, fearing that he might disappoint the boss. This is the first time this gang has come to collect so-called management fees. Adhering to the principle of the less trouble, the better, and not wanting to cause trouble for his boss, he simply and readily paid the money, and the amount was not large. Unexpectedly, they went too far and came back to demand more, with even more outrageous requests. This time, he wasn't going to keep putting up with it. The burly, overweight man known as Boss Jean took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. His underlings immediately ran over and lit it for him. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and then spat on the warehouse floor. Zhao Dezhu, sitting opposite him, frowned deeply. Jean Lauda revealed a meaningful smile, his mouth full of yellow teeth. "Hee, what do you mean? Mr. Zhao is in the business of big deals, and people who do big deals are very shrewd, so I don't need to say more. However, I have a good temper, so I'll explain one more thing. The ones you gave to my underlings before, they said were tips from you, so they don't count as management fees we collect. Besides, do you think a dignified 3rd-tier martial artist like me is only worth that little bit of money for making a trip in person?" Zhao Dezhu remained silent for a moment. "Boss Jean, tell me your terms." He had to stall these people first and buy time to inform his boss. "Let's be frank and open. I'm here to discuss cooperation with Mr. Zhao. As long as Mr. Zhao gives 15% of his profits to our triads, we will provide you with security services so that you don't have to worry about harassment or threats from other forces and can do business with peace of mind. This is a win-win proposal. Mr. Zhao should consider it carefully." Upon hearing this, Su Chao couldn't help but let out a cold smile. These people dared to collect protection money directly from him. In fact, Su Chao had anticipated this scene. After all, the warehouse often displays a large number of monster corpses for sale. No matter how well it is kept secret, it will naturally attract attention over time. So his previous offer to give Zhao Dezhu a 3rd-tier gene serum to enhance his strength was also to ensure their self-defense when he was not in the base city. But it's okay. Once he overcomes his period of weakness, he won't have to worry about those who covet him. He didn't rush to step forward, wanting to see how Zhao Dezhu would handle the situation, which would also be a test for him. Upon hearing the terms, Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but show anger on his face. "Boss Jean, I don't understand what you're saying. This is cooperation? It's blatant robbery." Boss Jean, however, was not annoyed and took another drag of his cigarette. "Sigh, Mr. Zhao, why do you have to do this? Do you have to make everyone lose face? I could have just robbed you outright right, but I gave you a way out, and you insisted on tearing off that fig leaf. Speak, will you agree or not? Give me a straight answer. Boss Kim is definitely not a fool. Anyone who's been sent by the association to manage this area is a fool. My subordinates previously reported that there was frequent trading of large quantities of monster corpses here. He then sent people to investigate in detail. They discovered that the person in charge was only a second-level martial artist, and after further inquiry, they learned that the boss might only be a fourth-level martial artist. This gave him the idea of getting a piece of the pie, but he didn't act impulsively. Instead, he sent his subordinates to test the waters, constantly mentioning collecting management fees, but actually trying to gauge the other party's attitude. If the other party is tough, it means they have powerful backers, so they give up. If the other party backs down and pays the management fee, they can then come to their door and make demands and threaten them. Although Zhao Dezhu was furious, he did not immediately erupt. He finally realized that the other party's act of having his subordinates collect so-called management fees was actually a test. They probably dare to be so arrogant because they think he has no connections. He sneered, "Boss Jean, you know I'm just an employee. This matter is too big for me to make a decision on my own. I need to report to the boss." I thought to myself, if you mess with the boss, you're all doomed. These audacious guys had no idea how terrifying their boss was. The thought that his boss would throw mountains of corpses into the warehouse every time he came, including many 4th and 5th tier monster corpses, and even once a 6th tier monster corpse, filled him with awe. The boss's abilities were a mystery to him, seemingly without end. The boss, Jean, with his yellow teeth, clearly knew who he was talking about. Everyone called him Lao Mo, and his subordinates had inquired and found out that his strength was suspected to be that of a 4th-level martial artist. He said dismissively, "You can call and report first, but time is limited. Our guild leader is also waiting for my reply. He's a 6th-level martial artist and has a lot on his plate." Anyone can say that. I don't believe your boss is more capable than our president. Seeing that the other party was pressing closer and closer, Zhao Dezhu had no choice but to take out his phone to make a call. Just then, the sound of a car engine came from outside the warehouse, and the car drove into the warehouse. When Boss Jean saw someone barge in at this crucial moment, he frowned and looked extremely displeased. What were the guards at the door doing? How did they let someone in? A martial artist nearby immediately ran to the door to check. The car that broke into the warehouse was driven by Su Chao. He showed up when he saw that Zhao Dezhu was really out of options. At this moment, Su Chao had already gotten out of the car. Upon seeing Su Chao arrive, Zhao Dezhu was overjoyed and rushed over, shouting, "Boss, you finally arrived." With the boss around, these people are naturally insignificant. I just don't know if the boss will think I've done a poor job. Boss, these people. Before he could finish speaking, Su Chao raised his hand to interrupt him. He said expressionlessly, "I know what happened, and I'll handle it." Su Chao stared coldly at Boss Jean. "What do you want from me?" When Boss Jean was swept by Su Chao's gaze, his heart tightened, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. He frowned and squinted as he carefully examined Su Chao. When he heard Zhao Dezhu call the burly young man in front of him boss, he realized that this man was the one behind Zhao Dezhu, old Mo. Just then, the martial artist who had gone to check on the guards at the gate returned, his face grim, and whispered, "Boss, I don't know what methods this person used, but those two people at the door are already unconscious." Jean, with his mouthful of yellow teeth, stared at Su Chao and asked, "Boss Missouri, right? What did you do to my men? You attacked them without asking why. Don't you owe me an explanation?" Su Chao looked at him with a half-smile. "An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want to hear?" Jean felt immense pressure facing Su Chao, and forced himself to say, "The cooperation terms I proposed to Mr. Zhao before are still valid. As long as you agree, I will pretend this never happened." "Oh, I overheard you at the door just now. You were saying you'd give you 15% of my profits, right?" Boss Jean nodded. He thought the other party would agree. But what Su Chao said next enraged him. "On what grounds? On the grounds of a bunch of idiots?" Su Chao spoke in a calm tone, as if stating a fact. A cold glint flashed in Boss Jin's eyes. "Boss Missouri, we are talking business. Your attitude is very impolite. Then I'll have to ask the vice president to come and talk to you." As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly, and he immediately put on a humble smile, as if the person on the other end could see it. "President, the other party is not cooperating, so we still need you to step in." The person on the other end of the phone only replied with a few words. "No." The call was then disconnected. Seeing that Su Chao was still standing calmly, Boss Jean thought to himself, "Let you pretend a little longer. You're just a 4th-tier martial artist. Wait until the vice president arrives, then we'll see how you keep up the act." The vice president is a 5th-level martial artist. Su Chao pouted and said, "Should I make another call and call your president over? Otherwise, it will be too much trouble to call everyone over one by one." Boss Jean glanced at him and said, "I hope you'll still be this arrogant then. Let you be arrogant for a while." At the same time, he began to doubt whether his subordinates had actually investigated the matter thoroughly. Does the other party really have no powerful backing? Look how calm he is. But now he's in a bind and can't just back down. To ease his tension,
expression, he took out another cigarette and lit it. Su Chao wasn't in a hurry. He chatted with Zhao Deju and the others, waiting for the so-called vice president to arrive, wanting to see what kind of person he really was. In a way, he really had a connection with the triads. I've been dealing with them since Zhang Mozi and then Wu Qining disappeared without a trace. Now that I changed my identity, they've actually come knocking on my door again. It seems this is truly an ill-fated relationship that's hard to break. A few minutes passed. The sound of car engines finally came from outside the door, and everyone turned around to see 3 cars slowly driving into the warehouse. After the first car came to a stop, the people inside quickly got out and ran to the middle car, opening the door. A middle-aged man wearing a black shirt stepped out of the car. His hair was slicked back and shiny. Jean, with his mouth full of yellow teeth, quickly stepped forward. Vice President, it's my fault for not doing a good job. I'm sorry to have troubled you. The middle-aged man in the black shirt glanced at Boss Jean, then turned to look at Su Chao. You are Mr. M.O.? You don't agree with our proposal? In this apocalyptic world, people die every day. Money is important, but life is more important. Su Chao did not answer him. Instead, he walked towards him step by step. The triad members tried to block his way, but the man in the black shirt raised his hand to stop them. Su Chao took a few steps like that. I don't want to watch the other person putting on airs anymore. He suddenly appeared in front of the other person in a flash, and before the other person could react, he grabbed his neck. Looking at the mixture of surprise and fear in his eyes, he asked in a calm tone, "Are you teaching me how to do things? What kind of class is this?" They lack the ability, but they certainly have a grand display. Anyone who didn't know better would think a grandmaster had arrived. Everyone around seemed to be frozen in place, and the scene fell into an eerie stillness. The triad members stared incredulously at Su Chao and the vice president, who was being held tightly by him and struggling. They felt this must be an illusion. The vice president was a 5th-level martial artist. How could he be subdued by that guy in one move? This vice president is definitely a fake. Especially Boss Jean, whose eyes were filled with deep terror. Didn't that information say that old M.O. only had the strength of a 4th-level martial artist? You fucking call this guy a 4th-tier martial artist? Isn't this tantamount to trying to kill me? If I manage to get back alive today, I'll tear him to pieces. At this moment, Zhao Deju and the others also showed shock. This was the first time they had witnessed their boss's strength firsthand. Previously, they could only guess at it from the monster corpses. Although I knew the boss was terrifying, his strength was just too terrifying. 5th-level martial artists were like chickens in his hands, completely at his mercy. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Su Chao continued his questioning. You triads are trying to rob me? Speak up. Why aren't you answering me? He raised his left hand and gave the other person 2 resounding slaps. The middle-aged man in the black shirt turned bright red, even purplish, staring at Su Chao with the eyes of someone looking at a demon. He was internally screaming in despair. Let me go, you fucking idiot. How am I supposed to answer you now? Su Chao seemed to realize that the other person couldn't speak, so he put him on the ground. The middle-aged man in the black shirt gasped for breath as soon as he landed, never having felt the air taste so sweet. After catching his breath, he finally came to his senses, but the fear in his eyes had not yet faded. His voice trembled as he said, Mr. M.O., this is truly a misunderstanding. It's all the fault of these damned bastards. I will explain to you. Please give me a chance. I'll give you 2 minutes to see if I can see your sincerity. The man in the black shirt walked up to Boss Jean and stared at him menacingly. I trusted you and entrusted you with full authority over this territory, but you betrayed me and harmed me. Jean Lauda looked dejected, a far cry from his previous arrogant and domineering self. He was trembling like a leaf, and seeing the vice president's expression, he knew he was doomed. But he still wanted to make one last desperate attempt. Vice President, please listen to me. Before he could finish speaking, the other person slapped him on the forehead. The other person's head shattered like a watermelon. The scene was horrific. Jean Lauda ended his life in terror and remorse. The man in the black shirt turned around, ready to commend the other party, when he suddenly saw Su Chao taking pictures of the scene of killing Boss Jean with his mobile phone. He was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Su Chao explained, Vice President, you committed violence and murdered human martial artists in the base city. The evidence is conclusive. I have the obligation and the right to arrest you. If you resist, you may be killed without exception. The man in the black shirt was dumbfounded. Okay, is this how you play it? The man in the black shirt stared coldly at Su Chao with a gloomy expression. Boss Missouri, you have absolutely no sense of the rules when it comes to doing things. Su Chao was taken aback for a moment, then asked in return, are you sure you're okay? Do you think I'm going to follow rules with you thugs? A fierce glint flashed in the black-shirt man's eyes as he glared at him menacingly. Boss Missouri, do you really think I'm easy to bully? I only respect that you are a strong person and don't want to make enemies with you. Do you really think my triad is afraid of you? Our president is also a 6th-level expert, and he has the support of a Grandmaster-level expert behind him. Let's consider this a misunderstanding. It was caused by that guy with the yellow teeth. I just explained it to you. Besides, defeating me easily is not difficult, but taking me down silently is unlikely. We are not far from the city defense forces,
and alerting them will not benefit anyone.
From now on, I will keep my men in check and prevent them from harassing Boss Missouri again.
This matter is over. Su Chao did not respond and fell silent.
The man in the black shirt thought he had convinced him, so he continued to try to save his life.
Of course, as an apology, I'm willing to offer 10 million. What do you think, Mr. M.O.?
Su Chao looked him over with great interest.
Are you done talking nonsense?
I hate you bunch of cowards who bully your own kind.
If you're so capable, go hunt monsters in the wilderness. What's the point of bullying the weak?
And you all dress so respectably. They are not afraid of the authorities when they commit evil, but when they are in danger, they think of relying on the authorities to save their lives.
They are utterly shameless. He stared into the eyes of the man in the black shirt and asked in a cold voice, the Grandmaster behind the president you mentioned, could he be someone from heaven?
Seeing the other person's pupils shrink, it seemed they had gotten the answer they wanted.
You can leave now. Don't waste my time. The man in the black shirt understood from Su Chao's tone that things wouldn't end well today. He immediately grabbed two of his men and threw them at Su Chao.
He then turned and fled out of the warehouse. He figured that as long as he escaped the warehouse, Su Chao wouldn't dare to make a move, and he would be able to save his life. However, before he even reached the warehouse entrance, a figure suddenly blocked his way from the side. He hurriedly pulled out his weapon from his spatial ring, ready to fight to the death. The other party gave a wicked smile. The next moment, he felt his neck being grabbed by the other person's large hand, and his whole body was lifted high into the air.
Here we go again. What kind of twisted pleasure is this neck pinching?
He was about to brandish his weapon and fight back. He then heard the sound of bones breaking, and his whole body went limp instantly. His neck had been snapped. Su Chao threw the body on the ground like trash. He didn't want it to be too bloody, so he chose this quick and deadly method. The surrounding triad members turned ashen-faced when they saw the usually revered figure, a vice chairman, killed in an instant.
The person in front of me is a ruthless killer. They all collapsed to their knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Boss, spare us. We were forced into it. Joining the triads was out of our choice.
Su Chao coldly surveyed the large group of people kneeling before him. Only those who are valuable will live.
Whoever tells me who has the most intelligence in your organization will survive.
Everyone rushed to share all the information they knew, afraid that if they were a step behind, someone else would beat them to it and they would become useless. In a short time, Su Chao obtained a lot of information about the triads, and combined with what he had already learned, he had a general understanding of this organization. Unfortunately, none of these people were martial artists above the second rank. They were not core members, and information about them was limited. He shook his head inwardly. He had acted too quickly. However, the other party was simply too much for him to bear. Judging from the man in the black shirt's reaction, he knew that this triad must have some connection with the Heavenly Kingdom organization. I was just worried about not finding a breakthrough. This is practically delivered right to my doorstep. However, he did not intend to make a move now, as the fear of being unable to do so resurfaced. My master once described the organizational structure of the Heavenly Kingdom. There is at least one Grandmaster hidden in Shanghai base city, and the person in charge here is even stronger, most likely an 8th Order Grandmaster.
To rashly approach them with one's current strength would undoubtedly be suicidal. Let's wait a little longer.
After all, his own strength is still improving rapidly. His gaze fell on the dozen or so people kneeling on the ground, who were trembling with fear and unease. Su Chao pointed to two of them, then turned to Zhao Dizhu beside him and gave him instructions.
Except for these two, break the arms and legs of everyone else.
The two people who were just named were the most crucial in providing intelligence. Hearing this, they felt as if they had been granted a pardon, while the faces of the others immediately turned ashen. Upon hearing his boss's order, Zhao Dizhu waved his hand without hesitation, and several of his men grabbed sticks and began smashing the others. A series of screams suddenly erupted inside the warehouse. They dared not resist, for the evil spirit was present, and anyone who dared to resist would only face one fate, being killed on the spot. Apart from the two who had rendered meritorious service, everyone else had their arms and legs broken and lay on the ground screaming and howling in agony. Sweating profusely, Zhao Dizhu ran up to Su Chao and reported, "Boss, it has been handled as you requested." Su Chao nodded, very satisfied with Zhao Dizhu's decisive execution of orders. Their gazes fell once again on the two survivors whose limbs had been preserved. "You two, take all your men away, but leave the vice president's body behind." The two nodded in agreement quickly. Then, the people whose hands and feet had been broken were carried into the cars one by one, and finally, Boss Jin's body was put into the trunk of one of the cars. They also carefully cleaned up the marks on the ground. He then looked at Su Chao with a pleading expression. Seeing him nod, the two hurriedly got into the car. One person drove a car, started the engine, and drove away quickly, as if death was chasing after them. Until the two cars disappeared from sight, Zhao Dizhu stood beside Su Chao with a hesitant expression on his face. "Ask anything you want to ask." Seeing that his boss was about to speak, Zhao Dizhu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Boss, why are you letting these people go?" Su Chao looked at his capable assistant and asked in return, "If you were one of those two people, and you publicly revealed a large amount of organizational secrets, and found that all the other people who knew about it were powerless to fight fight back, what would you do? Zhao Dezhu pondered for a moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked sharply at Su Chao, replying, the boss means that those two will take the opportunity to eliminate all the remaining people, then find a place to hide and will never return to the triads. In this way, we can get rid of everyone through their hands without getting our own hands dirty. Su Chao shook his head and smiled. Who knows? It's just a possibility. Human nature is complex, and it doesn't matter what choices they make, since they pose no threat to me anyway. After saying that, he walked over to the man in the black shirt and took the spatial ring from his hand. He casually put the corpse into his spatial ring. As Zhao Dezhu watched his boss's retreating figure, he felt increasingly terrified of him. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but his scheming was also incredibly deep. Su Chao turned to Zhao Dezhu and said, clean up the warehouse. I'm going to stay at a hotel. Call me if you need anything. In addition, give everyone who just laid a hand on us an extra 100,000 yuan bonus. Since they've already started fighting, they're all on our side now, and I never mistreat my own people. Cheers erupted in the warehouse. 100,000 yuan was a substantial sum for them. Zhao Dezhu nodded in response, okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Su Chao casually tossed him a spatial ring, saying, there's a bottle of tier 3 gene potion and some chi and blood potions inside. Quickly improve your strength. Dezhu, don't be timid when doing things for me. If you're in the right, just do it boldly. With me backing you up, what's there to be afraid of? Zhao Dezhu took the spatial ring with both hands as if he were holding a priceless treasure, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. His eyes were red and brimming with tears, but he held them back. He straightened his back, his voice choked with emotion as he looked at Su Chao. Yes, boss, I've got it. A scholar will die for one who understands him. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu would probably carry out Su Chao's order to kill someone without hesitation. After leaving the warehouse, Su Chao checked the time. It was almost noon. He decided to find a restaurant nearby to get something to eat. As he walked, he looked up and saw a restaurant, Laifu Restaurant. Isn't this the shop opened by Zhou Wanfu, whom he had secretly dealt with? He then stepped inside. Putting aside the fact that Zhou Wanfu offended him, this restaurant has a pretty good reputation in the neighborhood, and the dishes are very tasty. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was packed with people. There were no seats available. Zhou Wanfu really brought this upon himself. He failed to manage such a good business properly, and as a result, others were able to reap the benefits. Su Chao planned to eat at a different restaurant, but he was never used to queuing for food. Just then, he heard someone call his name. Mr. M.O. He turned around and couldn't help but smile. He thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be them. 4 young people were sitting by the window. Several dishes were already laid out on the table, but they hadn't started eating yet, probably because not all the dishes had been served. The leader was waving at him, and when he stood up, he quickly came over to greet him. Mr. M.O., it really is you. That's wonderful. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Su Chao asked, is this your team? You must be Mu Ziyu? This person was the Storm Squad member he had casually rescued in Sourcewater City a month ago when he returned to Starsea Base City from Dawn Base City. He was also Mu Ziyan's brother. Mu Ziyu was surprised that the other party still remembered his name, and said excitedly, yes, Mr. M.O., it's a pleasure to see you again. Are you here to eat too? If you don't mind, come over and sit with us at the same table. We have always wanted to thank you for saving everyone in the Storm Squad, but we have been unable to find any news about you. It's so nice to meet you here today. Please make sure we have a chance to express our gratitude. Seeing their sincerity, Su Chao nodded in agreement. Since we're all eating anyway, what difference does it make where we eat? Besides, he hadn't left the base city for half a month, so he could take this opportunity to get some information from Mu Ziyu and the others. When Mu Ziyu saw that Su Chao agreed, he was overjoyed and quickly stepped aside to invite him over. When the members of the Storm Squad saw that their captain had invited Mr. M.O., they all stood up to offer him a seat. They greeted each other with a bow. Hello, Mr. M.O. They were filled with gratitude for their savior. If it weren't for him, almost everyone except Captain Mu Ziyu would have died. Chen Feng, in particular, was even prepared to die at that time. Su Chao waved his hand. Everyone, don't be so polite. Humans are already at a disadvantage when facing powerful monsters. If we don't support each other, I'm afraid there's really no hope. If someone else had said that, the group might have thought he was putting on airs. But upon hearing him say that, everyone was filled with respect, because he proved himself through concrete actions, not just empty slogans. Mr. M.O., you are truly a man of great righteousness. Seeing that it was inconvenient for everyone to stand, Su Chao invited them to sit down. Mu Ziyu called the waiter over again and ordered a lot more dishes. While waiting for the food, the group started chatting. Did you ever visit Jinsui City afterward? When Mu Ziyu and the others heard the question, they exchanged glances, and finally Mu Ziyu answered. Mr. M.O., it seems you haven't been to Yuanshui City for quite some time, have you? Su Chao looked at him with a puzzled expression. What happened over there? Mu Ziyu explained. Half a month ago, some human powerhouse massacred the monsters in the south, north and east districts of Yuanshui City. Almost all the monsters of the 4th rank and above in these districts were wiped out, including the 6th rank overlord monsters. This enraged the dominant monster in the central district of Yuanshui City, the Thunder Eagle, a peak 6th tier monster. It hunted down human hunters everywhere it saw, and as a result, several hunting teams were unlucky and were completely slaughtered by it. After that, ordinary teams no longer dared to easily enter Yuanshui City. Su Chao felt somewhat embarrassed. If I'm not mistaken, the powerful figure Mu Ziyu was referring to was probably himself. He hadn't expected that Thunderhawk to hold a grudge like that. Is it really necessary to hold such a grudge after killing just a few of its henchmen? Su Chao asked in confusion. Didn't any other powerful humans step in to kill it? How could it be so rampant? Mu Ziyu exclaimed. How could there not be? Several human experts at the peak of the 6th rank have tried to defeat him, but that guy is too cunning. He flies into the sky whenever he can't win. Those powerful beings couldn't fly, so they could only watch helplessly as it provoked them from the air, and the matter was left unresolved. Su Chao pressed further. Why didn't the Grandmasters above the 7th rank make a move? Grandmasters can fly, it shouldn't be able to escape. Well, Mu Ziyu hesitated, stopping halfway through her sentence. Is there some hidden story? Mu Ziyu hesitated for a moment. After all, he owed the other party a great favor, but finally spoke up. I also asked the elders in my family, and they said that this is a unified order issued by the human high command. Experts above the Grandmaster level are not allowed to attack monsters below the 7th rank unless the other party makes the first move, except during a beast tide. Just keep this to yourselves, don't spread it around, lest it dampen the morale of human warriors. The members of the Storm Squad were hearing this rule for the first time, and their faces immediately turned ugly. This order sounded extremely unfair, almost like being forced to sign a humiliating treaty. Su Chao was also hearing this rule for the first time, and his brows furrowed. This rule is estimated to be only communicated to those who have reached the Grandmaster level or higher. Neither his teacher nor his Grandmaster told him, clearly believing that he was still far from becoming a 7th level Grandmaster and fearing that knowing in advance would have a negative impact on him. This single order is enough to show how difficult the human condition is today. Everyone fell silent. The topic was too heavy, and the atmosphere was somber. Su Chao's eyes turned cold, and he silently vowed in his heart, Laying, your death is near. I never expected this Thunderhawk to be so rampant. Taking advantage of the fact that human 7th level Grandmasters cannot take action, and also because it can fly, it hunts human martial artists around the vicinity of Yuanshui City. However, he had fought against this peak 6th tier Thunder Eagle before, and it was indeed very strong. Its lightning-type ability made its attack power extremely fierce. With its extremely high flight speed, it's true that very few 6th tier martial artists could take it down without a Grandmaster's intervention. Ultimately, those human martial artists killed by it were also implicated by it to some extent. His original intention was to clear out the monsters of level 4 and above in Yuanshui City so that it could become a training ground for low and mid-level martial artists in Shanghai base city. Unexpectedly, this resulted in casualties for several squads. The law of cause and effect is truly mysterious. Every sip and every bite has its echo. The dishes were served quickly, and everyone prepared to eat, with the atmosphere gradually becoming lively. Mu Ziyu suggested having some drinks and toasting him a few times, and the members of the Storm Squad all agreed. Su Chao didn't refuse. After all, with his current strength, drinking a little alcohol wouldn't have much impact on his subsequent actions. This is no ordinary wine. It is a spirit wine that Mu Ziyu bought at a high price. It is made by adding spiritual ingredients and has a good taste. Drinking it can also help martial artists cultivate. The meal lasted for almost an hour before everyone gradually dispersed. After parting ways with Mu Ziyu and the others, Su Chao returned to his usual hotel, booked a room, and planned to rest well at noon before meeting the Thunder Eagle in the afternoon. East Ward, Zhenshui City. In a dilapidated room, a spatial passage suddenly appeared, and a burly young man dressed in gray emerged from it. That person was Su Chao, who was disguised as Lao Mo. He left a spatial imprint here before he left last time, which is why he was able to appear directly this time. Moreover, he discovered that after advancing to the 6th rank, the distance of spatial travel increased significantly. Now it can travel about 100 kilometers at a time. In the past, he needed to make 4 trips to get from Shanghai base city to Yuanshui City, but now it only takes 2. He activated his Eye of Truth and prepared to carefully examine his surroundings. After a martial artist's realm is improved, their detection range also increases significantly, now reaching a maximum of about 20 kilometers. It covers the entire Yuanshui City, greatly improving efficiency. After about several dozen breaths, Su Chao finally figured out the situation in Yuanshui City. When he used to hunt monsters in the East District, he could clear out about 80% of the monsters of level 4 and above. But now he has discovered that the number has increased significantly, clearly indicating that they have migrated from elsewhere. The situation in the South and North districts was similar. Many of the monsters of the 4th rank and above had recovered during the time he was not hunting them. However, it was still significantly inferior to the Western and Central regions, which he had never hunted before. Currently, there are only 3 Tier 6 monsters remaining in the entire Source City area.
One of them is in the West District, and the other two are in the Central District.
His target this time was one of the peak 6th tier Thunder Eagles. At this moment, the Thunder Eagle was playing with another 6th tier flying monster in a small lake in the central area.
Su Chao cursed inwardly, thinking to himself, this guy is living a really comfortable life.
I'll show you what I'm capable of in a moment.
He indeed did not detect any trace of human martial artists in the vicinity.
He guessed that, as Mu Ziyu said, everyone had avoided this place because this Thunder Eagle was quite troublesome. Or perhaps the city's leadership is planning how to deal with it, since they can't let it run rampant forever, otherwise it would severely damage the hunter's morale. However, this is actually a good thing for Su Chao, as he can now get started without worry.
After confirming that the surrounding area is safe, he initiated space travel.
They instantly appeared in the central area, inside a dilapidated villa on the lakeshore not far from the small lake. This villa was a lakeside villa that only the wealthy could afford before the Nirvana era. It is less than 2 kilometers away from Thunder Eagle. At this distance, he could easily use teleportation to appear directly in front of the opponent and launch a surprise attack. He planned to meditate and recuperate here first, returning to his peak condition. This Thunder Eagle was not easy to deal with. The battle that followed was bound to be fierce. At the same time, he was also secretly observing the two monsters in the lake. The creature playing with the Thunder Eagle was a monster that looked like a white crane and was at the early stage of the 6th rank. It is about 3 meters long, slightly smaller than a Thunder Eagle. Its pure white feathers are particularly dazzling in the sunlight, and a tuft of fiery red feathers grows on the top of its slender neck, making it look exceptionally beautiful.
It's amazing that two different kinds of monsters can have so much fun.
However, it cannot be denied that Lei Ying has a good eye. At this moment, the two monsters are playing in the center of the lake, creating ripples on the water, a moment of deep affection. Su Chao finished meditating and adjusted his breathing, then slowly stood up and stretched his limbs. A sly smile played at the corners of his lips.
Little guy, I have a surprise for you later.
He took the S-grade longsword out of the small cave. At the same time, he activated the advanced martial skill, Invincible Glazed Body, and his body was immediately enveloped in a layer of crystal clear glazed light.
Blessed by the lapis lazuli body,
he absolutely dared not be careless in the face of this 6th tier peak lightning eagle with lightning type abilities.
Everything is ready.
He instantly teleported to a 0.1 meter above the two monsters in the center of the lake, and swung his long sword in a swift motion.
These two powerful 6th tier monsters were indeed extraordinary.
As soon as Su Chao appeared, they were keenly sensed, and the feathers on their bodies immediately bristled as they assumed a defensive stance. The Thunder Eagle's enormous wings spread rapidly, attempting to tightly envelop its body, with purple lightning flashing among its feathers.
It thought Su Chao's first attack would be aimed at it.
However, Su Chao's actions surprised it greatly, and the long sword did not strike it. Instead, it stirred up ripples in space and slashed at the neck of the early-stage 6th tier white crane beside it. Although the feathers on the white crane's neck offered some resistance, they were still instantly severed in two by this S-class longsword. Blood gushed out, splattering everywhere. The surrounding lake water was instantly dyed bright red, and the white crane's carcass floated softly on the surface. The feathers on the Thunder Eagle's body were also splattered with large patches of blood. This sudden turn of events stunned it. Its partner, who had been so affectionate just moments before, was now a broken corpse. However, Su Chao wouldn't give it any time to dawdle. He swiftly dodged the blood splattered by the white crane, and in a flash appeared above Lei Ying's head, slashing down with his long sword.
Advanced martial skill Void Soul Splitter activated. Thunder Eagle sensed a deadly threat and instinctively used its lightning-encircled wings to protect the vital area above its head.
The sound of metal clashing against bone echoed in my ears. Immediately afterwards, water splashed everywhere. The S-rank longsword failed to break through the Thunder Eagle's defense as expected. This guy's defensive capabilities were truly monstrous. Feathers and bones tempered by lightning over a long period of time have hardness almost comparable to S-class weapons. The longsword only severed a dozen or so feathers from its wings, leaving only a few tiny bloodstains on its bones.
There is no doubt that it was injured, but the injury was extremely limited. Its body was cleaved into the lake by the immense force unleashed from Su Chao's longsword.
Centered on Lei Ying's body, the lake water was suddenly blasted open, and the resulting waves spread rapidly in all directions, creating a series of large waves. Although this strike failed to seriously injure Lei Ying, Su Chao immediately withdrew his sword. He teleported to the shore. The wisps of purple lightning that spread from the blade extended to his body, and then glass-like patterns appeared on his body, completely dissolving the erosion of these lightning bolts. Su Chao was very satisfied with the defensive power of the glassy body. This not only neutralizes the power of lightning but also dissipates the force of the backlash, which is why he activated the invincible glass body from the very beginning. During their last encounter, his right hand was in excruciating pain due to the force of the recoil. He looked up at the center of the lake.
This Thunder Eagle was indeed troublesome.
Even when it was hovering on the surface of the water, Su Chao was unable to find a fatal flaw in it using his Eye of Truth. We must wait until it leaves the lake and takes flight before observing its abdomen abdomen and other parts for any flaws or fatal weaknesses. Hiss! Bah! A huge figure suddenly burst out from beneath the surface of the lake, soaring into the sky and splashing water everywhere. A colossal creature with a wingspan exceeding 8 meters appeared in the sky. As expected of the ruler of the skies, his power is terrifying. Thunder Eagle shook its wings, shaking off the lake water. Its eyes searched everywhere for that damned human figure. His eyes were filled with endless rage. This treacherous and vicious creature actually attacked and killed its mate while it was in the throes of passion. This dealt a heavy blow to the eagle and cast a deep psychological shadow on it. It vowed to find the other, tear him to pieces, and swallow him whole. A chilling glint flashed in his eagle eyes. On the shore, it locked onto the other's figure. Looking at the majestic Thunder Eagle soaring through the sky, Suchao thought to himself, how wonderful it would be if I could take it as my mount. But he quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. He raised his long sword, aimed at Lei Ying, and swung it twice. How could Lei Ying tolerate this damned human provoking him? Moreover, it recognized this person as the murderer who had massacred its men in Yuanchue City half a month ago. New grudges combined with old ones fueled his raging anger. It moved at top speed, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, heading straight for Suchao. When it was about 100 meters away, it opened its mouth and spewed out several bolts of lightning. Seeing Lei Ying's fierce attacks, Suchao's fighting spirit soared. This was his first battle after advancing to the 6th level martial artist. He rarely encountered such a formidable opponent and was eager to fully test his strength. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The lightning bolts spewed by the Thunder Eagle struck the spot where Suchao had just been standing. Boom boom! A violent roar resounded, and many dark craters were blasted into the ground on the shore, with faint arcs of electricity flickering at the edges of the craters. Suchao appeared in another location, watching this scene, and secretly marveled at how powerful Lei Ying's lightning attack was. Even with his S-grade armor and the perfected glassy body, he could hardly withstand its continuous bombardment. He had carefully observed the Thunder Eagle with his eye of truth while it was taking off. The Thunder Eagle's abdomen does indeed have a fatal weakness, but its sharp claws protect it, making it difficult to penetrate. The eagle's eye on its head is also a fatal point, but it is protected by the sharp beak that can release lightning, making it difficult to strike easily. For now, let's take advantage of its anger to deplete its lightning power. There's no need for a direct confrontation. The lightning released by the Thunder Eagle can be used for both long-range and close-range attacks, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Suchao's figure kept flashing by on the shore. Lei Ying was furious. He hadn't expected this human to be so strange and fast, even faster than himself. He couldn't catch his movements at all. Since physical attacks were ineffective, it could only resort to ranged lightning strikes. Whenever Suchao was spotted, the lightning breath was immediately unleashed, and a bolt of lightning struck down. And so, the small lake in the center of Yuanchue City became a fierce battlefield between a man and an eagle, and was scorched by lightning. Suchao sometimes deliberately appears among the monsters that come running at the sound of his voice. The enraged Thunder Eagle attacked indiscriminately, intimidating and sending away waves of monsters. This frightened the other monsters, who fled in all directions upon hearing the sound. Suchao activated his S-class ability, Essence Absorption, continuously absorbing essence from the corpses of dead monsters to replenish his own energy. He maintained his peak condition for several minutes. At this moment, Suchao felt that the intensity of Lei Ying's lightning attacks had significantly weakened, and the frequency of attacks was also much lower than at the beginning. He stopped and shouted mockingly at Lei Ying, "Hey, big guy, your stamina's not good." Thunder Eagle seemed to understand his taunt, letting out a screech, and launching another lightning attack. In truth, Lei Ying was also quite helpless. When facing a human martial artist with monstrous spatial abilities like Suchao, other peak 6th tier martial artists would never have it as easy as they did now, and would even be forced into a sorry state. It flies extremely fast, and its lightning attacks are swift and fierce. Most peak 6th tier martial artists are no match for it unless several people join forces to attack it. A few minutes later, Suchao felt the time was about right. He estimated that the intensity of Thunder Eagle's lightning attack was now less than 1/10 of its initial intensity. So he stopped using teleportation to dodge and instead got into a fighting stance, holding his knife in one hand, ready to fight it head-on. Seeing that the annoying human had finally stopped running away and assumed a fighting stance, the Thunderhawk ceased its lightning attacks. That frenzied barrage had drained its energy. Its two eagle eyes gleamed with an excited, cold light, and its sharp claws faintly emitted the light of lightning. With a flap and fold of its wings, its speed increased once again. It transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Suchao. As the Thunderhawk watched the hateful human figure grow larger and larger in its pupils, it already imagined tearing the creature to shreds with its sharp claws. However, when they were less than 50 meters away, the figure suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Thunder Eagle felt a terrifying blade intense slashing down from above, and it instinctively used its wings to protect its body. Jingle, jingle! Suchao slashed twice, striking Lei Ying, who crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater and sending dust flying. A moment later, a huge figure shot out from the pit. Just as they emerged from the crater, a figure wielding a knife suddenly appeared amidst the dust and smoke and swung the knife down once more. Lei Ying managed to block it with his talons, but his body was still sent flying, crashing into a group of trees. Su Chao possesses the Eye of Truth, and the dust does not affect his vision at all. On the contrary, it gives him an advantage, so he will not let this opportunity slip by. Thunder Eagle reacted quickly, and the attack did not cause fatal damage. In terms of strength, Su Chao, with the boost from the Void Soul-splitting slash at the perfect realm, has already slightly surpassed Lei Ying. After knocking Lei Ying away, Su Chao did not stop attacking. Just as Lei Ying was about to turn the tables, he was met with another wave of frenzied attacks from Su Chao. Su Chao chopped off its feathers, leaving streaks of blood, making it look extremely pitiful. Su Chao, who was launching a fierce attack, suddenly sensed danger and immediately teleported away, appearing 2 kilometers away. A spectacular scene unfolded before his eyes. Centered on the Thunder Eagle, countless feathers shot out like sharp arrows, indiscriminately attacking everything around it. Houses, trees, and even 2 arriving 5th-tier monsters were easily pierced and cut by the sharp feathers. Su Chao let several feathers that flew towards him hit him, feeling that each feather burst out with an attack power no less than that of a 6th-level arrow, and its penetrating power was no less than that of an S-level arrow. Even at such a distance, its power remains immense. Su Chao was secretly shocked, never expecting Lei Ying to possess such a unique skill. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been seriously injured. He looked toward where Lei Ying was and saw a huge figure spread its wings and soar into the sky. It was Lei Ying. However, it was in a sorry state at this moment. Most of its beautiful feathers had already fallen off, leaving only a few scattered pieces to cover its vital parts. It looks comical, like a giant plucked chicken. His body was covered in bloodstains, and fresh blood kept dripping down. His breathing was much weaker than before. His former furious demeanor was gone, replaced by a look of fear in his eyes. As a peak 6th order rank, it already possesses considerable intelligence. When it was provoked by Su Chao earlier, it almost desperately wanted to kill him. But after sensing Su Chao's terror and difficulty, it realized that it was no match for that human at all, and if it stayed any longer, it would probably die here today. So it unleashed its strongest move, sacrificing its entire body of true feathers in an attempt to save its life. Its soaring figure did not fly towards Su Chao, but instead fled rapidly in the opposite direction. Su Chao's lips curled up slightly. If it had chosen to run away from the start, I might have had to expend more effort, and it might even have escaped. After all, this is a wilderness area, and if it flies towards a place where high-level monsters gather, I wouldn't dare to chase after it rashly. So his initial choice to kill the white crane was to provoke it, make it chase him relentlessly, and deplete its strength. Su Chao teleported twice in succession, appearing in front of the fleeing Lei Ying and blocking its path. Upon seeing this despicable human who had suddenly appeared before him, Lei Ying did not hesitate to open his mouth and unleash 2 bolts of lightning. Su Chao flashed and appeared above it, slashing down fiercely with his long sword. Void soul-splitting slash. All thoughts returned to silence. Lei Ying suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by a tremendous force that pierced his spirit, as if he had been slashed by something. Its body plummeted straight to the ground, and when it was halfway down, it regained its senses and frantically flapped its wings, trying to escape. But a sharp pain shot through his left wing, rendering him powerless, and his body tumbled and crashed to the ground. It knew it was badly injured, and its eyes became dull and lifeless. Su Chao's longsword struck the base of its wing. Without the protection of its true feathers, the blade pierced directly into its body, nearly severing the entire wing. However, he did not stop. With the help of the Eye of Truth, he captured the fact that the seriously injured Lei Ying was full of fatal flaws. He activated teleportation again, appearing beside its falling body, and thrust his long sword straight into its head, entering through its left eye and exiting through its right eye. Lei Ying, who was struggling to fall, suddenly froze and plummeted to the ground. Su Chao teleported back to the ground, slightly out of breath. In this lightning-fast exchange, he unleashed his full power, simultaneously employing 2 special abilities and activating 2 advanced martial arts techniques, resulting in a tremendous drain on his energy. Watching Lei Ying's corpse crash to the ground, with a loud boom, a deep crater appeared in the ground. Su Chao stared intently at the panel and noticed the numbers changing. First, the number of source points increased by 4988. At that moment, he was absolutely certain that Lei Ying was dead. They're really hard to kill. No wonder it has been able to dominate Yuanchue City for so long and thrive. If it weren't for the extremely rare spatial ability user like him, and the absence of a grandmaster, it would be very difficult for any martial artist to kill him. He looked excitedly at the abilities section on the panel. Special abilities: S-level Eye of Truth, S-level Essence Absorption, A-level Space Travel, A-level Small Cave Heaven, A-level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, B-level Mirror Copy. Upon seeing the addition of a lightning type ability, he couldn't help but smile. A-level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. It's actually an A rank. It's really powerful. There's a reason why this Thunder Eagle is so hard to kill. Instead of immediately testing his new ability, he flashed to the side of Thunder Eagle's corpse. Looking at the huge and tragic corpse, Su Chao sighed. A hegemon has fallen just like that. It's a pity about its feathers. feathers, they're top-grade materials for making S-class weapons and equipment. He put the corpse into the small cave heaven and used the Eye of Truth to collect the feathers that had fallen nearby. Then, he teleported to the center of the small lake and took the corpse of the 6th-tier white crane into his small grotto heaven. These are valuable resources and should not be wasted. The corpses of 6th-tier monsters are worth tens of millions, and those of thunder eagles are even more valuable. For Su Chao, the most important thing about the 6th-tier monster corpses is not selling them for money, but using them to quickly absorb essence and recover. He looked around and saw that the small lake in the center of Yuanshui City had been destroyed in a mess due to his fierce battle with Lei Ying. Everywhere were pitch-black craters formed by the thunderous strikes of the thunder eagle. The corpses of some monsters that were accidentally killed in the blast were scattered not far away. Su Chao walked over and collected the corpses of monsters of level 3 and above, while he completely disregarded those of level 2 and below. These worthless people don't deserve to stay in his little paradise. The commotion here is too great. If it attracts other high-level monsters, it will be troublesome. Who knows if this thunder eagle has a powerful monster backing it? With its innate abilities, it's definitely a strong monster. Just like genius martial artists among humans, wouldn't they be protected? With that thought, his figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the room of the lakeside villa he had been in before. He then opened a spatial passage and went inside. Not long after Su Chao left, a massive golden figure suddenly appeared above a small lake in the central area of Yuanshui City. Its wingspan was tens of meters long, and its feathers shimmered with a dazzling golden light under the sunlight. It also resembles an eagle, only magnified many times. When it appeared over the small lake, a sudden gust of wind arose, causing waves to rise on the lake's surface and even breaking several branches of the trees on the shore. Its appearance terrified the monsters in the central area of Zhenshui City, causing them to prostrate themselves on the ground in submission. The Beast King has descended, and all beasts bow down. The giant eagle's enormous eyes coldly surveyed everything below, including that devastated battlefield. A thoughtful look flashed in its sharp eagle eyes, then it let out a few clear cries. This was followed by a series of beast roars from below, along with a few occasional chirps. The giant eagle seemed to have received some kind of response, but its gaze remained fixed on a 5th-tier peak Vajra ape below. Its body suddenly shrank, turning into a golden eagle only 5 meters in size, which landed lightly beside the King Kong ape. Instantly, the monsters that were originally near the golden ape were blasted aside by the powerful aura. The golden giant eagle gently placed its claws on the trembling head of the 5th-tier peak Vajra ape, and its 2 huge eagle eyes slowly closed. A moment later, it reopened its eyes, its pupils gleaming with a cold light. The body of the peak 5th-tier Vajra ape gradually went limp and turned into a cold corpse. The giant eagle didn't look at the King Kong ape's corpse much, but instead looked up at the huge crater where the thunder eagle's corpse had fallen. Surprisingly, it then spoke broken human language from its enormous beak. The little eagle is dead, but it doesn't look like it was attacked by a human grandmaster. When did such a powerful 6th-tier martial artist emerge from the humans of Starseed Base City? According to the images in the King Kong ape's memory, that person seems to have awakened spatial abilities. No wonder eagle lost to him. I originally thought that the human grandmasters wouldn't make a move. With the little eagle's talent and strength, it would be safe to train it near the human base city and break through to the 7th rank faster. It seems we have no choice but to help it get revenge. Besides, we can't let such a monstrous space ability user among humans grow up. It grabbed the corpse of the 5th-tier peak Vajra ape with its claws and flew into the air. The moment it ascended, its body gradually returned to its original size. With a flap of its wings, it flew swiftly towards the Starseed Base City, Shanghai Base City, the very central area of District 1. Inside a grand and luxurious villa, Huo Yuan was sitting cross-legged, meditating and cultivating. Suddenly, the phone next to me rang. He frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. The caller ID showed it was Wang Lijian. Logically speaking, Wang Lijian is a major general in the garrison of the East Gate area, and he rarely calls him without going through a direct line of command unless there is an emergency. He picked up the phone, and a hurried voice came from the other end. Grandmaster Hua, a beast king of at least the 9th rank, has been detected approaching the Starseed Base City, requesting backup. What? Are you sure? Can you clarify whether it's a single beast king or a beast tide? How far are we from Shanghai Base City? Grandmaster Hua, who had been sitting cross-legged, immediately stood up, his expression becoming extremely solemn, and asked in return. On the other end of the phone, Wang Lijian quickly replied, "It's a lone beast king, a golden giant eagle. Detection shows that it flew from the direction of Yuanshui City and is currently less than 150 kilometers away from Shanghai Base City." Huo Yuan frowned slightly upon learning that the beast king was merely a golden giant eagle, but his expression relaxed somewhat. He muttered to himself, "That's that old guy deep in the Wui Mountains. What's gotten into him? I have to go and see for myself what's going on." After saying that, he quickly disappeared and headed towards the East Gate. After leaving Source Water City, the golden giant eagle flew rapidly through the sky towards Starseed Base City. Its awe-inspiring majesty made the monsters on the road tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. The human warriors scattered in all directions, watching in terror as the giant eagle disappeared into the distance. Many people hurriedly took out their phones to inform their family or friends. Rumors are flying in Starsea Base City. Some say it's a beast-tide attack, while others say a high-level beast king is going to attack Starsea Base City. Panic spread instantly. The panic gradually subsided only after the official statement refuted the rumors. When the golden giant eagle flew to within 50 kilometers of Starsea Base City, it suddenly stopped. A solemn expression appeared in the eagle's eyes as it stared at the human man in his Zhongshan suit who stood in midair directly in front of it. The man spoke calmly, "Eagle, where are you going?" The giant eagle actually spoke in broken human language. "Huo Jiu Yuan, you humans killed my descendant, you must hand him over." Huo Jiu Yuan frowned, puzzled. "Your descendant, the Thunderhawk of Yuanchue City, was killed? You mean a master from our human realm made a move?" The giant eagle was silent for a moment. "I'm not sure if he's a grandmaster, but judging from the footage I obtained, he easily killed my junior, so he is very likely a grandmaster." Huo Jiu Yuan took out a small black sphere from his spatial ring and handed it to the giant eagle. "This is our newly developed image condensation bead, which can be used to preserve the images you see using your mental power. Show me the image of the human you saw, and I can confirm whether it is a grandmaster. If it is, I will give you an explanation." After saying that, he threw the small black ball at the giant eagle. The giant eagle saw the object falling, but did not rush to catch it. A surge of energy emanated from its body, firmly fixing the condensing shadow pearl in place not far away. Then he used his subtle mental energy to probe further. Seeing its cautious demeanor, Huo Jiu Yuan couldn't help but mock, "Eagle, after all these years, you're still so afraid of death." The giant eagle ignored his taunts. After confirming there was no danger, he used his chi and blood to control the bead and keep it near his brow. After a moment's hesitation, it still managed to capture a scene from the mind of the golden ape. That was the scene seen by the Vajra ape on the ground when Su Chao used return of all thoughts to stillness high in the sky to strike the thunder eagle's back. Then, the giant eagle threw the shadow condensation pearl back to Huo Jiu Yuan. Huo Jiu Yuan took it and probed it with his spiritual power. When he saw the image, his pupils contracted slightly, and a look of shock flashed across his face, but he quickly concealed it. Huo Jiu Yuan looked up at the giant eagle. "Eagle, you can go back now. This person could never be a grandmaster. Your descendant was killed by a martial artist below the grandmaster level. He can only blame himself for his lack of strength. As long as it wasn't one of our grandmasters who made the move, it didn't violate the agreement between us and your clan, so I have no obligation to give you an explanation. We humans fight with you beastmen every day, and humans and beastmen die all the time. Do you have to come here to demand an explanation every time?" The giant eagle remained silent for a long time after hearing this. A tense atmosphere filled the air. Both sides are clearly at risk of conflict breaking out at any time. It noticed the change in Huo Jiu Yuan's expression and knew that the human martial artist who killed Lei Ying was not ordered by him. From the change in the other party's attitude, it became clear that Huo Jiu Yuan knew the martial artist who had awakened spatial abilities. Based on its understanding of Huo Jiu Yuan, the situation was far from clear. Since the other party knows that this space-type ability user killed his junior and did not violate the agreement between the two races, he certainly will not hand the person over. Even if it means fighting a great battle with myself, I'm willing to do it. The two have faced off more than once over the years, and neither has been able to defeat the other. The elders of the tribe once said that they should not start a full-scale war with humans for the time being, as they believed that the time was not yet ripe. After a moment, the giant eagle spoke. "Huo Jiu Yuan, I can give you face and not make you hand over that human, but he must return the body of my descendant." Huo Jiu Yuan sneered, "Old eagle, you're dreaming. If you want to fight me, just say so. Why should I hand over the spoils that others hunted with their own skills?" The giant eagle roared in fury. "Huo Jiu Yuan, do you really want to start a war with me?" With a flap of its wings, it instantly stirred up a gale, and its massive body faintly revealed terrifying energy. Huo Jiu Yuan, however, remained unshaken, standing firmly in the void. The atmosphere in the sky was tense, as if it could erupt at any moment. In the end, the giant eagle suppressed its murderous aura. "Huo Jiu Yuan, state your conditions. What do you want in return for the body of my descendant?" Huo Jiu Yuan calmly replied, "One longevity fruit." "Dream on." "Huo Jiu Yuan, I don't have that thing. Don't go too far." "Ha! Everyone says that your beast race has countless treasure mountains, yet you don't even have a longevity fruit. So what can you offer?" The giant eagle hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'll give you a 7th grade spiritual herb. That's already quite a generous offer." Huo Jiu Yuan pondered for a moment, not daring to push too hard, since humanity was indeed at a disadvantage in terms of strength at present. "All right, we'll meet in Zhenshue City tomorrow to exchange our information." After saying that, he turned and flew towards the base city. He had to get back to the base city quickly and find that brat. If he lost the body, that would be a huge problem. Despite his tough demeanor just now, he was actually panicking inside. He feared that if the negotiations broke down, the orcs would take the opportunity to to launch a beast tide to attack Starseed Base City. However, although the beastmen are strong, they are simply not on the same level as humans when it comes to cunning and strategy. Seeing the other party turn and leave, the giant eagle flapped its huge wings and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Shanghai Base City East Gate area. After returning from Yuanshui City, Su Chao went straight to the hotel where he was staying. Get ready to have a good rest. However, as soon as he came out of the bath, he sensed that something was wrong in the city. The guards at the East Gate were constantly being redeployed, as if a major battle was about to break out. He logged into the martial arts home forum and saw many martial artists discussing it. Some say a beast tide is coming, while others say a high-level beast king is preparing to attack Starseed Base City. Su Chao frowned. The last beast tide was only a few months ago, and it's coming again so soon? And there are high-level beast kings. Could it be another level 2 beast tide like the one last time? He quickly dressed and prepared to fight at any time. He then saw the official statement refuting the rumors, saying that the high-level beast king was just passing by and that citizens should not panic. This made Su Chao relax a little. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and took a look, and was immediately surprised. It was Master calling. What does Master want with him? Upon answering the phone, he asked with a smile, Master, what are your instructions? Huo Yuan asked in a serious tone, where are you now, kid? Hearing his master's tone, Su Chao stopped smiling. Master, what happened? I'm at a hotel in the East Gate area. Tell me your hotel room number, and stay there without moving. Su Chao sensed that his master's tone was unusually tense, so he quickly gave his room number. Huo Yuan hung up the phone after hearing this. Su Chao held his phone, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. What exactly happened? Why is my master looking for me? And he sounded very anxious. Could it be related to a high-level beast king? But what does a high-level beast king have to do with me? Unable to figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it, picked up the tea set, brewed a pot of tea, and quietly waited for his master to come over. Not long after, there was a knock on the hotel door. Su Chao got up and opened the door, and saw Huo Yuan standing there quietly in a Zhongshan suit. Su Chao greeted him with a smile. Master, you've arrived. Huo Yuan nodded indifferently and walked straight into the room. Su Chao sensed that his master's expression was somewhat strange, as if it carried a hint of questioning. He secretly wondered if he had made any major mistakes recently. Could it be that the murder of Zhou Wanfu and the vice president of the triads had been discovered? He shook his head and closed the door. He then quickly followed him inside, invited his master to sit down in the reception room, and poured him a cup of tea. Master, please have some tea. Huo Yuan nodded and accepted the tea Su Chao offered. After taking a sip, he stared straight at him. His eyes held a complex and unreadable expression, a mixture of shock and relief. He still finds it hard to believe that this young man, who is still just a student, could kill a beast that is about to advance to the 7th tier of Beast King. This scene gave Su Chao goosebumps all over his body. He thought to himself, this old guy is really inexplicable. At this moment, Huo Yuan finally spoke. You killed that thunder eagle from Yuanshui City? Su Chao felt a sudden jolt, and his hands, which were resting on his feet, involuntarily clenched tightly. But he still pretended not to know and asked, Thunder eagle? What thunder eagle? I've never killed one. Although Su Chao concealed it very well, Huo Yuan did not miss the subtle changes in his expression earlier. He stared at Su Chao quietly with a faint smile, as if waiting for his performance. Then, he took out a small black ball from his spatial ring and handed it to Su Chao. It was that shadow condensation pearl. Su Chao took the small black ball and looked at Huo Yuan with a puzzled expression. This is the shadow condensation pearl. Place it between your eyebrows and sense it with your mental power. Su Chao did not stick it directly as his master had instructed. Instead, he stopped 1 centimeter away from his brow, extended a wisp of spiritual energy into the black sphere, and carefully sensed it. Seeing how cautious he was, Huo Yuan was not displeased at all. On the contrary, he nodded to himself. In this world, only those who are sufficiently cautious and careful can survive long. Even with your closest relatives, you shouldn't completely trust them. The moment Su Chao's mental energy probed into the shadow condensation pearl, his pupils suddenly contracted and his body froze, because he saw that scene in the scene where he used all thoughts returned to stillness to cut off the wings on Lei Ying's back. My mind was filled with doubt. How could my master have this? Was he perhaps nearby at the time? He withdrew his mental energy and remained silent. Huo Yuan asked in a playful tone, still not admitting it? The knife you used to kill Lei Ying was the one Wang Lijian gave you. In addition, there's the disguise technique you used to save Wen Jieyu and her daughter, and your spatial ability to appear in the air. All these clues point to one fact, that burly young man in gray is you. Su Chao sighed inwardly, realizing he hadn't been careful enough. During his battle with Lei Ying, he discovered that his S-class longsword was not as heavy as the one Wang Lijian had given him. Since the Thunder Eagle has extremely strong defense, it is obviously more effective to use a heavier blade, so he switched to Wang Lijian's. Unexpectedly, I was seen through. Seeing that denial was hopeless, he smiled awkwardly and pointed to the shadow condensation pearl in his hand, asking, Master, where did this come from? It was given to me by a peak 9th tier beast king
Defying, a giant eagle. Su Chao suddenly realized. So it's an elder of that Thunderhawk? There were rumors before that a high-level beast king was going to attack Starsea Base City. Was that what they were talking about? Huo Jiuyuan nodded. Su Chao was a little embarrassed, not expecting that his every move would make Shanghai Base City so nervous. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Huo Jiuyuan continued, "Don't worry, I'm not here to interrogate you. On the contrary, I should thank you. You did not make a mistake. The mistake lies in the fact that humanity is too weak at present and has no choice but to compromise. That Thunder Eagle is very strong. It almost broke through to become a 7th-tier beast king. I sent several peak 6th-tier martial artists to hunt it down, but they failed to kill it. If it continues to slaughter low to mid-level martial artists near Yuanshui City for an extended period, it will severely damage the morale of the hunters in Shanghai Base City. So I really appreciate that you were able to solve it." Su Chao remained silent for a moment before finally asking, "Why did the human leadership order that experts at the Grandmaster level and above are prohibited from attacking monsters below the Beast King level?" Huo Jiuyuan sighed. "You already know about this? I was planning to tell you when you advanced to the 6th level martial artist, but it seems you have your own sources of information." He was silent for a moment, then spoke. "This is actually a reluctant compromise. After all, the current strength of humans is far inferior to that of the beastmen. Taking top-tier combat power as an example, not every base city in China has a powerhouse of level 9 or higher stationed there, because the number of top-tier powerhouses is limited, and within the territory of China, there are at least a dozen beast kings among the beast race. Our situation is relatively good. Humans are very united, and there are strong individuals who deter them, making them wary. Therefore, people's lives are relatively stable. However, in some regions of Earth, the gap in strength between the beastmen and humans is enormous. The surviving humans are actually kept by the beastmen and live an extremely miserable life, such as in Africa. Fortunately, the beastmen are not united and often clash over territory and resources. Coupled with the covetous eyes of the sea creatures, humans have been able to find a glimmer of hope in this predicament." Su Chao asked in confusion, "Beastmen, sea creatures?" Huo Jiuyuan explained, "After the psionic tide erupted, the monsters continued to evolve. Monsters of the 1st to 3rd tiers had relatively low intelligence, but monsters of the 4th tier and above already possessed considerable wisdom. When monsters advance to the 7th rank and become beast kings, their intelligence is barely comparable to that of ordinary humans, and most of them can learn human language and communicate. Moreover, as their level increases, their intelligence also becomes stronger, even rivaling that of humans. Until the emergence of the Beast King, a being equivalent to a human surpassing the 9th rank, they began to build their own forces. At this point, they no longer see themselves as savage monsters, but as a group with a simple hierarchy, negotiating or communicating with humans in the name of the group. Those on land are called beastmen, and those in the ocean are called seamen." Su Chao listened quietly to his master's explanation, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He had never imagined that the difference in strength between humans and beastmen was so vast. When he heard that humans in some parts of Earth had been kept as captives by monsters, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The teachers were simply explaining the survival status of humans on Earth, and everyone naturally assumed that human life in all places was similar to that in the various base cities of China. But reality is far crueler than imagined. He speculated that the information was not made public, perhaps to avoid dampening people's morale in the fight against the monster. He couldn't help but imagine, since the beginning of the Nirvana era, how much effort have the ancestors of the Chinese people made to fight for the dignified survival they enjoy today, and how many have perished in the wilderness. China has never been a civilization that easily submits. Huo Jiuyuan had no idea that Su Chao was having 1,000 thoughts running through his mind in that instant. He asked solemnly, "Is the corpse of that Thunderhawk still on you?" Su Chao came to his senses. "That 9th-tier giant eagle came because of the corpse?" Huo Jiuyuan shook his head and said, "Not entirely. It must have searched the minds of the surviving mid-level monsters in Sourcewater City and found out that you are a rare spatial ability user. It wants me to hand you over so it can eliminate you before you grow stronger. But I took a firm stance, and that's when they changed their mind and only asked for the corpse." Su Chao was very surprised. "Can it also search for battle scenes from the consciousness of other monsters?" Huo Jiuyuan cautioned, "Some powerful individuals possess special abilities that allow them to search the memories of others or monsters, so you must be more cautious in your actions in the future. Although you can disguise yourself and be difficult for ordinary people to detect, the martial arts skills, weapons, smells and habits you use may expose your identity. The abilities of awakened superhumans are incredibly diverse. Some of their abilities are not particularly strong in combat, but they excel in other areas." Su Chao nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. Huo Jiuyuan hesitated for a moment, but still asked curiously, "Just what kind of strength do you have, kid, to actually kill Thunder Eagle?" Su Chao scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I just broke through to the 5th level martial artist not long ago." Huo Jiuyuan laughed out of anger, "You cunning brat, if you don't want to talk, fine, but why try to fool this old man like me? If you were only a 5th
5th level martial artist, even if you had spatial abilities to get close to the Thunder Eagle, you wouldn't be able to break through its defenses at all.
Su Chao gave an awkward laugh. It's true that a powerful person like my master is not easy to fool. He could only argue, I meant the peak of the 5th rank. Actually, I launched a sneak attack first and injured it. After it was enraged, I kept using my spatial abilities to dodge, deliberately, dragging it out and depleting its lightning power. Only when its lightning power was almost exhausted did I engage it in close combat.
The process was quite dangerous. I was almost injured several times, and it was only with great difficulty that I managed to kill it. Su Chao recounted to Huo Zhou half-truthfully, how he hunted down the Thunder Eagle.
Huo Zhou frowned and pondered for a moment, thinking that given the abnormality of his spatial ability, this was indeed a possibility.
He stared at Su Chao with a complex and shocked look in his eyes. Your cultivation speed is insane.
So when we last met, your strength must have been more than just level 4, right? Su Chao could only give an awkward laugh.
Yes, I was already a 5th level martial artist back then.
Huo Zhou sighed.
No wonder you were able to easily kill a 5th level martial artist last time, and even fight Huang Lingshi to a standstill, and even cut off one of his hands. I thought he was just careless at the time. However, your method of concealing your martial arts level is indeed brilliant. Even I didn't notice it.
Su Chao thought to himself, it would be strange if you could detect it.
I used the panel to cover it up. The panel thing is something that a civilization like Earth can't explain at all. However, he deliberately changed the subject and did not answer Huo Zhou directly.
Master, is that giant eagle demanding that I hand over the Thunder Eagle's corpse, or is it asking for an exchange?
Of course it's an exchange.
I originally wanted you to give me a longevity fruit, but unfortunately it doesn't have any.
In the end, it agreed to exchange it for a 7th grade spiritual herb.
This was its bottom line.
I was afraid that the old guy would turn on it if it offered a higher price.
Su Chao felt a little touched.
His master was indeed considerate of him in every way, and remembered everything he had mentioned before clearly.
Huo Zhou seemed to remember something else. How's your training of the advanced martial art, invincible glazed body, that I gave you last time?
Su Chao did not answer directly. He activated the invincible glazed body technique, and a glaze-like luster immediately appeared on his hands.
Huo Zhou stared at him in shock. The crystal body. You've already mastered the invincible glass body?
Su Chao nodded. I think this martial art is very suitable for me. The training went very smoothly, and I reached the mastery level before I knew it. He didn't intend to hide the matter of martial arts from his master. After all, his super strong defense had already been demonstrated at school, and the teachers knew about it, which meant that his master knew as well. Huo Zhou had considered himself to have seen countless geniuses, but today he was shocked by this kid several times. He exclaimed, "What kind of freakish disciple has Xiao Gang taken in?"
Master, why are you swearing?
Huo Zhou ignored Su Chao's complaints, his eyes filled with satisfaction. I was initially worried about the competition for the dimensional passage slots, but knowing how monstrous you are, my worries have lessened considerably.
At your current cultivation speed, you'll likely be in the mid-stage of the 6th rank by then.
Plus, with your martial arts talent, you should be able to master a high-level martial art to perfection.
With your spatial abilities, our chances of success will be much greater.
Su Chao didn't say much, but he was full of expectations for his future growth.
Huo Zhou gave a few more instructions before ending the conversation.
As he was leaving, he stared at Su Chao and said,
"Take it out." With a wave of his hand, Su Chao brought Lei Ying's enormous corpse to the floor of the hotel living room.
Huo Zhou looked at Lei Ying's pitiful corpse, which resembled a plucked chicken, and casually glanced at Su Chao, who looked harmless, standing next to him.
He frowned slightly. "Take its feathers out for me," Su Chao quickly explained. "I didn't pluck it, it's its own special skill.
It can turn all its feathers into arrows to attack, and I almost got hit by one." However, he still handed over the portion of feathers he had collected. "These are all I've collected, some are still in Zhenshui City, but..." Huo Zhou nodded and collected the Thunder Eagle's corpse and feathers. "I will have someone deliver the 7th grade spiritual medicine you received in the exchange.
Don't go to the Wui Mountains for the time being."
"Understood, Master."
After Huo Zhou left, Su Chao put the bloodstained carpet on the hotel floor into his little cave and prepared to dispose of it in the wilderness.
As for the hotel, let's just compensate them for the cost of the carpet. Only then did he have time to organize his findings. This time, I obtained an A-level lightning type ability, 9 Heavens Divine Lightning. Just from its name, you can tell it's incredibly powerful.
I definitely have to test its power next time I'm in the wilderness.
With the addition of his newly acquired lightning type ability, he now possesses 6 abilities.
Su Chao looked at the more than 26,000 source points on the panel.
Once you have accumulated 50,000 source points, prioritize upgrading the invincible glazed body to its perfect state.
Following the plan, we will continue to upgrade our spatial abilities to S rank. Next, upgrade the lightning type ability to S rank.
Finally, there are the upgrades to the 2 special abilities, Mirror Copy and Small Cave Heaven. As for upgrading a certain ability to SS level, he didn't even dare to think about it. The amount of source points consumed would definitely definitely be astonishing.
Let's not consider it for now.
As his strength gradually became apparent, Su Chao felt that he might be targeted by malicious individuals or the beastmen, so he needed to prepare several disguises to protect himself. He was eagerly anticipating what new abilities his disguise ability would bring once it was upgraded to S rank. His master advised him not to go to the Wui Mountains when venturing out of the wilderness recently, which he found very reasonable. Who knows if that Thunderhawk might be lurking near Source Water City waiting for him. Since that's the case, he has no choice but to disrupt his previous plans. He took out his phone and dialed. The call was answered quickly, and Zhao Deju responded respectfully, "Deju is here. Deju, tomorrow you take some men to the West Gate and clean up the warehouse that I asked you to buy before. We'll be busy there for a while."
"Okay, boss, I'll take some people there first thing this morning."
Su Chao sighed with relief, thankful that he had been prescient.
More than half a month ago, he had Zhao Deju buy warehouses near the main city gates of Shanghai base city.
A week after he returned to school, Zhao Deju took care of the matter and even drove over to report it. Being a boss is great. You only need to say a few words, and your subordinates will get things done perfectly.
Now it's come in very handy. Next, Su Chao planned to rest well at the hotel for a day. We're heading to the West District tomorrow to go hunting in the wilderness.
At the very least, one must elevate the invincible glass body to its perfect state and gather enough source points to advance spatial abilities to S rank.
Then consider taking a break. I'll have to go home then.
Located on the outskirts of the Mengshan Mountains, northwest of Shanghai base city, it is more than 200 kilometers away from the base city.
This area is bordered by the Wui Mountains to the south, which surround the Shanghai base city.
This mountain range is teeming with monsters, and deep within it are even numerous beast kings, posing a great threat to Starsea base city. The authorities encourage hunters to come here to hunt monsters. In a forest in the central part of the outer perimeter of the Mengshan Mountains, a figure wielded a long spear with swift movements, slaying the surrounding monsters one by one, who fell to the ground unconscious. This person had an ordinary appearance, was about 30 years old, and had a mole on the tip of his nose. It was Su Chao in disguise. For safety reasons, he stopped using Lao Mo's identity after leaving the wilderness area. The day after meeting his master, he waited at the hotel for his master to send someone to deliver a 7th grade spiritual medicine in exchange for Lei Ying's corpse. They then drove to the vicinity of the West Gate. After resting here for a day, they began hunting monsters the next day. After leaving the wilderness area, he changed into this appearance. He outwardly displays the strength of a peak 5th tier martial artist and has specifically purchased an S-grade spear as his weapon. Anyone who sees him like this would find it hard to believe that he is Su Chao or Lao Mo.
Today is his second day deep into the Mengshan Mountains.
His location was in the middle of the outer edge of the Mengshan Mountains, about 300 kilometers away from Shanghai base city. There were quite a few monsters of the 4th rank or above here. He had already hunted once yesterday and gained nearly 20,000 source points. If he hunts again today, he can gather 50,000 source points. Here, unlike in Zhenshui City, he didn't wipe out all the monsters in one place. Instead, they adopted a strategy of precise killing, specifically hunting monsters of the 3rd rank and above.
After each successful attack, they would quickly retreat.
If others wanted to do it his way, the efficiency would probably be much lower, but he wasn't worried. With his true eyes covering a range of over 10 kilometers, he was extremely efficient at finding monsters. During the trip, they also found a number of medicinal herbs and spiritual objects.
However, these spiritual medicines are not of high grade. None of them exceed the 5th grade.
This also shows that the higher the grade of a spiritual medicine, the rarer it is. After all, this is only the outer edge of the mountain range. If we could go deeper, we should be able to find even higher grade spiritual medicines. Seeing that almost all the monsters of the 3rd rank or above in the vicinity had been wiped out, he put all the monster corpses he killed into his small cave. He hunted these monsters below the 5th rank without using any special abilities, easily defeating them entirely with his own strength. Then, he teleported away from there.
Proceed to the next location.
After advancing to the 6th level martial artist, his blood and chi became even more abundant, and a small-scale battle did not take much to his liking. However, he remained cautious here. This is a dangerous wilderness area more than 300 kilometers away from Shanghai base city. Unlike the abandoned city of Source Water City, which is close to the base city, you rarely encounter beastmasters here.
Hunters typically don't venture deep into this area.
The risks were too great, but Su Chao had the eye of truth that allowed him to survey the surrounding area for more than 10 kilometers in advance. Once the Beast King is spotted, he can retreat in time.
Moreover, when he uses space travel to travel, he usually doesn't go more than 10 kilometers.
In this way, he can ensure that he has complete control over the environment within a few kilometers of the location where he appears. He hunted here for another hour, reaping nearly 10,000 source points.
It's almost noon, time to call it a day. One last job, then we'll head back.
Just as he was about to kill his next target, he noticed unusual activity on the ground less than 2 kilometers ahead. A monster resembling a pangolin suddenly emerged from the ground and killed a 4th tier monster that was wandering there with a single blow. Through the Eye of Truth, Su Chao determined that its strength was at the peak of the 5th rank. After succeeding, it quickly dragged the corpse of the 4th-tier monster underground, preparing to burrow into the ground to enjoy its spoils. Su Chao narrowed his eyes slightly. This golden-armored beast dared to steal his prey. Without hesitation, he teleported to the side of the golden-armored beast and thrust out his spear like lightning. A metallic clang rang out. The golden-armored beast, which was about 3 meters long, was blasted several meters away and then rolled several times. The spear that was originally aimed at its head was blocked by its hard scales, which surprised Su Chao with its defensive capabilities, although he only used the power of a peak 5th-tier martial artist. With this spear, he had already slain countless 5th-tier monsters, invincible in his path. Now, all we can manage to break are a few of its scales. After being knocked away, the golden-armored beast quickly got up and shook its head. Clearly, although Su Chao's attack did not break through the defense, it caused considerable shock. It bared its fangs at Su Chao and then charged. Su Chao smirked and swung his spear in a flourish to meet the golden-armored beast's sudden attack. The moment the spear tip pierced through, lightning crackled across the spear. The golden-armored beast originally intended to rely on its strong defense to withstand the attack. Unexpectedly, when Su Chao's spear pierced it, its body suddenly stiffened. Immediately afterwards, the spear tip pierced straight through its head. Su Chao drew his spear and looked at the lifeless golden-armored beast, feeling extremely pleased. He exclaimed, "The power of thunder is indeed sharp and deadly. Otherwise, I would have had to use martial arts to break through its defenses. This time, it practically delivered itself to our doorstep. Another 965 source points have arrived." His expression changed instantly because a new ability had appeared on the panel, a B-level Earth-type ability. This is the first time Su Chao has obtained a superpower based on the 5 elements. No wonder this golden-armored beast has such strong defense. It turns out it's due to its Earth-type defensive ability. Yesterday, when he killed a 4th-tier monster, he also gained an enhanced ability, but he gave it up without hesitation. Monsters that awaken and enhance their supernatural abilities are quite common, but he hesitated this time, unsure whether he should accept the Earth-based ability. However, he was reluctant to replace any of the abilities he currently possessed. After a moment's thought, he finally gave up on this Earth-type ability. There will be other opportunities in the future. After all, there are quite a few monsters with elemental abilities. He stored the golden-armored beast and the corpse of the 4th-tier monster it had hunted into his small cave, and then teleported several times to appear in a cave. This is the starting point he chose for space travel, which is both hidden and safe. He had already marked many similar caves along the way with spatial markers, making it easy to open a spatial passage back to the base city at any time. In a warehouse, Su Chao appeared in the warehouse's break room. He quickly transformed into Old Mo's appearance, pushed open the door to the lounge, and walked out. He saw Zhao Dezhu and others busy dealing with the body he had brought back yesterday. Upon seeing the boss, Zhao Dezhu quickly went to greet him. The others also put down their work and joined Zhao Dezhu in enthusiastically greeting, "Hello, boss." Everyone knows the boss is generous. He just gave General Manager Zhao a bottle of 3rd-order gene serum. They all wanted to take this opportunity to show off in front of the boss. If the boss was in a good mood and gave them a bottle of Tier 1 gene serum, they would really hit the jackpot. Su Chao nodded to them. "You all go about your business, don't worry about me." He then gestured for Zhao Dezhu to follow, and the two walked toward another corner of the warehouse.